At the Starship Command Academy, Feng scored 13 points in the simulation assessment, ranking last. Everyone said he was a nepotism hire, a loser unworthy of piloting a starship. That evening the Starship Construction System activated. The scene: Starship Command Academy, Chanwan Star Sector, 8th Star Sector of the Empire. Feng sat in a corner of the simulation battlefield staring at the number on the holographic screen before him, lost in thought. 13 points. He glanced again, confirming that he hadn't misread 73 as 13 due to the angle. No. It was indeed 13. This damned exam probably just wasn't meant for him. Out of a full score of 1000 for the Starship Command Simulation Assessment, he had scored 13 points. In the entire 300-year history of the Starship Command Academy, this score was notable in the worst way. Cadet Feng, in my 15 years of teaching, you are the first to fly a starship into an asteroid field without activating the shields. Instructor Zhao Ming paused, staring at him with a blank expression. Do you think shields waste energy, or were you simply curious about what it feels like to be hit by an asteroid? The classmates around him stifled their laughter, shoulders trembling. Feng scratched his head and decided to tell the truth, reporting, Instructor, I wanted to see if I could dodge by maneuvering without the shields. And the result? The result is that I couldn't. Zhao Ming took a deep breath as if suppressing a surging inner storm. Feng, your parents sent you to the Starship Command Academy, tuition of 120000 stellar credits a year, not so you could put on a show of getting hit by asteroids. Go write a 5000-word review focusing on analyzing why you thought you could dodge asteroids by maneuvering. Yes. Feng shuffled out of the simulation battlefield, the snickers of a few classmates echoing behind him. Him again, always at the bottom of every assessment, no idea how he got in. I heard he barely scraped through the entrance exam. Someone in admissions knows his father and gave him a special admission. A nepotism hire. No wonder. With that level it's hard to graduate, let alone become a starship commander. Feng pretended not to hear, quickening his pace to leave the teaching building. He returned to the dormitory and collapsed onto the bed. The room was a 4-person suite, but the other 3 beds were spotless without even a blanket. To be precise, after he ranked last for 3 consecutive assessments, those 3 roommates moved out. Their reason: they wanted an environment with a better learning atmosphere. In other words, they found him embarrassing. Feng turned over, staring blankly at the ceiling. Actually, he himself couldn't understand why, despite reading the textbook so many times and attending so many classes, he always became flustered during actual operation. Others commanded starships with effortless grace, while his command felt like playing a completely unfamiliar game. Am I just not cut out to pilot starships? He muttered to himself. Then why did Dad spend so much money sending me here? Wouldn't it be better to go back and inherit his 3 companies? Just as he was wallowing in self-pity, the dormitory door suddenly burst open. A rotund figure rushed in at a speed defying the laws of physics, the flesh on his face shaking violently with inertia like 2 bowls of jelly placed on a vibrating platform. Feng. Feng, have you heard? This was his only friend, Wang Hao. Although the other 3 roommates had moved out, Wang Hao was from the next dorm. Somehow he had become friends with Feng, his only social connection in the academy. Heard what? Feng asked weakly. The Imperial military is coming to the academy to select reserve starship captains. Wang Hao's face flushed with excitement. 10 people from each grade directly interning on real starships. Those who perform well will be awarded the rank of 2nd lieutenant upon graduation. Feng sat up. Really? Would I lie to you? The notice is already out. Preliminary selection starts tomorrow. Wang Hao slapped his shoulder. Dude, this is your chance to turn things around. If you get selected, you'll be a proper Imperial officer. Feng thought of his 13-point simulation score and lay back down. Forget it. With my level ID, just embarrass myself. How can you have no ambition? Wang Hao said with exasperation. What if? What if the instructors are all blind? You're the one who's blind. I said what if? What if they got their head stuck in a door this morning and their eyesight dropped to the point of not telling humans from apes? Then wouldn't you have a chance? Feng pulled the blanket over his head, unwilling to continue the discussion. Wang Hao lingered by his bed for another 2 minutes, rambling about you need dreams and look at Jiangwei, he's already climbed to the middle of the pack this semester. Seeing Feng determined to play the ostrich, Wang Hao sighed and left. The dormitory fell silent again. Feng lay in the dark, his mind a jumble, recalling his father's words on the day he was sent to the academy. Son, our family has been in business for 3 generations without producing a single officer. Study hard and bring honor to our family. With his lousy 13-point level, what honor could he bring? He suddenly sat up and punched the bedboard hard. Pain. Real pain. He hadn't controlled his strength. His fist hit the metal frame of the bedboard, making him wince. At that moment a cold mechanical voice resounded in his mind. Ding. Detected intense emotional fluctuations in the host. Activation conditions met. Starship Construction System is loading. Feng froze. He rubbed his ears thinking he was hallucinating. Loading complete. Welcome to Starship Construction System V1. 0. This system will assist the host in designing, constructing and upgrading various starships. Current host privilege level apprentice engineer. Newbie quest released, build a small starship. Quest rewards engineer EXP 100, unlock basic blueprint library. Feng's mouth slowly opened wide enough to fit a fist. He had read many web novels like I Pilot Gundam in Another World, I am a starship commander, the system makes me rule the world, the stuff about systems he was very familiar with. But wasn't that just something that existed in novels? You're a system, he tentatively asked in his mind. Yes, host. This system is the Starship Construction System, designed to cultivate the host into the #1 starship builder in the universe. #1 in the universe. Feng swallowed hard. That title sounded more valuable than all three of his father's companies combined. So I can build starships. Current construction materials insufficient. Host must complete the newbie tutorial quest first. As soon as the words fell, a translucent holographic panel appeared before his retinas, densely packed with various data quests, resource reserves, blueprint library. Feng blinked. The panel didn't disappear. He blinked again. Still there. This wasn't an illusion. He really had a system. Feng felt his heart pound, thumping fast as if it would leap out of his throat. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, then carefully examined the contents of the panel. Under resource reserves it read metal 0, energy crystal 0, rare alloy 0. The blueprint library had only one image, a small exploration ship blueprint marked as beginner level, construction time 72 hours. Scrolling further down, construction required 800 metal, 300 energy crystals and 100 rare alloys. He had none of them. Feng's expression shifted from ecstasy to confusion. Does this mean I have to get resources first? Yes, host. This system does not provide free resources. All construction resources must be obtained by the host himself. Then where do I get them? It's not like I can steal them. The host can obtain resources through legal means such as purchasing, recycling, mining, accepting quest rewards, etc. Feng pondered for a moment. Legal means. He had only 2,000 stellar credits on him, couldn't even afford a piece of metal. Feng scratched his head in distress, then a light bulb went off. Wait. Recycling. He remembered a large abandoned equipment dumping ground behind the academy. Every year-old equipment and scrapped mechs were thrown there. The academy was too lazy to deal with it, just piling it up. Occasionally a recycling company would come to haul some away. If he could extract usable metal and materials from those obsolete devices. System prompt. The host's line of thinking is correct. The discarded equipment contains a large amount of recyclable resources. This system has decomposition and recycling functions that can break down small items into basic resources. Feng's eyes lit up. He rolled out of bed, threw on his jacket and dashed out. Under the moonlight he trotted across the campus, bypassed several teaching buildings and arrived at the abandoned equipment dump behind the academy wall. A large lock hung on the iron fence gate, but there was a gap in the fence next to it, just enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. Feng looked left and right, confirmed no one was around, and quickly slipped in. The dump was larger than he had imagined. Various scrapped mechas, wrecked spaceships and damaged engines were piled up like small mountains, casting eerie shadows under the moonlight. The air was filled with the smell of oil and metal. Feng walked up to the nearest pile of scrap iron, took a deep breath and said, "System, how do I recycle?" Please place the host's palm on the surface of the item to be recycled. Feng did as told, placing his palm on the shell of a scrapped mecha. Detected recyclable item, old military mecha wreckage. Estimated recoverable 320 units of metal, 15 units of energy crystals, 8 units of rare alloy. Recycle. Recycle. A barely visible faint light glowed from Feng's palm, spreading like countless tiny tentacles over the entire mecha wreck. A few seconds later the original 2-meter tall mecha wreck seemed to be dissolved by some force, turning into countless tiny specks of light and then dissipating into the air. In its place several neatly stacked metal ingots, a small pile of blue glowing energy crystals and a few silvery white rare alloy bars appeared out of thin air in front of Feng. Recycling complete. Obtained metal 320 energy crystal 15 rare alloy 8. Lu Feng's eyes widened as he stared at the materials that had appeared out of nowhere, his mouth forming a perfect O. This is incredible. He crouched down and touched the metal ingots. The cold sensation was so real it couldn't be an illusion. He picked up an energy crystal. The thing emitted a faint blue light, felt warm in his hand as if some energy was flowing inside. Real. All real. Lu Feng suddenly stood up, his eyes burning with fierce flames, the flame of hope that a poor 3-year bottom student had finally seen. He rushed to the next pile of scrap. Recycling complete. Obtained metal 180 energy crystal 5 rare alloy 3. Next pile. Recycling complete. Obtained metal 250 energy crystal 8 rare alloy 2. Next pile. For 2 full hours Lu Feng worked like a diligent little ant, decomposing most of the discarded equipment in the dump. Current resources: metal 1850 energy crystal 86 rare alloy 45. Building a small exploration ship requires metal 800 energy crystal 300 rare alloy 100. He now had enough metal but was short by 55 rare alloy and 214 energy crystals. Lu Feng looked at the remaining scrap in the dump, mostly useless junk with low energy crystal content. He estimated that even if he decomposed everything left, he still couldn't reach 300 energy crystals. Forget it, let's try building first. Maybe it'll be enough halfway. Host, please note, once construction begins resources will be locked and unavailable for other uses. If the resources are ultimately insufficient, construction will be interrupted and consumed resources will not be refunded. Then forget it. Lu Feng decisively abandoned the idea. I need to find energy crystals first. But where to find them? Energy crystals are strategic materials in the Empire. Although available on the market, they are expensive. A standard unit of energy crystal costs at least 500 star coins. He needed 214 units, which meant over 100,000 star coins. He had only 2,000 star coins in his account, not even a fraction. Lu Feng fell into deep thought. Just then a faint humming sound came from deep within the dump. He perked up his ears and followed the sound. Walking around a pile of discarded spaceship shells, he saw a machine half buried in the scrap. The machine was about a meter tall, cylindrical, covered in dust and rust, but faint complex patterns could be seen on the surface, emitting a weak blue glow. That light. Lu Feng crouched down and wiped a layer of dust off the machine. System warning: damaged energy core detected. The core contains extremely high energy crystal content but is unstable. Recycling involves risks. Extremely high. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. How high? Estimate 200,300 units of energy crystal. Enough. Absolutely enough. What do you mean by risks? The energy core is severely damaged and the internal energy field is unstable. The recycling process may cause energy leakage or even a small explosion. It is recommended that the host operate from a safe distance. Lu Feng looked at the machine, then took 2 steps back. A small explosion. Sounded scary, but the system said small shouldn't be enough to kill him, right? And he was really desperate for energy crystals. Tomorrow was the preliminary captain selection. Though he said he didn't want to go, how could he not want that chance? If he could build a starship, he'd have confidence. Screw it. System recycle. Lu Feng took a deep breath and pressed his palm against the machine's shell. This time the recycling process was noticeably different. As soon as the faint light touched the machine, it began to tremble violently, the blue patterns on the surface turning from dim to dazzling as if something was surging inside frantically. Warning. Energy core is overloading. It is recommended to abort recycling immediately. How can I abort when it's already started? Lu Feng panicked. Cannot abort. Host, please take protective measures. Lu Feng. You could have said that earlier. He instinctively tried to pull his hand back, but his palm was stuck to the machine, unable to move. The machine trembled more and more violently, the blue light grew brighter and the whole machine began to emit a sharp screech. Lu Feng struggled frantically, but to no avail. And then, boom! A dazzling blue light exploded. Lu Feng felt himself flung away by a tremendous force, his back crashing heavily into a pile of scrap iron. Everything went black and he knew no more. When he groggily regained consciousness, the first sound in his ears was the system's cold chime. Recycling complete. Obtained metal 80 energy crystal 312 rare alloy 25. Current total resources: metal 1930 energy crystal 398 rare alloy 70. Novice mission construction conditions met. Start building a small exploration ship. Lu Feng lay on the ground staring up at the starry sky, his lips trembling slightly. That blast just now, he thought he was going to die. But 312 energy crystals. Even 12 extra. Well then, never mind. He slowly sat up, dusted himself off and grinned. Build. Construction has begun. Estimated completion time 72 hours. Please patiently wait. Lu Feng looked at the countdown bar on the panel, a surge of unprecedented pride welling up in his chest. In 3 days he would be the only student in the academy with a private starship. What about a simulation test score of 13? What about being dead last? When his starship was built, who would dare look down on him? Lu Feng hummed a little tune, climbed over the fence contentedly and sneaked back to the dormitory. He had no idea that the energy fluctuation from the small explosion had already been detected by the academy's detection system. Lu Feng was awakened by a frantic knocking at the door. Lu Feng. Open up. Something terrible has happened. Wang Hao's voice came from outside, laced with palpable panic. Lu Feng groggily crawled out of bed and glanced at the time, 6:30 a.m. He had returned from the abandoned waste depot around 2 in the morning, barely managing 4 hours of sleep. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door. Wang Hao stumbled forward, nearly crashing into him. What's the matter? A fire. You're this frantic. No fire, but worse than a fire. Wang Hao's face turned pale. Last night an unexplained explosion occurred at the abandoned waste depot behind the academy's mountain, obliterating half of it. Lu Feng's drowsiness vanished instantly. What did you say? I just heard about it this morning. Wang Hao lowered his voice. They say the blast was powerful enough to be detected by the academy's surveillance system. Now the Academic Affairs Office is investigating, suspecting someone sneaked in to conduct dangerous experiments. Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he forced calm onto his face. What does that have to do with me? I didn't go there. I'm just here to give you a heads up. Wang Hao patted his shoulder. You've been tight on cash lately. I was worried you might be tempted to sell scrap metal and get caught. Do I look like that kind of person? You do. Get lost. After Wang Hao left, Lu Feng closed the door and leaned against it, his heart pounding. Oh no, half the depot gone. He had indeed dismantled quite a bit yesterday, but there was still plenty of scrap left. How could half the depot be destroyed? Could it be the explosion from when he reclaimed the energy core at the end? Lu Feng quickly summoned the system panel in his mind. The construction progress bar showed under construction remaining time 67 hours 23 minutes. He checked the resource consumption log. Building the small exploration ship had already deducted 800 metal, 300 energy crystals and 100 rare alloys. After the deduction he should have 1130 metal, 98 energy crystals and 30 rare alloys. Wait, what does 30 rare alloys mean? System prompt: the host's current rare alloy is insufficient. The resource overdraft function has been activated automatically. The deficit will be deducted preferentially from future reclamation. Overdraft. Lu Feng had no time to study this new feature. His biggest worry now was whether the academy would trace it back to him. He quickly washed up, changed into his uniform and decided to check the situation at the waste depot first. Halfway there he ran into several people in black uniforms, members of the academy's disciplinary committee, essentially the internal police. At the head was a tall, thin young man with a silver badge on his chest engraved with discipline. Lu Feng recognized him, Han Yu, deputy captain of the disciplinary committee, a senior fourth-year student nicknamed Han Boppy the Skinflint. He was notorious for being ruthless in investigating violations, not even sparing professors. Stop. Han Yu blocked Lu Feng. What grade are you in? Third year. Lu Feng. Han Yu looked him up and down, his gaze lingering on Lu Feng's dusty uniform. Where were you last night? In the dormitory, sleeping. Can anyone confirm that? Lu Feng thought for a moment. Last night Wang Hao had come to see him around 10, after which he went to the depot and returned at 2. Between 10 and 2 he had indeed been alone. My roommates have all moved out, I live alone. But Wang Hao came by around 10 last night, he can confirm I was in the dorm then. After that I went to sleep. Han Yu frowned, apparently unsatisfied, but did not press further. A committee member behind him whispered something in his ear. Han Yu glanced at Lu Feng and led his team away. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly grateful he had left early last night without being seen. He continued walking and saw from afar that a cordon had been set up around the depot with several people in work suits conducting an investigation inside. In the center of the depot was a crater about 10 meters in diameter surrounded by fragments of scrap metal thrown up by the shockwave. Quite an explosion indeed. Lu Feng felt a twinge of guilt but maintained a nonchalant expression watching from outside the cordon for a while before turning to leave. Back at the teaching building he arrived just in time for the first class. The lesson was Fundamentals of Starship Engineering covering structural design and material selection. Before Lu Feng had listened to these lectures as if they were gibberish, his mind filled with, who am I, where am I? But today was different. Today, as the professor lectured on the performance parameters of various materials, Lu Feng's mind involuntarily matched these data with the content from the system's blueprint library. The hull material of starships usually combines titanium alloy and carbon fiber composite, titanium for impact resistance, carbon fiber for weight reduction. The professor spoke with great enthusiasm at the podium. But Lu Feng was thinking the exploration ship's hull in the system blueprint uses nanocomposite armor which outperforms titanium alloy by a whole tier. The professor continued, currently the Empire's most advanced starships use energy crystal-based fusion reactors as the main propulsion system with a single unit output at the 100,000 megawatt level. Lu Feng thought again, the exploration ship's propulsion system in the blueprint is a micro-dark matter reactor. What kind of black technology is this? He suddenly realized that although the system classified this exploration ship as a small vessel, many of its technical indicators far surpassed the Empire's mainstream starships by several levels. This is no exploration ship, it's a battleship disguised as an exploration vessel. At this thought a smile unconsciously crept onto Lu Feng's lips. Student Lu Feng. The professor's voice suddenly rang out. What are you smiling about? Lu Feng quickly wiped the smile off his face. Nothing, professor. Let me ask you a question. The professor pushed up his glasses. For a standard T1 class exploration ship, what is its maximum payload? Lu Feng froze. Before he would certainly not have known the answer. But now, having just glanced at the parameters in the system blueprint, he blurted out standard payload 3000 tons, maximum overload 5000 tons. The professor paused, seeming surprised that he got it right. His classmates also showed astonished expressions. Lu Feng, the last in the class, actually answered a professor's question correctly. What is the cruising speed of a T1 exploration ship? The professor pressed. 0. 3 times the speed of light, maximum 1. 2 times, and with a warp engine it can briefly reach 3 times the speed of light. Lu Feng answered fluently. These parameters were etched clearly in his mind because he had just carefully studied the system blueprint. The professor asked 3 more questions and Lu Feng answered them all. The classroom fell silent for a few seconds, then whispers arose. Did he take some kind of pill? Did he memorize the answers in advance? Don't be ridiculous with his brain, he couldn't memorize anything. The professor raised a hand to quiet the murmurs, glanced at Lu Feng and said, well answered. Keep it up. When Lu Feng sat down he felt light as a feather. This feeling was incredible. Previously he had been invisible in class, never daring to look up for fear of being called on. Today he had actively answered correctly and earned the professor's approval. Over the next 2 days Lu Feng tiptoed around, never going near the waste depot again. Fortunately, the Academy's investigation fizzled out. The disciplinary committee eventually concluded that the explosion was caused by spontaneous combustion of old equipment with no casualties and no signs of intentional damage. On the evening of the 3rd day, the progress bar on the system panel finally reached its end. Construction complete. Congratulations, host, you have successfully constructed the Kemingxing-class small exploration vessel. This vessel is an entry-level starship equipped with basic navigation detection and combat capabilities, making it the ideal choice for a novice engineer. Do you wish to retrieve the starship? Lu Feng stood by the dormitory window gazing at the gradually darkening sky outside and took a deep breath. Retrieve the starship. Are you kidding? The starship is huge, how could it possibly fit in his dormitory? The starship will be stored in compressed form in the system space and the host can summon and deploy it at any time. Current storage location: system space slot 1. Lu Feng's eyes widened. System space. Compressed form. This system is far too advanced. He paced excitedly around the room several times, eager to summon the starship and see what it looked like right away. But it was still daytime and the dormitory building was bustling with people. If a starship suddenly appeared out of nowhere, it would definitely be noticed. He had to wait until nightfall. Wait until it's dark. Find a secluded place. Lu Feng thought for a moment. There was a wasteland outside the academy where few people usually went. Deploying the starship there should be safe. He checked the time, there were still 4 hours until dark. Those 4 hours felt like 4 centuries. Lu Feng was restless, he couldn't focus on his classes, his mind entirely consumed by the starship. Finally at 8 in the evening the sky was pitch black. Lu Feng pretended to go to evening self-study but instead sneaked out of the school gate and jogged all the way to that wasteland. All around was pitch black, the moonlight mostly obscured by clouds barely enough to see the path beneath his feet. A quarter of an hour later Lu Feng stood in the center of the wasteland, his heart pounding as if it might explode. System summon the starship. Summon confirmed. The starship will deploy in 10 seconds. Please step back to a safe distance. Lu Feng retreated 20 paces. The 10-second countdown ended. Lu Feng opened his eyes, his mouth instantly dropping wide enough to fit a fist. A silver-white starship hovered silently before him about 1 meter above the ground. Light rippled across its hull in the darkness as if it were alive. The 40-meter-long hull refracted a cold metallic sheen under the starlight. This was no 3D preview, it was a real tangible starship. Lu Feng stood frozen, his legs as heavy as lead, unable to move for a moment. He had imagined this scene countless times, but now that the starship was actually before him all those fantasies seemed pale and feeble. This was a complete starship capable of flying into space. Built by him. Well, strictly speaking, built by the system. But the system was his, so rounding up it was built by him. Lu Feng took a deep breath, walked to the side of the starship where the hatch was slowly opening and a gangway extended to his feet. He stepped onto the gangway and entered the hatch. The space inside was much larger than he had imagined. The first thing to catch his eye was the cockpit's 6 holographic consoles arranged in a fan shape with a spacious main pilot seat in the center that looked extremely comfortable. The surfaces of the consoles glowed with a soft blue light, but there were no buttons or screens, everything was holographic projection activated by a touch. Lu Feng sat down in the main pilot seat, placing his hands on the armrests. Instantly holographic screens lit up before him, bathing the entire cockpit in a pale blue glow. First boarding successful. Shipboard AI activated, synchronizing neural link with host. Synchronization complete. Welcome aboard, Captain. A gentle female voice echoed through the cockpit, carrying a reassuring quality. Lu Feng's lips trembled slightly. You. Hello. He said dryly, then felt like an idiot. Captain, I am the AI assistant of this vessel. You may give me a name. A name. Lu Feng thought for a moment. Just call me Xiaoxing. Name confirmed. Captain, is there anything I can help you with? Give me a tour of the ship first. All right. Please follow me. Behind the cockpit was a short corridor with several compartments on either side. The first was the living area, a small kitchen, a washroom and 4 capsule bedrooms. Although the capsule bedrooms were not large, they were compact and fully equipped, a bed, storage cabinet, ventilation system and even a small porthole. Lu Feng lay down in one of the capsule bedrooms to try it out, neither too soft nor too hard, quite comfortable. Further back was the cargo hold, about 50 square meters empty with nothing inside. How much can this cargo hold carry? Lu Feng asked. Standard payload 2000 tons, maximum overload 3500 tons. Lu Feng nearly bit his tongue. 2000 tons. A 40-meter-long ship can carry 2000 tons. That's double the payload of a standard Empire transport ship. How is that possible? This cargo hold is only 50 square meters, how can it hold 2000 tons? The cargo hold of the Kamingsing-class exploration vessel uses spatial folding technology, so the internal volume is far greater than the external dimensions. The current actual volume of the cargo hold is approximately 5000 cubic meters, sufficient to meet most transport needs. Spatial folding technology. Lu Feng took a deep breath, trying to digest this information. In other words, the ship looked small on the outside, but the space inside was much larger. If this technology were used in real estate. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Lu Feng returned to the cockpit and sat down in the main pilot seat again. Looking at the dense holographic interfaces before him, he suddenly realized a very awkward problem. He didn't know how to fly. A simulation test score of 13 said it all. If he couldn't even handle the simulator, flying a real starship would be suicide. System prompt: this system has an AI-assisted flight function that can help the host complete basic navigation operations. At the same time, the system will provide systematic starship pilot training courses. It is recommended that the host complete the training as soon as possible. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, almost forgetting about that. Xiaoxing, take me for a short flight around here. Not too high, just try hovering. All right, Captain. The main screen in front of the cockpit began flickering with various parameters. Lu Feng felt an extremely slight vibration beneath his seat, like a phone on vibrate mode placed under his backside. Through the porthole he saw the ground slowly descending. The starship was rising. Lu Feng gripped the armrests tightly, his knuckles turning white. The starship rose to about 50 meters and hovered steadily. Then the AI began guiding him through basic maneuvers: forward, backward, left, right, ascend, descend. Lu Feng fumbled frantically to follow the instructions, but thanks to the AI assistance every mistake he made was promptly corrected. Half an hour later he could already make the starship trace a relatively smooth figure eight in the air. Although this figure eight looked like two lopsided potatoes for someone who only scored 13 in the simulation test, it was a miracle. Lu Feng landed the starship back in the valley, leaned back in the seat, looked up at the cockpit ceiling and grinned. He really did have a starship now. Not a simulator, not a dream, a real tangible starship. Just then a new message suddenly popped up from the system. New mission unlocked. Recruit crew. Mission description: a starship requires multiple people working together to achieve maximum efficiency. Please recruit at least one crew member to jointly pilot the starship on its first interstellar voyage. Mission reward: engineer experience 100. Unlock new blueprint multifunctional repair robot. Mission hint: it is recommended to find suitable candidates within the academy, prioritizing students with professional skills and trustworthiness. Lu Feng looked at this mission and fell into deep contemplation. Recruit crew members. He didn't know many people, and even fewer were trustworthy. Wang Hao was trustworthy, but that chubby guy studied logistics management and knew nothing about starship operations. Recruiting him would be like bringing a mascot. As for the other classmates, to be honest, those people kept their distance when he scored 13 points. Now that he had a starship, going back to them and saying, "Hey buddy, come with me," would only make them think he was insane. Lu Feng rubbed his temples, deciding not to think about it for now. When the cart reaches the mountain there will be a path, when the boat reaches the bridge it will go straight. He retracted the starship into the system space. A flash of white light and the 40-meter-long behemoth vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Then, stepping in the moonlight, he returned to the academy. The next morning Lu Feng was awakened by Wang Hao's roar. "Lu Feng! Get up!" Lu Feng groggily opened his eyes and saw Wang Hao's face less than 10 centimeters away, his small eyes wide as brass bells. "What are you doing?" Lu Feng pushed him away. "Do you know what day it is today?" Wang Hao gesticulated excitedly. "Today is the preliminary selection of the reserve captain. All third-year and above cadets must participate." Lu Feng was stunned for a moment, then remembered it was indeed today. "Didn't you say you weren't going?" "I saw you sneaking around these past few days and thought you changed your mind, so I didn't call you. But just now I saw a notice downstairs saying all third-year cadets must attend, and absence counts as a disciplinary violation." Lu Feng. He resignedly got up, washed up quickly, and followed Wang Hao toward the assessment center. A long queue had already formed at the entrance of the assessment center. Hundreds of cadets crowded together, talking about all sorts of things. Lu Feng stood at the end of the line, listlessly looking around. Then he saw someone. It was a girl in a school uniform standing in front of the notice board at the front of the line, slightly tilting her head up to read the announcement. Her profile was sharply defined, her skin pale almost to transparency, a simple hair tie gathering her jet black hair behind her head. Many around her were stealing glances, both boys and girls. Not for any other reason, she was simply too beautiful. Her features were as delicate as a masterpiece, painted stroke by a top artist, every line perfectly placed. People standing near her automatically kept a distance of about a meter, not because they didn't want to get closer, but because her aura was too strong, intimidating. Lu Feng recognized her. Lin Ruoxue. Third year's top student, first in grade, the academy's acknowledged #1 campus belle. Her grades were ridiculously good, her looks even more absurd. It was as if heaven had piled all the best configurations onto her alone. It was said her Starship Command simulation score was 99. 8 out of 100, just 2 points shy of perfect. Those 2 points were deducted deliberately by the instructor because he thought perfection wasn't realistic enough. Lu Feng looked at her, then thought of his own 13 points and silently averted his gaze. The gap between people is sometimes greater than that between humans and dogs. The assessment was conducted grade by grade. The third-year assessment item was Starship Emergency Handling, simulating various sudden situations during a Starship voyage to test the cadets' reaction speed and handling ability. Lu Feng sat in the waiting area watching as each cadet entered and exited with different expressions on their faces. Some looked relaxed, some dejected, some burst into tears upon coming out. Next, Lu Feng. Lu Feng took a deep breath and walked into the assessment room. The room was not large, with a holographic simulation pod in the center. Instructor Zhao Ming stood beside the pod holding a data pad. Seeing Lu Feng enter, Zhao Ming's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. This last-place student had clearly left a deep impression on him. "Get in." Zhao Ming pointed at the simulation pod. "The scenario will be generated randomly. Just follow the prompts." Lu Feng nodded, climbed into the pod and sat down. The hatch closed and the holographic image lit up. He found himself sitting in a starship's cockpit facing the boundless starry sky. Simulation scenario generated: Starship encounters a small asteroid belt during voyage. Right engine hit by asteroid, power decreases by 30. Please handle immediately. Lu Feng stared at the flashing warning lights and full-screen warning messages, his mind going blank. What to do? 3 days ago he would have definitely started frantically pressing random buttons. But now it was different. Last night he had personally piloted a real starship. Although it was with AI assistance, his familiarity with the control interface and various commands had improved immensely compared to before. More importantly, the system's blueprint library contained the complete structural diagram of this simulated starship. Because the standard Imperial military starship shared some design similarities with the system's blueprints, he had studied it over and over these past few days, memorizing the distribution and functions of each system. Lu Feng's hand slid rapidly across the control panel, calling up the power system interface. The right engine output power was continuously dropping, the temperature rocketing, a sign of overload. If not handled in time, the engine would be completely destroyed within 3 minutes. His gaze fell on a control option. Energy diversion. Temporarily allocate energy from non-essential systems to the right engine, allow it to maintain operation while reducing output to prevent overheating. Lu Feng executed the operation swiftly. The right engine temperature curve shifted from a steep rise to a gentle climb. The warning light turned from red to yellow. Alert cleared. Engine status stable. Power reduced to 65 of original. Starship can continue voyage. Lu Feng exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The hatch opened. Zhao Ming stood outside looking at the operation log on the data pad, his expression extremely complicated. That expression was like when you always thought a poor student had scored a passing grade in your subject, not surprise but shock. Correct operation time 14 seconds. Zhao Ming said. That's nearly 1.5 minutes faster than your last simulation assessment. Lu Feng scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Zhao Ming glanced at him, said nothing more, and simply wrote a few words on the assessment form: go on call and your next candidate. When Lu Feng walked out of the assessment room, Wang Hao rushed over immediately. How was it? How was it? Not bad, Lu Feng said. At least I didn't get killed by an asteroid. You said that last time and you got hit. Why bring up that old sore? Lu Feng walked out of the assessment room, still unaware of what his performance meant. He simply felt that he hadn't messed up, at least not like last time when he piloted a starship into an asteroid belt without activating the shields. For him, this alone counted as a success. Come on, let's go to lunch. Lu Feng patted Wang Hao, who was still craning his neck toward the assessment room. Staring won't reveal the questions, the scenarios are randomly generated. I just wanted to get a sneak peek, Wang Hao said reluctantly, withdrawing his gaze. What if I get lucky and see the same scenario? Do you think the system has a memory as bad as yours? Wang Hao was taken aback and about to retort when the students waiting in line behind them began to grow impatient. He could only glare at Lu Feng before following him out of the assessment center. At lunchtime, the cafeteria buzzed with noise. Lu Feng found a corner seat with his tray. Wang Hao plopped down opposite him, his tray piled high with food like a small mountain. You always eat so much yet you never grow taller, only whiter, Lu Feng remarked, eyeing the mountain of high-calorie food. Shut up and eat, Wang Hao muttered through a mouthful of rice. I'm just broad-minded and wealth, get it? As they ate, a commotion at the cafeteria entrance drew everyone's attention. The disturbance was slight at first but spread swiftly like a pebble dropped into a still lake, ripples expanding outward in every direction. The previously noisy cafeteria fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a new wave of chatter, but the topic had changed. All gazes converged in one direction. Lin Ruoxue walked out of the serving area holding a white tray. She wore the standard academy uniform, a light gray blouse with a navy blue pleated skirt and plain white canvas shoes. That outfit would look ordinary on anyone else, but on her it seemed like haute couture. It wasn't the clothes that adorned her, it was she who adorned the clothes. A short-haired girl walked beside her, presumably a roommate or close friend. They chatted as they walked, Lin Ruoxue occasionally nodding with a faint, unreadable expression. Tisk tisk, Wang Hao nudged Lu Feng with his elbow. Look at her then look at yourself, same grade but what a difference. I'm eating, Lu Feng said flatly. Eat then, nobody's stopping you from looking. Lu Feng ignored him and dug into his meal. To be honest, Lu Feng felt nothing special toward Lin Ruoxue. Not that he had bad taste, he wasn't blind, she was undeniably beautiful, but that beauty was too distant, so distant that even fantasizing felt unrealistic. Just as a beggar wouldn't dream of marrying a princess, one had to be self-aware. As Lin Ruoxue reached the center of the cafeteria, she suddenly stopped for some reason. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze piercing through the crowd and landing on Lu Feng. She just looked at him quietly. The atmosphere in the cafeteria shifted subtly. Many noticed the direction of Lin Ruoxue's gaze. They followed it and saw Lu Feng in the corner, head down, shoveling food into his mouth. That last place student. The top student staring at the bottom. Lu Feng felt the air around him abruptly quiet. He looked up and found Lin Ruoxue watching him. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second before Lu Feng quickly dropped his gaze, feeling unsettled. Why is she looking at me? Do I have rice on my face? The corner of Lin Ruoxue's mouth twitched slightly as if she wanted to say something, then she averted her gaze and walked away with her tray as if nothing had happened. Holy crap! Wang Hao dropped his chopsticks. She just looked at you. She really looked at you. Yes, I saw. Can you pick up your chopsticks? Lin Ruoxue looked at you. The top student. The legendary ice queen who never deigns to glance at boys. She stared at you for at least 3 seconds. Wang Hao's face flushed with excitement. Confess, did you do something shady behind my back? What could I do? Lu Feng was speechless. I just came out of the assessment room. What could I have done? Then why did she look at you? How should I know? Maybe her eyesight suddenly failed today and she misidentified me. Wang Hao stared at him as if his intelligence had been insulted, but didn't press further. Because he knew Lu Feng was telling the truth, with his background there was nothing worthy of Lin Ruoxue's attention. But Lu Feng himself knew that her look might not be so simple. In other words, the top student had likely already set her sights on him. Lu Feng felt a twinge of panic but kept it off his face. His greatest advantage was that no one knew about his system. As long as the system stayed hidden, he remained a bottom-ranked loser and no one would give him a second glance. But if someone started paying attention, every move he made could expose his anomaly. Trouble. The assessment results came out that afternoon. Lu Feng didn't rush to check, he figured passing was good enough and it didn't matter whether he looked or not. But Wang Hao thought otherwise and dragged him to the announcement board. The board was already surrounded by a crowd, layer upon layer. Lu Feng stood on the fringe, tiptoeing but only seeing a sea of heads coming through. Wang Hao used his bulk to push a path through the crowd. We're here to see the results. Excuse me. Lu Feng followed closely, squeezing to the front. The results were organized by grade and assessment subject. The third-year Starship emergency response scores were on a separate sheet. Lu Feng's habit was to scan from the bottom up because his name always appeared at the very bottom. But this time the bottom name wasn't his. He scanned a few lines up. Nothing. Higher still. Still nothing. His heartbeat began to race. When he reached the top 5, he finally saw his name at second place. Lu Feng, 950 points. He froze. 950 points. Was he seeing things or had the board posted incorrectly? He checked twice more. It was definitely 950 points. His name was printed there, red characters on white paper, clear and unmistakable. Holy crap. Wang Hao's voice nearly shook the entire board. You scored 950. Are you still the Lu Feng I know? That yell drew everyone's attention. Lu Feng. The bottom-ranked Lu Feng. Impossible. He only scored 13 on the last mock assessment. Could it be a mistake? Same name. Lu Feng himself thought there might be an error, but the student ID on the board matched his own. Lu Feng, 950 points, second in the grade. This score was only below one person in the third year, first place Lin Ruoxue with 990. Someone who scored 13 last time now had 950. Such an improvement couldn't be explained by mere hard work. The crowd parted automatically, not out of respect but shock. Lu Feng stood still, feeling the gazes from all directions, astonished, suspicious, puzzled, envious. A strange sense of unreality washed over him. Just days ago he was the laughingstock, the bottom of the grade. Today he stood in second place. It was only a small interim assessment, not a final exam or a permanent evaluation. But for Lu Feng, this 950 points meant far more than the number. It proved that the system had given him not only starship building skills but also a qualitative leap in professional knowledge. Let's go. Lu Feng patted the still-dazed Wang Hao and turned to leave. Hey, wait for me. Wang Hao pushed through the crowd to catch up. Tell me honestly, did you secretly cheat? Lu Feng paused mid-step. Cheat? In a sense, yes. But he couldn't say that. I just crammed before the exam. Lu Feng lied with a straight face. I read through Fundamentals of Starship Engineering. Didn't expect it to actually help. One book took you from 13 to 950. Wang Hao was utterly incredulous. You think you're Lin Ruoxue? She's a genius. You're... What? You're... A rising star. Wang Hao struggled to find a complimentary word. Lu Feng smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He knew this score would raise doubts, but he didn't expect them to come so quickly. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found someone standing at the door. The person wore a well-tailored dark blue uniform with a golden badge pinned to his chest, the emblem of the elite corps of students. The elite corps of the Imperial Military Academy consists of the top talents from various fields. Lu Feng recognized this person, though they were not familiar. Chen Xiao, ranked third in his third year, was the one who scored 920 points, just behind Lu Feng on the scoresheet. The elite corps of the Imperial Military Academy consists of the top talents from various fields. Lu Feng recognized this person, though they were not familiar. In fact, that was true. His father was the vice commander of the Imperial Third Fleet, a major general with a distinguished background. Lu Feng. Chen Xiao called out to him, his tone very neutral, revealing no emotion. Is there something you need, Chen Xiao? Lu Feng nodded politely. I watched your assessment video. Let's get straight to the point, Chen Xiao said. Your reaction speed and decision-making logic during the engine overload processing didn't seem like a Spiro Femin performance. Lu Feng looked at him warily. So what? So I want to ask you, who taught you that? Instructor Zhao taught me. I mentioned it in class, Lu Feng replied casually. It's true that it was mentioned in class, but what was taught was to reduce output power and attempt energy redistribution when facing engine overload, not to complete all operations within 14 seconds. Chen Xiao's gaze was sharp, as if scrutinizing Lu Feng. Your operational sequence is unconventional, even more optimized than the standard process by one step. If no one specifically taught you, you couldn't have figured it out on your own. Lu Feng fell silent. He couldn't tell Chen Xiao that he had seen the optimized plan from the system blueprint. The power system of that simulated starship was highly similar to a design in the system blueprint. He had merely copied the emergency handling process from the blueprint. No one taught me, Lu Feng said. I just got lucky and guessed right. Guessed? Chen Xiao clearly didn't believe him. Yeah, I guessed. Lu Feng said, not changing his expression. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, a subtle tension hanging in the air. Ultimately, it was Chen Xiao who looked away first. Do as you wish. But let me remind you, the selection for the training captain is not decided by a single assessment. There are practical operations, physical tests, and psychological evaluations ahead. These cannot simply be passed by luck. After saying this, he turned and left, taking large strides as if angry about something. Wang Hao watched Chen Xiao's retreating figure and muttered softly, what does this guy mean? Did he come to warn you? I don't know. Lu Feng shook his head. He might be upset that I scored second. Is it really that serious? It was just a routine assessment. For him it might be. Lu Feng pushed open the dormitory door and walked in. He aimed for the top of the grade but ended up overshadowed by someone ranked lest anyone would feel uncomfortable in his position. Well, that's true. Wang Hao followed Lu Feng into the dormitory, plopping down on Lu Feng's bed. But speaking of which, were you really just lucky? I can't believe you can't just wish me some good luck. Lu Feng replied irritably. I finally got a good score and all of you come to doubt me. Isn't that exhausting? Wang Hao opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing more. However, his gaze toward Lu Feng held a new curiosity that hadn't been there before. It wasn't doubt but curiosity. At 10 o'clock at night, Lu Feng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The excitement from the assessment score had faded, replaced by a vague sense of unease. Chen Xiao's doubts and Lin Ruoxue's gaze made him realize he had unwittingly stepped into the spotlight. From now on, every unusual move he made would be magnified, potentially exposing him at any moment. Yet he couldn't stop using the system. The Morning Star had already been built and the task of recruiting crew members was still pending. The subsequent task chain awaited his unlocking. If he stopped because he was afraid of exposure, then the system would have been for nothing. Feng called up the system panel in his mind and glanced at the tasks. New task: recruit crew members, incomplete, rewards pending collection. He looked again at the blueprint library. In addition to the blueprint for the small exploration ship, the system had unlocked several new designs. Multifunctional maintenance robot, basic mining drone, small energy refining device. If he could produce all these, he wouldn't just be the owner of a starship but the commander of a small fleet. The prerequisite was that he needed resources. To obtain resources, he would have to go back to recycling. However, the storage area was still on alert, making it inaccessible in the short term. Then he would have to find another way. Feng thought for a long time and eventually recalled a place: the abandoned satellite orbit outside the Academy. The Empire had many abandoned old satellites in low Earth orbit, some of which had been defunct for decades, just floating there unattended. If he could find a way to go up and use the system to recycle those satellites, the resources he could obtain would definitely be far greater than what he could get from the storage area. But how to get up there? He did have a starship, but that thing would be too conspicuous when launched. More critically, he was almost completely ignorant of orbital operations and equipment handling. Even if he managed to get the starship up there, could he handle the dismantling and recycling of those old satellites all by himself? Clearly not. He needed someone who truly understood technology, someone capable of hands-on work, who knew how to operate equipment and handle various unexpected failures. Such people were not absent from the Academy, but he didn't know any of them. This is difficult. Feng muttered to himself, flipping over and covering his head with the blanket, forcing himself to sleep. No, wait. Feng suddenly threw off the blanket and sat up. He had been thinking about how to get to orbit, how to dismantle satellites, and how to find capable technicians while neglecting the most straightforward solution. Tomorrow was the Academy's annual Interstellar Talent Exchange Day, essentially a job fair. For ordinary students, it was the best employment opportunity before graduation. For Feng, wasn't this a ready-made opportunity to recruit crew members? The system's task was to recruit crew members. It didn't specify where to recruit from. He had been thinking about going outside to find mercenaries, but upon closer thought, weren't the people right in front of him the best choice? Students from the Imperial Military Academy, formally trained, had received professional instruction, solid theoretical knowledge, and excellent physical fitness. This was 1,000 times better than randomly picking people from outside. The only trouble was that these individuals couldn't be recruited just because he wanted to. Those with excellent scores and outstanding abilities had long been reserved by various fleets. Someone like Chen Xiao, probably before even receiving his diploma, had already secured a job. As for Lin Ruoxue, it was even more unnecessary to mention. Several main fleets were reportedly vying for her with conditions that were more outrageous than the last. And Feng, who had just climbed from the bottom of the ranks to third place, what could he use to compete for talent with them? It's not necessary to recruit the very best. Feng muttered to himself, his voice low enough only he could hear. What he needed to find were not top scholars but truly capable individuals. Those who understood equipment, were familiar with the underlying architecture of starships, and could handle various hardware failures. These hardcore technical roles were not popular in the Academy. The top-performing students were all vying to become commanders, while those who truly delved into underlying technology and spent time in laboratories and hangars were overlooked. These individuals usually kept a low profile, but in terms of practical skills, 10 theorists with high scores might not be able to match even one of them. The more Feng thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Fine then. Feng turned off the system panel, switched off the small light, and lay back down. Let's go take a chance tomorrow. This time he quickly fell asleep. The job fair was held in the college gymnasium. Feng had never been to such an event before, and he was stunned the moment he entered. The massive gymnasium was divided into hundreds of booths, each with a giant holographic advertisement hanging behind it. Intertwining beams of colorful light dazzled the eyes. Imperial Heavy Industries, a century-old brand providing you with the broadest career platform. Galactic Dynamics, inviting talents, co-creating the future. Imperial Military Direct Recruitment Office, sign up now for a chance to board a real starship. Various slogans rose and fell deafeningly loud. Senior students in formal attire shuttled between the booths holding meticulously crafted resumes, their faces a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Feng walked around the gymnasium, observing each booth. The Imperial Military's booth was the largest with the longest line, at least 200 people queuing up. Several officers in uniform sat behind the booth, flipping through resumes with expressionless faces, occasionally looking up to ask a question or two. The entire process was as efficient and indifferent as an assembly line. The queues at other major companies were also considerable, but it was clear that this year's atmosphere was less enthusiastic than in previous years. Lu Feng stood in a corner eavesdropping on a conversation among some seniors nearby. This year the Imperial military is only recruiting 50 people, 2/3 less than last year. It's not just the military, all fleets are downsizing. I heard the front lines aren't going well and the budget has been slashed. So what do we do? I've sent resumes to 7 or 8 companies and haven't even gotten an interview invitation. Keep sending them, what else can we do? Lu Feng pricked up his ears catching these scattered pieces of information. A sluggish economy, grim job prospects, major companies cutting recruitment, this could actually be an opportunity for him. Those students with above average grades and decent skills but not quite top tier would likely fail to find an ideal position this year. If these people were willing to follow him, he couldn't offer high salaries or official positions. But he could give them something no one else could. A real starship. And a complete set of construction technology far surpassing the Empire's current level. Of course he couldn't reveal these things now, no one would believe him even if he did. Lu Feng walked back and forth across the gymnasium twice before finally spotting an abandoned booth in a corner. The original exhibitor hadn't shown up for some reason, leaving the tables and chairs empty, covered in a thin layer of dust. After a moment's thought he moved the table and chairs to a spot against the wall, dusted them off and sat down. No signboard, no slogans, nothing to identify himself. There he was, a young man under 20 dressed in ordinary clothes, sitting behind a shabby table with nothing in front of him. Passing students cast curious glances but no one stopped. Who's this? Setting up a street stall. No idea, maybe an intern from some small company. With this setup, who can he recruit? Whispers drifted past his ears, but Lu Feng sat there calmly, his expression unchanged. A student with no company background, no recruitment credentials, and not even any identity, sitting here trying to hire people. It looked like nothing more than a piece of performance art. But he had no other choice. He couldn't post a notice on the bulletin board saying Lu Feng Fleet recruiting, negotiable salary. After waiting nearly an hour, not a single person had approached. Lu Feng began to wonder if he had been too naive. No signboard, no company, nothing at all, just sitting here waiting for someone to take the bait. How was this any different from Zhang Zia fishing? The problem was Zhang Zia's fish came willingly while he didn't even have a single fish in sight. Just as he was about to pack up and leave, a pair of furry ears appeared at the edge of his vision. The ears were dark brown, standing atop a head and twitching slightly like a pair of alert little radar dishes. Lu Feng followed the ears downward and saw an angry, puffed-up face. It was a beast-eared girl. She was barely over 5 feet tall, wearing a faded dark blue work uniform with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing 2 pale hands. A fluffy big tail poked out from an opening in the back of her work pants, swishing back and forth in agitation. Her delicate features were all scrunched up, lips pressed into a thin line, brows knitted so tightly they could crush a fly. Her amber eyes with vertical pupils, a typical trait of beast-eared folk, were fixed on a document in her hand as she muttered curses under her breath. Rejected again. All my work repairing 12 engines for nothing. Just because I have a tail. Lu Feng overheard her muttering and nearly laughed out loud. But the next moment his smile faded. He recognized the cat-eared girl before him. Su Xiaorong. Third-year power engineering major, beast-eared race. He remembered her because last semester the college held an old equipment repair competition. She single-handedly fixed an engine that had been scrapped for 8 years, winning first place. Even teams couldn't outperform her alone. What was even more impressive was that she completed the entire repair in just 3 days, while the second-place team of 3 took over a week. Yet despite her abilities, her situation at the college was not good. Not because of her skills, but because of her race. Though the Empire claimed equality among all races, the beast-eared folks' place in human society was always delicate. They were intelligent, hardworking, and technically skilled, but many still looked at them with strange eyes. Su Xiaorong's ears and tail were far too conspicuous among humans, so conspicuous that some couldn't resist sneaking a touch. And every time that happened she would unhesitatingly punch them. Lu Feng remembered that last semester she had been given 2 major demerits for hitting 3 boys who tried to touch her ears. The punishments still hadn't been cleared. Su Xiaorong rolled up the stack of documents, shoved them into her backpack and turned to leave. She was in too much of a hurry to notice a chair nearby. Her fluffy tail swept across it with a thump, knocking it over. The sound of the chair falling echoed loudly in the empty corner. Su Xiaorong looked back, frowned, and bent down to pick it up. Then she saw Lu Feng. A human boy sitting behind a shabby table staring at her. Su Xiaorong's ears instantly flattened backward, a typical reaction of alertness or displeasure for beast-eared folk. What are you looking at? Her voice carried a clear edge of hostility. Never seen a besteared person before. Lu Feng wisely avoided staring at her ears and instead pointed to the chair across from him. Sit down. Su Xiaorong looked at him suspiciously, then at his completely empty tabletop. Who are you? Recruiting, Lu Feng said. Su Xiaorong's ears perked up, shifting from alertness to wariness tinged with a hint of interest. At least that was how Lu Feng interpreted it. Which company? No company, Lu Feng said. A private fleet. Su Xiaorong froze for a moment, then looked at him as if he were joking. A private fleet. She repeated the phrase, each word dripping with suspicion. You're sitting behind this shabby table recruiting crew for a private fleet? Yes. Su Xiaorong stared at him for 5 seconds, then rolled her eyes, picked up the crumpled documents from the floor, stuffed them back into her bag, flicked her tail and turned to leave. But after 2 steps she stopped. Not because of anything Lu Feng said, but because it suddenly hit her. Today she had submitted over 20 resumes and all had been rejected. Not because of her abilities, but because of her race, her disciplinary record, and her so-called lack of fit with corporate culture. The military didn't want her, the big companies didn't want her, and the small companies didn't want her either. So far she was the only person at the entire job fair who hadn't received a single interview invitation. Su Xiaorong took a deep breath, turned around, walked back to the shabby table, tossed her backpack on the ground and plopped down onto the chair. The chair let out a groaning protest. Fine, she said. You say you have a private fleet. So what do you have? Don't tell me it's just a table. Lu Feng hadn't expected her to come back. He paused for a second, then quickly composed himself and lowered his voice. I have a starship. Su Xiaorong's ears shot up again, this time for real. Both ears pointed straight toward the ceiling, their tips leaning slightly inward like 2 radar dishes receiving a signal. Say that again. A starship, Lu Feng said. A real starship that can fly out of the atmosphere. Su Xiaorong's expression shifted from "Are you messing with me?" to "Do you have a problem?" But her tail betrayed her. That fluffy oversized tail stopped its agitated swishing, hanging still behind her with its tip slightly raised. This was the posture of a bestial race when intrigued. Lu Feng had learned this detail in his elective course, Behavioral Studies of Heterogeneous Races. He had nearly failed that course, but he remembered this point vividly because the professor had uttered a line that left a deep impression on him. A bestier's tail is 100 times more honest than their mouth. Fine, Su Xiaorong said, her tail tip lifting a bit higher. Then show me. Where's the starship? Lu Feng glanced around and lowered his voice. Can't show it here. It's too big. Su Xiaorong. Her ears flattened to the sides, a gesture meaning, are you f***ing kidding me? Believe it or not, Lu Feng said, pulling a holographic communicator from his pocket, but I can show you something first. He pulled up a screenshot on his phone. It was a photo he had secretly taken aboard the starship the night before from a deliberately awkward angle, capturing just a corner of the cockpit. But the holographic console and the row of blue indicator lights were clearly visible. Su Xiaorong took the phone and glanced at it. In that instant every expression on her face froze. Her ears stopped moving, her tail stopped moving, and even her breath seemed to halt. She enlarged the photo, scrutinizing every detail. Her amber slit-shaped pupils contracted slightly in the light of the photo like a precision optical instrument focusing. This isn't any active model in the Empire's fleet. Her voice suddenly turned very professional, a world apart from the cursing petite bestier girl of moments ago. The interface is a full holographic projection. The energy indicator readings aren't in standard units and... She paused, zooming in to maximum, staring at a nearly indiscernible detail in the cockpit corner. This port layout. Is it spatial technology? Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. This bestier girl had seen through it at a single glance. Su Xiaorong handed the phone back to Lu Feng, her amber eyes fixed intently on him. She stood up, though she was barely over 150 centimeters tall. Her presence in that moment was like a small volcano on the verge of eruption. Take me to see it, she said. Now. Now. Lu Feng hesitated. In broad daylight, a 40-meter starship appearing out of thin air would be impossible to conceal. But Su Xiaorong's gaze told him that if he said another day, she would never come back. And her fluffy oversized tail was slowly tilting to the left. He remembered another point from that behavioral studies course. A bestier's tail tilting left meant, if you refuse me, I will be very unhappy. An unhappy bestier. Lu Feng recalled the incident last semester when she had taken down those 3 male students. Tonight Lu Feng decided decisively. 8 o'clock at the Academy's North Gate. I'll take you. Su Xiaorong stared at him for 3 seconds then nodded. She didn't ask for his contact info, didn't ask his name, didn't ask anything. As if she was certain Lu Feng would show up or simply didn't care whether he did. She bent down, picked up her backpack, turned and walked away. After 3 steps her large tail suddenly shot up high, tracing a circle in the air. This was the beast-ear gesture for I remember. Lu Feng sat on the bench watching that furry tail disappear into the crowd and suddenly felt that tonight might be very busy. Lu Feng didn't absorb a single word in the afternoon classes. His mind was occupied with planning for the night. Taking Su Xiaorong onto the starship was perhaps the most reckless decision he had ever made. She wasn't someone like Wang Hao who could be easily brushed off. She understood the technology and was a top-tier technical talent who could grasp the core principles at a glance. Once on board, she would see technology far surpassing the Empire's current standards. The power system, the spatial folding cargo hold, the holographic interface, every piece was a technology the Empire lacked. If news of these things got out, what would the consequences be? Lu Feng dared not even think about it, but he had no choice. He needed crew members, not just operators who pushed buttons, but people who truly understood the tech, who could help him maintain and optimize the starship. Few in the academy possessed such skills, and even fewer would be willing to work with him. Su Xiaorong was the first person who had stopped to listen. True, she stopped purely because she was furious and needed an outlet. But an opportunity was an opportunity. Lu Feng took a deep breath and placed a bet in his heart. At 8 o'clock that evening, Lu Feng arrived punctually at the academy's north gate. Su Xiaorong was already there. She had changed into a dark pair of work pants, wore military boots, and carried a large bulging backpack. Judging by its shape, the pack contained at least 3 or 4 different types of detection instruments. She also wore a small silver earring on her left ear, glinting faintly in the moonlight. But what drew the eye wasn't the earring, it was her tail. That fluffy tail was even bushier than it had been during the day, its fur fully puffed out, making it look like a giant feather duster. Lu Feng had quickly brushed up on beast-ear body language using his holographic terminal on the way, concluding this was a sign of excitement and nervousness. "What's in the bag?" Lu Feng asked. "Tool," Su Xiaorong said, hitching the backpack strap higher on her shoulder. "In case it's fake, so I can expose you on the spot." Her ears swiveled forward, aiming in Lu Feng's direction. This was the beast-ear posture for listening attentively. Lu Feng noted this detail, feeling a slight measure of reassurance. At least she was genuinely listening. The two walked along the path outside the academy's north gate for about 20 minutes, reaching a patch of wasteland. The moonlight was good, visibility was clear, and the wasteland was empty with nothing in sight. Su Xiaorong stopped and looked around. Not from fear, but from anticipation. Lu Feng took a deep breath and called out to the system in his mind. "System, summon the starship." Not from fear, but from anticipation. Lu Feng took a deep breath and called out to the system in his mind. "System, summon the starship." Summon confirmed. The starship will deploy in 10 seconds. Please ensure the host and nearby personnel retreat to a safe distance. Lu Feng grabbed Su Xiaorong and pulled her back a few steps. Stumbling from his pull, she started, "What are you?" but she stopped mid-sentence because she saw it. Under the moonlight, the air began to warp as if something enormous was emerging from the void. First a blurry outline. Then the outline grew clearer, more and more details filling it in. The hull, the portholes, the thrusters, the bridge. 10 seconds later, a 40-meter-long silver-white starship hovered silently in the center of the wasteland. The light on its hull flowed slowly in the darkness, casting a pale blue glow over the surrounding grass. Su Xiaorong's mouth fell open. Then her tail exploded into a puff of fluff. It's not an exaggeration, it really exploded. That originally fluffy big tail has completely flared up, with each hair standing on end, making it look 2 sizes larger than her body. This. Su Xiaorong's lips trembled a few times, her ears shaking wildly. What kind of technology is this? Space folding. No, that changes the internal volume. What is this called? Compressed storage. Material reorganization. Void summoning. This is impossible. It violates at least 14 known physical laws. Lu Feng looked at her tail and silently noted beast-ear clan tail fluffiness, shock level 2. "Let's get on the ship first," Lu Feng said. The hatch opened and the gangway extended down. Lu Feng led the way up, and after a moment's hesitation, Su Xiaorong followed her steps, even larger than his. As soon as she entered the cockpit, Su Xiaorong unloaded her backpack and tossed it on the ground, her demeanor resembling that of a cat discovering new territory, wandering around restlessly. From time to time she crouched down to inspect the bottom structure of the control panel, tapping on the cabin wall to hear the sound, and then pulled out a handheld scanner to sweep over the control panel. Her tail remained in a semi-exploded state throughout the process, swinging back and forth at a speed akin to an uncontrollable metronome. Nanocomposite armor. She stared at the data displayed on the scanner, her mouth widening. This strength exceeds that of the Imperial military's standard armor by at least 4 times. She scanned the power system interface again, her amber eyes widening, her pupils shrinking to pinprick size. The layout of this energy circuit is not taught in any engineering school of the Empire. She abruptly turned to Lu Feng, her ears perked up high. Who designed this? I did, Lu Feng replied. Su Xiaorong stared at him for 5 seconds. Her ears slowly flattened, expressing a need to digest this information. Where did you learn this? Each word was articulated clearly as she asked. Lu Feng paused. Lu Feng's fingers hovered over the console for a moment before he abruptly pushed the control stick forward. The engines of the Qiming Star surged to maximum power and Su Xiaorong's ears twitched again. She didn't press further. Not because she believed him, but because she had more important things to do. She walked towards the pilot's seat and swiped a few times on the holographic control panel. The panel sensed her actions and immediately lit up, displaying an interface requesting an authorization code. Su Xiaorong looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng walked over and placed his palm on the control panel. A blue light swept across his hand. The authorization prompt on the interface disappeared, replaced by the voice of the onboard AI. Captain identity confirmed. Welcome back. Su Xiaorong's ears perked up suddenly and her tail lifted high. Biometric recognition. Automatic authorization. This response speed. She pulled out the scanner and swept it over the control panel again, the scanner emitting a series of rapid beeping sounds. My goodness, this is 0.3 seconds faster than the recognition system of the Imperial flagship. 0.3 seconds. This number carried more weight coming from Su Xiaorong than from anyone else. Lu Feng didn't understand these technical details, but he understood Su Xiaorong's identity. She was the top student in the power engineering program at the academy, having repaired an old engine that had been scrapped for 8 years. Her judgment on technical data was essentially equivalent to the standard answer. Su Xiaorong spent nearly an hour in the cockpit. Her expression changed from initial shock to later enthusiasm and finally to seriousness. Her big tail went through a complete process from fluffing up to semi-fluffed and then back to normal. Finally she sat down in the co-pilot's seat, placing the scanner on her lap, turning to look at Lu Feng. The distance between them was very close enough for Lu Feng to see his reflection in her amber pupils. Do you know what level of technology this is? Su Xiaorong's voice was soft, but her tone was unprecedentedly serious. Each system on this ship, if taken out individually, is enough for the entire Imperial military industry to study for 10 years. Lu Feng knew. This was exactly what he was most worried about. So Lu Feng leaned back in the pilot's seat, trying to appear relaxed. Do you want to board the ship? Su Xiaorong's ears twitched. Do you understand my situation? She asked, a hint of wariness in her tone. Beastier Clan, first in power engineering, repaired an old engine that had been scrapped for 8 years last semester, winning first place in the repair competition. Lu Feng counted them off one by one. But because I had 3 guys who tried to touch her ears, I got 2 major demerits and the punishment still hasn't been lifted. Su Xiaorong's ears flattened slightly. Then you should know, her voice lowered. The military won't take me, big companies don't want me, and small companies don't want me either. I submitted 23 job applications today and not a single interview notification. I know. Then do you still want to recruit me? Su Xiaorong tilted her head, the motion causing her ears to tilt cutely as well. Aren't you afraid it'll get you into trouble? Lu Feng smiled. I need someone who truly understands technology, he said. Your ability to repair an old engine that has been scrapped for 8 years is worth 100 times more than any demerit. He paused, glancing at the boundless night sky outside the cockpit. And the plans I have next require capable individuals. Su Xiaorong stared at him for a long time. Her big tail slowly began to lift. Then she extended a hand. My name is Su Xiaorong. Her voice carried a seriousness that Lu Feng had never heard before. Power engineering, majoring in Starship power systems, minoring in energy circuit design. I can repair over 90% of engine models on the market. With the schematics I can fix the remaining 10%. Lu Feng. Lu Feng shook her hand. A Starship Construction Enthusiast. Su Xiaorong's ears twitched suddenly and the tip of her tail lifted high. A Starship Construction Enthusiast. She repeated the term, her expression one of disbelief. The technology on this ship is enough for those old men at the Imperial Academy of Sciences to study for a lifetime. You call yourself an enthusiast. Then what should I call it? Call. Su Xiaorong pondered her ears, turning, call it genius. Though you don't look like one. Thank you for your honesty. You're welcome. Their hands clasped together. Su Xiaorong's tail lifted high behind her, drawing circles in the air. This was the gesture of the Bestier clan to signify an agreement. Lu Feng looked at that fluffy big tail and suddenly felt that he might have made the right bet. System prompt recruitment task progress updated. One crew member recruited need to jointly pilot the starship for the first interstellar voyage. Lu Feng glanced at the panel and turned it off. Being able to recruit Su Xiaorong today was already an unexpected joy. Su Xiaorong sat in the passenger seat for so long that Lu Feng thought she had fallen asleep. Yet her large tail quivered faintly, the tip occasionally curling up to trace a circle, evidence that her mind was processing the vast influx of information at a remarkably high speed. After a long while she stood up, dusted off her work pants and swished her tail behind her. Come on, take me up for a spin. Up. Lu Feng glanced at the night sky through the porthole. Now. What else? You planning to take this thing out during the day? Taking it out during the day would indeed be too conspicuous. At night, while there was still a chance of discovery, the odds were much lower. More importantly, taking it out during the day would indeed be too conspicuous. At night, while there was still a chance of discovery, the odds were much lower. More importantly, the system mission required him to complete his first interstellar voyage. If he kept the starship parked here, the mission would never be finished. Hold tight. Lu Feng straightened up in the pilot's seat, placing his hands on the holographic control console. Shipboard AI is ready. Please set the navigation target. Low Earth orbit altitude 300 kilometers, Su Xiaorong said from beside him. Lu Feng entered the target into the system and Xiaoxing's gentle voice echoed through the cockpit. Course set. Estimated flight time 40 minutes. Please secure your safety restraints. Several flexible harnesses emerged from around the seat, fastening Lu Feng in place. The same happened for Su Xiaorong. The moment the harness clicked into place, it pressed down on a section of her large tail, causing her to squirm uncomfortably. Liftoff countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The starship trembled slightly and the view outside the porthole began to change. The ground was descending, not with a feeling of falling, but smoothly like an elevator descending at a constant speed. The moonlit wasteland, the distant woods, the academy buildings further away, all shrank slowly. The ascent speed is very gentle. Su Xiaorong stared at the data panel in front of the passenger seat, her ears twitching slightly. Accelerating. Current speed Mach 0. 3. Mach 0. 5. Passing the sound barrier. A faint sonic boom echoed from afar, yet inside the starship there was almost no vibration. Lu Feng's attention was entirely captivated by the scenery outside the porthole. The ground grew ever more distant, the academy's outline blurring into a patch of light and shadow. Further away were the city lights, densely spread out like a luminous net. Beyond that lay the dark wilderness with an occasional solitary glimmer of light. Altitude 30 kilometers, Xiaoxing reported. A faint azure hue began to appear at the edge of the porthole, a sign that the atmosphere was thinning. The sky shifted from deep blue to violet blue, then to a dark purple verging on black. Lu Feng had seen space before during a guided tour organized by the Academy aboard their starship, witnessing the boundless darkness beyond the porthole. The sky shifted from deep blue to violet blue, then to a dark purple verging on black. Lu Feng had seen space before during a guided tour organized by the Academy aboard their starship, witnessing the boundless altitude 100 kilometers. Kármán line crossed. Current gravitational acceleration 0. 8 g. Xiaoxing's voice remained steady. Starship has entered space. Lu Feng felt his body suddenly become much lighter. Though still seated, the pressure between him and the chair had noticeably decreased, as if he were gently buoyed by an invisible force field. Su Xiaorong unbuckled her harness and floated up slightly, quickly grabbing the armrest to pull herself back. The gravity system is working normally. She glanced at the data panel, her ears swiveling. Simulating 1. 2 times standard gravity. Why heavier than on the ground? To prevent discomfort, Lu Feng said casually. I'll adjust it when we get back to the ground. Su Xiaorong shot him a look but said nothing. The view outside the porthole had transformed completely. The planet rotated slowly beneath them, blue oceans, tan continents, white clouds, all unfurling like a magnificent scroll. By now Su Xiaorong's attention had shifted away from the porthole. She pulled a scanner from her backpack and began recording the starship's various data in the space environment. Her expression was focused and serious, ears standing straight up, tail hanging motionless behind her, a completely different demeanor from moments before. Lu Feng didn't disturb her, instead letting Xiaoxing follow the predetermined course. The starship flew smoothly along the low orbit, accelerating rapidly until it soon reached the first cosmic velocity. The planet's gravity was counterbalanced by centrifugal force, sending the entire ship into a freefall state, what is known as weightlessness. But the internal gravity system kept working, so they felt none of the external changes. Orbital altitude stabilized at 320 kilometers, Xiaoxing reported. Current velocity 7.8 kilometers per second. Estimated orbital period around 90 minutes. Lu Feng leaned back in his seat, watching the planet slowly rotate outside the porthole, a surreal feeling washing over him. Just a few days ago he was a failing student who couldn't even pass a simulation assessment. Now he was sitting in his own starship orbiting the Earth in space. The contrast was so stark that he himself found it absurd, yet every sensory input told him it was real. The sensation of weight was real, the touch of the seat was real, the planet outside the porthole was real, and the bee-steered girl beside him frantically scanning data was also real. The starship orbited the planet 3 times, spanning nearly 4 hours. When it re-entered the atmosphere and landed smoothly in the middle of the wasteland, Lu Feng felt as though he had woken from a long dream. But the flickering data on the system panel told him it was no dream. First interstellar voyage completed. Mission reward pending. Engineer experience 100. New blueprint unlocked. Multifunctional repair robot. Lu Feng examined the newly unlocked blueprint. The multifunctional repair robot was a fist-sized autonomous unit capable of inspecting, cleaning and performing minor repairs on the starship's hull. The robot required 200 units of metal, 50 energy crystals and 20 rare alloys to build. He still had some of these resources left, 1130 metal, 98 energy crystals from the last salvage at the storage yard, though he still owed the system 30 rare alloys. Let's go back and sleep. Su Xiaorong yawned, stuffing the scanner back into her backpack. Her tail drooped, the fur at the tip slightly curled, a sign of fatigue. Lu Feng thought for a moment, then retracted the starship into the system space. The two walked back under the moonlight. As they reached the north gate of the academy, Su Xiaorong suddenly stopped. She turned around, moonlight illuminating her face. Those amber eyes were deeper and brighter than they had appeared during the day. Lu Feng. Your starship has a lot of technology that the Empire doesn't currently possess. Her voice was soft, but her tone was earnest. If you don't want people to find out about these things, you'll have to trust me. Lu Feng looked at her. Trust you? You have no choice but to trust me. Su Xiaorong's tail perked up. Because I'm already on board and you can't shake me off. With that she turned and walked through the school gate. Her fluffy tail swayed in the moonlight, her steps as brisk as if she hadn't just spent 4 hours in space. Lu Feng stood at the north gate, watching her silhouette disappear into the night. Today's gamble, he had indeed bet correctly. Lu Feng returned to his dormitory a little past 1 in the morning. Lying on his bed the moment he closed his eyes, the image of space filled his vision, the blue-white planet slowly rotating beyond the porthole. After tossing and turning for over half an hour, he finally sat up, opened the system panel and meticulously examined every piece of data within. The Qiming Star exploration ship in excellent condition was docked in System Space Slot 1, ready to be summoned at any moment. Resource reserves: metal 1130, energy crystals 98, rare alloy 30. The debt status made him slightly uneasy. Though the system hadn't pressed for repayment, having an outstanding balance weighed on his mind. He then glanced at the engineer experience points. Current engineer level: apprentice engineer. Experience 100,200. Lu Feng frowned and flipped to the quest tab. Main quest updated: recruit at least 1 crew member and jointly pilot a starship to complete the first interstellar voyage. Quest progress: crew 11, first interstellar voyage completed. Reward pending. Wait. Had he not claimed the reward for this quest yet? Lu Feng quickly tapped to collect. Quest complete. Rewards: engineer experience 100, new blueprint unlocked, multifunctional repair robot. As the system's prompt faded, the experience points jumped from 100 to 200. Congratulations, host. Engineer level increased. Current level: junior engineer. New features unlocked: medium starship blueprint library, remote recycling function. Current experience 01000. Experience required for next level 1000. Lu Feng was momentarily stunned. He had thought he'd need to toil for another day or two to make up the 100 experience points, never realizing he had forgotten to claim the quest reward. One quest had granted 100 experience, exactly enough for the level up. A smile involuntarily curled at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't get excited just yet. Instead, he carefully examined the newly unlocked features. First was the remote recycling function, which allowed him to reclaim items within a 10-meter radius without direct contact, an exceptionally practical ability. Next, several new blueprints had appeared in the medium Starship blueprint library. He opened the first one, and the parameters before him made his breath catch sharply. Pelican Transport Ship Blueprint. Ship Type Transport. Class T2. Hull Armor Strength 180220 units. Cruise Speed 25 knots. Star Speed. Warp Engine Class 3. Length 250 meters. Mass 180000 tons. Crew capacity 30. Armament non-civilian vessel equipped only with basic point defense systems. Cargo capacity 50000 tons. Cargo configuration 8 independent temperature controlled, holds 2 large bulk cargo bays, 1 automated loading-unloading system. Required materials: metal 8000 energy crystals 1500 rare alloy 800. A hull 250 meters long, a mass of 180000 tons, and a payload capacity of 50000 tons. This was already an upper mid-tier vessel among civilian transports. If he could build it, he could haul cargo to earn star credits, which would let him buy more resources, creating a virtuous cycle. He pursed his lips and opened the next blueprint. Swift Frigate Blueprint. Ship Type Frigate. Class T2. Hull Armor Strength 350420 units. Cruise Speed 60 knots. Star Speed. Warp Engine Class 4. Length 260 meters. Mass 22000 tons. Crew capacity 80. Armament 2 light ion cannon, single shot power 80 MJ2 Guardian point defense guns, rate of fire 4500 roundsman 1 Bastion light energy shield system, max absorption 5000 units. Shield strength 5000 units. Hangar configuration: no fixed hangar, can externally mount small drones. Required materials: metal 9000 energy crystals 1600 rare alloy 900. The frigate's parameters clearly outclassed the transport by a full tier. A cruise speed of 60 knots, a class 4 warp engine, and an energy shield system. This was genuine military-grade configuration. Though it was only a frigate, it should be more than enough to handle the average pirates in this star sector. Lu Feng's gaze slid downward, landing on the final blueprint, and his pupils contracted slightly. Hurricane Cruiser Blueprint. Ship Type Cruiser. Class T3. Hull Armor Strength 8001000 units. Cruise Speed 45 knots. Star Speed. Warp Engine Class 5. Length 320 meters. Mass 35000 tons. Crew capacity 180. Armament 4 medium ion cannon, single shot power 200 MJ2 Thor heavy plasma cannon, single shot power 600 MJ, charge time 8 seconds 6 Guardian AI point defense guns, rate of fire 6000 roundsman 1 Fortress medium energy shield system, max absorption 12000 units. Shield strength 12000 units. Hangar configuration: 300 T2 light interstellar interceptor, speed 420 knots. Star speed. Armed with 2 light laser cannons, can carry 4 light missiles. 100 T2 medium interstellar fighters, speed 350 knots. Star speed. Armed with 4 medium laser cannons, can carry 12 medium missiles. Required materials: metal 15000 energy crystals 4500 rare alloy 1500. Just from its size and mass he could tell this would be a behemoth. With a length of 320 meters, a mass of 35000 tons, and a crew complement of 180, its sheer scale already surpassed the entire dormitory complex he currently lived in. But what truly shook Lu Feng was the hangar configuration. 300 interceptors and 100 fighters, a full attack swarm of 400 drones combined with the firepower of those 2 heavy plasma cannons. But what truly shook Lu Feng was the hangar configuration. Just imagining the scene: 400 drones pouring out of the hangar bay like a swarm of bees, overwhelming enemy ships in a sky-darkening tide, made his blood pressure spike. But he quickly snapped back to reality. He glanced at the cruiser's material requirements. Then he looked at his current resource reserves. His smile slowly froze. His current resources weren't even a fraction of what was needed for the transport ship. And he still hadn't paid off the rare alloy debt to the system. It's still a long way to go. Lu Feng sighed, closing the panel. Let's pay off the debt first. He decided to make another trip to the scrap metal yard. At this hour, 2 in the morning, the entire academy would be asleep, no one should be around. Plus he had just unlocked the remote recycling function, allowing him to reclaim items within a 10-meter radius without direct contact. This was far more convenient than last time. No more touching each piece one by one, he could just stand in front of a scrap pile and collect everything. Lu Feng swung out of bed, threw on his jacket and slipped quietly out of the dormitory. At the abandoned equipment yard behind the academy, the makeshift barrier of wire and plastic strips was still in place, but it looked even more dilapidated than during his last visit. Some sections had been broken by the wind and the plastic strips fluttered in the night breeze, emitting a faint rustling sound. Lu Feng slipped through one of the broken gaps in the barrier. The large pit in the center was still there and some of the scattered scrap fragments around it had been cleared away. But many piles remained covered with tarpaulins waiting to be hauled off. He avoided that area and headed straight into the deeper parts of the yard. Last time he had only reclaimed the scrap from the outer section, there was still plenty untouched further in. The deeper parts of the yard were even darker than the outer area. Moonlight was largely blocked by the towering mountains of scrap metal, leaving only sporadic beams of light filtering through the gaps. Lu Feng turned on the flashlight of his holographic communicator, illuminating the ground and the path ahead as he walked unsteadily deeper in. The further he went, the more abandoned equipment piled up, many of them machines whose names he couldn't even identify. The outer shells of the machines were covered in rust. Some had been torn apart, revealing dense tangles of wires and components inside that glinted with a dull metallic sheen under the light. Lu Feng stopped in front of a pile of scrap and activated the remote recycling function. The abandoned machine before him stood about as tall as a person, with a faded emblem printed on its shell that he could barely make out. It looked like some kind of industrial equipment. A prompt popped up on the system panel. Recyclable item detected: abandoned industrial machinery wreckage. Estimated yield: metal 180 units, energy crystals 4 units, rare alloy 1 unit. Recycle. Recycle. A barely visible glimmer of light emanated from Lu Feng's palm, spreading like countless tiny tendrils across the entire machine. Within seconds, the Manhai machine dissolved into countless fine specks of light that dissipated into the air. In its place appeared a neat stack of metal ingots, a few blue-glowing energy crystals, and a single silvery white rare alloy bar. The materials materialized out of thin air just like last time. But this time Lu Feng hadn't touched the machine at all. The remote recycling function. Lu Feng stored the materials into the system space and continued deeper. Next pile. Recycling complete. Obtained metal 120 energy crystals 2 rare alloy 1. Next pile. Recycling complete. Obtained metal 200 energy crystals 5 rare alloy 2. Next pile. Efficiency was significantly higher than last time. Without needing to walk up and press his palm against each item, he could reclaim from 2 or 3 meters away, which naturally sped things up considerably. Lu Feng grew more and more proficient, his pace quickening as he darted back and forth through the deeper parts of the yard like a diligent ant gathering its provisions. An hour later, his resource reserves had surged significantly. Metal increased from 1130 to 1850, a gain of 720. Energy crystals rose from 98 to 180, an increase of 82. The debt of rare alloys went from 30 to 5 as some rare alloys obtained during the recycling process automatically offset the deficit. Lu Feng glanced at the numbers on the panel, then looked at the vast expanse of unrecycled materials deeper in the yard and nodded with satisfaction. At this rate he could at least clear the debt of rare alloys by tonight, and metal might even reach 3,000. Just as he was planning which pile to tackle next, his gaze inadvertently swept over a utility pole deep in the yard. That utility pole was about 4 meters tall, its top rising conspicuously above the surrounding scrap heaps. At its peak sat a black hemispherical object roughly the size of a fist, pointing directly in his direction. Lu Feng's eyes locked onto that black hemispherical object and his steps came to an abrupt halt. A surveillance camera. And that camera was positioned right over this deep area of the yard. If this camera was working. Lu Feng swallowed hard. He forced himself to calm down and scrutinized the camera carefully. Mind racing, he had been standing here for over an hour recycling scrap metal without any cover, brazenly right under the camera, turning pile after pile of discarded equipment into ingots. If this camera was working. Lu Feng swallowed hard. He forced himself to calm down and scrutinized the camera carefully. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the spherical shell, nearly turning its black surface gray. The glass cover over the lens was also heavily dusted, blurring the view of the internal optics within. Most crucially, a cable dangled from the bottom of the camera, its ends severed with bare copper wires exposed, swaying slightly in the night breeze. Severed. Lu Feng stared at the broken cable for a full 10 seconds, then let out a long, slow breath, feeling his heart drop from his throat back into his chest. This camera was broken. It had likely been cut for quite some time. He crouched down, taking deep breaths of the cold night air, his back already soaked with cold sweat. That was too close. If this camera had been working, everything he had done in the past hour would have been recorded. At 2 in the morning, a trainee making a pile of scrap vanish into thin air in an abandoned yard. If that footage got out, he wouldn't last until dawn before the disciplinary committee took him away. Feng stood up, no longer dashing about recklessly as before. Instead, he meticulously inspected his surroundings, confirming no other active cameras were present before continuing his recycling. His movements were far more cautious now, his pace slower. Every few steps he would look up to check for surveillance devices around him. Fortunately, this yard was merely a temporary storage for discarded equipment, not a critical facility. Apart from a few cameras at the entrance and key intersections, the deep areas were almost uncovered. That broken camera had probably been installed years ago, and after the cable snapped, no one bothered with it, leaving it hanging there, weathered by sun and wind. Feng recycled 2 more piles of scrap, boosting his reserves to 2,100 metal, 145 energy crystals, and clearing the rare alloy debt to 0. But he dared not stay any longer. Not because of the camera, but because a sudden thought struck him. Even if the camera was broken, the sheer disappearance of so much scrap from the yard would eventually be noticed. The last explosion had already drawn the attention of the disciplinary committee. Though it hadn't been traced back to him, now a large swath of scrap had vanished, not by explosion but completely, leaving not a trace behind. Such an incident could be passed off as an accident once, but twice would be hard to explain. Feng gathered his things and hurried back along the path he had come. As he passed the broken cordon, he stopped and retied the plastic strips that had been further loosened by the wind, trying to make them look as original as possible. Then he quickened his pace across the campus and slipped back into the dormitory. This time he didn't rush to bed but sat at his desk, activating the holographic communicator to search for information about the yard. He needed to know if there were any other surveillance cameras in that yard. The Academy's information system had limited public access, but luckily the security level for a place like the yard was low. After browsing for over 10 minutes, he found a report from last year on the campus security system upgrade. The report included a distribution map of surveillance cameras with 7 cameras marked in the yard area. The image wasn't very clear, but Feng zoomed in and checked each location one by one. 2 at the entrance, he had avoided them when entering. 3 in the middle area, but he had primarily operated in the deep zone, which those cameras couldn't capture. 2 in the deep area. 1 was the broken one he had just seen with the severed cable. The other was at the corner of the innermost wall of the yard, in a very remote position, angled toward the gap between the wall and scrap heaps, offering a very limited field of view. Moreover, that camera was marked in the report as pending removal, meaning it was no longer part of the security system, either already taken down or still there but unpowered. Feng leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Of the 2 deep area cameras, one was disconnected and the other was pending removal. The middle area cameras couldn't see the deep zone. He had deliberately avoided the entrance cameras when coming and going, slipping through the gap in the cordon which was outside their coverage. In other words, none of his activities in the deep part of the yard had been captured by any camera. Safe. Feng closed his eyes, feeling the tension in every muscle slowly release. Tonight's haul was substantial, but the lesson was even greater. He had nearly exposed his secret through sheer carelessness. From now on, before doing anything like this, he must first thoroughly survey the environment and confirm no surveillance is present before acting. He couldn't afford to be reckless just because he had a system. Feng opened his eyes and glanced at the resource reserves on the system panel. The material deficit for the transport ship was still enormous. But he couldn't go again tonight. He turned off the light and lay back on the bed, his mind in a chaotic whirl. Feng was jolted awake by the piercing sound of an alarm clock. He opened his eyes and saw that the sky outside his window was already bright, sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, casting a sharp line of light across the floor. He fumbled for his holographic communicator and glanced at the time, 7:30 in the morning. He had returned from the scrapyard at nearly 4 a.m., barely managing 3 hours of sleep. Rubbing his face vigorously, Feng forced himself to wake up. He opened the communicator and checked the notification bar. 37 unread messages. Feng was taken aback. On a normal day he wouldn't even receive 3 messages. How had 37 piled up overnight? He tapped to open them, finding most were everyone notifications from the grade group. Scrolling through a few, his gaze stopped on a message from the Academic Affairs Office. Notification: the second phase of the preliminary captain selection will be held at 2:00 p.m. today in the Simulation Combat Center. The assessment will consist of Starship combat simulations. All cadets are required to arrive on time. Lateness will be considered a forfeit of selection eligibility. Lu Feng stared at the notification, his previously drowsy mind snapping to full alertness. Starship Combat Simulation. For cadets of the Star Sea Command Academy, those words were the equivalent of the final boss in a semester exam. Starship navigation was the basics, but Starship combat was the true crucible. Navigation only required you to move the ship and not crash into anything to pass. But combat meant you had to defeat your opponent while keeping yourself safe. The demands on operation judgment and adaptability were multiplied several times over. Slept at 3:30, woke up at 7:30. Lu Feng counted his sleep hours on his fingers. 4 hours. Not bad, won't die. He swung himself out of bed, rushed into the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. Looking in the mirror, he saw his dark circles and the wrinkled state of his uniform. Whatever, it's not a beauty contest. He barely made it through the morning classes, the professor's lecture floating past his ears like through frosted glass, not a single word sinking into his mind. When the bell rang, Wang Hao darted over from the back row. Afternoon combat simulation, how prepared are you? Wang Hao's expression was a bit more serious than usual. Prepared for what? Lu Feng packed his things without looking up. I mean, do you have any confidence? Wang Hao lowered his voice. You scored 950 on the last navigation simulation, but combat is a whole different beast. What did you score on your last combat simulation? Lu Feng's movements paused. Last combat simulation. He didn't need to check the records, he remembered clearly because he had only participated in 2 combat simulation assessments. He scored 9 points once and 21 points the other time. The 9-point match happened because he deactivated his shields at the start to save energy, only to have his engines blown out by the opponent's probing fire. The whole process took less than 40 seconds, setting a new academy record for the fastest defeat in combat simulation. He could still recite the instructor's evaluation verbatim. Cadet Lu Feng, you have redefined the meaning of collapsing at the first touch. Others are fighting a battle, you're setting off fireworks for your opponent. The 21-point match lasted over 3 minutes because he learned his lesson and kept the shields on. But he funneled all energy into maintaining the shields, leaving the weapon systems completely powerless. He didn't fire a single shot the entire time and was eventually worn down by his opponent. The instructor's comment was equally unforgettable. Are you here to fight or play hide and seek? Your opponent attacks, you hide. He can slowly grind through your shields even with that strategy. Are your weapons mounted on the ship just for decoration? Forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Wang Hao saw his expression and wisely changed the subject. Come on, let's go eat. It starts at 2 p.m, you can catch a nap after. Lu Feng didn't argue and followed Wang Hao to the cafeteria. He ate less than usual for lunch, not because he wasn't hungry but because he had no appetite. His mind was constantly churning over the afternoon simulation. At 1:45 p.m. Lu Feng stood at the entrance of the Simulation Combat Center, staring at the silver-gray metal door. He took a deep breath. Behind the door was a massive hemispherical building containing hundreds of holographic simulation pods, each one an independent combat environment. Cadets would be randomly assigned to different pods to face AI-generated opponents or be matched against each other. He had only entered this building twice in his life, scoring 9 once and 21 the other time. Both times left a deeply humiliating mark. Lu Feng. A voice came from behind him. He turned and saw Su Xiaorong standing at the bottom of the steps holding a thermos, wearing a work uniform under the academy jacket. Her large tail poked out from the opening of the jacket, fluffy and glowing in the afternoon sunlight. You're here for the selection too? Obviously. Why else would I be here? To sunbathe. Su Xiaorong walked up the steps and stood beside him, looking up at the metal door. Combat simulation, my most hated subject. Lu Feng glanced at her. What's your score? Combat simulation. Su Xiaorong's ears flattened back. Last time I scored. Forget it, let's not talk about it. It wasn't good. Can it be worse than 9? Su Xiaorong's ears shot up, staring at him with a mix of shock and pity. You scored a 9. Pretend I didn't ask. They walked into the Simulation Combat Center together. Many people had already arrived, gathered in small groups chatting. When they saw Lu Feng enter, several gazes turned in unison. The score of 950 had already spread through the grade. News that someone who scored 13 last time suddenly got 950 traveled faster than light. Is that him? The one who went from last to second. He doesn't look like much. Those dark circles didn't sleep well last night. Combat simulation is different from navigation. Navigation you can cram with rote memorization, but combat relies on instinct. Someone like him who shot up suddenly will probably fall flat in the first round. The whispers were loud enough for Lu Feng to hear. Su Xiarong's tail bristled and her ears swiveled toward the speakers. Her lips moved, but Lu Feng pulled her sleeve. Don't. They're bad-mouthing you. Su Xiarong's voice was low-laced with clear irritation. They're partly right. Lu Feng said, I really am bad at combat simulation. Su Xiaorong glanced at him, her ears twitching, and said nothing more. At 2:00 sharp, a middle-aged man in an instructor's uniform stepped onto the central podium. He was robust, his face chiseled like cut stone, with a deep scar above his left eye that stood out starkly under the lights. Silence. His voice was not loud, but the entire hall fell silent instantly. Lu Feng recognized him. Zhang Yuanzhang, the Academy's most senior tactical instructor. Word had it he was the former Deputy Chief of Staff of the 3rd Imperial Fleet, fought in 3 interstellar wars and personally sank 17 enemy ships. His combat simulation class was the hardest in the Academy and also the most valuable. Lu Feng had never taken his class because Zhang had a rule: cadets scoring below 300 in combat simulation need not attend, they wouldn't understand it anyway. I am Zhang Yuanjing and I will preside over this afternoon's assessment. His gaze swept the room, pausing on each cadet for less than half a second. The rules are simple. Each of you will be randomly matched with an opponent. 1 round decides the victor. The winner advances, the loser is eliminated. Cadets who win 3 consecutive rounds will directly qualify for selection without needing to participate in subsequent assessments. A low murmur rippled through the hall. Win 3 in a row and get direct entry. For the top cadets this was practically a free pass. But for most this rule meant that once they lost they were out for good. Any questions? Zhang waited 5 seconds. No one spoke. Then let's begin. When your name is called, enter the designated simulation pod. He picked up a datapad and began reading the list. Zhou Duo Pod 17. Linja Pod 3. Lu Feng Pod 11. Don't worry, the matching is random. You probably won't face a strong opponent in the first round, Su Xiaorong whispered beside him. Her ears turned toward him and the tip of her tail lifted slightly as if cheering him on. Lu Feng nodded and walked toward Pod 11. The hatch closed and the holographic display lit up. Matching. Match complete. Opponent 3rd year Qin Xiao. Combat will begin in 30 seconds. Lu Feng stared at the name on the screen, his pupils contracting slightly. Chen Xiao. His combat simulation score was said to be among the top 3 in the grade, consistently above 900 points. Against an opponent like that, his own combat simulation score of 9 gave him a winning chance akin to winning the lottery. Su Xiaorong truly had a cursed mouth. System prompt detected: host is about to enter Starship Combat. This system possesses auxiliary combat functions capable of providing real-time data analysis, enemy threat warnings, and operational suggestions during battle. Enable. Enable. Full activation. Lu Feng did not hesitate. Auxiliary combat function activated. Establishing real-time data link. Complete. Enemy situation analysis module online. Complete. Operational suggestion system ready. The holographic interface in the cockpit transformed instantly. Over a dozen data windows appeared on the once simple control panel. The enemy ship's various parameters, weapon charging status, shield strength distribution, and possible attack window predictions were all presented before him in an optimally arranged layout. To an ordinary person these data might just be flickering numbers, but integrated by the system, every sense of Lu Feng's told him what to do. Countdown ended. Battle begins. The roar of the starship's engines echoed within the simulation pod. Lu Feng felt an extremely faint vibration from his seat. His opponent appeared on the holographic screen, a standard Imperial destroyer, its gray-black hull gleaming with a cold light against the stars. Meanwhile, in another simulation pod, Qin Xiao looked at the opponent's name appearing on his screen, his expression unchanged. Lu Feng. A person who had climbed from dead last to second in the grade through intensive study. He scored 950 in navigation simulation, but that didn't mean he could score 950 in combat simulation. Navigation and combat were 2 completely different games. Combat required instinct and intuitive judgment of the battlefield situation, the ability to make correct decisions in the blink of an eye. These things could not be acquired through cramming. Come on, Chen Xiao placed his hands on the console. Let me see what you're really made of. Both parties have entered the engagement zone. Distance 120000 kilometers. Estimated engagement time 3 minutes. 120000 kilometers was not a large distance by the scale of space combat. Given the relative speed of both starships, they would enter each other's effective weapon range within 3 minutes. He had to make all preparations within this time. Feng looked at the increasingly close icon of the enemy starship, his fingers swiftly sliding across the console, calling up the energy distribution interface. Identical starships meant completely equal initial conditions. Whoever could distribute energy more rationally would gain the upper hand from the very first moment. He adjusted the main engine power to 40, maintained shield power at 40, and temporarily allocated only 20 of energy to the weapon systems for preheating. This was not an aggressive configuration but a relatively steady opening. Enemy ship accelerating. Current relative speed increasing. Estimated engagement time will be shortened to 2 minutes. Chen Xiao was accelerating. Feng looked at the enemy icon rapidly approaching on the screen, tapping his fingers lightly on the console twice. Accelerating meant Chen Xiao wanted to speed up the battle rhythm, enter weapon range in the shortest time, and disrupt the opponent's tempo with a fast attack. This was the typical thinking of an aggressive player. But acceleration had its cost. Chen Xiao must have allocated most of his energy to the engines, meaning at least one of his shield or weapon systems was weakened. Suggestion: maintain current speed, lure the enemy in. Execute a lateral maneuver the moment the enemy ship enters range to disrupt their aiming prediction. Feng did not hesitate and executed the operation as the system suggested. The starship continued forward at its original speed, but his finger was already on the control key for the lateral thrusters, ready to respond to Chen Xiao's first attack at any moment. Enemy ship has entered missile range. Launching. 2. 4. 6 missiles approaching. On the holographic screen, 6 red dots flew from the direction of the enemy starship, glaring against the backdrop of space. 6 missiles. Chen Xiao had launched 6 in his first attack, nearly the entire stock of his ship's missile launchers. This meant Chen Xiao wasn't just trying to disrupt his rhythm, he wanted to inflict substantial damage right from the start. Feng's finger slammed down the control key for the lateral thrusters and the starship shifted left at an almost right-angle turn. Simultaneously he pressed the decoy launcher key. 3 decoys shot out from the rear of the hull, exploding in space into dozens of false signal sources. 4 of the 6 missiles were distracted by the decoys flying towards the false signals. But 2 remained locked onto his main ship, rapidly closing in. Missiles approaching. Distance 20,000 kilometers. Estimated time to impact 8 seconds. Feng shoved the control stick hard, diving the starship downwards while concentrating all shield energy towards the stern. The 2 missiles exploded less than 500 meters from the stern. The shockwave slammed into the shields, stirring up a ripple of blue light. Shield strength decreased 600 units. Current shield strength 74008000. In the first exchange he had been hit by 2 missiles. A 600-point drop in shields wasn't a crippling blow, but this opening was far from ideal. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao's starship had used the gap while Feng evaded the missiles to close the distance to within 6,000 kilometers. The effective range of ion cannons. On the holographic screen, the enemy starship's icon turned red, a warning that it had entered weapon range. Feng had no time to adjust his posture before Chen Xiao's first volley of ion cannon fire arrived. 4 blinding beams shot from the enemy ship, carving 4 straight lines of death across space. Feng didn't dodge completely this time. 1 beam grazed past the bow, another struck the portside hull. Shield strength decreased 1200 units. Current shield strength 62008000. The opponent's 4 ion cannons had landed 2 hits. Gritting his teeth, Feng adjusted the starship's attitude, aligning its bow towards the enemy. It was his turn to strike back. System: calculate the optimal firing window. Calculating. Enemy ship currently in high maneuver state. Hit probability estimate: forward shield 32, flank shield 47. Suggest adopting a staggered firing strategy, using 2 cannons as a group to fire alternately, increasing hit probability. Following the system's suggestion, Feng divided his 4 ion cannons into 2 groups. The first group fired first and the second group fired half a second later. Suggest adopting a staggered firing strategy, using 2 cannons as a group to fire alternately, increasing hit probability. Following the system's suggestion, Feng divided his 4 ion cannons into 2. His evasive maneuver wasn't complete and the ship was on a relatively fixed trajectory. 1 beam struck the enemy ship's flank shield. Enemy shield strength decreased 2,100 units. Current enemy shield strength 59008000. A hit. Though not a devastating blow, this was Lu Feng's first effective hit on his opponent in this battle. The enemy ship is turning. The intention is speculated to be to maneuver to the flank for an attack. Lu Feng glanced at the star chart and immediately understood Chen Xiao's intention. To his left there is a sparse asteroid belt. If Chen Xiao forces him in that direction, he can use the asteroids as cover to limit his maneuverability. I cannot let him succeed. Lu Feng increased the engine power to 85 and the starship accelerated sharply, charging in the opposite direction of the asteroid belt. He did not want to fight on the battlefield chosen by Chen Xiao. This decision made Chen Xiao furrow his brow slightly. He had thought that Lu Feng would follow his bait into the asteroid belt where he could leverage his familiarity with the terrain to gain the upper hand. But Lu Feng did not fall for it. The two engaged in a second round of fire in the open space. The beams from the ion cannons crisscrossed in the void like two glowing swords dancing in the darkness. Enemy ship shield strength 31008000. Current shield strength 38008000. Both side shields were down by about half. Chen Xiao lagged slightly behind, but the gap was not significant. The enemy ship is changing tactics. The intention is speculated to be attempting close combat. Close combat. Lu Feng frowned. Under equal starship conditions, close combat means both sides abandon long-range attrition and enter the absolute effective range of the ion cannons. At this distance the hit rate would significantly increase and nearly every round of fire would hit the target. The one whose weapons recharge faster and whose maneuvers are more precise would win. This is a style that relies on hard power. Chen Xiao was betting that Lu Feng's hard power was inferior to his. System estimate: the close combat win rate. Based on the current states of both sides, the estimated win rate for close combat 42. The enemy ship's operational accuracy is higher than the host's, but the host's energy distribution is better. Recommendation: accept close combat but maintain some maneuverability, do not become a stationary target. 42%. Not high but not without a chance. Lu Feng took a deep breath, reduced the engine power to 30 and allocated the saved energy to the weapon system and shield. The starship slowed down, but the recharge speed of the shields and the firing rate of the weapons significantly improved. Chen Xiao noticed the change in Lu Feng's speed and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He was accelerating. The distance between the two starships was rapidly closing. 80,000 kilometers. 60,000. 40,000. The enemy ship has entered the absolute effective range. Almost simultaneously both sides opened fire. The beams from the ion cannons could not be dodged at close range and every round of fire struck hard against the opposing shields. Lu Feng felt the starship shaking violently and the shield strength numbers on the holographic screen plummeted like a diving board. 3,800. 2,400. 1,100. With every round of fire his shields dropped by over 1,000. But Chen Xiao's shields were not diminishing slowly either. 3,100. 1,900. 600. He led by 600 points. This 600 points was not much, but in this exchange of fire it could mean the difference between life and death. Chen Xiao clearly realized this problem. His starship sharply turned to the right, trying to break away from the exchange of fire, increasing the distance to regroup. But Lu Feng did not want to give him this opportunity. He closely pursued the four ion cannons, continued firing, and beam after beam struck against Chen Xiao's already shaky shields. 600. 200. 0. The enemy ship's shields have failed. Under Lu Feng's relentless assault, Chen Xiao's shields finally collapsed. The blue energy barrier flickered a few times, then completely disappeared. Now the only thing standing between Lu Feng and the enemy ship's hull was a layer of armor with 280 units. Lu Feng's ion cannons had recharged again. The crosshairs on the holographic screen were aimed at the enemy ship's engine compartment, the thinnest part of the entire ship's armor. He pressed the launch button. Four beams shot out simultaneously, accurately hitting the rear of the enemy ship. Enemy ship engine compartment armor penetrated. Power system damaged. Engine power decreased by 60. Chen Xiao's starship speed suddenly dropped like a fish struck in a vital spot, slowly drifting in space. Lu Feng aimed again. This time his target was the bridge. Hit. Bridge armor penetrated. Control system damaged. Enemy ship combat capability lost. Battle concluded. Winner Lu Feng. Leaning back in the pilot's seat, Lu Feng stared at the line of text on the screen for several seconds. He defeated Chen Xiao, winning outright under equal starship conditions. When the hatch opened, Lu Feng felt his legs slightly weak, a sense of exhaustion after the adrenaline rush subsided. Supporting himself on the edge of the simulation pod as he stepped out, he took a deep breath. The air in the hall was far more pleasant than the recycled air that had circulated in the pod for 20 minutes. Then he heard the sound of something smashing. Bang! A loud sound like something was forcefully thrown to the ground. Lu Feng turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw the hatch of the simulation pod at the other end of the hall open. Chen Xiao stood at the doorway, fist clenched, striking the wall beside the hatch again. Chen Xiao lost. No one knew who shouted first, but the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Impossible. Chen Xiao has never lost to an opponent of equal rank in battle simulations. Who was the opponent? Which pod? Pod 11. Pod 11 is Lu Feng. Lu Feng. The one who jumped from last place to second. He defeated Chen Xiao. He won in the battle simulation against Chen Xiao. The voices surged like a tide from every corner of the hall, questioning, surprised and disbelieving, merging into a buzzing noise. Dozens of gazes swept back and forth in the hall, from Chen Xiao to Lu Feng and then back to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's fist moved away from the wall, a bit of dust stuck to his hand, but there were no wounds. After all, the wall of the simulation pod was padded, and even with force it couldn't inflict real damage. He stood there, his chest heaving violently for a few moments, his shoulders slowly relaxing from their tension, the whole process taking about 5 seconds. Chen Xiao turned around, his gaze piercing through the crowd like two daggers, fixing on Lu Feng. I don't believe it. His voice cut through the noisy hall, clear in every ear. The commotion quieted down by half in an instant, everyone turning to look at him. What's Chen Xiao going to do? Not satisfied after losing. It's normal, when has he ever lost? The psychological gap must be too much to bear. Whispers buzzed like mosquitoes. Chen Xiao ignored those voices and strode toward Lu Feng. His steps were large, the military boots thudding against the hall floor, each step carrying a suppressed anger. Chen Xiao shouted in front of him, less than a meter apart. Rematch, you and I will have a rematch. Rematch. Chen Xiao repeated, do you dare? Lu Feng opened his mouth about to speak when a voice came from the front of the hall. Chen Xiao. Only 2 words, the voice not loud, but the temperature of the entire hall seemed to drop several degrees. Zheng Yuanzhang stood on the central podium, hands clasped behind him, the scar on his face strikingly prominent under the lights. He did not walk over, just stood there looking down at Chen Xiao. What did you just say? Chen Xiao's Adam's apple bobbed. Instructor Zhang, I think. You think what? Zheng Yuanzhang's voice penetrated the ears of everyone present. You think my evaluation was unfair? You think there's a problem with my simulation system? Or do you think that losing gives you the right to demand a rematch in front of me? You didn't perform well. Zheng Yuanzhang repeated those 5 words, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, perhaps his way of expressing sarcasm. Zheng Yuanzhang's gaze swept over Chen Xiao and then over the faces of all the students present. Every captain who has been sunk believes they didn't perform well before they die. But the battlefield will not grant you another chance just because you did not perform well. The enemy will not wait for you to come back tomorrow because you are not in good shape today. Where you are standing now is not your backyard. Zheng Yuanzhang's voice was like a knife slowly being drawn from its sheath. This is the Combat Simulation Center, the place where future starship commanders of the Empire are trained. Here losing is losing, winning is winning. No rematch, no excuses, no I think. Chen Xiao's face shifted from pale to green, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, making cracking sounds. Instructor Zhang, I. Chen Xiao's voice was somewhat hoarse. Get out. The 3 words were like nails driven into Chen Xiao's ears. The assessment rules were made clear before you entered. 1 round determines the winner, no rematch, no exceptions. Zheng Yuanzhang said, if you understand, execute it. If you don't understand, get out, let someone who can understand come in. What are you still standing there for? Zheng Yuanzhang's brow furrowed, didn't you hear me telling you to get out? The results of the first round of assessment have been announced. The winners will remain in the arena awaiting the second round of matches. The losers are to exit the venue. 30 minutes later, the second round begins. The losers gradually leave and the number of people in the hall has decreased by nearly half, making the atmosphere feel more spacious. Su Xiaorong had somehow dashed over from her simulation pod, her tail raised high behind her, the tip curving slightly in his direction. Did you see Chen Xiao's expression just now? Su Xiaorong's voice was low, but the excitement in her tone was impossible to suppress. His face was as red as the flag of his father's fleet. I almost thought he was going to cry right there. You should have seen how he looked when Instructor Zhang told him to get out. Lu Feng found a corner to sit down and Su Xiaorong followed, pulling out an energy stick from her pocket and handing it to him. Want to eat? Where did you get this? I took it from the cafeteria. Su Xiaorong's tail perked up, her expression quite justified, saying what I took from the cafeteria is not stealing, it's a reasonable use of leftover resources. Lu Feng took the energy stick and bit into it, finding it sweet with a strong malt flavor and high calories. He indeed needed to replenish some energy. Although the previous battle lasted only a little over 20 minutes, the mental toll was greater than running 10,000 meters. Did you win the first round? Lu Feng asked while chewing. Su Xiaorong's ears drooped slightly and the tip of her tail curled a bit, a sign of her embarrassment. I won, she said, her voice a bit low. Who was your opponent? A third-year student. What was their name? Never mind, I don't remember, but they were pretty weak. Lu Feng glanced at her. Although Su Xiaorong's combat simulation scores were not high, her sincerity when referring to others as weak was compelling enough to warrant no rebuttal. The 30-minute break passed quickly after he finished the energy stick and drank half a bottle of water. The second round of matches began. Zheng Yuanzhang began to announce the names again, and this time Lu Feng's name was called later in the list. Lu Feng, pod 11. He stood up, brushed off the crumbs from his pants and headed towards pod 11. Su Xiaorong shouted encouragement from behind, drawing a small circle with her tail in the air. The pod door closed and the holographic display lit up. Matching. Match complete. Opponent third-year Lin Ruoxue. The battle will commence in 30 seconds. Lu Feng stared at the name on the screen, his entire being frozen. Lin Ruoxue. The top student of her year, Lin Ruoxue. The one who scored 990 points in the simulation assessment and reportedly has never lost a battle simulation. He had just fought against the second top student and the system matched him with the first. Is this match random? Lu Feng's voice sounded a bit dry. This system does not participate in the matching mechanism. This match was randomly generated by the assessment system and is unrelated to this system. The countdown of 30 seconds quickly finished. The battle begins. On the holographic screen, the enemy starship appeared in the starry sky 12,000 kilometers away. Lu Feng noticed that the trajectory of that starship was completely different from Chen Xiao's. It was tracing a large arc like a snake swimming through space. This was not an aggressive approach, it was a tactic of probing, observing and searching for weaknesses. The enemy ship is executing a tactical reconnaissance trajectory. Speculated intent to collect host navigation data, analyze operational habits and look for consistent vulnerabilities. This was more difficult to deal with than Chen Xiao's direct assault. Chen Xiao's combat style was like a hammer. If you could withstand his power, you had a chance to counterattack. But Lin Ruoxue's style was like water, you couldn't find her point of force nor could you tell from where she would infiltrate. Lu Feng adjusted the main engine power to 50, allocating 25 to shields and weapons, and did not rush to take any action. He also wanted to see how Lin Ruoxue would attack. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. The distance between both sides shrank from 12,000 kilometers to 80,000 kilometers, yet neither side opened fire. The atmosphere in the hall became subtle. Other simulation pods had finished their battles and the students came out to gather in front of the large screen to watch the ongoing matches. Most people's attention was focused on the two screens of pod 11 and pod 13, with pod 11 being Lu Feng and pod 13 being Lin Ruoxue. What are the two of them doing? Taking a walk. I don't know, neither of them has fired and they're already within range. Lin Ruoxue is collecting data, she's waiting for Lu Feng to make the first mistake. So Lu Feng is also waiting for Lin Ruoxue to make a mistake. Can he afford to wait? Lin Ruoxue's tactical analysis abilities are the best in the entire academy. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Lu Feng. The discussions in front of the large screen were kept very low, yet everyone watched with bated breath. In the third minute, Lin Ruoxue made her move. It wasn't an ion cannon nor a missile, just a brief lateral acceleration. Her starship abruptly shifted left by about 500 kilometers and then resumed its original trajectory. It seemed meaningless, like a random maneuver. But suddenly the system's alarm lit up on Lu Feng's holographic screen. The enemy ship is expected to initiate an attack within 30 seconds. Current threat level high. Lu Feng's pupils contracted sharply. That lateral acceleration was not a random maneuver, she was adjusting her angle to obtain a better shooting window. In less than 3 minutes she completed a full analysis of Lu Feng's navigation trajectory and calculated the optimal shooting plan. This is the strength of the top student. It's not about brute force but about precise calculations and nearly flawless tactical execution. The enemy ship is accelerating. Ion cannon charging. Expected firing time in 15 seconds. Lu Feng's fingers flew across the control panel, transferring all shield energy to the bow while adjusting the starship's course 3 degrees to the left. The 3-degree adjustment was made based on the system's suggestion. The enemy ship opens fire. 4 beams of ion light sliced through the starry sky, barely grazing the bow of Lu Feng's starship. The 3-degree adjustment allowed his starship to barely slip away from the focus of the beams. Lin Ruoxu's first round of salvos all missed. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. He dodged. He dodged all of it. No one has ever dodged Lin Ruoxu's first shot completely, no one. Was it a coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Inside the simulation pod, Lu Feng had no time to ponder what that evasion meant, for Lin Ruoxu's second round of attack was already upon him. Her attack interval was only 8 seconds, nearly 2 seconds faster than the normal ion cannon charging time. This meant she had optimized energy allocation to the utmost, sacrificing some shield and engine power for a faster weapon firing rate. This was an aggressive configuration, so radical that once the opponent seized the opportunity it would be extremely dangerous. But the premise of being aggressive is that she doesn't give you a chance to take advantage. With each round of Lin Ruoxu's fire, she compressed Lu Feng's maneuvering space. Her beams were like precise laser knives, cutting away the escape routes he could choose. The 80,000 kilometers of space shrank more and more within a few minutes, and Lu Feng felt like his starship was a fish slowly being netted. Current shield strength 51008000. Enemy ship shield strength 62008000. His shield had already dropped almost half, while Lin Ruoxu's had only reduced by less than a quarter. The gap was widening. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Conventional tactics would not win against Lin Ruoxu. Her tactical acumen and operational precision surpassed all others of the same level. Fighting her within conventional frameworks was like competing in arithmetic with a mathematician. Losing was just a matter of time. He needed to adopt an unconventional and unexpected approach. Lu Feng's gaze swept across the holographic star map, landing on the sparse asteroid belt on the left side. The largest asteroid had a diameter of about 50 kilometers, surrounded by hundreds of fragments of varying sizes, some no larger than a fist while others were even larger than his starship. They drifted through space in irregular trajectories like a group of silent ancient behemoths. A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Feng's mind. He abruptly pushed the joystick and the starship turned left at nearly a 90-degree angle, charging towards the asteroid belt. Before the large screen in the hall, several cadets who had already finished their matches let out astonished gasps. He's entering the asteroid belt. Is he insane? An Imperial destroyer entering the asteroid belt is suicide. That ship's turning radius is so large, going in there is like locking yourself in a cage. Is he panicking? Just because he can't win doesn't mean he has to give up. Su Xiaorong stood among the crowd, her ears perked high, her large tail hanging motionless behind her. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Feng's starship icon on the big screen, unlike those around her who were quick to jump to conclusions. When Lin Ruoxu saw Lu Feng's starship veer toward the asteroid belt, her fingers paused on the control panel for a moment. This was not a conventional choice. Every cadet had learned about the design flaws of the Imperial destroyer. Piloting such a ship into an asteroid belt meant voluntarily sacrificing maneuverability. Those massive rocks would restrict turning space, and the destroyer's bulky hull would have almost no room to maneuver within the gaps of the asteroids. She hesitated for a moment, then followed. Not because she thought it was a good idea, but because she didn't want Lu Feng to vanish from her sight. In an unknown starship battle, losing track of your opponent's position is the most fatal thing. The two starships plunged into the asteroid belt one after the other. As soon as Lu Feng entered the asteroid belt, he reduced his engine power to the minimum and his starship glided silently between the giant rocks like a specter. His hands gripped the control stick tightly, his eyes fixed on the holographic projection ahead. The outlines of the rocks were clearly visible under the starlight, each one slowly rotating and drifting. He needed to calculate the trajectory of every rock with extreme precision, because a single second's miscalculation would see his hull crushed between two rocks, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. But this wasn't his forte. He wasn't Lin Ruoxu. He didn't possess her innate spatial awareness and computational ability. System real-time asteroid trajectory calculation, holographic overlay. Calculating the real-time positions, velocities, rotation directions, and predicted trajectories for the next 30 seconds of all asteroids have been overlaid onto the holographic interface. In Lu Feng's field of vision, a faint dashed line and a set of flickering numbers appeared on the outline of each rock. The dashed line showed the rock's future paths and the numbers indicated their rotation speed and direction. He no longer had to calculate for himself, the system did it for him. He only needed to watch those lines and numbers to find a path of survival through this field of debris. At that moment the starship threaded through a gap between a 30-kilometer diameter asteroid and a 15-kilometer diameter one, the rocks on either side nearly scraping past its shields. Then came the second gap. The third. The fourth. His movements grew increasingly fluid, transforming from initial awkwardness and hesitation into almost instinctive reactions. The hall fell silent. Everyone watched the big screen, no one speaking. "This is impossible," a cadet murmured. "The Imperial destroyer's turning radius is 12 kilometers. That turn he just made wasn't even 5 kilometers. How is that possible?" "He slowed down," another cadet said. "He reduced his engine power to the minimum. His speed was very low during the turn, so the turning radius could be much smaller than the theoretical value. But the lower the speed, the harder it is to control. The rocks in the asteroid belt are moving. If you're slower, it's even more difficult to predict their trajectories." Then how did he do it? No one could answer that question. Feng passed through the densest region of the asteroid belt and arrived at a relatively open area. This zone was on the inner side of the belt, where the rocks were noticeably sparser, leaving enough room for maneuver. He stopped behind a massive asteroid, using the rock's shadow to mask his signal. On the holographic screen, Lin Ruochu's starship appeared at the edge of the area he had just passed through. She had entered, but her speed was much slower than his. Not because her skills were inferior to Feng's, but because her control interface lacked the real-time trajectory calculations provided by his system. She had to judge the movement trajectory of every rock herself and calculate every turning decision on her own. She was slowed down. Feng's chance had come. His gaze fell on a parameter in the corner of the holographic screen, the limit overload mode of the energy diversion system. This was a function he had seen in the system's blueprint, allowing all shield energy to be momentarily transferred to the weapon systems for a salvo exceeding normal limits. The cost was that the shields would be completely disabled for the following few seconds, leaving the entire ship defenseless. It was a gamble, either a decisive strike or a counter-kill from the opponent. Normally Feng wouldn't consider such a risky move. But now, facing Lin Ruoxue, his win rate with conventional tactics was visibly dropping. The longer he delayed, the less chance he had. He would bet on this one hand. System activate energy diversion limit overload maximum weapon system power. Warning: this operation will disable shields for approximately 6 seconds. The starship will have no protection during this period. Confirm. Confirm. Feng felt a violent vibration beneath his seat, the physical feedback from energy surging wildly from the shield system to the weapons. On the holographic screen, the shield strength number plummeted from 5100. 5100. 3000. 1000. 0. The shield icon went dark, turning a dull gray. At the same time, the weapon system icon lit up with a blinding white halo, the hallmark of energy overload. The charge progress bars for all 4 ion cannons simultaneously reached 100%. The stored energy had exceeded normal limits. Feng's 4 ion cannons fired at once. Not in 2 alternating groups, but a full quadruple salvo. The 4 beams were brighter than any before, carving 4 searing white lines through space. Lin Ruoxue had clearly not anticipated this move, as no normal commander would voluntarily shut down their own shields during a battle. Her starship was executing a routine evasive maneuver, its hull on a relatively fixed trajectory. 3 of the 4 beams struck her side shields. Enemy shield strength reduced 4,200 units. Current shield strength 20008000. One strike had taken out 4200 points of her shields. Feng didn't stop. In energy overload mode, the ion cannon's recharge time shortened from the standard 8 seconds to 3. 3 seconds later, a second salvo was fired. Again, 3 hits. Enemy shields disabled. Lin Ruoxue's shield icon went out, the pale blue energy barrier completely vanishing. Her ship now only had its 800-unit armor. Feng's third salvo aimed at her engine bay. Just then the system alarm suddenly blared. Warning: energy overload mode ending soon. Shields will reboot in 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Enough. Feng pressed the fire button. 4 beams precisely struck the enemy ship's tail. The engine bay armor under the close-range ion cannon barrage was torn apart like paper. Enemy engine bay armor penetrated. Propulsion system severely damaged. Engine power reduced by 85. Lin Ruochu's starship's speed plummeted, nearly drifting in space. And Feng's shields rebooted exactly 2 seconds later, a blue energy barrier once again enveloping his hull. Shield strength 08000. Shield recharging. Current charge progress 12.25. Recharging would take time, but Lin Ruoxue was no longer capable of attacking. Her engine power was only 15%, barely enough to maintain basic flight attitude, let alone aim and fire. Lu Feng pointed his ship's bow at the enemy's bridge but did not fire. 10 seconds passed. There was no sign of counterattack from the enemy ship. A line of text appeared on the holographic screen. Battle concluded. Winner Lu Feng. Lu Feng stared at the line stunned. He had actually defeated Lin Ruoxue. Several dozen people stood before the big screen looking up at the image displaying the victor's information. Everyone's mouth was slightly open, eyes wide. Her face was expressionless, showing neither the dejection of losing nor the anger of being defeated. It was as if the battle just past had been nothing more than routine training. Her face was expressionless, showing neither the dejection of losing nor the anger of being defeated. It was as if the battle just past had been nothing more than routine training. She walked up to Lu Feng and stopped. The distance was much closer than Chen Xiao had been, close enough for Lu Feng to catch the faint scent of laundry detergent on her. Their eyes met. Lu Feng didn't know what to say. "You let me win sounded too fake, I was lucky, too hypocritical, and you're very strong too," felt like rubbing salt in the wound. So he chose the safest option, silence. Lin Ruoxue looked into his eyes. Those eyes, usually indifferent as if behind a layer of ice, now reflected the hall's lights. "Where did you learn that technique?" she said. "That's not in the Imperial military manuals." Lu Feng opened his mouth to answer, but Lin Ruoxue suddenly tilted her head slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible curve forming at the corner of her lips. "I guess you won't tell me." She turned and walked toward the hall's exit. Just as she was about to reach the door, she stopped, turned her head, her profile outlined by the overhead lights into a soft silhouette. "But I'll remember you, Lu Feng." With those words she pushed open the door and disappeared down the corridor. The hall erupted into chatter again, like a pot of water brought to a boil. Lin Ruoxue lost. Lin Ruoxue actually lost. Did you see those salvos from Lu Feng just now? The power was nearly double the normal amount. How did he do it? Did he cheat? Were the simulation pod parameters altered? Are you crazy? Who would dare cheat with Zheng Yuanzhang overseeing? The murmurs grew louder and more chaotic, like countless bees buzzing in their ears. The second round of the assessment has concluded. Zheng Yuanzhang withdrew his gaze and glanced at the data board, stating the victors remain in the arena while the defeated leave. The third round will commence in 20 minutes. The defeated began to leave in succession, with more departing than in the first round. Su Shirong also bid farewell to Lu Feng and stepped out of the door. The crowd in the hall dwindled from over 200 to fewer than 50, the atmosphere becoming more spacious and the sound of conversation echoed. Lu Feng glanced over the remaining participants, recognizing familiar faces that were well known in their grade. Those who survived the 2 elimination rounds were not there by mere luck. He noticed a few individuals casting glances in his direction, their expressions tinged with a complex mix of emotion. Previously these people's gazes would never linger on him, even if they occasionally glanced his way. It was akin to looking at stones by the roadside, seeing yet not seeing. But now it was different. He had consecutively defeated Chen Xiao and Lin Ruoxue. One was a recognized expert in battle simulations, while the other had never lost in combat throughout the entire academy. In the third round the remaining students will be matched randomly. Zheng Yuanzhang paused, scanning the crowd. For students who achieve victory in all 3 rounds, Zheng Yuanzhang will personally write a letter of recommendation on their assessment form. Whether this letter will benefit you depends on your own fortune. This statement was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, as nearly everyone raised their heads in unison. Zheng Yuanzhang's letter of recommendation. The very Zheng Yuanzhang who was the vice chief of staff of the Third Fleet of the Empire and had personally sunk 17 enemy ships. His letter of recommendation holds more weight in the Empire's talent selection system than any transcript. Lu Feng sensed a shift in the atmosphere around him. Those students who had previously seemed fatigued appeared rejuvenated, their eyes shining with renewed vigor. The drawing begins. Zheng Yuanzhang pressed the random matching button on the data board. The large screen at the front of the hall began to scroll names rapidly, and moments later the match results appeared one by one. Lu Feng found his name on the screen. Lu Feng versus Zhao Yiming. Lu Feng regarded the name on the screen, his expression unchanged. Meanwhile, at the other end of the hall, Zhao Yiming was also looking at the screen. Upon seeing Lu Feng's name, his face darkened and he unconsciously clenched the seam of his pants. This person had just consecutively defeated Chen Xiao and Lin Ruoxue. Now he had to face this individual in a battle simulation. Zhao Yiming's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. The hatch closed and the holographic display lit up. Match completed. Opponent third year Zhao Yiming. The battle will begin in 30 seconds. Lu Feng placed his hand on the control panel, opting not to activate combat assistance. He wanted to gauge his current true level. The 30-second countdown concluded. Battle begins. The starships of both sides appeared in the starry sky 120000 kilometers apart. Lu Feng glanced at the initial course of Zhao Yiming's starship and immediately deduced Zhao Yiming's opening strategy, a standard moderate configuration. Engine shields and weapons were each allocated 1/3 and the trajectory was the most standard textbook approach. There were no surprises or unexpected moves, everything followed the textbook. However, to Lu Feng it felt too slow. It wasn't a matter of speed but rather the pace. Every action Zhao Yiming took adhered strictly to the textbook steps, accelerating when needed, deploying shields when necessary, and preheating weapons at the right time. Every step was correct, yet every step was too conventional. So much so that Lu Feng could anticipate what his next move would be with his eyes closed. For Zhao Yiming this was not his fault, rather it was because the amount of information Lu Feng had been exposed to over the past week exceeded that of a regular student in an entire academic year. The technical parameters, construction plans and energy distribution logic within the system blueprint each page could suffice for an average student to study for a month. Lu Feng adjusted the engine power to 65, 15% higher than usual. The starship surged forward, hurtling towards Zhao Yiming. He did not wish to engage in a war of attrition, nor did he want to probe or gather data. He sought a swift resolution. Zhao Yiming witnessed Lu Feng's starship approaching at an obviously unconventional speed, causing his actions to become visibly frantic. He adjusted the shield distribution according to the textbook standard procedure, concentrating more energy towards the bow while also beginning to preheat the weapon systems. There was nothing wrong with this response, the issue lay in the fact that his rhythm was too slow. The textbook prescribed standard reaction times, yet Lu Feng's advancement speed was nearly twice as fast. Before Zhao Yiming's shields were fully adjusted, Lu Feng's starship had already entered the effective range of the ion cannons. 4 ion cannons fired simultaneously. 4 beams accurately struck Zhao Yiming's bow, which was the weakest point of his shields. Enemy ship shield strength decreased 3,500 units. Current shield strength 45008000. One shot had eliminated nearly half. Zhao Yiming was clearly flustered. His starship began to execute a wide maneuver, attempting to create distance and reorganize. However, the angle of his turn was too wide, exposing the entire side of the ship to Lu Feng's firepower. Lu Feng's second volley was fired without aiming, launched directly. All 4 beams struck Zhao Yiming's flank. Enemy ship shield strength decreased 3,400 units. Current shield strength 11008000. After 2 volleys, Zhao Yiming's shields were left with less than 1,500 points. Lu Feng provided Zhao Yiming no opportunity to breathe. A third volley fired. Enemy ship shields disabled. Bow armor damaged. A fourth volley. Enemy ship bow armor penetrated. Control systems damaged. Ship's posture out of control. Zhao Yiming's starship began to roll slowly in space, resembling a leaf blown off by the wind. Lu Feng refrained from firing again as it was no longer necessary. The enemy ship was now in a state of complete disarray, unable to retaliate or maneuver, and even failing to maintain a basic navigational posture. Battle concluded. Victor Lu Feng. The entire engagement lasted 4 minutes and 18 seconds. This was the fastest concluded battle of the day. It wasn't that Zhao Yiming was too weak, but that Lu Feng was too strong. He did not employ the extreme tactics used to defeat Xinxiao, nor the gamble-style approach that led to his victory over Lin Ruoxue. It was purely a display of overwhelming firepower, dragging his opponent into his tempo at a pace far faster than that of his adversary. Zhao Yiming had no opportunity to mount any effective counterattack from beginning to end, as his every reaction lagged behind Lu Feng's assault by a beat. The hatch opened and Lu Feng stepped out, flexing his somewhat stiff fingers. Zhao Yiming emerged from his simulation pod almost simultaneously, his face flushed, looking down as he hurried towards the exit of the hall. Zhang Yuanzhang stood at the central podium looking down at Lu Feng's assessment record on the data board. His brow furrowed slightly above the scar before slowly relaxing. He raised his head, his gaze traversing the entire hall until it landed on Lu Feng. His lips moved slightly as if contemplating his words. Lu Feng. He called out. Lu Feng approached the podium and stood still. Zhang Yuanzhang closed the data board, scrutinizing him up and down. A student who scored 9 in battle simulation had transformed within a week into a contender who consecutively defeated the top 2 in his grade. Such an improvement is impossible within any normal educational system. Your maneuvers were quite wild. Zheng Yuanzhang began the energy diversion overload technique that you executed. Fewer than 3 instructors in the entire academy would dare to use it. This technique is not taught in the textbooks because the operational risks are too high. A single mistake could be fatal. Lu Feng opened his mouth pondering how to respond, but Zheng Yuanzhang raised his hand to interrupt him. I will report your assessment data truthfully, but let me remind you, this wild style of play may win in the simulator, but it doesn't guarantee victory in real combat. Lu Feng nodded. Understood, Instructor Zhang. As long as you understand. Zheng Yuanzhang waved his hand signaling that he could leave. By the time Lu Feng returned to the dormitory, the sky had completely darkened. He pushed open the door and the room was pitch black with only a dim yellowish glow filtering in from the street lamp outside the window. Ever since his 3 roommates moved out, he had been living alone in this room, which was eerily quiet. Lu Feng took off his school uniform jacket and tossed it onto the back of the chair, then collapsed onto the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. Too many things had happened today. Defeating Chen Xiao. Defeating Lin Ruoxue. Any one of these events was enough for him to savor for days, but right now his mind was not on them. He opened the system panel and looked at the numbers, his brow slowly furrowing. Metal 2100. Energy crystals 145. Rare alloy 0. A week ago these figures would have made him feel incredibly wealthy. But now, looking at the material requirements for the T2 class transport ship, he felt a throbbing headache. Metal 8000. Energy crystals 1500. Rare alloy 800. He had barely over a quarter of the metal needed, not even a fraction of the energy crystals, and not a single piece of rare alloy. And he could no longer go to the scrapyard. Tonight Zheng Yuanzhang had announced the assessment results and he had obtained the qualification to be selected as a probationary captain. This meant there would be more assessments, more training, and more people watching him. He dared not go to the scrapyard to steal scrap metal as recklessly as before. Lu Feng turned over, buried his face in the pillow, and let out a muffled sigh. He needed to find a stable, legal, and sustainable way to obtain resources. Buying was the most straightforward method. Metal, energy crystals, and rare alloys all had public trading channels in the Empire's market. As long as he had money, he could buy as much as he wanted. The problem was that he had no money. Lu Feng opened his holographic communicator and checked his bank account balance. 1847 star coins. This was all his savings over 3 years at the academy. It wasn't that he was a spendthrift, but his parents gave him a meager monthly allowance. After paying for various academy fees and textbook costs, being able to save this much was the result of his frugality. He pulled up the detailed parameters of the Pelican-class transport ship from the system panel and then opened the Imperial Commerce Network to check the market price for a transport ship of the same specifications. A standard commercial transport ship with a carrying capacity of about 40,000 tons cost between 8 million and 12 million star coins. The Pelican had a carrying capacity of 50,000 tons, 10,000 tons more than similar ships on the market. If he sold it, it would be worth at least 10 million star coins. But this thought vanished from Lu Feng's mind in less than a second. Sell the starship. He couldn't even build it yet. So the problem came back to square one. He had no startup capital. Lu Feng stared at the ceiling for a long time, countless ideas swirling through his mind only to be rejected one by one. Apply for a bank loan. He was just a student with no collateral. Why would the bank lend to him? Find a partner. Did anyone he know have 10 million star coins to spare? Ask his father. His father had already spent 120,000 on his tuition. If he asked for millions more to buy materials to build a starship, his father would probably have him committed to a mental institution. Unless... Lu Feng suddenly sat up. He didn't need to sell the starship, but he could sell something else. The blueprints the system had given him. The blueprint for the Pelican-class transport ship was itself an invaluable asset. Its design was far more advanced than any commercial transport ship currently in the Empire, with a larger cargo hold, a more efficient power system, and lower fuel consumption. If he could find a capable company to cooperate with and sell them the design. The more Lu Feng thought about it, the more feasible this path seemed. He wouldn't sell the starship, only the design. The only problem was finding a reliable partner. This person must have money, connections, and most importantly be able to keep a secret. Lu Feng scrolled through his contact list on the holographic communicator and his gaze stopped on a name. Wang Hao. Fatty Wang Hao. His only friend whose family owned an interstellar trading company. Lu Feng remembered Wang Hao once mentioning that his family's company was called Haoyu Interstellar Trading and was quite prominent in the Empire's business world. Although it wasn't in the top tier, it was a major player in the civilian transport sector with dozens of transport ships covering 80% of the Empire's star systems. More importantly, although Wang Hao often seemed carefree, he was trustworthy. Lu Feng sent him a message: "Fatty, are you asleep?" The reply came almost instantly: "No. I'm gaming. You were amazing today. You even took down Lin Ruoxue. You're a legend in the whole grade now, you know that. Lu Feng, I need to talk to you. Are you free tomorrow?" "Wang Hao, what's up? You're not asking me to bring you food, are you?" "Lu Feng, who's running your family business now?" "Lu Feng, I need to talk to you. Are you free tomorrow?" "Wang Hao, what's up? You're not asking me to bring you food, are you? Need me to ask my family to help you out?" "It's not trouble, it's good news. Just keep your mouth shut and don't tell anyone." Alright, you're the boss. My sister is running things now." "Your sister?" "Yeah, my sister is in charge of the company now. My dad's retired, my mom doesn't handle business, and I'm still in school. Who else could be in charge besides her?" "You didn't think I could make the decisions, did you? I even have to ask my sister for my monthly allowance." Lu Feng thought about it and found it reasonable. Wang Hao's sister was named Wang Wanqing, 5 years older than them, a graduate of the Imperial Business Academy. She was said to be a business prodigy, taking over the family business at 20 and doubling the company's scale in 4 years. If she was interested in this blueprint, things would be much easier. Lu Feng stared at the communicator screen for a few seconds, then sat up straight in bed. He opened the system panel and located the blueprint file for the Pelican-class transport ship. It was a massive data package containing every detail: hull structure, power system, cargo hold layout, and energy pipeline routing. If he released it all, not even Wang Hao's sister, but even the Empire's best ship designers would need days to study it. But he didn't need to show everything, just a little. Just enough to prove the value of this blueprint. Lu Feng extracted the cargo hold layout from the blueprint and took a screenshot of the core parameter comparison table for the power system. The Pelican's cargo hold used a honeycomb partition structure, which with the same hull size provided 23% more storage space than traditional designs. The power system's fuel consumption rate was 15% lower than the Empire's most advanced transport ship. These two sets of data were enough for any knowledgeable person to understand the blueprint's significance. As for the core secrets, the specific construction techniques, material formulas, and pipeline layouts, he kept them all in the system untouched. Lu Feng exported these two files and spent half an hour carefully checking them to ensure no extra information was leaked. Then he compressed the two files into an encrypted data package. After finishing, Lu Feng sent the data package to Wang Hao. "Fatty, forward this file to your sister. Tell her it's a preview of a ship design. If she's interested, we can talk about the next steps." The attachment was brief and direct, without any extra embellishment. Wang Hao quickly replied, "What the hell? Since when did you start designing ships? Don't worry about it, just do it. And make sure your sister keeps it strictly confidential." Alright, I'll send it to her now. But fair warning, my sister has very high standards. Ordinary stuff won't catch her eye. Just send it." Lu Feng turned off the communicator, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Now all he could do was wait. Wang Hao stared at the encrypted data packet on his communicator for a full 10 seconds. He had known Lu Feng for 3 years and understood that this man wouldn't casually come up with some starship design plan. Last month he was still worrying about whether he could graduate, and now this month he suddenly produces a starship design. But today Lu Feng had indeed defeated Lin Ruoxue. That Lu Feng who scored 13 on exams and 9 on combat simulations had consecutively beaten the top 2 students in the grade on the same afternoon. Perhaps this guy really was brewing something major. Wang Hao took a deep breath and dialed a number. The communicator rang less than twice before it was answered. "Out of money again." A cool, crisp female voice came through from the other end, direct and without any pleasantries. Wang Hao rolled his eyes. "Sis, in your eyes, am I just a useless leech who only asks for money? Otherwise. When was the last time you called me proactively? The time before that. Haven't you always remembered you have a sister like me only when your living expenses run out?" Wang Hao was choked speechless, taking a long while to find his voice. "This time it's not about money, it's something serious. Spit it out." "A classmate sent me a file claiming it's a preview of a starship design plan and asked me to forward it to you for a look." There was a second of silence on the other end of the line, and Wang Wanqing's voice carried a hint of doubt. "Your classmate? A starship designer? Just look at it first." Wang Hao transmitted the encrypted data packet over. He said for you to take a look first, and if you're interested we can discuss the next steps. Wang Wanqing didn't ask further and directly ended the call. Wang Hao stared at the dark screen, muttered something under his breath, rolled over and went back to gaming. He had no idea that the file he just sent was about to stir up a massive storm in his sister's company. At the top floor office of Haoyu Interstellar Trade, Wang Wanqing leaned back in her spacious office chair, the holographic screen before her glowing with a soft light. She wore a dark gray business suit, her long hair tied back with a few stray strands falling from her temples, accentuating her already refined and striking features. What kind of decent design plan could her unreliable younger brother's classmate possibly come up with? Most likely it was secondhand data scraped from the internet, something they thought was novel and wanted to show off. What kind of decent design plan could her unreliable younger brother's classmate possibly come up with? Most likely it was secondhand data scraped from the internet, something they thought was novel and wanted to show off. Yet she still opened the file because her principle was that any information placed before her was worth a glance until proven useless. The file decompressed and two sets of data appeared on the screen. The first was a cargo bay layout design. Wang Wanqing's casual gaze froze the moment the design unfolded. Her body unconsciously leaned forward, her fingers sliding across the touchpad to zoom in on a section of the design. A honeycomb partition structure. She had seen this structure in theory, but no one had ever truly applied it to Starship design. Because a honeycomb structure demanded too much from material strength and construction techniques, and traditional designs simply couldn't achieve it. Yet this design before her had done it. Its stress analysis, material ratios and node connection methods were all complete with every piece of data. Wang Wanqing's gaze shifted to the second file. A comparison table of core power system parameters. Her pupils contracted slightly. The fuel consumption rate was 15% lower than the Empire's most advanced transport ship. What did that mean? Her team of over 50 engineers had spent 2 years and burned nearly 10 million star coins just to reduce the fuel consumption rate of the company's main transport ships by 5%. 15%. If this figure held true, it meant that after refitting all her transport ships with this power system, she could save millions of star coins annually on fuel costs alone. Wang Wanqing leaned back in her chair, her fingers unconsciously tapping a steady rhythm on the armrest. It was a habitual gesture. She herself wasn't even aware of one that only surfaced when she encountered something that truly captivated her. She picked up the communicator again and dialed a number. This time it wasn't to Wang Hao but to the company's technical director. "Chief Shen, where are you now?" At the company came a middle-aged man's voice. "Come to my office now. Bring Chen and Li along, I have something to show you." 30 minutes later, 4 people stood in Wang Wanqing's office. "President Wang calling us in so late, what's the matter?" Shen Yu pushed up his glasses and spoke first. Wang Wanqing turned the holographic screen toward them and projected both files simultaneously into the central stereoscopic display area of the office. The honeycomb cargo bay structural design and the power system parameter comparison table revolved slowly in midair, every data node clearly visible. "Take a look at this." The 3 men's gazes converged on the stereoscopic display area. The office fell silent for about 5 seconds, then Li Jingguo was the first to speak. "This isn't right," he said loudly with a professional instinct to refute. "Under this layout, the stress nodes of the honeycomb structure will concentrate at the connections the material strength simply can't hold up." He walked up to the stereoscopic display, swiped his finger through the air a few times and pulled up the material ratio data from the design. Then he fell silent. He stared at that string of data for a full 10 seconds, his mouth opening and closing, then opening again. What is this material?" His voice was dry. "I've never seen this ratio before." "Keep looking," Wang Wanqing said. Chen Wei had already moved to the front of the power system parameter comparison table, his eyes locked onto the fuel consumption rate data. The expression on his face shifted from doubt to shock and then from shock to a nearly reverent focus. 15%. His voice trembled slightly. "That's impossible. Unless their energy circuit design uses an entirely different logic." He turned to look at Wang Wanqing. "Who made this plan? Which research institute?" "Not confirmed yet," Wang Wanqing said, her gaze shifting to Shen Yu. "Chief Shen, what's your take?" Shen Yu was the quietest of the 3. He hadn't said a word from start to finish, just stood there, his eyes sweeping back and forth across the stereoscopic display. Hearing Wang Wanqing's question, he paused for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. "I have only one question. Is this the complete plan or just a preview?" The corner of Wang Wanqing's mouth curled slightly. Shen Yu's reaction was even better than she had expected. This veteran expert hadn't been stunned by the specific data like Chenwei and Li Jinghua, instead he had directly seen the core of the issue. A preview, Wang Wanqing said. The complete version hasn't been sent yet. Contact him, Xinyu said, his tone brooking no argument. No matter who, where or what conditions, get in touch first then talk. Chenwei and Li Jinghua nodded together, the expressions on their faces having shifted from initial doubt to a rare urgency. All right. Wang Wanqing picked up the communicator and dialed Wang Hao's number. This time it rang 7 times before it connected and Wang Hao's groggy voice came through. Sis. What time is it? What's your classmate's name? Ha. The classmate who sent you the file, what's his name? Lu Feng. Why? Give me his contact info. Come on sis, it's 1 in the morning, you want me to wake him up? I said give me his contact info, will contact him myself. Wang Hao was silent for 3 seconds, probably gauging the seriousness in his sister's tone. In the end he relented and sent over Lu Feng's communication ID, adding a final remark, sis, take it easy, don't scare him. Wang Wanqing ignored him and directly ended the call. She glanced at the time on her communicator, 1:12 a.m. It wasn't really appropriate to discuss business at this hour, but that design had made it impossible for her to wait until tomorrow. Wang Wanqing dialed Lu Feng's number. Lu Feng was awakened by a series of urgent vibrations. Groggily he fumbled for his communicator, squinted at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. Past 1 in the morning, who would be calling at this hour? He hesitated for a moment, then pressed answer. Lu Feng. The voice on the other end was a woman's, quite young. Speaking, who is this? Wang Wanqing, Wang Hao's sister. Sorry to disturb you so late, but I just saw the file you sent. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment and instinctively sat up. Wang Wanqing. Wang Hao's sister. The helmswoman of Haoyu Interstellar Trade. He had originally expected a reply at least a day or two later, since Starship design wasn't something you could decide on with just a glance. But from her tone the preview had worked far better than he had anticipated. So you mean? In calling to arrange a meeting. I need to confirm the reliability of this planned source. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon near your school. I'll have Wang Hao pick you up. Does that work for you? I don't have class tomorrow afternoon, 2 o'clock works. Good, see you tomorrow. The call ended crisp and clean without any extra pleasantries. Lu Feng stared at his communicator for a while, then tossed it beside his pillow and lay back down. Just as he closed his eyes, the communicator vibrated again. A message from Wang Hao. Did my sister call you? Lu Feng, she did. Wang Hao, what did she say? She didn't yell at you, did she? Let me tell you, my sister just talks that way, it's not personal, she's like that with everyone. Lu Feng, she asked to meet me tomorrow. Wang Hao. At noon the next day Lu Feng waited for Wang Hao at the entrance of the teaching building. The chubby guy was wearing a clearly ill-fitting suit today, with the top button of his shirt fastened so tightly that a ring of flesh bulged out around his neck. Accustomed to loose sportswear, he suddenly squeezed into this outfit, making him look like a potato wrapped in plastic wrap. What are you doing? Lu Feng looked him up and down. Going on a blind date. Bullshit. Wang Hao tugged at his collar, his face flushing crimson. My sister said you have to dress formally when discussing business with someone. She had this sent to my dorm. It took me an hour just to squeeze into it. You wear whatever your sister tells you to. No kidding, if I don't, she'll cut my allowance. Wang Hao said matter-of-factly, then lowered his voice. Have you decided what you're going to talk to my sister about? Lu Feng patted him on the shoulder. You'll find out when we get there. Let's go. Where is she? At the Star Sea Hotel outside the academy. She booked a business hall. Wang Hao pulled out his holographic communicator and glanced at the time. The appointment's at 1. Well, make it just in time. The two left the campus, hailed a cab and arrived at the Star Sea Hotel 10 minutes later. This hotel was the most luxurious near the academy, rumored to host high-ranking imperial military officials during their inspections. The lobby's chandelier spanned 3 floors and the marble floor was so polished it reflected images like a mirror. Wang Hao led Lu Feng to the 8th floor, stopped before the business hall at the end of the corridor, took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The business hall was spacious. By the window stood a long conference table with 2 glasses of water and a vase holding fresh flowers. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows the entire academy unfolded in a panoramic view. Teaching buildings, the gymnasium and the simulated combat center all lay within sight. A woman stood by the window. She wore a meticulously tailored black blazer and a matching straight skirt, its hem resting just above her knees. The fabric of the skirt draped elegantly flawless and smooth, hugging the curves of her waist and hips. Black stockings encased her straight shapely calves, catching a soft subtle glow from the light streaming through the window. The fabric of the skirt draped elegantly flawless and smooth, hugging the curves of her waist and hips. Black stockings encased her straight shapely calves, catching a soft subtle glow from Wang followed behind him, calling out "sis" the moment he entered, his voice tinged with a subtle note of flattery. Lu Feng. Wang Wanqing nodded, her voice carrying a natural magnetic quality. Hello, President Wang. Have a seat. She sat down first, picked up the glass of water on the table and took a sip. Lu Feng sat across from her. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then settled at the far end of the long table, probably feeling that sitting too close would crush him under his sister's imposing aura. Without any small talk, Wang Wanqing directly activated a holographic projection. The structural design of the honeycomb cargo bay and a comparison table of power system parameters unfolded above the conference table, with data nodes slowly rotating in midair. Lu Feng, I won't beat around the bush with you. Wang Wanqing shifted her gaze from the holographic projection to Lu Feng's face. Where did you get this proposal? Lu Feng had long prepared an answer for this question. I designed it myself. Wang Wanqing didn't respond immediately. Instead, she stared at him for 3 full seconds. Lu Feng didn't flinch or show any guilt, meeting her gaze with calm composure. He knew how absurd this answer sounded. A 20-year-old third-year military academy student designing a technical solution capable of revolutionizing the entire civilian transportation industry, who would believe such a thing? But absurdity itself was the best camouflage. Because it was too outrageous, people dared not dismiss it outright. Wang Hao. Wang Wanqing suddenly called out. Wang Hao, sitting at the other end of the table, sprang up as if jolted by electricity. Here. Step out for a moment. Ha. Why? Wang Wanqing glanced at him without a word. Wang Hao immediately clamped his mouth shut and obediently stood up to head for the door. As he passed behind Lu Feng, he whispered, "Take it easy," then slipped out as fast as he could, the door closing softly behind him. Only the two of them remained in the business hall. Wang Wanqing stood up, walked around the conference table and sat down in the chair next to Lu Feng. With the distance closed, Lu Feng could catch a faint scent of her perfume, not a heavy floral note but a crisp woody fragrance like winter cedar. Lu Feng. Wang Wanqing's voice lowered slightly. If what you're saying is true, you must know how much this proposal of yours is worth. Lu Feng nodded. You're the expert on valuation. I had my technical team do a rough assessment before I came. Wang Wanqing held up 2 fingers. Just the fuel efficiency improvement from that power system alone, if applied to all the transport ships in our current fleet, would save at least this much every year. 2 million star coins. But that's not what concerns me most right now. Wang Wanqing paused, then continued. The honeycomb cargo bay structure in your proposal demands extremely high material strength. What are you getting at? What I'm saying is, Wang Wanqing leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between them, this proposal of yours isn't a ready-to-produce technical package. I need to know, can you provide the complete manufacturing processes, material formulas and construction standards? Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest twice. He had anticipated this question. The system had provided him with a complete blueprint covering everything from material formulas to manufacturing processes, but he couldn't reveal it all at once. I have the complete technical package. If you're sure you want this Starship technology, name a price. If I find it acceptable, you transfer the funds and I'll send you the technical data. Wang Wanqing looked at him for 2 seconds, then the corner of her mouth lifted. All right. One-time buyout or technology equity? One-time buyout. And the price? What do you think is fair? Lu Feng took a deep breath. 10 million star coins. After the full technical data is delivered, you'll have all production sales and usage rights for the Pelican, and I won't authorize any third party. It was his first time making such a big deal, and he had prepared himself for bargaining. But Wang Wanqing didn't give him the chance. Deal. Lu Feng froze, stunned that she agreed so readily. Damn it, he had priced it too low. In the end, the deal concluded with Wang Wanqing buying out the Pelican transport ship's technology for 10 million star coins. After signing the contract, Lu Feng immediately sent all the technical data for the transport ship to Wang Wanqing. She tucked the contract into her bag, straightened her blazer's collar and headed for the door. From outside came Wang Hao's startled voice. Sis. All done. How'd it go? He didn't piss you off, did he? Then Wang Wanqing's voice back to its crisp, decisive tone. Your classmate has more backbone than you do. What do you mean? Sis, explain yourself. The sound of footsteps gradually faded and the corridor fell silent. Lu Feng sat in the business hall staring at the untouched glass of water on the table, a sudden sense of unreality washing over him. Had a deal worth 10 million stellar credits truly been sealed so effortlessly? From the moment he had sent the preview version to Wang Hao until now, less than 12 hours had elapsed. He hadn't even had time to devise a strategy to persuade the other party to accept the price before the contract was already signed. Wang Wanqing hadn't even blinked when she signed, as if the sum she was spending was a mere 1,000 credits instead of 10 million. He lowered his gaze to the resource reserves displayed on his system panel. Metal 2100 energy crystals 145 rare alloy 0. The reserves were meager, but this constituted his entire current fortune. On the Imperial Commerce Network, the market price for metal was roughly 50 stellar credits per unit. Energy crystals were more expensive at around 2,000 credits per unit, and rare alloy was the most costly, fetching 5,000 credits per unit. At market rates together, 8,000 units of metal would cost 400,000 credits, 1,500 units of energy crystals would cost 3 million credits, and 800 units of rare alloy would require 4 million credits. The material cost alone for constructing a single transport ship was 7,400,000 credits. His entire living expenses and tuition for the past year had barely amounted to 60,000 credits. Now the thing he intended to build had material costs sufficient to fund over 120 years of his education. Lu Feng opened his system panel and pulled out the blueprints once more. T2 Pelican-class transport ship material cost approximately 7,400,000. T2 Swift-class frigate material cost approximately 8,300,000. T3 Hurricane-class cruiser material cost 17,250,000. The cruiser's material cost was nearly 2.5 times that of the transport ship, but its performance was in an entirely different league. If he could build it, it would be a warship truly capable of interstellar navigation. Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes as he calculated figures in his mind. With a material cost of 17,250,000, he currently had 10 million. After selling the transport ship design to Wang Wanqing, he still held the frigate design and the cruiser design. The frigate design was more valuable than the transport ship, being of military-grade technology. If sold to the Imperial military, its price would be at least 3 to 5 times that of the transport ship. 3 to 5 times would mean 30 to 50 million credits. More than enough to build a cruiser. But he quickly shook his head, suppressing that thought. He couldn't rely too heavily on selling technology. The Pelican's transport ship technology could still be explained away as his personal design talent, given that the technical threshold for civilian transport ships was relatively low. A gifted student spending years developing a breakthrough design was barely plausible. The Academy had seen such precedents before. But a military-grade frigate was impossible. An enrolled student without any military background, laboratory resources, or relevant research experience suddenly producing a military starship design that surpassed the Empire's current standards by at least a generation. The military wouldn't be excited, they would only be wary. Once such a matter drew attention, an investigation would be inevitable. And the secrets he carried could not withstand any in-depth scrutiny. Lu Feng leaned back in the business hall chair, the same question circling endlessly in his mind. The path of selling technology could not be taken for now. Just as his head began to ache from the dilemma, a new message suddenly flashed on his system panel. New mission released, unknown or vain mission description. The system has detected an asteroid belt rich in metal deposits on the outskirts of the Shallows Bay star sector. This asteroid belt has not been officially registered by the Empire. Please proceed to the asteroid belt for survey and collection. Mission rewards: engineer experience 200, metal 2000, energy crystal 500, rare alloy 50. Mission hint: the asteroid belt is located in the 3rd sector of the Shallows Bay star sector, approximately 4.5 light-years from the Starseed Command Academy. Numerous free-floating small asteroids exist within the belt. It is recommended to use a small starship for operations. Lu Feng stared at the mission for a long while. An asteroid belt 4.5 light-years away, rich in metal deposits. He had learned about the asteroid belt on the outskirts of the Shallows Bay star sector in his star chart class. It was a vast asteroid field spanning millions of kilometers, a natural barrier on the Empire's shipping lanes. The Empire had organized several surveys in the past, but all were abandoned due to the complex internal environment of the belt. The system claimed that asteroid belt held mineral deposits and they were unclaimed. If he could extract those resources, he would never have to worry about metal or rare alloys again. Lu Feng scoured his blueprint library. There were only 2 blueprints related to mining: a multifunctional repair robot and a basic mining drone. The repair robot was for fixing ships, the mining drone was for excavation. But both required resources to build. He reviewed the parameters of the two blueprints again. Multifunctional repair robot specifications: small robot approximately 30 centimeters in diameter. Function: Starship hull inspection, cleaning, minor repairs. Build time 1 hour. Required materials: metal 100, energy crystal 10, rare alloy 5. Mining drone specifications: medium drone approximately 90 centimeters in diameter. Function: mining transport. Build time 2 hours. Required materials: metal 200, energy crystal 15, rare alloy 10. He had enough metal and energy crystals for now, only rare alloy was lacking. The transport ship design had sold for 10 million, but the money was in his account, not resources. He needed to convert the credits into rare alloy first. Feng opened the Imperial Commerce Network and searched for rare alloy. The search results appeared and he scanned the price at Twitch at the corner of his mouth. Standard unit of rare alloy, official guide price 5,100 stellar credits per unit. It had gone up by another 100. Feng glanced at the 10 million credits just arrived in his bank account and took a deep breath. 10 million sounded like a lot, but at 5,100 credits per unit it was only enough to buy 1960 units. Well, what needed to be spent had to be spent. He registered a buyer account on the Imperial Commerce Network, found a supplier with the highest reputation rating and placed an order. The shipping address was filled in as the courier station at the Academy gate, and he added a line in the remarks: urgent, as fast as possible. After submitting the order, Feng was about to put away his communicator when a notification tone sounded. Your order has been accepted. Shipping method: Imperial Express Premium Line. Estimated delivery time today 14001600. Previously he had always used standard shipping, and the efficiency of Imperial Logistics was indeed hard to praise, but this time he chose expedited shipping and the system directly matched him with the premium line, the Empire's rapid delivery network covering core star sectors specifically for high-value goods. Rare alloy was a controlled material and was already shipped via special channels. With the added boost of the premium line from order to delivery, it would take a maximum of 6 hours. The power of technology. Feng tucked his communicator back into his pocket, feeling much more at ease. He would receive the rare alloy by 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and the mineral refining device could be built by tonight at the latest. Feng didn't absorb a single word during the afternoon classes. He was waiting for a delivery. The Imperial Express Premium Line was indeed swift. At 2:11 p.m. his communicator buzzed. Mr. Feng, your package has arrived at the East Gate delivery station of Starship Command Academy. Please collect it using your pickup code. The item is of high value, so please inspect it on the spot. Feng shot up from his seat. The professor on the podium frowned. Feng, is there an emergency? Professor, I have a stomach ache. Feng clutched his stomach, forcing a pained expression. The professor glanced at him, perhaps recalling his recent surge in exam scores, and didn't make it difficult. Go on, but come back soon. Feng hunched over as he left the classroom, but once outside he straightened up and sprinted toward the East Gate. An employee at the delivery station retrieved a silver thermostatic box from a safe and placed it on the counter. The box was small, about the size of a school bag, but it was heavy. Please inspect the goods. Feng opened the box. Inside were 10 rows of silver-white cubes, 10 in each row, neatly arranged. Each cube bore intricate anti-counterfeiting markings, a three-dimensional Imperial Eagle emblem shimmering under the light. 100 units of rare alloy, each a standard cube with a side length of 5 centimeters. Feng picked up a cube, weighing it in his hand. It was heavy and cold, the icy touch transmitting through his fingertips, carrying a density unique to metal. It was indeed genuine. He closed the box, hugged it, and strode back to his dormitory. Locking the door and drawing the curtains, he placed the box on the desk and opened the system panel. Detected rare alloy X100. Store in system space. Store. The silver-white cubes vanished into the air one by one as if taken by an invisible hand. Rare alloy storage complete. Current rare alloy reserve 100-200 units were needed for building multifunctional repair robots and mining drones. He wasn't planning to build a starship yet, that was still a distant goal. For now the aim was to get the mining equipment up and running. Multifunctional repair robot requires metal 100, energy crystal 50, rare alloy 5. Mining drone requires metal 200, energy crystal 80, rare alloy 10. He calculated repeatedly, summing up the material requirements for both blueprints. He decided to build 4 multifunctional repair robots first and 6 mining drones, a configuration that seemed reasonable. For repair robots, metal 400, energy crystal 40, rare alloy 20. 6 mining drones, metal 1200, energy crystal 90, rare alloy 60. Total metal 1600, energy crystal 130, rare alloy 80. He checked the resource reserves on the system panel, enough, more than enough, with some to spare. Lu Feng initiated construction and watched the progress bars for the 4 repair robots and 6 mining drones begin to move. A weight lifted from his heart. Each repair robot took an hour, each mining drone took 2 hours. That meant the 6 mining drones would be built in 2 batches, the first 3 in 2 hours, the next 3 in another 2 hours. Adding in the time for the repair robots, everything would be finished around 8 in the evening. He picked up his communicator and sent a message to Su Xiaorong. Mission tonight. Let's earn some extra cash. Meet at the North Gate at 8. The reply was almost instantaneous. Su Xiaorong's typing speed matched the speed at which his tail bristled. What for? Taking a starship out to make money. This time the reply was slower, arriving after about 10 seconds, a long string of emojis. First a cat face with wide eyes, then a money bag, and finally a thumbs up. Lu Feng stared at the emojis, the corner of his mouth twitching. This besteared girl's textual expression skills were truly lacking. But he understood the meaning. The wide-eyed cat face was seriously. The money bag was, how much can we earn? And the thumbs up was, no problem, I'm in. He replied with a keep it secret emoji and then turned off the communicator. In the remaining time, Lu Feng didn't idle. He pulled up all the data on mining and resource extraction from the system blueprint library, reviewing everything from start to finish. The basic operation logic of the mining drones was simple: automatically find mineral veins, automatically collect, automatically return, no need for much manual intervention throughout the process. But the problem was the complex environment of that asteroid belt. The Imperial star charts marked it as a high-risk zone, recommending passage only with a large fleet escort. It wasn't because he was bold. The system's mission prompt had clearly stated that the asteroid belt was unregistered with the Imperial authorities. No registration meant no one was operating there. No one operating meant his secret wouldn't be discovered. As for the complex environment with the system's navigation assistance, it should be manageable. A little past 7:30 p.m. Lu Feng arrived at the North Gate early. He carried a backpack containing some dry rations, water, and a few changes of clothes. Just in case he had to stay in the asteroid belt for an extended period, at least he wouldn't starve. At 8 sharp, Su Xiaorong appeared. She wore the same dark work pants and military boots, and her backpack was even bulkier than last time. Her big tail swished behind her ears, perked high, and she looked like a little cat about to embark on an adventure, excitement radiating from every inch. What's in your bag? Lu Feng eyed her nearly bursting backpack. It wasn't this big last time. Su Xiaorong patted her pack. You said we're going to make money. What if it's a long-distance mission? I brought a few extra things. Like a portable detector, backup energy circuits, multi-tool, pliers, emergency medical kit, compressed food, water bottle, sleeping bag, and... She started pulling items out one by one, and Lu Feng quickly grabbed her hand to stop her. All right, stop pulling them out. I believe you've brought enough. Su Xiaorong stuffed everything back into her bag, her ears twitching. So what's the mission? Can you tell me now? You'll find out soon enough. The two walked along a path outside the North Gate for 20 minutes, arriving at the familiar wasteland. The moonlight was bright, the wasteland empty, with only the rustling of wind through grass breaking the silence. Su Xiaorong looked around, her tail perking up. Where's the starship? Lu Feng took a deep breath and called out to the system in his mind. System, summon the starship. Summon confirmed. Starship will deploy in 10 seconds. Please have the host and nearby personnel retreat to a safe distance. He pulled Su Xiaorong back a few steps. This time she didn't stumble, instead she actively stepped back several paces, her eyes fixed on the empty wasteland ahead. 10 seconds later, the silver-white starship slowly materialized in the moonlight, its hull glowing with flowing light in the night, casting a pale blue sheen over the surrounding grass. Su Xiaorong's tail bristled again. This time it wasn't from fear but from excitement. The last time she had seen this starship she had been utterly stunned into silence. But this time was different. She was mentally prepared, so her startled reaction was much milder than before. At least she could keep her mouth shut. Where are we going this time? Her voice was half a pitch higher than usual. The outer reaches of the Shallows Bay Star Sector, Sector 3, Lu Feng said. An asteroid belt about 4.5 light-years from here. Su Xiaorong's ears instantly perked up. The asteroid belt in Sector 3. That area is marked as a high-risk zone on the Empire's star charts. Are you sure you want to go there? I'm sure, Lu Feng said. There are some valuable things in that asteroid belt. Valuable things. Su Xiaoron's ears twitched and the tip of her tail curled up. You're not planning to pick up meteorites, are you? How much can meteorites even sell for? It's not about picking up meteorites. Lu Feng thought for a moment and decided to reveal part of the truth. The system. Well, I detected metal ore deposits in the asteroid belt and they're unclaimed. If we can mine them, we can refine our own resources. Su Xiaoron's tail paused for a split second. You detected them yourself? With what equipment? The systems on this starship. Lu Feng hesitated for a fraction of a second. Yes, the starship's detection system. This explanation wasn't perfect, but it was better than telling the truth. Su Xiaorong stared at him for 2 seconds, her ears swiveling forward, a gesture typical of the Beastier clan when judging whether someone was lying. Fine, she said, withdrawing her gaze and walking toward the starship. Anyway, you're full of secrets and I don't expect you to tell me everything at once. Let's get on board first. The two boarded the starship. The cockpit lights flickered on and Xiaoxing's gentle female voice echoed within the cabin. Welcome aboard. Current starship status optimal. Fuel sufficient. All systems operational. Lu Feng settled into the pilot's seat while Su Xiaorong stuffed her large bag into the storage compartment beneath the co-pilot's seat and then sat down. Set a course for Sector 3 of the Shallows Bay star sector coordinates from the star chart. Course set. Target distance 4.5 light-years. Estimated travel time approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes after initiating the warp drive. That far in just over an hour. Su Xiaorong was astonished. What's the maximum warp speed of this ship? 5 times the speed of light, Lu Feng said. Su Xiaorong's ears perked up again. The Empire's fastest active reconnaissance ship only reaches 4 times the speed of light. Your civilian exploration vessel is faster than the military's. Lu Feng smiled but said nothing, then started the engines. The starship vibrated slightly and the ground began to descend outside the viewport. Current coordinates low Earth orbit of the Star Sea Command Academy. All systems ready. Initiate warp drive. Initiate. Lu Feng pressed the start button. The starfield outside the viewport was instantly stretched, all starlight transforming into slender threads of light surging from ahead and streaming past on both sides. This was the quintessential scene during warp travel. Space compressed ahead of the starship and stretched behind it, the vessel itself moving at superluminal speed within a warp bubble. 1 hour and 15 minutes later, the warp drive automatically disengaged and the starship returned to normal space. The sight outside the viewport made Su Xiaorong's eyes widen instantly. A vast asteroid belt stretched before the starship, spanning millions of kilometers with no end in sight. Countless asteroids of all sizes drifted slowly through space, some no larger than a fist, others bigger than the Academy's teaching building. They cast shadows of varying depths in the starlight like a herd of silent ancient behemoths prowling through the darkness. Is this the asteroid belt marked on the Empire's star charts? Su Xiaorong's voice was a little dry. It's even larger than I imagined. Lu Feng didn't answer because he was looking at the system panel. Current coordinates Shallows Bay star sector, Sector 3, outer edge of the asteroid belt. System has detected the target mineral vein approximately 800,000 kilometers from the current position. 800,000 kilometers wasn't far, but it meant entering the outer region of the asteroid belt. Recommendation: use a small starship to enter the asteroid belt. The current Morningstar exploration vessel has a suitable hull size for safe passage through the outer region. Host is advised to avoid large asteroids. Xiaoxing, activate the holographic scan and map the trajectories of all asteroids within the next 800,000 kilometers. Holographic scan activated. Collecting data. Estimated time 3 minutes. During those 3 minutes, Lu Feng maximized the ship's shield power, temporarily deactivated the weapon systems and allocated all energy to the engines and shields. Su Xiaorong wasn't idle either. She pulled out a scanner and began recording environmental data from the asteroid belt. Asteroid density is at least 40% higher than what's marked on the Empire's star charts. She stared at the scanner's data. The Empire's star charts were updated 20 years ago. After all these years, the changes in this asteroid belt are far greater than they estimated. 3 minutes later, the holographic star chart was filled with a dense web of trajectory lines. The movement path of every asteroid was mapped, the lines interweaving into an extraordinarily complex network in the starry sky. So many asteroids. Su Xiaorong looked at the star chart. At this density, even the Empire's main fleet wouldn't dare to enter easily. That's why the Empire abandoned surveying this area, Lu Feng said. But we're going in now. Su Xiaorong took a deep breath, fastened her safety harness, tucked her tail through the gap in the seat back and tried to make herself as comfortable as possible. Let's go. I'm on your pirate ship now, no turning back. Lu Feng chuckled, pushed the control stick, and the starship slowly glided into the asteroid belt. The silver-white hull slipped silently between the asteroids like a fish weaving through a coral reef. Lu Feng's hands gripped the control stick tightly, his eyes never leaving the holographic star chart. The dense web of trajectory lines in his field of vision formed a dynamic navigation map with the position, velocity, and direction of every asteroid updated in real time by the system. He didn't need to judge the asteroids' paths himself, he only had to follow the optimal route calculated by the system. But even so, piloting was still extremely difficult because there were too many asteroids. Sometimes he had to thread the ship through gaps between 3 asteroids in succession, each gap only about 10 meters wider than the hull. A margin of 10 meters was almost negligible in space, as any slight deviation could result in a collision between the hull and an asteroid. Su Xiaorong sat in the co-pilot's seat, gripping the armrests tightly. Her tail betrayed her true state, every hair on that large tail stood on end, pressed tightly against the seat, completely motionless. This was the Bestier clan's expression of extreme tension. "Are you okay?" Lu Feng managed to ask during a brief lull after passing through a particularly dense area. "Don't talk to me," Su Xiaorong said, her voice strained. "Because I need you to focus entirely on flying this ship, not on worrying about whether I'm okay." Lu Feng fell silent and continued to concentrate on piloting. The Morning Star traversed the asteroid belt for nearly 2 hours, finally arriving at the target area marked by the system. The target mine has been reached with multiple metallic deposits detected, estimated to total around 80,000 units of metal and approximately 3,000 units of rare alloys. 80,000 metals. 3,000 rare alloys. Striking it rich. This area has a lower density of asteroids, making it suitable for mining operations. Please release the mining drones. Lu Feng summoned the system panel, glancing at the construction progress. 4 multifunctional repair robots had been completed, stored in the system space. 4 mining drones have been completed, with 2 more still under construction at 63% completion. He first retrieved the 4 repair robots and 4 drones from the system space. 4 fist-sized silver-white spheres floated in the cockpit, their surfaces adorned with intricate mechanical structures flickering with blue indicator lights from time to time. "What is this?" Su Xiaorong perked up her ears, leaning closer to poke at one of the spheres. "Multifunctional repair robot is performing self-check. Self-check completed. Status good. Please assign tasks to the host." "Did you make these?" Su Xiaorong turned to look at him. "Yes." Su Xiaorong stared at him for a few seconds, seemingly digesting the information. Then her gaze shifted to the 4 drones, each with a diameter of about 90 centimeters, significantly larger than the repair robots. The shells were dark gray, with 4 mechanical arms folded underneath the body and a cargo bay at the bottom that could open and close. "Mining drones are performing self-check. Self-check completed. Status good. Please assign mining areas to the host." Lu Feng assigned the 4 drones to different mine locations, then set the repair robots to standby mode, ready to respond for repairs at any moment if a drone malfunctioned. "Begin mining." Lu Feng issued the command. The 4 drones exited the cargo bay of the starship in single file, flying in different directions. Their thrusters emitted faint blue flames, tracing 4 slender trajectories in space. Su Xiaorong leaned against the cockpit window, watching the direction the drones flew off, to their tails swaying slowly behind. "This set of equipment you have." She hesitated. "Never mind, I won't ask. Anyway, even if I did, you wouldn't tell me." "How do you know I wouldn't tell if you don't ask?" Lu Feng leaned back in his seat, rare moment of relaxation. "Last time I asked where you learned this, you said it was self-taught. The time before that, when I asked who designed the ship, you also said it was self-taught. I am a Bestier tribe member, not a full assured tribe. If self-taught could achieve this level, where would that leave the old geezers at the Imperial Academy of Sciences?" Lu Feng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately just smiled. Su Xiaorong's tail tip perked up. "But it doesn't matter, everyone has their own secrets. After all, apart from having a few more secrets, you're not bad in other aspects." "What do you mean by not bad in other aspects?" "Well." Su Xiaorong thought for a moment. "At least you haven't touched my ears." "What kind of evaluation standard is that?" "For me, that's the highest praise." Su Xiaorong's ears twitched. "You humans don't understand. The first reaction upon seeing a Bestier tribe member is to touch their ears. Last semester I hit 3 boys, all because of their careless hands." "So you didn't hit me because I didn't touch your ears?" "Exactly." Su Xiaorong said confidently. "And you even pay me a salary." The mining operation lasted 4 hours. The drones made repeated trips between the mine and the starship, each time returning with cargo holds filled with ore. The ores were transported into the starship's cargo hold, piling up in the corners of the space-folded cargo area like small mountains. Su Xiaorong analyzed the ore's grade using the portable detector she brought, and the conclusion satisfied both of them. The metal content is very high. She stared at the data on the detector, her ears perking up. Ores of this grade are rare even in the Imperial mining areas. According to the current mining speed, the 4 drones can collect approximately 800 units of metallic ore and 40 units of rare alloy ore per hour. After refining, the net yield is about 400 metals and 20 rare alloys. 400 metals per hour means a total of 15,000 requires 375 hours. 375 hours is the time for uninterrupted operation. Lu Feng couldn't stay here that long. He still had classes and needed to participate in the subsequent assessments for prospective captains. 4 drones are not enough, at least 20 are needed. To create more drones requires more resources, and to obtain more resources requires more drones. This is a vicious cycle, with the only breakthrough being the 4 drones he has already created. They will help him gradually accumulate resources. Although the speed is slow, as long as they keep operating they will eventually add up. Moreover, he still has 2 drones under construction. Once those are in place, the efficiency will improve further. Lu Feng set the drones to automatically return. Just as he was about to let Su Xiaorong take a break, a light suddenly appeared outside the cockpit window. The light was not bright but very conspicuous, particularly glaring against the backdrop of the pitch-black starry sky. Su Xiaorong became instantly alert. What is that? Lu Feng's finger was already pressing on the holographic control panel, activating the starship's passive detection system. 3 seconds later, the detection results appeared on the screen. An unidentified starship was heading in their direction, approximately 200,000 kilometers away. Its speed was not fast, but its course was very clear, heading straight for the position of the Morningstar. It was clearly not just passing by, it was coming for them. How could there be other starships in this asteroid belt? Su Xiaorong's voice trembled slightly. Lu Feng's mind raced. The system had mentioned that this asteroid belt was not officially registered by the Empire. Without registration, it meant no legal mining rights, no navigation markings, and no patrol fleets. So who would appear in a place like this? Space pirates. The most common illegal armed forces in the Imperial border star regions, composed of various marginalized groups such as fugitive smugglers and retired soldiers. They specifically operate in gray areas not covered by Imperial forces, robbing merchant ships, attacking mining zones, and smuggling contraband. Lu Feng's palms began to sweat. His Morningstar was merely a small exploration vessel. Although technologically advanced, it was not a combat ship. On the other hand, that unidentified starship, based on the energy signatures captured by the passive detection system, was at least an armed patrol vessel. System, can we detect detailed information about that starship? Analyzing. Target starship model Imperial old-style patrol ship, illegally modified. Weapon configuration: 2 light laser cannons, 1 ion cannon. Shield strength approximately 4,000 units. Hull armor approximately 600 units. Overall combat power assessment higher than the Morningstar exploration ship. Suggestion: immediate withdrawal. Combat is not recommended. Lu Feng's fingers hovered over the console for a moment before he abruptly pushed the control stick forward. The engines of the Chiming Star surged to maximum power and the vessel executed a sharp turn in space, racing toward the outer edge of the asteroid belt. The pirate ship evidently detected their maneuver. The detection system showed the enemy vessel suddenly accelerating, its previously sluggish speed tripling within seconds. Moreover, the enemy's course had shifted. Instead of heading straight for the Chiming Star's position, it took a shorter route, attempting to intercept their path. "They're trying to cut us off," Su Xiaorong said, her voice taut. From the strain in her tone, Lu Feng could tell this was likely her first encounter with real danger. He gritted his teeth, weaving the starship through the asteroids with increasing frenzy. Massive rocks hurtled past the viewport, at times nearly scraping the hull. But the pirate ship was not slow. Though the old Imperial patrol craft was outdated in design, illegal modifications had pushed its engine power to the limit. Hide, Lu Feng decided. Well, hide deep in the asteroid belt. Their ship is larger than ours, it won't be as agile in here. The starship veered sharply, plunging deeper into the asteroid belt. The density of asteroids here was several times greater than at the periphery, marked on the star chart as an extremely dangerous zone. Lu Feng knew he was taking a tremendous risk, but he had no other choice. Gambling on maneuverability offered a sliver of hope. A straight-line escape would mean certain death. The pirate ship gave chase, its laser cannons charging, a clear energy signature on the detection system. The enemy evidently had no intention of warning or negotiating, they were preparing to attack directly. Enemy vessel has entered laser cannon range. Estimated time to fire 30 seconds. Lu Feng ignored the system's warning, his entire focus fixed on piloting. The Chiming star tore through the asteroids with reckless abandon, each turn a hair's breadth away from disaster, each maneuver a dance on the edge of life and death. A beam of light shot from behind, grazing the left side of the starship and striking an asteroid. The massive rock, nearly 100 meters in diameter, shattered under the ion cannon's blast, sending countless fragments spraying in all directions. Several fragments slammed into the Chiming star's shield, rippling with a blue glow. Shield strength decreased 800 units. Current shield strength 4200500. A single glancing blow had drained nearly a fifth of the shields. A direct hit would have spelled the end for both Lu Feng and Su Xiaorong. Shaoxing, divert all power to engines and shields. Shut down weapon systems. Command executed. How much longer until we lose them? Su Xiaorong's voice trembled noticeably. Lu Feng glanced at the star chart. They had entered the core region of the asteroid belt. Here the asteroid density was extreme, large rocks often separated by mere hundreds of meters, sometimes only tens of meters. For a 40-meter-long starship this was the limit. But for the pirate ship, which exceeded 80 meters in length, this zone was a nightmare. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, reducing speed slightly to rely on sharper turns as he navigated between the asteroids. The pirate ship followed its speed, notably slower. Its hull was twice the size of the Chiming star, making it impossible to maneuver in the dense asteroid field, and it nearly collided with rocks multiple times. Yet the enemy seemed unwilling to give up. The pirate piloting the ship was skilled, though slower. They clung tenaciously to the Chiming star's tail. The chase through the asteroid belt lasted nearly 20 minutes. Lu Feng's hands began to tremble, his shirt was soaked through, sweat trickling down his spine. Su Xiaorong seemed to notice his shaking hands. She took a deep breath, reached out and placed her hand over his on the control stick. Lu Feng froze. "Don't let your hands shake," Su Xiaorong said, her voice much calmer now. "If your hands shake I lose my life, so you'd better not." Her hand was cool, her palm slightly damp. She had been sweating too. But that cool touch felt like a bucket of cold water on Lu Feng's burning nerves, jolting him back to clarity. "Thanks," Lu Feng said, flexing his fingers before gripping the control stick again. He turned to look at the holographic star chart and spotted a possible escape route. In the core of the asteroid belt, 3 colossal asteroids formed a natural barrier. The gaps between them were extremely narrow and slowly rotating, creating a dynamic shielding effect. If he could slip through that gap, the pirate ship, likely too large to pass, might abandon the chase. But if he failed, he would crash into the asteroids, ending things without the pirates' help. Lu Feng took a deep breath and pushed the control stick. The Chiming star tilted slightly, charging toward the slowly closing gap. The gap was narrowing. The 3 giant asteroids rotated slowly in space like enormous millstones grinding together. The space between them shrank visibly from an initial width of less than 50 meters to under 40 meters. The Chiming star's width was 32 meters. The margin was less than 8 meters. And the rotation continued, the gap still closing. Su Xiaorong's hand still rested on Lu Feng's, but she seemed to have forgotten it entirely, her attention wholly captured by the 3 colossal asteroids converging outside the viewport. "Lu Feng," she said softly. If you get me killed here, it'll haunt you forever." "Don't worry," Lu Feng gritted out. "I still owe you wages. If I die I won't have to pay." "You actually calculated that?" "I did." The gap shrank to 35 meters. The Chiming star surged forward, its hull plunging into the fissure with a near-maddening resolve. The asteroid surfaces on either side of the viewport nearly pressed against the shields, their rough rock textures vividly illuminated by the blue glow. Uneven craters, sharp edges and cosmic dust accumulated over eons. Su Xiaorong closed her eyes. She didn't scream, but her fingers dug into the back of Lu Feng's hand, her nails piercing his skin, making him gasp in pain. 3 seconds felt like 3 centuries. Then the viewport opened wide. The Chiming star had cleared the gap, entering a relatively open space. Behind them the 3 colossal asteroids rotated slowly, locking together to seal the passage completely. "We made it through," Lu Feng said, his voice hoarse. Su Xiaorong opened her eyes, first glancing at the safe starry sky outside the porthole, then looking down at her hand, pinching Lu Feng's wrist. She pulled her hand back as if burned. "I'm sorry," she said, her ears pressing back. Lu Feng flexed his wrist, which was still stinging from her grip, and glanced down to see 4 deep nail marks, 2 of which were already oozing blood. The claws of the beast-eared race were much sharper than those of humans. Su Xiaorong also noticed the blood droplets, and her ears drooped lower, her tail transitioning from a frizzy state to a limp one hanging behind her. She pulled a band-aid from her pocket, tore open the package and carefully applied it to Lu Feng's hand. "I have disinfectant in my bag." "No need, it's just a small injury." Lu Feng retracted his hand, redirecting his attention back to piloting. The Morningstar continued its flight deeper into the asteroid belt and the pirate ship did not pursue further. Lu Feng's passive detection system indicated that the enemy was lingering on the other side of the gap, circling a few times in the asteroid belt, seemingly hesitating whether to continue the chase. Eventually the pirate ship turned around and sailed in the opposite direction of the asteroid belt. Su Xiaorong watched the gradually receding signal on the detection system and let out a long sigh. Did we shake them off? Her voice carried a sense of unreality, as if she had just survived a disaster. Yes, we did, Lu Feng replied, at least for now. However, he did not let his guard down. Logically, a pirate ship that had chased for so long in the asteroid belt should have given up by now. But this ship was different. It did not leave the asteroid belt after being shaken off, but rather meandered toward another direction as if strolling in its backyard. This indicated that they were extremely familiar with this asteroid belt, familiar enough to navigate freely without needing guidance. This place was likely not a random stopover but their territory. A sense of foreboding rose in Lu Feng's heart. Xiaoxing displayed the distribution of all asteroids in the vicinity on the holographic star map. Holographic star map updated. Current area asteroid density extremely high. Note this area is not marked in the Imperial Star Map database. The system's calculated trajectory may have errors. On the holographic star map, a dense web of asteroid trajectories intertwined. But amidst the myriad of chaotic lines, Lu Feng noticed some irregularities. Several trajectory lines did not conform to the natural movement patterns of asteroids. Natural asteroids drift in space while their paths are complex. There is generally a discernible pattern, at least in terms of direction, being relatively random. However, those few trajectory lines were highly consistent in direction, as if they had carved out a passage among the asteroids, an artificial passage. Lu Feng's pupils slightly constricted. System, mark those abnormal trajectories. Marked. Analyzing. These trajectories do not conform to natural asteroid movement patterns, presumed to be an artificially created route. Su Xiaorong leaned in to take a look, her ears perked up. There are ships operating continuously in this asteroid belt, she said in a low voice, and there's more than one. Lu Feng nodded, recalling the annotations on the Imperial Star Map regarding this asteroid belt. High-risk area, large fleets are advised to escort through. Perhaps it was not just the asteroids themselves that were dangerous, but also the presence of something more perilous in this area, interstellar pirates. And not the small-time bandits armed with just a few guns, but an organized pirate force capable of establishing routes and long-term bases in the asteroid belt. Lu Feng gazed at the vast asteroid belt displayed on the detection system, suddenly realizing he had made a grave error. Before coming, he had only considered the mining benefits and had not properly assessed the safety risks of this area. Of course, the system's mission did not warn him about the presence of pirates. Regardless of the situation he had already entered, and there was no way to exit in the short term. Because the Morningstar was currently in the core area of the asteroid belt, surrounded by dense asteroids. Recklessly charging out might result in a quicker demise than the pirates could achieve. What do we do now? Su Xiaorong asked. Lu Feng pondered for a few seconds. First, let's recall the drones, then find a concealed place to hide. When the pirate ship appeared earlier, he had no time to recall the drones and had to run away. For drones were still automatically operating over by the mine, but the system indicated they were functioning normally and had not been attacked. The pirates were targeting the Morningstar and showed no interest in those buzzing little machines. Xiaoxing, recall all drones. Command sent. The drones were on their way back, expected to be fully recovered in 15 minutes. During those 15 minutes, Lu Feng piloted the Morningstar slowly through the asteroid belt, looking for a place to hide. Su Xiaorong was not idle either. She took out a portable detector from her bag, switched to passive scan mode, and monitored the surrounding energy signals. To the left front, about 120,000 kilometers away, there's a weak energy response, Su Xiaorong said. It doesn't seem like a starship signal, it resembles some kind of fixed facility. A fixed facility. Deep in the asteroid belt. Lu Feng's heart sank. Could it be so coincidental that just by randomly hiding they would stumble upon the pirates' lair? But upon further consideration, it was not a coincidence. If the pirates had set their lair here, it indicated that this area was indeed their territory. The Morningstar was now cruising in their territory. Encountering their facilities was only a matter of time. Go around, Lu Feng decided. Do not head in that direction, we will move in the opposite direction. The starship turned and sailed in the direction opposite to the energy response. 5 minutes later, Su Xiaorong's detector beeped again. To the right rear, about 800,000 kilometers away, there's another energy response. Another one. Lu Feng zoomed in on the star map and marked the locations of the two energy responses. They were approximately 150000 kilometers apart, arranged in an arc like two pearls on a necklace. If they continued searching, they might discover a third and fourth one. These energy responses were likely warning nodes set by the pirates within the asteroid belt used to monitor surrounding starship activities. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Feng's back. If these warning nodes were interconnected, then when he entered the asteroid belt earlier, he might have already been detected. The Morningstar exploration ship is not equipped with a signal jamming device. Recommendation: disable the active detection system, reduce engine power and minimize energy radiation. Lu Feng immediately executed the system's recommendation. The starship's active detection system was turned off and engine power was reduced from cruising mode to the lowest maintenance mode. The data on the holographic star map stopped updating, with only the passive detection system still operational, receiving external signals. The Morningstar floated like a fish lurking in the darkness, extinguishing all its light, silently hovering in the shadow of a massive asteroid. Deep within the asteroid belt, the chiming star glided like a startled silver fish, slipping silently through the shadows cast by colossal rocks. Lu Feng reduced the engine power to its minimum and adjusted the ship's gravity system to an energy-saving mode. Only a few dim blue lights illuminated the cockpit, casting two blurry silhouettes upon the porthole glass. Xiaoxing, what range can the passive detection system cover at this power level? Under current power, the effective radius of passive detection is approximately 150000 kilometers. Signals beyond this range cannot be received. It is recommended to maintain the current power level and avoid activating active detection. 150,000 kilometers. Within this asteroid belt stretching millions of kilometers, it was merely a small scope. But it was sufficient. As long as no pirate ship suddenly emerged within this range, they would be safe. Or so Lu Feng believed. Suddenly Su Xiaorong's detector lit up, her palm-sized portable device. The waveform on the screen jolted violently a few times before stabilizing at an anomalous frequency. Su Xiaorong stared at the screen, her pupils contracting sharply. "What signal is this?" Lu Feng asked. Su Xiaorong did not answer immediately. She turned up the detector's volume and a faint rhythmic pulse sound emerged from the speaker. Beep beep beep, like some electronic device broadcasting continuously. Her ears perked up, standing straight. "This is the positioning signal from a slave collar?" Su Xiaorong spoke through gritted teeth. "I'm familiar with the frequency. Last semester during an electromagnetic compatibility experiment, I specifically tested this kind of illegal device. A slave collar. It's used in the beastkin slave trade. Pirates put these collars on captured beastkin with a built-in positioning transmitter. They have a terminal that displays the location of every collar. This signal is a one-way broadcast, completely unencrypted. Anyone who knows the frequency can receive it." A chill ran down Lu Feng's spine from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Interstellar pirates were conducting slave trade within the asteroid belt. This was no ordinary robbery, it was one of the highest crimes under imperial law. Though the Empire nominally upheld equality among all races in the gray zones beyond its jurisdiction, the trade of non-human slaves had never truly ceased. Beastkin, due to their human-like appearance, docile nature and strong labor capacity, had always been the most sought-after commodity in the slave trade. Among them, the price of beast-eared slaves on the black market ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of star coins, with young females commanding even higher prices. "That signal. It's close." Su Xiaorong's face was taut as stone. "Less than 30,000 kilometers from us. In that direction." She pointed towards a giant asteroid outside the porthole. The asteroid was over a dozen kilometers long, shaped like an enormous potato, its surface riddled with craters and fissures. Under the starlight, it looked no different from the thousands of other asteroids around it. But Su Xiaorong's detector pointed directly at it. Lu Feng hesitated for 3 seconds. Reason told him the safest choice was to shut down all equipment, hide in the shadow of this asteroid until the pirates let down their guard, and then find a chance to slip away. They were here to mine, not to be heroes. Yet at that moment the system's prompt sounded in Lu Feng's mind. "System alert, anomalous energy reaction detected inside the asteroid. Analyzing. Complete. A large quantity of rare alloys is present in this area, estimated reserves of 800 units. Additionally, high-purity energy crystals detected, estimated reserves of 2000 units." Lu Feng's pupils contracted slightly. 800 units of rare alloys, 2000 units of energy crystals. He glanced at the coordinates marked by the system, then at the direction of the collar signal on Su Xiaorong's detector. They matched perfectly. It was that asteroid. That meant the pirates were mining and refining here, transporting the goods away with cargo ships. The slaves might just be a side business. Su Xiaorong's hand was still on the detector, her tail limp on the floor. Lu Feng. She turned to look at him. Are you saying we should go over there? The corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it. I have absolutely no interest in beast-eared girls. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng pushed the control stick. The Chiming star slid out from the asteroid's shadow, heading towards the giant rock. Watching Lu Feng's action, Su Xiaorong's body trembled involuntarily. The 3,000 kilometer distance took nearly 20 minutes at minimum cruising speed. As the distance shortened, the signals on Su Xiaorong's detector grew clearer. Not just one person, at least a dozen, perhaps more. Those signals intertwined, some strong, some weak, some near, some far, like an invisible net spread across the surface of that giant asteroid. The closer they got, the more Lu Feng felt something was off. This asteroid was too large, it likely had natural cavities inside. And upon closer inspection, some of the cracks on its surface didn't seem naturally formed. They were man-made, or at least artificially widened. The starship moved slowly across the asteroid's surface, Lu Feng's eyes fixed on the passive detection system screen. The pirate's early warning node showed no activity, no energy signals, no scanning waves. It was as if this area had been deliberately shielded. No, if this was a pirate base, there had to be defenses. They built a hidden base inside the asteroid. Su Xiaorong voiced what he was thinking. The outer shell has a shielding layer, ordinary detection methods can't find it. I can pick up the collar signals because those collars use an old low-frequency band with strong penetration. But they're so outdated that the pirates themselves don't bother encrypting them. It was a blessing in disguise. Lu Feng spotted an entrance on the asteroid surface, a fissure about 60 meters wide extending into the interior, pitch black and seemingly endless. He maneuvered the starship, sliding it slowly along the edge of the crack. Rock walls rushed past the porthole, their rough surfaces bearing clear marks of mechanical cutting. This was no natural fissure but an artificially modified passageway. At the end of the passage, the space opened up. A vast underground cavern unfolded before Lu Feng. The ceiling was at least 500 meters high with a diameter exceeding 2 kilometers, large enough to accommodate several starships simultaneously. But the space was nearly empty, with only a single transport ship docked at the far end. Its cargo bay doors were wide open, revealing stacks of metal containers. Beside the ship, near the cavern wall, stood a row of low buildings. From a distance they looked like makeshift shanties cobbled together from prefabricated panels and scrap materials. The doors of the shanties were iron grills secured with heavy chains and padlocks. Through the bars, Lu Feng saw over a dozen figures curled up on the ground. They were beastkin. Their ears drooped and their tails dragged limply on the floor. Some wore tattered clothes, revealing bruises and welts on their skin. They lay motionless, whether asleep or unconscious. 18 of them. Su Xiaorong's voice was as cold as winter iron. Lu Feng's gaze swept between the row of shanties and the transport ship. The pirate transport ship was here, but the pirates were not. No one was outside the shanties either. The entire base was in a strange unattended state. This isn't their main base. Lu Feng made his judgment. It's probably just a holding area for slaves with only 1 or 2 people left to guard it. Su Xiaorong turned to him, her amber eyes glinting. What are you thinking? I'm thinking. Lu Feng tapped his fingers lightly on the console. They won't be back anytime soon. We have roughly a 30-minute window. 30 minutes. To rescue those beastkin, get them on the ship and escape before the pirates return. Su Xiaorong stared at him for 2 seconds, then did something Lu Feng hadn't expected. She stood up from the co-pilot seat, walked over to him, cupped his face in both hands, stood on tiptoe and planted a firm kiss on his forehead. A smacking sound echoed loudly in the quiet cockpit. Lu Feng was stunned. This is the highest honor among the beastkin. Su Xiaorong let go, her ears twitching, a faint unnatural blush on her face. I gave it to you because you deserve it. With that, she turned back to the co-pilot seat, began packing her backpack and stuffed various tools into her pockets. Lu Feng touched his forehead where she had kissed him, still feeling a trace of warmth. Wait, the beastkin's highest honor should be gifting a hand-polished stone, not kissing the forehead. She probably just made up an excuse because she was too embarrassed to admit it. Lu Feng didn't call her out on it. Xiaoxing opened the weapon cabinet. A panel silently slid open on the wall behind the cockpit, revealing neatly arranged equipment inside. This is the standard configuration that the Morning Star was equipped with from the factory.
Although the small exploration ship is not designed for combat, carrying a few self-defense weapons is a norm when navigating the Imperial border star regions. Feng took out a hunter-style pulse pistol from the weapon cabinet. The silver-gray gun had an ergonomic grip with non-slip textures. He checked the energy magazine, which was fully charged, and also grabbed 2 more to clip onto his belt. Then he took out a breacher shotgun, which was significantly larger than the pulse pistol. Below the barrel is a cylindrical energy cell that can provide the energy needed to fire 10 rounds of high-energy shotgun shells. This configuration may not be luxurious, but it is more than sufficient to deal with a few pirates. He turned to look at Su Xiaorong and found that she had already pulled something from her large backpack, a palm-sized metal disc. "What is that?" Feng asked, pointing at the disc. Su Xiaorong flipped it over, revealing several tiny nozzles and a sensor array on the bottom. "Dizziness gas grenades. I took a few from the chemistry lab materials last semester." Feng's mouth twitched. How many forbidden items did this woman stuff into her bag? He handed over a pulse pistol, which Su Xiaorong accepted, skillfully checking the safety and energy level before clipping it to her belt. "Can you use it? Does someone majoring in power engineering not know how to use a gun?" Su Xiaorong's ears twitched, seemingly offended by the question. "I scored 98 in shooting class last semester, second in the class." Feng fell silent for a moment. His score was 47, second to last in the class. "Let's go." He cut off the topic before it could develop. The hatch opened and the gangway extended down. The air in the base was murky, mixed with machine oil rust and an indescribable sour odor. Feng walked ahead with the shotgun while Su Xiaorong closely followed, one hand gripping the pulse pistol and the other holding the dizziness gas grenade. For maintenance, robots hovered around them, emitting a faint buzzing sound, their fist-sized silver spheres flashing blue indicator lights in the dim environment. A new instruction had been programmed into them by Feng to release electricity in emergencies with a voltage sufficient to briefly incapacitate an adult human. As they approached the shack, the figures of the bestiared tribe behind the iron fence became increasingly clear. Feng suddenly stopped about 50 meters away from the shack, grabbing Su Xiaorong's arm and pulling her behind a pile of containers. From the direction of the base entrance, footsteps could be heard. 2 figures emerged from the deeper alley. The first one was tall and burly, with a face full of muscle, wearing a greasy work vest and holding a metal rod. The end of the metal rod was stained with dark red, unsure if it was rust or something else. The second one was a lanky figure in a dirty jacket, yawning and revealing a set of uneven yellow teeth. He was carrying a tray with several dirty bowls on it. The contents of the bowls were unclear, but by intuition they were not anything good. The 2 reached the door of the shack and the burly man kicked the iron fence door, producing a harsh metallic sound. "Eat quickly," he shouted inside. "Tomorrow the ship will come to take everything away. If you starve, I won't be able to answer to the boss." The lanky figure pulled out a set of keys from his pocket, selected one, inserted it into the lock and struggled to turn it twice. The chain lock creaked and then the iron fence door opened with a squeak. A rustling sound came from inside the shack, mixed with faint whimpering. "2. Feng's voice was low. "I'll take care of the one with the rod, you handle the other." Su Xiaorong nodded, stuffing the dizziness gas grenade back into her pocket and tightening her grip on the pulse pistol. The burly man pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it and leaned against the iron fence to smoke the glow of the ember flickering in the dim alley. After smoking about half of it, he cursed and turned around, walking back the way he came. Just then Feng moved. His steps were light but quick. With the shotgun resting on his shoulder, he aimed steadily at the back of the human man's head. 15 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. The burly man seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head. "Don't move." Feng pressed the gun barrel against his chin. The burly man's eyes met the muzzle of Feng's gun and his pupils suddenly constricted. He instinctively reached for the communicator at his waist, but Feng's finger was already on the trigger. Bang! The shotgun emitted a low muffled sound. The sound of the electric projectile was distinct from the booming of lethal rounds, akin to a punch striking a sandbag, deep and forceful. A projectile with blue electrical arcs struck the burly man's chest, releasing high-voltage electricity in an instant, and blue-white arcs spread from his chest throughout his body. His body convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing limply to the ground. The lanky figure reacted faster than the burly man. The moment he heard the gunshot, he lunged to the side, his movement almost agile. But Su Xiaorong was faster. The pulse pistol emitted a hiss, and a visible blue electrical pulse shot from the muzzle, accurately hitting the lanky figure's right shoulder. The lanky figure's body suddenly stiffened, his muscles contracting entirely within a tenth of a second, and his fingers spasmed open and closed. His body leaned to one side like a log being chopped down, the back of his head striking the wall, then sliding down along the wall, crumpling to the ground.
Su Xiaorong quickly stepped out from behind the container, still aiming her gun at the lanky figure.
98 rings second in the class. Seems she wasn't bragging.
Lu Feng also approached the burly man who was face down on the ground, still holding the cigarette. During the electric shock, the muscles spasmed and the jaw clenched, breaking the cigarette in half. The front half fell to the ground, still burning, while the back half was pinched between his lips, now extinguished, the filter crushed. Su Xiaorong found a set of keys on the lanky figure's belt, weighing them in her hand, producing a faint clinking sound. The two quickly walked to the iron fence door and she selected the largest key, inserting it into the chain lock's keyhole, turning it forcefully until it clicked. With a click, the iron fence door opened. The shed was pitch dark, with only a few rays of light filtering through the vents.
The stench of dust, excrement and urine mingled into a nauseating miasma.
The besteered tribe members heard the gunshots and the thuds of bodies falling outside, followed by the sound of a key turning in the lock. They had no idea what was happening or who had arrived.
A dozen figures huddled on the floor, trembling in the darkness.
Some buried their faces in their knees, others shielded their heads with their arms, adopting the most primal posture of defense.
Every time the iron door swung open, it brought new harm.
Su Xiaorong stood at the entrance, gazing at her kin. She holstered her pulse pistol, then slowly crouched down to meet their eyes at eye level.
Don't be afraid. I'm here to take you out.
The shed fell silent for about 2 seconds. Then the cat-eared girl closest to the door lifted her head. She looked no older than 16. Dried blood streaked her face, her left eye was swollen nearly shut, and her cracked lips revealed raw pink flesh beneath. She saw Su Xiaorong's ears and tail and noticed the absence of a collar around her neck. The girl's mouth opened and closed, and a faint fragile whimper escaped her throat. Su Xiaorong approached, crouched down, and extended her empty hand. The girl grasped at her nails, digging into Su Xiaorong's skin, drawing beads of blood.
Su Xiaorong did not pull away. Can you stand? She asked softly. The girl tried to rise, but her legs gave way and she slumped back down.
Her ankle was swollen like a bun, with purple-black bruising spreading from the joint up to her calf. Su Xiaorong lifted her from the ground and draped her arm over her own shoulder. Lu Feng, come help, she called toward the entrance. Lu Feng stepped into the shed, his shotgun still in hand. He swept his gaze across the scene and his heart sank. 18 besteered individuals, all female cat-eared girls. The oldest appeared barely over 30, while the youngest was curled up in the farthest corner. Dust and grime caked her face and fur, leaving only her eyes still bright. She looked at most 7 or 8 years old. Around every neck was a silver metal collar with a small red indicator light blinking. Beep beep beep, the very signal Su Xiaorong's detector had picked up. Lu Feng took a deep breath. All eyes were on him, a human male holding a gun standing at the shed's entrance. He wore clean clothes utterly different from theirs and wielded a weapon that could take lives. Fear rippled through them, some began to shrink back. Su Xiaorong stepped up beside Lu Feng, reached out and gently pressed down on the barrel of his gun.
He came with me. Without him I couldn't have gotten in.
Her tail arched high behind her, visible to everyone. The cat-eared girls gazed at Su Xiaorong's tail, at this free uncollared kin, and slowly one by one they rose to their feet.
Everyone follow me. There's a ship outside. I'm taking you away from here.
Those who can walk, walk on your own, those who can't help each other. He led the group swiftly toward the starship's docking area. Su Xiaorong took .2 pulse pistols holstered on either side of her waist, her right hand always near the grip. Her tail stood high like a banner, guiding her kin behind her. The cat-eared girls stumbled along in their wake.
The group neared the docking zone.
The gangway of the Lucifer Star lay less than 100 meters ahead, its silver-white hull gleaming softly in the dim underground cavern. Take them aboard first, Lu Feng said to Su Xiaorong.
I'll be right there.
Su Xiaorong glanced at him, then at the transport ship.
Hurry up.
Stay safe. Lu Feng nodded and sprinted toward the transport vessel while Su Xiaorong continued leading the group toward the starship. The transport ship was much larger than the Lucifer Star, measuring at least 150 meters in length. Its gray hull was covered in scratches and patches. The cargo bay doors hung wide open, revealing stacks of metal containers. Some still bore inspection labels from legitimate Imperial mining zones, hinting at plundered origins.
Lu Feng climbed into the cargo hold and pressed his hand against the outermost container.
Detected recyclable item, high purity metal ingot.
Estimated recoverable metal 5,000 units. Recycle. 5,000 units. That much from a single container.
Lu Feng nearly bit his tongue. He scanned the hold, dozens of containers, large and small, at least 30 to 40 in total.
Recycle. A faint glow emanated from his palm, spreading across the entire container. Within seconds the 2-meter metal box dissolved into countless tiny motes of light vanishing into thin air. Recycle complete. Obtained metal 5000 energy crystals 0 rare alloy 0. Lu Feng stored the metal ingots in his system space and rushed to the second container. Recycle complete. Obtained metal 5000. The third. Recycle complete. Obtained metal 3000 rare alloy 150. The fourth. Recycle complete. Obtained energy crystals 200 rare alloy 80. Lu Feng moved faster and faster, darting between containers like a whirlwind sweeping through the hold. The resource figures on his system panel leaped upward at a visible pace. Metal 2100 7100 12100 15100. Energy crystals 145,345,545. Rare alloy 0 150 330. But there were too many containers in the hold, recycling them one by one was too slow. Lu Feng glanced at the time. Su Xiaorong and the others should have boarded by now. He couldn't afford to linger much longer. System, can you do a batch recycle? Yes. Please stand at the center of the cargo hold. The system will automatically scan all recyclable items within a 20-meter radius. Lu Feng ran to the exact center of the hold and spread his arms. Scan complete. Detected recyclable items 34. Total estimated value metal A3000 units, energy crystals 2400 units, rare alloy 1450 units. Recycle all. 83,000 metal. 2,400 energy crystals. 1,450 rare alloy. His breath quickened, his heart pounding as if it would leap from his throat. Recycle all, he roared. A visible shimmer radiated outward from Lu Feng, rippling through the air like a wave. The glow touched every container, and in that same instant all the boxes dissolved into motes of light. Countless tiny specks danced, swirled, and converged in the air like a silent fireworks display. The metal ingots, energy crystals, and rare alloy lingered briefly in midair, then streamed into the system space as a flowing beam of light. The entire cargo hold was empty. Completely empty, not even a single metal shard remained. Recycle complete. Obtained metal A3000 energy crystals 2400 rare alloy 1450. Current total resources metal 98100 energy crystals 2945 rare alloy 1680. Lu Feng stood there panting heavily. Metal had surged from 2001 to 98,000. Energy crystals had risen from 145 to nearly 3,000. Rare alloy had gone from 0 to 1,680. This one trip had made him rich. When Lu Feng sprinted back to the Aurora, Su Xiaorong was waiting for him at the gangway. What took so long? Her ears swiveled anxiously as her gaze swept past him toward the transport ship. Did something go wrong? No. Lu Feng dashed up the gangway 2 steps at a time. Is everyone aboard? Yes, Su Xiaorong replied, following him briskly into the corridor. They're all in the cargo hold, but there's a problem. What problem? The collars. Their collars are still on. Lu Feng's steps faltered for a moment before he pressed on. Let's leave here first. Lu Feng entered the cockpit and settled into the pilot's seat. The pirates could return any moment. We can't afford to linger. Well, deal with the collars en route. Su Xiaorong nodded, took the co-pilot's seat and quickly fastened her harness. Xiaoxing, start the engines and prepare for departure. Engines starting. Current power 40. Please set departure course. Lu Feng called up a holographic star chart, swiping swiftly across the screen, his gaze settling on the route he had taken upon arrival. Returning the same way was the quickest option and a path he knew well, but it risked another encounter with pirates. Lu Feng paused, his finger hovering over the star chart, then retrieved the navigation data recorded on his way in. The position of that giant meteor, the coordinates of the crevice entrance, every asteroid cluster along the way, and each node requiring a speed reduction, all were clearly marked on the star chart. But the problem was that the asteroid belt was not static. Those rocks of various sizes drifted through space on their own orbits and speeds, some fast, some slow, some spinning, some revolving, some colliding and changing course. The pathways they formed shifted every moment. The route he had taken in was no longer what it had been. Lu Feng stared at the star chart for a few seconds, then called out to the system in his mind. System, can the original route still be used now? Analyzing. On the current original route, the positions of 17 asteroids have changed significantly. 3 of them have moved into the center of the passage, forming a new barrier. What if we don't take the original route? Is there another way out? Rescanning the dynamic structure of the asteroid belt. Scan complete.
A new natural passage has been detected located approximately 120000 kilometers southeast of the current coordinates. This passage did not exist when the host entered the port. It was formed by the collision of three large asteroids, creating a new gap.
Difficulty of passage. Currently below moderate. However, the passage is dynamically changing.
It is estimated that in 40 minutes an asteroid approximately 11 kilometers in diameter will enter the area blocking the passage.
40 minutes.
From here to that passage would take about 15 to 20 minutes.
That meant he had a window of 20 to 25 minutes. It was enough. Feng quickly marked the new course on the star chart. Well, take this one.
Su Xiaoron leaned in for a look, her ears twitching.
This one.
Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty.
Are you sure?
There was no path in this direction when we entered the port.
There is now.
Feng pushed the control stick.
The asteroid belt shifted and opened a new one.
The Aurora slid out through that manually widened crevice and into the asteroid belt. This time he didn't head back the way he came but turned southeast. The silver-white hull traced an arc through the starlight, sailing toward a completely unfamiliar direction. Su Xiaoron leaned back in the co-pilot's seat, her eyes fixed on the screen of her portable detector. The tracking signals from the collars were still broadcasting continuously, each signal point representing a living soul in the cargo hold.
How's the signal strength? Feng asked while piloting.
Same as before, Su Xiaoron said.
The ship's hull provides some shielding, but low-frequency signals are penetrating and hard to block.
Feng nodded without speaking. His greatest concern now wasn't the collar signals but the pirates' patrol ships.
During the rescue he hadn't seen a single pirate.
Only a lanky man and a burly one were left at the outpost. The main pirate force was nowhere to be seen.
But they could return any time, and the Aurora was now navigating their territory.
Xiaoxing maximized the passive detection range.
Alert me immediately to any anomalous signals. Executed.
Current passive detection coverage radius 300,000 kilometers.
300,000 kilometers.
At that range, if a pirate ship entered detection range, he would have a few minutes to react. Feng gripped the control stick, his eyes darting constantly between the holographic star chart and the viewport.
This new passage was entirely different from the one he had taken in.
The asteroids were more sparsely distributed but larger, some exceeding 50 kilometers in diameter, looming like floating mountains across the course. Feng maneuvered the ship through the gaps between those colossal rocks. Each gap demanded extreme precision, for the asteroids were massive and the passages too narrow. The slightest error could lead to a collision. Yet with the system's navigational assistance he still managed to find a relatively safe course. 15 minutes later, a comparatively open space appeared ahead on the holographic star chart. The entrance to that passage was there, a shaped gap formed by the collision of three large asteroids roughly 60 meters wide, just enough for the Aurora to pass through. Fortunately, the entrance was larger than expected, but the three asteroids were unstable, still slowly grinding and pressing against each other, with debris occasionally peeling off and drifting into space.
Are you sure you want to go in there?
Su Xiaoron stared nervously at the three colliding rocks outside the viewport.
No other choice. We need to hurry.
He pushed the engine power to 70 and the ship surged forward, charging toward that shaped gap.
A 60-meter wide entrance, a 32-meter wide hull, there was 14 meters of clearance on each side.
The Aurora plunged into the gap. The surfaces of the asteroids on either side flashed past the viewport, their rough rock textures vividly clear.
Feng could even hear the faint crackling of debris striking the shields. 10 seconds later,
the Aurora shot out of the shaped gap into a relatively safe zone. Behind them, the three asteroids continued their slow collision, debris falling away, but the passage was no longer a passage. A large rock falling from above had wedged itself right in the center of the shaped gap, completely blocking the path.
We made it.
Feng's voice carried a hint of lingering fear. Su Xiaoron opened her eyes, glanced back at the blocked debris outside the viewport and let out a long sigh.
That route was a one-way ticket.
Exactly, so we don't have to worry about pirates chasing us from behind.
The ship pressed on.
This new passage was much longer than the original route, but with the system's navigational aid, Feng encountered no major difficulties. After another 15 minutes or so, the holographic star chart showed they were approaching the outer edge of the asteroid belt.
The density of asteroids had noticeably decreased from dense trajectories to sparse lines.
The ship could pick up speed, no longer needing the careful maneuvering required in the depths.
Feng stabilized the engine power at 85, set the autopilot course and stood up from the pilot seat. Xiaoxing maintain the current course on autopilot. Alert me immediately of any anomalies. Command confirmed. Autopilot engaged.
Estimated time to exit the asteroid belt 14 minutes.
Current course is safe. No anomalous signals.
Su Xiaorong stood up as well, moving faster than Lu Feng. She had already reached the cockpit door, her large tail swishing anxiously behind her. Beyond the skylight was space.
Starlight cascaded down through the ever-widening opening. Something was appearing above that aperture.
At this moment the area near the hatch was temporarily set up as a shelter. 18 cat-eared girls were huddled together, some sitting and some lying down, with the smallest one curled up in the corner. Their ears drooped and their tails limply dragged on the ground, resembling the state scene earlier in the shed. Lu Feng stood at the door of the cargo hold, not stepping inside.
You go ahead, I'll wait here. Lu Feng leaned against the hatch and then took 2 steps back.
Su Xiaorong glanced at him, her ears twitching, and strode into the cargo hold. She crouched down among the cat-eared girls, first looking at the 7 or 8-year-old girl. The girl's eyes were large and her amber pupils appeared particularly bright under the dim light. Her neck was very slender, with a deep red mark between the silver collar and her skin, a result of prolonged friction.
Does it hurt?
Su Xiaorong's voice was very soft. The little girl looked at her, said nothing, and nodded. Su Xiaorong's gaze lingered on the red mark on the girl's neck for a moment before standing up. Lu Feng, she walked to the hatch and lowered her voice, come and take a look at this collar.
Lu Feng walked over, crouching down in front of a middle-aged cat-eared woman, examining the collar on her neck closely.
The collar was made of silver-white metal, about 2 centimeters wide and less than half a centimeter thick, perfectly conforming to the curve of her neck. The inner side of the collar had a circle of fine metal contacts tightly pressed against the skin, and some of the skin around these contacts had already turned red, even showing signs of ulceration. On the front of the collar there was a device the size of a fingernail with a red indicator light flashing.
A thought surfaced in Lu Feng's mind. System, scan this item. Scanning.
Detected a small binding device, model Imperial, prohibited item MKII slave collar.
Composition, alloy shell, positioning, transmitter module, close-range electric shock module, micro-explosive module. Unlock method requires a specialized electronic key or specific unlock code. Micro-explosive module. Lu Feng's pupils contracted slightly.
This device was bound to the neck, and if forcibly removed the explosives would detonate immediately, powerful enough to sever the wearer's carotid artery.
System, is there a way to safely remove it? This system has a decomposition and recycling function that can break down any item containing metal into basic resources.
It is recommended that the host directly use the decomposition and recycling function to remove the collar.
Lu Feng paused for a moment. Right, the system's decomposition and recycling function could decompose any item containing metal.
He had used this function before to recycle discarded Mech spaceship wreckage, broken engines, and an entire cargo hold of metal containers without any issues. A collar the size of a palm, what difficulty could it pose? System, will using the decomposition and recycling function on items worn by living beings harm the wearer?
The decomposition and recycling function only affects the target item itself and will not harm surrounding biological tissues.
Lu Feng stood up and walked in front of Su Xiaorong.
I have a way. What way?
Lu Feng did not explain, but instead crouched down in front of the little girl. Seeing him approach, the little girl instinctively shrank back, her large amber eyes filled with fear. Lu Feng did not rush to act, but first opened his palm, showing her that it was empty.
Don't be afraid, I'm going to take this thing off your neck.
You might feel a little strange, but it won't hurt. The little girl looked at him and then turned to glance at Su Xiaorong. Su Xiaorong came over, crouched down on the other side of the little girl, and took her hand.
He can do it, he just saved you from the shed.
The little girl's hand trembled slightly in Su Xiaorong's palm, but she did not shrink back again. Lu Feng took a deep breath and gently placed his palm on the surface of the collar around the little girl's neck. System, decompose and recycle this collar.
Detected recyclable item MKII slave collar. Estimated recyclable metal 1. 2 units energy crystal 0. 3 units rare alloy 0. 1 units. Proceed with recycling. Recycle.
A nearly invisible microglow ignited from Lu Feng's palm, spreading over the entire collar like countless tiny tendrils. The little girl's eyes widened instantly. She felt a warm touch on her neck, as if an invisible hand was gently supporting her chin without pain, even somewhat comforting. The red indicator light on the collar flickered wildly a few times before extinguishing. A few seconds later, the silver-white metal collar transformed into countless tiny light spots, dissipating into the air like a swarm of fireflies flying away from her neck. In its place, a few small metal fragments and a tiny particle of bluish energy crystal appeared in Lu Feng's palm. The collar had vanished, leaving nothing on the little girl's neck except for the deep red mark and the damaged skin at the edges of the mark, which had already scabbed. The little girl trembled as she touched her neck with both hands, and her fingers brushed against the red mark, causing her to flinch in pain. Her mouth opened slightly and she let out an almost inaudible whimper, tears streaming down her face. Suzairong's eyes also turned red, but she held back her emotions, reaching out to gently ruffle the little girl's hair. It's okay, her voice trembled slightly, it's over now. Lu Feng stood up and everyone around was watching him. The cat-eared girls packed into the cargo hold all had their eyes focused on.
Everyone line up one at a time.
The cargo hold fell silent for about 2 seconds before everyone began to move, standing up one by one to walk in front of Lu Feng.
The second one. Recycling complete. Gained metal 1. 1 energy crystal 0. 2 rare alloy 0. 1. The third one. Recycling complete. Gained metal 1. 3 energy crystal 0. 3 rare alloy 0. 1. The fourth one. Recycling complete. Gained metal 1. 0 energy crystal 0. 2 rare alloy 0. 1. Lu Feng's actions became increasingly swift, transitioning from initial caution to smooth fluidity. The disassembly process for each collar took no more than 3 seconds, with metal fragments and energy crystal shards gathering into a small pile in his palm before being stored in the system space. Each time a collar was removed, a cat-eared girl would touch her neck in a daze, then be pulled away by someone beside her, making room for the next. The 17th. The 18th. When the last collar disappeared, the ground of the cargo hold was already piled with some decomposed remnants. They were merely minute metal shards and energy crystal dust which had not yet been cleared away before being blown away by the wind. At that moment Suzairong's ears twitched, and then she did something that surprised everyone. She walked in front of Lu Feng, stood on her tiptoes, stretched out her hands and hugged him tightly. The embrace was very brief, so much so that Lu Feng had no time to react before she released him. This is for them.
Suzairong let go, stepped back, her ears flattening, a somewhat unnatural blush on her face. Suzairong turned around facing her newly freed kin, her tail swaying slowly behind her.
You.
Her voice paused as if weighing her words. How were you captured? The eldest woman was silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly.
We escaped from the front lines. Suzairong's ears shot up. Front lines.
Lu Feng frowned deeply.
Which front?
The Zerg front. The Asatos Galaxy Sector 7. The Asatos Galaxy, the Empire's fiercest front line against the Zerg. Over the past 3 years the Empire had deployed more than 300 main battleships there, with casualties exceeding 50 million. Her voice began to tremble and her scarred tail slowly curled, wrapping around her own leg. We lived on Asatos, a planet called New Oasis, the largest beastkin settlement in the Empire's 7th sector. We lived there, farming, mining, trading, getting along well with our human neighbors. When the Zerg came, everything changed. The Empire said they would protect us, said the defenses were impregnable. But the day the Zerg broke through, all those promises became a joke. New Oasis had no garrison, not even a decent starship. When the Zerg air units entered the atmosphere, we were still waiting for Imperial reinforcements. We waited 3 days. Nothing came.
Didn't you evacuate beforehand?
The evacuation order came too late. A bitter twist pulled at the woman's lips, more a weary self-deprecating grimace than anything else. When the Zerg broke the line, all Imperial transport ships had already been reassigned for frontline logistics. There were no ships left to evacuate civilians. We had to fend for ourselves. Her gaze slowly swept over the huddled figures in the cargo hold. We pooled our money to rent an old cargo ship, but it was too small to hold everyone. We had to go in batches. We were the first. It took her several seconds before she continued.
And the last. Less than an hour after we took off, we received word that New Oasis had been completely overrun by the Zerg. No one else got out. That old freighter's engines were faulty to begin with. The overload during liftoff was too severe, the warp drive was completely destroyed. Food and water ran out on the 3rd day. And then the pirates came.
The first thing they asked when they saw our ship was if we had anything valuable.
We said no, just a few boxes of spare clothes and some dry rations.
They forced us all off the ship and searched us one by one. Her gaze was hollow, fixed on the cargo hold floor.
Beast can stay, humans can go. That's what they said.
There were 113 people on our ship, 23 beastkin and 90 humans. The pirates herded the humans back onto that falling apart freighter and told them to fend for themselves. The woman's lips trembled violently. She closed her eyes as if holding something back before opening them again after a long moment. Then they loaded the beastkin into the cargo hold. 23 of us locked in a windowless iron box with no idea where we were being taken. When we saw light again, we were in that underground base. What about the other 5? Su Xiaorong was silent for a long time before asking her final question. The woman didn't answer. She simply shook her head slowly, but her gesture said it all. Xiaoxing, where are we? Exited the asteroid belt. Current location Sector 3 Rim Qianwan Star Region. Approximately 4 light-years from Starship Command Academy. Autopilot disengaged. Please assume control, Captain. Lu Feng walked back to the cockpit and sat down in the pilot's seat. Su Xiaorong was still in the cargo hold with the others. He pulled up the star chart, swiping his finger across the screen, his gaze scanning the star regions marked as Imperial territory. He couldn't bring these cat-eared girls back to the Academy. The Academy had a disciplinary committee, Hanyu, who was always looking for trouble and countless eyes watching his every move. Suddenly having 18 beastkin women including a little girl appear out of nowhere was something he could never hide. Lu Feng's finger froze on the star chart. Qianwan Star Region Administrative Capital Qianwan 3. This planet was the administrative center of the Qianwan Star Region, about 0.8 light-years from Starship Command Academy, less than an hour by civilian flight. He opened the real estate trading platform for Qianwan 3 and browsed the listings. The prices in the villa district made his lips twitch. A detached villa with a garden about 500 square meters cost between 3 and 5 million star coins. He still had over 9 million in his account. Buying a villa was financially possible, but it just didn't sit right. The technology transfer fee was seed capital meant for building starships, not for buying real estate. But settling 18 people was no small matter. They had just escaped from pirates and were in poor physical condition. The youngest girl still had red marks on her neck and her ankle was swollen like a bun. They needed a safe, undisturbed place to recover. They couldn't stay in hotels near the academy, and the rundown inns and lawless areas were even worse. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and searched Qianwan 3, his eyes settling on a neighborhood called Star Bay Manor. It wasn't far from the main city of Qianwan 3, near the sea, with a good environment and a comprehensive security system. He opened the listing for Star Bay Manor, flipped through a few pages and stopped at a 280 square meter garden house. 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms with a backyard, fully furnished, mobile ready. Price 1.88 million star coins. 280 square meters, 6 bedrooms, cramped for 18 people, but better than sleeping on the streets. More importantly, the location was excellent, near the sea, good air, and only a 15-minute drive to the nearest hospital. 1.88 million was affordable and wouldn't cripple his Starship construction plan. Xiaoxing, change course. Heading to Qianwan 3. Course set. Estimated travel time 12 minutes. The Dawnstar arced through space heading towards Qianwan 3. 12 minutes later, a sapphire blue planet appeared in the viewport. Qianwan 3, the administrative capital, one of the Empire's most important strongholds in the Qianwan Star region. The planet's surface was covered in vast oceans and forests. From space it looked like a giant blue-green gem embedded in black velvet. Lu Feng docked the starship in Qianwan 3's outer orbit and contacted a real estate agent through the local communications network. The agent was a human male in his 30s, surnamed Zhou, who called himself Manager Zhou. His voice carried a professional enthusiasm. You want to see a property? At Star Bay Manor. Right now. Sure, I'll arrange it immediately. Call me when you arrive. 30 minutes later, Lu Feng, Su Xiaorong and the 18 cat-eared girls landed at Qianwan 3's civilian spaceport. He chartered 2 ground transport vehicles and the group arrived at Star Bay Manor in a grand procession. Agent Zhou was already waiting at the entrance. When he first saw Lu Feng, his face wore a standard professional smile. But when he saw the group of cat-eared girls behind him, the smile froze for about half a second before returning to normal. In the real estate business you see all kinds of strange clients. But a young man bringing over a dozen cat-eared girls to buy a house was certainly an unusual sight. Mr. Lu, right. This way, please. The property I'm showing you is in the southeast corner of the neighborhood near the sea with a fantastic view. He spoke as he walked, his pace a little faster than normal, probably feeling the pressure from the 18 pairs of eyes watching him. The house was better than he had imagined. The first floor had a living room, dining room, kitchen and 3 bedrooms. The living room had a large floor-to-ceiling window facing the garden. The garden wasn't large, but it was well maintained, planted with some unknown flowers and a small leafy tree. The second floor had 3 bedrooms each with its own bathroom. The master bedroom was the largest with a balcony offering a view of the distant sea. 280 square meters, 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, fully furnished, appliances included, movie and ready. Manager Joe stood in the center of the living room, his professional smile back to normal. The owner needs to sell quickly. This is the lowest price one. 88 million, non-negotiable. Lu Feng walked through each room and pointed to the first floor bedrooms and living room. These 3 bedrooms can sleep 6. We can lay out futons in the living room for a few more. The rest sleep upstairs. Manager Joe's lips twitched. 18 people in a 280 square meter house that was a population density rivaling a student dormitory. But he didn't voice any opinion because the client had already pulled out his holographic communicator, opened his bank account and was ready to pay. 88 million star coins paid in full. Manager Joe's hands trembled slightly. In his 10 years as an agent, he had seen clients buy with loans, with installments and with full cash payments. But a young man under 20, no loans, no installments, buying $1 million+ property without batting an eye. This young client's background was clearly extraordinary. The paperwork was processed quickly. The transaction was entirely digital: identity verification, contract signing, property registration, payment, all completed on the holographic terminal. In less than an hour, Lu Feng's communicator received a message from the Qianwan III Real Estate Registration Center. Real estate certificate generated. Right holder Lu Feng. Property unit number room 101, building 23, Star Bay Manor, Qianwan 3. Building area 280. 42 square meters. After seeing manager Zhou, Lu Feng closed the door, leaned against it and let out a long sigh. 1,880,000 star coins gone. Su Xiaorong had already begun familiarizing the 18 cat-eared girls with the house. She arranged for those with more severe injuries to lie down and rest in the master bedroom on the first floor. Lu Feng sat down on the sofa in the living room, opened his system panel and checked the resource reserves. Metal 98100. Energy crystals 2945. Rare alloys 1680. Most of these resources were pilfered from the pirates, not purchased with his star coins. Metal 98100. Energy crystals 2945. Rare alloys 1680. Most of these resources were, but he wasn't in a hurry to build the cruiser right now. He wanted to settle the necessary matters first. What are you thinking about? Su Xiaorong's voice came from beside him. Lu Feng opened his eyes and saw her walking over with a glass of water, sitting down on the single sofa next to him. Drink some water. You haven't had much all day. Lu Feng was indeed thirsty, so he picked up the glass and took a large gulp. Su Xiaorong's ears twitched and her large tail hung down from the armrest of the sofa, its tip slightly curled. Lu Feng. She paused. What do you plan to do with them? Lu Feng leaned back on the sofa. He had been thinking about this question ever since leaving the asteroid belt, but he still hadn't found a suitable answer. If they want to leave, he'll book tickets for them. They can go anywhere they want, he'll cover the fare. Su Xiaorong's ears perked up. And what about those who don't want to leave? Those who don't want to leave. Lu Feng was silent for a few seconds. They can stay here for now. This house isn't big, but we can squeeze everyone in. Once they've recovered, we can make further plans. Su Xiaorong stared at him for a few seconds, her ears swiveling forward. I'm going to build a big ship next, Lu Feng interrupted her. A very, very big one, requiring a lot of people to operate. Su Xiaorong's ears shot up. How big? 320 meters, 35,000 tons, with a crew complement of 180. Su Xiaorong's mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. A crew of 180. Her voice sounded a bit dry. Where are you going to find 180 people? Lu Feng's gaze fell on the half-empty glass of water on the coffee table. Well, start with them. Of course I won't force anyone to stay. Those who want to leave I'll send off. Those who want to stay I welcome. Su Xiaorong's tail swayed slowly behind her. It was a habitual gesture when she was thinking. I'll talk to them. She stood up from the sofa. If you, a human, go talk to them, they'll be wary. If I go, they'll at least be willing to hear me out. Lu Feng nodded. Su Xiaorong turned and walked towards the bedroom on the first floor. She took a few steps, then stopped and looked back at him. Lu Feng. You. Her ears twitched. Never mind, forget it. She turned around, her tail held high behind her, and walked briskly into the bedroom. Lu Feng sat on the sofa listening to the low murmur of voices coming from the bedroom. Su Xiarong's voice wasn't loud, but he could still catch the gist through the door. He bought this house over 1.8 million paid in full.
He removed the collars from your necks too.
I don't know what technology he used, but not a single one exploded. Next he's going to build a starship, a huge one, and he needs help. Not to be slaves, but to be crew members, the kind that fly starships.
Those who want to leave Hell book tickets for. They can go anywhere Hell pay the fare. Those who don't want to leave can stay here for now, recuperate.
As Lu Feng listened, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corner of his mouth.
This cat-eared girl was far more persuasive than he was.
He opened the system panel and checked the construction requirements for the Hurricane.
He was still short on energy crystals by 1,500 rare alloys, and metal were sufficient.
He opened the Imperial Commerce Network, found a reputable supplier, and placed an order for 1,500 units of energy crystals. The unit price was 2,050 star coins, a bit cheaper than a few days ago, totaling 3,075,000 star coins.
He confirmed the payment and entered the address for Star Bay Manor as the delivery point.
Since he wasn't going back to school for now, it was more convenient to have the delivery sent directly home instead of the Academy gate.
Your order has been confirmed. Delivery method: Imperial Express Premium Line.
Estimated delivery time tomorrow 8:00 a.m. 10:00 a.m. The energy crystals would arrive tomorrow, and then the resources would be complete, allowing him to start building the cruiser. When Su Xiarong came out of the bedroom, she seemed much softer than usual.
All done? Lu Feng asked. All done.
Su Xiarong sat down on the single sofa opposite him, pulled her legs up onto the seat, her tail hanging down from beside her knee.
They want to see you. Lu Feng sat up straight. Now.
Su Xiarong nodded.
There are some things they want to say to you in person. Let's go.
Su Xiarong jumped off the sofa, her bare feet patting on the floor as she led the way into the bedroom. The master bedroom on the first floor was crowded with cat-eared girls. Some sat on the bed, a row sat on the floor, and a few stood against the wall. As soon as Lu Feng entered, all eyes turned to him. At that moment, the older cat-eared woman stood up from the floor, walked up to Lu Feng, and knelt down on both knees.
Aliyah. My name is Aliyah.
Lu Feng instinctively reached out to support her arm, but she didn't rise. Her knees seemed nailed to the floor, completely immovable. Back in New Oasis, I was a teacher at the community school. Aliyah knelt on the ground, her tail drooping slightly.
I taught the children arithmetic and star charts. You saved our lives. Aliyah said. You snatched these lives back from the pirates. From today onwards we all follow your lead.
One by one the cat-eared girls behind her, those sitting and those standing, knelt down. The sound of knees hitting the floor echoed through the quiet room.
Lu Feng looked at the cat-eared girls kneeling before him, his mouth opening and then closing again. He didn't want anyone's life, he was just passing by, lending a hand by chance.
Get up first, Lu Feng said.
No one moved. I'm ordering you to get up. Aliyah's ear twitched and then she stood up. Aliyah, can you pilot a ship? Lu Feng asked.
Civilian mining ships, the small kind.
Aliyah said.
The community school in New Oasis had an old one they used to teach the kids about the stars.
I can pilot it, but I've never handled a large one. What about the others? None of them have either, but they can all learn.
Aliyah added, the beast-eared race isn't slower at learning than humans.
Lu Feng nodded, making mental calculations. 0 experience was fine. The Hurricane-class cruiser was equipped with 400 drones, requiring a large number of personnel for maintenance and operation. Those maintenance tasks didn't require profound theoretical knowledge but patience and attention to detail.
For the time being you all stay here and recover, Lu Feng said. Eat well, sleep well, see a doctor if needed, rest if you need to.
Lu Feng's gaze lingered on Aliyah's face for a moment. Then I have a ship that needs people to crew it. Not a small ship but a cruiser.
Someone murmured the word cruiser and a ripple of subdued astonishment passed through the room.
But learning to pilot a cruiser isn't something you can do overnight. You'll need training first.
Everyone will receive a basic salary during training and there will be additional pay once you officially come on board.
Training. Aliyah's ears perked up. Who will teach us?
Lu Feng glanced at Su Xiarong beside him.
Why are you looking at me?
Su Xiarong's ear twitched. You're top of your class in power engineering, Lu Feng said.
Engine maintenance, energy circuit design, these are your specialties.
Su Xiarong's mouth opened as if to argue, but she found she couldn't refute it.
Mr. Lu, she said. There are 18 of us, we can't eat and stay for free. Give us a chance and we'll prove ourselves to you. Lu Feng looked into her eyes. In those amber pupils there was a stubborn determination. All right, Lu Feng said. First get your injuries healed. Once you're healed then we'll talk about how you'll prove yourselves. Lu Feng spent the night sleeping on the living room sofa. It wasn't that there were no bedrooms, but those were reserved for the cat-eared girls. As a human he felt it wasn't appropriate to crowd in with them. The sofa was spacious enough, its length just right for him to lie flat with a pillow supporting his head and his legs fully extended. In the middle of the night he woke once, catching a faint rustle from the kitchen. He squinted and saw the kitchen light was on. Aaliyah and another cat-eared girl were busy at the stove, a pot bubbling away sending up plumes of steam. She didn't realize he was awake and Lu Feng didn't make a sound, simply closing his eyes to resume his sleep. At 7 in the morning he was roused by an enticing aroma. Opening his eyes he saw the dining table laden with food. There was porridge, fried eggs, breadfruit salad and a large pitcher of steaming milk. Aaliyah stood by the table holding a plate of freshly made pancakes. Mr. Lu, breakfast is ready. Lu Feng sat up, rubbed his eyes and gazed at the spread of food before him. What time did you all get up? A little after 5, Aaliyah said. We're used to it. Lu Feng glanced at the kitchen where several cat-eared girls were tidying up the stove. Su Shirong also came down from upstairs wearing Lu Feng's school uniform jacket. She had probably showered the night before and with no dry clothes had borrowed it temporarily. The uniform was a size too big for her, the hem barely reaching her upper thighs and the collar hung loosely off one shoulder, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. The fabric of the uniform was thin, vaguely outlining the contours of her body beneath the gentle curve of her chest, pushing the material into a soft arch. With every step she took, her 2 straight shapely legs swayed out from under the oversized uniform, dazzlingly white. Why are you just wearing someone else's clothes? Lu Feng looked at her. Su Xiaorong flattened her ears back and retorted with conviction, I have no clothes to wear. I washed them last night and they're still wet. Do you expect me to come out naked? As she spoke she tossed her hair back, lifting the hem of the uniform slightly, revealing another glimpse of the smooth pale skin of her upper thigh. Lu Feng averted his gaze impassively, but his eyes involuntarily lingered for a brief moment on the exposed section of her thigh. Su Xiaorong seemed to notice his glance, the tips of her ears flushed a faint red. Yet instead of pulling the clothes down she sat down boldly on the sofa. She crossed her legs, the uniform hem spreading open a little more, revealing a small edge of pure white lace. What are you staring at? Su Xiaorong gave a soft snort, but her tail swayed gently behind her. Aaliyah came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of porridge and set it down in front of her. She took a sip and her ears perked up. Delicious. After breakfast Lu Feng sat on the sofa to digest his meal. He had just taken a sip of tea when sounds came from the hallway. A cat-eared girl poked her head out from the corridor, looking as if she had just finished showering. She was wrapped in a towel that barely covered her chest and bottom, but it slipped with every step, forcing her to adjust it frequently. Is there a hairdryer? The cat-eared girl asked. As she tugged at the towel it rode up, exposing nearly her entire thigh, the full rounded lines extending from her ankle to her hip. Then another emerged from the corridor. This one was even more extreme, not even bothering with a towel, dashing out in just a pair of underwear. She had thrown on an oversized t-shirt she'd found somewhere, but it was too short, its hem only reaching her upper thigh, barely covering the top edge of her underwear. With each step she took the t-shirt hem bounced up the white cotton underwear beneath, flickering in and out of sight. Where's the bathroom? She asked, dazed. Lu Feng sat on the sofa, teacup in hand, and pointed expressionlessly toward the door at the end of the hallway. The cat-eared girl murmured an "oh" and walked past him on bare legs, her fluffy tail swishing back and forth behind her. Then came the third. The fourth. The fifth. The cat-eared girls emerged from the corridor one after another, their fair legs conspicuously bare, milling about the living room. Lu Feng silently averted his gaze and took a sip of tea. Seeing this, Su Xiaorong planted her hands on her hips, standing in the middle of the living room, and shouted toward the hallway, stop running around with bare legs. All of you put on some proper clothes before coming out. There's a man here, she said, tilting her head toward Lu Feng. The hallway fell silent for a second. Then 2 cat-eared girls poked their heads out, both staring straight at Lu Feng on the sofa. I'm taking them out to buy some things. Su Xiaorong sat back down beside him, scrolling through her holographic communicator. Lu Feng, leaning against the sofa and examining his system panel, raised an eyebrow. Buy what? Clothes. Those rags they're wearing are unwearable and they don't have any toiletries. We made do last night, but we can't keep doing that today. He pulled out his holographic communicator, opened his bank account and transferred a sum of money to Su Xiaorong.
Her communicator vibrated. She glanced down and her ears shot up.
50,000 star coins. Enough for clothes. Yes, more than enough.
Su Xiaorong's mouth opened and closed before she pocketed her communicator.
We're heading out back in about 2 or 3 hours. She turned and called into the hallway, let's go. We're buying clothes.
Over a dozen cat-eared girls gathered in the living room, the youngest girl running at the front. Lu Feng leaned back on the sofa watching as some changed shoes and others tied up their hair. The living room was a chaotic bustle, like a nest of kittens about to set out on an adventure.
Aliyah was the last to leave.
As she passed the sofa she paused and looked at Lu Feng.
Mr. Lu, well, be back around noon. Well, make lunch so don't worry about it. All right. The door closed and the living room fell silent.
Lu Feng sat alone on the sofa, his mind churning over the matter of the cruiser. Yesterday he had ordered 1,500 units on the Imperial Commerce Network with delivery scheduled between 8 and 10 in the morning. It was now past 9, so the delivery should be arriving soon.
Sure enough, his communicator rang. An Imperial Express delivery truck pulled up at the entrance of Star Bay Manor and 2 uniformed deliverymen unloaded a temperature-controlled box.
This time the box was much larger than the last, about half a person's height and significantly heavier. Lu Feng signed for it, closed the door, moved the 2 boxes to the center of the living room, rubbed his hands together and opened the system panel.
Detected energy crystals X-1500. Transfer to system space. Transfer.
The energy crystals from the 2 temperature-controlled boxes vanished one by one into thin air, transforming into streams of pale blue light absorbed into the system space. The energy crystals he had scavenged from the pirate ship and the cargo hold had already numbered over 2,900. With these 2,000 added, the total reached over 4,900. With everything ready, he opened the blueprint for the Hurricane-class cruiser. A vessel 320 meters long, weighing 350,000 tons, with a hangar bay for 400 drones, 4 medium-ion cannons and 2 Thor-class heavy plasma cannons.
This configuration would be formidable even across the entire Qianwan star sector. Lu Feng's finger hovered over the build button for a moment. He took a deep breath, then pressed it. Construction has begun. Estimated completion time 168 hours 7 days. Please be patient, host.
A progress bar began to creep forward slowly, accompanied by a small line of text reminding him that resources would be locked during construction. 168 hours later this cruiser would materialize in his system space, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. After completing all this, Lu Feng leaned against the sofa, staring blankly at the progress bar for a while before standing up and walking to the yard. The yard was small, with the lawn neatly trimmed. In the center of the lawn stood a small tree with lush branches and leaves, beneath which was a long bench. In the distance the sea shimmered under the sunlight, with several small yachts slowly gliding across the water, leaving behind white trails. He stood in the yard enjoying the sea breeze for a while, and his mood gradually calmed down. At that moment his communicator vibrated and a message from Su Xiaorong came through. This time it wasn't a string of emojis but a photo. In the picture, a dozen cat-eared girls stood in front of a mirror in a clothing store, each holding several pieces of clothing and comparing them. Su Xiaorong was at the front, wearing a white dress that fell just above her knees, revealing a glimpse of her fair calves. Lu Feng stared at it for 2 seconds, sent a thumbs-up emoji and then placed the communicator on the table. He walked inside, found a pack of tea leaves in the kitchen, brewed himself a cup and wandered around the living room with the teacup. The more he looked at this house, the more satisfied he became. Although the decoration wasn't the most luxurious, the materials were solid. The floor was made of solid wood, the walls were painted with eco-friendly paint, and the kitchen cabinets and countertops were made of solid stone. 188,000, definitely worth it. Just as he was sipping his tea, the communicator vibrated again, this time from Wang Hao.
Lu Feng. Where were you last night? I haven't seen you all day. I had some business outside. What business?
Let me tell you, my sister may seem cold and unapproachable, but she's actually not a bad person.
It's not about business. Lu Feng interrupted his rambling. Is there any news from the school? School? Oh right, if you hadn't mentioned it I would have almost forgotten.
Instructor Zhao Ming wants you to see him after you return, saying it's about the preliminary selection of the captain. He didn't say what it was specifically, just that you should hurry back.
Got it. Is there anything else? Also, Lin Ruoxue came looking for you.
Lu Feng's eyes flickered slightly. What did she want with me?
How would I know? You weren't here when she came.
She asked where you went and I said I didn't know, then she left.
Wang Hao paused and lowered his voice.
But seriously, it's the first time I've seen Lin Ruoshua actively look for someone. Previously others would line up to find her and she would ignore them.
Alright, I understand. Lu Feng said I might not be able to go back in the next few days. Keep an eye on things at school and let me know if anything happens. Not able to come back. Where are you? At a friend's place. Lu Feng hung up the phone, placed the communicator on the coffee table and sank into deep thought on the sofa. The tranquility of the school had already been disrupted by him. His sudden disappearance over the past few days would only complicate matters further. But he truly couldn't go back now and would have to wait until the cruiser was ready before making any plans. When Su Xiaorong returned with a group of cat-eared girls, Lu Feng was lying on the bench in the yard basking in the sun. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on his face which gently swayed with the breeze. He closed his eyes, half asleep and half awake, listening to the distant sound of waves finally relaxing. Then he heard the chattering voices of a dozen women. Lu Feng. Su Xiaorong began shouting from afar, her voice filled with an unmistakable excitement. Look at what we bought. Lu Feng opened his eyes, sat up and then froze. Su Xiaorong was at the front wearing a pale yellow dress that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Her hair flowed smoothly down her shoulders and her amber eyes sparkled like two gems in the sunlight. But what left Lu Feng stunned wasn't Su Xiaorong but the cat-eared girls behind her. Each of them had changed into new clothes. Aliyah wore a deep blue strapless long dress with a thin belt cinching her waist, accentuating her tall figure. The ones following her were equally impressive. A petite cat-eared girl wore a short white top that barely covered her chest, exposing a slender waist. She paired it with a high-waisted pleated skirt that swayed with her movements, and her cattail peeked out from the skirt's designated opening, swaying left and right with her steps. Another cat-eared girl, looking no older than 18 or 19, wore a floral strap dress with two thin straps resting on her rounded shoulders. She stood in the sunlight, twirling around in front of Lu Feng, her dress blooming like a flower, and a glimpse of her snow-white thigh flashed beneath the hem. "Do I look good, mister?" Lu. Her voice was soft and sweet, her cat ears twitching shyly. Lu Feng's gaze swept over them, momentarily pausing on those slender fair thighs. "You look good." The cat-eared girl twitched her ears, a flush rising on her face, and quickly ran back into the crowd. Su Xiaorong stood in front of Lu Feng, hands clasped behind her back, slightly leaning forward. "Do I look good, mister?" Lu. Her voice was soft and sweet, her cat ears twitching shyly. Lu Feng's gaze swept over them, momentarily pausing on those slender fair thighs. Lu Feng glanced at the paper bag. It contained a simple deep blue casual jacket made of comfortable fabric. "How much is it?" "Not much after all, you paid a lot." Su Xiaorong's ears twitched. "And this was chosen by Aliyah. She said you look good in dark colors." Aliyah, who was standing not far away, noticed Lu Feng's gaze and calmly walked over, bending down to place the shopping bag on the ground. This bending motion caused her neckline to lose coverage, and two full mounds overflowed from the sides of the fabric with a deep valley in the middle that could almost swallow one's gaze. "Mr. Lu, we bought some daily necessities and change of clothes, and the remaining money is here." She took out an electronic prepaid card from her pocket, presenting it with both hands. Lu Feng did not take it. "You can keep the rest as living expenses." Aliyah's ears twitched. "That's too much." "Not too much." Lu Feng said, "There are 18 of you and you need money for food and other expenses. I might not be here for a while, you all figure it out yourselves." "Okay. I'll keep it for them." Aliyah stared at him for 2 seconds, took back the prepaid card and led a few cat-eared girls into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Soon the sounds of chopping vegetables and the clattering of pots and pans filled the kitchen, mixed with the aroma of cooking wafting out from the kitchen door. In the following 2 days, Lu Feng stayed at Xingwan Manor, teaching the cat-eared girls some basic starship knowledge during the day and sleeping on the sofa in the living room at night. Su Xiaorong was responsible for explaining the power systems and energy circuits, while Lu Feng covered the overall structure and operation processes of the starship. Aliyah learned the fastest. After all, she had piloted mining ships in the new Oasis, albeit small ones, so she had some understanding of basic starship operations. The others lagged far behind. Some had never even seen a holographic control interface and would instinctively pull back when their fingers touched the projection screen. Aliyah learned the fastest. After all, she had piloted mining ships in the new Oasis, albeit small ones, so she had some understanding of basic starship operations. On the third morning, while Lu Feng was having breakfast at the dining table, the communicator rang. It was a message from the Career Skills Training Center of the Qianwan Star region. "Dear Mr. Lu Feng, the basic course in interstellar navigation you inquired about still has a few spots available starting next Monday with a duration of 3 months. If you wish to enroll, please complete the registration process at the training center before this Friday." This was the largest career skills training institution in Qianwan. No.
3 that he had found online a couple of days ago offering various courses in interstellar navigation, starship maintenance, energy engineering and more. It wasn't to obtain a certificate but to systematically teach the cat-eared girls how to operate a starship. Although 3 months of basic courses wasn't long, it was enough for them to grasp essential navigation knowledge and operational skills. Aliyah. Lu Feng called out. Aliyah poked her head out from the kitchen, still holding a ladle. What is it, Mr. Lu? Do you all want to attend the classes? Classes. Aliyah's ears perked up. The basic course in interstellar navigation at the Career Skills Training Center in Xianwan No. 3. Lu Feng pulled up the course information on the holographic communicator and placed it on the dining table. Upon completion, you'll receive an Empire-recognized certificate for basic starship operation. Aliyah walked over, bending down to look at the course information on the screen, her scarred tail swaying gently behind her. This is a course specifically for training starship operators. Yes. It takes 3 months to complete, and passing the exam will earn you a junior qualification certificate. With this certificate you will be recognized as qualified crew members by the Empire. Aliyah's eyes turned slightly red, but she held back, taking a deep breath. I'll go ask them. She turned and walked into the kitchen, and Lu Feng heard low conversations mixed with surprised gasps coming from inside. In less than 2 minutes Aliyah came out. Let's go. All of us will go. All right. Lu Feng nodded. Then I'll enroll all 18 of you. He opened the enrollment page and began filling out the information. The first page was for course selection. He checked the basic interstellar navigation, introductory starship maintenance and safety, and emergency handling courses. Each course wasn't cheap. The total cost for 3 courses came to 4,800 per person, amounting to 86,400 for 18 people. Lu Feng didn't even blink, paying directly. Then came the identity information registration, which was the most troublesome step. The cat-eared girls had escaped from the new oasis without anything, leaving all their identification materials on the planet occupied by the insectoids. Fortunately, the training center accepted registrations from individuals without documents, requiring only biological feature registration and guarantor information. Lu Feng filled in his name and contact information, paid a deposit of 50,000, and the procedures for all 18 of them were completed. All right. Lu Feng closed the payment page. Classes start next Monday and I'll take you there. Aliyah stood beside the dining table, still holding the ladle, and finally bowed deeply before quickly returning to the kitchen. At 7:30 on Monday morning, Lu Feng was awakened by Aliyah. Mr. Lu, breakfast is ready. He sat up from the sofa and rubbed his eyes. After sleeping on the sofa for several days, his back ached a little, but it wasn't unbearable. The living room had already become lively. The cat-eared girls, dressed in new clothes and carrying new backpacks, were tidying their hair and ears in front of the mirror in small groups. The youngest girl, Mila, wore a pink dress and white leather shoes. She sat on a low stool at the entrance and Aliyah was helping her tie her shoelaces. Milu is coming too. Lu Feng walked over. Yes. Aliyah didn't look up, her fingers deftly tying a bow. The training center has a daycare for students with children. She can't be left alone at home, so I feel better bringing her along. Lu Feng nodded, crouched down to look at Milu. The red mark on the little girl's neck, chafed by the collar, had faded considerably, and most of the scab had fallen off, revealing tender pink new skin beneath. Her eyes were large, her amber pupils exceptionally bright in the morning light, staring at him unblinkingly. Lu Feng reached out and gently ruffled Mila's hair. Mila, make sure to play nicely with the other kids at school today, okay? Mila looked at him and nodded, then extended a small hand from behind her back, pressing something into Lu Feng's palm. It was a candy, a fruit-flavored hard candy, its wrapper printed with a cartoon kitten. For me. Lu Feng was taken aback. Mila nodded, then shrank behind Aliyah, revealing only half her face and 2 ears standing straight up. Aliyah stood up and smiled at Lu Feng. She likes you. She's been keeping this candy in her pocket for 2 days and wouldn't give it to anyone. Lu Feng put the candy in his pocket and stood up. Let's go. The car is here. He had booked 2 ground transport vehicles at the entrance of the neighborhood, 7-seaters, just enough to fit everyone. The driver was a middle-aged human male. His eyes widened for a moment at the sight of the group of cat-eared girls, but his professionalism kept him from asking questions. Lu Feng sat in the front seat of the first vehicle with Su Xiaorong beside him, while Aliyah and the cat-eared girls sat in the back. The 2 vehicles drove out of Star Bay Manor, one after the other, heading towards the main city area of Shallow Bay 3. The Vocational Skills Training Center of Shallow Bay 3 was located in the eastern district of the city, occupying a large area with a 12-story gray building as its main structure.
There were already many people in the plaza at the entrance, including students of various races and a few alien species Lu Feng couldn't name. As soon as Su Xiaorong got out of the car, she pricked up her ears, her large tail held high behind her, looking around like a primary school student on her first field trip. "So big," she exclaimed. "It's even bigger than our academy's training building." "It's a vocational training center," Lu Feng said. "It recruits students from across the entire star domain, so it's bound to be large." He led the group into the main hall of the building and found the registration office. The registration clerk was a beast-eared woman in her 40s. Seeing a large group of her kin flooding through the doorway, she raised an eyebrow and then her gaze settled on Lu Feng, who was walking at the front. "Hello, here to register." Her voice carried a professional warmth, but her eyes held a hint of subtle scrutiny. "Yes, 18 people. We made an online reservation earlier." Lu Feng pulled up the reservation confirmation on his holographic communicator and showed it to her. The clerk glanced down, then looked up at the 18 cat-eared girls behind him, frowning slightly. "Are you the guarantor?" "I am," Lu Feng said. "Your relationship with them?" Lu Feng paused. "Relationship. Employer. Rescuer. Guardian." The clerk glanced at him, then at Alia. Alia nodded. "All right, biometric registration. Line up one by one." The registration process went more smoothly than Lu Feng had anticipated. The clerk collected the fingerprints and iris information of all 18 individuals, entering them into the training center's student management system. A guarantee deposit of 50,000 star coins was deducted from Lu Feng's account, and the check-in procedures for all 18 were completed. Fundamentals of Space Navigation is scheduled for room 307 on the 3rd floor, first class, at 10 o'clock this morning. The clerk pushed an electronic form across the counter. Introduction to Starship Maintenance is at 2 o'clock this afternoon in the practical training workshop on the basement level. Safety and emergency procedures are tomorrow. Check the timetable for the specific time. The daycare is on the 2nd floor, just drop the child off there. Alia put away the timetable and turned to look at the 16 cat-eared girls behind her. "Let's go." "Well, take Milla to the daycare first." Milla stood beside Alia, her little hand tightly clutching the corner of Alia's clothes, her eyes nervously watching the strangers coming and going around her. The daycare on the 2nd floor was a large room equipped with a slide, building blocks, picture books, and various toys. Several children of different races were already playing inside. A human boy was building with blocks, and a beast-eared girl sat in a corner clutching a plush bear. The teacher was a human woman in her 30s with a very gentle smile. "Are you Milu?" She crouched down to meet the little girl's eyes. "Welcome to the daycare. There are lots of fun things inside. Would you like to go in and take a look?" Milo looked back at Alia. Alia crouched down and smoothed the stray hairs on Mila's forehead. "We have to go to class, but we'll come back to pick you up this afternoon. Will you play here with the other kids, okay?" Mila's mouth tightened and her eyes reddened slightly, but she didn't cry. She nodded, let go of Alia's clothes, and slowly walked towards the beast-eared girl holding the plush bear. The two little girls stared at each other for a few seconds, then the one with the plush bear scooted over, making space. Alia stood at the doorway for a dozen seconds to make sure Milla wasn't crying before she turned and left. "Will she be okay?" Lu Feng asked. "She's much tougher than we think," Alia said calmly. "She was locked in the pirate's shed for over half a month, but she held up better than us adults." Lu Feng said nothing, just nodded. After sending the cat-eared girls into the classroom, Lu Feng stood in the hallway outside room 307, watching through the glass window for a few seconds. Alia sat in the front row, head down, flipping through the textbook that had been handed out. The other cat-eared girls were in their seats, some were studying intently, some were looking around, and two were huddled together whispering over a holographic timetable. They looked like ordinary students, no different from the dozens of other students of various races in the classroom. No one knew that just a week ago they had been curled up in the sheds of a pirate base wearing collars. Just then a cold mechanical voice echoed in Lu Feng's mind. "Ding! Construction of the Hurricane-class cruiser complete. Hurricane-class cruiser has been stored in the system space. Host may summon and deploy it at any time." Lu Feng's body stiffened slightly. The 168er progress bar had finally reached its end. The Hurricane-class cruiser was built. "Let's go," Lu Feng turned. "We need to get going." Su Xiaorong followed him downstairs. "Where to?" "Back to the academy." "No," Lu Feng said. "To see something." "What thing?" "You'll know when we get there." Su Xiaorong's ears twitched, but she didn't ask further.
The two left the training center and hailed a cab heading straight for the civilian spaceport. The civilian spaceport of Shallow Bay 3 was located in the northern suburbs, covering a vast area with hundreds of flights departing daily to various star domains of the Empire. Instead of going to the main terminal, Lu Feng went around to the private docking area on the north side of the spaceport. This area was reserved for private starships with a docking fee of 1,000 star coins per day, not cheap but convenient. 3 days ago he had brought the Polaris down from the outer orbit of Shallow Bay 3 and parked it here.
When did you bring the ship down?
Su Xiaorong was a bit surprised. The day before yesterday, Lu Feng said. I figured we might need it these days and it's inconvenient to have it in orbit. He walked to the docking bay control console, swiped his ID card and confirmed the parking information and departure application. A few staff members in the vicinity glanced over from a distance, but likely accustomed to the comings and goings of private starships, no one showed particular interest. The hatch opened and the two boarded the starship. Xiaoxing, start the engines and submit a departure request.
Engines starting.
Departure request submitted.
Awaiting tower approval.
The 5-minute wait felt long. Lu Feng leaned back in the pilot's seat, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. Su Xiaorong sat in the co-pilot's seat, flipping through the course schedule from the training center, but tossed it aside after a couple of pages. These basic courses are too simple.
I could teach them myself. Maybe you should get a part-time job.
Lu Feng said casually.
Does the training center hire part-time instructors?
Su Xiaorong's ears perked up.
Are you serious? I was joking.
The tower's approval came 10 minutes later than expected.
The Polaris rose slowly from its berth, pierced through the atmosphere of Shallow Bay 3 and entered outer space. Current coordinates: outer space of Shallow Bay 3. Starship has exited the atmosphere. Please set navigation target. Head deeper.
Lu Feng said, find an open space, no shipping lanes, the more remote the better.
Su Xiaorong's ears twitched as she glanced at him. What exactly are you going to show me? Being so mysterious. You'll see when we get there.
Su Xiaorong flicked her tail but didn't press further. The Qiming star sailed through space for about 40 minutes. Lu Feng meticulously studied the star charts, confirming no shipping lanes passed nearby. The nearest commercial route was 100,000 kilometers away. This stretch of space was almost entirely empty, with the nearest celestial body half a light year away.
Xiaoxing, stop here. Arrived at designated coordinates. Current area: no shipping lanes, no known celestial bodies, no other starship signals. Vessel has docked. All right. Lu Feng unbuckled his safety harness and stood up from the pilot's seat.
We're here. Su Xiaorong also stood up and followed him through the corridor to the cargo hold.
What are you up to? She couldn't help asking again. Stand right there and don't move, Lu Feng said.
He walked to the center of the cargo hold, took a deep breath and summoned the system in his mind.
System summon the Hurricane. Summon confirmed. The starship will deploy in 10 seconds. Current scene: interior of the starship. This system will automatically adapt the space. Please retreat to a safe area, host and nearby personnel. 10 seconds.
Lu Feng stepped back a few paces to stand beside Su Xiaorong. The cargo hold ceiling above them began to change. The originally silver-white metal ceiling rippled like water, then slid apart to both sides like a massive skylight being slowly pushed open. Beyond the skylight was space.
Starlight cascaded down through the ever-widening opening. Something was appearing above that aperture. First a silhouette so colossal it was breathtaking, so immense that the cargo hold's small skylight, less than 50 square meters, couldn't accommodate even a corner of it. That silhouette slowly materialized in the starlight like an ancient slumbering behemoth awakening from the void. Then came the details, more and more details filling that outline. Silver gray armor plating, dense weapon arrays, enormous engine nozzles, hangar exits arranged like a honeycomb.
The Hurricane-class cruiser, 320 meters in length, 350,000 tons in mass. It hovered silently in space directly above the Qiming star like a floating steel city. Su Xiaorong's ears stood straight up, her lips trembling violently, unable to utter a single word. Her eyes were overwhelmed. It was too big. This ship was too enormous, her field of vision couldn't capture its entirety, and her cognitive system took a full 5 seconds to finally accept the fact. This. Her voice sounded strangled. This is the Hurricane, Lu Feng said. T3 class cruiser. Su Xiaorong whipped her head around to look at him, her amber eyes wide as saucers, pupils contracted to pinpricks. You built it. Su Xiaorong stared at Lu Feng in silence for a long moment. Take me up to see it.
Come on.
Lu Feng led Su Xiaorong back to the cockpit, maneuvered the Qiming Star slowly upward and flew into the Hurricane through its hangar entrance. The Hurricane's hangar was even larger than they had imagined. The 40-meter-long Qiming Star looked like a small toy inside, with enough surrounding hangar space to accommodate at least a dozen more starships of the same size.
The hangar's vaulted ceiling was at least 50 meters high, densely lined with various pipelines.
The lighting system emitted a soft blue-white glow, bathing the entire hangar in a cold, brilliant radiance. Stepping off the Qiming Star, Su Xiaorong's feet touched the hangar deck of the Hurricane. She looked up at the ceiling. The lighting system evenly distributed light sources illuminating the neatly arranged drone berths deep within the hangar.
400 drones, Lu Feng's voice echoed in the empty hangar. 300 interceptors, 100 fighters.
Su Xiaorong's ears shot straight up, the posture of an extremely excited besteered race.
400. Yes. Take me to see the cockpit.
Lu Feng led her through a long corridor. Various compartments lined the corridor: living quarters, medical bay, mess hall, conference room, ammunition depot, energy core chamber.
Each door opened to a new world.
Su Xiaorong would pause and stare every time she opened a door, then pull out her scanner to record data. But she gave up after scanning the fifth compartment. The ship was far too vast. Doing a detailed scan of every room would take the entire day. There'll be plenty of time to scan slowly later, Lu Feng said. They continued forward, passing through the partition door at the end of the corridor and arriving at the bridge.
The Hurricane's bridge was immeasurably larger than the Qiming Star's.
16 holographic control stations were arranged in a fan shape, divided into 4 rows of 4 each. At the center was a raised command platform with a spacious captain's chair offering a panoramic view of the entire bridge. The front and sides of the bridge were massive holographic display walls, currently showing the boundless starfield beyond the view. Su Xiaorong walked to the captain's chair, reached out and touched the armrest. The leather was exquisitely soft and a series of control buttons were embedded in it. She turned to look at the control stations, each equipped with an ergonomic seat. This starship has a crew complement of 180, Lu Feng said. The bridge needs about 30 people, the rest are at their posts: engine control room, weapon control center, hangar command center, communications room, navigation room. Su Xiaorong turned to face him.
What position do you want me to take? Lu Feng had already thought about this. Executive officer.
You're best at power systems and energy circuits. The Hurricane's engine maintenance and energy management are yours. Standing before the command platform, Su Xiaorong's height brought her gaze just level with the edge of the console. Executive officer, she repeated the 2 words, her voice carrying a solemnity Lu Feng had never heard before.
Are you sure? I've never even piloted a decent starship and you want me as executive officer? You fixed an 80-year-old scrapped engine.
I trust you with this ship's power systems. Su Xiaorong's mouth opened and closed.
All right, executive officer it is. Lu Feng walked to the central command platform and called up the ship's AI management interface on the main console.
The holographic screen displayed rows of complex permission settings from the captain to department heads to regular crew, each position with a corresponding level. He found the executive officer's permission configuration and entered Su Xiaorong's identity information into the system.
Registering new crew member information. Name Su Xiaorong. Race besteered. Position executive officer. Permission level 2 executive officer. Xiao Xing.
She turned to look at Lu Feng, her eyes full of disbelief.
It's Xiao Xing on this ship too. Lu Feng nodded. The ship AI from the system was universal.
It was Xiao Xing on the Qiming Star and Xiao Xing on the Hurricane. So we don't have to get used to a new AI system.
No need.
Xiao Xing knows you on the Qiming Star and it knows you on the Hurricane. Your permissions, operating habits, preferences, all data is synchronized. Su Xiaorong nodded, standing beside him, rising on her tiptoes to watch the information entry process on the screen.
What else needs to be done?
Place your hand here. Lu Feng pointed to the biometric recognition area on the console.
The system needs your biometrics to bind your identity.
Su Xiaorong pressed her palm onto the blue glowing recognition pad. A soft beam of light scanned her palm, then her forearm, wrist and each finger. At that moment her ears unconsciously swiveled forward, her full attention fixed on the recognition process like a cat observing a curious new toy.
Biometric data collection complete. Crew member bound Su Xiaorong. Executive officer permissions activated. Welcome aboard, Executive Officer Su Xiaorong.
Su Xiaorong's tail shot straight up, held high behind her, the tip curling slightly.
It called me Executive Officer. Her voice held an irrepressible excitement.
I heard, Lu Feng said.
Xiao Xing, she called. I am here Executive Officer Su Xiaorong. Say the welcome message again. Welcome aboard Executive Officer Su Xiaorong. Su Xiaorong's tail traced a circle in the air, then she took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement that threatened to overflow. Su Xiaorong paced around the bridge several times, touching every console. 16 holographic consoles. She walked from front to back, then back to front, her tail held high behind her, the tip swaying gently with each step. Lu Feng leaned back in the captain's chair, watching her, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "This cat-eared girl," said Vice Captain, "it is acting all calm, but her body was far more honest than her words."
Enough, Lu Feng said. "If you keep pacing, I'm going to get dizzy."
Su Xiaorong stopped and turned to face him. Her expression shifted abruptly from excitement to seriousness, so sudden it was like a bucket of cold water pouring down.
"Lu Feng. What's wrong?"
Su Xiaorong walked up to him, placed her hands on the edge of the command platform and leaned forward slightly. The distance between them was less than a meter, close enough for Lu Feng to see his own reflection in her amber pupils.
"I'm going to ask you a question and I want an honest answer." "Go ahead.
Are you the illegitimate child of some big shot in the Empire?"
Lu Feng was stunned for a long moment.
Illegitimate child.
His father was just a businessman, not even in the top million of the Empire's commercial sector.
His mother was a housewife whose biggest daily worry was what to cook for dinner.
"No," Lu Feng said. "You don't have to deny it so quickly."
Su Xiaorong's ears swiveled forward.
"Let me analyze this."
She counted on her fingers item by item. "First, you're a student, yet you spent over 1 million star coins on a house without even blinking."
Lu Feng's mouth twitched. "That was to give his crew a home." "Second, the Dawn, the Tempest, even the Empire doesn't have some of that tech. How did a student like you get it?"
"Third, your grades at the academy. From dead last with a 13 in the simulation exam to beating Lin Ruoxue as the top of the grade in a week." "Third, your grades at the academy. From dead last with a 13 in the simulation exam to beating Lin Ruoxue as the top of the grade in a week.
Does that kind of improvement seem normal to you?" Her ears stood up even higher, like two signal-receiving radars.
She pressed her ears back, then swiveled them forward, a gesture to emphasize her point. "So based on those 3 points, my conclusion is..." She took a deep breath, speaking each word deliberately. "You're the illegitimate child of some major Empire family exiled outside." Her amber eyes sparkled as if she had seen through everything.
"The family can't help you openly, but they give you resources in secret.
That starship was probably given to you through some family channel. And those technologies might be generations of the family's research." Su Xiaorong grew more convinced as she spoke. The Empire's great families care most about face. Illegitimate children are embarrassing to acknowledge, but they can't bear to see them suffer outside. So they find an excuse to send you to the Star Sea Command Academy, slip you resources on the sly.
If you make it, that's your skill. If you don't, no one's to blame."
Lu Feng listened to her reasoning, completely at a loss for words. Su Xiaorong watched his expression change and waved her hand.
"You don't need to deny it. I understand this kind of thing can't be said openly. I just wanted to confirm. If you want to talk about it, fine. If not, I get it.
After all, the Empire's great families have so many rules.
An illegitimate child's identity really can't be made public. Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped. I'll never tell a soul." Lu Feng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words died in his throat.
He couldn't tell Su Xiaorong that the system had appeared out of nowhere in his mind with nothing to do with any Empire big shot. He couldn't tell her that his great improvement wasn't due to some family's secret help, but because of the knowledge the system gave him.
The first scenario was troublesome, the second was even worse.
So he chose a third path. Default. Neither admit nor deny, let Su Xiaorong fill in the blanks herself. Seeing that he didn't deny it, Su Xiaorong's tail rose even higher.
"I knew it. You really are an illegitimate child."
Her voice was low, but the excitement in her tone was impossible to suppress.
"Who is it? Which great family?" "Among the Empire's 7 great families, the one named Lu." "The Lu family."
Su Xiaorong's pupils contracted slightly. "The Lu family ranked 3rd among the Empire's 7 great families. You're the Lu family's illegitimate child."
Lu Feng's mouth twitched again.
The Lu family ranked 3rd among the Empire's 7 great families was one of the pillars of the Empire's military, controlling the 4th and 6th fleets with family members scattered throughout the High Command. If he really were the Lu family's illegitimate child, it would explain a lot.
Unfortunately, he wasn't. But he couldn't say that.
I can't say, Lu Feng replied, leaning back in his chair with an impassive face. Saying it would hurt that person.
I understand.
Su Xiaorong nodded quickly, her ears twitching.
This kind of thing really can't be said.
Saying it would cause big trouble.
The Empire's great families have such fierce internal struggles.
If your identity as an illegitimate child were exposed, someone might try to harm you. She patted her chest.
Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped. I'll never tell anyone. To me you're just Lu Feng, not some illegitimate child. I won't mention it to anyone, not even Alia or the others.
Lu Feng looked at Su Xiaorong's earnest expression and felt a small pang of guilt.
But that guilt was suppressed within half a second.
Sometimes a white lie is better than the truth.
By the way, Su Xiaorong suddenly thought of something. Does that mean our starship counts as the Lu families?
No, Lu Feng answered firmly this time. This is mine.
Su Xiaorong glanced at him, then stood up, walked around the command platform and came before him. Before Lu Feng could figure out what she was doing, Su Xiaorong's arms gently encircled his shoulders. Her embrace was light, just a loose hold, her chin resting in the hollow of his shoulder, her hair brushing against his cheek, carrying the faint scent of shampoo.
All right, yours is yours. I'm following you, not some Lu family.
She said it casually, as if it were a trivial matter. After a moment, Su Xiaorong's tail gently swayed behind her, then she released him and stepped back. Her ears were slightly flushed, but she kept a calm expression, as if that hug had been nothing more than an ordinary gesture, no different from a handshake.
All right, I'll get back to familiarizing myself with the consoles.
Su Xiaorong turned and walked away, her steps a little quicker than usual. Lu Feng leaned back in his chair watching her hurried retreat and suddenly felt that this misunderstanding might not be such a bad thing.
At least it gave Su Xiaorong a reasonable explanation for everything.
And her words just now, that embrace,
mattered more than any explanation.
Let me examine the propulsion system parameters of this vessel. Su Xiaorong approached an operations console in the second row and swiftly swiped her fingers across the holographic interface. Her voice suddenly turned precise and authoritative, utterly unrecognizable from the girl who moments earlier had asked the AI to repeat "Executive Officer" once more. On the holographic display, the Hurricane-class vessel's propulsion architecture unfolded layer by layer. From the primary energy core to secondary distribution nodes, from engine control units to the ship-wide energy conduit network, every component materialized before her in vivid three-dimensional detail. Su Xiaorong's gaze darted rapidly across the cascading data streams, her ears remained perfectly still, her tail hanging motionless behind her. Lu Feng did not disturb her, instead pacing slowly around the bridge. He walked from the first row to the fourth, then back again, finally pausing before Console 1, the captain's dedicated station distinguished by additional functional modules. From here the captain could instantly retrieve real-time feeds from any compartment aboard the vessel, or in emergencies bypass all intermediate protocols to issue direct commands.
All authority converged upon this single seat.
Lu Feng settled into the captain's chair, the supple leather sighed softly beneath him and the control buttons on the armrests yielded gently under his palms. A holographic screen flared to life before him, rows of data cascading downward like a luminous waterfall.
Captain aboard. Hurricane-class vessel fully online. All subsystems nominal.
Lu Feng stared at the vast holographic display wall before him, his hands unconsciously tightening on the armrests. This was a mobile space fortress, capable of deploying 400 autonomous drones. For medium-ion cannons, 2 Thor-class heavy plasma cannons, 6 Guardian AI point defense turrets and a Bastion-class medium-energy shield system. The hull was so immense that from the bridge viewport neither bow nor stern was visible, only armored flanks stretching endlessly outward, studded with dense arrays of weaponry.
He pulled up the stellar chart, tracing his finger across the interface.
The Hurricane was complete, but its crew remained woefully incomplete, 180 positions filled by only 2 souls. The Cadet trainees were still attending classes at the training center, 3 months away from earning even their provisional certifications.
3 months, a span neither brief nor long.
Within them he would need to fill every remaining post aboard the Hurricane. Lu Feng stood before the holographic wall, gazing silently at the starfield for a long while. His eyes swept from the shallow bay sector to the neighboring Lyra sector, then further still, to the distant Orion arm. The Empire's dominion sprawled unmistakably across the map. Star sectors, trade routes, colonies and military fortresses, each rendered in distinct hues, dotted the entire expanse of the screen.
What are you thinking about?
Su Xiaorong's voice came from behind him.
Lu Feng turned, and found her leaning against the second row console holding a glass of water she'd somehow unearthed.
Crew, Lu Feng replied. 180 posts, only 2 of them occupied.
Su Xiaorong carried her glass to the command platform and tilted her head upward, gazing at him. Where do you plan to recruit?
I don't know, Lu Feng admitted frankly.
Top graduates from military academies have already been pre-claimed by major fleets. Those left behind, well, their competence varies widely. Then recruit from civilian institutions. Su Xiaorong set the glass down on the console and flicked her tail. The Empire has far more than just the Shanghai Command Academy. Graduates from ordinary navigation colleges may lack the combat edge of cadets, but their fundamentals in piloting and vessel maintenance remain solid.
Lu Feng paused startled.
Across the Empire, thousands of such colleges trained personnel for civilian starships, smaller institutions often overlooked by elite recruiters. Their graduates seldom secured prestigious postings, most joined merchant convoys or small freight firms, modest pay, limited advancement. What if they recruited exceptional graduates from these very schools? And Su Xiaorong's ears twitched, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush. You could pose as nobility.
What?
As nobility, Su Xiaorong said matter-of-factly.
Which Imperial Scion doesn't own private starships? Dress impeccably.
Speak with cultivated diction. Who could possibly tell the difference?
Lu Feng opened his mouth to protest, then closed it again. For upon reflection, the idea wasn't entirely absurd.
He commanded the Hurricane-class cruiser, owned the Dawnstar-class Explorer, and held over 6 million stellar credits in his account. That portfolio alone would qualify as substantial wealth in any sector of the Empire.
Claiming lineage from a minor noble house assembling a private fleet. No one could disprove it. But I have no noble identification documents, Lu Feng countered. Who said you must claim high nobility?
Su Xiaorong rolled her eyes. Countless impoverished minor houses dwell on the Empire's fringes, holding fiefs no larger than a pair of asteroids, their names unknown beyond local charts.
If asked, simply say your domain is too insignificant to appear on standard star maps. Who would go verify?
Lu Feng fell silent.
This bestiared woman's mind worked faster than his own.
Besides, Su Xiaorong added, didn't you just purchase a residence for 1.8 million credits?
Which penniless student spends that sum without blinking?
Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, staring absently at the ceiling.
Where should we begin?
The Lyra Sector Navigation Academy, Su Xiaorong replied without hesitation. Lyra is the Empire's largest civilian shipping hub. Their graduates rank among the finest, though competition remains fierce.
So, we'll recruit from those unable to secure desirable placements.
Exactly. Su Xiaorong's tail lifted with quiet confidence.
They possess skill. What they lack is opportunity.
Lu Feng rose and stepped before the holographic star chart, tapping once on the Lyra sector. The map zoomed inward, dozens of stars and hundreds of planets bloomed across the screen, 3 bearing academic insignia.
The Lyra Sector Navigation Academy, the Empire's 5th-ranked civilian maritime institution, orbited Lyra 2.
Its annual intake approached 25,000 students. Graduate employment hovered near 80%. Thus roughly 5,000 graduates entered the job market each year without suitable placement.
This is it, Lu Feng declared.
Su Xiaorong joined him, tilting her head to study the hologram where Lyra 2 gleamed, marked clearly on the starfield.
When do we depart? As soon as possible.
While the trainees complete their 3-month course, we cannot afford idle waiting. We must staff the remaining positions within that window.
How exactly will you recruit? Set up a booth on campus. Lu Feng considered the notion and dismissed it.
At last month's Academy Career Fair, his booth had drawn only Su Xiaorong after over an hour. In unfamiliar Lyra, a day-long stall might yield no applicants at all.
Is there a better approach? Lu Feng asked.
Su Xiaorong's ears rotated thoughtfully, her tail swayed in slow, deliberate arcs. The graduation career fair, she said.
Lyra's annual recruitment event is imminent.
Rent a booth under your noble fleet's banner, dress impeccably, and recruit directly on site.
Would that be credible?
Nobles rarely attend such events themselves. Precisely, you're a fallen noble, Su Xiaorong retorted, undaunted.
Rebuilding your house hiring personally, doesn't that convey sincerity? Far more approachable than faceless conglomerates.
Lu Feng pondered, and found the logic surprisingly coherent.
And you possess starships and capital.
What can those corporations offer graduates that you cannot?
Lu Feng reflected, and realized she was right.
Corporations offered salaries, he could match them.
They promised career ladders, yet his 190-person fleet held vacancies at every level from deckhand to department head, offering unparalleled advancement.
They offered stability. A Tier 3 cruiser dominating the shallow bay sector conferred far greater security than any cargo hauling firm with a handful of freighters.
Agreed, Lu Feng affirmed. Will you accompany me?
Of course. Su Xiaorong flicked her tail. Who else will vet candidates?
Do you understand propulsion systems or energy circuitry?
Can you detect their bluster? Lu Feng had no reply. She was undeniably the expert in those domains. Then let's return to Shallow Bay 3, gather our things, and depart for the Lyra sector tomorrow. They descended from the bridge and traversed the corridor back to the hangar bay. The Dawnstarkless explorer rested quietly there, its silver hull appearing almost diminutive beneath the hurricane's cool cerulean glow. By the time the Aurora landed at the civilian spaceport of Shallow Bay 3, the sky had already darkened. Lu Feng took a cab back to Star Bay Manor with Su Xiaorong accompanying him. They planned to return to the academy before their departure. Aliyah and the others had already finished their classes and returned home. The aroma of stewed meat wafted through the living room where several cat-eared girls were bustling in the kitchen. As Lu Feng entered, Aliyah poked her head out from the kitchen, a ladle still in hand. "Mr. Lu is back," she said before retreating into the kitchen where a pot on the stove was billowing steam. Another cat-eared girl approached, placing 2 glasses of warm water on the coffee table. She deftly took Lu Feng's coat as he shrugged it off and hung it on the rack by the door. On the coffee table someone had already set out a plate of sliced fruit. The orange melon wedges glistened with moisture under the lamplight. "How were classes today?" Lu Feng sat on the sofa, picked up his glass and took a sip. "Can you understand what the teacher says?" "Most of it, but some parts are a bit unclear." Aliyah walked over and sat on a small stool across from him. "That teacher speaks very fast and there are some technical terms we've never encountered before." "Take it slow," Lu Feng said. "Tomorrow Su Xiaorong is heading back to the academy. Is there anything you need her to bring?" Aliyah shook her head. "Nothing needed, we have enough here." Milla peeked out from behind Aliyah, clutching a brand new plush bear that looked remarkably similar to the one the beast-eared little girl from the daycare had. "For me." Milla nodded again. Lu Feng took the plush bear, a brown teddy with a red bow stitched on its belly. "It wasn't exquisitely made, but it was soft." "For me." Milla nodded again. Lu Feng took the plush bear, a brown teddy with a red bow stitched on its belly. "It wasn't exquisitely made, but it was soft to the touch." "Thank you, Milu," Lu Feng said, placing the bear on the back of the sofa. "You'll leave it here so I can see it every time I come." Mila's ear twitched, a faint smile curving at the corners of her mouth before she turned and scampered back into the kitchen. Aliyah watched her retreating figure, her eyes glistening. "She really likes you, Mr. Lu." Lu Feng smiled but said nothing. Early the next morning, Lu Feng and Su Xiaorong took a civilian flight back to the Starsea Command Academy. Su Xiaorong went to her dorm to pack her things while Lu Feng headed to the teaching building to find instructor Zhao Ming. He had disappeared for several days after the last preparatory captain assessment, and it wouldn't do to stay away any longer. Instructor Zhao Ming's office was at the end of the corridor on the 5th floor of the teaching building. The door was half open and the sound of keyboard clacking drifted out. Lu Feng knocked. "Come in." Zhao Ming's voice was as always curt and forceful. Lu Feng pushed the door open and saw Zhao Ming sitting behind his desk, a holographic screen before him displaying a list of names. His uniform jacket hung over the back of his chair, his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing an old scar on his forearm. "Lu Feng." Zhao Ming looked up, his brow slightly furrowed. "You're just in time. I was about to look for you." Lu Feng sat down in the chair across from the desk. "Instructor Zhao, about the assessment the other day. The list of preparatory captains has been finalized." Zhao Ming cut him off, swiping his fingers across the holographic screen to project a document in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng glanced down. It was an official military document from the Empire bearing the golden Imperial Eagle emblem at the top. The document was not long, but every word was printed with absolute clarity. "Recommended by the Starsea Command Academy and approved by the Imperial Third Fleet, the following cadets are qualified for the preparatory captain selection." The list displayed 10 names along with their grades and student IDs arranged from top to bottom. The very first name made Lu Feng pause. Lin Ruoxue, 3rd year ID SXC 30688. Lu Feng stared at that name for several long seconds. Surprising. Not entirely. Lin Ruoxue's inclusion was a foregone conclusion. Her strength spoke for itself and the military couldn't possibly turn her away. Lu Feng continued reading and saw his own name at the 5th position. Lu Feng, 3rd year ID SXC 30721. His name was prominently on the list. "You've been selected." Zhao Ming leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest, his gaze lingering on Lu Feng's face for a moment. "Although your assessment data was rather anomalous, judging by the results, you're among the most outstanding cadets in this batch. The military had no reason to reject you." Lu Feng looked at the document, a mix of emotions churning within him.
Just a few months ago he was the bottom of the class with a simulation score of 13, and now his name appeared on the Imperial Military's list of preparatory captains. Instructor Zhao Lufeng looked up. When is the reporting date? 1 month from now, Zhao Ming said. At the Imperial 3rd Fleet Base in the Arcadia Star Sector. The specific location and time are written on the document, see for yourself. 1 month. Lufeng did a quick mental calculation. The recruitment fair in the Lyra Star Sector was in a couple of days. Recruitment plus training 1 month would be barely enough. Instructor Zhao, I'd like to request some leave. Lufeng said. Zhao Ming's brow furrowed deeply. Leave? Do you realize the military might call you in at any moment? You want to take leave at a time like this? There are some family matters that need handling. Lufeng didn't elaborate. Zhao Ming stared at him for several seconds, the frown above his scar so deep it could crush a fly. How many days? He'll definitely be back within a month. I won't miss the reporting date. A month. Zhao Ming was silent for a moment, then pulled a leave slip from his drawer, scribbled a line on it, signed it, and stamped it. 1 month. Not a single day more. Thank you, Instructor Zhao. As Lufeng walked out of the Academic Affairs office, he ran into Wang Hao at the entrance of the teaching building. The hefty guy was wearing a wrinkled t-shirt, his hair a mess like a bird's nest, looking like he'd just woken up. Lufeng. You're back. Wang Hao rubbed his eyes as he walked over. Where have you been these past few days? I sent you messages but you didn't reply. Been busy outside. Lufeng patted him on the shoulder. Fatty, I'm going away for a while. Keep an eye on things at the academy for me and let me know if anything comes up. Going away again? Where to? The Lyra Star Sector. What for? Recruiting. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, his expression shifting from confusion to shock. You're not actually building a private fleet, are you? Lufeng chuckled, neither denying nor confirming it. Wang Hao stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly leaned in and lowered his voice. Take me with you. What? Take me with you. Wang Hao's voice was brimming with barely contained excitement. I studied logistics management. Doesn't a private fleet need logistics? Supplies procurement, inventory management, personnel deployment, I've studied it all. My grades might not be great, but I'm still a proper graduate. Lufeng looked at him, hesitating for a few seconds. Wang Hao had a point, a private fleet did need logistics management. The Hurricane had a crew of 180, they needed to eat, drink and use all kinds of consumables every day. Lufeng couldn't possibly manage all that on his own. Besides, Wang Hao was his only human friend, someone he could trust. All right, Lufeng said. Pack your things. You're coming with me tomorrow. Wang Hao's eyes lit up instantly. He turned and sprinted toward the dormitory, then stopped after 3 steps and looked back. Meals and accommodation covered. Covered. Is there a salary? Yes. How much? Well, decide once we're on the ship. Wang Hao grinned, a smile brighter than if he'd aced an exam, then charged headlong back into the dormitory building. When Su Shirong emerged from the girls' dormitory lugging a large suitcase, she saw Lufeng waiting for her by the roadside. That fat friend of yours is coming too, she asked. He's handling logistics. Su Zhairong's ears swiveled, but she offered no comment as she dragged her suitcase toward the school gate. Early the next morning, the 3 of them gathered at the academy gate and hailed a cab straight to the civilian spaceport. Wang Hao was carrying a huge hiking backpack and lugging a suitcase looking like a walking Christmas tree. Why are you bringing so much stuff? Lufeng asked, eyeing his luggage. Spare clothes, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, a set of wilderness survival gear, and Wang Hao started pulling items out one by one. Are you going recruiting or on a wilderness expedition? Su Zhairong's ears flattened back as she gave him a look of utter disdain. Better safe than sorry, Wang Hao said, stuffing everything back into his bag, panting. I'm naturally insecure, I can't feel at ease if I don't bring enough. The route from the Shallow Bay Star Sector to the Lyra Star Sector was one of the Empire's busiest, with thousands of flights shuttling between the 2 star sectors every day. Lufeng stood in the spaceport's waiting hall watching the flight information scroll across the holographic screen. There was a flight to Lyra 2 every hour with a travel time of about 2.5 hours and a ticket price of 1,200 stellar credits. He bought 3 business class tickets, not out of extravagance but because the economy seats were too narrow for Su Zhairong's tail. Last time when they flew from Shallow Bay 3 back to the academy, she was crammed into an economy seat, her tail pinched in the gap between the seats, and she spent the whole flight cursing under her breath. After boarding, the 3 found their seats in the business class cabin. Su Xiaorong took the window seat. As soon as she sat down, she threaded her tail through the gap in the armrest. Her fluffy large tail gleamed with a deep brown luster under the sunlight streaming through the window. Lu Feng sat in the middle, leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed to rest. Wan Hao sat by the aisle. He fell asleep as soon as he fastened his seatbelt, snoring loudly enough to shake the cabin.
The 2.5-hour flight wasn't long.
The aircraft passed the edge of the shallow bay star sector and entered the airspace of the Lyra star sector.
The starry sky outside the porthole shifted from deep black to deep blue, then to light blue, until finally clouds appeared on the horizon.
Lyra 2 had arrived.
Tianqin 2 was a planet renowned for its shipping industry, its entire economy revolving around ports, logistics and interstellar trade.
Viewed from space, the planet's surface was dotted with spaceports of all sizes, some so vast that the outlines of their colossal ground structures were visible even from orbit. The civilian flight landed at the central spaceport of Tianqin 2 and the three of them dragged their luggage out of the terminal. Outside the terminal lay a massive plaza filled with various commercial facilities, restaurants, shops and accommodations, all readily available. Across the plaza stood the gates of the Tianqin Star Sector Navigation Academy, its gray stone walls engraved with golden characters that gleamed under the sunlight. "The job fair is tomorrow," Su Xiaorong said, pulling up the schedule on her phone.
"We should rent a booth today.
If we're late, there might not be any spots left." The three of them dragged their luggage into the campus of the Tianqin Star Sector Navigation Academy, rented a booth at the Career Center located in the middle section of the job fair venue. It wasn't the best spot, but it wasn't the worst either. The booth cost 2,000 stellar credits a day, but for a 3-day package they got a discount and paid 5,000.
"What are you wearing tomorrow?"
Su Xiaorong looked at the wrinkled uniform on Lu Feng.
"You're going to the job fair in that."
Lu Feng glanced down at himself, then at Su Xiaorong and Wang Hao. He was wearing the uniform of the Star Command Academy. Su Xiaorong was in work pants and Wang Hao had on a t-shirt and sweatpants. Standing together they looked less like recruiters and more like job seekers. "Let's go buy some clothes," Su Xiaorong sighed. "Even if we're playing the part of aristocrats, we need to look the part, at least not worse than those big company people." The graduation season job fair at the Tianqin Star Sector Navigation Academy was the grandest event for shipping talent across the entire Tianqin Star Sector. Every year at this time, hundreds of shipping companies, logistics enterprises and trading firms from across the empire would send representatives to set up booths vying for the best graduates. The job fair was held in the Academy's gymnasium, a massive venue divided into hundreds of booths with colorful holographic billboards illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. As Lu Feng walked into the gymnasium, he wore a custom-tailored dark gray suit, the fabric of the jacket catching the light with a subtle sheen, the cut so precise it seemed sewn thread by thread to his frame. Under the suit was a white shirt and on his feet were the brown leather shoes Su Xiaorong had picked out, polished to a brilliant shine. This outfit had cost him nearly 60,000 stellar credits, but he had to admit the saying clothes make the man held some truth. When he stood before the mirror, he almost didn't recognize himself. The young man reflected in the mirror, tall, composed with a steady demeanor, was a far cry from the Lu Feng of 3 days ago, still clad in a wrinkled uniform. Su Xiaorong had changed into a knee-length navy blue skirt and a white short-sleeved blouse, the cut cleanly accentuating her waistline. Wang Hao wore the suit his sister had bought for him, still a bit tight but better than the last time they'd met. He stood behind Lu Feng clutching a stack of recruitment brochures, forcing a professional smile onto his face. The Hurricane's booth wasn't large, but the content on its holographic billboard was captivating. The backdrop was a massive cross-section of a starship, clearly displaying the Hurricane's hull structure, weapon configurations and hangar layout. Several lines of bold text scrolled across the billboard: "Private Fleet recruiting its first crew members. T3 class cruiser awaits your boarding. All positions available, competitive salary, room and board included. No restrictions on race or gender, merit is the only measure." Graduates of the Tianqin Star Sector Navigation Academy milled about in small groups between the booths. Within half an hour of the fair's start, a crowd had gathered around the Hurricane Fleet's booth. But while many came to look, few actually stopped to submit their resumes. Most people lingered at the edge of the booth, whispering among themselves. A T3 class cruiser. A private fleet. Are they joking? Can a private entity afford a T3? Maybe it's from some big family. Look at that hull structure diagram, it's drawn quite convincingly, not like something slapped together. But who's ever heard of this fleet? The Hurricane Fleet. Have you? No. There are only a few hundred notable private fleets in the Empire: the Rex Fleet, the Polaris Fleet, the O'Brien family fleet. Could this be some shell company? The kind that preys on fresh graduates? Possible. These scams are everywhere now. They talk big about being a private fleet, but it's just one or two rundown cargo ships hiring you as cheap labor and even stiffing you on wages. The murmurs were neither loud nor soft, but standing behind the booth Lu Feng caught every word.
Su Xiaoron's ears perked forward and her tail gave a flick, clearly hearing the remarks and feeling irritated.
Lu Feng, however, remained unfazed. He leaned against the table behind the booth, hands in his pockets, a perfectly measured calm on his face.
He wasn't in a hurry to explain anything.
Those with true strength don't need words to prove it. The first to step forward and hand in a resume was a human male, tall and thin, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, a slight hunch in his walk, and his resume clutched tightly in his hand.
Hello, I'm Lin Tian. I'm a student in interstellar navigation and I'd like to apply for the position of navigator.
He handed the resume over with both hands.
Lu Feng took it and flipped through it. The grades weren't top tier, just above average, but the last line caught his attention. During my internship I worked for 3 months on a merchant ship convoy and experienced a space pirate attack. I assisted the captain in executing emergency evasive maneuvers throughout the ordeal. A pirate attack. Lu Feng looked up at him. Lin Tian's Adam's apple bobbed nervously.
Yes, on the outskirts of the shallow star sector. 3 pirate ships surrounded our cargo vessel. The captain was injured and I took turns with 2 other interns at the helm, hiding in an asteroid belt for 6 hours until the patrol fleet arrived.
You piloted the ship. For most of the time. The captain was disoriented after being injured, so I followed his instructions at first.
Then communications went down and I relied on instinct. Lu Feng glanced at Su Xiaorong, who gave a slight nod.
Why didn't you go to a big company? Lu Feng asked. Lin Tian's mouth twitched. I applied to the Imperial Ocean Shipping. Passed the written test but got rejected in the interview.
The interviewer said my academic background wasn't strong enough, they prefer graduates from prestigious schools. Though the Tianjin Star Sector Navigation Academy was respectable in the pecking order of the Empire's shipping industry, it always ranked behind the Imperial Navigation Academy and a few other long-established elite schools.
Lin Tian's eyes lit up. A test. Where? On our starship. Well, let you know.
Lin Tian paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously.
Lin Tian's eyes lit up. A test. Where? On our starship. Well, let you know.
Lin Tian paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously, left his contact information and turned to walk. The second applicant was a beast-eared girl sporting a pair of rabbit ears and a tail shorter than Su Xiaorong's by a good measure. She wore a blue work suit, sleeves rolled up to her elbows, with black engine oil still lodged under her fingernails. Mechanical Maintenance Major Zhao Xiaoqing. She placed her resume on the table.
I'd like to apply for the position of Starship Maintenance Engineer. Su Xiaorong took the resume and flipped through it, her ears suddenly perking up.
You repaired a warp drive at school. Zhao Xiaoqing nodded, her voice soft. Our school had a warp drive for instructional use. It took me 2 months to get it running.
You got it running. Su Xiaorong's tail curled upward. The precision required for warp drive maintenance is extremely high. To have repaired it to the point of operation is quite impressive. Zhao Xiaoqing's ears twitched and a faint blush crept across her cheeks.
Come for the practical test tomorrow, Lu Feng said. Zhao Xiaoqing nodded, picked up her resume and left.
Over the next half hour Lu Feng collected more than 20 additional resumes. There were applicants from navigation, mechanics, communications and weapons systems, a diverse range of specialties.
But the one that truly caught his interest was the 17th applicant. She was a human girl with short hair, her skin tanned a healthy wheat color, a sturdy build and a posture so straight it bespoke a life of regular training. Her resume was thin, only a single page, but the experience written on it made Lu Feng read it twice.
Chen Yutong Weapons Systems Major.
During my internship I served for 6 months in the Lyra Sector Self-Defense Militia, participated in 3 anti-piracy operations and ranked first in the unit in marksmanship.
3 anti-piracy operations. Lu Feng looked up. Did you operate the weapons systems?
I did, Chen Yutong replied, her voice full of vigor. The militia patrol ship was equipped with old-style ion cannons. During my internship I was responsible for operating the number 2 turret. In those 3 operations my turret damaged 2 pirate ships.
How much do you know about our fleet? Not much, Chen Yutong admitted honestly.
But I saw on your billboard that you have a T3 class cruiser. The standard weapon configuration for a T3 class cruiser should be 4 medium ion cannons, 2 heavy plasma cannons and 6-point defense guns. For the Empire's active-duty T3 class cruisers the rate of fire for point defense guns is 4500 rounds per minute, and for the upgraded version it can reach 6000. Your billboard didn't specify the model, but I'm guessing it's the upgraded version. A newly formed fleet aiming to establish itself in the imperial shipping industry can't afford to lag behind in equipment. Lu Feng stared at her for 2 seconds. This girl was even more formidable than he had imagined. From just a few lines on a billboard she had deduced the weapon configuration of the Hurricane, and her reasoning was essentially correct. She was someone who truly knew the trade, not one of those who merely recited a few technical terms for an interview. Come for the practical test tomorrow. Lu Feng said. If you pass, the position of weapons system supervisor is yours. Shen Yutan's eyes lit up, but she didn't get as excited as Lin Tian had. She simply nodded, said a word of thanks and turned to leave. She's very capable, Su Xiaorong leaned in and whispered. Giving her the weapons system supervisor position wouldn't be a loss. Lu Feng nodded. The recruitment fair lasted the entire day. By the time it ended at 5 in the afternoon, Lu Feng had accumulated 67 resumes. He went through them one by one, weeding out the obviously unqualified, leaving 38. He planned to call all 38 for the practical test the next day. But the practical test required a venue, one that could truly assess these people's abilities. The Polaris was too small to accommodate 38 people for simultaneous testing. The Hurricane, on the other hand, was too large. Bringing it near Lyra 2 would be too conspicuous. Lu Feng leaned back in his chair at the booth, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. System, is there a way to set up an independent testing area on the Hurricane? The Hurricane-class cruiser is equipped with a tactical simulation training module capable of accommodating up to 20 people for simulated operational training. This training module is located in the training area behind the bridge. The host has not previously explored this area. A tactical simulation training module. Lu Feng had nearly forgotten the ship had such a feature. The Hurricane was originally designed as a T3 class cruiser, inherently possessing crew training functions. The tactical simulation training module was standard equipment used to conduct simulated training for various emergency scenarios during routine voyages. 38 people split into 2 groups of 19. Perfect. Have them board the Hurricane for the test tomorrow, Lu Feng said to Su Xiaorong. Su Xiaorong's ears shot straight up. Board the ship directly. Aren't you afraid of exposure? The Hurricane is huge, parked in outer space. All they'll see is a ship, they won't know where it came from. Lu Feng stood up and gathered the resumes. Besides, they're here to apply for crew positions anyway. They'll have to board the ship sooner or later. A little early won't hurt. I'll rent a berth tonight and have them board directly at the berth tomorrow. The 3 of them walked out of the gymnasium as dusk settled. The campus streetlights had come on, casting an orange glow over the pavement and stretching their shadows long. Wang Hao walked at the back, still clutching the stack of unsold recruitment brochures, panting heavily. Hey, what am I doing tomorrow? He called out from behind. Lu Feng turned to look at him. You're in charge of reception tomorrow. Confirm the list before they arrive, guide them to board and maintain order while on the ship. That's it. The first step for a logistics supervisor is managing people. You don't expect me to start approving purchase orders for you right away, do you? Wang Hao thought it over, found it reasonable, and shut his mouth, continuing forward with the brochures in his arms. The 3 of them found a hotel near the spaceport and checked in. Lu Feng booked a twin room and a single room next door. He and Wang Hao took the twin while Su Xiaorong took the single. At 7 the next morning, the 3 of them arrived promptly at the private berthing area of the central spaceport. Lu Feng had rented a berth online the night before, 3 days fee plus insurance totaling 4800 credits. The berth wasn't in a prime location, tucked away at the far end of the private area, but it was quiet and wouldn't draw much attention. The Polaris sat quietly in its berth, its silver-white hull gleaming softly under the spaceport's lights. A few passing workers shot at a second glance, probably trying to figure out its model, but no one stopped. The private berthing area housed all sorts of ships. While the Polaris design was unusual in the eyes of the spaceport staff, it was merely uncommon, nothing extraordinary. Su Xiaorong set up a folding table and a few chairs beside the berth, placing a sign-in sheet, pens and a bottle of water on the table. Wang Hao stood behind the table, neatly stacking the resumes at the corner, then planted his hands on his hips and took a few deep breaths as if psyching himself up. Lu Feng leaned against the gangway of the Polaris, a cup of coffee in hand, gazing toward the entrance of the berthing area. The first test session was scheduled for 9 in the morning with 19 people. At 8:45 the first person arrived. He was a human boy, not very tall, wearing a dark blue jacket and carrying a backpack. He walked up to the table, gave his name, and Wang Hao found it on the sign-in sheet and checked it off. Lin Yue, Communications Major. Su Xiaorong flipped through the copy of his resume. Good grades. Interned as a communications intern on a merchant fleet. Lin Yu nodded, his gaze drifting past Su Xiaorong to the silver-white starship behind her.
Is this the ship? Lu Feng walked over, coffee in hand. The test isn't here. You'll find out when you get there.
Lin Yu glanced at him, asked no further questions and stood to the side with his backpack waiting. The graduates who had been invited yesterday arrived one after another.
At 8:50 Chen Yutong also arrived.
She wore a black tight-fitting t-shirt, olive green work pants and a pair of combat boots.
Is everyone here?
Su Xiaorong counted the names on the sign-in sheet, 19 checks, not one missing. She turned to look at Lu Feng, who finished his coffee and tossed the paper cup into a nearby trash can. Board the ship. The cargo hold of the Starfire was temporarily converted into a passenger cabin. Lu Feng purchased 20 folding chairs online, secured them to the floor with fixed buckles arranged in 2 rows of 10, leaving an aisle in the middle. The seats were not particularly comfortable but better than standing. 19 people boarded the starship in single file and took their seats on the folding chairs. Some looked around curiously, some stared down at their phones, and others leaned back with their eyes closed. The Starfire slowly lifted from its berth, passing through the atmosphere of Tianjin 2 and entering outer space. The scenery outside the porthole transformed from blue skies and white clouds to the deep black of space, with starlight streaming in from various angles, casting scattered patches of light on the floor of the cargo hold. The cargo hold fell into silence, all eyes focused on the boundless starry sky outside the porthole. After approximately 20 minutes of traveling through space, Lu Feng's voice emerged from the cockpit's intercom.
We have arrived.
The sunshade of the porthole on the side of the cargo hold opened, automatically revealing the scene outside. The breaths of 19 people nearly stopped at that moment. Even Lu Feng's good friend Wang Hao widened his eyes. Outside the porthole, a massive silver-gray starship hovered silently in space. Its hull reflected a cold metallic sheen under the starlight, and at 320 meters in length the Starfire appeared as small as a lifeboat beside it. At this moment it hovered beside the Starfire less than 500 meters away. In space, 500 meters is an extremely close distance. Close enough for those on the Starfire to see every seam on the exterior armor of the Hurricane with the naked eye. At this moment 4 medium-ion cannons were positioned on either side of the hull, their muzzles glowing faintly blue. 2 Thor heavy plasma cannons were installed in the middle of the hull with barrels larger than the entire Starfire itself. 6 Guardian Iclosian weapon systems were scattered across the hull like countless vigilant eyes watching in all directions. The hangar exit was densely arranged like a beehive at the rear of the hull, with 400 drone docking stations clearly visible under the starlight. The cargo hold remained silent for a full 5 seconds. Then someone spoke, their voice low as if talking to themselves. Is this a T3 class cruiser? No one answered him, as everyone was fixated on the same starship, pondering the same question. Whose starship is this? This question lingered in everyone's minds, but no one voiced it. Because the answer was quite obvious. The person who brought them here stood in the cockpit. That young man in a gray suit, who seemed only slightly older than them, was Lu Feng. Chen Yutong was the first to regain her senses. She stood up from the folding chair, walked to the observation window and placed her hands on the bulkhead, her gaze sweeping across every detail of the massive ship. She had seen the Imperial patrol ships while in the militia, and those vessels over 100 meters long had seemed enormous in her eyes. But compared to the ship before her, those patrol ships looked like toys. The cannons on the sides of the hull were ones she had operated on the militia's patrol ships, but those had only 2 lightweight ones with power less than 1/10 of these medium cannons. Lin Tian also stood up, his expression completely different from Chen Yutong's. Since interning with the merchant fleet and experiencing that pirate attack, he had been pondering one question. If that cargo ship had not been an old civilian vessel but a real warship, would the outcome have been different? Now he knew the answer. If it were the ship, those 3 pirate ships wouldn't even dare to approach. Their detection systems would capture the energy signatures of the Hurricane from millions of kilometers away, and they would turn and run, fleeing even faster than they had come. The Starfire slowly entered the hangar of the Hurricane, a process that lasted about 2 minutes. The floor of the hangar was made of dark gray metal featuring anti-slip patterns and anchor points for securing. The surrounding walls were filled with various interfaces and maintenance platforms, along with several large maintenance devices. Lu Feng stepped out of the cockpit, standing at the top of the ladder, looking at the 19 faces with varying expressions. Welcome aboard the Hurricane. No one moved. The 19 people sat neatly in their folding chairs, watching the young man at the top of the ladder and the massive ship's floor below. Finally Chen Yutong stood up, adjusted the strap of her backpack and strode toward the ladder. Zhao Shaoqing was the second to stand, followed by Lin Yue and then Lin Tian. One by one all 19 people stood up and descended the ladder in single file. The testing area is located in the tactical simulation training room behind the bridge.
Now everyone follow me. Lu Feng led the 19 people through the hangar, walking forward along the corridor. The corridor was long with various compartments on either side. Each time they passed a compartment door, someone couldn't help but take a peek inside. At the end of the corridor was a massive metal door closed with no markings, only a small identity scanner beside the doorframe emitting a blue light. Lu Feng approached the door and pressed his palm against the scanner. With a soft sound, the metal door slid open to the sides, revealing a space much wider than the corridor. This was a room of about 200 square meters, illuminated with soft blue and white lights brightening the entire space without being harsh on the eyes. The room's floor was lined with 20 silver-white oval pods, each approximately 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. The pod covers were transparent, revealing the complex holographic interfaces and arrays of sensors inside. 2 meters separated each pod, providing ample space to move around. On the walls surrounding the room were massive holographic display walls, currently showing a starry scene from Tianjin 2 with countless twinkling stars against a deep black background. This is the simulation training room of the Hurricane. The crowd stood at the doorway, no one daring to step inside, not out of fear but because they were overwhelmed. Lin Yu's mouth hung slightly open, unable to close for a while. His major was communications, but he was as familiar with the simulation pods as any student in navigation. The simulation pods at the Tianjin Star Domain Navigational Academy were products of the Imperial Standard Type 3 from 10 years ago, with tight spaces, outdated holographic interfaces and low sensor accuracy. But these 20 simulation pods before them were of a design far superior to anything at the Academy. This is the simulation training pod. Lu Feng entered, standing beside the nearest simulation pod. One of the standard configurations of the Hurricane, used for simulating various emergency scenarios for crew training during routine voyages. Today your practical tests will take place here. The test content has already been set and the test items for each pod will automatically match your majors. Each person will have 20 minutes and the system will automatically score the results. Now, according to the names I call, enter the corresponding numbered simulation pod. Lu Feng picked up the list on the console and began reading out names. Lin Tian Pod 1. Lin Yue Pod 2. Zhao Xiaoqing Pod 3. Chen Yutong Pod 4. The 19 individuals each took their positions. The hatch of each simulation pod slowly closed after they lay down, and the holographic interface inside the transparent canopy instantly lit up, enveloping the occupant in a pale blue glow. Lu Feng. Wang Hao suddenly leaned close to him, lowering his voice. You've kept me in the dark for so long. Lu Feng's fingers paused on the holographic screen. He turned his head and saw Wang Hao standing half a step behind him, a complex expression on his face. What do you mean? What do I mean? Wang Hao spread his arms and spun around in place, pointing at the bridge's ceiling, walls, floor, holographic console and the massive display wall. When you asked me to board, I thought it was just some rundown little ship. I thought when you said I'd handle logistics, it meant managing supplies on that tiny wreck. And what do I find? Tell me, what is this? His voice grew louder, shifting from grievance to accusation, yet the accusation carried an unmistakable thrill. 320 meters. 35,000 tons. Ion cannons. Plasma cannons. Point defense guns. Energy shields. With each number, Wang Hao took a step forward until he stood right before Lu Feng, his face flushed red and his eyes gleaming like two bulbs. And you call this a private fleet? You call this a private fleet? This is practically a subfleet of the Empire's third fleet. Su Xiaorong's ears flattened slightly, a twitch at the corner of her mouth as she lowered her head to continue flipping through resumes, pretending not to hear. I really thought you were just that Lu Feng who ranked dead last, the one who scored 13 points and got scolded by the instructor. Wang Hao's eyes reddened, emotions surging and lodging in his throat. And then you secretly build this massive ship. Do you know how I felt standing in the hangar looking at this ship? Lu Feng was silent for a few seconds. Wang Hao was right, he had hidden much from many. The system, the starship, the source of resources, none could be spoken of. What he could say was carefully filtered and embellished, and Wang Hao, his only human friend, was among those who knew the least truth. Lu Feng rose from his seat, walked over to Wang Hao and patted him on the shoulder. You're the only one who still talked to me when I scored 13. Wang Hao's mouth opened, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed the rising emotion. Cut that out. He turned away, his voice muffled. You make it hard for me to scold you. Wang Hao took a deep breath, his eyes were no longer red and his expression shifted from grievance to a seriousness Lu Feng had never seen before. But the seriousness lasted barely 2 seconds before it morphed into a hesitant look. Lu Feng. What now? Wang Hao rubbed his hands together, a subtle expression on his face as if debating whether to speak.
He glanced at Lu Feng, then at Su Xiaorong, who was still flipping through resumes with her head down. Biting his lip, he stepped closer.
Let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
Do you have a girlfriend? Lu Feng was taken aback.
Su Xiaorong's ears shot up and her fingers stopped turning pages. Her gaze never left the resume, but her two ears like precision radar swiveled in unison toward Wang Hao.
Why are you asking? Lu Feng frowned.
Well,
it's about my sister.
Wang Hao's voice dropped to a whisper so low only Lu Feng could hear. You met her last time, Wang Wanqing.
What about your sister? She's still single. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow.
Su Xiaorong's ears swiveled forward from their upright position. She had set down the resume but pretended to still be reading, peeking over the top.
Wang Hao was completely oblivious to Su Xiaorong's reaction, his full attention fixed on Lu Feng. Don't say no yet, hear me out.
Wang Hao adopted a posture as if settling in for a long talk, but after checking the time he condensed his lengthy speech into an abridged version. My sister is 25, a graduate of the Imperial Business School. She took over the family business at 20 and doubled the company's scale in 4 years.
And you've seen her looks, good looking doesn't do it justice, she's stunning.
But she has impossibly high standards. The family set her up with over a dozen blind dates, corporate executives, military elites, heirs of major clans. She dismissed every single one.
Wang Hao sighed, the sigh laden with genuine emotion. My mom's worried sick. Every family gathering she nags about it to the point my sister doesn't want to come home.
After your last business meeting she mentioned you several times, said you're young and accomplished, bold and decisive.
Wang Hao grew more animated, leaning in, close hands gripping the armrests of Lu Feng's seat.
Brother, let me be straight with you, my sister is really something. Except for being too picky, a bit hot-tempered, a little sharp-tongued, not great at cooking, not great at housework. His voice trailed off as if even he found the pitch unconvincing.
But she's genuinely a good person. You've met her, you must have felt it.
Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, taking a couple of seconds to process the information. Does your sister know you're pimping her out like this? Wang Hao paused.
No.
What would happen if she found out? Wang Hao thought for a moment, his face paling briefly.
She'd probably kill me. And you still bring it up. I'm just looking out for your future.
Wang Hao said with righteous indignation, then lowered his voice, adopting the tone of a seasoned veteran. You know our line of work, drifting through outer space for years, barely seeing a living soul. If you stay single you'll be stuck with a bunch of men and machines day in day out.
Can you handle that?
Lu Feng glanced at Su Xiaorong. Su Xiaorong's ears twitched, her tail flicked and her face remained impassive, but she had unconsciously folded and refolded her resume 3 times. Of course I'll put in a good word with my sister too. Wang Hao thumped his chest. If you're interested I'll drop a hint to her, get her to make the first move. It's not shameful for a girl to take initiative these days.
Stop right there.
Lu Feng raised a hand to cut him off. Wang Hao's mouth closed but his eyes still sparkled.
First, I don't have time for a relationship right now. Second, your sister is a business partner, not a blind date.
Third. Lu Feng shot him a look, one laced with exasperation.
If you keep this up I'll have you clean all 180 compartments on this ship. By yourself. Wang Hao's mouth was firmly shut.
Not only that, but he minded zipping his lips. Yet as he turned back to his seat he muttered under his breath.
My sister really is something.
Lu Feng stood before the console, the holographic screen in front of him displaying the real-time test progress and status of 19 individuals. Su Xiaorong walked over and stood beside him holding the stack of resumes, her tail swaying gently behind her. How many do you think will make the cut, she asked.
Well, see, based on the test scores, Lu Feng said. Anyone below 80 is out. That's strict. The Hurricane isn't a training vessel, Lu Feng's gaze swept across the screen.
I need people who can get straight to work, not greenhorns who need to be taught from scratch.
Su Xiaorong's ears twitched, but she didn't argue. Lin Tian's test was the first to show activity.
The feed from his simulation pod was projected onto the main screen in front of Lu Feng. The system had set his scenario as a T-1 class cargo ship departing from Tianjin 2, needing to traverse a small asteroid belt to reach a nearby space station. It was a standard route with 3 segments allotted 20 minutes.
Lin Tian's operation was steady with no superfluous movements. Takeoff, ascent and turning, each step was executed cleanly and decisively. Solid fundamentals, Su Xiaorong commented.
As he entered the asteroid belt the system suddenly increased the difficulty. An asteroid roughly 50 meters in diameter abruptly changed its trajectory, drifting towards the cargo ship from the flank. A collision would puncture the ship's hull, resulting in immediate mission failure.
Lin Tian's fingers slid swiftly across the control panel.
The cargo ship lurched 5 degrees to the right, narrowly grazing the edge of the asteroid. The evasive maneuver was swift and precise, without hesitation or unnecessary correction. Su Xiaorong's ears perked up.
Good reflexes. He has combat experience, Lu Feng said.
He's survived pirate attacks while serving on merchant vessels.
His mental fortitude is stronger than the average graduate. Crossing the asteroid belt took 8 minutes, followed by the cruise phase.
The cruise phase required minimal operation, just maintaining course and speed. Lin Tian used this time to check the ship's various system statuses, confirming everything was normal.
The landing phase was his weak point.
The system's landing scenario was set at an old space station berth 10% smaller than the standard size, with 2 of the berth's guide lights malfunctioning. He had to precisely dock the cargo ship into a berth narrower than usual without full lighting guidance. Lin Tian's descent speed was well controlled, but the ship's attitude tilted slightly in the final meters. He made a correction, but the adjustment was a bit too large, costing him 3 points.
Final score 97. 97, not bad.
If not for that slip, it could have been higher, Su Xiaorong noted on Lin Tian's resume.
Lu Feng nodded.
97 was within his expectations.
This score placed Lin Tian among the top test takers.
Combined with his combat experience and on-the-spot adaptability, he was more than qualified for the navigator position.
Zhao Xiaqing's test was a maintenance project.
The feed from cabin 3 was projected onto the main screen. The system set her scenario as an engine failure on a T2 class frigate. The fault prompt was vague, only stating unstable power output without specifying the exact point of failure. This was the most difficult type of maintenance project, requiring the tester to diagnose the problem themselves. The first thing Zhao Xiaqing did upon sitting in the simulation pod was not to check the preset fault points as prompted by the system, but to conduct a thorough scan of the entire engine system's status from start to finish. She pulled up data from the energy input module, the engine control unit status, real-time parameters of the power circuits, and the energy consumption data for every node. The data spread across the holographic screen, dense and dazzling. Su Xiaorong carefully glanced at the test instructions, her ear twitching. A vague fault diagnosis. That's a high difficulty level. Zhao Xiaqing spent 8 minutes inspecting the entire engine system. Her diagnostic method was very methodical, starting from the energy input and proceeding node by node along the energy circuit's path. She would examine the data for each node for over 3 seconds, confirming no issues before moving on.
At the 9th minute, her finger stopped on a data node.
At one node in the energy circuit, the data showed the output power was 12% lower than the input power. The energy circuit itself consumes no energy, input and output should be equal.
A 12% discrepancy indicated a problem.
However, this node wasn't at the location of the fault prompt, it was an inconspicuous spot in the middle of the entire energy circuit. Zhao Xiaqing magnified the data for this node, scrutinized it for a few seconds, and then pulled up the structural diagram for this node. The node in the energy circuit had aged, leading to increased contact resistance. A portion of the input power was being converted into heat and dissipated at this node. This was the root cause of the unstable power output. It wasn't a problem with the energy input module or the engine control unit, it was just a minor issue of an aged node. The system's fault prompt was a decoy designed to test whether she could think outside the box and discover the problem herself. Zhao Xiaqing passed the test. She used the remaining 11 minutes to repair the node, replacing the aged components and recalibrating the energy circuit's parameters. The engine system's output power stabilized.
System score 98.
The 2 points deducted were because she took a bit longer than the system's preset standard time.
But Lu Feng didn't care about that.
What mattered to him was that she had found the real fault point instead of being misled by the system's prompt. This was the most crucial ability for a maintenance engineer, not to blindly trust anyone's judgment but to investigate and verify for oneself.
98 points. Su Xiaorong's tail was held high. This rabbit-eared girl is impressive. Lu Feng nodded and switched the main screen to the next test subject's feed.
Lin Yu's test was a communications project. The feed from cabin 2 expanded on the main screen. The system set his scenario as a sudden communication blackout. During the Starship's voyage, contact with the space station was suddenly lost.
All communication channels were filled with static, nothing could be received or transmitted. Lin Yu reacted quickly.
He first checked the hardware status of the communication equipment, confirming the devices themselves were fine. Then he pulled up the frequency spectrum of the communication signal to analyze the characteristics of the static
signal interference, he muttered. It wasn't a device malfunction, it was external signal interference.
Someone was using a high-power signal transmitter on a nearby frequency band to create noise drowning out the normal communication signal. Lin Yu's fingers slid swiftly across the control panel, calling up the Starship's passive detection system to search for the source of the interference.
10 seconds later he found it.
The interference source was located approximately 30,000 kilometers off the ship's port side. It was a moving signal source following an irregular trajectory. Instead of wasting time waiting for the interference source to move away, Lin Yu directly utilized the Starship's communication relay function, bypassing the interference zone through another communication satellite.
Communication was restored. The entire process from identifying the problem to solving it took 4 minutes and 18 seconds. System score 95.
The 5 points were deducted because he spent nearly a minute confirming the device status. A more experienced communications officer could have skipped this step and gone straight to analyzing the signal characteristics. But Lu Feng was already satisfied with this result.
Lin Yu's specialty was communications, not emergency response.
Completing the entire process from detection to resolution in just over 4 minutes already demonstrated that this person had a clear mind and strong practical skills. Next, Chen Yutong's testing screen was projected onto the main screen, and the system set up a scenario for her involving shooting at moving targets.
There were a total of 12 targets, 7 fixed targets and 5 moving targets.
The fixed targets were distributed at different distances and angles, while the moving targets had varying trajectories, some moving in straight lines, others in curves, and some suddenly changing direction mid-motion. She sat down to check the weapon system status, the charging progress of the ion cannon, the ammunition stock of the close defense gun, and the cooling status of the plasma cannon, checking each one thoroughly. After completing her check, she adjusted the height of the seat and control panel. Weapon system ready. Chen Yutong's voice came through the audio channel of the simulation pod, clear and steady without any unnecessary words.
Professional Su Xiaorong remarked.
As the test began, Chen Yutong's method of handling the fixed targets momentarily stunned Su Xiaorong. She did not shoot them one by one in order. Instead, she quickly scanned the positions of all the fixed targets and then arranged a shooting sequence based on distance and angle. The nearest targets were shot first, followed by the farthest, with the smallest angles shot first and the largest angles shot last. This sequence was optimal, allowing her to eliminate the most targets in the shortest time.
The first shot hit. The second shot hit. The third shot hit.
Her hit rate for the first 7 fixed targets was 100%.
Then came the moving targets.
The first moving target moved in a straight line at a moderate speed with a very regular trajectory. Chen Yutong calculated its motion trajectory and shooting lead in advance, hitting it perfectly. The second moving target moved in a curve, tracing an irregular shape. Chen Yutong did not rush to shoot. Instead, she observed for 2 seconds, identifying the repeating pattern in its motion, then shot at a turning point of the trajectory, hitting it accurately.
The third and fourth moving targets also followed regular motion trajectories, all hit.
The fifth moving target was the most challenging. Its motion trajectory was random without any discernible pattern, and it would suddenly change direction mid-motion. Chen Yutong's first shot missed because the target suddenly changed direction at the last second, hitting where it had originally been. She remained calm, quickly adjusting the shooting parameters on the control panel. Her second shot hit the predicted point of the target's new trajectory.
Out of 12 targets, 11 were hit and 1 missed.
The system scored her 97 points.
2 hours later, the tests for the 19 individuals were concluded. Lu Feng looked at the 19 score reports in front of him and mentally reviewed them.
The highest score was Zhao Ziaqing's 98 points, followed by Chen Yutong's and Lin Tian's 97 points and Lin Yu's 95 points. Others fluctuated around 90 points, with a few scoring in the 80s, barely passing. However, one person received 59 points.
Failing.
Lu Feng skimmed through the individual's resume. He was a human male majoring in communications with an average score of 82 in major courses. However, in the test, the system set up a scenario of communication disruption, requiring him to find the cause of the fault and restore communication within 3 minutes. He spent 2 minutes checking the equipment without finding the issue, only discovering it was due to the antenna being struck by meteorite fragments after the system prompted him. He exceeded the standard time by double. The restoration of communication was too late and the system deemed the task a failure.
After the first batch of tests ended, Lu Feng used the Star of Dawn to send them back to Tianjin 2. The second batch of tests was scheduled for the afternoon, following the same process with another 19 individuals. However, the scores for the second batch were slightly lower than the first, though the overall level remained commendable.
Only one person scored above 95, a navigation major named an Xin who scored 96 points. By the end of the second batch of tests, the sky had already darkened. The Star of Dawn returned the second batch of testers to Tianqin-2, landing in the private docking area of the central spaceport.
19 individuals descended the gangway, their expressions varying.
Some wore smiles while others frowned, clearly still reflecting on the challenging scenarios encountered in the simulation pod. Lu Feng stood at the gangway watching them leave the docking area. At the back was an Xin, the navigation major, who scored 96 points. She was not very tall and had her hair tied in a low ponytail.
Mr.
Lu, she stopped as she passed by him. I would like to ask when the test results will be released.
Tomorrow.
Lu Feng replied, the admission notices will be sent to your communicators.
An Xin nodded, asked no further questions and walked away with her bag.
Su Xiaorong brought down a box of water from the Star of Dawn, placed it on a folding table and opened a bottle, taking a big gulp. She had been staring at the testing screen all day and her eyes were almost strained.
How many do you think will be retained?
She leaned against the table, her tail swishing behind her. Lu Feng placed the 2 score reports side by side on the table, running his finger down from top to bottom. In the first batch of 19 individuals, 12 scored above 96, were between 80 and 90, and 1 failed. In the second batch of 19, 9 scored above 90 while the rest were between 80 and 90. 38 individuals participated in the test, 37 met the standards and 1 failed. This ratio was higher than he had anticipated.
Let's retain 30.
Lu Feng said, all those above 90 will be retained and we will select 9 from those between 80 and 90 to fill the gaps. Su Xiaorong's ears perked up. Can't we keep a few more? The standard crew for the Typhoon is 180 people. Lu Feng folded the score report and put it in his pocket. Now is not the time to be at full capacity. Bringing in too many people without tasks is counterproductive to management. Focus on filling the core positions first and the rest can come gradually. Su Xiaorong thought for a moment and found his reasoning sound, choosing not to comment further. That night Lu Feng sent out the admission notices one by one from his hotel room. 5 were admitted to the sailor positions, Lin Tian and Xin, and 3 others with scores above 90. 3 were admitted to communications, Lin Yu, and 3 with excellent scores. 6 were admitted to mechanical maintenance, Xiao Xiaoqing had the best score and the other 5 had their own strengths. 4 were admitted to the weapon systems, Chen Yutong undoubtedly ranked first. The remaining 12 spots were allocated to other majors, navigation, damage control, medical and logistics, with suitable candidates found for each position. The content of each notification was similar: congratulations, you have passed the practical test of the Typhoon fleet and officially qualified for employment. Please report to the private docking area of Tianqin-2 Central Spaceport at 9 a.m. 2 days later. Details regarding salary and position arrangements are attached. By the time Lu Feng sent out the last notice, it was already 1 in the morning. He tossed the communicator onto the bedside table, lying back on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. In 2 days these 30 individuals would board the Typhoon. The Typhoon would no longer be an empty ship, it would have its first official crew. Although it was still far from the full capacity of 180 people, this was a beginning. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. On the day of registration, Lu Feng rose early and meticulously shaved his beard in the hotel bathroom mirror. Su Xiaorong knocked on the door holding a paper bag in her hand.
I brought you breakfast.
She thrust the bag into Lu Feng's hands.
Lu Feng took the bag and glanced at her attire.
Su Xiaorong was wearing a deep blue crew uniform today with silver piping at the collar and cuffs. A swirling silver storm vortex was embroidered on the left side of her chest. She wore matching trousers with crisp creases and black lace-up boots. Her large fluffy tail extended from a slit at the back of the uniform, creating a fascinating contrast with the garment's sharp lines. Where did you get the clothes?
Lu Feng was taken aback.
I had them made, Su Xiaorong replied, tugging at her cuff as her ears twitched slightly.
Time was too tight, I only managed to make a few samples.
Yours and Wang Hao's are in my room. There are also some for the new crew made based on the measurements on their resumes.
I'm not sure if they'll fit.
Lu Feng looked at her, suddenly realizing this bastard girl was far more capable than he had imagined.
When did you find someone to make them?
The night you sent out the acceptance notices, Su Xiaorong said. I found a custom shop online, sent them the designs and measurements, paid triple the rush fee, and they finished in 3 days.
How much did it cost? Not much.
Anyway, I used your money, Su Xiaorong declared matter-of-factly.
Lu Feng was speechless.
He changed into his own uniform and was surprised to find it fit perfectly.
The deep blue fabric was of excellent quality, crisp and stylish when worn.
The silver piping gleamed softly under the light.
The hurricane emblem on the left chest was finely embroidered, every swirl of the vortex clearly visible.
Wang Hao's uniform was awkward. His actual size was 2 sizes larger than what was on his crew information form. The uniform Su Xiaorong made based on the data stretched over him like plastic wrapped the fabric, groaning with every movement.
I clearly filled in XL.
Wang Hao protested as he struggled to free his arm from the sleeve.
You must have made this in size L.
Su Xiaorong rolled her eyes.
Your resume says you're 1.78 meters tall and weigh 80 kilograms. Are you really 1.78 meters? You're lucky to be 1.75 meters. 80 kilograms. You're at least 95.
Wang Hao's face turned crimson.
That was from last year's physical.
So how much have you gained since last year? Wang Hao opened his mouth then closed it again. In the end he had to wear the nearly bursting uniform, sucking in his stomach and trying his best to look slimmer. The three of them set off from the hotel for the spaceport. Wang Hao maintained his tucked-in posture the whole way, his face red from the effort.
Lu Feng glanced at him. You can relax. No one's looking at your stomach. No way. Today is an official occasion, Wang Hao said through gritted teeth. The first crew induction ceremony of the Hurricane Fleet. As the logistics chief, I can't disgrace the fleet.
Su Xiaorong snorted from the back seat but didn't argue. At 8:30 a.m. they arrived at the private docking area.
The Morningstar was quietly resting in its berth, its silver-white hull gleaming in the morning light.
All 30 people had gradually arrived by 9:03 a.m. The last to arrive was Chun Yutong, who was 3 minutes late because her hotel was too far from the spaceport and the ground traffic was congested.
Sorry, I'm late.
She strode over, still wearing the same black tight-fitting t-shirt and military green cargo pants, carrying a military canvas backpack.
It's fine, just in time. Lu Feng glanced at the names on the list. Everyone's here. Let's board. The Morningstar rose from its berth, passed through Lyra 2's atmosphere and entered outer space. This time everyone stood by the porthole waiting for that moment.
The last time they came, some were nervous, some were doubtful, and some were just trying it out. But this time was different. This time they were here to report for duty. We're here. Soon Lu Feng's voice came over the cockpit broadcast. The sunshade on the cargo bay's side porthole opened automatically. The colossal silver-gray starship appeared once more in everyone's view. On the side of the Hurricane's hull, all the previously dark porthole light strips lit up, the blue light tracing elegant arcs along the ship's contours. The indicator lights at the hangar entrance were also flashing as if welcoming their arrival. All the berth lights beneath the hull were on, illuminating the surrounding space brightly. The Morningstar slowly entered the Hurricane's hangar. Inside, all the lights were on. 400 drone berths were neatly arranged on both sides of the hangar, stretching out of sight. The maintenance platform on the hangar ceiling was moving slowly and the robotic arms flexed nimbly under the lights, performing routine equipment inspections. Lu Feng walked out of the cockpit and stood at the top of the gangway. His deep blue crew uniform looked crisp and new under the hangar's cold lights, the Hurricane emblem on his left chest shimmering faintly with silver light. Welcome aboard the Hurricane. You are the first official crew of this ship. From today the Hurricane fleet is officially established. The fleet currently has only one ship, the one you're standing on. But I promise you this is just the beginning. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every face in the line. Next, the vice captain will lead you to familiarize yourselves with the ship's environment. Su Xiaorong stepped forward. Her uniform fit perfectly under the lights, her large tail held high behind her. Follow me. The 30 people automatically formed 2 lines and followed Su Xiaorong down the main corridor. The port side is the living area. Su Xiaorong stopped in front of a metal sensor door. The identifier beside it sensed her identity and slid open automatically. As the door opened, a low gasp rippled through the corridor. Before them stretched a long corridor lined with numbered doors. Su Xiaorong approached the nearest door and pressed the identifier on the wall beside it. The door slid open silently, revealing the room's full interior. It was about 20 square meters, much larger than most people in the group had imagined. Against the wall was a standard single bed with deep blue bedding. Beside the bed was a small holographic screen for adjusting the room's lights, temperature and ventilation, as well as playing music and holographic images. Opposite was a desk and a chair. A holographic terminal was embedded in the desk, allowing access to various information about the ship at any time. Next to the desk was a built-in wardrobe with one door half open. The space inside was considerable enough to hang over a dozen clothes and store several pairs of shoes. But the most surprising part was the door at the far end of the room. Su Xiaorong walked over and pushed it open.
Private bathroom.
It had a shower sink and toilet with a wet-dry separation. The walls were light gray tiles and the floor was non-slip.
This is for an ordinary crew member.
A human male in the group couldn't help asking, his voice laced with disbelief. On most Imperial starships, ordinary crew shared quarters. Only department heads were entitled to single rooms.
Everyone gets this standard.
Su Xiaorong stepped out and stood in the middle of the corridor.
The captain's and vice captain's rooms are a bit larger, but the configuration is the same.
There are no rank privileges on this ship.
Everyone gets a single room with a private bathroom.
Su Xiaorong continued introducing as she walked along the corridor. The port living area has 100 rooms. The starboard side also has 100 distributed across different decks. Each of you will be assigned a private room. The room numbers will be allocated later by the logistics chief. She stopped at the end of the corridor and pushed open another door.
The mess hall is in the middle of the living area.
The mess hall was a large space, about 500 square meters. The tables and chairs were fixed. Each table was paired with 4 chairs neatly arranged beside the portholes. Looking out from the portholes, one saw the endless starry sky. Su Xiaorong walked over to a holographic terminal embedded in the wall and touched it. The holographic screen immediately displayed the day's menu, dozens of dishes ranging from mainstream imperial cuisine to several exotic ethnic specialties covering everything. The mess hall is open 24 hours. Su Xiaorong pointed at the holographic screen.
The ship's AI automatically generates the menu based on the food inventory. You can order whatever you want. If an ingredient isn't available, you can request a purchase. Once approved, it will be added to the next supply run.
The group fell silent for a moment. Then someone muttered something not loud but clear enough for everyone in the quiet mess hall to hear.
We can even request ingredients. This treatment is too good.
Su Xiaorong's ears swiveled and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly.
This is nothing special.
Her tail perked up.
There's even better to come.
People in the group started whispering to each other, their anticipation clearly written on their faces.
Su Xiaorong didn't say more. She turned and walked out of the mess hall.
Next to the mess hall was the recreation room. Holographic game pods, virtual reality equipment, high-fidelity audio systems, a full-sized pool table and an entire wall of e-books came into view one after another.
Someone in the group gasped.
This
is the recreation room?
A girl with a ponytail gaped, her gaze lingering on the holographic game pod for a full 3 seconds.
Holographic game pod. And it's the latest model.
Another young man hurried over to the pod, crouching down to look at the model plate on the bottom. I saw this model on the official website.
It costs over 60,000 star coins each.
Vice Captain Zhao Xiaqing's voice was a bit unsteady.
Are these
for us to use?
Why else? To gather dust. This treatment.
Lin Tian swallowed the rest of his sentence, but the expression on his face said it all. They passed through the living area and arrived at the medical bay.
This is the medical room.
Su Xiaorong stepped forward and opened the sensor door marked with a red cross. The medical room was about 150 square meters, divided into 3 areas: a consultation area, a pharmacy, and an operating area.
The most eye-catching was the operating area.
In the center stood a silver-white cylindrical pod about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, with a transparent lid revealing complex robotic arms and sensor arrays inside. Above the pod hung a holographic screen scrolling dense parameters and status information.
The shipboard surgical system.
Su Xiaorong walked over to the pod.
Fully automatic. No doctor needed.
Wow! Another wave of astonishment rippled through the group. After touring the entire hurricane, it was already noon.
The aroma of food wafted from the mess hall as the ship's AI initiated the lunch preparation program on schedule.
The 30 new crew members found seats in the mess hall, holding their trays, their faces still brimming with excitement. Lu Feng sat in a corner of the mess hall, a simple meal placed before him. Su Xiaorong sat across from him, her tail swaying behind her chair. Wan Hao sat nearby, finally relaxing his stomach that he had been clenching all morning, collapsing into his chair like a puddle of melted butter. This afternoon assign them their rooms and stations, Lu Feng said while eating. Starting tomorrow they'll familiarize themselves with the ship's systems.
Within a week everyone must master their duties.
Su Xiaorong bit her chopsticks, her ears twitching.
A week? Isn't that too rushed? There's no time to take it slow.
Lu Feng's tone turned slightly heavier. The prospective captain reports in just 3 weeks.
Before that I must have the hurricane properly arranged and not leave it abandoned in the Lyra star sector.
Then 1 week it is.
Su Xiaorong put down her chopsticks.
I'll draft the training plan tonight.
Wang Hao raised a hand nearby.
What about me? What do I do?
First assign everyone's rooms, Lu Feng glanced at him. Then conduct a full inventory of the ship's supplies, see what's missing and give me a procurement list.
That's it. That'll keep you busy for a week.
Wang Hao opened his mouth then closed it again. He suddenly realized that the job of logistics chief wasn't as simple as he had imagined. After the meal, Lu Feng returned to the bridge and sat down in the captain's chair. He pulled up the ship's energy management system and checked the Hurricane's energy reserves. The main energy core used an Empire Standard M12 fusion reactor which at full capacity could support the Hurricane for 8 months of continuous navigation without resupply. However, the main energy core of the Hurricane was only charged to 80% capacity, enough for at most 7 months. System: where is the nearest fuel depot? Lyra Star Sector Central Supply Station, located in the outer orbit of Lyra 2, approximately 2 hours flight from the current position.
M12 fusion reactor fuel rods priced at 120000 star credits each.
The Hurricane requires 6 rods. At 120000 each, 6 would be 72000.
Adding other supplies, food, water, consumables, spare parts, at least 1 million star credits would be needed. Lu Feng had over 6 million in his account, enough. But he couldn't just live off his savings. He needed to earn money.
Just as he was pondering how to make money, his communicator suddenly buzzed. A message popped up on the screen sent by Instructor Zhao Ming.
Lu Feng opened it.
The content was brief. Lu Feng: interstellar pirate activity has been detected in the surrounding star sectors. The Empire's Third Fleet has issued a Level 2 alert. All current trainees are to suspend leave. Those already off campus should return as soon as possible.
Stay safe and avoid acting alone.
Attached to the message was an alert bulletin. Lu Feng swiped his finger across the holographic screen and opened the bulletin.
The bulletin was far more detailed than Instructor Zhao Ming's message.
According to intelligence from the Empire's Third Fleet, multiple attacks on merchant ships had occurred in the outer reaches of the Qianwan star sector over the past 2 weeks. The attackers' identities had yet to be confirmed, but based on modus operandi and attack patterns, they were likely the same group of pirates. Lu Feng put away his communicator, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes and thought for a moment.
It can't be that coincidental, Lu Feng muttered, recalling the pirates who had ambushed him before.
Su Xiaorong returned from the training bay and entered the bridge to see Lu Feng sitting in the captain's chair with an uneasy expression. "What's wrong?" she asked, stepping beside the command console, her ears swiveling forward. Lu Feng briefed her on the message's contents.
Pirates. Su Xiaorong's ears shot up. Is it the same group we encountered before? Not sure.
Lu Feng forwarded the alert to her. But the Qianwan star sector is exactly where the Starseed was attacked last time. Su Xiaorong quickly scanned the bulletin, her brow furrowing deeper.
Lu Feng, look at this part.
She enlarged a line of text on the holographic screen and pushed it toward him.
Lu Feng looked down. It was a summary of the Third Fleet's troop deployment.
The main forces of the Empire's Third Fleet have been redeployed to the front lines to participate in operations against the Zerg in the 7th star sector. Currently only a small number of patrol vessels maintain order in the Qianwan star sector and surrounding space.
All merchant ships are advised to exercise caution and avoid traveling alone.
The Third Fleet's main force is gone,
Lu Feng said with a frown.
The Empire's standing forces in the Qianwan star sector were originally a full fleet. Now that the main fleet has gone to the front, the remaining patrol boats and frigates can barely muster a subfleet. Su Xiaorong paused and added, and most of those remaining ships are old models with poor maintenance.
If it comes to a fight, it's questionable whether they can even get moving.
Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. If the Empire were a person, the Zerg front would be its bleeding right hand. All resources, troops and attention were drawn to that wound. The Empire's back was nearly defenseless. Those pirates weren't fools, they were smarter and more cunning than most imagined.
They knew when to hide and when to strike.
When the Empire's forces were abundant, they hid in asteroid belts in the shadows of uninhabited star sectors, living cautiously like rats. But when the Empire's fleet sailed to the front, leaving the rear star sectors like empty cities, they would surge from their hiding places.
Lu Feng let out a cold laugh. Su Xiaorong. Do you want to go cause them trouble? Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking?
Su Xiaorong turned and strode to the command console, her fingers flying across the holographic screen.
The hurricane system status data cascaded down the screen like a waterfall. The hurricane is ready for battle at any time. Lu Feng rose from his seat and walked to the holographic star chart at the center of the bridge.
On the star chart, the shipping lanes of the Chenwan star sector were marked as glowing threads extending like blood vessels through the dark void. Where would those pirates be? He circled 3 locations on the chart. The first was the asteroid belt on the periphery of the Chenwan star sector, rugged terrain where small ships could easily hide. The starseed had been attacked near that area last time. The second was the defense vacuum left after the Third Fleet's main force departed, a zone that once had regular patrols but now saw only 1/5 the original frequency. The third was a choke point on the merchant shipping route through which all ships traveling from the southern to the northern Chenwan star sector had to pass. If pirates wanted to raid, the choke point was the best ambush spot.
They'll choose the third, Lu Feng said, tapping the node. The asteroid belt is too remote, merchant ships can detour. The defense vacuum is too large, the pirates don't have enough manpower to cover it.
Only this choke point every ship must pass through, there's no way around. Su Xiaorong walked over to him, looking at the star chart, her ears twitching.
Even if we know the location, how do we find them? The Chenwan star sector is vast, a few pirate ships could hide anywhere.
How would you search?
No need to search.
Lu Feng's gaze settled on the merchant shipping lane on the chart, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The Empire's Third Fleet issued a Level 2 alert, all merchant ships will be on guard, but that's useless.
Merchant ships are just merchant ships, no weapons, no shields, no combat capability.
Heightened vigilance only means they can passively take a beating.
What they need is the initiative.
Pirates have their own rules, they want plunder a ship with no profit nor attack a target not worth the risk.
High value, low risk, that's what they want.
He turned to Su Xiaorong. If pirates saw the ship that stole their goods appear again before their eyes, do you think they'd let it go?
Su Xiaorong understood. You want to use the starseed as bait. Exactly. Lu Feng walked back to the captain's chair and opened the ship-wide broadcast.
Attention all crew of the Hurricane.
This is Captain Lu Feng.
His voice echoed through the ship's internal communication system, reaching every corner of the vessel. The originally scheduled week-long pre-service training plan has changed.
We will set sail in 12 hours for the Chenwan star sector to carry out our first mission. Mission objective: eliminate the interstellar pirates.
Upon hearing the broadcast, the new crew members wore expressions of astonishment, tension and excitement.
Eli. Eliminate interstellar pirates.
A human male in the mess hall set down his fork, his voice trembling slightly.
Didn't we just report for duty? We set sail in 12 hours.
Another female crew member glanced at the time on her communicator. So we're deploying before tomorrow morning. Zhao Xiaoqing was the first to regain composure. She shoved the last piece of beef from her tray into her mouth, chewed twice and swallowed. Then she picked up her cup, took a large gulp of water, stood up and walked expressionlessly toward the tray return slot with her empty plate.
Zhao Xiaoqing.
A girl beside her called out, "Aren't you nervous?"
Zhao Xiaoqing placed the tray into the slot and turned to glance at her.
Once you're on board, it's all work.
Sooner or later it's all the same. What's there to be nervous about?
With it she walked away, her ponytail swaying gently behind her as if the broadcast had announced a trip to the mess hall rather than a pirate suppression mission.
Lin Yu's reaction was the most dramatic. Pirates.
He sprang from his chair, nearly hitting the overhead light.
What pirates? How many? How many ships? What firepower? Sit down. Lin Tian, without turning his head, pushed Lin Yu back into his seat.
If the captain says there's a mission, he's got it under control.
Why are you panicking? I'm not panicking.
Lin Yu's voice rose half an octave.
I'm just asking.
Your voice cracked. Lin Yu opened his mouth, then closed it.
At 1 p.m, the entire crew assembled in the hangar.
Lu Feng stood on the elevated platform at the center of the hangar, behind him the massive bridge structure of the Hurricane. Cold light poured down from the dome, illuminating the hangar like daylight.
30 people stood in 3 rows silent. Let me brief the mission.
Lu Feng's voice reached everyone's ears with clarity. Pirate activity has been detected in the Shallow Bay star sector. The Empire's Third Fleet's main force has been deployed to the front lines, leaving the rear vulnerable.
We are to eliminate these pirates. Someone in the ranks swallowed hard. This is not a drill, not training, it's real combat. Lu Feng's gaze swept across every face. If anyone feels unprepared, step forward now. The Hurricane can return you to Tianjin 2 to report with the next batch. No one will blame you. The formation remained silent for 5 seconds. No one moved. Lu Feng gave a slight nod. Very well.
He pulled up a holographic star map, marked 3 positions and thoroughly explained the pirates' possible movement patterns, ambush points and attack methods. In short, he'll use the Morningstar as bait to lure out the pirates. The Hurricane will lie in ambush. When the pirates show themselves, we strike with thunderous force, one decisive blow.
Simple as that. Lu Feng closed the star map and walked to the front of the formation. But simple doesn't mean easy.
You have only 12 hours to familiarize yourselves with the ship's systems.
Tomorrow's mission will show no mercy.
Pirates won't go easy on you just because it's your first day.
He clasped his hands behind his back, standing ramrod straight. So in the next 12 hours I need you to learn everything you can and remember everything you can.
If you don't know, ask. If you don't understand, learn. If you're unsure, confirm.
Lu Feng held their gaze for 3 seconds, then turned and stepped down from the platform.
Su Xiaorong, they're yours.
Understood.
Su Xiaorong leaped onto the platform, her tail held high.
All personnel proceed to your duty stations according to assignment. Section leaders lead the way. 12 hours later, the Hurricane set sail on time.
The 320-meter silver-gray hull arced through space, heading toward the shallow bay star sector. Lu Feng sat in the captain's chair, a holographic screen before him displaying real-time status of all Hurricane systems. All parameters were in the green: energy core output stable, shield systems on standby, weapon systems preheating. Su Xiaorong stood at the first officer's station behind him, to the right her own holographic screen showing data on propulsion and energy distribution.
Nervous.
Lu Feng turned his head to glance at Su Xiaorong. Her ears twitched and her tail swayed slightly. Her expression was calm, but her tail betrayed her.
Not nervous, she said. Just a little. Excited. Lu Feng smiled and said no more.
2 hours later, the Hurricane arrived at the periphery of the shallow bay star sector, about 500,000 kilometers from the merchant shipping lane. The distance was just right, close enough to monitor the entire route without being detected. Xiaoxing, deactivate active detection systems and switch to passive mode.
Shut down all non-essential radiation sources. Confirmed. Hurricane's current radiation signature minimized to equivalent of a 10-meter diameter asteroid. Probability of identification within standard detection range is less than 3%.
Lu Feng rose from his seat, walked to the observation window on the side of the bridge and gazed toward the hangar. Xiaoxing, have the Morningstar's autopilot tests been completed?
All tests completed. Autopilot functioning normally, all subsystems responding well. What about the bait route and contingency plans? 3 bait route plans and 17 contingency plans loaded.
Include strategies for encountering varying numbers of enemy ships, attack intensities and battlefield conditions.
Lu Feng nodded and leaned back into his chair.
Su Xiaorong stood beside him, watching the holographic screen displaying the unmanned starship, her tail swaying slowly behind her. Your system is more advanced than the Empire's active military models.
That's why I trust it to go.
Lu Feng picked up the communicator and issued an order on the fleet channel. Morningstar, prepare for departure.
Morningstar received. Engines starting. Hatch closing. Pressure normal. All systems self-check complete.
In the hangar, the Morningstar's silver-white hull gleamed softly under the lights. The hatch was sealed, the gangway retracted, and the shipboard AI was conducting final pre-departure checks. The massive hangar doors slowly opened, revealing the endless starfield beyond. The Morningstar glided out of the hangar, its attitude thrusters emitting pale blue flames as it smoothly turned and headed toward the predetermined bait route. Su Xiaorong stood at the observation window, watching the small silver-white starship grow smaller and smaller until it vanished against the backdrop of the stars. Xiaoxing, maintain Hurricane stealth. Bring the entire ship to battle stations.
Confirmed.
Hurricane now at battle stations. All weapons systems on standby, shield systems preheated, drones ready. Su Xiaorong turned and walked back to the bridge, taking her seat at the first officer's station. The bridge was so quiet that the hum of the ventilation system was audible. All 30 new crew members were at their posts, silent, their eyes fixed on the point of light on the holographic screen representing the Morningstar. The point of light moved slowly across the star map, heading toward the merchant shipping lane. The Morningstar glided silently through the dark void of space like a silver leaf drifting. Its speed was unremarkable, precisely the cruising velocity of an ordinary commercial freighter. Occasionally its attitude thrusters emitted a short burst of pale blue flame, correcting its course. Every maneuver was executed with the deliberate care of a genuine cargo-laden, defenseless merchant vessel. Lu Feng sat in the captain's chair of the Hurricane. On the star chart before him, the light point representing the morning star moved slowly, tracing a slender luminous line. Su Xiaorong stood at the first officer's station behind him, to his right, her gaze alternating between the power system data and the star chart.
Xiaoxing, are there any anomalous signals around the morning star?
No anomalies detected within passive scanning range. The only active radiation source in this sector is the morning star.
Expand the scanning range. Range expanded to 500,000 kilometers. Still no anomalous signals.
Lu Feng frowned slightly, his fingers tapping twice on the armrest. The pirates were more patient than he had anticipated. The morning star had been sailing along the predetermined bait route for an hour and a half, a path that skirted the edge of a node frequented by merchant vessels.
Maybe they didn't go out today. Wang Hao's voice drifted over from the logistics station. Lu Feng didn't answer.
Instead, he pulled up the 3rd Imperial Fleet's alert bulletin, his eyes lingering for a moment on the records of the times merchant ships had been attacked.
3 attacks, all within the last 10 days, averaging 1 every 3 days. The most recent was 4 days ago. Based on this frequency, the next strike should occur within a day or two. Either today or tomorrow. Patience.
Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the slowly moving point of light on the star chart.
They're more anxious than we are.
The Empire's patrol ships are scarce, but they're not gone entirely. Their window of opportunity is narrow, they won't easily give up any chance.
20 minutes later, the system alarm sounded.
Passive detection system has captured an anomalous signal. Bearing port side of the morning star, distance approximately 320,000 kilometers.
Analyzing signal characteristics.
Lu Feng sat bolt upright, his fingers flying across the console to bring the anomalous signal's parameters up on the main screen. Su Xiaorong's ears perked up.
The signal was very faint.
Had it not been for the Hurricane's highly precise passive detection system, it would likely have been dismissed as background noise under conventional scanning. But it was moving, approaching the morning star at roughly 30 knots. It wasn't a signal from a natural celestial body, nor did it match the standard signature of an Imperial star vessel.
It was modified.
Pirate Su Xiaorong said in a low voice. Signal characteristic matching analysis 87 match with Imperial old model patrol ship signatures. High degree of modification presumed to be an irregular armed force. Lu Feng's fingers hovered above the console, his mind racing.
Only one ship.
This vessel was a scout, there were bound to be others behind it.
Xiaoxing, continue tracking this ship.
But do not reveal our presence.
Maintain passive mode. Do not emit any active detection signals. Command confirmed. Target is approaching the morning star.
Current relative velocity approximately 70,000 kilometers per hour.
Estimated time to visual range 32 minutes. Lu Feng rose from his seat and walked to the observation window.
The distant starscape revealed nothing. The morning star was too far away, and so was the pirate vessel. But on the star chart, 2 points of light were slowly converging.
Attention all hands, Lu Feng's voice rang out across the fleet channel.
The pirate ship has appeared.
1 vessel confirmed with reinforcements expected. All personnel enter maximum combat readiness. No one is to open fire without my direct order. At that moment,
in the darkness 320,000 kilometers from the morning star, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the silver-white shape through optical sights.
Boss, take a look at this.
The voice of a man called Skinny Monkey came from behind an aged optical observation device carrying a note of uncertainty.
Scarface emerged from the deepest shadows of the cabin, pushed Skinny Monkey aside and leaned into the eyepiece.
The optically magnified image unfolded before him, the silhouette of the silver-white starship growing increasingly clear. About 40 meters in length, the streamlined hull, the ship's side refracting a cold metallic luster under the starlight. Scarface's pupils contracted sharply. That was the ship. He recalled the events of half a month ago. That day he and most of his men had gone to pick up a shipment from the Zerg front lines, leaving only 2 men to guard the base. That was the ship. He recalled the events of half a month ago. That day he and most of his men had gone to pick up a shipment from the Zerg front lines, leaving only 2 men to guard the base. The cargo hold was empty, clean so thoroughly even the dust was gone. The group of cat-eared slaves locked in the shed had vanished too, all 18 of them. The collar's locator signal could still be received at the base, but the tracking signal was lost at the periphery of the asteroid belt. The collars had been removed by some means. Scarface had been operating in the border star systems for 15 years and had never encountered anything like this. 1 ship, 2 people on his turf, silently emptying his entire cargo hold and rescuing his 18 slaves.
And he hadn't even seen their faces. Boss Skinny Monkey's voice pulled him back from his memories. That's the ship, isn't it? The one that got away from our turf last time. Scarface didn't answer, but his silence was answer enough.
He straightened up, stepped back from the eyepiece and walked to the central holographic table in the cabin. The screen displayed all their assets for this operation: 3 ships plus the scout he was on, making 4 in total. For modified old model patrol ships, 150 men, a dozen or so assorted laser and ion cannons. This configuration was nothing before the Imperial fleet, but on the civilian shipping lanes they were the law. Scarface tapped the optical image of the silver-white starship with his finger, a slow grin spreading across his face.
Skinny Monkey. Yes, boss. Notify the other ships. All of them come here. All of them. Skinny Monkey was taken aback. Boss, isn't that overkill? It's just one little ship. Mine alone would be enough. I said all of them.
Scarface's voice was quiet, but Skinny Monkey immediately shut his mouth and turned to send the signal. Scarface leaned back into the eyepiece, watching the silver-white starship sailing slowly through the void. In the pirate trade he had survived this long, not on brute force but on instinct. That ship had slipped through his fingers half a month ago, and now it was appearing right under his nose again.
He didn't believe in coincidences. But even if it was a trap, so what? 4 ships against 1. No matter how fast or agile the other ship was, it couldn't escape his grasp.
Follow it, Scarface said, patting the pilot on the shoulder.
Don't get too close.
Wait until the brothers arrive, then surround it from all sides.
Let's see where it can run.
Follow it, Scarface said, patting the pilot on the shoulder.
Don't get too close.
Wait until the brothers arrive, then surround it from all sides.
Let's see where it can.
Shaoxing, is that pirate ship still tailing us?
Still following current distance 280,000 kilometers. Speed 35 knots.
The target has not assumed an offensive posture. It is presumed to be awaiting reinforcements.
Reinforcements.
Lu Feng's fingers slid swiftly across the console, calling up all signal data the passive detection system had captured over the past half hour.
Found it.
He tapped a spot on the screen, enlarging that particular signal. 3 faint signals coming from different directions, their waveform characteristics highly similar to the scouting pirate vessel.
1 ship ahead, 3 behind, a classic search and attack formation.
Once the scout ship located a target, the attack formation behind would encircle from different directions, cutting off all escape routes for the prey. 4 ships.
This meant the enemy had dispatched their entire main force. This was what he had been waiting for. Su Xiaorong.
Here. Su Xiaorong's voice came from the vice captain's command station, carrying a hint of tension.
Hurricane, start engines.
Maintain low speed and approach the target area.
All drones stand by.
In the hangar of the Hurricane, 400 drones were performing their final pre-launch checks. 300 interceptors were neatly arranged in the left berthing area, their light gray fuselages wingtips mounted with 2 light laser cannons and 4 light missiles slung beneath their bellies. 100 fighters were lined up on the right, larger than the interceptors and with more powerful weaponry, 4 medium laser cannons and 12 medium missiles. Zhao Shaoqing stood before the maintenance team's workstation holding a datapad, her gaze rapidly scanning the status parameters of the rows of drones. The 4 pirate ships completed their encirclement at approximately 50,000 kilometers from the Chiming Star.
They occupied the east, southwest and north positions like 4 hyenas surrounding a lone antelope.
On the star map before Lu Feng, 4 light points were evenly distributed around the Chiming Star.
Shaoxing, is there any communication signal between the pirate ships?
Encrypted communication links detected between the 4 pirate ships. Content cannot be deciphered, but the communication frequency is high, suggesting they are coordinating an attack plan.
Attention all crew. Lu Feng's voice resonated through the fleet channel. The Hurricane will enter effective weapons range in 3 minutes.
All weapon systems prepare for launch. Target the 4 pirate ships.
Leave no survivors.
The bridge fell silent for a moment, then everyone's fingers began to move. Su Xiaorong raised the power output of the propulsion system to 90%, the energy core emitting a low hum.
30 seconds until entering effective weapons range. Shaoxing's voice echoed through the bridge. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire. The drone streamed out of the hangar like an enraged swarm of bees, surging overwhelmingly towards the 4 pirate ships.
Pale blue exhaust trails traced 400 slender lines of light across space, radiating outward from both sides of the Hurricane's hull, converging into a magnificent waterfall of light. Simultaneously, the Hurricane's main weapon system opened fire. Her medium-ion cannons fired simultaneously 4 searing beams of light, carving 4 straight lines of death across space, precisely striking the nearest pirate ship. That ship's shields held for less than 2 seconds before collapsing. The ion beams pierced the hull armor, penetrated the engine room, and detonated the ammunition bay. A blazing fireball exploded in space, illuminating the void for tens of kilometers around.
That ship didn't even have time to send a distress signal.
The remaining 3 pirate ships were clearly stunned. They never imagined that in this region they had terrorized for years a T-3 class cruiser would suddenly appear. And a T-3 class cruiser firing at full power. By then the drones were upon them, swarming like locusts towards the nearest pirate ship, light missiles detonating across its hull. That ship's shields were breached in less than 10 seconds. Within a single minute 2 more pirate ships were reduced to drifting scrap metal in space. Of the 4 pirate ships, only the one belonging to Scarface remained. He stood before the holographic table, watching the rapidly approaching red dots on the screen, the communicator trembling slightly in his hand. 400 drones, 1 T-3 class cruiser. Who the hell are these people? Scarface spun around and rushed towards the helm.
Run! Run now! All power to the engines.
Shut down the shields if you have to, just run. At his furious roar, the pilot shoved the control stick hard. The pirate ship banked sharply at a nearly insane angle, hurtling towards the asteroid belt. That was the only territory they knew well. Once inside the asteroid belt, that cruiser wouldn't be able to follow, and then he could survive. Attention all crew. That pirate ship is trying to escape.
Chen Yutong heavy plasma cannons target its engines.
Understood.
Chen Yutong's fingers flew across the weapons console.
The muzzles of the 2 Thor-class heavy plasma cannons blazed with blinding white light, immense energy converging within the barrels, emitting a low roar.
Charge complete. Fire.
2 beams shot from the midsection of the Hurricane, their brilliance far surpassing that of the ion cannons. The beams traced 2 arcs across space, precisely catching the fleeing pirate ship. The first beam pierced its shields, the second tore through its engine room. The ship's power system instantly melted under the plasma's intense heat. The engines died, all lights within the hull went dark. It tumbled slowly through space like a withered leaf blown from a tree.
Captain.
Lin Yu's voice came from the communications station.
They're sending a communication request. Its voice. Lu Feng was silent for a moment, then picked up the communicator and pressed the receive button.
A hoarse male voice came through the communicator, laced with barely contained rage and terror.
Who the hell are you? Lu Feng didn't answer.
He cut the communication directly.
Chen Yutong, the last one. Finish it.
Yes, sir. Moments later, a beam shot from the Hurricane's midsection, precisely striking the now powerless pirate ship. As a fireball blossomed in space, all 4 light points vanished from the star map. The bridge was silent for a few seconds before Wang Hao was the first to stand, slamming his hand onto the logistics console so hard he knocked the holographic screen askew.
We won.
His voice exploded in the quiet bridge like a stone thrown into a still lake, sending ripples spreading outward. Lin Yu leaped up from behind the communications station, nearly tripping over his chair. He steadied himself against the edge of the table, then turned and grabbed Lin Tian in a tight hug.
We won. We actually won.
Lin Tian, struggling to breathe under his grip, smacked him on the head. Lu Feng rose from his seat, walked to the center of the bridge facing the crew, who were cheering, embracing and high-fiving.
Silence. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it. The clamor on the bridge vanished in an instant.
30 pairs of eyes turned to look at him in unison.
The mission isn't over.
4 pirate ships have been destroyed, but their lair remains.
There are supplies in their lair and possibly other victims.
Lu Feng turned, facing the holographic star map. He tapped on the asteroid belt at the periphery of the Chenwan star region. Hurricane, full speed ahead. Target the pirate lair. The Hurricane glided through space, tracing a silver-gray arc as it headed towards the asteroid belt on the outskirts of the shallow Bay Star region.
The bridge fell silent, the brief cheer from earlier having subsided.
Everyone returned to their posts, fingers swiftly gliding across the holographic control panels, checking the modules they were responsible for.
Xiaoxing, how far are we from the asteroid belt? Current distance is approximately 1.2 million kilometers, estimated travel time 40 minutes.
After 40 minutes, the Hurricane came to a halt at the outskirts of the asteroid belt.
Lu Feng stood up from the captain's chair and walked to the observation window.
Looking out from the bridge's viewport, the endless asteroid belt extending for millions of kilometers appeared even more magnificent than the last time he saw it. Asteroids of various sizes drifted slowly through space, some larger than the hurricane itself, casting enormous shadows under the starlight. The last time he came here he had only a 40-meter-long exploration vessel which was chased around the entire asteroid belt by a pirate patrol boat. Those 3 massive colliding asteroids almost left him and Su Xiaorong stranded here forever. Xiaoxing deployed the reconnaissance drones to scan the interior of the asteroid belt.
Reconnaissance drones have been released. Expected arrival in the target area 5 minutes.
Moments later several reconnaissance drones entered the interior of the asteroid belt from different angles, scanning the area. An anomaly has been detected. The 6th drone has captured a signal from a non-natural heat source. The image was magnified and in the pitch darkness several faint red glows appeared on the screen. The temperature distribution of those glows was overly concentrated, presenting a clear geometric shape with edges and corners exhibiting thermal radiation characteristics typical of human architecture.
Zoom in, Lu Feng said.
The image enlarged again and the outline of the heat source became increasingly distinct. It was an artificial structure embedded within a massive asteroid covered by a thick layer of rock. If it weren't for the heat source signal exposing its location, one would hardly notice any difference between this asteroid and the thousands of others surrounding it.
Found it. Su Xiaorong's tail had already perked up.
The place she and Lu Feng entered last time was likely a checkpoint for holding slaves, structured simply and clearly a temporary setup. The scale of the base before them was at least 3 times larger than that. The interior of the asteroid had been hollowed out into a vast space with a dome at least 800 meters above the ground and a diameter exceeding 5 kilometers, capable of easily accommodating several medium-sized starships simultaneously.
The base had 3 entrances distributed in different directions of the asteroid, each entrance having been artificially widened and reinforced with thick armor plates covering the surface.
Xiaoxing, can we detect any presence inside the base? The passive detection system has captured multiple biological signals, estimating a total of about 10 individuals. Most signals were concentrated in the central area of the base, with a few scattered near the entrances. It seemed not all the pirates were mobilized, some remained at the hideout. After a brief discussion, Lu Feng led 15 fully armed crew members aboard the Morningstar towards the massive asteroid. After nearly 10 minutes navigating between the asteroids, the Morningstar finally reached the vicinity of the giant asteroid. From the outside it bore no distinction from the surrounding asteroids, sharing the same gray-black surface, the same pockmarked appearance and the same slow rotation in the starry sky.
Lu Feng maneuvered the Morningstar into an entrance on the asteroid side.
The entrance passage was wide enough to accommodate 3 armored vehicles side by side.
The pod covers were transparent, revealing the complex holographic interfaces and arrays of sensors inside. 2 meters separated.
At the end of the passage was a massive underground base with the dome formed by the asteroid's own rock layers, adorned with artificial lighting fixtures illuminating the entire base as bright as day. In one corner of the base were several shuttles likely used by the pirates for short-distance transport, while another corner was piled high with numerous supply crates.
Lu Feng opened the weapon cabinet from behind the cockpit, pulling out a Hunter-class pulse pistol, a breacher shotgun, stun grenades and flashbangs one by one.
Zhao Xiaoqing was the first to approach, picking up a pulse pistol, weighing it in her hand, checking the energy levels, then securing it to her belt and grabbing a spare one.
Have you used this before?
Lu Feng observed her adept movements.
No, Zhao Xiaoqing replied, but I practiced on the simulator. The principles are similar.
Lu Feng distributed the weapons, ensuring each person had a pulse pistol with 4 breacher shotguns and a dozen stun grenades and flashbangs each.
Su Xiaorong tucked the pulse pistol into her waist and felt around in the weapon cabinet for a dagger, testing its fit in the scabbard at the side of her boot, nodding in satisfaction.
Let's go. The hatch opened and the gangway extended down.
Lu Feng led the way with the shotgun, followed by Su Xiaorong, then Lin Tian, Zhao Xiaoqing and Shen Yutong. The others spread out to the sides, forming a loose search formation. The lights along the passage were dim, likely because the pirates had reduced the power to save energy. Some of the light tubes flickered, casting intermittent shadows on the walls. As they approached the entrance to the warehouse area, Lu Feng raised his hand and everyone halted. The large door to the warehouse area was ajar and voices could be heard inside, mixed with heavy laughter and the clinking of bottles. Lu Feng peeked inside. 3 pirates sat on supply crates surrounded by several boxes of alcohol and food, feasting. Their weapons leaned against one side, some hanging on boxes, others casually tossed on the ground. None held a gun.
Lu Feng retreated and gestured to Su Xiaorong.
4 stun gas grenades were thrown in simultaneously from different directions.
Bang! 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 4 muffled explosions went off almost simultaneously, filling the entire warehouse area with white smoke within seconds. Coughing, vomiting and the sounds of chairs toppling mixed together, emanating from the smoke. Lu Feng donned a gas mask and charged in, wielding the shotgun.
The smoke was thick, visibility less than 2 meters, but the thermal imaging scope revealed 3 indistinct human silhouettes rolling on the ground.
"Secure them first," he said into the communicator.
Zhao Shaoqing and Su Xiaorong, holding restraint straps, began binding the convulsing pirates one by one. The remaining few quickly dealt with the maintenance area, living quarters and command center. Some reacted swiftly, grabbing their weapons upon hearing the gunfire, but their resistance was suppressed under the firepower of the shotgun and pulse pistol. In less than 15 minutes all 10 pirates were subdued. Lu Feng stood in the center of the warehouse area, his gaze sweeping over the towering stacks of supply crates. Some crates still bore inspection labels from the Empire's official mining zones, identical to those he had seen on the transport ship clearly plundered from passing merchant vessels. Some crates had no markings at all, their exteriors dusty, leaving one to wonder how long they had been stored here. Xiaoxing, "Scan these supply crates and see what's inside."
Scanning. Detected metal ores, energy crystals, rare alloys, mechanical parts, electronic components, medical supplies, food, drinking water, etc. System initiate bulk recovery.
A visible shimmer radiated outward from Lu Feng, rippling through the air like a circle of ripples. The shimmer touched each supply crate, and then in that instant all the crates transformed into dots of light.
Metal ingots, energy crystals, rare alloys, various parts and components briefly hovered in the air before transforming into streaks of light, being absorbed into the system space. The entire warehouse area was empty, not leaving a single screw behind. Recovery complete.
Gained 142000 metals, 8800 energy crystals, 5950 rare alloys. Current total resources 212000 metals, 11850 energy crystals, 7430 rare alloys. Lu Feng stood in the center of the empty warehouse, staring wide-eyed at the numbers on the system panel.
7 million.
He counted on his fingers, estimating how much these resources could sell for if sold at the market price on the Empire's trade network. A total of over 70 million star coins.
Lu Feng's breath caught for a moment.
He had sold the complete technical scheme for the transport ship for just 10 million. That was a price he had dared to voice only after much deliberation and mental preparation. Now, standing in the pirate's lair, having done nothing, just by waving his hand, over 70 million had entered his pocket. How to describe this feeling? It was like working hard for a month to earn 3,000, then stepping out and casually buying a lottery ticket, winning 30 million. The joy came too suddenly, overwhelming his brain momentarily with an amount of happiness it couldn't process. By the time they returned to the Hurricane, it was already 4 in the afternoon by Imperial Standard Time. Lu Feng settled into the captain's chair, his mind already churning with the tasks that lay ahead. The Hurricane had its first batch of crew. The pirate lair had been wiped out and their resource reserves were staggeringly abundant. Yet one issue gnawed at Lu Feng's mind, growing more unsettling the more he pondered it: the Hurricane's identity. This starship had no Imperial registration, no identification code, no navigation permit. It was a vessel unrecognized by any official Imperial institution. Under normal circumstances this wouldn't be a major problem. Space was vast, the Empire couldn't monitor everything, and an unregistered ship could slip through the void unnoticed for days. But today was different. The Hurricane had opened fire in the shallow star sector, sinking 4 pirate ships. The commotion was far from negligible. Though pirates wouldn't report the incident, the Empire's passive detection systems might have registered the energy fluctuations near the battlefield. If an investigation was launched and the Hurricane couldn't produce any legitimate identification, the problem would cease to be about pirates. They would become an illegal armed force themselves. System, he called out in his mind. Is there a way to resolve the Hurricane's identity issue? The system was silent for a moment, then projected an interface. According to Article 1287 of the Imperial Commercial Code, any individual or group may register a trading company within the Empire. Upon completion of registration, the company may apply for identification codes and navigation permits for its affiliated starships. Detecting that the host requires a legal identity for the Hurricane. This system possesses bottom-level access to the Imperial Central Database and can directly input legitimate registration information into the database, bypassing standard approval procedures. Bottom-level access. Directly input into the database. Wasn't this hacking? No, it was far more advanced than hacking. Hackers sought vulnerabilities within a system, but this system had obtained the bottom-level authority of the Imperial Central Database. It was as if the director of the Imperial Data Administration had handed over the keys to its own vault. System, where did you get this authority? Lu Feng asked in his mind. The technology of this system originates from a civilization far surpassing the Empire's current level. The relevant permission modules were loaded upon activation. A civilization far surpassing the Empire's current level.
A corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched.
He had long known the blueprint technology the system provided was advanced, but he hadn't realized the system's capabilities extended so far beyond that. It could not only build starships but also infiltrate the Empire's central database and modify official records without a trace.
Want it be discovered as a forgery? It will not.
The data written by this system is completely consistent with Imperial official data formats and will be synchronously updated across all associated systems. Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, taking a moment to digest this information. In other words, the system could conjure a company out of thin air within the Empire's database, complete with full archival records across all Imperial systems. System: what materials are needed to register a company? No materials are required.
The host only needs to confirm the company name and this system will automatically generate all necessary data.
Lu Feng leaned back, staring at the ceiling for a long time. Everything he had done, building starships, mining, fighting pirates, rescuing people, seemed to cover all sorts of activities, but at its core it all revolved around starships.
Hurricane Industries. Company name: Hurricane Industries. Confirm. Confirm.
Recommended business scope: interstellar trade, cargo transport, starship maintenance, technical services.
Please confirm or edit. Confirm. Writing to the Imperial Star System. Writing complete. Hurricane Industries has been successfully registered in the Imperial database. Company ID TI 782430021. Hurricane Identification Code generated IMC 7824001. Navigation permit generated simultaneously.
In less than 5 seconds, the Hurricane had transformed from a vessel without papers into a legally registered commercial starship in all official Imperial systems. If anyone were to check Hurricane Industries' registration information would be complete, the Hurricane's identification code would be traceable and all data would be interlinked and seamless. No one would ever know that this company, this ship and this data had not existed on any Imperial server just 5 minutes prior. Technically, what the system had done was the most impressive hacking he had ever witnessed. But legally speaking, it was probably the most outrageous thing he had ever done. But whatever. It was legal now. Shaoxing set a course.
Target Lyra 2. Full speed ahead. Course set. Estimated travel time 1 hour.
The Hurricane traced an arc through space, its engines powering up to cruising speed, heading towards the Lyra star sector.
2 hours later, the Hurricane arrived in the outer orbit of Lyra 2.
Looking down from the porthole, the blue-green planet rotated serenely under the starlight. The lights of the spaceport formed a connected web across the planet's surface. Lu Feng was about to have Su Xiaorong arrange a staggered landing when the comms station crackled to life first. Lin Yu's voice came through the comms, laced with a hint of surprise.
Captain, Lyra 2 spaceport is hailing us, asking if we require a berth.
This was the difference having an identity made. Now that the Hurricane had its newly registered identification code, the spaceport was contacting them before they had even initiated contact.
Reply that we need a berth. The Hurricane will remain in orbit.
Also request a shuttle for crew transfer to the surface.
Lin Yu operated the comms panel for a moment and quickly received a reply. Captain, the spaceport has approved the shuttle connection. It will arrive in 20 minutes. Berth assigned number PB07.
Lu Feng rose from his seat, walked to the center of the bridge and picked up the communicator.
Everyone will have 5 days of leave. All personnel will assemble at Lyra 2 spaceport via shuttle. Each person will receive a leave allowance of 20,000 star coins. All crew return to the Hurricane in 5 days.
The channel was silent for a moment, then cheers and whistles erupted from every crew member at their respective stations, directed into their communicators. Before long, the shuttle settled into its berth at the spaceport. As the hatch opened, a gust of air carrying the salty scent of the sea rushed in. Lyra 2 spaceport was built by the seaside. Exiting the berth led directly to a massive observation platform. Beyond the platform's railing stretched an endless ocean, its surface shimmering with light as a few small yachts sailed leisurely. Standing on the observation platform, the sea breeze thick with salty moisture washed over them, pressing Su Xiaorong's ears back. She squinted, took a deep breath, and her tail slowly curled upwards behind her.
Let's go. Lu Feng took the first step.
There's a ground transportation station at the spaceport exit.
Choose whichever hotel you want to stay at and the fleet will cover the expenses.
The group surged towards the exit in a noisy throng, the wheels of their luggage rumbling across the floor. Some were already pulling out communicators to search for nearby hotels, others were calling home to report their safe arrival. Zhao Shaoqing led the way, her ponytail swinging. As she passed Lu Feng, she paused and turned around, her rabbit ears glowing a faint pink in the sunlight.
Captain, what time do we assemble in 5 days? 9 in the morning at berth PB07.
Zhao Shaoqing nodded, turned and strode off, followed by a few members of the maintenance team.
They chatted amongst themselves, occasional laughter drifting back. Wan Hao leaned against the railing watching the group disappear into the distance and let out a sigh. What's wrong? Lu Feng glanced at him. Nothing.
Wan Hao withdrew his gaze and pushed down the handle of his luggage case.
It's just.
Working with you these past few days has been more interesting than my 3 years at the academy.
Lu Feng gave a faint smile but didn't reply. I'm going to hang around here for a few days.
Wan Hao dragged his luggage a few steps towards the exit, then looked back.
What about you two? Going back to Shallows 3. Yeah, Lu Feng said. Going to check on Aliyah and the others. Wang Hao nodded and didn't ask further.
Just then light footsteps came from the stairs. Mila poked half her body out from the stair, landing a small notebook in her hand.
See you in 5 days then.
Wang Hao waved his hand and walked off, dragging his luggage. The observation platform fell quiet, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the breakwater and the soft rustle of Su Xiaorong's tail swaying behind her.
Let's go, Su Xiaorong said. Our flight leaves in 40 minutes.
The two of them descended from the observation platform into the spaceport terminal and bought 2 tickets to Shallows 3 at a self-service kiosk. By the time the high-speed shuttle landed at the central spaceport of Bay 3, the sky outside the porthole had already darkened. From the perspective of this planet, the sun was slowly sinking near the horizon, dyeing the entire sky a shade of orangered. Lu Feng and Su Xiaorong exited the terminal, hailed a cab and headed straight for Starbay Manor. When the car stopped at the gate, Lu Feng noticed the indoor lights were on and several Cadet figures were moving about in the living room. He pushed open the iron gate of the courtyard, walked to the door and pressed the doorbell.
Coming.
Footsteps approached from behind the door, hurried in light. The door opened and Aliyah stood there wearing a dark blue house dress with an apron tied around her waist, a rag still in her hand. Her ears perked up sharply the moment the door opened, as if confirming she hadn't mistaken the person.
Mr. Lu, Miss Su. Her voice was a bit tight. You're back.
Lu Feng stood at the door smiling.
Came back to see you all.
Aliyah stepped aside, inviting Lu Feng and Su Xiaorong inside. The several cat-eared girls in the living room simultaneously paused their actions, their gazes turning in unison, then one by one they stood up.
Mr. Lu.
Hello, Mr.
Lu. Mr. Lu is back.
Voices rose and fell, carrying a cautious joy. Lu Feng sat down on the sofa and Aliyah went to the kitchen to pour 2 glasses of water, placing them on the coffee table. Su Xiaorong sat beside Lu Feng, her tail spreading out comfortably behind her.
Where's Milu? Su Xiaorong asked.
Upstairs doing homework.
Aliyah sat down across from them.
The training center's after-school program has assignments, she has to do them every day. Just then light footsteps came from the stairs. Mila poked half her body out from the stair, landing a small notebook in her hand. She was wearing a pink nightgown, her hair a bit messy, probably having run down upon hearing voices downstairs.
Uncle Lu.
She called out, then ran down the stairs, stopping in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng reached out and ruffled her hair.
Mila finished your homework. I finished all the teacher assigned.
Mila handed a small notebook to Lu Feng, her voice carrying a hint of pride.
Well done.
Hearing Lu Feng's praise, Mila's ear twitched, a faint smile curved at the corners of her mouth, and then she turned and ran back upstairs.
Aliyah watched her retreating figure, took a deep breath and turned to look at Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, we've been attending all the classes at the training center. We can understand everything the teachers say. Next week is the first monthly exam. I'll make sure they review well. Lu Feng nodded, pulled out his communicator and transferred her a sum of money. This is for next month's living expenses.
The tuition for the training center has already been paid, no need to pay again.
Aliyah's communicator vibrated.
She glanced down and her ears shot up abruptly.
Mr. Lu, this is too much. It's not much. Lu Feng put away his communicator. You focus on your studies and exams. Good results and there will be more next month.
Aliyah opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end she just nodded deeply and accepted the money.
That evening Aliyah prepared a table full of dishes.
A dozen cat-eared girls gathered around the dining table, chattering about the training center, the living room buzzing like it was New Year's.
After dinner the cat-eared girls cleared the table.
Some went back to their rooms to continue studying, others gathered in the kitchen for quiet chats while Su Xiaorong went upstairs to play with Milu. The living room fell silent, leaving only the moonlight streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling windows and the faint distant sound of waves. Lu Feng leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes and opened the system panel in his mind.
Current engineer level junior engineer.
Experience 200-1000. He scrolled through the task list. The main quest section was empty. The system hadn't issued any new tasks since the last time it gave him the Vane mission. Perhaps he had been doing too much lately and the system's task generation couldn't keep up with his pace. Or maybe the system itself was waiting for him to level up his engineer rank. Once the level was reached, new content would naturally unlock.
Lu Feng exited the task interface and opened the construction queue.
The queue was empty, but he noticed a new icon at the bottom right of the construction interface that he hadn't seen before. The icon was a spinning gear with 3 words beside it. Synchronous construction. He clicked on the icon and a semi-transparent interface popped up.
Synchronous construction technology unlocked. Description: current engineer level allows the host to carry out multiple construction projects simultaneously.
Current number of synchronous constructions allowed. Lu Feng stared at those 2 lines of text and a grin slowly spread across his face.
With his current resource reserves, building 2 simultaneously was more than feasible. 1 Hurricane class could dominate the base star sector. 3 Hurricane class could probably dominate the entire 8th star sector. Lu Feng's breathing quickened involuntarily. He took a deep breath, opened the blueprint page for the Hurricane class and tapped the build button. Construction started. Please select the number to build. He selected 2. Current construction Q2 projects running. Remaining resources: metal 182000, energy crystals 2850, rare alloy 4430. Lu Feng watched the 2 parallel progress bars, lean back on the sofa and let out a long breath. In 7 days he would possess 3 Hurricane-class cruisers. Plus the Morning Star that made 4 starships. Though he was still far short of crew, building the ships first was never a mistake. After closing the system panel, Lu Feng opened his eyes. The living room light was very soft, a warm yellow glow spilling from the chandelier above, enveloping the entire space in a cozy halo. Aliyah had emerged from the kitchen at some point, standing beside the sofa holding a glass of warm milk. Mr. Lu.
She placed the milk on the coffee table.
Drink some milk, it's good for sleep.
Thanks. Lu Feng picked up the glass and took a sip. The milk was just the right temperature.
Aliyah didn't leave.
She stood there, hands clasped in front of her, her gaze fixed on Lu Feng's face as if she wanted to say something but held back.
Something on your mind?
Lu Feng set down the glass.
Mr. Lu, are you very tired? Lu Feng was taken aback.
Tired?
To be honest, yes, he was.
From the recruitment in the Lyra Star sector to the Hurricane's first battle and then the raid on the pirate nest, there had been almost no break in between.
I'm okay. Aliyah shook her head.
Your brow was furrowed the whole time your eyes were closed. Lu Feng instinctively raised a hand to touch his brow, where there was indeed a faint vertical line.
Let me massage it for you, Aliyah said, and before Lu Feng could respond she moved around behind the sofa.
Before Lu Feng could refuse, a pair of hands had already pressed onto his temples. Aliyah's hands were very warm, the heat transferring through his skin like 2 small warm stoves pressed against his forehead. The tension that had gripped his nerves all day finally found an outlet, and Lu Feng instinctively closed his eyes. He sank completely into the sofa, the muscles in his neck relaxing bit by bit. His head involuntarily tilted back, then sank into a soft warm embrace. Aliyah was standing behind the sofa, having to lean forward slightly to reach his head. This posture caused her body to lean in, her chest just touching the back of Lu Feng's head. The moment the back of Lu Feng's head sank into that softness, his entire body stiffened.
Aliyah,
he leaned his head forward, trying to extricate himself from the soft embrace.
No need, really no need. Mr. Lu, don't move.
Aliyah's gentle voice came from above, her thumbs slowly circling on his temples, her other 4 fingers pressed against his forehead.
With each of her breaths the softness would tighten slightly inward, and with each exhale it would slowly relax outward like the ebb and flow of a tide. These sensations flooded into his cerebral cortex like a torrent. After his brain overloaded for half a second, it made a very mature decision. That was to play dead. Mr. Lu.
Aliyah felt his body stiffen and stopped her movements.
Did I hurt you?
No.
Lu Feng's voice was a bit tight. It's just not used to it.
Aliyah was silent for a moment, then let out a soft laugh.
The vibration from that laugh traveled through the soft fullness, sending a tingling sensation crawling up his entire spine. You saved the lives of 18 of us. Aaliyah's fingers resumed their motion, the pressure lighter than before. A little head massage is nothing. Lu Feng opened his mouth to say something, but just then Aaliyah's thumb pressed onto his brow. A wave of soreness spread from his brow, blocking the words on the tip of his tongue. He simply closed his mouth, leaned back on the sofa, and let those warm hands roam over his head. From the recruitment in the Lyra Star sector to the Hurricane's first battle and then the non-stop rush back to Bay 3. His total sleep over the past few days was probably less than 15 hours. After a moment, Lu Feng's eyelids began to grow heavy. The living room light became increasingly blurred in his vision. Then everything was enveloped by a softness. Lu Feng did not know when he had fallen asleep. He only remembered Alia's fingers tracing circles on his temples, round after round, like waves washing over the shore. When he awoke again, the sky had already brightened. The morning light of shallow bay number 3 streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spreading a layer of pale golden radiance across the floor. He slowly opened his eyes. The living room was quiet, with only the faint distant sound of waves. Then he saw Su Xiaorong curl up on the single sofa opposite him, a thin blanket draped over her. The blanket had slipped off, leaving only a corner resting on her calf, while the rest was bunched in the gap between the sofa's armrest and backrest. She wore a white spaghetti-strap nightgown. The straps had slid to the edge of her shoulders, the left one barely hung on while the right had completely fallen, dangling at the crook of her arm. A large expanse of fair skin was exposed in the morning light, the full rounded curves faintly visible within the open neck. The hem of her dress had ridden up considerably in her curled posture, bunching around her waist and hips, leaving her entire smooth thighs almost completely bare. Her two thighs were gently pressed together, forming a small triangular shadow. The end of that shadow was hidden within the folds of her piled-up skirt, appearing and disappearing. Lu Feng's gaze traveled down from her face, and his breath caught for an instant. A wave of parched dryness surged in his throat. Suddenly Su Xiaorong's ear twitched. Lu Feng quickly shut his eyes. The living room was silent for a few seconds. Then came a rustling sound, the noise of fabric rubbing, the soft drag of the blanket being pulled. The noise stopped, then resumed, probably because she found the blanket too short, covering the top only to expose the bottom. The rustling continued for a while before finally ceasing. Lu Feng cracked his eyes open a slit. Su Xiaorong had turned over, her face now directed toward the back of the sofa. The blanket had been rearranged to cover her body from shoulders to ankles, revealing only her 2 ears and a strand of hair scattered beside her cheek. But those 2 ears were not hanging loosely or turning casually as usual. They stood straight up, their tips slightly leaning inward toward each other. Lu Feng took a deep breath and made a decision. Continue pretending to be asleep. He steadied his breathing, kept his eyelids motionless, and strove to make his posture that of a person in deep slumber. Lu Feng felt he was performing splendidly, well enough to compete for the Empire's annual Best Actor in Feigning Sleep. Then he heard the sound of Su Xiaorong sitting up from the sofa. The sofa springs gave a faint creak. Footsteps padded lightly across the floor, moving from near to far, heading toward the kitchen. Lu Feng let out a long silent sigh of relief. After a few more minutes, the footsteps sounded again. Su Xiaorong returned to the living room, paused before him, then circled around behind the sofa. The footsteps receded once more, this time heading toward the staircase. The wooden stairs emitted faint creaks under Su Xiaorong's steps, 1, 2, 3, before the sound faded. The footsteps receded once more, this time heading toward the staircase. The wooden stairs emitted faint creaks under Su Xiaorong's steps, 1, 2, 3, before the sound faded into the second-floor hallway. Only after hearing the door close upstairs did Lu Feng slowly open his eyes. He folded the blanket Su Xiaorong had covered him with, placed it on the sofa armrest, then stood up and stretched his stiff neck. Having slept on the sofa the entire night, his back and neck were a bit sore, but his spirit was much better than in previous days. Subtle sounds came from the kitchen, the clinking of a spatula against a pan. Lu Feng walked over and saw Alia standing before the stove frying eggs. She had changed into a light gray loungewear set, her hair casually pinned up with a wooden hairpin, and apron tied around her waist. Her silhouette appeared calm and serene. "Good morning, mister," Alia said without turning around, having likely heard his footsteps. "The eggs will be ready in a moment." "Good morning." Lu Feng sat down at the dining table, his gaze sweeping over the breakfast already laid out: a pot of plain congee, a dish of pickled vegetables, a plate of fried bacon, and a basket of freshly baked bread. It was nothing extravagant, but steaming hot and appetizing at first glance. "What about the others?" Lu Feng asked. "Some are still asleep, some have already gone out." Alia scooped the fried eggs onto a plate and brought it over to the table. "The training center has practical classes today. They wanted to go early to get good spots."
Lu Feng nodded, picked up a piece of bread, tore off a chunk and put it in his mouth. The bread was freshly baked, crisp on the outside, soft on the inside, with a faint pleasant wheat aroma. Alia sat down across from him, ladled herself a bowl of congee and sipped it slowly.
Mr. Lu, how many days will you be staying this time?
5 days, Lu Feng said.
I need to return to the Lyra Star region in 5 days. Alia nodded and asked no further questions. She probably knew Lu Feng was involved in matters of great magnitude, things beyond her comprehension, so she chose not to inquire.
Footsteps sounded on the stairs as Su Xiaorong came down. She was still wearing that white spaghetti strap nightgown but had added a light blue cardigan over it, buttoned neatly with the collar fastened securely. Her hair had been combed smooth and tied into a low ponytail with a black hair tie, revealing her 2 ears adorned with small earrings. Her tail hung behind her, the tip slightly curled, appearing casual and relaxed. "Morning," Su Xiaorong said as she sat down next to Lu Feng, her voice betraying nothing unusual.
"Morning," Lu Feng replied. Alia stood up, went to the kitchen, brought back a bowl of congee and placed it before Su Xiaorong.
Su Xiaorong thanked her, took a sip, then grabbed a slice of bread and began nibbling. The three of them sat at the table eating breakfast, none of them speaking. The living room was quiet, broken only by the occasional faint clink of utensils. Lu Feng finished his last piece of bread, picked up his cup and took a sip of water.
Just then his communicator vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at it, a message.
The sender's name made his gaze pause.
Wang Wanqing. Lu Feng, are you free to talk? There are some things I'd like to discuss with you.
Lu Feng set down his cup, picked up the communicator and walked into the courtyard. The sea breeze blew in from afar, carrying a salty, humid mist. The leaves of the small tree in the garden rustled in the wind.
He dialed Wang Wanqing's number.
It rang twice before she answered. "President Wang," Lu Feng said, leaning against the courtyard railing.
"Long time no see."
"Long time no see." Wang Wanqing's voice came through the communicator, still crisp and decisive.
"What have you been up to lately?" "Busy with some fleet matters."
Lu Feng chose his words carefully. There was a brief silence on the other end, then Wang Wanqing's voice sounded again.
"Fleet. A private fleet," Lu Feng said. "I've assembled a small fleet." The communicator fell silent once more. "Let's get down to business. The technical proposal you gave me last time, we've built it. The improvement is substantial."
"How substantial?" "Cargo hold volume increased by nearly a quarter, fuel consumption reduced by nearly a sixth, and construction time was cut by almost half compared to estimates." Lu Feng tapped his fingers lightly on the railing twice.
This margin of improvement was even greater than he had anticipated. "So President Wan, you didn't call just to give me the good news, did you?"
Wang Wanqing chuckled on the other end.
"I wanted to ask if you have any other technologies. Not transport ships, other types.
As long as the technical level is comparable to the transport ship proposal, we can negotiate a good price."
Lu Feng did not answer immediately.
A thought suddenly flashed through his mind.
A frigate. The blueprint for the Swallow-class frigate.
T2 grade, equipped with 4 light ion cannons, 2 Guardian point defense guns and a set of Bastion light energy shield system. This thing was nothing special in the eyes of the Imperial military, but on the civilian market, especially for trading companies needing armed escort, it was practically a treasure.
Moreover, frigates were not classified as pure military vessels.
Imperial law permitted civilian companies to hold a certain number and specification of armed ships for self-defense.
Selling the Swallow-class technical proposal to Wang Wanqing was entirely appropriate. "I do," Lu Feng said. "There's a proposal for an armed frigate. T2 grade 4 ion cannons plus point defense guns and an energy shield."
"An armed frigate?" Wang Wanqing's voice dropped. "You have that too?"
"Yes."
"Interested?"
"Yes." Wang Wanqing's reply came without hesitation. "Let's meet in person. The price is negotiable." Wang Wanqing moved faster than Lu Feng had anticipated. That very afternoon her shuttle touched down at the central spaceport of Qianwan 3.
Lu Feng was in the kitchen helping Alia peel garlic when he received her message. Su Xiaorong sat at the dining table flipping through a training center textbook, her tail swaying lazily behind her chair.
"She's here." Lu Feng tossed the garlic cloves into a bowl and wiped his hands on his apron. "Who?"
Su Xiaorong's ears perked up.
"Wang Wanqing, Wang Hao's sister."
Su Xiaorong's fingers paused on the textbook for a moment, her ears twitching forward before she resumed flipping pages with studied nonchalance.
"Oh.
The one who runs the company."
"Yeah.
What's she here for?"
Business. Lu Feng changed into clean clothes and hailed a cab at the entrance of the residential complex.
In the private berthing area of the spaceport, Wang Wangqing's shuttle sat at the forefront of a row of silver docking bays. It was a sleek, streamlined small shuttle, its silver-white hull gleaming with a delicate luster under the lights. Lu Feng recognized the model from the Imperial Commerce Network, the latest luxury shuttle from Imperial Aerospace Industries with a starting price of 5 million stellar credits.
A hatch opened and Wang Wangqing descended the gangway.
She wore a little black dress today, its hem resting 3 fingers above her knee, revealing a pair of straight, shapely calves. On her feet were black strappy heels, the ribbons winding twice around her ankles and tied into an exquisite bow. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled, shimmering with a soft glow under the spaceport lights. She was a far cry from the impeccably dressed businesswoman in a black suit skirt and tightly coiled hair he had met last time.
What are you staring at? Wang Wangqing walked up to him, a hint of teasing in her voice. Don't recognize me?
I honestly don't, Lu Feng admitted.
When you're negotiating, dressing too formally makes the other party nervous. She walked past him, her heels clicking crisply on the berth's floor.
Lu Feng took her to a quiet cafe near the spaceport. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the port where shuttles traced white contrails across the sky during takeoff and landing.
Wang Wangqing settled into a seat by the window, placed her briefcase on the adjacent chair, then leaned back and crossed her legs. The hem of her black dress rode up slightly with the movement, revealing a sliver of fair skin.
Let's get down to business.
We've already begun production on the transport ship design you provided last time. It should be ready for delivery by next month.
That fast? Lu Feng was surprised. Fast, yes, but we've run into some trouble. In the outer star regions where we have trade routes, Zerg activity is becoming more frequent.
Lu Feng took a sip of his coffee, waiting for her to continue.
So we want to enter the armed starship manufacturing industry, Wang Wangqing said, lowering her voice, her gaze fixed on Lu Feng. The Empire's trade routes are becoming increasingly unsafe.
With the front lines stretched thin, the rear is vulnerable. Almost every major trading company is scrambling for escort solutions for their fleets. You mean you want to build frigates?
Exactly. Wang Wangqing nodded.
Imperial law permits civilian companies to hold armed vessels of a certain specification for self-defense. Not many have entered this field yet due to high technical barriers, massive investment and long return cycles. She paused, picked up her coffee, then set it down again. If you can provide the corresponding technical solution, we have the capability to turn it into a product.
As for the price, you name it. I want haggle. Lu Feng leaned back, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, not rushing to answer. Wang Wangqing's reasoning was clear.
The civilian armed escort market indeed had potential, especially now with the Imperial forces stretched thin and piracy rampant. A reliable armed frigate was a necessity for trading companies operating on dangerous routes. But this time he didn't want to sell off the technology in a one-time deal.
Let's try a different partnership model. Wang Wangqing paused. What do you have in mind?
Lu Feng set down his cup and leaned forward slightly.
I want equity. Equity. Wang Wangqing's brow furrowed slightly. Wang Wangqing set down her cup, pulled a holographic terminal from her briefcase and swiped her fingers rapidly across it.
Her gaze lingered on the screen for a moment before she looked up at Lu Feng, leaning in slightly.
Wang Wangqing set down her cup, pulled a holographic terminal from her briefcase and swiped her fingers rapidly across it.
Her gaze lingered on the screen for a moment before she looked up at Lu Feng, leaning in slightly.
The neckline of her black dress gaped open a little with the movement, revealing a small patch of fair skin. How do you want to structure the equity? Hurricane Industries contributes technology. No involvement in daily operations, no interference in management. We just take dividends based on our shareholding.
In other words, I provide the tech, you handle production, sales and management.
Profits split 50-50. Wang Wangqing's eyes rested on Lu Feng's face for a long silent moment. Can I take a look at the technical blueprint first?
Sure.
Lu Feng took out his holographic communicator and pulled up the preview file for the Swift-class frigate.
Wang Wangqing took the communicator, her gaze falling on the small holographic screen. Although she had already formed a basic expectation of Lu Feng's technical prowess, the impact of the frigate design still exceeded her imagination.
4 ion cannons, 2-point defense guns, 1 energy shield system. In some aspects it even surpasses the active configurations of the Imperial military. 50-50 is acceptable. But I have one condition. You cannot sell the Swift-class design to any third party. Deal.
Without much hesitation, Wang Wanqing pulled a holographic terminal from her bag, swiped her fingers across it a few times and turned the screen towards Lu Feng. It stated that Hurricane Industries would contribute technology in exchange for 50% equity in the new company. Wang Wanqing's original company would contribute capital, production facilities, sales channels and management team for the remaining 50%. Daily operations would be Wang Wanqing's responsibility, but major decisions required board approval. Lu Feng scanned the contract. The clauses were few, free of the usual traps found in commercial contracts and devoid of any ambiguous wording.
Done. Lu Feng pushed the holographic screen back. No issues.
I'll send the technical proposal to your communicator shortly.
No rush.
Wang Wanqing put the terminal back in her bag, leaned against the chair back and seemed to hesitate as if wanting to say something more.
Something else? Lu Feng asked. Wang Wanqing took a deep breath and looked up at Lu Feng. My brother.
I'm entrusting him to your care for now.
Lu Feng was taken aback. Wang Hao.
Wang Wanqing's lips curved into a smile, but it carried a hint of helplessness.
There are only 2 children in our family.
When my father was young, he worked on cargo ships, coming home only a few times a year.
My mother raised us 2 on her own. Wang Hao was never much of a talker. He got a bit better after starting university.
Her gaze drifted to the shuttles taking off and landing outside the window, her voice much softer now. His grades at the academy were average and he didn't have many friends. The only person he ever mentioned frequently was you. I don't worry when he's with you.
Having a friend like you is his good fortune. Wang Wanqing turned back, took a small exquisite box from her bag and pushed it across the table to Lu Feng.
What's this?
A gift.
From me personally, to thank you for looking after Wang Hao.
Lu Feng opened the box. Inside was a silver badge.
The badge bore the design of a shield with an eagle spreading its wings engraved at its center. The eagle's eye was set with a tiny blue gemstone.
It's a family heirloom.
Nothing of great monetary value, but it's been with our family for 3 generations. When my father was young and working on cargo ships, they were attacked by pirates. The ship was destroyed and he drifted in an escape pod for 2 days before being rescued by a passing patrol vessel. This badge was on him at the time.
He never took it off. Later, when he stopped sailing, he gave this badge to me. He said it was a talisman. Whoever wears it won't have bad luck.
Wang Wanqing looked at the badge, a softness in her eyes that Lu Feng had never seen before. In giving it to you, hoping that both you and Wang Hao will stay safe.
Lu Feng looked at the badge, silent for a moment.
Then he closed the box and put it in his pocket.
Miss Wang, your brother will be fine.
Wang Wanqing looked at him and gave a smile entirely different from before, devoid of the shrewdness of negotiation or the formality of business.
From now on, just call me sister. Lu Feng was stunned. What? Miss Wang is too distant. Just call me sister.
After all, you and my brother are like brothers. Calling me that won't hurt.
Lu Feng's mouth twitched.
The word sister rolled around on his tongue a couple of times, but he just couldn't get it out. Seeing his conflicted expression, a faint blush crept up to the tips of her ears, but she didn't press him further.
All right, business is done. I should get going.
Contact me on the communicator if anything comes up. She stood up, tucked her briefcase under her arm and turned to walk toward the door. Lu Feng sat by the window watching her shuttle rise slowly from the berth.
The silver-white fuselage pierced through the clouds and vanished into the blue sky of Tianwan 3.
When he returned to Starbay Manor, Su Xiaorong was sitting on the living room sofa, a textbook from the training center spread open before her. Lu Feng changed his shoes and glanced at the pages as he passed by her. Chapter 4 of Fundamentals of Interstellar Navigation, Navigation Techniques in Gravitational Wells.
Don't you not need to study this? The power engineering major doesn't test on navigation.
Su Xiaorong's ears twitched, not lifting her head.
Aliyah and the others have their monthly exams next week and helping them outline the key points.
Lu Feng headed toward the kitchen where Aliyah was preparing dinner. Steam rose from the pot on the stove and the air was filled with the aroma of braised meat. Hearing his footsteps, she turned and glanced at him.
Mr. Lu, dinner will be ready in half an hour. No rush.
Lu Feng leaned against the kitchen doorframe.
Aliyah, are you confident about the monthly exam?
Aliyah turned down the heat a little, turned around a few spots of oil on her apron. She thought for a moment and said seriously, theoretical knowledge shouldn't be a problem. Miss Su helped us outline the key points. I've memorized all that content.
As for the practical part, I'm a bit worried about the practical part.
I haven't had much exposure to the training center simulation pods. I'm afraid it'll be all thumbs during the exam.
Lu Feng leaned against the kitchen doorframe, a thought suddenly occurring to him.
The training center simulators could teach them basic operations. The simulators on the Hurricane should be able to do the same. More importantly, the Hurricane was where they would be working in the future. Instead of waiting until after 3 months of graduation to see this starship, it would be better to take them to see it now.
Aliyah, Lu Feng said. He'll take you all somewhere tomorrow.
Where?
Aliyah covered the pot and turned to look at him. To my cruiser. The cloth in Aliyah's hand dropped to the floor.
She bent down to pick it up, her movements slightly sluggish.
Mr. Lu, you mean? Taking us to your starship?
Yes. The Hurricane also has tactical simulation training pods better than the ones at the training center. Tomorrow you can practice Hansen and also see the place where you'll be working.
Aliyah nodded, vigorously turned and walked toward the room. I'll go tell them.
Lu Feng heard a low gasp from the room, followed by a chattering sound like a nest of baby birds squabbling over food.
Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, the living room was already bustling.
Lu Feng sat up from the sofa, rubbed his eyes and looked toward the living room. Over a dozen cat-eared girls darted back and forth in the living room. Some were combing their hair, some were trying on clothes, and others were holding 2 different colored jackets posing in front of a mirror.
Good morning, Mr. Lu.
The cat-eared girl nearest to him waved, smiling, revealing 2 small fangs. She wore a light pink set of underwear, thin straps resting on her shoulders, a patch of fair skin below her collarbone.
Morning.
This cat-eared girl was called Loli. He remembered she was the second youngest, just turned 18. Further away, 2 cat-eared girls were trying on clothes in front of a full-length mirror. One wore a white shirt with only the middle 2 buttons fastened, the collar open, the edge of her underwear faintly visible.
Isn't this a bit see-through?
She turned, assessing her curves from the side.
No, it's just right. Another cat-eared girl knelt on the floor, helping her adjust the hem of her skirt. The kneeling position left her collar wide open, giving Lu Feng a clear view from his angle.
Lu Feng averted his gaze, but the living room was small. Wherever he looked he could see the cat-eared girls changing clothes. By the kitchen door a cat-eared girl was trying on a pair of jeans.
She held the waistband with both hands, bending over to pull them up.
Her movements were too vigorous, causing her loose t-shirt to slide all the way down, revealing a slender waist and the lower edge of her underwear.
Are these pants too small?
She straightened up, turning in front of the reflection on the kitchen's glass door, pinching the fabric at her waist.
They're choking me. Not small, you've just gained weight.
Another cat-eared girl passed by and casually slapped her on the bottom.
A crisp smack rang out.
The one who was hit let out a shriek and turned to chase the offender.
The 2 ran laughing around the living room. Lu Feng's gaze involuntarily followed for a moment before he quickly pulled it back, staring at the ceiling.
On the ceiling hung a chandelier, simple in design, with 6 lamps and warm yellow bulbs. He silently counted the number of bulbs in his mind. 6.
No more, no less.
The cat-eared girls had been at Star Bay Manor for almost half a month now. Their daily life consisted of classes, meals and sleep. It was a monotonous routine: training center, residential area, supermarket, a 3-point circuit. They hadn't even been to the seaside a few times. Today, hearing they were going to board a starship, they were as excited as if it were New Year's.
Aliyah emerged from the kitchen carrying breakfast. Seeing Lu Feng awake, she quickly walked over. Mr. Lu, breakfast is ready.
Please eat first, they still need a bit more time to get ready. Lu Feng glanced at the cat-eared girls who were still fussing and smiled.
No rush. Let them take their time.
The departure time was set for 9 in the morning. Lu Feng originally thought leaving at 9 would be fine, but the cat-eared girls a bit more time was clearly a different concept from his. At exactly 9 o'clock he and Su Xiaorong stood at the door watching the still lively scene in the living room, lost in thought.
Loli, that bag of yours is too big. Switch to a smaller one. But I need to bring snacks. There's a cafeteria on the starship. Ponytail or braids? Ponytail. Braids are too much trouble. But a ponytail will press on my ears. Then braid it. But braiding takes so long. Aliyah clearly noticed the change in Lu Feng's expression.
She quickly walked to the center of the living room and clapped her hands.
All right, stop dawdling. Mr.
Lu has been waiting a long time. The car is waiting outside.
The last one to board will be responsible for washing everyone's dishes when we get back.
The living room fell silent instantly.
In less than 30 seconds everyone was standing neatly at the door.
Upon arriving at the spaceport, Lu Feng led the large group through the terminal to the private berthing area. The Lucent Star rested quietly in its berth, its silver-white hull glowing with a soft luster in the morning light. The foldable seats in the cargo hold were already padded with cushions, one seat per person with enough space between them for personal belongings. The Lucent Star slowly rose from its berth, pierced through the atmosphere of Cove 3 and entered outer space. Beyond the porthole the blue sky deepened to navy, then to deep purple, and finally to pure black. The cat-eared girls pressed against the porthole, letting out wave after wave of amazed exclamations. So beautiful. Which planet is that? So big. That's Cove 3, we just flew out from there. I know it's Cove 3. I'm asking about the blue one in the distance. That's the main star of the Cove star sector. It's very far from us, actually several times larger than Cove 3. Su Xiarong's voice came from the direction of the cockpit. She had somehow walked into the midst of the cat-eared girls. Sister Su, you're so amazing. You know everything. These are basics. You'll learn them too. The Lucent Star sailed smoothly through space. The cat-eared girls' initial excitement subsided and the cargo hold gradually grew quiet. The hour-long voyage passed swiftly amidst the anticipation of the cat-eared girls. The Morning Star crossed the boundary of the Lyra star sector and entered the outer orbital space of Lyra 2. Through the porthole the blue-green planet rotated slowly against the starry backdrop, the lights of the spaceport coalescing into a shimmering network across its surface. Little Star opened the hangar bay doors. Well, fly straight in. Acknowledged. Hangar bay doors are now open. The Hurricane is currently docked in Lyra 2's outer orbit. Coordinates have been synchronized with the Morning Star's navigation system. The Morning Star arced through the void, steering towards the Hurricane. The cat-eared girls pressed their faces to the porthole, eyes wide, desperately searching the starfield for the cruiser. Over there. Lolly spotted it first, pointing to a direction off the port side. I see a light. It's huge. All eyes followed her finger. At first it was just a hazy speck, barely a silhouette against the cosmic backdrop. But as the Morning Star drew nearer, the speck grew larger and sharper. Its 320-meter length unfurled in their vision like an ancient leviathan awakening from the void. The colossal engine nozzles and dense arrays of weapons were starkly illuminated by starlight. A gasp of awe erupted from someone, quickly spreading into a chorus of exclamations throughout the cargo bay. So big. It's way bigger than the training center model. Are those cannons? Those protruding things, are they cannons? The hangar bay doors are open. We're flying in. The Morning Star slowly glided into the Hurricane's hangar. The gangway extended and the cat-eared girls descended one by one. Alia stood at the front of the line, her gaze sweeping across every corner of the hangar. She turned to Lu Feng, her tail twitching slightly, her voice tight. Mr. Lu, this ship. Is this where we'll be working? Yes, Lu Feng replied, looking at Alia and the girls behind her. Once your training is complete, you'll be the crew of the Hurricane. Come on, Lu Feng said, turning towards the hangar exit. Let me give you a tour first. Exiting the hangar, they proceeded down the main corridor. Lu Feng led the way with Su Xiaorong at his side, introducing the compartments they passed. Port side is the living quarters. It has the mess hall, recreation room, medical bay and crew cabin. Starboard side is the work area with the bridge, engine control room, weapons control center. The cat-eared girls followed, trying to memorize these unfamiliar terms, but the sheer volume of information left most of their minds in a state of overload. Lolly raised her hand. Miss Su, with so many places we're going to get lost. Su Xiarong's ears twitched. Don't worry, the ship's AI will guide you. Besides, there are electronic maps in every corridor. One look and you'll know where you are. Lu Feng stopped when they reached the mess hall entrance. The door slid open, revealing a space of several hundred square meters. The mess hall is open 247. Order whatever you like. The cat-eared girls stood at the entrance, whispering among themselves. Some had already started examining the holographic ordering screens on the wall. This screen shows the menu. So many dishes. Not just the menu, you can see the ingredient inventory too. Look here, there's still 30 kilos of beef, 50 liters of milk. After touring the living quarters, Lu Feng led the girls to the training area. The massive metal door, sensing his identity, slid silently to the sides. 20 silver-white simulation pods were arranged neatly in the center of the room. These are the Hurricane's tactical simulation pods. Lu Feng walked in and stopped beside the foremost pod. They're a bit different from the ones at the training center, but the operational logic is the same.
Your task today is to get familiar with these pods and prepare for the exam.
The cat-eared girl's eyes collectively fixed on the 20 silver-white capsules. The pods at the training center were the Empire's standard Type 3, a decade-old model with cramped interiors, outdated holographic interfaces and high operational latency. But these pods before them were leagues ahead in design alone. Su Xiaorong approached the control console, her fingers gliding swiftly over the holographic screen, assigning training programs for all 18 individuals.
Everyone has their own number. Enter the pod that corresponds to your number.
Su Xiaorong's voice came through the console speakers. The training program has 3 difficulty levels.
Start with the easiest one. Building a solid foundation is most important.
The cat-eared girls found their assigned pods. The hatches opened and the internal holographic interfaces illuminated automatically.
Alia stopped before the first pod, took a deep breath and lay down inside. The hatch closed slowly and the holographic interface unfolded around her.
Her vision shifted from a pale blue to a complete starship cockpit with an endless starfield visible through the viewport.
Welcome to the Hurricane Tactical Simulation Pod. Please follow the on-screen instructions to proceed.
Alia placed her hands on the console, her fingers trembling slightly.
Welcome to the Hurricane Tactical Simulation Pod. Please follow the on-screen instructions to proceed.
Alia placed her hands,
release the brakes. Adjust attitude. Ignite thrusters.
The starship lifted off smoothly, its attitude stable, its course correct. Outside the pods, Lu Feng stood at the control console. The screen before him displayed the real-time training progress of all 18 individuals. Su Xiaorong stood beside him, ears perked, her eyes scanning the 18 small screens.
Alia has a solid foundation.
Her movements are steady and efficient, Su Xiaorong commented after a moment. Lu Feng nodded, his gaze shifting to another screen. Outside the pods, Lu Feng stood at the control console. The screen before him displayed the real-time training progress of all 18 individuals. She pushed the throttle too hard during ignition, causing the ship to lurch forward violently, nearly losing control. She scrambled to make corrections, taking a while to stabilize. The simulation training continued for an entire day. At noon, Lu Feng had the mess hall prepare lunch. The cat-eared girls experienced the Hurricane's ordering system for the first time.
Lolly studied the holographic menu for 5 minutes before finally ordering a bowl of braised beef noodles, a cup of milk tea and a slice of cheesecake.
Can you finish all that? A nearby cat-eared girl asked, peeking at her screen.
If I can't, you can help me. Alia ordered a simple meal and sat by the window eating while reviewing her teaching notes saved on her phone. Alia. Lu Feng set his tray down across from her. How do you feel?
Alia looked up thoughtful. The simulation pod is much better than the training centers. The interface is responsive and the controls are smooth. But I'm not familiar with some of the functions.
I'd like to practice more this afternoon.
No rush.
Today is just for you to get acclimated. The exam is still a week away, there's plenty of time.
Alia nodded and resumed eating. Lu Feng had only taken a few bites when his communicator buzzed. He picked it up and saw a message from instructor Zhao Ming. Lu Feng replied immediately.
Urgent matter.
Frowning, Lu Feng put down his chopsticks and stepped into the corridor outside the mess hall to return the call. It connected after one ring.
Lu Feng, where are you?
Lyra Star Sector.
Can you come back immediately?
Zhao Ming's tone made Lu Feng's heart sink.
Instructor Zhao, what's wrong?
There was a moment of silence on the line before Zhao Ming's voice returned, more urgent than before.
The frontline report is in.
The Zerg have breached the 3rd Fleet's first defensive line. The 3rd Fleet has suffered heavy casualties and urgently needs reinforcements. The Imperial military has issued an emergency mobilization order.
All reserve captains must report for duty early.
You need to be at the Arcadia Star Sector within a week.
Within a week?
Yes.
Your name is on the first call-up list. If you don't report in a week, you'll be treated as a deserter.
In the Empire, desertion carries a sentence of life imprisonment. From the Lyra Star Sector to the Arcadia Star Sector, the fastest civilian flight takes 2 days. That meant he had at most 5 days to settle his affairs.
I understand, Instructor Zhao. I'll be there on time. Lu Feng.
Zhao Ming's voice dropped lower.
When you get to the front lines, don't try to be a hero. Come back alive.
Lu Feng hung up the communication and stood in the corridor in silence for a long time. The Arcadia Star region, the military stronghold of the Empire's 7th Star Zone, is the front line of the war between the Empire and the Insectoids. He had originally thought he would have at least another month to prepare to arrange everything properly before calmly reporting to the Third Fleet.
But now everything had been thrown into disarray. Lu Feng took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the cafeteria to return.
Su Xiaorong was sitting opposite Aliyah holding a cup of coffee, her tail swishing behind the chair. She was the first to notice that Lu Feng's expression was off, her ears perked up.
What's wrong?
Lu Feng sat down beside her and placed the communicator on the table. The military sent a message stating that all reserve captains must report early and arrive at the Arcadia Star region within a week. Su Xiaorong's hand holding the coffee cup paused in midair.
Wasn't it supposed to be a month? It might be due to the intensifying conflict they need more personnel.
He didn't mention the breach of the defensive line by the insectoids, as there was no need to make them worry excessively.
When are you leaving? At the latest the day after tomorrow.
It takes at least 2 days to travel from the Tianjin Star region to the Arcadia Star region, and I need to leave a day for buffer time.
Su Xiaorong's ears turned forward, her gaze fixed on Lu Feng's face. What about the hurricane?
Lu Feng leaned back in his chair. He had already thought about this question in the corridor. The Hurricane currently had the first batch of 30 crew members, and the cat-eared girls were still in classes at the training center.
Wang Hao was in charge of logistics and Su Xiaorong handled technology. Although this crew was not complete, it was sufficient for maintaining daily operations. I will leave the Hurricane to you.
Su Xiaorong's ears perked up suddenly.
What?
You will act as acting captain. Lu Feng looked into her eyes. During my absence you will command the Hurricane.
Are you serious? When have I ever joked with you?
Su Xiaorong opened her mouth wanting to say something to refute, but found that she couldn't.
You really have a big heart. It's not about having a big heart. Lu Feng turned around looking out at the endless starry sky through the porthole. It's about trusting you.
The cat-eared girls in the cafeteria were completely unaware of Lu Feng's impending departure. They were still excitedly discussing the afternoon's training schedule, their chattering voices echoing in the cafeteria. Aliyah was sitting opposite Lu Feng and had heard the entire conversation between him and Su Xiaorong. She didn't interrupt, waiting until Su Xiaorong got up to arrange the afternoon training content for the cat-eared girls before she looked up at Lu Feng.
Mr. Lu. Is it dangerous for you to go to Arcadia this time?
Lu Feng thought for a moment, neither lying to her nor revealing the whole truth.
There is no absolutely safe place in the military.
But I'm just going to report. It's not like I'm going directly to the battlefield, so there's no need to worry. Aliyah's tail slowly curled up behind her, wrapping around her small leg.
When will you be back?
Not sure, Lu Feng said. Military matters are unpredictable. It might take a month or two or even longer.
When you come back we will definitely have passed all our exams. By then we will be your qualified crew members. Alright, you'll be waiting for that.
The afternoon training continued and the cat-eared girls spent 4 hours in the simulation chamber. When they came out they were all rubbing their eyes and necks, but their faces bore expressions of satisfaction. When Lori crawled out of the simulation chamber, her legs felt weak and she leaned against the wall for a while to recover.
So tired,
she said weakly. It's much more exhausting than the simulation chamber at the training center. The operation requirements are too high. My hands are almost cramping. After a short break, Su Xiaorong took them back to the living area. The living area of the Hurricane has over 100 rooms, which are usually empty, just right for the cat-eared girls to stay for a night and continue training tomorrow. Lu Feng returned to the bridge alone, sat down in the captain's chair, and the holographic screen lit up in front of him.
He thought for a moment and sent a message in the fleet channel. Attention everyone, a remote meeting will be held at 8 tonight with important announcements. Less than 10 seconds after the message was sent, replies flooded in like a tide.
Lin Tian was the first to reply, received. Then came Lin Yue, received.
Chen Yutong, received. And Xin received.
This was the first batch of people he had recruited, and their execution capability was unquestionable. Lu Feng placed the communicator on the armrest, leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes. When he woke up it was Su Xiaorong shaking him awake.
It's 7:30.
She stood beside the chair holding 2 cups of coffee.
Aren't you supposed to have a meeting at 8?
Lu Feng sat up straight, took the coffee and had a sip. The bitter liquid slid down his throat, driving away the last remnants of drowsiness.
What about Aliyah and the others? They have already gone to rest.
Su Xiaorong sat down in the deputy captain's command seat beside him, placing the other cup of coffee on the console.
Lu Feng nodded, set the cup down, opened the communicator and connected to the fleet channel's holographic meeting system.
The holographic images of 30 people appeared one after another in the central space of the bridge, each about the same size as a real person, dressed in casual attire with different backgrounds. Lu Feng did not make small talk, he spoke directly. Today I received a message from the Imperial military that I must report early to the arcade. Lu Feng did not make small talk, he spoke directly. Today I received a message from the Imperial military that I must report early to the Arcadia Star region as a reserve captain. The holographic array fell silent for a moment. Then Lin Yu's voice came from the image at the communication station, sounding somewhat uncertain. Captain, are you saying
you are going to Arcadia?
Yes, during my absence Su Xiaorong will serve as acting captain, fully responsible for the daily command of the Hurricane. All eyes turned to Su Xiaorong. Su Xiaorong stood beside the holographic array and did not enter the meeting system, but everyone could see her.
After a brief arrangement, the holographic meeting ended at 8:40.
Holographic images flickered off one by one and the light on the bridge dimmed, leaving only the star map on the main screen still emitting a soft blue light. Lu Feng stood up preparing to leave the bridge when footsteps approached from behind. Su Xiaorong walked over from the deputy captain's command seat, not wearing the deep blue crew uniform but had changed back into her own clothes. She wore light gray pants with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, exposing a segment of her fair forearm. Her hair was loose with a few strands falling from the sides of her ears, gently swaying in the breeze of the bridge. She walked in front of Lu Feng, tilting her head slightly upward.
Lu Feng. You must come back to me safe and sound.
After saying this, she grasped the collar of his coat with both hands, pulling him down slightly, stood on tiptoe and kissed him.
Lu Feng's hands hung in the air, unsure of where to place them. His mind went completely blank in that instant.
All thoughts and plans were pushed out of his mind by that one soft touch.
Su Xiaorong's lips lingered on his for about 2 seconds.
Then she released his collar, took a step back, and at that moment her ears were flushed red.
Be safe. After saying these 3 words, she turned and jogged away.
Her large tail swayed rhythmically with her hurried steps like a frightened little animal desperately fleeing the scene.
5 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Lu Feng stood on the bridge of the Hurricane, the holographic screen displaying the flight information from Tianqin 2 spaceport. The journey from the Tianqin star domain to the Arcadia star domain was one he had never embarked upon. Unlike the well-developed transport network within star domains, the interstellar routes between the Empire's star regions were often unfamiliar to him. If he were to pilot the starship himself, aside from the military registration procedures, just navigating and planning the route would be enough to give him a headache. Moreover, Arcadia was a military-controlled area requiring permits for civilian starships, transit passes and identity verification, a process that would take at least several days. I might as well take a flight, Lu Feng muttered to himself as he turned off the screen and left the bridge. Su Xiaorong and Wang Hao stood at the hangar door, their expressions noticeably more serious than usual.
Are you really not bringing anyone with you?
Wang Hao's voice was somewhat muffled.
In a place like Arcadia, you going alone? No need to be overly anxious. Lu Feng interrupted him. Besides, I'm just going to report and not heading directly to the battlefield.
Wang Hao opened his mouth then closed it again. He knew that once Lu Feng made a decision, nothing he said would matter. There's food and drink on the flight and someone will be there to pick me up when I arrive. Lu Feng patted Wang Hao's shoulder.
Don't make it sound like a parting of life and death.
Wang Hao's eyes were a bit red, but he held back his tears.
You damn well better come back. If you don't, I want to know how to explain it to my sister.
Lu Feng rolled his eyes and didn't respond. He turned to Su Xiaorong, took out his communicator from his pocket and opened his bank account.
I've transferred some money to you.
Su Xiaorong's communicator vibrated and she glanced down, her ears perked up.
1 million.
That's for the daily expenses of the Hurricane, crew salaries, supplies, procurement, fuel resupply, all require money. While I'm gone, you have the final say over these matters. Su Xiaorong opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just nodded and put the communicator back in her pocket. Boarding for interstellar flight CF-8847 to Arcadia is now starting. Passengers are requested to proceed to gate B-17 for orderly boarding. The announcement came from the speakers above the hangar. Lu Feng adjusted his backpack, waved goodbye to the two and walked towards the spaceport's passage. It took about 15 minutes to walk from the Hurricane's berth to gate B-17. As Lu Feng walked through the spaceport passage, transparent alloy glass lined both sides, allowing him to see various starships parked in the berth area. The boarding gate for flight CF-8847 was at B-17, a standard Imperial passenger shuttle approximately 80 meters long, divided into 2 levels: cargo hold below and passenger cabin above. Lu Feng stood in the middle of the line, slowly moving forward with the crowd. Ticket checking, identity verification, security screening, this entire process took nearly 20 minutes. When he finally entered the passenger cabin, he found that his seat was in the last row by the window. He stuffed his luggage in the overhead compartment and sat down, fastening his seatbelt. The seat next to him was empty as no one wanted to sit there, likely due to the last row's unpopularity. As the roar of the engines reverberated from below, the shuttle slowly left the spaceport's berth. Lu Feng leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. His mind was cluttered with too many thoughts swirling up like waves during high tide, one after another with no respite. Fortunately, he opened the system panel in his mind. The numbers in the resource storage section unfolded before him. Metals 182000, energy crystals 2850, rare alloys 4430. He had initiated the construction of 2 additional Hurricane-class cruisers 7 days ago. Initially he thought the construction time would be long, but in reality he had been so busy over the past few days that he had no energy to keep an eye on those progress bars. By the time he remembered, those 2 brand new cruisers were quietly resting in system space. However, he did not plan to leave these 2 starships in the shallow bay star domain. He was unaware of the situation at the front lines, had no idea about the combat strength of the insect race, and knew even less about the current state of the Empire's Third Fleet. He had seen the news and knew that the frontline battles were not going well, but what was reported often differed vastly from the reality on the battlefield. The flight ascended for nearly 20 minutes in the gravitational well of Tianqin 2 before entering a stable cruising orbit. Lu Feng opened the holographic screen in front of his seat. It lit up with the flight information. He had seen the news and knew that the frontline battles were not going well, but what was reported often differed vastly from the reality on the battlefield. Lu Feng stared at these 4 words for a moment. He had learned about stargates in the star map class at the academy, but had never seen one in person. Stargates are the superspace channel network established by the Empire years ago, each stargate being a gigantic ring structure with a diameter of several dozen kilometers. By establishing stable spatial channels between 2 distant stars, they could traverse interstellar distances that would normally take weeks or even months in a very short time. The Tianqin Stargate is one of the largest hubs in the eastern star region of the Empire, connecting the Tianqin star domain and the 7th star region. Civilian flights, military fleets and cargo ships, all vessels needing to navigate between star regions must pass through here. In other words, the Stargate is the throat of the Empire's interstellar transportation. At this moment a notification popped up on the holographic screen before him. Dear passengers, this flight is expected to arrive at the Tianqin Stargate in 5 hours. Please fasten your seatbelts and turn off personal electronic devices. During the Stargate transition there may be brief physical discomfort, which is normal. Please do not panic. Lu Feng turned off the notification and leaned back in his seat to rest. 5 hours later the flight speed noticeably decreased and an announcement echoed in the cabin. This flight has entered the Tianqin Stargate control area and the current speed has been reduced to standard approach speed. Expected arrival at the Stargate in 15 minutes. Lu Feng opened his eyes, pushed the sunshade to its maximum, and the sight outside the window made his pupils contract slightly. In the distant starry sky a massive silver ring floated silently. It was the Tianqin Stargate. Its size far exceeded imagination, with a diameter of at least 50 kilometers, and the ring itself was several hundred meters thick, its silver-white alloy surface glistening under the starlight. The ring was densely covered with various devices, communication antennas, detection arrays, attitude thrusters, maintenance platforms, like a precise mechanical artwork suspended in space. The space in the center of the Stargate was entirely different from the surroundings, as the light there bent and folded under some unknown force, forming a deep whirlpool. That whirlpool slowly rotated, resembling a giant eye gazing into the depths of the universe. It was the entrance to the hyperspace channel. Surrounding the Stargate dozens of starships of various sizes queued to enter. At the front were several Imperial military patrol ships, their gray-black hulls standing out against the Stargate's glow. Trailing behind was a long line of civilian flights and merchant ships, varying in size and shape, like a swarm of ants lining up before a giant beehive. Flight CF-8847 moved slowly in the queue, getting closer to the Stargate. Lu Feng felt the seat begin to vibrate slightly. This was the energy field of the Stargate affecting the surrounding spacetime. Dear passengers, this flight is about to enter the Stargate. Please fasten your seatbelts and remain seated. The flight entered the twisted space at the center of the Stargate, and the scenery outside the window changed completely in an instant. The starlight vanished, replaced by a deep, indescribable blue-purple glow. Lu Feng felt a wave of intense dizziness wash over him as his stomach churned. At that moment his body experienced both weightlessness and extreme gravity simultaneously, as if 2 hands were pulling him in different directions. The numbers on the holographic screen fluctuated wildly: time, display, spatial coordinates, travel distance. All the data changed in a way he could not comprehend. This sensation lasted about 30 seconds, then everything suddenly calmed down. The blue-purple light outside the window disappeared, replaced by an entirely unfamiliar starry sky. The colors of the stars and the shapes of the nebulae were completely different from those in the Tianqin star domain. Dear passengers, this flight has successfully passed through the Tianjin Stargate and entered the 7th star region. Expected to arrive at Arcadia Prime in 35 hours.
We wish you a pleasant journey.
The starry sky in the 7th star region was denser than that of the Tianjin star domain. The distances between stars were closer and the density of star systems was higher. The starlight outside the window filled his entire field of vision. As the countdown to arrival on the holographic screen reached 0, Arcadia Prime appeared outside the window. It was a great yellow planet, its surface covered with vast deserts and exposed rocks. Orbiting the planet, countless Imperial military starships were docked. They varied in size and type from destroyers hundreds of meters long to battleships several kilometers long, like a group of steel beasts sleeping in space. Arcadia Prime, the military center of the Empire's 7th star region, was the front line in the war against the insect race. All supplies, troops and equipment were gathered here before being dispatched to various fronts. Lu Feng stared at the starships outside the window for a while, silently estimating their numbers in his mind. There were at least 1,000, and this was just a small portion he saw during the flight's descent. The Empire's 3rd Fleet was the primary combat force stationed in the Arcadia star sector. According to publicly available Imperial data, the 3rd Fleet's active main vessels included 3 T4 class heavy battleships, 50 T3 class cruisers and over 600 T2 class destroyers and frigates. In terms of ground forces, the 3rd Fleet commanded 80 combat brigades with a total strength of 4 million personnel. Each combat brigade had a complement of 50,000 troops, forming a complete campaign unit capable of independent planetary assault, positional warfare, orbital drop operations and fortress defense. Additionally, the fleet included 10 ground mechanized regiments equipped with 1,200 standard Imperial Guardian combat mechs, along with over 1,000 logistical vessels such as transport supply ships and repair craft. The 3rd Fleet's headquarters was located on the Bulwark Fortress in orbit around the primary planet of Arcadia, though daily administration and recruitment operations were conducted from the command building on the surface. This was information Lu Feng had hastily looked up during his flight. Now, gazing through the porthole at the spaceport below, he tried to match these figures with the scene before his eyes. The interstellar flight had orbited the outer reaches of Arcadia's primary planet for nearly 20 minutes before receiving clearance to land at the spaceport. Calling it a spaceport was generous. It resembled a colossal military fortress more than anything. Looking down through the window, the entire spaceport was divided into neat grids by towering alloy walls. Each area, tarmacs, repair bays, fuel depots, was distinctly separated. Surrounding the tarmacs were alloy defense walls dozens of meters high. Atop the walls, every 50 meters, an automated turret pointed its barrel skyward, glinting in the sunlight. Faintly visible on the turret base's sensor arrays rotated slowly like the eyes of some colossal metallic creature, ceaselessly monitoring the sky and ground. As the cabin door opened, a dry, scorching blast of air rushed in. Arcadia's primary planet had an oxygen level 3 percentage points lower than the Imperial standard, with temperatures consistently above 30 degrees Celsius. For those accustomed to milder climates, merely standing here was an ordeal. Lu Feng, carrying his backpack, descended the ramp. The moment his feet touched the ground, a wave of heat rose from the tarmac, creeping up his pant legs. Before he had taken more than a few steps, 2 soldiers in Imperial uniforms blocked his path. Identification. The soldier on the left extended a hand, his expression blank, his gaze sweeping over Lu Feng's face and body. Lu Feng pulled the reserve captain's conscription documents and his identity card from his pocket. The soldier took them, scrutinized them carefully, then looked up to compare them with Lu Feng's face. Confirming his identity, he returned the documents. Go straight ahead. After exiting the spaceport, turn left. The 3rd Fleet recruitment office is there. Someone will be waiting for you, the soldier instructed, pointing down the passageway. Lu Feng put the documents away and headed down the corridor. It was long, with bare alloy panels on the walls. Every few meters, the emblem of the 7th Sector war zone appeared. Reaching the end of the corridor, the spaceport exit came into view and he stopped. Outside lay a vast plaza large enough to hold tens of thousands of people standing in formation. On both sides of the plaza, every 20 meters, stood fully armed soldiers, their postures straight as pines, clad from helmet to combat boots in standard Imperial gear. But what truly struck Lu Feng with awe were the mechs patrolling the center of the square. 3 standard Imperial Guardian combat mechs were approaching slowly from the far end, each step producing a heavy clang of metal. They stood about 4 meters tall, bipedal, with a light autocannon mounted on each side of their torsos. The barrels angled slightly upward as they walked, maintaining a posture ready to fire at any moment. On their backs were missile launch pods, their hatches sealed, but the protective covers over the launch tubes were open, revealing the densely packed warheads within. The sensor arrays on their chests continuously scanned the surroundings, red scanning light flickering through the air like invisible hands probing every inch of space. As Lu Feng walked between two of the mechs, he could feel the ground tremble slightly under their immense weight. The sensor array on one mech's head paused on him for a moment, likely scanning his identity traits. Only after confirming he posed no threat did it move on. He crossed the plaza, turned left as the soldier had directed, and walked along a wide military avenue for about 10 minutes. Both sides of the avenue were lined with drought-resistant low-growing plants. Their gray-green leaves were covered in a fine fuzz, trembling slightly in the hot wind. The road was broad enough for two heavy transport vehicles to travel side by side. Occasionally tracks from tank treads were visible on its surface. At the end of the avenue stood a massive gray building, the Imperial Third Fleet's Arcadia Command, a colossal structure 32 stories high. Its shape was trapezoidal, wider at the base and tapering towards the top. The entire exterior was clad in thick alloy armor plates, and even the windows were fitted with blast-proof glass. The main entrance was reached by a flight of over 20 steps, with armed soldiers standing on both sides of each step. Above the entrance hung two enormous emblems, the Imperial Eagle and the Third Fleet insignia. From a distance the building looked more like a fortress than a command center. As Lu Feng ascended the steps, a young officer in a lieutenant's uniform stood waiting for him at the door. The man appeared only a few years older than him, his skin tanned dark, his gaze sharp. "Reserve Captain." His voice was clipped and forceful, carrying the crispness unique to a soldier. "Yes. Follow me." The lieutenant turned and walked into the building, his pace brisk. The interior of the command center was even more imposing than the exterior. In the center of the main hall was a giant holographic screen displaying a real-time battle map of the 7th sector. Countless points of light marked the positions of the Imperial forces and the Zerg. Red arrows indicated the Zerg's advance, while blue lines showed the Imperial fleet's defensive lines. According to the map, the blue defensive lines had been compressed to the edge of the Arcadia star sector, and the red arrows continued to push forward relentlessly. Around the hall were the office areas for various departments. Hundreds of officers were busy at holographic terminals, the clatter of keyboards and the beeps of communicators rising and falling in a constant din. The lieutenant led Lu Feng across the hall and into an elevator. The doors closed, shutting out the noise. "Which floor?" Lu Feng asked. "8th floor." The lieutenant pressed the button and the elevator rose smoothly. "The recruitment office is on the 8th floor. Someone there will tell you what to do next." When the elevator doors opened again, the corridor was already occupied by many people. It was a long hallway lined with closed doors, each bearing a number and a department name. 20 or 30 young people stood in the corridor, some in civilian clothes, others in uniform, gathered in small groups, talking in low voices. Lu Feng glanced at their faces, recognizing none of them, but his gaze paused at a corner. A person stood there wearing a deep blue dress, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, looking down at a document in her hand. It was Lin Ruoxue. She looked up, her gaze meeting Lu Feng's. In that instant of eye contact, her eyebrows lifted slightly, then she looked back down at her document. Lu Feng averted his eyes, silently acknowledging to himself she came after all. He suddenly recalled something Wang Hao had once told him, that Lin Ruoxue had come looking for him. But at the time he had been busy dealing with the cat-eared girl issue. Whatever else Wang Hao had said, he hadn't listened, and later he had completely forgotten about it. Just as Lu Feng was about to step towards Lin Ruoxue to ask when she had arrived, the loudspeaker at the end of the corridor crackled with static. "All reserve captains assemble in conference room 3. People in the corridor began moving toward conference room 3, and Lu Feng followed the crowd through the open door. Conference room 3 was spacious, capable of holding at least 200 people. At the moment about 50 were seated inside, all of them reserve captains summoned from various military academies across the empire. Lu Feng swept his gaze across the room. Most faces were unfamiliar, but a few looked recognizable, probably classmates from the Starship Command Academy. He found a seat near the back, placing his backpack at his feet. Lin Ruoxue was sitting in the front row. From Lu Feng's angle he could only see the back of her head and her neat ponytail. She sat upright, hands resting on her knees, her attention fixed on the podium ahead. The lights in the conference room suddenly dimmed and the fleet emblem on the holographic screen vanished, replaced by a star chart. A middle-aged officer in a colonel's uniform stepped onto the podium. His uniform was immaculate, adorned with a row of medals on his chest. The topmost one was the Imperial Second-Class Valor Medal, an honor bestowed only upon those who had rendered exceptional feats on the battlefield. A scar stretched from his forehead down to his chin, even longer than Instructor Zhang Yuan's hangs. "I am Colonel Zhou Haifeng, Chief of Staff of the Third Fleet. Your presence here proves that your performance at your respective academies was outstanding. But I must remind you, academic achievements mean nothing on the battlefield." He activated the star chart and the battle map of the 7th star sector appeared on the screen. Dense red arrows converge toward the Arcadia star domain, each arrow representing not a single Zerg warship but an entire Zerg swarm fleet. The Zerg have breached our first line of defense. The Third Fleet's losses over the past 2 weeks have exceeded the total of the previous 6 months. You have been summoned ahead of schedule, not because you are ready but because we need more hands.
The conference room fell into silence.
No one spoke, not a sound beyond breathing could be heard. For the next 3 weeks you will undergo high-intensity combat training on Arcadia. After training you will be assigned to various vessels of the Third Fleet as commanders. Zhou Haifeng's gaze swept across the room, his eyes exceptionally sharp beneath the scar.
You will learn the training details later. For now I will say only one thing: this training is not like the simulation assessments at your academies. In this training people will die.
According to Imperial records, the mortality rate for reserve captain training is 5%. That means out of the 100 people here, an average of 5 will not survive until the end of training. After saying this, Zhou Haifeng switched off the star chart and walked out of the conference room. The moment the door closed behind him, the atmosphere in the room eased slightly.
Everyone remained in their seats silent, no one in a hurry to leave. Lu Feng leaned back, staring at the empty podium for a few seconds. Then he lowered his head, pulled out his communicator from his pocket.
On the screen was a message from Su Xiaorong. She had sent a photo of the cafeteria with 2 servings of food on her tray, captioned, "Arya says I've gotten thinner, so she told me to eat more." A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lu Feng's mouth. He sent her a thumbs-up emoji before putting the communicator back into his pocket. Is that Chief of Staff just trying to scare us? A male student sitting 2 rows ahead of Lu Feng suddenly spoke up. He wore the uniform of the Imperial Navigation Academy with a 4th-year insignia on his shoulder. He was tall, but his face was pale and a fine sheen of sweat dotted his forehead.
A 5% mortality rate, really?
We're not even going straight to the front lines, it's just training.
It's not a bluff. A female voice answered from the left side of the room.
Lu Feng turned his head. It was a short-haired girl in black casual clothes, her skin slightly tanned. She sat against the wall, arms crossed, leaning back in her chair.
The last batch of reserve captain training was a year ago. 60 people total, 3 died.
1 was accidentally shot by friendly fire during live-fire drills and 2 failed to escape during ship maintenance training.
Who told you that? The male student's voice dropped.
My brother, the short-haired girl replied, glancing at him. He was in that batch, one of the 57 who survived. So the Third Fleet is treating us like active-duty soldiers.
What else did you expect? Didn't you see the star chart? The defense line is nearly at our doorstep.
When do you think they have time to let us take it slow? Whispers grew louder, revolving from a few low conversations into dozens of people talking at once.
Lu Feng didn't join any discussion.
He picked up his backpack from the floor, placed it on his lap, unzipped it, and checked its contents. Just then the conference room door burst open. A young officer in a lieutenant's uniform stepped in holding a datapad. He scanned the room, confirmed the headcount, and then spoke.
Everyone, your training mentors are now being assigned.
Over the next 3 weeks you will directly follow your respective mentors' learning and training aboard the vessels they command. A low murmur rippled through the room.
Not classroom lessons, directly boarding ships.
The lieutenant ignored the chatter, raised the datapad, and began reading the list.
Zhang Yi assigned to the destroyer Sharp Blade mentor Major Chen Haisheng. Li Wei assigned to the frigate Star Raft mentor Major Zhou Yunqi. One by one names were called.
Those summoned stood up and walked to the lieutenant to receive their assignment slips.
Some faces lit up with excitement, others looked tense.
The Long Sky was one of the Imperial Third Fleet's elite cruisers, and her captain Wen Yue was a legend in the Imperial military. It was said the Long Sky was one of the Imperial Third Fleet's elite cruisers, and her captain Wen Yue was a legend in the Imperial military. It was said that under her command the Long Sky had never suffered defeat in battle against the Zerg. Lin Ruoxue stood up, took her assignment slip, her face expressionless. She returned to her seat and resumed reading her documents.
Lu Feng.
Lu Feng lifted his head.
Assigned to the cruiser Frost Moon mentor Major Qin Yuyu. Lu Feng took the assignment slip and glanced at the information on it.
Frost Moon T3 class cruiser, flagship of the 9th Detachment Imperial Third Fleet.
Captain Qin Yuyu Major.
Current station outer orbit of Arcadia, prime berth number AL07. He folded the slip, tucked it into his pocket, and stood up to leave the conference room.
Lu Feng.
Lin Ruoxue's voice came from behind. He turned around and saw her still seated, her documents now closed, her gaze fixed on him.
Major Qin Yuyu is the youngest cruiser captain in the Third Fleet.
Her crew has the lowest casualty rate in the entire fleet, but her training elimination rate is the highest.
How do you know that? I did my homework before coming here.
Lin Ruoxue stood up, tucking her folder under her arm.
You should do some too.
With that she walked away, her ponytail swaying lightly behind her, soon disappearing into the crowd at the doorway. Lu Feng stood there watching her retreating figure.
That woman was far better informed than he was.
Before coming he had only roughly familiarized himself with the Third Fleet's organization and deployment. He hadn't bothered to look into each captain's background and style.
A miscalculation.
He walked out of the conference room, crossed the hallway, descended to the first floor lobby and found an information terminal in a corner. He entered the serial number of the Frost Moon.
Qin Yuyu's personal information appeared on the screen. Name Qin Yuyu. Rank Major. Age 29. Alma Mater Imperial Star Sea Command Academy.
Joined the Third Fleet as a reserve captain in her third year, served for 7 years. Combat record: participated in 47 battles, destroyed 31 Zerg warships, damaged over 60.
The terminal screen glowed with a soft blue light displaying Qin Yuyu's information line by line.
But Lu Feng's gaze stopped on the photo in the upper right corner. It was a standard Imperial military ID photo with a deep blue background. Yet the person in the photo was nothing like the cold-hardened female captain he had imagined. Qin Yuyu had a round face with baby fat, making her look much younger than her actual age. Her cheeks were plump, hardly resembling a soldier who had fought on the front lines for 7 years. Lu Feng stared at the photo for several seconds, a wave of confusion washing over him.
Could this be someone's little sister dragged in to take a ID photo? Lu Feng straightened up from the information terminal, closed Qin Yuyu's personal file and searched for detailed information about the Frost Moon on the screen.
A T-3 class cruiser, the same class as the Hurricane. However, the Frost Moon had served in the Third Fleet for 12 years, undergoing 3 major refits with at least 5 scars on its hull where Zerg weaponry had pierced and been repaired. Service records showed that this vessel had participated in most of the Empire's campaigns against the Zerg, from the initial Orion arm counterattack to the recent Arcadia defense line, its name present in nearly every battle. Though not the most advanced, it was undoubtedly one of the most battle-hardened.
Lu Feng compared the Frost Moon's parameters with the Hurricane's in his mind, finding them quite different in many aspects.
The Hurricane was newly built by the system, boasting advanced technology and high system integration, with much of it automated and intelligent.
In contrast, the Frost Moon was a product of multiple refits on an older hull, with many systems added later, resulting in non-uniform interfaces and lower automation.
Lu Feng shut down the information terminal and walked out of the command building, where a wave of heat hit him. He retraced his steps to the spaceport and hailed a taxi at the transit station, heading for the military docking zone in outer orbit. The ground transit vehicle passed through the spaceport's security checkpoints and entered a dedicated lane leading to a launch platform. Flanking the lane were towering alloy blast walls with auto turrets atop them, slowly rotating to track the vehicle, always maintaining a targeting lock. The launch platform was built on a hill north of the spaceport, a massive circular structure with a launch silo about 50 meters in diameter at its center, covered by thick armored plates. From the launch silo, an orbital elevator provided direct access to the military docking zone in outer orbit. The orbital elevator ascended rapidly. The acceleration pressed Lu Feng's body slightly into a seat as the view outside the porthole shifted from a gray-yellow desert to a deep blue sky. 10 minutes later the outer orbit arrived. The military docking zone was an entirely different concept from a civilian spaceport. Here the berths were not individual landing pads but a colossal ring space station slowly rotating around Arcadia's primary planet in outer orbit. The station's diameter was at least 10 kilometers, with hundreds of berths densely packed along its ring structure, each holding a starship. Lu Feng exited the orbital elevator and followed the ring corridor to berth AL-07. A silver-gray cruiser was docked there, its hull about 300 meters long, bearing obvious scuffs and repair patches. Most striking was a section of armor plating on the side, a different color from the rest, clearly a later replacement, still marked with a deep scratch. He approached the gangway, where a middle-aged man in a non-commissioned officer's uniform stood holding a data pad. The man wore a mechanic's badge on his uniform, had oil stains on his cuffs and thick knuckles, clearly someone who worked with machinery day in and day out.
Lu Feng.
The NCO looked up at him, his tone neither warm nor cold.
Yes. Major Qin is waiting for you on the bridge.
The NCO swiped on the data pad, checking off Lu Feng's name from the task list.
Follow me.
Lu Feng followed the NCO up the gangway, through the airlock and into the Frost Moon. Unlike the bright interior of the Hurricane, the Frost Moon's corridors had dim lighting with exposed pipes and cables snaking along the walls, some areas patched with tape as if for temporary repairs. The air was thick with the smell of oil metal and some indescribable scent, all mingling into a unique old warship aroma. Some cabin doors along the corridor were half open, revealing busy crew members inside. As they passed one compartment, Lu Feng glimpsed piles of shell casings with several crew members in body armor counting them. The NCO led him through 2 corridors and into an elevator. Moments later the elevator doors opened again, revealing a sealed metal door across the way emblazoned with the Frost Moon's ship insignia. The NCO pressed his palm on the scanner beside the door and it slid open silently. The Frost Moon's bridge was smaller than Lu Feng had imagined, only 2 rows of 8 consoles plus the central command platform, making the space feel cramped. The console designs were clearly from a different generation than the Hurricane. Some were holographic projection types while others were still old-fashioned physical button screens. Behind the command platform hung a massive holographic display wall currently showing a real-time image of Arcadia's primary planet. The gray-yellow planet rotated slowly on the screen with thin cloud layers visible on its surface and scattered city lights twinkling below. There were only about a dozen people on the bridge, each busy at their stations. No one paid attention to Lu Feng's arrival, not even a glance. Lu Feng's gaze swept across the bridge and finally settled on the command platform. A woman was sitting in the captain's chair, leaning slightly to one side, her hand supporting her chin. Captain Qin, candidate Captain Lu Feng reporting. Qin Yu turned around. Lu Feng had seen her photo on the information terminal, knowing she had a baby face that made her look much younger than her actual age. But a photo was just a photo. A 2-dimensional image could capture her features but not her demeanor and aura. She indeed had round cheeks and fair skin which remained untanned despite years of service in Arcadia's intense ultraviolet environment. Her hair was black, tied in a low ponytail with slightly curled ends resting at her shoulder blades. Lu Feng's eyes lingered on that baby face for a moment before quickly withdrawing as he stood at attention. When she stood up, Lu Feng noticed a stark contrast between her figure and that baby face. The Empire's female officer uniform clung to her body, outlining a full curve from chest to waist to hips. Lu Feng estimated that purely from a physiological perspective such proportions seemed somewhat improbable. Qin Yu walked up to him. She was nearly a head shorter, needing to tilt her face up slightly to meet his eyes. "So you're my junior?" Lu Feng was taken aback. "I graduated from the Imperial Starfleet Command Academy too." Qin Yu tilted her head, her eyes scanning his face. "I was conscripted in my 3rd year just like you as a candidate captain. Counting it up, you're 7 classes below me." She counted on her fingers, then gave up. "Anyway, you're my junior." Lu Feng opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. He had imagined many scenarios for meeting the Frost Moon's captain, stern, cold, businesslike, even expecting her to question him about his unusually poor scores. But he never expected a woman who looked barely older than him to stand before him and call him junior. "Major Qin," Lu Feng began. "Call me Captain," Qin Yu interrupted. "On the Frost Moon you will address me as Captain." She turned and walked back to the command platform, settling into the captain's chair. "Don't just stand there." Qin Yu leaned back in her chair. "Let me look at your file." Lu Feng, Starfleet Command Academy 3rd year simulation scores. She swiped her finger on the holographic screen, then her eyes widened. "What? You scored 13 points. Qin Yu turned to look at him, her baby face morphing into a subtle expression of confusion. Lu Feng felt his toes curl inside his boots. Qin Yu stared at him for 2 seconds, then dismissed the holographic screen. "Oh well, scores don't mean everything." She stood up from her chair, walked to the edge of the command platform and leaned on the railing, gritting her teeth. "That old bastard Zhou Haifeng wouldn't have assigned you to me just to be a babysitter." Qin Yu finished speaking and called out to an operating console at the rear of the bridge. "Song Lan." A female voice, crisp and decisive, came from behind the console here. Lu Feng followed the sound and saw a female officer in a lieutenant's uniform stand up from behind the console. She was tall, at least 1.70 meters, with short hair just touching her ears, revealing a sharply defined jawline and a pair of deep brown eyes. Song Lan walked to the command platform and stood before Qin Yu, the heels of her boots clicking together with a crisp sound. "Song Lan, adjutant of the Frost Moon." Qin Yu introduced Lu Feng, the new reserve captain. Song Lan take him to familiarize himself with the environment. Qin Yu waved her hand and leaned back into her seat. "Start from the lower hold and work your way up. Don't miss any place." "Understood." Song Lan turned to Lu Feng, her gaze pausing on his face for a moment as she gave him a once-over. "Follow me." She turned and walked toward the bridge exit, taking long strides, her boots striking the metal floor in a rhythmic cadence. Lu Feng followed her out of the bridge and through the corridor. "The Frost Moon has served in the 3rd Fleet for 12 years, Song Lan's voice came from ahead.
Its last major refit was 2 years ago. Each refit brings new equipment but the underlying structure remains the same. So you'll see some areas are new, others old, a mix that lacks uniformity. Lu Feng nodded, but Son Lan couldn't see his gesture, nor did she turn back to confirm if he was listening.
She continued forward past one corridor around a corner and stopped before a heavy metal door.
This is the lower hold.
Son Lan pressed her palm on the scanner beside the door and it slid open slowly. A wave of heat surged out, mingled with the scent of oil and metal, the temperature at least 10 degrees higher than in the corridor. The lower hold was a vast space about 15 meters high. Standing at the entrance, one could see layered maintenance platforms and a dense network of pipes and cables. The most prominent feature in the space was the massive energy core at the center, an M10 fusion reactor, the Empire's main model from a decade ago. Its volume was nearly double that of the M12 reactor on the Hurricane, but its output was only 70% of the M12's. Beside the energy core, several auxiliary units hummed as they operated, creating a low background drone in the empty hole. This is the power system of the Frost Moon. Son Lan walked to the railing in front of the energy core, placing both hands on the rail as she looked down at the giant machine running below. It's a bit old but not delicate, tough and durable. Lu Feng stepped up beside her and looked down. A faint blue light flowed over the core's surface, a sign that fusion was underway. There's another level below. Son Lan turned and walked toward the other end of the hold. The next level down was the cargo bay, much smaller than the Hurricane's and lacking spatial compression technology. Dozens of supply crates were stacked in a corner of the bay, each labeled food, drinking water, spare parts, medical supplies, all sorted by category. The lighting in the cargo bay was dimmer than in the hold above. Several lights were completely broken, casting flickering shadows over the crates. Son Lan didn't linger in the cargo bay. After confirming Lu Feng was following, she moved on. Next to the cargo bay was the maintenance workshop. The workshop was brighter than the cargo bay, with several high-power lamps hanging from the ceiling illuminating the entire space.
The workshop was filled with various maintenance tools and equipment, some Lu Feng had seen in academy training, others for the first time.
A middle-aged man in work clothes was crouched beside a partially disassembled engine, wrench in hand, fully focused on tightening something. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, revealing a face smudged with oil. "Old Zhao, this is the new reserve captain.
Major Qin asked me to show him around." Son Lan introduced.
Old Zhao glanced at Lu Feng, gave a nod without a word, then lowered his head and continued twisting his wrench. The maintenance chief of the Frost Moon, Zhao Tiesheng, held the rank of Master Sergeant. He had served on the Frost Moon for 11 years, longer than Qin Yuyu's entire service. He was said to be one of the best mechanics in the entire Third Fleet, but his temper was poor, he spoke little and disliked socializing. Son Lan led Lu Feng out of the workshop and up 2 flights of narrow metal stairs to the living quarters.
The first stop in the living area was the mess hall.
The mess hall on the Frost Moon was much smaller than the Hurricane's, about 150 square meters, with metal tables and chairs bolted to the floor. The chairs had no cushions and the table surfaces were scratched and dented from years of use.
The mess is open 24 hours, but the menu is simple. Son Lan walked to the serving counter and pointed at a small holographic screen on the wall. "Here the chef decides what we eat. Whatever is made today, that's what you get. No choices."
Lu Feng looked at the screen, which displayed today's menu: lunch, braised pork, stir-fried greens, white rice and tomato egg drop soup. Dinner, potato, stewed beef, stir-fried beans, sprouts, steamed buns and seaweed soup. In a corner of the mess, several crew members were eating around a table. Seeing Son Lan bring in a stranger, several pairs of eyes swept over.
Son Lan ignored them, leading Lu Feng through the mess and into a side corridor. Crew quarters lined both sides of the corridor. Son Lan stopped at one door, knocked twice, then pushed it open.
"Temporary quarters for the reserve captain.
You'll stay here until assigned to a permanent post."
The room was tiny, about half the size of a Hurricane crew cabin.
A single bed, a desk, a chair and a built-in wardrobe.
No private bathroom, there was a communal shower and toilet at the end of the hall.
"Spartan conditions," Son Lan said from the doorway.
The captain said, "You're from Shanghai Command Academy, where conditions are better.
You might find this uncomfortable."
Lu Feng set his backpack on the bed, pulled open the curtain and gazed at the stars through the porthole.
"It's fine. As long as it's livable."
Son Lan was about to say something when her communicator suddenly buzzed.
She glanced at it, frowned slightly and answered. "Captain."
On the other end, Qin Yuyu's voice came through, more clipped than usual. "Zerg reconnaissance units have appeared on the periphery of the sector.
Small numbers.
The Third Fleet has ordered us to sortie and eliminate the target.
Notify all officers to assemble on the bridge." Son Lan hung up the communication and turned to Lu Feng.
Let's go, the bridge is gathering.
Her tone was a bit quicker than before and Lu Feng followed closely behind, his mind racing. The Frost Moon was a T3 class cruiser. According to the Empire's standards, a fully manned T3 cruiser typically required about 250 to 300 personnel, with the exact number depending on the level of modifications and mission specifications. However, he had yet to ascertain how many people were actually aboard the Frost Moon. From the cabins and corridors they had just passed, it seemed that the crew might be slightly under the full complement, but the core positions should be adequately staffed. The two of them hurried through the corridor and entered the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Song Lan glanced at him.
Have you ever been on the battlefield? Does facing interstellar pirates count? Song Lan nodded, not pressing further. The elevator doors opened again and the bridge was slightly brighter than before. The holographic display of the Arcadia main star had vanished, replaced by a star map. In the center of the star map was an area that was constantly magnifying, marked as the periphery of the 7th star zone, with several red light points flashing at the edge of the map. Qin Yuyu stood on the command platform, her hands resting on the edge of the console, her body slightly leaning forward. Her doll-like face showed no signs of tension, but her eyes were fixed intently on the red light points. A small reconnaissance unit of the Zerg is currently at the periphery of the 7th star zone, approximately 4 hours of travel from us. No one spoke in the bridge, only the buzzing sound of the console and the occasional communication alert could be heard. The order from the 3rd Fleet is to eliminate them. The Frost Moon, as the flagship of the 9th Division, is responsible for commanding this operation. In addition to us, there are 2 destroyers and 5 frigates participating in the battle. She turned and made a gesture on the holographic screen, adding several blue light points next to the red ones on the star map, indicating the positions of friendly forces. Song Lan. Here. Notify all positions. The Frost Moon is entering a level 2 combat readiness status.
Engine preheating, shield systems activated, weapon systems self-checking.
All personnel not on duty must return to their posts within 10 minutes.
Song Lan accepted the order and turned to the communication station to begin issuing commands.
Lu Feng.
Qin Yuyu's gaze fell upon him.
Lu Feng stood up straight.
You will stay by my side and observe my command. Do not touch any consoles or interfere with anyone's work.
If you have questions, save them for after the battle. Understood.
Lu Feng stood at the back of the command platform against the wall, feeling it was his first time standing in a genuine command position as a reserve captain. Unlike the Hurricane's bridge, the Frost Moon's old console lacked the dazzling holographic effects. The physical buttons made a crisp clicking sound under the crew's fingertips. During the subsequent journey, the Frost Moon maintained a level 2 combat readiness, passing through the asteroid belt at the periphery of the 7th star zone and approaching the airspace where the Zerg reconnaissance unit was located.
Frost Moon engine preheating completed, current power at 65%.
The power control console reported. Shield system activated, energy output stable, current shield strength at 12,000 units.
The defense control console followed up. Weapon system self-check completed, ion cannon charging, Closian defense guns on standby, missile launch base fully loaded.
Qin Yuyu glanced at the travel time on the star map, confirming that they were still about 40 minutes from engagement before beginning to allocate the positions of friendly forces.
Notify the Weasel-class destroyer and the Scimitar-class destroyer to flank from the side. The remaining 5 frigates will follow the Frost Moon and advance from the front.
The communication station immediately sent out the order, and within 10 seconds the blue light points on the star map began to move. The 6 Zerg reconnaissance ships seemed to sense something and began to gather toward the center. Song Lan stood next to the communication station, her gaze flickering between the holographic screen and Qin Yuyu. In her hand she held a datapad which was updating real-time status reports of each ship. Captain, the Weasel and Scimitar have positioned themselves and are approaching the Zerg fleet from the side, expected to enter the encirclement in 15 minutes. Qin Yuyu nodded without speaking. Lu Feng's gaze fell on the red light points on the star map, replaying the Zerg tactical knowledge he had learned in the academy. The tactics of the Zerg were detailed in the Empire's military textbooks. Their vanguard units were known for their speed. Although individual ship combat power was not strong, their swarm-like coordinated attacks posed a significant headache for many Imperial crew members. Moreover, their energy weapons had a special penetrating effect on the shields of Imperial vessels, which remained an unresolved technical challenge for the Imperial military. Captain, the Zerg fleet has suddenly accelerated. The voice from the detection station rose slightly. They are charging towards us at high speed. Their speed. Very fast. Qin Yuyu's body stiffened slightly as her fingers flew across the command screen, pulling up real-time speed data for the Zerg fleet. Lu Feng stood at the back observing her profile tighten. The once baby-faced round face now carried a sharpness that only 7 years of battlefield experience could forge.
All ships attention.
Shin Yuyu's voice resonated through the fleet channel. The Zerg fleet is rapidly approaching us, expected to enter weapon range in 5 minutes.
All vessels increase shield power to maximum and set weapon systems to standby.
On the star map, the 6 Zerg reconnaissance ships were sprinting towards the Frost Moon at an astonishing speed. Their formation swiftly shifted from a dispersed search pattern to a dense assault formation, preparing for a direct breakthrough. Songlan walked over from the communication station and stood in the deputy position behind Shin Yuyu, quietly saying, "Captain, their formation is too dense, something feels off."
I know. Shin Yuyu's fingers paused on the console.
Normally a Zerg reconnaissance unit would either retreat immediately upon detecting an Imperial fleet or disperse to break through. There had never been a precedent for them to charge directly at an Imperial fleet. The behavior of these 6 vessels did not conform to any known Zerg tactical patterns. Detection station, can you identify the specific models of these Zerg ships?
Analyzing.
Signal characteristic matching at 73%, preliminarily identified as standard Zerg reconnaissance ships. However, their energy readings are nearly double that of the standard model, suggesting some form of modification.
Shin Yuyu's brows furrowed.
The energy readings being nearly double the standard model meant that these ships possessed weapons or shields stronger than the conventional types. If they responded with routine tactics, they could potentially suffer significant losses. All vessels, be advised, the Zerg ships appear to be modified models. Their firepower may exceed expectations. Do not engage Hedon, maintain distance, and use long-range firepower to wear down their shields. As soon as the order was issued, the red light points on the star map suddenly accelerated. The 6 Zerg reconnaissance ships at approximately 100,000 kilometers from the Frost Moon abruptly scattered, transforming from a dense assault formation into 6 completely different directions.
They have scattered. The voice from the detection station was slightly tense. Shin Yuyu's eyes narrowed. Scattering meant they were no longer a single target but 6 independent attack points.
The Frost Moon and 5 frigates would have to simultaneously deal with threats coming from 6 different directions.
Songlan.
Shin Yuyu's voice was steady. Notify each ship to pair up and lock onto a single target.
Do not be greedy, eliminate the immediate threats first. Understood.
As the order was issued, the first wave of Zerg vessels had already entered the weapon range of the Frost Moon. Shin Yuyu's fingers swiftly glided across the weapon control screen, aligning the targeting crosshairs of the 4 medium-ion cannons on the nearest Zerg ship.
Fire!
Blinding beams lanced from both flanks of the Frost Moon, carving 4 straight lines of death across the void.
The Xenos vessel jerked violently, a maneuver so swift it defied belief.
3 of the 4 beams grazed the edge of its shield, only one struck its stern. The impact inflicted far less damage than anticipated. The vessel's energy signature dipped by less than 30%. All ships, be advised, the Xenos shields are at least twice as resilient as standard models. Do not expect a single salvo to pierce them. Prepare for sustained engagement.
In retaliation for the Frost Moon's opening volley, the Xenos fleet unleashed its counterattack.
6 vessels fired simultaneously, crimson energy beams converging on the Frost Moon and its escort frigates from disparate vectors. Lu Feng stood behind the command platform, watching the crimson beams streak toward them on the holographic display wall, and instinctively gripped the railing behind him. A dark red beam slammed into the Frost Moon's portside shield, causing the azure barrier to flare violently.
Shield integrity dropped by 800 units.
With just one hit from a single Xenos vessel among 6, the Frost Moon's shield would collapse within mere salvos if all 6 focused fire upon it.
Hard to port.
Redistribute shield energy 20% to bow, 50% to flanks, 30% to stern.
Ready point defense batteries.
The Frost Moon carved a sweeping arc through the vacuum, presenting its narrowest profile, the reinforced bow, directly toward the Xenos formation.
Meanwhile, the escort squadron fought independently.
1 frigate was struck by 2 crimson beams in rapid succession. Its shield integrity plummeted nearly in half and the hull shuddered violently.
Cutlass-class destroyer reporting target acquired. Engagement commenced. Farragut-class destroyer reporting target. Shield strength exceeds projections, requesting immediate support.
The bridge comms channels erupted into controlled chaos. Shin Yuyu stood atop the command platform, her gaze darting between the star map and subsidiary displays. Her fingers danced across the holographic interface, reassigning Farragh's target to the nearest escort, then Cutlass's to another. Frost Moon, reorient and engage this one first, she commanded, tapping a Xenos vessel accelerating toward Cutlass's exposed flank on the star map.
The Frost Moon's engines surged, its colossal frame rotated 120 degrees in space, its 4 medium-ion cannons pivoting to bear upon the Xenos ship.
This time Shin Yuyu ordered fire before targeting locks fully stabilized. 4 beams lanced forth in intersecting trajectories, 2 sealing off the Xenos vessel's left evasion vector to its right.
Forced to decelerate mid-maneuver, the Xenos vessel exposed its hull to the Frost Moon's broadside.
Two beams struck its midsection, collapsing its shield integrity from full capacity to under 30% in a fraction of a second.
Now, strike while it's vulnerable. Qin Yuyu's voice rang across the fleet channel. All weapons capable of reaching this vessel open fire immediately.
Ferret Cutlass and two escorts unleashed their ion cannons in unison, 8 searing beams converging from disparate angles upon the crippled Xenos vessel. Its shield buckled utterly beneath the barrage, flickering crimson then vanishing entirely.
Stripped of protection, its armor succumbed rapidly to sustained ion fire. A beam pierced its engine chamber, triggering a cataclysmic detonation, an expanding sphere of dark crimson flame blooming silently in the void.
The first Xenos vessel had fallen, but no cheers rose from the bridge. Every officer remained locked in duty. The crimson fireball swelled slowly in the blackness like a deadly blossom unfurling in eternal night.
The remaining 5 Xenos vessels showed no sign of distress at their comrades' destruction.
Instead, they pressed forward with frenzied, reckless abandon, driving straight into the Imperial fleet's battle line. Captain, Xenos vessel energy readings spiking. The sensor officer's voice tightened with urgency.
Weapon systems charging 40% faster than nominal.
Qin Yuyu's fingers flicked across the command interface, pulling up real-time energy curves for all 5 Xenos ships.
The graphs surged erratically, each vessel's power signature climbing at an unnatural, unsustainable rate as though overloading some critical system.
They're overdriving their weapon capacitors to maximum tolerance. Lu Feng had employed this tactic before, diverting all shield energy into weapons for a single overwhelming salvo.
Yet it was perilous. A misstep left one defenseless.
And now 5 Xenos vessels were executing this suicidal gambit in concert.
All ships brace for a concentrated Xenos barrage.
Scatter evasively, do not cluster along any single axis. Even as Qin Yuyu's order echoed across the comms, the 5 Xenos vessels opened fire. Dense clusters of scarlet energy erupted like shotgun blasts, each pulse blazing with incandescent fury, blanketing the fleet's formation in a suffocating wave of destruction.
Hard to port. Divert all shield energy to starboard flank. Qin Yuyu's command reverberated through the bridge.
The Frost Moon heeled sharply left, its immense inertia slamming Lu Feng hard against the bulkhead. A scarlet energy cluster skimmed past the bow, striking an escort frigate astern. Its shield flared wildly, then shattered like glass under the onslaught. 2 more clusters struck its now unshielded hull. Its bow armor ruptured, the bridge was obliterated. A chain reaction of explosions severed its power, leaving it tumbling lifelessly through the void. Red Fox has gone silent.
Severe hull breach, life support offline.
Bloodshot eyes fixed on the star map, Qin Yuyu swiftly tagged the drifting frigate as requiring rescue and transmitted its coordinates to the rearward supply vessel. Frost Moon, main battery, acquire the Xenos vessel ahead and to port.
Eliminate it now. The 4 medium ion cannons swiveled in unison, locking onto the Xenos ship, recharging its weapons. Fire.
4 beams carved flawless lines through the void, striking true upon the vessel's flank. Its shield, already depleted by prior fire, failed outright, allowing the ion beams to pierce deep into its hull. The Xenos hull melted under the ion beams, searing heat. Its core detonated, unleashing a fireball larger and more violent than the last. Simultaneously, Ferret seized its chance.
Captain, Ferret reports target acquired on a recharging Xenos vessel. Let them fire.
Ferret's 4 light ion cannons discharged as one. The Xenos vessel's shield, similarly weakened, collapsed under 3 precise hits, 2 to its stern, 1 amidships. Its engine chamber ruptured.
Power failed. The vessel froze in place, motionless, inert, utterly combat ineffective.
Within 60 seconds, during the Xenos fleet's most vulnerable charging interval, the Frost Moon and Ferret struck with surgical precision, downing 2 vessels. Of the original 6 Xenos ships, only 3 remained. And those 3 appeared stunned. Their plan, to deliver a decisive overloaded barrage, had been shattered at the very moment of greatest vulnerability.
Scarlet light sputtered once, twice, then died in their weapon emplacements.
The coordinated barrage was abandoned.
Captain, they're breaking off.
The 3 Xenos vessels spun simultaneously, engines roaring to full power as they fled along divergent vectors into the abyss. Frost Moon, full thrust. Pursue the vessel directly ahead.
Ferret Cutlass, each engage 1 target. Do not let them escape.
The Frost Moon's engines roared, a deep resonant growl, as its massive frame surged forward, hurtling straight toward its quarry. On the holographic display wall, the distance between the red and blue light spots was visibly shrinking. Qin Yuyu stood on the command platform, slightly leaning forward, her hands resting on the edge of the control panel. Her doll-like face was tense under the cold light of the bridge, her eyes fixed on the star map.
Can the power system go any faster?
Her voice was not loud, but each word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth.
Captain, the engine power is already at 95%. Further increase would cause irreversible damage to the reactor.
The power control console reported, its tone laced with hesitation. Then increase it to 98%.
Well, repair any damage later. After a brief silence, the power control console spoke again. Increasing power current output at 97%. 98%.
Speed increased by 12%, closing in on the target. The vibrations of the frost moon intensified, reverberating from the soles of her feet up her spine. Detection station, is the target still within range?
Yes, but it's closing in. At the current speed we will enter effective range in 5 minutes.
Shin Yuyu's fingers glided quickly over the weapon control screen, adjusting the ion cannon's charging speed to maximum. She shut down all shields except those facing the front of the ship, directing the saved energy entirely to the engines and weapon systems. This was an extremely risky operation. If a Zerg ship attacked from the side or rear at this moment, the Frost Moon would have no defense. But now the Imperial ships had all locked onto their targets and there were no other threats in this airspace. Lu Feng's gaze fell on the red light spot fleeing across the star map. On the surface, this battle seemed to be a victory for the Imperial fleet, but Lu Feng always felt something was off. From the very beginning, the behavior of these 6 Zerg ships was inexplicably strange. After realizing they were surrounded, instead of retreating, they tightened formation and charged straight at the Frost Moon. After their charge was interrupted, they immediately dispersed and retreated without hesitation. The entire marching route resembled a carefully designed chessboard, each step landing on an invisible node. They did not seem like they came to fight, rather it felt like they were following a predetermined process. The ship in front was fleeing with great effort, just enough for the Frost Moon to be unable to catch up, yet not enough for it to abandon the chase.
Like it was leading them in a certain direction.
Lu Feng's pupils slightly contracted, his lips moved, but he did not make a sound. He was merely a newly appointed lieutenant commander, and to question an ongoing pursuit without any evidence was not caution, it was recklessness. But if his intuition was correct, then the Frost Moon, along with the Weasel and Scimitar, was being led into a carefully crafted trap. Lu Feng tightened his grip on the railing, hesitating for a moment before he spoke.
Captain.
Shin Yuyu did not turn around. Her gaze remained locked on the red light spot slowly being approached by the Frost Moon on the star map.
Speak.
I suggest we halt the pursuit. The bridge fell silent for a moment, and then several gazes shot over from different control stations. Shin Yuyu's fingers paused on the command screen. She turned around, her eyes shifting from the star map to Lu Feng's face.
Reason.
Lu Feng took a deep breath, stepping forward from the wall to stand at the side of the command platform. These 6 Zerg ships actively charged into our encirclement, and after being focused fire upon, they did not immediately retreat but tightened formation and charged at us hidden.
After their charge was interrupted, they immediately dispersed and retreated. The entire process was tightly linked, as if it had been pre-designed.
Shin Yuyu's eyebrows twitched slightly. Their retreat speed is also suspicious. If you carefully observe the relative speeds on the star map, you'll find that their speed is just right for us not to catch up, while ensuring we do not give up the chase.
Shin Yuyu remained silent, nor did she turn to look at the star map.
Lu Feng paused. They are leading us in a certain direction.
Captain, the target is changing course.
The detection station's voice suddenly rose. They're turning towards the asteroid belt. Before the words were finished, the trajectory of that Zerg ship underwent a significant change. Its hull abruptly veered to the right, charging towards a sparse asteroid belt in the distance.
Shin Yuyu's gaze shifted from Lu Feng's face to the direction of the detection station.
Detection station, scan that asteroid belt for any signals from other Zerg ships.
Scanning. Scan complete.
No signals from other Zerg ships detected. The energy signatures within the asteroid belt consist solely of natural celestial bodies with no artificial or Zerg ship radiation sources.
Shin Yuyu's brow furrowed. Nothing at all.
If the Zerg really set a trap, there should at least be some ambushers within the asteroid belt.
But the scanning results were completely clean, not even a single screw was found.
Lu Feng stood at the side of the command platform, watching the red light spot approaching the asteroid belt on the star map, his unease growing stronger. The scanning results indicated there was nothing in the asteroid belt, but the absence of anything was precisely what felt off. Captain Lu Feng spoke again. I stand by my judgment. The risk of continuing the pursuit is too high.
Shin Yuyu glanced at him. Your intuition may be correct.
However, the cost of letting a Zerg reconnaissance ship escape could mean it takes our fleet's coordinates back, and next time it won't be 6 ships but 600.
So I must catch up and take it out.
After she finished speaking, she issued commands on the fleet channel. Weasel and Scimitar, maintain your targets, do not lose track.
The Frost Moon continued the pursuit, the entire ship entering a state of alert, all weapon systems on standby. Lu Feng opened his mouth but said nothing further.
He had already expressed his judgment and Qin Yuyu had taken it into account. But she made a different choice, that was the battlefield. Not every argument would have a correct answer and not every correct judgment would be adopted. The Frost Moon closely followed the Zerg ship entering the asteroid belt. The density of the asteroid belt was lower than what Lu Feng had encountered in the shallow bay star field. The distance between the meteors was quite large, making it not too difficult for the 300-meter-long Frost Moon to navigate through. But the problem was that these asteroids were too large. Each one had a diameter of several dozen or even hundreds of kilometers, resembling floating giant mountains blocking both sides of the navigation route. As the Frost Moon passed between these massive rocks, visibility was severely obstructed and radar signals became chaotic due to the reflection and refraction of the meteors.
Detection station, can you still lock onto the target? Yes, but the signal is unstable. The meteors are interfering with detection signals and the target's positional error is expanding.
The Zerg vessel weaved deftly between the asteroids, its small size and nimble maneuverability allowing it to slip through the gaps between the massive rocks with ease. On the bridge of the Frost Moon, everyone's attention was fixed on the fleeing Zerg ship ahead.
Captain, the Snow Weasel has sent a message. Song Lan's voice came from the communications station. They say they've found an attachment on the hull. Qin Yuyu's brow furrowed. What kind of attachment? Confirming. The Snow Weasel has transmitted an image.
Song Lan projected the image onto the holographic display wall, a photo captured by an external camera on the Snow Weasel. On the silver-gray hull, a patch of dark red spots had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The patch was not large, about the size of a palm, with a deep dark red hue that stood out starkly against the silver-gray background of the ship. Its edges were irregular, resembling the shape of an ink drop spreading on rice paper. But ink on rice paper only stays on the surface, whereas at the edges of that dark red patch several extremely fine thread-like tendrils were extending outward. Those tendrils were as thin as strands of hair, only visible under magnification. They clung to the surface of the hull, slowly creeping forward. The scimitar has also sent a message.
Song Lan's voice tightened.
They found the same attachment located on the starboard aft section near the engine compartment's external maintenance hatch. Qin Yuyu's fingers slid rapidly across the command screen, pulling up more images sent by the Snow Weasel and the scimitar. The first photo showed only a palm-sized patch. In the second photo, those tendrils had extended several times their original length from the edges of the spot. Sensor station, has anything similar been found on the Frost Moon's hull? The sensor operator's fingers flew across the console, pulling up real-time feeds from all of Frost Moon's external cameras. The images flashed across the sensor station's small screen, bow, stern, port, starboard, topside, underside. His finger stopped on one image.
Captain, found it.
Port aft C7 armor zone, a suspected attachment. The image was enlarged and projected onto the holographic display wall. It was an inconspicuous spot on the port aft near the thruster nozzles. A small dark red patch on the armor plating, identical to what was found on the Snow Weasel and the scimitar. When had it attached itself? Before the Frost Moon entered the asteroid belt or after?
No one knew.
Qin Yuyu stared at that dark red patch for 2 seconds, then turned to address the shipwide broadcast. Attention all hands, this is Captain Qin Yuyu. An unidentified attachment has been discovered on the Frost Moon's hull.
All personnel immediately enter level 1 protective status. Close all non-essential external ventilation ducts. Seal all hull seams and maintenance hatches.
An unidentified attachment has been discovered on the Frost Moon's hull.
All personnel immediately enter level 1 protective status.
The atmosphere on the bridge shifted from tense to grave. The crew behind the consoles quickened their finger movements and the conversations on the communication channels became more clipped.
Song Lan, connect me to the Snow Weasel.
The connection was established quickly. The voice of the Snow Weasel's captain came through the speaker carrying a forced comm. Frost Moon, this is Snow Weasel.
We're analyzing the attachment's composition. Preliminary assessment indicates it's a type of biological spore. The hull armor shows no signs of penetration, it's currently only on the surface. Can it be removed? Attempting now. We've dispatched a repair robot to treat the affected area with a high-temperature torch. And the result? A 2-second silence on the other end. Not ideal.
The high heat kills the surface spores, but those tendrils, they spread faster under high temperature.
Qin Yuyu pressed her lips into a thin line. What about the scimitar? How are they doing? The scimitar is also attempting removal.
They're using a chemical solvent. The effect is better than high heat, but the solvent corrodes the armor coating and can't be used over large areas. Shin Yu tapped twice on the spore image on the command screen, enlarging the photo of the dark red patch to full screen.
The details of those tendrils became clearer under magnification.
Their surfaces were covered in extremely fine villous structures that were slowly writhing. She had never seen anything like this in any Imperial military manual. The Zerg tactical system had records of biological weapons, but most of those records remained theoretical with very few actual battlefield cases. Moreover, Zerg biological weapons had always targeted personnel, releasing toxic spores to poison the crew using parasitic organisms to control consciousness. An attack method that attached to the hull and infiltrated from the outside had never been reported by Imperial intelligence.
Sensor station, can you analyze the composition of this spore? Analyzing. Insufficient sample data. Only optical images, no physical sample.
The analysis is for reference only.
Go ahead.
Based on morphological characteristics, this spore structure does not belong to any biological classification known to the Empire.
Its cell wall or cell wall-like structure shows strong resistance to high temperatures and chemical solvents.
Based on morphological characteristics, this spore structure does not belong to any biological classification known to the Empire.
Its cell wall or cell wall-like structure shows strong resistance to high temperature.
Those tendrils. They're converging on armor seams, ventilation duct inlets, maintenance hatches.
In other words, they're not spreading blindly, they're searching for weak points in the hull.
The temperature on the bridge seemed to drop a few degrees.
Directed growth. Searching for weak points. This meant the spore's behavior was not random but purposeful and selective.
It was actively seeking a way into the starship's interior.
Captain.
The sensor operator's voice rang out again.
The Snow Weasel has new news. Their repair robot had an accident while handling the spores. What kind of accident?
A repair robot's mechanical arm came into contact with the spores. The spores spread up the arm. A third of the robot's shell is already covered and it's still spreading.
Shin Yu's fingers clenched the edge of the command platform tightly.
The repair robot was made of a special alloy with corrosion and heat resistance 1 grade higher than the ship's armor. If even the robot's shell could be penetrated by this spore, it was only a matter of time before the Frost Moon's hull armor was breached. Tell the Snow Weasel to immediately cut the control signal to that robot and disconnect all its links to the ship.
Aye.
Less than 10 seconds after the order was issued, a reply came from the Snow Weasel.
Captain, the Snow Weasel says they can't disconnect it. What do you mean?
As the spores spread over the robot's shell, they also invaded its communication module. The robot's control system has been interfered with by the spores.
It's not following orders anymore.
Yelling came from the speaker in the background of the Snow Weasel captain's voice, someone shouting, "Don't get near it," followed by a loud crash of metal hitting the floor. The communication fell silent for a few seconds, only the hiss of static. Then the Snow Weasel captain's voice resumed.
That robot.
It's broken free from its mount in the maintenance bay. It's moving inside the ship. After the Snow Weasel captain said that, chaos erupted on the other end.
A cacophony of sounds poured from the speaker like invisible spikes driving into everyone's eardrums.
Shin Yu pressed her hand on the command console.
Snow Weasel, report the robot's current location. No response.
The sounds continued from the other end, but no one answered her question.
Snow Weasel. We're chasing it. Someone finally answered, but it wasn't the captain's voice. It was a trembling voice. It's moving fast. We lost it. Lost it. It's crawling through the ventilation ducts.
It pulled itself into the duct with its mechanical arms.
The maintenance bay's vent is too small for a person to enter.
Shin Yu closed her eyes, was silent for about 2 seconds, then opened them.
Snow Weasel, what I need you to do now is not chase that robot. Seal the ventilation ducts in the area where the robot is. Seal all compartments in that zone. Don't let the spores spread any further.
We've already done that, the young voice said.
But before the robot entered the duct, a few spores fell on the maintenance bay floor. How many? 3. No, 4 or 5.
We're cleaning them up, but the spores are stuck in the floor cracks.
Can't wipe them off.
Shin Yu's fingers clenched and relaxed again on the command console. She turned toward the communications station.
What about the scimitar? How are they? Songlan's fingers slid rapidly across the communications panel.
She called 3 times, each with a long wait. After the third call, the scimitar finally replied. It was a brief text message. Number of attachments on scimitar's hull has increased to over 10.
2 repair robots have gone out of control. Sealing relevant compartments.
The snow ferret initially had only 1 point of attachment, but now the scimitar has over a dozen. This suggests the spores did not attach one by one, but rather multiple points of attachment appeared simultaneously at a certain moment. Qin Yuyu turned around, her gaze falling upon the direction of the detection station. What is the current status of that attachment on the Frost Moon's hull?
The detection officer's fingers slid swiftly across the screen, calling up a real-time feed.
The image was projected onto the holographic display wall, and Lu Feng could see that the size of the dark red patch had grown larger than when they had last observed it. The extension speed of those filamentous structures also seemed to have accelerated. The fine threads stretching outward from the edge of the patch were slowly advancing in 2 different directions. One direction was an armor seam, the other was a nearby external maintenance hatch.
It's looking for an entry point.
Frost Moon initiate maximum level biological protection status across the entire vessel.
All personnel don protective suits and seal helmets. Song Lan organize a team to inspect every compartment.
Any suspicious spores, powder or liquid, do not touch, do not open seals, report immediately.
Understood.
Song Lan turned and left the command platform, her pace twice as fast as usual. The sound of her combat boots striking the metal floor echoed urgently through the bridge. Qin Yuyu's gaze returned to the dark red patch on the holographic display wall.
Propulsion systems. Can the hull be heated locally?
The crew member at the propulsion console paused for a moment. Yes, but the heating range is limited and the temperature can't be too high or it will affect the armor's mechanical properties.
How high can it go?
The safety limit is 800 degrees sustained heating for no more than 5 minutes.
Then heat it to 800 degrees for 5 minutes.
Raise the temperature in that area and see if it can suppress the spore spread.
Understood.
After the order was given, the area on the port aft section of the Frost Moon's hull began to heat up. On the holographic display wall, a faint red thermal halo appeared around the dark red patch, a sign that the armor plate temperature was rising. The thermal imaging showed the surface temperature of the armor climbing rapidly, soaring from the ambient temperature of several dozen degrees.
300 degrees. 500 degrees. 800 degrees.
The detection officer watched the real-time feed of the spores, and Lu Feng could also see it from the holographic display wall.
The spores' reaction to the high heat took everyone by surprise.
They did not wither, did not carbonize, nor even showed any signs of being suppressed by the high temperature. On the contrary, the dark red patch seemed to become more active under the intense heat. The extension speed of the filaments noticeably accelerated, transforming from an almost imperceptible crawl into a clearly visible growth.
It was absorbing heat. Lu Feng's pupils contracted slightly.
Captain, the temperature is rising, but the spore spread rate has increased.
The detection officer's voice was a bit dry. Stop heating.
Qin Yuyu's hand had already clenched into a fist.
This thing isn't afraid of high heat. It might even be using the heat to accelerate its own metabolism.
Attention all vessels, this is Qin Yuyu.
I order you to immediately cease all attempts to remove the attachments. The fleet channel fell silent for a moment.
The snow ferret's reply came first.
Snow ferret received.
We have already closed the ventilation ducts and maintenance hatches in the area of the attachment and are sealing the surrounding compartments.
Scimitar received. The scimitar's response followed.
We have a larger number of attachments distributed across different zones.
Sealing operations are underway. Qin Yuyu nodded. Frost Moon standing by. Keep us informed of your respective situations. Report any changes immediately. After the fleet channel closed, a brief silence fell over the bridge.
Everyone knew that the most dangerous vessels now were not the Frost Moon but the Snow Ferret and the Scimitar. The Frost Moon had only one attachment, and so far there were no signs of spores entering the hull. Communications connect to 3rd Fleet Command.
Need to increase transmission power. Increase it. Understood.
The signal indicator on the communications panel jumped a few times, changing from yellow to green.
Need to increase transmission power. Increase it. Understood.
The signal indicator on the communications panel jumped a few times, changing from yellow to green. Though still not perfectly stable, a connection could be established.
Captain, connection established.
Routing to 3rd Fleet Command.
A brief burst of static came from the speaker, followed by a middle-aged male officer's voice.
This is 3rd Fleet Command.
Go ahead. Qin Yuyu took a deep breath.
This is Frost Moon Captain Major Qin Yuyu. While on a mission to eliminate a Zerg reconnaissance unit, the Frost Moon encountered a new type of biological weapon attack. The accompanying destroyers Snow Ferret and Scimitar have been severely affected. Requesting urgent support. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line.
Major Qin, please report the specifics of the encounter. The Zerg used 6 scout ships as bait to lure our fleet into the asteroid belt. Asteroids within the belt are coated with unknown biological spores. Once attached to a vessel's hull, these spores spread rapidly and can penetrate metallic materials. The Snow Ferret and Scimitar have confirmed internal spread. The Frost Moon is currently stripping the armored hull plates in the affected area and has not yet experienced internal spread.
A new biological weapon.
Are you certain it was a preset trap by the Zerg?
Confirmed.
After luring us into the asteroid belt, the Zerg scouts dispersed along a retreat path that passed through the spore-infected area.
Major Qin Command is aware. What do you need from us?
I need rescue. The Scimitar has nearly 200 crew members, they can't hold out much longer.
At least 2 medical ships, a cruiser task force and a professional biochemical response team. Lu Feng stood by the navigation station watching Qin Yuyu's back.
Her shoulders were tense, the fabric of her uniform stretched taut across her shoulder blades. On the holographic display wall, the hull status parameters of the Snow Ferret and Scimitar were slowly changing. The number of spore attachment points on the Scimitar had increased from over a dozen to more than 20. The dark red patches looked like a spreading skin disease creeping across the silver-gray hull.
Captain Command has replied. Songlan's voice came from the communications station.
The Third Fleet has dispatched a reinforcement group to our area.
Estimated time of arrival: 3 hours.
Who is the commander of the reinforcement group?
The Long Sky Major Wen Yue.
The Changkong is the ace cruiser of the Third Fleet commanded by Wen Yue, and it has never tasted defeat in battles against the Zerg. More importantly, the Changkong is equipped with the Empire's most advanced bioprotection system, allowing the entire ship to operate independently in a completely sealed state. Package and send our location coordinates, optical images of the spore attachments, thermal imaging data and chemical analysis results to the Changkong.
Let Major Wen begin his research on the way. Understood.
The technician's fingers moved rapidly across the control panel, organizing all the collected data about the spores into a data packet and sending it through an encrypted channel. At the moment the data packet was sent, the detection console of the Shuang US suddenly emitted an alarm.
Captain. A large-scale energy reaction detected ahead.
Qin Yuyu abruptly turned around, her fingers swiftly gliding across the holographic screen. The star map was magnified and a gray area previously marked as unexplored unfolded layer by layer in the distance.
Can you stop? I haven't even digested breakfast yet. I'm just reminding you to be mentally prepared. Lu Feng didn't join their conversation.
Qin Yuyu's anxious voice echoed in the fleet channel. Snow Weasel Scimitar stopped the pursuit and regrouped with full speed towards the Shuang Yue. All ships retreat immediately. The hull of the Shuang Yue suddenly decelerated under the immense inertia, then turned to the left at an almost right angle. On the holographic display wall, those initially stationary red light dots began to move. They surged towards the direction of the Shuang Yue and the escort fleet like a tide.
Qin Yuyu's lips pressed into a line as her fingers quickly adjusted the fleet formation on the command screen from pursuit to defense.
But this was merely a temporary measure. The enemy had at least 20 vessels, creating a numerical disadvantage of 7-1. Even if the Shuang Yue was a T3 class cruiser, it could not withstand such an overwhelming assault. The atmosphere on the bridge was tense enough to draw water, with no one speaking, only the sounds of the control panel's prompts and reports and the communication channel reverberating in the air. Lu Feng stood at the back of the command platform, resting his hands on the railing, his gaze sweeping back and forth among the densely packed red light dots on the holographic screen. His brain raced, but despite searching through all the tactical knowledge he learned at the academy, he found no solution to the current situation. Lu Feng stood at the back of the command platform, resting his hands on the railing, his gaze sweeping back and forth among the densely packed red light dots on the holographic screen. Qin Yuyu turned around, her gaze fixed on the navigation console. Navigation console: find the fastest route out of the asteroid belt regardless of the density of meteors. Any route that allows the Shuang Yue to break free will do. The navigator's fingers swiftly moved across the holographic star map, scanning all available routes nearby. The distribution of meteors, their trajectories and the widths of gaps were calculated one by one and ruled out.
Half a minute later he looked up. Captain, I found a route in the right front of the Xuanjiu's current position. Passing through the outermost area of this asteroid belt will lead into open space. This one.
Shin Yu did not hesitate, synchronize the route to the navigation systems of the Snow Weasel and Scimitar, let them follow us. The hull of the Xuan US suddenly turned towards the route marked by the navigator. The engine power had been raised to 98% and the speed reading on the holographic screen was slowly climbing. Shin Yu stood on the command platform, her eyes fixed on the star map ahead, her fingers gripping the edge of the command console tightly. The Snow Weasel has received turning now current speed.
15% slower than the Xuan Yue.
The Scimitar has received its speed is 18% slower than the Xuan Yue. The engine power has been maximized but it cannot accelerate further. Shin Yu's brows furrowed. Although the destroyer's top speed was not as fast as the Xuanjiu's, under normal circumstances the gap should not exceed 5%.
But 18% was too much. Scimitar, report engine status.
There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and when the captain of the Scimitar spoke again there was more tension in his voice than before.
Engine output power is unstable and the energy core's energy output is declining. The cause is being investigated.
Shin Yu's fingers swiped across the command screen, bringing up the telemetry data for the Scimitar. The output power curve of the energy core fluctuated violently on the screen, resembling a dying electrocardiogram. The difference between the peaks and valleys grew larger and the average power was visibly declining. Her pupils narrowed slightly.
Scimitar, how many spore attachments do you have on your hull now?
37.
And it is still increasing. Shin Yu's gaze shifted to the data from the Snow Weasel. The situation of the Snow Weasel was slightly better than that of the Scimitar, but not by much. The spore attachments had increased from 1 to 19 and the output power of the energy core was also declining, though at a slower rate than the Scimitar. The trend was the same. The spores had not only attached but were also absorbing energy. Feng stood at the back of the command platform, watching the constantly changing numbers on the holographic display wall as fragmented clues in his mind suddenly connected. The spores attached to the hull, seeking armor seams and maintenance ports to enter the ship's interior. Once inside, they did not directly attack the crew but spread towards the energy core and power systems. They were absorbing energy, using the starship's own energy to accelerate their growth and reproduction.
This was not simply a biological weapon, it was a parasite.
It fed off the starship's energy, draining all resources from its host until the host completely lost its ability to move, then it would transfer to the next host.
Detection console, is there any abnormality with the Xuanjiu's engine? Everything is normal for now.
Before the words were finished, the hull of the Xuan US suddenly trembled slightly. It was a muffled sound continuously emanating from deep within the hull, as if something was slowly changing inside the engine compartment. Shin Yu's hand slammed down on the command console.
Power control console, report engine status. After a brief silence. Captain.
The voice from the power control console finally spoke, but the tone of the crew member had completely changed. The output power of the energy circuit is declining.
By how much? 3%. 5%. Still dropping, and it's dropping fast.
Shin Yu's fingers moved rapidly across the command screen, bringing up the real-time footage from the engine compartment. As the image appeared on the holographic display wall, Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. On the walls of the engine compartment, a dark red spot had appeared without notice. The spot was located precisely at the connection point of the energy core output pipeline to the main engine, which was the most concentrated area of energy flow on the entire ship. It was about the size of two palms pressed together, with countless extremely fine filaments extending from its edges, slowly creeping along the surface of the pipeline.
When did it come in?
Shin Yu's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth.
Captain, the Zerg fleet is still 15 minutes away. The voice from the detection console drew everyone's attention back to the more pressing threat.
On the holographic display wall, those densely packed red light dots were approaching at a constant speed. Feng closed his eyes, swiftly reviewing all the functions on the system panel in his mind. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within his thoughts.
Ding!
Detected that the host is currently in a high-risk combat environment against the Zerg, meeting the conditions for triggering an emergency mission.
Emergency mission issued, repel the Zerg fleet. Mission briefing, the fleet the host is currently aboard has been ambushed by the Zerg. Survive this battle and assist allied forces in repelling the Zerg fleet. Base mission rewards: engineer experience 500 metal, 50,000 energy crystals, 10,000 rare alloy, 5,000. Bonus rewards for each Zerg vessel destroyed: gain additional engineer experience 50 metal, 5,000 energy crystals, 1,000 rare alloy, 500.
Feng stared at the string of numbers on the panel, his breath hitching for a moment.
The long-awaited system mission had finally arrived. 500 experience points plus the destruction rewards.
If he could survive this battle, his engineer level might directly break through to intermediate.
That wasn't even counting the resources.
But the prerequisite was that he had to survive first. Given the current predicament of the Frost Moon, merely avoiding total annihilation would be a miracle, let alone destroying Zerg vessels.
Unless
system notification detected that the host is currently in a Starship command position and the Hurricane-class cruisers ships 2 and 3 are on standby.
This system has unlocked remote control mode.
Remote control mode description: the host can remotely access any starship produced by this system from their current location via the system panel to perform basic navigation and combat operations.
Currently accessible starships: Hurricane-class cruiser ship 2, Hurricane-class cruiser ship 3. Lu Feng was stunned. Remote control. What kind of technology was this? But now was not the time to ponder the technical principles.
2 Hurricane-class cruisers plus the 3 pursuing starships and the 4 frigates that had just finished rescue operations and were rushing over against 20 Zerg vessels.
Although still at a numerical disadvantage, it was at least not a completely hopeless situation anymore. Moreover, the Hurricane's technology was at least a generation ahead of the Frost Moon's.
Its firepower, shields and maneuverability far surpassed the Empire's current active-duty starships of the same class. System: what do I need to do for remote control mode?
No additional operations required.
The host only needs to issue commands mentally and the system will automatically transmit them to the target starship's onboard AI. The host's control experience will be identical to operating from within the starship's cockpit. On the bridge of the Frost Moon, everyone's attention was focused on the rapidly approaching red dots ahead. No one noticed Lu Feng standing in the corner behind the command platform, eyes closed, fingers slightly curled. His consciousness had already connected to the onboard AIs of Hurricane ships 2 and 3 through the system. It was a strange sensation. Though standing on the Frost Moon's bridge, he could simultaneously feel the vibrations of the engines of ships 2 and 3 and the preheating status of their weapon systems. 2 perspectives overlapped in his mind like a translucent image superimposed on another. His gaze swept across the holographic screen. The Zerg fleet was approaching at high speed and the Frost Moon had also abandoned escape, preparing for a desperate fight to the death with the Zerg. Shin Yuyu's fingers swiftly swiped across the command screen, switching the fleet channel to all-frequency broadcast mode. This is Captain Shin Yuyu of the Frost Moon.
All Imperial vessels hear me.
The Frost Moon will undertake the rearguard mission to cover the withdrawal of the Snow Weasel and the Scimitar. Your mission now is to leave this space sector alive and bring the spore samples back to command. Captain Shin, how can you possibly hold off 20 Zerg vessels? The voice of the Snow Weasel's captain came through the speaker.
This is my order. Execute it.
Shin Yuyu cut the communication and turned to face the shipwide broadcast. All crew of the Frost Moon, this is Captain Shin Yuyu. Our task now is to hold off the Zerg and allow our allies to withdraw.
Everyone return to your stations. Do not leave without my order.
The bridge fell silent for a moment, then every crew member behind their consoles sat up straight. Sensors project the real-time positions of the Zerg fleet onto the main screen. On the holographic display wall, the 20-odd red dots were approaching at a constant speed.
Weapons: all ion cannons on standby, missile launchers fully loaded, point defense cannons preheated.
Shield system concentrate all power on the bow.
Propulsion: maintain engine output at 99%, ready for high-speed maneuvers at any moment.
Shin Yuyu issued orders one by one, each brief, clear, and without a single superfluous word. Lu Feng stood in the corner behind the command platform, eyes closed. His consciousness was simultaneously connected to the onboard AIs of the 2 Hurricane-class cruisers. The engines of Hurricane 2 and 3 were already preheated, the weapon systems were charging and the shields were raised to maximum. He was waiting for the right moment. A moment when his starships would suddenly appear in the center of the battlefield, disrupting all of the Zerg's deployments.
Captain. The sensor operator's voice suddenly rose.
The Zerg fleet is accelerating. They're charging at full speed. On the holographic wall, the speed of those red dots had nearly doubled. They no longer maintained formation, but like an enraged swarm they pounced on the Frost Moon from different directions. Shin Yuyu's fingers clenched the edge of the command console. All hands, the Zerg are entering weapon range. All weapon systems open fire at will. The Frost Moon's 4 medium ion cannons fired simultaneously. 4 piercing beams of light carved straight lines through space, streaking toward the foremost Zerg vessels. The Zerg vessels nimbly scattered in high-speed maneuvers. The ion beams grazed past the edges of their shields. Only one was hit, its shield strength dropping by less than 30%. At the same time, the Zerg fleet's counterattack arrived. Over 20 dark red energy beams shot toward the Frost Moon from different directions like a dense rain of death falling from the heavens.
Hard to starboard. Concentrate all shield power on the port side.
The Frost Moon's hull lurched sharply to the right.
The immense inertia sent unsecured items throughout the bridge flying into the air.
Lu Feng grabbed a railing, his body nearly lifted off the deck.
Dark red energy beams slammed into the Frost Moon's shields one after another.
The blue energy barrier flickered violently. Each impact was accompanied by a deep muffled roar.
Shield strength decreased 1200 units.
Current shield strength 8800120000.
Shield strength decreased 900 units.
Current shield strength 7900120000.
Hard to starboard. Concentrate all shield power on the port side.
The Frost Moon's hull lurched sharply to the right.
The immense inertia sent unsecured items throughout the
current shield strength 500,012,000. After the first volley, the Frost Moon's shields had been halved.
Qin Yuyu's lips pressed into a thin line.
She didn't look at the shield strength reading. Her gaze was fixed on the red dots on the star map, which were readjusting their attack formation.
Shield system redistribute energy. Bow 40%, flanks 40%, stern 20%. Weapons focus fire on that one to port. Don't spread out the firepower. Take them down one by one.
The muzzles of the 4 medium-ion cannons swiveled simultaneously, aiming at the nearest Zerg vessel.
Fire.
4 beams struck the target at extremely close range.
The Zerg vessel's shields dropped from full to less than 10% in a fraction of a second. But it wasn't penetrated.
The Zerg vessel's hull abruptly recoiled, falling back to the second line, and another vessel immediately filled its position. They had 20 ships, enough to rotate. The Frost Moon was alone, it couldn't afford the attrition.
Captain, the Zerg's second volley is incoming.
The sensor operator's voice was strained.
Qin Yuyu's teeth ground audibly. She knew, of course.
But she had no retreat. Behind the Frost Moon were the Snow Weasel and the Scimitar, 2 destroyers that had lost most of their power and over 400 lives.
All hands brace for impact.
This time the Xenofleet's barrage was far more concentrated. No fewer than 10 crimson energy beams converged simultaneously upon a single sector of the Frost Moon.
System, now. Deploy immediately. End deployment confirmed. Please ensure the deployment zone is clear of all other starships. Once again a deluge of dark red energy beams surged across the void.
At the very instant the Frost Moon stood on the verge of annihilation, the holographic display wall flickered, the space 500 meters ahead of the vessel began to warp and distort.
Qin Yuyu's gaze snapped violently toward that point. And what is that?
And her voice had barely faded when 2 colossal silver-gray starships materialized from the vacuum. Each vessel stretched 320 meters, 20 meters longer than the Frost Moon, and gleamed with a cold metallic luster beneath the starlight. Now rotating silver vortex, a swirling storm, was clearly visible on its hull flank. 4 medium-class ion cannons were mounted along each side of the hull. 2 Thunder God heavy plasma cannons occupied the central section, and 6 Guardian AI point defense turrets were distributed across the vessel's frame. A shimmering blue energy barrier unfolded across its hull, soft yet radiant under the starlight. And the hurricane emerged precisely between the Frost Moon and the Xenofleet, interposing itself like a shield of fate. All 10 crimson beams struck its shield Hedon. And the azure barrier flared violently, then steadied once more. Shield integrity decreased by 5000 units. Current shield strength 7000120000.
In silence descended upon the bridge, absolute suffocating.
Every crew member froze mid-motion, eyes wide transfixed upon the holographic wall where 2 gargantuan starships had appeared as if conjured from nothingness. And what kind of starship is this? Where did it come from?
And the sensor officer's voice choked off, strangled with disbelief.
And Qin Yuyu's stare remained locked, unblinking, upon those twin leviathans of silver-gray metal. She had served 7 years in the 3rd Fleet, studied every Imperial starship class in existence, yet these 2 vessels were utterly unknown to her.
And sensor station, identify their class now.
Her voice tightened with urgency. And the sensor officer's fingers flew across the console, holographic data cascaded line after line. The Imperial Starship database scrolled at blinding speed, match percentages climbed slowly from 0.
Scanning Imperial Starship database, no match found.
These vessels are absent from all known Imperial registries.
Absent from Imperial registries.
Qin Yuyu's pupils contracted, not Imperial.
Then whose are they? The Xenofleets. Impossible. Xenofleet design eschewed aesthetics entirely brutal, grotesque, as though birthed from nightmares. Yet these twin silver-gray vessels possessed sleek razor-edged silhouettes undeniably forged within the human aesthetic paradigm. On the holographic wall, Hurricane 2 and Hurricane 3, having absorbed the Xenofleet's opening salvo, opened fire in return. N8 medium-ion cannons fired in unison.
8 searing beams carved straight luminous lines across the void, aimed squarely at the Xenofleet. And the enemy vessels attempted evasive maneuvers at extreme velocity, but the Hurricane's targeting strategy defied convention. Because both ships shared a single shipboard AI, their firepower operated in perfect synchrony. The firing angles, timing and target allocation of all 8 ion cannons were coordinated by one unified neural architecture. In the first volley, 4 beams sealed the left flank of a Xena vessel, 4 others sealed its right. Entrapped mid-evasion, the ship was forced into a dead zone. 2 beams struck its central hull. Its shield collapsed from full strength to 0 in 0.3 seconds. Its armor breached. Its engine chamber pierced. A dark red fireball detonated silently in the void. Before the shockwave from that explosion could even ripple outward, the second volley struck. 6 beams converged simultaneously, its shield shattered instantly. Its hull sheared cleanly in two. And the forward section drifted hundreds of meters under inertia before erupting into flame. Within mere dozens of seconds, the 2 Hurricanes had sunk 2 Xena vessels. On the Frost Moon's bridge, not a whisper broke the silence. Every eye remained riveted to the holographic wall, minds reeling, unable to process what they had just witnessed. The Hurricane's ion barrages continued, but the Xenofleet reacted far faster than anticipated. Within seconds, the remaining 18 vessels reformed their formation, abandoning the scattered assault pattern for a tight defensive circular array. From every angle of that sphere, crimson beams lanced forth, transforming the fleet into a slow-turning venomous sea urchin suspended in the starfield. The Hurricane's shields began to fluctuate under sustained bombardment. And Lu Feng stood motionless in the corner of the Frost Moon's bridge, eyes closed, sweat beading his brow. The Hurricane's shields began to fluctuate under sustained bombardment. And Lu Feng stood motionless in the corner of the Frost Moon's bridge, eyes closed, sweat beading his brow. System, deploy all drones from Hurricane 2 and Hurricane 3. Command confirmed. Drone bay doors opening. Ejection sequence initiated. The holographic wall dense arrays of hexagonal launch bays flared open along the aft sections of both Hurricanes. First came Hurricane 2. 400 drones streamed forth from its portside docking bays, their thrusters blazing slender cobalt trails tracing 400 parallel arcs across the void. Then Hurricane 3, another 400 drones identical in formation poured forth from starboard. And 2 silver-gray torrents converged in space, 800 drones in total. An overwhelming tide. On the star map, 800 new luminous points bloomed, dense, swirling like a nascent nebula unfolding across the cosmos. Thighs. And the sensor officer gaped, speech utterly failing him. Qin Yuyu stood atop the command platform, hands braced against the edge of her console, body leaning forward, gaze welded to the twin silver-gray titans on the holographic wall. Her mind raced. And standard T3 class cruisers carried 100 drones. These vessels each carried 400. They were not cruisers, they were drone carriers clad in cruiser hulls. On the holographic wall, the 800 drones completed formation. Interceptors led the vanguard, fighters followed in layered echelons, like an enraged swarm descending upon the Xenofleet's circular formation. And the Xenofleet recognized the gravity of the threat. Their defensive sphere began to deform, the crimson beams ceased scattering and instead converged toward the incoming drone swarm, but it was already too late. And the first wave of 800 drones struck within 10 seconds. And light missiles from the interceptors rained down like monsoon fury, 4 per interceptor, 600 interceptors yielding 2,400 warheads. White exhaust trails crisscrossed the void, striking the outer rim of the Xenosphere from countless angles. And the Xenofleet's point defense batteries erupted, crimson tracer fire wove a dense lethal net across space. Missile after missile detonated within that fiery lattice, blooming into orange fireballs. Yet the sheer volume overwhelmed them. After intercepting roughly 1/3, the defense grid faltered. One missile pierced the net, impacting a Xena vessel on the sphere's periphery. Its shield flared violently, not breached, but its orientation destabilized for a critical instant. That momentary breach could never be sealed. And the second wave arrived instantly, medium missiles launched by the fighters. Within 2 minutes, thousands of medium warheads saturated the Xenofleet. And the outer ring, already weakened by the first assault, buckled, then shattered under the second. 3 Xena vessels suffered simultaneous shield collapse, pierced by missiles ignited in their engine chambers, each exploding into a separate fireball in the silent dark. More missiles breached the crumbling perimeter, striking inner tier vessels. And none sank outright, but shield integrity dropped by over 60% across the board. Several hulls now bore visible breaches. Chaos erupted. The Xenosphere dissolved, some vessels attempted breakout maneuvers, others recoiled inward, still others spun aimlessly, unable to coordinate direction or intent. Lu Feng stood in the corner of the Frost Moon's bridge, beads of sweat tracing paths down his temples and nose. And controlling 800 drones demanded far greater cognitive load than he'd foreseen, each unit an autonomous combat node. Though most tactical decisions were delegated to AI, critical command directives still required his conscious input. And system, split the interceptor swarm into 2 flanking vectors, maintain frontal suppression with the fighter wing, prevent any reformation of their defensive array. Command confirmed. On the star map the 800 blue icons diverged. And the interceptor split, left and right, sweeping around the Xenofleet's flanks like twin scimitars driving deep into its ribs. The fighter wing held firm, maintaining relentless frontal pressure, pinning the Xenofleet's core forces in place. And their formation collapsed entirely. Simultaneous flanking assaults forced the Xenopoint defense batteries to divide fire, reducing their density and lethality dramatically. With the protective fire net gone, interceptor missile accuracy soared, 2 more Xena vessels fell crippled on their flanks. From the moment the Hurricanes deployed to the present, less than 10 minutes had elapsed. And 7 of the 20 Xena vessels lay destroyed. The remaining 13 bore grievous wounds. Lu Feng stood in a corner of the Frost Moon's bridge, sweat from his brow dripping onto his collar. His consciousness simultaneously commanded the shipboard AIs of 2 Hurricane-class vessels, directing 800 drones like hounds chasing scattered prey across an open field. System split the interceptors into 4 groups of 150 each to pursue fleeing targets. Concentrate the fighter squadron's fire to eliminate those still attempting to counterattack. He issued the command in his mind, and on the holographic display blue dots once again diverged. 4 interceptor squadrons sped off in different directions while the fighter squadrons converged on the slightly larger vessel at the center of the insectoid fleet. Around this vessel 2 others attempted to cover its retreat, firing dark red beams from their cannons in a desperate bid to intercept the approaching drone swarms. Missiles from the fighter squadrons rained down on the 3 insectoid ships, blasting several holes in their hulls from which flames erupted.
Hurricane 2 lock main cannon onto that flagship. Hurricane 3 cleared the remaining insectoid units nearby.
Lu Feng issued his final command. The ion cannon of the Hurricane-class vessel pierced through the still-burning region of the battlefield, striking the flagship's hull with precision. Its shields dropped to 0 within a second, the hull armor rapidly melting under the ion beam's intense heat, and the internal energy core detonated. A colossal fireball exploded in space, its shockwaves sending several already damaged insectoid ships reeling. With the flagship destroyed, the remaining insectoid vessels lost their last shred of will to fight. They ceased all attempts at organized defense or counterattack, diverting every ounce of power to their engines to flee at maximum speed in all directions. Lu Feng did not order a pursuit. The drone's fuel and ammunition were largely depleted, and further chase risked losses. Moreover, the situation on the Frost Moon was precarious. Xin Yuyu was unaware of who commanded the 2 Hurricane-class vessels, and he could not afford to reveal his connection to them under everyone's watchful eyes.
System recall all drones. Hurricane 2 and 3 tighten formation and maintain alert status. Command confirmed. Drones are returning, estimated full recovery in 8 minutes. Over the next few minutes the battlefield transitioned from clamor to silence. The still burning wreckage drifted slowly through space like dying embers of a campfire. All eyes on the Frost Moon were fixed on the 2 silver-gray giants hovering silently about 500 meters ahead. Xin Yuyu stood on the command platform, having braced herself for a final desperate struggle. Yet she never anticipated 2 starships emerging from the void, nor that their firepower would be so terrifying. From the moment the 2 ships appeared to the insectoid flagship's destruction, less than 10 minutes had passed. Now her voice carried a hint of tension. Detection station, can you contact those 2 ships? The detection officer's fingers flew across the console as the holographic communication channel list scrolled rapidly. Attempting to establish communication. No response from them.
Their communication channels are encrypted.
I cannot access them. Can you identify their communication protocol?
Which star sector?
Which unit? Unable to identify. Their communication protocol is not in the Empire's standard protocol library. Hearing this, Xin Yuyu furrowed her brow deep in thought. Captain. Urgent communication from the Snow Weasel. Put it through.
The Snow Weasel's captain's voice came through the speakers, carrying an unprecedented excitement.
Snow Weasel reporting.
The spores. The spores have stopped spreading.
Xin Yuyu froze. Say that again.
The spores have stopped spreading. The filaments are no longer growing, and some edges are beginning to peel off. Qin Yuyu slammed her hand onto the communication console. What about the scimitar?
How is the scimitar?
Before the communication could reply, the scimitar's signal cut in on its own. Scimitar report, spore activity has significantly decreased. Attachments are detaching from the hull. The energy core's output is recovering, currently at 70% of normal value and still rising. Listening to the two destroyer captains' excited, almost incoherent reports, Qin Yuyu's mind was elsewhere. The spores had stopped spreading after the insectoid flagship was destroyed. This meant the spores were not autonomous, they were controlled by some signal from the insectoid fleet. Those two starships had breached the insectoid fleet's defenses in the shortest time and destroyed the flagship with a single shot. With the flagship gone, the control signal was cut and the spores lost their activity. So the spores were indeed connected to the insectoids.
Captain. Look. They're disappearing.
The detection station's voice snapped Qin Yuyu back to reality as she jerked her head up. The space before the frost moon twisted again.
The two silver-gray giants seemed to be erased from the edges by an invisible hand, their outlines rapidly blurring.
In moments, the two 320-meter T-3 cruisers vanished into thin air before the eyes of everyone on the frost moon. The detection officer broke the silence. First gone.
Just gone. The passive detection system didn't capture anything. No jump signals. No warp fluctuations.
The young petty officer at the power console muttered something, but his voice was too soft for anyone to hear. The person next to him nudged him and he came to his senses, raising his voice. I said, those two ships.
Could they be new Imperial weapons? Like the ones from the Academy? Though legendary.
Legendary what? The person next to him pressed.
I don't know. Just legendary. Then shut the hell up.
A few relieved laughs echoed through the bridge, the sound of survivors savoring their luck.
The events of today defied everyone's understanding. Two starships absent from any Imperial registry had materialized from the void.
With 4 times the standard drone capacity for their tonnage and firepower, at least a tier above the Empire's most advanced active T-3 cruisers.
Then after the battle they vanished without a trace. What were they?
Song Lan rose from behind the communication console, her movement slower than usual, likely still reeling from the shock.
Yes, Captain.
Add a section to the battle report stating that 2 unidentified starships appeared on the battlefield, assisted us in repelling the insectoid fleet, and withdrew on their own after the engagement.
Their specific models and affiliations cannot be identified.
Song Lan sat down behind the communication console, her fingers tapping the opening of the battle report slowly on the holographic screen. She seemed not to have fully recovered from the shock moments ago, needing to run every word through her mind 2 or 3 times before confirming it. Qin Yuyu leaned against the armrest of the captain's chair, closed her eyes and replayed the day's events from beginning to end in her mind. Starting from when Command received the order, the Frostmoon as the flagship of the 9th Detachment led 2 destroyers and 5 frigates to engage and eliminate a Zerg reconnaissance unit. Everything was routine, no different from the countless missions over the past 7 years. The Zerg reconnaissance force appeared, 6 vessels, a standard reconnaissance formation. She ordered an encirclement, but instead of retreating, the enemy tightened their formation and charged Hedon.
This was somewhat unusual but not entirely without precedent.
The Zerg occasionally employed unexpected tactics, though rare. She had witnessed it a few times in her 7 years of service in the 7th sector. Then the Zerg fleet scattered in retreat and she ordered pursuit. Upon entering the asteroid belt, spore attachments were discovered and the ferret and the saber both lost power. She ordered a rearguard action, preparing to use the Frostmoon to hold off 20 Zerg ships, buying time for the friendly forces to withdraw. At the moment the Frostmoon was about to be focused by the Zerg fleet, 2 starships appeared before it like saviors. If not for the appearance of those 2 starships, the Frostmoon would now be little more than space debris drifting at the edge of this asteroid belt. And she would have become a casualty, notification folded and stuffed into the bottom drawer of some fleet's archive cabinet lying alongside her fallen comrades. Qin Yuyu opened her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed, her gaze sweeping across the command platform.
Then she noticed someone. Feng.
That new reserve captain was standing against the wall behind the command platform, his right hand still gripping the metal railing used for stability. Sweat was beading on his forehead, his collar was soaked and strands of hair at his temples were plastered to his skin, making him look as if he had been pulled from the water. Qin Yuyu's gaze lingered on Feng for a moment. The boy looked as if he had been frightened, a fine layer of sweat on his forehead, his complexion far from good. But that was a normal reaction. Anyone facing battle for the first time, having just endured such a scene, would be considered to have decent mental fortitude if they hadn't collapsed on the floor. Qin Yuyu looked away, inwardly mocking the absurd thought that had just crossed her mind. A reserve captain who had been on the ship for less than a day, who hadn't even touched the Frostmoon's console, how could he possibly be connected to those two starships? Even if he possessed extraordinary abilities, he couldn't conjure two starships out of thin air. She shook her head, casting aside those unrealistic associations.
Song Lan, is the battle report finished? Almost done, just the last paragraph.
Send it to me when you're done. I'll sign it and report it to command.
Yes, sir. Navigation report our current position.
The navigator tapped the holographic star chart and a blue dot blinked at the edge of the asteroid belt. We are on the periphery of the asteroid belt, approximately 500,000 kilometers from the engagement zone. The Ferret and the Saber are about 100,000 kilometers behind us, slowly moving to converge with the Frost Moon. Tell them not to rush.
Maintain current speed and check for any remaining spore residue on the hull.
Yes, sir. The Frost Moon cruised slowly along the edge of the asteroid belt. The spore attachment on its hull had stopped spreading after the Zerg flagship was destroyed. The filamentous structures began to shrink and fall away inch by inch from the edges, dispersing into space as gray powder nearly invisible to the naked eye. Lu Feng was still leaning in the corner behind the command platform, his hand still gripping the railing. His consciousness had withdrawn from the onboard AIs of Hurricane 2 and 3, but the exhaustion of controlling two starships simultaneously still lingered in his body. Taking a deep breath, he released the railing and shifted his weight away from the wall. Though his legs were a bit weak, he could still stand.
Are you all right?
Lu Feng looked up to see Song Lan, who had somehow walked over from the communication console, standing before him holding a cup of water. A few strands of her short hair were scattered across her forehead, shaken loose during the ship's violent maneuvers and not yet tucked back.
I'm fine.
Lu Feng took the cup and drank. The water was cool with a faint metallic taste, a characteristic flavor of the ship's recycled water system.
For your first time in battle, staying on your feet is good enough.
Song Lan's gaze lingered on his face, as if confirming he wasn't just putting on a brave front. The first time I went into battle, I threw up behind the damage control console.
After I finished, I had to keep working.
With that, she turned and walked back to the communication console.
Lu Feng finished the water, placed the cup on the wall-mounted rack and straightened up.
The fatigue seeping from his bones was slowly fading, replaced by a clarity that came from surviving a close call. Captain, incoming communication from the Long Sky. Song Lan's voice came from the console.
Major Wen is inquiring about our current position and status.
Qin Yuyu opened her eyes, her voice much steadier than before.
Reply. Song Lan's fingers danced across the communication panel, sending the Frost Moon's current coordinates and status.
Less than 10 seconds after the message was sent, a reply from the Long Sky arrived.
Frost Moon, this is Long Sky. The reinforcement fleet will arrive at the designated coordinates rendezvous in 30 minutes.
Song Lan turned to look at Qin Yuyu, who nodded slightly.
This is Frost Moon.
The Zerg fleet has been repelled. All our ships have sustained varying degrees of damage. The spore threat is neutralized and we are clearing residual material.
Reinforcement fleet, maintain current speed. See you in 30 minutes. Song Lan entered the message into the communication interface and the panel's indicator lights blinked twice, confirming successful transmission. 30 minutes passed quickly.
Captain, the Long Sky is within visual range, the detection station reported, a hint of relief in the voice.
Qin Yuyu rose from her seat and walked to the observation window.
In the distant stars, a dark gray cruiser was slowly approaching, followed by dozens of starships of various types. It was about the same size as the Frost Moon, a little over 300 meters in length, with sharper lines like a shark gliding through the deep sea. That was the Long Sky, one of the finest cruisers in the Empire's Third Fleet. The Long Sky stopped about 200 meters from the Frost Moon. The two starships faced each other across that narrow expanse of space like two people standing side by side. The Long Sky requests docking, Song Lan reported.
Approved.
The Frost Moon's starboard docking bay slowly opened and a silver-gray docking tunnel extended from the hull toward the Long Sky. The sound of mechanical structures operating came through the hull, low and powerful.
The Long Sky's docking bay opened simultaneously and the tunnels of the two ships connected precisely in space with a metallic clang.
Pressure equalized.
The hatch opened.
Qin Yuyu stood on the command platform, hands clasped behind her back, facing the direction of the docking bay. The sound of several footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, boots on the metal floor growing louder and clearer as they approached. Moments later, a full-figured blonde woman emerged first from around the corner of the corridor. This golden-haired woman was none other than Captain Wen Yue of the Long Sky, who had arrived to provide reinforcements. Behind her followed several individuals clad in distinct uniforms. She stood half a head taller than Qin Yuyu, with a tall and voluptuous figure. A simple hairpin held her golden locks in place while a few stray strands cascaded down from her ears, accentuating the sharp contours of her face. The deep blue uniform of the Imperial fleet strained against her form, the fabric across her chest pulled taut as if it might burst with the slightest movement. Her full bosom rose and fell gently with each step, every stride carrying the composed yet imposing presence befitting a captain.
As when Yue traversed the docking bay corridor, her gaze swept across the bridge before finally settling on Qin Yuyu.
Before Qin Yuyu could utter a formal word of welcome, the moment her lips parted when Yue abruptly pulled her into a tight embrace.
When Yue's arms like two iron bands constricted tightly around Qin Yuyu's back.
One hand slid from her shoulder to the small of her back, its palm tracing the curve of her spine as it descended. The other hand pressed against her shoulder blades, pulling her entire form closer. With the pressure, their full chests collided, four soft mounds pressed together through their uniforms, seamlessly molding to each other's contours.
"You scared me to death." A frantic voice rang out as when Yue buried her face in the crook of Qin Yuyu's neck.
The warmth of her breath against Qin Yuyu's skin made her instinctively shrink her shoulders.
"Yue.
There are people here," Qin Yuyu said, her voice strained as she squirmed slightly within Wen Yue's arms.
"Let me see if you're injured." When Yue finally released her embrace but showed no intention of creating distance.
Instead, she pushed Qin Yuyu slightly away, leaning down to draw even closer. The hands that had been on Qin Yuyu's shoulders began to roam downward. Qin Yuyu tilted her neck slightly, trying to evade those wandering hands. She raised her right hand, attempting to seize Wen Yue's wrist to stop her, but it slipped through her grasp like oil, continuing its descent.
"Yue, I'm really fine."
Qin Yuyu's voice rose half an octave. Her round face and almond-shaped eyes widened, bearing an expression caught between embarrassment and helplessness. Wen Yue paid no heed, as if she hadn't heard a word. Her hands continued their journey, sliding from the waist to the hips, then circling around to give Qin Yuyu's full backside a firm squeeze. After the squeeze, her hand lingered, the warmth of her palm seeping through the uniform fabric. Her fingers sank into the soft flesh as if checking for hidden bruises. Qin Yuyu's figure was round and full, the curves still distinctly visible even through the standard-issue deep blue trousers of the Imperial fleet. The tips of her ears flushed crimson. She reached out to push Wen Yue's wrist away, but the hand seemed rooted in place, immovable. Wen Yue was far stronger and, as if anticipating resistance, had anchored her weight solidly, impervious to Qin Yuyu's attempts to shove her away. "This is the bridge." Qin Yuyu forced out the words through gritted teeth. "Mind the occasion." Her peripheral vision swept across the bridge. The crew members were all staring fixedly at their consoles, not a single glance directed toward the command platform. Yet every ear was perked higher than usual. When Yue's hand finally withdrew from Qin Yuyu's backside. Before Qin Yuyu could exhale in relief, the hand moved again, its palm tracing upward along the waist to the chest. Her gaze fell upon the collar of Qin Yuyu's uniform. Two buttons had come undone from the fierce battle with the alien swarm, leaving the collar slightly open, revealing a sliver of skin flushed with a delicate pink. When Yue reached out, her fingers hooking the edge of the collar, pulling it open gently as she leaned in for a peek. Qin Yuyu's body stiffened visibly as if struck by an electric current, her spine tensing into a taut string. "What are you doing?" She grabbed Wen Yue's wrist with all her might, her voice sharp and flustered. Her round face blazed from the roots of her ears to her neck. "Oofan, checking if you're hurt, of course." Wen Yue's tone carried a hint of self-righteousness, the corner of her mouth curling into an ambiguous smirk. "Those alien creatures fling all sorts of filth at people. Who knows if some spores or parasitic eggs have latched on? What if something has taken root inside your clothes? A thorough check is necessary. You're the one who's taken root." Qin Yuyu's breath quickened the rise and fall of her chest, pulling the thin fabric even tighter. She pulled Wen Yue's hand away from her collar, gritting her teeth. "Are you done inspecting now?" "Done. No external injuries." "Then let go. You're the one holding me, not the other way around." Qin Yuyu looked down at their intertwined hands and realized she was indeed gripping Wen Yue's wrist tightly. She flung it away as if burned, tucking her hands behind her back. "Can't you be serious?" Qin Yuyu took a deep breath, trying to restore some captainly authority to her voice, but the lingering redness at her ears betrayed her. When Yue finally dropped her playful expression, her gaze shifted away from Qin Yuyu's face as she turned to address the crew members who were feigning busyness on the bridge. "Attention all personnel of the Frost Moon. This is Captain Wen Yue, Lieutenant Commander of the Long Sky. From this moment on, the reinforcement fleet will conduct a full reconnaissance and cleanup of the combat zone. The wounded will be prioritized for transfer to the medical ship. The Frost Moon is to maintain its current position and await further orders." Her voice echoed through the bridge, a stark contrast to the person who had been groping Qin Yuyu moments before. Qin Yuyu reached up and pinched her burning earlobe, muttering a curse under her breath so softly that even she couldn't hear it. The medical ship of the reinforcement fleet completed docking less than 10 minutes after Wen Yue issued the command.
It was a modified T2 class transport vessel with a prominent Red Cross emblem painted on its side.
The medical ship of the reinforcement fleet completed docking less than 10 minutes after Wen Yue issued the command.
It was a modified T.
The crew of the Frost Moon lined up before the docking tunnel, passing through the medical ship's scanning corridor one by one.
The scanning corridor could complete a full biometric scan of the body within 3 seconds, revealing any external injuries, internal wounds, infections, or radiation exposure without fail.
Most crew members had only minor abrasions and bruises. A few had struck their heads during the ship's violent maneuvers and required further observation, but no one was in critical condition.
The situation was far more severe for the Snow Weasel and the Scimitar.
As the crews of the two destroyers were transferred to the medical ship, Lu Feng stood by the observation window of the Frost Moon.
He watched the crew members emerge from the docking tunnel, their steps unsteady and their faces pale.
Some were still wearing protective suits, their sealed helmets already removed, faces glistening with sweat with red marks pressed into their foreheads by the edges of the suits. A young sailor suddenly stopped in front of the observation window, bent over, hands on his knees, and began to vomit violently. Those nearby immediately stepped forward to support him, guiding him to a nearby seat.
Medical staff rushed out from the corridor and swept a handheld scanner over him twice. The docking lasted about half an hour.
After the last batch of wounded was transferred to the medical ship, the silver gray tunnel slowly retracted from the medical vessel's hull. Wen Yue did not leave with the medical ship but remained on the Frost Moon. She now stood before the command platform, hands resting on the edge of the console, her gaze fixed on the battle records Qin Yuyu had pulled up. Data scrolled line by line across the holographic screen before her, records of spore attachments, energy absorption and activity cessation, which she examined with exceptional care.
Are you saying that this spore only stopped spreading after the insectoid flagship was destroyed? Wen Yue looked up, her eyes landing on Qin Yuyu's face. Qin Yuyu enlarged the timeline on the holographic screen.
Look here. At the same moment the insectoid flagship was destroyed, the spore attachments on the Frost Moon, Snow Weasel and Scimitar all ceased spreading simultaneously with a deviation of no more than 2 seconds. Wen Yue's brows furrowed slightly. This meant all spores had received the stop command at the same instant, and the source of that command was the insectoid flagship. Her fingers continued scrolling downward.
The latter half of the battle record began from the moment the two unidentified star vessels appeared on the battlefield.
On the holographic screen, the emergence of two silver-gray colossal ships from the void was captured frame by frame. Wen Yue slowed the playback to a quarter of its normal speed, her eyes locked onto the flickering frames.
After a moment she turned to glance at Qin Yuyu. What detection system are you using?
The Frost Moon is equipped with the Imperial Standard Model 3, isn't it? An improved version of the Standard Model 3 upgraded during the refit 2 years ago.
Its detection accuracy and sensitivity rank among the top 3 in the Third Fleet. Can it detect stealth-capable vessels?
Yes.
All stealth technologies currently in service with the Empire cannot hide from the improved Standard Model 3. Including our own.
Qin Yuyu paused. But before those two star vessels appeared, the detection system showed nothing.
Then in an instant they simply existed. Wen Yue nodded and continued, how much is written in the battle report?
It only says that two unidentified star vessels appeared on the battlefield, assisted our side in repelling the insectoid fleet, and withdrew on their own after the battle. What will Zhou Haifeng think when he sees this report?
Hell, cursed, Qin Yuyu said. Then hell, tell me to rewrite it.
Even if you rewrite it, you can't produce much more. Wen Yue straightened up from the edge of the command platform, took a few steps across the bridge, her boots clicking crisply against the metal floor. She stopped before the observation window, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the boundless starfield beyond the viewport.
Did
you notice that the two star vessels appeared very close to the Frost Moon?
Qin Yuyu paused, then walked over to the observation window, standing beside Wen Yue. They appeared precisely between the Frost Moon and the insectoid fleet.
That means the commander of those two star vessels was fully aware of the Frost Moon's position, the insectoid fleet's position, and the firepower distribution on both sides. He calculated the timing of the insectoid's second volley, and at the very moment the Frost Moon's shields were about to collapse, he positioned the two star vessels exactly where they were needed most.
What are you implying?
I'm implying that Commander possesses extremely precise battlefield awareness.
Wen Yue turned to face Qin Yuyu.
Either his detection system is more advanced than the Empire's most cutting-edge technology, or...
She paused. He was on sight. Qin Yuyu's pupils contracted slightly.
Are you saying the commander of those 2 star vessels is among our fleet?
I didn't say that.
When Yue turned and walked back from the observation window, crossing her arms and leaning against the edge of the command console. I'm only saying that from a tactical perspective, that commander's perception of the battlefield situation defies normal logic.
Qin Yu nodded.
The 2 stood before the command platform in silence for a moment. Were you able to collect spore samples?
When Yue changed the subject.
Yes. Qin Yu walked over to the detection console and took a sealed metal container from the operator, handing it to Wen Yue. Scraped from the Frost Moon's hull, sealed in a vacuum container.
It should be in its original state.
Wen Yue took the container and held it up to her eyes. Inside the palm-sized metal box, several dark red spore attachments lay still behind the transparent observation window. Their edges no longer exhibited the active writhing they had before, looking like ordinary biological specimens.
Take it back to headquarters and have the Academy of Sciences study it.
Wen Yue placed the container into the sealed case she carried.
If the insectoids can create something like this, it means their biotechnology has advanced further. We need to find a countermeasure as soon as possible.
Wen Yue handed the sealed case to her adjutant behind her, then turned back to Qin Yu, her expression softening slightly.
You were incredibly lucky to survive this.
I know.
Qin Yu's voice dropped, her gaze settling on the endless starfield beyond the viewport. Those 2 star vessels saved me.
Whoever they belong to, you owe them a debt of gratitude.
Wen Yue walked over and patted Qin Yu on the shoulder.
I owe them one too.
While the 2 captains conversed in hushed tones, Lu Feng had quietly slipped away from the bridge, eager to examine the rewards from his system mission. He needed to find a quiet place, a secluded corner where he wouldn't be disturbed. After walking for about 5 minutes, he discovered an empty cabin at the end of the living quarters. The door was unlocked. Inside, several dust-covered supply crates were stacked, looking as though no one had entered for a long time. He sidled and closed the door and slowly slid down to sit against the wall. The chill of the metal wall seeped through his uniform, sharpening his mind. He closed his eyes and opened the system panel in his mind.
Battle settlement in progress.
Battle data statistics: 13 Zerg ships destroyed, 7 Zerg ships damaged, assisted allies in repelling the Zerg fleet, completed core emergency mission objective. Basic rewards issued: engineer experience 500 metal 50,000 energy crystals 10,000 rare alloy 5,000.
Bonus rewards: engineer experience 650 metal 65,000 energy crystals 13,000 rare alloy 6,500.
Total obtained: engineer experience 1150 metal 115000 energy crystals 23,000 rare alloy 11500. 1,150 points of engineer experience shot his progress bar from 200 to 1,350.
Congratulations, host. Engineer level up. Current level intermediate engineer. New blueprints unlocked: Star Trek Combat Mech Blueprint, T3 Carrier Starship Blueprint.
Current experience 350,5000.
Experience required for next level 5,000. Lu Feng's breath caught for a moment.
He stared at the settlement rewards for several seconds, then opened the resource reserves panel. Metal 297000 energy crystals 25850 rare alloy 15930. Combined with what he had recovered from the pirate lair, he now held resources worth nearly 2 billion star coins. He steadied himself and redirected his gaze to the 2 new blueprints on the system panel. A holographic interface unfurled in his mind, and the silhouette of a colossal starship materialized from the void.
This was not the streamlined cruiser design of the Hurricane class.
Instead, it was a silver ring over 800 meters in diameter. The outer edge of the ring was clad in thick silver-gray armor plating, while the inner rim featured a dense array of hangar bays and weapon emplacements.
Its center was hollow, allowing starlight to shine through.
Within that hollow core, a hemispherical central structure floated, connected to the ring by several sturdy arms. The overall design resembled a miniature artificial celestial body, entirely unlike any starship design philosophy of the Empire.
T3 Carrier Starship Blueprint, Ship Type Carrier Starship. Tech Level T3. Hull Armor Strength 24,000 units. Cruise Speed 30 knots, Stellar Speed.
Warp Drive Class 6, Warp Drive.
Hull Diameter 860 meters. Mass 950,000 tons. Crew Complement 400.
Ship Weapons Cluster Ion Cannon Array 8 Heavy Plasma Cannon 8 High Energy Laser Array 10 Bastion Heavy Energy Shield System.
Hangar Configuration: Heavy Star Fighter 500 Star Bomber 200. Remarks: can carry Star Trek Combat Mechs 30.
Construction time 336 hours 14 days. Required materials: metal 250000, energy crystals 50000, rare alloy 25000.
Star Trek Combat Mech. Lu Feng's gaze shifted from the carrier blueprint to the combat mech blueprint. Star Trek Combat Mech specifications: bipedal humanoid mech, total height 5.2 meters. Weight 18 tons.
Armor: titanium alloy and carbon fiber composite armor with additional reactive armor modules on critical areas. Weapon system: shoulder-mounted dual light ion cannons, 2 right arm rapid-fire pulse cannon, left arm 6-barreled rotary machine gun.
Protection system: energy shield. Power system: microfusion reactor 2. Maximum speed 120 km/h. Construction time 12 hours. Required materials: metal 8000, energy crystals 1000, rare alloy 400. He tapped on that entry and the holographic interface expanded dramatically, revealing the complete three-dimensional structural diagram of a mech.
The overall lines of this mech were entirely different from any standard Imperial mech Lu Feng had seen.
The Empire's Guardian mech was blocky and heavy like a moving lump of iron.
But this mech was streamlined. From the shoulders to the waist to the ankles, every contour was a smooth curve. Its torso was an inverted triangle with the waist tapering to only half the width of the shoulders. This proportion made the mech look not like a cumbersome war machine but like a martial artist honed through countless battles. Such a design was explicitly rejected in Imperial mech engineering textbooks, as overly wide shoulders increased the target area and a narrow waist reduced structural integrity. But the system wouldn't make such a basic mistake. It had its reasons for this design. He swiped a finger across the 3D structural diagram and the mech's internal skeletal structure was revealed.
It was an extremely complex system of hydraulics and motors.
Each joint was driven by an independent set of motors, their power output regulated in real time by a sophisticated control system.
What surprised him most was the small energy core on the mech's back.
This core was only 1/3 the size of a standard Imperial mech, but its energy density was several times greater. This meant the mech's sustained combat time on the battlefield far exceeded any currently active Imperial model.
Lu Feng's gaze moved from the joints to the back, where 2 light ion cannons were mounted on weapon platforms on each shoulder.
Inside the muzzles was a spiral pattern, a type of energy focusing device designed to compress the ion beam to its utmost limit at the moment of firing.
The left arm was a 6-barreled rotary machine gun.
The 6 barrels were arranged together with an ammunition belt extending from the gun's feed port to a bulging ammunition box on the back. The right arm was fitted with a rapid-fire pulse cannon. Beneath the barrel was a row of precision heat sinks to support continuous firing. Lu Feng closed the 3D structural diagram of the Star Trek Combat Mech and returned his attention to the carrier starship. He had thought the haul from the pirate lair was a windfall and the system's mission rewards had swollen his coffers to new heights, but just as his confidence peaked, the system always used cold hard data to drag him back to reality. The resources needed to build the carrier were nearly 10 times that of the Hurricane class. Lu Feng leaned against the wall of the empty cabin, staring at the 2 construction requirements on the system panel for a long time. His current resource reserves were still short of that number. He had enough metal, but he was still short by over 24,000 energy crystals and over 9,000 rare alloy. At Imperial Commerce Network market prices, covering this deficit would cost nearly 1 billion star coins. He closed the system panel and shut his eyes, organizing his thoughts in the darkness. Building the carrier couldn't be rushed. The shortage of energy crystals and rare alloy was a real obstacle that couldn't be overcome overnight. Instead of fretting over that enormous figure, it was better to focus on what could be done now. The mechs were different. The material cost for one Star Trek Combat Mech was roughly metal 8,000, energy crystals 1,000 and rare alloy 400. Converted at Imperial Commerce Network market prices, that was about 5 million star coins per unit.
Lu Feng tapped the system panel twice and brought up the Star Trek Combat Mech blueprint.
Building 2 simultaneously would yield 2 units in 12 hours. The carrier could hold 30, meaning he only needed to build continuously for just over a week to fill its hangar.
But the problem circled back to the starting point.
Building 30 mechs required metal 240000, energy crystals 30000, and rare alloy 12000. With his current reserves he had enough metal, but the shortfalls were over 4,000 for energy crystals and nearly 3,000 for rare alloy. Converted at market prices, that was about 20 million star coins.
Forget it, head start with 2.
Lu Feng leaned against the cabin wall, tapped the system panel and added 2 Star Trek Combat Mechs to the construction queue.
Construction started. Current construction queue: Star Trek Combat Mech 2. Estimated completion time 12 hours.
Please wait patiently, host. When Lu Feng emerged from the vacant cabin, the corridor lights were dimmer than before. The frost moon had likely switched to night lighting mode with a light every few meters casting a hazy glow on the metallic walls. As he walked back along the corridor he heard voices coming from the cafeteria. The door was half open and he could see several crew members gathered around a table each holding a cup of hot drink that seemed to have come from nowhere. Their voices were higher than usual, tinged with the unique excitement of having survived a crisis. You should have seen it, those two ships just appeared out of thin air without any transition signal.
I checked the data from the detection station. The previous frame was empty and in the next frame it was right there. 800 meters away. Do you know what that means in space? Face to face. And the number of drones, let me tell you, at least 800.
The standard configuration for a T-3 cruiser is 100. What does 800 even mean? One ship equals 8 ships.
Could it be a new invention from the Imperial Academy of Sciences? The Academy.
Those people can't even stabilize the M12 reactor. Do you expect them to develop such black technology?
Then who could it be? It can't be the Zerg, right?
You've seen Zerg ships, they look like they crawled out of a dung pit, while those two ships are beautiful. Lu Feng did not linger and walked past the cafeteria door. He entered the elevator and pressed the button for the deck where the bridge was located. Inside the sealed metal cabin there was only the faint hum of the ventilation system and his own breathing. The Frost Moon's elevator was an old hydraulic drive rising slowly and he could feel the cabin inching upwards under the pull of the steel cables. When Lu Feng stepped onto the bridge, Qin Yuyu and Wen Yue were still quietly discussing something in front of the command platform. Their voices were kept low and the others on the bridge couldn't hear what they were saying. When their gazes simultaneously turned towards Lu Feng, he felt a pressure of scrutiny. Wen Yue leaned against the edge of the command platform, her arms crossed, her golden hair glistening softly under the cold light of the bridge. She was a head taller than Qin Yuyu and when they stood together they resembled a carefully matched pair, one round and gentle, the other tall and sharp.
Who is this?
Wen Yue's gaze roamed over Lu Feng from his shoulder insignia to his boots, then back to his face.
The new cadet captain Lu Feng, Qin Yuyu introduced. Assigned to me by Zhou Haifeng. Qin Yuyu turned to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, this is Major Wen Yue, captain of the Changkong. Major Wen. Lu Feng stood at attention. Wen Yue nodded and did not say much more. Her gaze lingered on Lu Feng's face for 2 more seconds before returning to Qin Yuyu. Yuyu, I need to head back. The reinforcement fleet will be patrolling this area for another 12 hours to ensure the Zerg won't return.
All right. Wen Yue turned to take a few steps toward the docking bay, then suddenly stopped and glanced back at Qin Yuyu.
Don't forget to treat me to dinner when you return. Qin Yuyu's mouth twitched slightly and before she could respond Wen Yue had already strode into the docking corridor. Moments later the docking corridor's retraction alert sounded in the bridge.
The Changkong's dark gray hull slowly moved away from the Frost Moon's starboard side, tracing an arc in space as it headed toward the reinforcement fleet. Qin Yuyu stood in front of the observation window watching the Changkong's receding silhouette for a few seconds in silence before turning back to the command platform.
Song Lan, notify all stations the Frost Moon is preparing to return. Destination Acadia Prime's orbital dock. Understood. Song Lan's fingers danced rapidly over the communication panel and the order spread throughout the entire starship via the internal communication system.
The engine power of the propulsion system was raised from standby to cruise mode and the Frost Moon slowly turned in space, heading toward the Acadia star sector. The return journey was significantly longer than the outbound trip. The Frost Moon had sustained damage in battle and couldn't operate at maximum power, so it could only proceed slowly at cruise speed. The star map on the holographic display refreshed frame by frame and the gray-yellow light point of Acadia Prime slowly grew larger in the center of the screen. Lu Feng stood in the corner behind the command platform, resting his hand on the railing, watching the increasingly close light point. The orbital dock was built on the synchronous orbit of Acadia Prime, a massive circular structure with a diameter of over 10 kilometers. The ring body was densely packed with hundreds of docking bays, each accommodating a starship, and the Frost Moon's docking bay was on the inner side of the ring numbered AL-07. The Frost Moon's hull slowly entered the docking bay under the fine adjustments of the attitude thrusters, while mechanical arms on either side of the bay extended out to securely hold the hull. A gangway rose from the ground of the docking bay and connected to the Frost Moon's hatch. Frost Moon is docked, the navigation station reported. All systems are shutting down and external power has been connected. Qin Yuyu stood up from the captain's chair, stretching her stiff neck.
Song Lan, arrange for crew shifts.
The first batch rests for 2 days, the second batch takes over.
Understood.
After the Frost Moon docked at Bay AL-07, the personnel on the bridge began to leave one after another. The indicator lights behind the control panel extinguished one by one and the holographic display wall switched from the star map to the real-time view of the docking bay. Shin Yu stood in front of the command platform, her hands resting on the edge of the control panel, head lowered as if deep in thought. After a moment she straightened up, walked toward the bridge door and paused when passing by Lu Feng.
Rest well, start training lessons together tomorrow. Understood.
After returning to the dormitory, Lu Feng lay on the narrow crew bed, his mind replaying the scenes from today's battlefield over and over. In the system panel, the progress bar for the 2 orbital combat mechs under construction had reached 40%. By tomorrow morning they would be ready, 2 steel behemoths over 5 meters tall quietly resting in his system space awaiting his summons. He turned over, pulling the blanket up to his shoulders. The soundproofing in the Frost Moon's crew quarters was poor. He could faintly hear occasional footsteps passing by in the corridor. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, 2 knocks came from outside the door.
Lu Feng opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling in bewilderment.
Who would be knocking at this hour?
2 more knocks sounded heavier this time.
He got out of bed, walked barefoot to the door and pressed the open button. The door slid to the right, letting in the dim yellow light from the corridor, casting a blurry halo on the floor at the entrance.
Shin Yu stood outside.
She wasn't wearing her crisp captain's uniform from the day but had changed into a dark gray knitted dress. The fabric was soft, clinging to her body, tracing a gentle curve from her shoulders to her waist and hips. Her hair was loosely draped over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled with a few strands falling across her chest. She wore flat leather shoes, making her a few centimeters shorter and lending her an indescribable softness. In her hands she held 2 steaming cups with a faint sweet aroma, like hot cocoa.
Aren't you going to invite me in?
Shin Yu looked at him. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside.
Before closing the door he instinctively glanced down the corridor. It was empty, no one there. Please come in.
Shin Yu walked in with the 2 cups of hot cocoa, her gaze sweeping across the room. It had likely been a long time since she last visited the Frost Moon's crew quarters. Her eyes settled on the neatly made single bed. She placed 1 cup of hot cocoa on the desk and sat down on the edge of the bed with the other. Lu Feng stood by the door, watching her sit on the bed, momentarily at a loss for words. Don't just stand there, Shin Yu said, tilting her chin to gesture toward the chair at the desk.
Lu Feng's mouth twitched and he walked over to sit down, picking up the cup of hot cocoa. First time on the battlefield, how did it feel?
Her voice was much softer than during the day, stripped of the captain's sharp edge. It was fine, Lu Feng said, holding the hot cocoa and choosing his words carefully.
More real than the simulator.
Shin Yu glanced at him, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly.
In the simulator you can die and come back.
On the battlefield, when you die you're dead. She looked down at the steaming liquid in her cup, her voice dropping as if talking to herself. I made a wrong judgment today.
When we were chasing the Zerg reconnaissance ship you warned me. Lu Feng's hand holding the cocoa paused, but he said nothing, just watching her.
I didn't listen, Shin Yu said, lifting her head. I dismissed your warning as the overcaution of a rookie scared by the battlefield.
I thought I wouldn't make that kind of mistake anymore.
Lu Feng opened his mouth to say something, but Shin Yu shook her head, stopping him.
Let me finish.
She took a deep breath. If it weren't for those 2 starships today, not a single one of the 237 people on the Frost Moon, including me, would have made it back alive. I'm apologizing to you not about who was right or wrong, but because when I made my decision I didn't fully consider my deputy's opinion. You're a reserve captain.
From the moment you boarded the Frost Moon you became my deputy.
I should value every suggestion you make, not instinctively overlook them because of your lack of experience.
To be honest, I didn't have any evidence at the time, just intuition.
If I were the captain I might have made the same choice as you.
Lu Feng looked at her and answered truthfully.
Maybe, but intuition on the battlefield is often more reliable than data. Shin Yu placed the hot cocoa on her knee, holding the cup with both hands, and changed the subject.
How much do you know about the Zerg? Lu Feng thought for a moment.
He had learned quite a bit about the Zerg in the academy, but it wasn't deep. Just what the textbooks taught. They came from outside the Milky Way, first contact over 70 years ago. The Empire's expansion fleet encountered their first reconnaissance unit on the outskirts of the Orion Arm. Both sides fought to a draw, each losing over a dozen ships. That was the first time the Empire realized there were other civilizations in the universe besides humans. Shin Yu picked up. But the Zerg aren't a sapient civilization, at least not in the way we understand it. The textbooks say they have a hive-like social structure with a queen responsible for decision-making and reproduction, while the rest are workers and warriors. The queen has high intelligence, but the workers and warriors have almost no thinking ability, only capable of executing simple commands.
That was the conclusion 70 years ago.
Shin Yu shook her head, a bitter smile on her lips.
Now we know that those so-called workers and warriors have tactical judgment on the battlefield that's no worse than the Empire's crew.
For 70 years the Empire's understanding of the Zerg has been constantly updated.
Every update has come at the cost of blood.
She set her cup aside, propping her hands on the edge of the bed, leaning forward slightly. My first battle with the Zerg was 5 years ago. In that fight we sank 23 Zerg ships and lost 4 of our own. It looked like a victory, right? But later we discovered that all those sunken Zerg ships were worker-class cannon fodder designed to consume our ammunition and shields. Not a single real warrior-class ship was lost. They used cannon fodder to trade for our ammo, feigned retreats to lure us into pursuit, and harassed us in small groups to wear us down.
Every battle the Zerg fights is about gathering data for the next one. Lu Feng's brow furrowed.
So what's the situation with the Third Fleet now? Qin Yuyu leaned back against the wall at the head of the bed, drawing one leg up and resting her hand on her knee.
Not good.
3 months ago the Third Fleet's main force was still locked in a stalemate with the Zerg on the outskirts of the 7th sector. But after breaking through the first defense line the Zerg didn't push forward. Instead they stopped and started building something in the territories they occupied.
Building what? We don't know.
Our reconnaissance fleet tried many times, but every time they approached that star zone they were intercepted by the Zerg fleet. Chief of Staff Zhou Haifeng believes the Zerg are constructing some kind of large facility, maybe a forward supply depot or a new arsenal, but no one knows exactly what it is. So that's why the Empire transferred the main force of the Third Fleet to the front line.
Yes.
After the first defense line was breached, the Imperial Military Command urgently redeployed forces from other sectors to reinforce the Third Fleet. Now the 7th sector has assembled nearly 20% of the Empire's mobile forces, with hundreds of T3 class capital ships alone.
Hundreds of T3 capital ships.
Lu Feng silently compared them to the combat power of his 2 Hurricane-class ships. In an unknown fight a Hurricane could crush any Imperial ship of the same class. But hundreds against 2, that was an entirely different matter.
Qin Yuyu's voice grew heavy. But the problem is the Zerg's numbers. Do you know how many Zerg ships we're facing in the 7th sector? Lu Feng shook his head.
According to the latest intelligence estimates, the Zerg have at least over 1,000 capital ships in the 7th sector. And that's just the capital ships, not counting the worker-class cannon fodder.
Lu Feng's hand holding the hot cocoa paused. And the Zerg's construction speed is far faster than ours.
It takes the Empire 2 years to build a T3 cruiser, from launch to combat readiness at least 3 years. How long does it take the Zerg to build a ship of the same class?
She held up one finger. 1 year.
From the moment the Queen gives the construction order to the ship being combat ready, it only takes 1 year. The Zerg's biological technology is better suited for mass production. As long as the Queen has enough biomass and energy, she can produce large numbers of combat units in a short time. Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, digesting the information Qin Yuyu had shared. So the Empire is facing both a numerical disadvantage and a production speed disadvantage.
Yes, Qin Yuyu nodded.
The only thing that offsets the Zerg's numerical advantage is that our individual ships are stronger. A T3 cruiser can take on 2 Zerg ships of the same class, the Empire has the upper hand there.
But against 3 it's risky. Against 4 it's basically suicide.
She gestured in the air with her hand. In recent months the Zerg's tactic has been to concentrate superior forces in local battles, attacking Imperial patrol fleets in small formations with a 3-toon or even 4-toon numerical advantage.
Lu Feng recalled the dense red dots he had seen on the battlefield today. If Hurricane No. 2 and Hurricane No. 3 hadn't appeared in time, the Frost Moon would have faced a siege by over 20 Zerg ships.
20 against 1, the Frost Moon's shields wouldn't have survived 3 volleys. So what does the Empire plan to do?
I don't know.
Qin Yuyu shook her head, a trace of weariness in her voice. The military command drafts new battle plans every day, but as you've seen at the front, the Zerg's advantage is still growing. The Third Fleet's losses in the past month alone are greater than the total of the previous 2 years.
Some ships have had their crews replaced time and again.
New recruits go to the battlefield before they've even gotten familiar with the consoles.
I saw how you performed today. First time on the battlefield and you didn't panic. You even offered your own judgment when I was making decisions. That kind of mental fortitude, many veterans in the Third Fleet can't match you.
Lu Feng opened his mouth to say something, but Qin Yuyu had already stood up, holding the now cold cup of hot cocoa in her hand.
Get some rest early. You have training tomorrow.
After Qin Yuyu left, Lu Feng sat at his desk for a long time.
The cup of hot cocoa, now cold, still sat on the corner of the desk. He picked it up and took a sip. It was bitter and greasy, no longer drinkable. He set the cup aside, leaned back in his chair, and the words Qin Yuyu had just spoken churned over and over in his mind. The Zerg's numerical advantage, construction speed, and tactical evolution capabilities were all problems the Empire currently had no solution for.
Lu Feng rose from his chair and lay back down on the narrow crew bunk.
This time he fell asleep quickly. The next morning at 6 o'clock the ship's broadcast sounded on time.
Attention all personnel, the Frost Moon will enter routine maintenance status today at 800 hours. All positions will follow the rotation schedule. Lu Feng opened his eyes, lay in bed for a few seconds, then turned over and sat up.
He quickly washed and changed into a clean uniform, hastily ate breakfast in the mess hall, and then took the elevator to the bridge. Qin Yuyu was already standing on the command platform. Today she had changed back into her crisp captain's uniform, her hair tied in a neat ponytail, a stark contrast to the woman in the knitted dress who had sat on the edge of his bed the night before. "You're here," she said, glancing at Lu Feng. She picked up a data pad from the command platform and handed it to him.
"Here is today's training plan. Take a look first." Lu Feng took it and glanced over it.
The training schedule was packed, running from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon with only a 1-hour lunch break. The content included ship handling, weapon systems operation, tactical command, emergency response, and Zerg identification, covering almost all the subjects a starship commander needed to master.
"Have you been exposed to any of this before?" Qin Yuyu asked. "I studied it at the academy and practiced some on the simulators." "Then we'll start with Hansen training." Qin Yuyu turned and walked towards the bridge entrance. "Follow me." Lu Feng followed behind her through the corridor and into the elevator. Qin Yuyu pressed the button for the lower deck.
As the elevator doors opened, a smell mixed with oil and metal rushed towards them. The temperature on the lower deck was much higher than the upper levels. Lu Feng could feel waves of heat rising from the floor. Qin Yuyu led him through the maintenance workshop and stopped in front of a gray metal door. She pressed her palm on the scanner beside the door and it slid open silently. The tactical simulation chamber was not large, about 100 square meters, with 6 silver-white pods neatly arranged inside. Compared to the brand new simulators on the Hurricane, the exteriors of these pods showed obvious signs of wear and tear, with several having maintenance tags stuck on them.
"These are the oldest pieces of equipment on the Frost Moon. They were here before I even came aboard."
Qin Yuyu walked over to the front simulator pod and reached out to pat its shell. "But every crew member on the Frost Moon, including myself, trained on these machines. This morning you'll first familiarize yourself with the Frost Moon's control system.
It's an older model with physical buttons and partial holographic interfaces.
You'll get used to it after a few tries."
Lu Feng nodded and lay down inside the simulator pod.
The hatch closed and the internal display system lit up. As expected, it was different from the Hurricane. The clarity and response speed of the holographic interface were a grade lower. The console still had a large number of physical buttons, and the lettering printed on some of them had already faded.
"Stop staring and get to work." Qin Yuyu's voice came through the simulator pod speakers. Lu Feng took a deep breath and placed his hands on the console.
The feel was indeed different. The Hurricane's holographic console had no physical feedback, relying entirely on visual and auditory cues. The Frost Moon's physical buttons had distinct travel and resistance, giving a mechanical sensation when pressed. Following Qin Yuyu's instructions, he completed the steps for engine startup, system self-check, attitude adjustment, and undocking procedures step by step. Every step went more smoothly than he had anticipated, not because of his proficiency but because his experience piloting the Hurricane had given him a fundamental understanding of starship control.
"Not bad," Qin Yuyu's voice sounded through the simulator pod speakers. "Much better than the scores in your file." Lu Feng's mouth twitched, but he said nothing and continued operating. The training continued for the entire morning.
From starship control to weapon systems operation, from tactical command to emergency response, Qin Yuyu ran through every simulation training subject available on the Frost Moon. During the lunch break, Lu Feng leaned against the simulator pod, flexing his somewhat stiff fingers. Qin Yuyu handed him a bottle of water.
"This afternoon we'll practice Zerg identification."
"Zerg identification?"
"Yes. You've studied it in your textbooks, but the material on the actual battlefield is very different from the textbooks. The forms the Zerg take in battle are sometimes completely different from the standard diagrams in the books."
She activated the holographic screen and brought up a set of photos.
"Identify this."
"What type of Zerg vessel is this?"
Lu Feng leaned in for a look.
The photo showed a dark red vessel with an irregular shape at surface, covered in chitinous armor with several tentacle-like protrusions extending from the front of the hull.
He had seen similar images in his textbooks. Worker-class scout ship. Wrong. That's a warrior-class assault ship. Qin Yuyu shook her head. Scout ships have a more slender hull and fewer tentacles. Look at the angle this photo was taken. When viewed from the front, the cross-section of an assault ship is elliptical while a scout ship's is nearly circular. Lu Feng stared at the photo again. Indeed, the cross-section of the hull was faintly visible against the shadows of flattened oval rather than a circle. This kind of difference won't be taught in textbooks because their diagrams are idealized. But on the battlefield, no Zerg vessel is ever idealized. They are all different like human fingerprints. You have to learn to extract the key identifying features from those irregular forms. Over the next few hours, Qin Yuyu went over all Zerg models from scout ships to battleships. Some photos were of very poor quality as if exported from outdated reconnaissance equipment. Some photos only showed a part of a Zerg vessel, not the whole thing. Lu Feng discovered that using the system's auxiliary functions to identify these photos yielded nearly 100% accuracy. But he couldn't show it. So he intentionally made a few mistakes and corrected them under Qin Yuyu's guidance. He couldn't be so terrible that Qin Yuyu thought him hopeless, nor could he be so good that it aroused her suspicion. "You're in good form today," Qin Yuyu said, turning off the holographic screen. Many veterans when first exposed to these photos have an accuracy rate of less than 60%. You got most of them right on your first try, which is beyond my expectations. After dinner, Qin Yuyu called him to the bridge again. This time it wasn't for training. It was for him to follow the night shift crew and familiarize himself with the Frost Moon's night watch procedures. "Captain, aren't you going to rest?" Lu Feng watched as Qin Yuyu walked onto the bridge carrying her fourth cup of coffee. "I'm used to it," she said, sitting down in the captain's chair. "For the first 3 years aboard, I never slept more than 6 hours a day. It's better now, but 7 hours is enough." Lu Feng said nothing, sitting down in the first officer's seat and beginning to follow the night watch crew to familiarize himself with the procedures. For the next 3 days, Lu Feng practically lived in the tactical simulation chamber. He woke up at 6 every morning, reported to the bridge at 7, started training at 8 and continued until evening. The training intensity Qin Yuyu assigned him was greater than the rookie period of any active crew member on the Frost Moon. But he gritted his teeth and endured it because the system's auxiliary functions made his learning efficiency much higher than an ordinary person's. The muscle memory that needed to be formed through repeated practice was something he could master after just a few hands-on sessions with the system's help. It wasn't until the afternoon of the third day that Qin Yuyu called him out of the simulator pod. "No training today." She stood in the lower deck corridor holding a data pad. "The Ministry of Military Affairs has sent a notice." Lu Feng crawled out of the simulation pod, stretching his stiff neck. "What's the notification?" "Training for the reserve captains." Qin Yuyu handed him the data tablet. "We gather at the command center at 8 in the morning the day after tomorrow. The training involves ground combat exercises located on a planet occupied by the insectoid species." Lu Feng took the data tablet and quickly skimmed through the content. "The training lasts for 5 days and all reserve captains must participate. This training will also be included in the final assessment. This means that the performance during this training will directly affect whether he can pass the assessment for reserve captains, as well as the type of vessel assigned after the assessment. The training content is not about vessel operation but ground combat, including identification of insectoid habits, ground tactics, survival skills and individual combat." The last section of the data tablet read, "As a Starship Commander, one needs a comprehensive understanding of the insectoids. The world outside the vessel is also a battlefield. Previous reserve captains never had this training," Qin Yuyu suddenly remarked. Lu Feng looked up at her. Qin Yuyu leaned against the wall of the simulation pod, arms crossed over her chest. "In previous trainings, reserve captains were never sent to the ground. This training subject was added temporarily." "Temporarily added?" "Yes. It was only decided last week." Qin Yuyu lowered her voice slightly. "It is said to be a directive issued directly from the highest level, and the reason is simple: the requirements for captains have increased. A starship's value far exceeds any equipment on the ground. If a captain makes a mistake in command and the starship is struck by the insectoids, the loss is not just that of a starship but also the lives of hundreds of crew members aboard. The higher-ups now realize that if a captain only understands vessel operation and lacks true knowledge of the insectoids, the judgments made at critical moments could be fatal." Lu Feng remained silent for a few seconds, looking down at the data tablet again. "So this training is not just a simple exercise. You can think of it as a screening process. Only those who can survive and return will be qualified to command a starship. Those who do not return. You can think of it as a screening process.
Only those who can survive and return will be qualified to command a starship. Those who do not. The insectoid ground units are divided into several types, the most common being worker insects, which are not very large, about 2 meters tall, with 6 legs and 4 limbs evolved into sharp side-like structures that can easily cut through human protective gear. Next up are soldier insects, which are 2 to 3 times the size of worker insects, covered in thick armor. Ordinary firearms are basically ineffective against them. There is also the spitter insect, which has a medium build, a bulging sac structure on its back that can spray highly acidic liquid with extreme corrosive properties. The most dangerous is the brain insect, the commander of the insectoid ground forces. It is not large but possesses high intelligence, capable of coordinating hundreds or even thousands of insectoid units in cooperative combat. Brain insects rarely appear on the front lines. They hide within the protective circle of the insect swarm, commanding the entire swarm through a biological signal not yet fully deciphered by humans. Let me take you somewhere. Qin Yuyu took the data tablet and turned towards the elevator. Lu Feng followed her as the elevator ascended, stopping at the level where the weapon bay was located. The weapon bay is located in the midsection of the Frost Moon, a large space filled with various models of firearms hanging on the walls. Qin Yuyu walked to the innermost wall of the weapon bay, on which hung not the standard Imperial pulse rifles but a batch of more rugged-looking weapons that seemed formidable. Qin Yuyu reached for a silver-gray rifle from the wall, weighing it in her hands. This is an experimental model from the Imperial Military Research Institute, each with unique performance. She handed the rifle to Lu Feng. "Give it a try." Lu Feng took it. The rifle was lighter than he expected, with a very comfortable grip. With the stock against his shoulder, the aiming line was clear and the trigger had a short, crisp pull.
This rifle has low recoil, high accuracy and fast firing rate. Qin Yuyu took another rifle from the wall.
The drawback is its relatively low power. It's adequate against worker insects but insufficient against soldier insects. She handed him another rifle. This one was significantly heavier, with a thicker barrel and a visibly larger magazine capacity. This is a kinetic weapon that fires high explosive rounds. It has great power, capable of penetrating soldier insect exoskeletons, but the recoil is substantial.
An untrained person could injure their shoulder with a single shot.
Lu Feng raised both rifles to test them, clearly preferring the second one.
"I choose this one."
"Alright." Qin Yuyu took down a holster and magazine pouch from the wall. "You can borrow this rifle for 5 days, return it to me afterward." She handed him the holster and magazine pouch.
"Don't lose it. There are not many of these experimental models in the entire empire."
Lu Feng nodded, fastening the holster to his waist and practicing the motion of drawing the rifle, which felt smooth.
Qin Yuyu took a dagger from the wall, its blade a dark gray with intricate patterns on the surface.
"Take this one too. On the battlefield a gun may jam or run out of power, but a knife is always usable." Lu Feng took the dagger, drew the blade for a glance. The angle of the edge was minimal, sharp enough to reflect a human figure. He closed the blade and clipped it to the other side of his belt.
Qin Yuyu clapped her hands. "Alright, I'll give you a day off tomorrow. We gather at the command center at 7 in the morning the day after tomorrow.
Once there, prioritize safety.
Don't be reckless." Lu Feng nodded, saying thank you.
After returning to his dorm, he placed the rifle and dagger that Qin Yuyu lent him on the bed, then sat down and opened the system panel. 2 Star Trek combat mechas were still in the system space, ready to be summoned at any time. He thought for a moment and tapped a couple of times on the system panel, adding the 3rd and 4th Star Trek combat mechas to the construction queue.
Mechas are never too many. The aircraft carrier can hold 30 units and he currently only has 2.
Lu Feng turned off the panel, tidying up the rifle and dagger that Qin Yuyu lent him, then took out some change of clothes from the wardrobe and stuffed them into a military backpack.
The day after tomorrow he would head to a planet occupied by the insectoid species.
Lu Feng closed his eyes, the images of the insectoids' clawing and gnashing forms surfacing in his mind. He felt no fear, only that his heartbeat was slightly faster than usual. At 6:30 in the morning, the sky over Arcadia Prime had yet to fully brighten. Lu Feng, carrying a military backpack, exited the berthing area of the Frost Moon and walked along the ring corridor toward the orbital elevator. The corridor's lighting shifted from the dim yellow of nighttime mode to the cold white of daytime, casting bright patches of light upon the metal walls. A queue had already formed at the entrance to the orbital elevator, where over a dozen soldiers in Imperial uniforms stood waiting. Lu Feng swept his gaze over them. Most bore the shoulder insignia of 2nd or 1st lieutenant. A few like himself had no rank insignia, likely reserve captains from other vessels. The elevator car was spacious, capable of holding 30 people.
Lu Feng stepped inside and leaned against a handrail in the corner.
As the car descended, he felt a slight change in air pressure against his eardrums, akin to the sensation during an airplane landing. Exiting the orbital elevator and passing through the spaceport's security checkpoint, Lu Feng walked all the way to the 3rd Fleet Command building. Outside Conference Room 3, a sizable crowd had already gathered, standing in small clusters, murmuring amongst themselves.
As Lu Feng approached, fragments of conversation drifted into his ears.
I heard this training is on a planet occupied by the Zerg, not a simulator.
Obviously.
Can a simulator replicate that Zerg stench?
Let me tell you, you can smell Zerg ground units from a kilometer away. It's like rotting flesh. Have you seen them? My senior from the previous class told me. He went.
After he came back, he showered for 3 days, said the smell was embedded in his protective suit and wouldn't wash out.
Come on, you've never even seen a Zerg. Where'd you get a senior? I heard about it, okay.
Another voice cut in, steadier than the first two, carrying a tone of forced calm.
My captain once told me that Zerg ground units are a completely different beast from those in space.
In space you're firing from tens of thousands of kilometers away, you can't even tell if you've hit.
On the ground it's right there, 3 meters away.
You can see the drool dripping from its mouth.
Can you stop? I haven't even digested breakfast yet. I'm just reminding you to be mentally prepared. Lu Feng didn't join their conversation.
He stood at the periphery of the crowd, adjusting the strap of his backpack on his shoulder. His gaze swept through the crowd and then settled on a corner. Lin Ruoshua was standing there, her back against the corridor wall, holding a datapad, looking down at something.
After a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng walked over. After all, they were from the same academy. He wanted to say hello. As if sensing his approach, Lin Ruoshua looked up.
Her eyes appeared exceptionally bright and clear under the corridor's lights.
Her gaze rested on Lu Feng's face for a brief moment, then she nodded.
I didn't see you last time when Captain Wen visited the Frostmoon, Lu Feng said, leaning against the wall next to her and placing his backpack at his feet. Were you on the long sky then? I was, Lin Ruoshua replied, putting away her datapad. But Major Wen told me to stay on the Longskis bridge to familiarize myself with the duty procedures. How did things go on the Frostmoon that day?
Lin Ruoshua asked.
Not bad, Lu Feng said. The Zerg were repelled.
The Frostmoon took some damage, but nothing serious.
The noise in the corridor suddenly subsided. The door to Conference Room 3 opened from the inside and a middle-aged officer in a colonel's uniform stepped out.
Everyone inside.
The crowd surged into Conference Room 3.
The room setup was different from last time.
Above the podium hung a massive screen displaying a star chart. At the center of the star chart was a blue region marking the Empire's controlled territory. At the edge of this blue region, several red dots flickered.
At 8 o'clock sharp, the conference room door opened again.
This time an officer in a Marine Corps uniform entered. He was not tall but was very robust, his neck almost as thick as his head, and the muscles in his arms strained the sleeves of his uniform. I am Zhao Tiajuan, commander of the 3rd Marine Brigade. His voice was full and powerful, clearly audible throughout the room without the need for a microphone. 2 days ago the 3rd Fleet received an emergency distress signal. The source is a colony on the edge of the 7th star sector designated RX-3 with a population of approximately 23 million. Zhao Taijun tapped on the star chart, which zoomed in to display a gray-green planet on the screen. The colony is currently under siege by Zerg ground forces.
Their ammunition is nearly depleted. Without reinforcements they will be overrun within 24 hours. The room fell silent for a moment as everyone processed the information. Our mission is to reinforce RX-3. This is not a simulation, it is real combat. You will serve as ground combat units in the reinforcement force directly participating in the battle. This statement hit like a stone thrown into a calm lake, shattering the silence. Murmurs arose from every corner. Aren't we captains? Why are we fighting on the ground? 23 million people. How many Zerg ground units are there? What about our equipment? Is this all we've got? Zhao Taijun raised his hand and the room fell silent again. This is not an ordinary reinforcement mission, Zhao Taijun said, his voice deepening. This is an assessment.
At the academy you learned Starship Command and were tested on simulators. But the Imperial Military Command believes that a qualified Starship Commander cannot just give orders from the bridge. You need to understand the Zerg, their tactics, habits and weaknesses. In other words, the results of this operation will be factored into your final evaluations. Every decision you make, every shot you fire will be recorded, assessed and scored. Zhao Taijun straightened up, picked up a data pad from the podium and projected a structural diagram of the RX-3 colony onto the holographic screen.
The surface section contains the administrative center and residential areas. The underground section houses the mining zones and shelters. Currently the Zerg have occupied 60% of the surface area. All surviving colonists have withdrawn to the underground shelters. He used a red arrow to mark the Zerg's attack routes on the structural diagram. The Zerg have 3 attack routes. The main thrust is directed at the colony's frontal defenses. This is where the fighting is most intense. 2 flanking routes from the east and west are attempting to encircle and cut off supply and retreat paths. Our mission is to stabilize the frontal defense line while dispatching small units to clear the Zerg elements on the flanks. Zhao Taijun turned off the structural diagram and placed both hands on the podium. Now everyone proceed downstairs to draw your equipment. Combat suits, helmets, face shields, communicators, 1 set per person. If the size doesn't fit, exchange it on the spot. Don't wait until you're on the battlefield to find out it's uncomfortable. The crowd rose and made their way toward the conference room door. Lu Feng followed the flow downstairs to the equipment distribution area on the first floor. It was a spacious room with neatly arranged rows of brand new gear stacked on shelves against the walls. Lu Feng walked up to the shelves, found a combat suit marked with an XL tag from a row of hanging uniforms. He took the suit off the hanger and spread it out in his hands for a look. The standard combat suit of the Imperial Ground Forces was a deep gray with a thick fabric that felt rough to the touch, its surface bearing a fine granular texture, the sensation of bulletproof coating. The suit was a one-piece design with a zipper running from the chest down to the crotch, requiring one to slip entirely into it. He found a corner, quickly removed his uniform, folded it neatly aside and pulled on the combat suit. When the zipper was fully closed, the collar automatically tightened, conforming to his neck and forming a seal. The suit fit perfectly. The pleated design at the joints allowed unrestricted movement. He bent his knees and raised his arms, confirming freedom of movement, then took armor plates from the shelf. The armor plates were modular, divided into 4 parts: chest, shoulder, arm and leg pieces secured to the corresponding positions on the suit via buckles on the surface. The chest plate was the heaviest, a single curved ceramic composite panel covering the entire front torso from collarbone to abdomen. The helmet was deep gray, matching the combat suit, with a visor made of transparent alloy glass and a small array of sensors below it. He put on the helmet, adjusted the inner lining's tightness, and the holographic display on the visor automatically lit up. In the upper left corner of his field of vision, physiological data such as oxygen level, air pressure, temperature and heart rate were displayed. The upper right corner showed communication channels and signal strength. After donning the gear, Lu Feng walked to the adjacent weapon distribution area. A sergeant with a buzz cut stood behind a table on which rows of pulse rifles were laid out. Name, the sergeant asked without looking up. Lu Feng. The sergeant swiped his finger across a data pad, found his name, then retrieved a numbered weapon case from under the table and opened it. Inside the case was a standard Imperial M9 pulse rifle, its body black, approximately 80 centimeters in length. The magazine was inserted into the magazine well in front of the grip alongside 2 spare magazines and a multipurpose bayonet. The sergeant took the rifle from the case, pulled the bolt, inspected the chamber and confirming it was clear, handed it to him. Lu Feng took the rifle. It was heavier than he expected, about 4 kilograms. He had handled this type of rifle at the academy. The shooting classes used the civilian version of the M9, which had less power but the same operating logic. 5 spare magazines, 1 medical kit, 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of water. The sergeant placed each item from the case onto the table. Check them now, speak up if anything's missing. Lu Feng inspected everything, confirmed the count was correct and tucked the spare magazines into the pouches on his tactical belt. No issues. The sergeant checked a box on the datapad and called out without raising his head. Next. Lu Feng slung the rifle over his shoulder, shouldered his backpack and walked out of the equipment distribution area. The corridor was already filled with people in full gear. The deep gray combat suits and helmets made them look nearly identical, distinguishable only by the faces behind the helmet visors and the insignia on their shoulder patches. After about 20 minutes of waiting, Zhao Taijun's voice came through the speakers at the end of the corridor. Everyone assemble at the transport ship berths in the spaceport. The crowd began to move. Lu Feng followed the flow out of the building, across the plaza and into the berthing area of the spaceport. Then he stopped in his tracks. What occupied the berth was not a transport ship but a battleship. The silver-gray hull gleamed with a cold luster under the spaceport lights, its length estimated to exceed 1,000 meters. On the side of the hull was painted a massive Imperial Eagle emblem and the insignia of the Third Fleet. Its very presence exuded a sense of oppression, like a slumbering ancient beast coiled in its berth, ready to awaken at any moment. The gangway had been lowered and at its entrance stood a lieutenant colonel in a black military uniform, hands clasped behind his back, expressionless as he watched the line of reserve captains boarding. Lu Feng followed the line up the gangway, through the airlock and into the interior of the battleship.
The corridor was wide enough for 4 people to walk abreast and the ceiling was significantly higher than that of the frost moon. The lighting was a warm white unlike the dim cold light of the frost moon. Holographic screens were embedded in the bulkheads on both sides scrolling basic information about the vessel. 3rd Fleet Flagship Fortress T4 Class Heavy Battleship, overall length 1100 meters, overall width 120 meters, mass 3.98 million tons. Lu Feng followed the group about 100 meters down the corridor before stopping in front of a massive airtight door. A red light glowed above the door and a small screen beside it displayed the words crew compartment. After about a minute the red light turned green and the airtight door slid silently to both sides. The crew compartment was much larger than he had imagined, a rectangular space roughly 100 meters long and 30 meters wide. 4 tiers of seats lined the walls on both sides with less than a meter of space between each tier. Judging by the length of the corridor and the number of airtight doors passed along the way, there were at least 5 more such compartments, each housing different combat units. At that moment over 90% of the seats were already occupied, forming a sea of deep gray combat suits. Lu Feng scanned the compartment looking for an empty seat. The seat on the 3rd row by the aisle was vacant. He walked over, placed his backpack at his feet and leaned his rifle between his legs. No sooner had he settled his backpack than he felt the seat beside him sink. Someone had sat down next to him. The seats in this crew compartment were continuous benches. There were no armrests separating each seat, just shallow divisions marked on a long bench. When 2 people sat together their thighs were almost touching. Lu Feng turned his head to look, then froze. Lin Ruoxue was sitting right beside him wearing the same deep gray combat suit as everyone else. Her M9 pulse rifle rested against her knee, barrel pointing upward, her fingers resting on the grip at the middle of the rifle body. Lin Ruoxue. Lu Feng called out instinctively. Lin Ruoxue turned her head, her eyes behind the visor meeting his. But Lu Feng noticed some details he had never observed before. Her lips were pressed tightly together, so tight that the line of her lips was nearly invisible. She was nervous. This genius girl of the Star Sea Command Academy facing the insectoid ground forces could also feel nervous. Lin Ruoxue responded, her voice sounding a bit unnatural. Lu Feng opened his mouth wanting to say something to ease the atmosphere, but the words died on his lips, feeling that nothing would quite fit. He simply closed his mouth and turned his gaze back to the holographic screen at the front of the crew compartment. The screen was rolling with the latest battle report from the RX-3 colony as frames of reconnaissance footage shot from space flashed by. The ground of the colony was unrecognizable, with buildings flattened, streets destroyed, and everywhere was burning debris and smoking craters. The insectoids surged in the footage like ants advancing from the wilderness surrounding the colony towards its center. "Is this your first time seeing this thing?" A voice came from Lu Feng's left, raspy as if it belonged to someone who smoked too much. Turning his head, Lu Feng saw a middle-aged man sitting beside him, appearing to be in his mid-30s. The man's face was lean with a stubbly jaw, and on his right arm his combat uniform bore the insignia of the 3rd Marine Brigade. "With that build, are you a rookie?" The man glanced at Lu Feng's empty shoulders, devoid of any rank insignia or unit patches, just the plain combat uniform. Lu Feng nodded, offering no further explanation. "A candidate captain?" the man asked again, his tone carrying a sense of certainty. "How did you know?" "Just a guess." The man took an energy bar from his pocket, tore open the packaging and took a bite. "The Marine Brigade received notice a few days ago that a batch of candidate captains is to see some action. You guys' shoulder insignias are all blank, so it's easy to recognize you. My name is Lu Lei." The man stuffed the last bite of the energy bar into his mouth, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, and extended his hand. 3rd Marine Brigade 7th Assault Battalion Sergeant. Lu Feng shook his hand. The man's palm was rough and dry with a strong grip. "Lu Feng, candidate cap." At that moment the lights in the personnel compartment suddenly dimmed, switching from warm white to dark red, signaling that the ship had entered combat readiness. The holographic screen on the wall flickered and the image switched to real-time footage of Captain Feng of the ship Pancher. A resolute-looking middle-aged woman appeared on the screen, adorned with the rank of Rear Admiral, her short hair neatly tucked behind her ears, her gaze sharp. "I am Captain Feng of the Pancher. All combat units be advised, our ship will enter transition mode in 15 minutes. Upon arrival in the RX-3 star domain, the transport ships will be released immediately and airborne operations will commence." The image disappeared and the screen returned to the battle situation analysis. The countdown for the transition began flashing on the holographic screen. The personnel compartment had no windows, so the outside scene was invisible, but Lu Feng could feel the vibrations beneath his feet. It was the low-frequency tremor generated by the ignition of his main engine coursing up his spine. The vibration lasted for about 30 seconds, then the entire ship suddenly accelerated, pressing Lu Feng's body back into his seat. The Pancher traveled through space for about 6 hours, passing through a stargate in the process. During the stargate transition, Lu Feng felt a strange dizziness similar to the sensation of passing through a stargate on a civilian flight but lasting longer. As the dizziness subsided, the ship's broadcast rang out again.
The Pancher has arrived at the RX-3 colony. All personnel enter level 1 combat readiness. Repeat, all personnel enter level 1 combat readiness.
At that moment, the atmosphere in the personnel compartment changed with the broadcast. Those who had been resting with their eyes closed suddenly opened them, sat up straight and began checking their weaponry. The sounds of chambering rounds, magazines clicking into place and tactical belt buckles tightening echoed throughout the compartment. Lu lay beside Lu Feng, picked up his helmet from his waist and donned it, adjusting the lining before checking the magazine and chamber of his pulse rifle. His movements were swift, each step requiring no thought, as if muscle memory was etched into his bones.
A newbie.
Lu Lei suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed not on Lu Feng but on the front wall of the compartment. "When we hit the ground, stick close to me.
No heroics, don't fall behind and don't wander off."
Lu Feng nodded, securing his helmet as the holographic display interface on the visor automatically lit up. Oxygen levels at 100% pressure, normal communication channels connected, heart rate 72 beats per minute. He took a deep breath and his heart rate jumped to 78 on the visor's display. "Attention everyone," Zhao Taijin's voice came through the personnel compartment's speakers.
"The Pancher will enter the RX-3 orbit in 10 minutes. At that time, all personnel will board the transport aircraft in order.
I will repeat, this is not a drill. You are about to face the ground forces of the insectoids. They will show no mercy to you. Remember your training, trust your comrades and come back alive." The speakers crackled with static before falling silent. No one spoke in the personnel compartment. Hundreds of people sat quietly in their seats awaiting those final 10 minutes. Lu Feng leaned back in his seat, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the grip of his pulse rifle. His heart rate had dropped from 78 to 7 Taitwo and then to 68. It wasn't due to a lack of tension, but rather the body had calmed down after reaching a certain level of anxiety. He felt the same sensation during his first battle with the insectoids on the ship Xuanyue, but that time was from the bridge firing ion cannons from hundreds of kilometers away. This time was different. This time he would stand on the ground face to face with the insectoids. The holographic display interface on the visor popped up a notification in the upper right corner.
"The Pancher has entered the RX-3 orbit. Current altitude 420 kilometers. Airdrop will begin in 10 minutes.
Zhao Lei stood up beside him, hoisting his backpack from his feet and securing it, checking the buckles on the magazine pouches of his tactical belt once more.
"Have you ever sat in a transport aircraft?" he asked.
Lu Feng stood up, securing his backpack and hanging his gun across his chest.
"No."
"Then don't sit by the window later." Lu Lei adjusted the holographic interface on his helmet visor to the communication channel settings page. "Seeing that kind of scene for the first time can make you nauseous." Lu Feng nodded, adjusting the communication channel to the frequency Lu Lei had told him. "Temporary channel for the 2nd Company of the 3rd Battalion has been connected." The holographic interface on the visor displayed a line of green text. A massive holographic screen lit up on the front wall of the personnel compartment. The screen showed real-time footage of the RX-3 planet below the Pancher, its grayish-green continent sprawling across the surface. Zhao Taijin's figure appeared in the lower right corner of the screen, dressed in a set of command armor much heavier than standard combat attire, holding a datapad while standing on the bridge of the Pancher.
"Attention all personnel, the landing zone has been designated.
The 1st Battalion is responsible for the front line, the 2nd Battalion for the eastern flank and the 3rd Battalion for the western flank.
Candidate captains will be assigned to the 1st Battalion.
The personnel compartment stirred at this announcement, with hundreds of individuals rising simultaneously, the sounds of metal seats folding and weapons clashing blending together.
The crowd began to surge towards the passageway.
Lu Feng followed closely behind Zhao Lei, moving forward with the flow of people.
After about 3 minutes, the front of the passageway opened up.
The landing hatch was a massive airlock now fully opened, revealing the scene outside. Beneath the colossal hull of the fortress, dozens of transport shuttles hovered at the docking interfaces, their engines emitting silent flickering blue plasma flames in the vacuum. Several rows of circular observation windows lined the bulkhead, their thick glass framed with reinforced metal. Through them, the deep black of space and the gray-green land of planet RX-3 were visible. Further out, the other warships of the 3rd Fleet had formed a standard defensive formation. 3 T-3 class battlecruisers were positioned in a triangular pattern flanking the fortress, while dozens of destroyers patrolled the outer perimeter. Among these steel behemoths, hundreds of fighters had already been deployed, weaving through the fleet's gaps like a school of silver flying fish on patrol. Lu Feng snapped back to reality, quickly strode through the airlock and walked along the connecting passage into one of the transports.
The interior of the transport was slightly smaller than the troop bay, capable of holding about 50 people.
Seats lined both sides of the bulkhead, leaving a narrow aisle in the middle.
2 rows of yellow pendant lights hung from the ceiling of the aisle.
The illumination was dim, casting a gloomy atmosphere against the dark gray armored interior walls.
Lu Feng found a seat near the back and sat down, fastening his harness.
Lu Lei sat opposite him, clamping his rifle between his legs and closing his eyes to rest.
Before the hatch closed, Lu Feng saw Lin Ruoxua enter the transport. She kept her head down, almost trotting inside. Her visor was already lowered, obscuring her expression.
Lu Feng thought she would retreat to the farthest corner, but she didn't.
She walked straight over to him and took the seat beside his. As she fastened her harness, her hand trembled, missing the buckle.
She pulled it out and tried again.
The hatch closed and the sound of the airtight locks clicking echoed through the cabin.
Transport detachment countdown 10-9-8.
Zhao Taijian's voice came through the comm channel.
3, 2, 1. Detach.
The transport jolted violently. Lu Feng's body pressed into his seat by the inertia. Through the porthole he saw the immense hull of the fortress rapidly receding. Then he saw the entire fleet. After detaching from the fortress, the transport accelerated and the view grew wider. The full scope of the Third Fleet unfolded bit by bit in the porthole. Dozens of warships were arrayed in a massive hemispherical defensive formation centered on the fortress like an open umbrella covering the planet RX-3. The turrets on each warship rotated slowly, their main cannons aimed at the planet's surface, ready to provide orbital fire support at any moment. Under the cover of these warships, over 300 transports simultaneously detached from their berths, formed up in the void and collectively dove towards RX-3's atmosphere. The 300-plus transports were organized into 30 echelons, each with 10 ships in an arrowhead formation.
Lu Feng's transport was on the outermost edge of the second echelon.
Through the porthole he could see transports bearing the Imperial Eagle emblem all around, ahead and behind. They looked like a string of silver beads under the starlight, rapidly plunging towards the gray-green planet. The fleet grew ever distant behind them, while RX-3's atmosphere loomed ever closer ahead. Gray-white clouds churned like a boiling pot of thick soup, with glimpses of the gray-green continent and deep blue ocean visible through the gaps.
Everyone attention.
The pilot's voice came over the cabin intercom.
We are about to enter the atmosphere. There may be turbulence.
No sooner had he spoken than the transport shuddered violently. The gray clouds outside the porthole swallowed everything, visibility dropping to 0 instantly. The fuselage began to shake intensely, the metal skin emitting a sharp, piercing shriek from atmospheric friction, like something screaming just outside the hull.
Lu Feng gripped his armrest tightly.
The vibration lasted about 20 seconds and then the transport broke through the clouds. Outside the porthole, the ground of RX-3 was now clearly visible. The colony's buildings lay on a vast plain spanning roughly 200 to 300 kilometers. The tallest structure, estimated to be under 300 meters, was likely the administrative center. But those buildings were no longer intact. From the aerial view, a massive breach was clearly visible in the colony's northern defensive line. The ground around the breach was densely covered in tiny black dots, spreading like an ink stain across the gray-green plain. Those black dots were moving slowly but steadily forward, advancing towards the colony's center.
It was the Zerg. Lu Feng's heart pounded.
Zhao Taijian's voice came over the comm channel, more urgent than before. All units be advised, Zerg anti-air fire is locking onto the transport formation. All craft prepare to deploy countermeasures. Almost simultaneously, dozens of bright green beams shot up from the Zerg positions north of the colony. Those beams were incredibly fast, taking just over a second to travel from the ground to the altitude of the transport formation. Each beam was like a searing needle piercing the gray-green sky. Spitters. Lu Lei's eyes snapped open, a trace of tension in his voice for the first time.
Everyone hold on.
The transports in the first echelon began evasive maneuvers, their fuselages tilting sharply.
Lu Feng's body was thrown against the side of the porthole by the inertia.
A bright green energy bolt grazed the tail of Lu Feng's transport, passing so close he could clearly see the texture of that energy mass through the porthole. It was a liquid-like flame, its surface roiling with tiny bubbles. Each bubble burst, splattering smaller green droplets. The energy bolt struck the wing of a transport behind them. That mass of bright green seemed alive, latching onto the transport's armor upon contact and beginning to corrode it. The metal armor turned from silver to black in seconds, then began to smoke. That transport started to lose control, spiraling towards the ground. But before it had descended halfway, the corrosion hole had spread across the entire wing root and the wing snapped off completely. The transport tumbled towards the earth like a chunk of iron with a broken wing. Lu Feng stared at the falling craft, his pupils contracting slightly.
Don't look, Lu Lei's voice came from across the aisle. Staring won't help.
Those who survive will survive, those who don't, you staring at them won't save them.
Lu Feng averted his gaze from the porthole and took a deep breath. The transport formation deployed countermeasures before the spitter's second wave arrived. Dozens of countermeasures ejected from the tails of each transport, exploding into clouds of silver-white metallic chaff that glittered in the sunlight. The spitter's energy bolts were deflected as they passed through the chaff clouds, the bright green beams tracing arcs across the sky. Seizing this gap, the transport formation accelerated into a dive, speeding towards the designated landing zone.
Lu Feng turned to look at Lin Ruoxue beside him. She sat there, her hands gripping the armrests tightly. On her helmet visor, her heart rate display was jumping, having reached 135. Her eyes were fixed on the falling transport outside the porthole, her lips trembling slightly as if muttering something, but only breathing could be heard on the comm channel.
Lin Ruoxue, Lu Feng called out. She didn't react. Lin Ruoxue, he said, raising his voice.
She turned her head abruptly, her eyes behind the visor filled with a forced stubbornness.
When we hit the ground, stay close to me.
Lin Ruoxue was stunned for a moment, her bright eyes looking at him, her lips parting.
Don't be a hero, don't fall behind, don't wander off.
Lu Feng parroted the exact words Lu Lei had used with him.
A corner of Lin Ruoxue's mouth twitched as if she wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry.
Your heart rate is 135, Lu Feng said, pointing to his own visor.
Try to get it below 90 before we land, or your hands will shake and you'll miss your shots.
Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the heart rate on her visor had dropped from 135 to 103.
That's better, Lu Feng said. Remember, stay close to me. Lin Ruoxue nodded, saying nothing.
By now the transport formation had broken through the spitter's anti-air net.
The colony's ground structures were rapidly magnifying in the porthole. Prepare for landing, the pilot's voice sounded again. Everyone check your gear. Be ready to fight on the ground.
Lu Feng shifted his pulse rifle from his chest to his side muzzle, down, his finger resting outside the trigger guard. He took one last look out the porthole. The breach in the colony's defenses was drawing nearer, the black tide of the Zerg surging across the ground. The transport's retro-rockets ignited at 50 meters above the ground. A powerful recoil surged up from beneath the seat and Lu Feng's body was pressed down hard. The warning alarm for the hatch opening shrieked inside the cabin as red warning lights flashed frantically.
Go! Go! Go!
A non-commissioned officer standing at the hatch shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the din. The moment the hatch opened, a wave of heat mixed with a burnt smell and an indescribable stench rushed toward him. Lu Feng followed the soldiers in front as they jumped off the transport plane, his combat boots raising a cloud of grayish-white dust upon hitting the ground.
The colony's ground was far worse than he had anticipated. What should have been a smooth alloy-paved road was now riddled with pits and holes eroded by the corrosive fluids of the Zerg. The road was covered with craters of varying depths, their edges irregular and molten, looking as if melted by intense heat and then solidified again. Between the craters a layer of grayish-green slime covered the road, its surface glistening with an oily sheen, making it slippery and sticky to step on. Lu Feng's first step landed in a patch of slime. His boots slipped and his body lurched forward.
Instinctively he reached out to brace himself, his palm pressing into a puddle of nutty yet dried slime. The sensation sent a chill up his spine as if he had thrust his hand into the entrails of some creature. He quickly stood up, wiped his palm on a drier patch of road, then raised his pulse rifle, pressing the stock firmly into his shoulder.
Spread out. Spread out. Don't bunch up. Take cover. Take cover. Don't just stand in the open like targets.
A hoarse voice came from the left. Lu Feng turned to see a sergeant directing the disembarking soldiers to fan out on both sides with hand signals.
Lu Feng looked around. The landing zone was a small spaceport on the outskirts of the colony.
The transport planes hadn't parked on the tarmac but had landed directly on an open field north of the terminal building. Dozens of transport planes were landing simultaneously in the area, the downdraft from their engines sending debris flying everywhere. The sounds of hatches opening echoed one after another. Soldiers in dark gray combat uniforms poured out of the transports, spreading across the open field like a gray tide. The first wave of Marines had already set up a temporary defensive line 50 meters ahead. Using the wreckage of the terminal building and several abandoned armored vehicles as cover, they aimed their rifles toward the north where the Zerg forces were positioned.
Over here.
Lu Lei's voice came from ahead at the front of the formation.
Lu Feng jogged over, crouching low with Lin Ruoxue close behind him.
Their combat boots made squelching sounds on the slime. When they reached the wreckage of the terminal, Lu Lei stopped, leaning against a half-height broken wall.
The wall was originally a partition between load-bearing columns made of reinforced concrete.
It was at least 30 centimeters thick with no signs of corrosion on the backside, suggesting it had collapsed before the Zerg advanced this far.
Right here.
Lu Lei crouched down, resting his rifle on a gap in the broken wall.
Good field of view.
You can see the entire northern defensive line. Lu Feng crouched beside him, resting his own rifle on the wall and peering north through the scope. In front of the defensive line was an open field, once the colony's agricultural area, neatly divided into rectangular plots.
But now the boundaries of those plots were completely indistinguishable.
The ground was covered in shell craters and trenches carved by the Zerg as they crawled, as if a giant plow had turned it over. Further away, about 2 kilometers off, he could see the Zerg ground forces moving. Those black insects flowed across the grayish-green plain like a river, stretching from the northern horizon all the way to the front of the defensive line. "My God!" Lu Feng heard someone whisper behind him. He turned to see a reserve captain from his transport, looking even younger than him, with the same empty shoulder boards on his uniform. The young man was crouched behind a fallen concrete pillar, his face as pale as paper, his hands trembling slightly as he held his rifle.
"First time seeing this?"
Lu Lei asked without turning his head. The young man swallowed hard and nodded. "You'll get used to it," Lu Lei said flatly.
"Or you won't, and you'll die, and then you won't have to see it anymore."
The young man's face grew even paler.
More transport planes were landing. Lu Feng looked up at the sky, seeing the massive formation of over 300 aircraft had split into 3 waves.
The first wave of 120 was landing, the second wave was descending to prepare for landing, and the third wave was circling at high altitude, providing aerial fire support.
The landing zone had expanded from the initial area to cover the entire spaceport. From his position, Lu Feng could see at least 50 transport planes distributed to the east, south, and west. Each transport was releasing soldiers.
Those gray figures poured out of the cabins and quickly converged toward the defensive line. Though the scene seemed chaotic, the soldiers moved to their respective areas according to their units after disembarking, then entered pre-designated positions under the command of non-commissioned officers.
Ahead of Lu Feng, the frontal defensive line of the 1st Regiment was rapidly taking shape.
The forces of 3 battalions were deployed across a front about 5 kilometers wide, and their position was the assembly area for the 1st Regiment. From the information on the communication channel, Lu Feng judged that the reserve captains like him were to be dispersed and integrated into the various companies of the 1st Regiment. Just then Zhao Taijin's voice came through the channel, more urgent than before.
"All units, attention. Orbital fire support will arrive in 30 seconds. Everyone take cover immediately."
Lu Feng had just pulled his body back behind the low wall when the sky above him lit up. It was a blazing white light, 100 times more dazzling than sunlight pouring down from space.
3 thick beams of energy precisely struck 3 different positions in the Zerg lines from orbit.
Lu Feng had never seen a battleship's main cannon fire, but he knew that the main guns of a T-4 class heavy battleship could level a small mountain range. The earth trembled violently. Even kilometers away, Lu Feng could feel the ground shaking like an earthquake from the shockwaves of the bombardment. Grayish-white dust trickled down from the cracks in the low wall, landing on his helmet and shoulders. 20 seconds later, Zhao Taijin's voice came through the channel. "Orbital fire support has concluded. All units advance as planned." Lu Lei peered out from the other side of the low wall using binoculars to observe the direction of the Zerg positions, then pulled back and crouched next to Lu Feng. "The orbital bombardment will probably take out the first wave of Zerg vanguards, but at most 5 minutes, and the ones behind will fill in. The Zerg's numerical advantage on the ground can't be offset by just a few rounds of orbital strikes." Before Lu Lei could finish his words, new movement appeared on the northern horizon. The colossal craters carved by orbital bombardment still smoldered, their edges glazed into dark brown glass by the searing heat shimmering under the sunlight. Yet in the gaps between those craters the black swarm began to surge once more. They poured forth from the deeper rear positions, advancing swiftly along the ravines and crater rims left by the previous assault. Unlike the first wave, this formation was far more dispersed, with the distance between individual creatures stretching from 10 to several dozen meters. Orbital bombardment could annihilate a densely packed swarm, but its lethality was drastically diminished against such a scattered formation. "They've learned," Lu Lei muttered. Crouching behind the low wall, Lu Lei peered through his binoculars at the approaching black silhouettes. The last wave got terrified by the orbital strike, so this one's spreading out. The adaptability of the Zerg far outpaces the Empire's tactical updates. Lu Feng gazed through his scope at the approaching Zerg individuals, witnessing living Zerg for the first time without simulators or holographic projections. They stood about 2 meters tall, with 6 legs arrayed on either side of their bodies, each ending in razor-sharp bone spurs. As they scurried across the gray-green ground, a rapid clicking patter arose. Their bodies were streamlined, sheathed in black carapace whose patterns formed irregular geometric designs under the sun. Their forelimbs had evolved into scythe-like bone blades, their edges so thin they were nearly translucent, constantly opening and closing as they moved. This was the most basic Zerg ground unit in Imperial military manuals, yet on a real battlefield each one could push a fully armed soldier into a desperate struggle in direct combat. Lu Feng's finger rested on the trigger, locking onto a worker Zerg rapidly closing in through his scope. Its movement was swift but not in a straight charge. This erratic motion made aiming difficult. The crosshairs in the scope constantly swayed around the edges of its body, struggling to settle on a vital point. Fire! An order crackled through the calm channel, and in an instant thousands of pulse rifles along the entire defensive line opened fire simultaneously. Blue pulse beams poured from the line like a torrential downpour, tearing across the gray-green sky and striking the rapidly approaching black figures. Lu Feng squeezed the trigger. The recoil of the pulse rifle slammed into his shoulder socket, the muzzle jerking slightly upward. The first beam struck about half a meter to the side of the worker Zerg, blasting a small crater in the dry earth and kicking up dust that obscured the scope's view. He took a deep breath, adjusted his aim, and as the dust settled he fired again. This time he hit. The blue beam struck the Zerg's back carapace. A burst of dark green ichor erupted from the carapace. The creature's body lurched violently, a fist-sized hole torn open and its shell fluid gushing from the wound. Aim for the joints. Lu Lei's voice rang out from beside him. The carapace is useless. It can take 3 to 5 direct pulse rifle shots. Hit the leg joints. Hit the abdomen. Lu Feng inhaled deeply, shifting his aim from the Zerg's back to the joints of its legs. The worker Zerg's 6 legs were arranged in 3 pairs each with distinct joint structures where the carapace was thinnest. He held his breath, the crosshairs steadily locking onto the joint of the nearest leg. The blue pulse beam struck the joint with precision. In that instant he saw the leg sever from the body, a torrent of dark green ichor spurting from the wound. The worker Zerg's body tilted sharply. Its remaining 5 legs failed to maintain balance and the entire form toppled to one side. It thrashed on the ground, the severed leg flailing wildly in the air while its scythe-like forelimbs gouged deep furrows into the earth. The defensive line erupted with gunfire, the roar of thousands of pulse rifles merging into a continuous thunder. Blue beams wove a dense net of fire across the gray-green plain, each leaving a fleeting trail in the air. The swarm fell in droves under the fiery web, some collapsed legs severed writhing, others leaked fluids from abdominal wounds, still others struck repeatedly, lay still forever. Yet more poured from the rear. Even as the defensive fire reached its peak intensity, the swarm's advance was only slowed, not halted. Lu Feng had just finished his 3rd magazine when the ground beneath his feet shuddered. He thought it was his imagination at first, but a second later the tremor grew more pronounced. From the base of the broken wall, gray-white dust trickled down and tiny pebbles danced on the ground, emitting a rapid, urgent clatter. Something's underground, someone shouted. Lu Feng looked down. The gray-green slime on the ground was rippling in tiny waves like a pond disturbed by a pebble. But the epicenter of the ripples wasn't beneath him, it was about 200 meters ahead of the defensive line. A patch of ground began to bulge upward. Gray-green vegetation and pale dust slid off the swelling earth, revealing dark brown soil beneath. Wispy white steam rose from the cracks in the soil, carrying a pungent sulfurous odor. The swelling accelerated, soil churning outward from the arched center as if something was breaking through from the depths. Spread out. Don't cluster. Lu Lei's voice came from beside him, carrying a tension Lu Feng had never heard before. Before Lu Feng could react, the bulging earth exploded. A colossal beetle burst forth from the ground, hurling soil and rocks dozens of meters into the air like a geyser, scattering debris. Its size dwarfed an ordinary worker Zerg by at least 5 times. Its body measured over 6 meters in length, the part already above ground standing taller than a man, with more still emerging from the underground cavity. Most striking were the massive mandibles flanking its mouthparts, curving outward like sides, their inner edges lined with rows of serrated ridges. Each opening and closing produced a sharp, clear crack like 2 enormous iron clamps colliding. Behind it, from the pit over 3 meters in diameter, 2 more equally massive burrowing beetles were climbing out. Soldiers near Lu Feng concentrated their fire on the burrowing beetle. A dozen pulse rifles fired simultaneously, blue beams hammering against its carapace. But the pulse rifle's power seemed like a child's toy against the burrowing beetle. Each beam left only a scorch mark on the carapace, failing even to crack it. The beetle charged on through the dense pulse fire, closing the distance from 200 meters to 150, then to 100. Rockets, someone yelled over the calm. A white smoke trail arced from the left flank of the line, streaking toward the beetle with a long fiery tail. The rocket struck the beetle's head with precision, and the explosion's blaze engulfed the front half of the massive insect. The beetle's charge finally slowed. Lu Feng saw that a large chunk of the left mandible had been blown away, dark green ichor gushing from the break.
Half of the face of the burrowing worm was blown to bits by the rocket, yet it did not fall. Its body swayed slightly amidst the shockwave and 6 stout legs dug deep into the ground, stabilizing its center of gravity. The remaining giant mandible continued to open and close incessantly, swiftly clamping down on the nearest soldier. The soldier had just poked half of his body out from behind cover and hadn't even had time to retreat when the mandible snapped shut. The serrated edge of the bone blade pierced through the armor of the combat suit, penetrating the chest and emerging from the back. In that instant when the soldier was caught by the giant mandible, he lost all strength and his pulse rifle slipped from his hand, rolling into the nearby slime. His mouth was agape, wanting to scream, but only a garbled bubble sound escaped his throat. Dozens of pulse rifles resumed fire, the blue beams densely striking the head and body of the burrowing worm. The shell of the burrowing worm finally began to crack under the concentrated fire, at such close range dark green bodily fluid seeping out from the fissures. Yet its size was too great, even when battered and bruised inertia propelled it forward. Lu Feng saw the giant mandible still hanging with the soldier's corpse, with violently the body flung off the bone blade, tumbling through the air before crashing onto the ground several meters away. The corpse hit the ground with a dull thud, like a bag of cement dropping from a height. Then the burrowing worm's body began to rampage, its 6 legs pushing with force as its massive body collided with the wreckage of an abandoned armored vehicle. The several-ton armored vehicle was sent rolling, its body crushing a nearby low wall in the process. 2 soldiers hiding behind the wall had no time to escape, trapped between the armored vehicle and the collapsed wall. One of them was still moving, an arm extending from the rubble, fingers flailing in the air. "Medic!" someone shouted. But before the medic could rush over, a second burrowing worm crawled out from the hole. Its size was similar to the first, the mandible still caked with dirt and debris, charging toward the defensive line as soon as it emerged. A third one emerged as well. 3 burrowing worms simultaneously rampaged along the defensive line, tearing apart the frontline positions within minutes. The broken walls, debris and abandoned vehicles that the Marines used as cover were like paper before the burrowing worms. One burrowing worm crashed through an entire section of low wall, burying 5 soldiers crouched behind it under the rubble. 2 of them struggled to crawl out, faces covered in blood, dragging their rifles backward. The other 3 were buried deeper, with only a hand and a foot visible from the pile of rubble. A massive breach appeared in the defensive line. The worker swarm of the insect race surged through the gap, a black tide flooding into the inner side of the defense, sickle-like forelimbs waving amidst the crowd. Amidst the chaos, Lu Feng heard a rapid breath behind him. He turned sharply. Lin Ruoxue was crouched about 5 meters behind him, leaning against a collapsed concrete pillar. Her rifle rested on her knee as she was reloading the magazine, her fingers fumbling on the clip's buckle without success. Less than 10 meters behind her, a worker insect was darting out from the shadows of the rubble. Lin Ruoxue did not notice it. Her entire focus was on the jammed buckle of the magazine pouch, her anxious expression reflected in the visor of her helmet. Lin Ruoxue did not notice it. Her entire focus was on the jammed buckle of the magazine pouch, her anxious expression reflected in the visor of her helmet. The worker insect was now less than 8 meters away from her, the sound of its legs moving on the ground completely drowned out by the surrounding gunfire and shouts. Lu Feng did not call her name, there was no time. He raised his pulse rifle, locking onto the worker insect through the scope, the pulse beam striking its head with precision. The worker insect merely shook its head after being hit at a vital point, momentarily slowing down before continuing its charge toward Lin Ruoxue. The power of the pulse rifle was insufficient. Lin Ruoxue finally felt the ground vibrating behind her. She turned her head sharply, her pupils reflecting the sickle-shaped forelimb of the worker insect raised high. Her face turned pale in an instant. Lu Feng discarded the pulse rifle, drawing out the experimental kinetic weapon that Qin Yuyu had lent him from behind his waist. The silver-gray body of the gun gleamed coldly under the gray-green sky, the barrel significantly thicker than that of the pulse rifle. He raised the gun, the crosshair in his scope locking onto the crack in the head armor of the worker insect. The worker insect's sickle-like forelimbs were raised to their highest point, preparing to strike down. Lu Feng pulled the trigger. The recoil of the gun was far greater than he had anticipated. The stock slammed into his shoulder, pushing his entire body back half a step. A dark golden flash erupted from the muzzle, a high explosive round shot out from the chamber, tracing a visible trajectory through the air. The projectile accurately hit the crack in the worker insect's head armor, and the effect was completely different from the pulse rifle. Upon impact, the high explosive round detonated dark golden flames, engulfing the entire head of the worker insect. The head armor shattered into countless pieces in the explosion, dark green bodily fluid gushing out like a fountain from the severed neck. The worker insect's body flipped backward in the shockwave, its 6 legs flailing wildly in the air for a moment before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of gray-white dust. Its head was gone, leaving only a massive wound at the neck still oozing bodily fluid.
Lin Ruoxue stood in front of the worker insect's corpse less than a meter away from its twitching legs. She held the pulse rifle which had no magazine, her breathing rapid and erratic, the visor of her helmet fogged up obscuring her expression. Before Lu Feng could retract his gun, Lin Ruoxue lunged at him, diving straight into his arms. The stock of the pulse rifle hit his ribs, causing him to suck in a sharp breath. Her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, fingers digging into the tactical harness on the back of his combat suit.
Lin Ruoxue. Lu Feng called out.
She did not respond, her face buried in the armor plate of his chest, breathing fast and erratic, her hot breath escaping through the edge of the visor onto his neck.
Lin Ruoxue.
Lu Feng raised his voice slightly, reaching out to push her shoulder.
Her arms tightened even more.
Those hands had an extraordinary strength, making it hard for Lu Feng to catch his breath. He could feel Lin Ruoxue's fingers twitching the joints, making faint scraping sounds against the edges of the tactical harness.
Don't push me away.
Her voice muffled against his chest, trembling with an extreme intensity.
Just for a moment. Just for a moment.
Lu Feng's hand paused in midair, surrounded by the sounds of gunfire and shouting.
The gap in the defense line continued to widen, with more insectoid creatures pouring in from that direction.
Lu lay crouched a few meters away, his gun aimed at the breech, finger on the trigger, firing continuously at a worker insect attempting to break through. He glanced at Lu Feng and Lin Ruoxue, muttering something under his breath before turning back to continue shooting.
Don't huddle together.
A coarse voice cursed over the comm channel. Pick up your guns.
The defense line is going to collapse.
Lin Ruoxue seemed startled, stepping back, her hands clumsily trying to retrieve a magazine that had fallen on the ground. The magazines lay beside the body of a worker insect, less than half a meter from its twitching legs. Dark green bodily fluid flowed slowly from the severed neck of the insect, pooling on the ground in a sticky puddle. Lin Ruoxue's hand trembled as she reached out, but biting her lip, she firmly grabbed the magazine, shoved it into the rifle's magazine well, and slapped it to ensure it was secured. Her movements were much quicker and more decisive than before.
Lu Feng withdrew his gaze, reattaching the experimental kinetic weapon to his waist, bending down to pick up the pulse rifle.
The headless worker insect lay on the ground, its tendons instinctively contracting without neural commands.
Can you shoot?
Lu Feng tilted his head and asked. Lin Ruoxue raised her rifle, aiming towards the gap in the defense line. Her hands still trembled slightly, but the gun was generally steady. She took a deep breath, the fog on her mask thickening and thinning with her breath.
I can. Then shoot. Lu Feng turned and crouched back behind the broken wall, repositioning his gun on the gap.
The breach in the defense line had widened to nearly 50 meters. 3 burrowing insects charged through 3 different positions at the breach like 3 living bulldozers, demolishing the temporary barricades that the Marine Corps had painstakingly established. At that moment, Lu Feng heard a low rumble from the sky. The sound was completely different from that of a transport aircraft passing through the atmosphere. He looked up to see 12 massive metal containers descending vertically from the clouds. Each container was about 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, with a deep gray exterior covered in thermal tiles and attitude control nozzles. The bottom of the containers had 4 massive landing rockets ejecting blinding white flames, slowing down just before making contact with the ground. The 12 containers hit the ground almost simultaneously, kicking up circular clouds of gray-white dust. The outer shells automatically unlocked upon landing, with the latches at all 8 corners popping open simultaneously, the side panels collapsing outward with a loud crash. 12 mechs emerged from the containers, forming a combat formation and advancing towards the swarm of insects.
The mech squad has arrived on the battlefield.
A deep male voice came through the comm channel. Begin clearing the breach. Lu Feng saw through the scope that the lead mech was heading towards the closest burrowing insect near the defense line. The burrowing insect had just turned around from the collapsed third barricade, a twisted metal plate still hanging from its massive jaws. The distance between them was closing rapidly. The burrowing insect seemed to sense a new threat, abruptly turning towards the mech, its 6 legs digging deep grooves in the ground. The burrowing insect acted first, all 6 legs pushing powerfully, its massive body charging forward at an incredible speed. Its jaws opened wide, the serrated ridges inside casting uneven shadows in the sunlight. The mech did not evade. Its right arm lifted the barrel of the 30mm rapid-fire cannon aimed at the head of the burrowing insect before it fired. The 30mm shells exploded on the head armor of the burrowing insect, each shot leaving a fist-sized dent in its shell. The first 3 shots only shattered the outer keratin layer. The 4th shot began to penetrate, and by the 5th shot dark green bodily fluid started to spray out from the bullet holes. The burrowing insect's charge gradually slowed amidst the hail of bullets, its head being hammered repeatedly by the continuous fire of the rapid-fire cannon, shell fragments and bodily fluid splattering in the air. Yet its inertia still propelled it forward. Its massive jaws snapped shut less than 5 meters from the mech, the edge of its bone blades scraping against the armor of the left arm, producing a metallic scraping sound. The mech sidestepped to the left, avoiding the direct bite of the massive jaws, while its left arm's energy blade slashed upwards. The dark red blade cut into the gap in the burrowing insect's neck armor. That spot was the weakest point in the burrowing insect's defense, with the shell thickness of less than 2 centimeters beneath which lay the muscle tissue connecting the head to the torso. The high temperature of the energy blade cauterized the blood vessels as it cut, so there was no bodily fluid spraying out. The head of the burrowing insect slid off its neck and fell to the ground, its massive jaws still feebly opening and closing. The headless torso stood in place for about 2 seconds before all 6 legs bent simultaneously, the nearly 10-ton body crashing down, kicking up a cloud of gray-white dust. From the moment the mech fired until the burrowing insect fell, the entire process took less than 15 seconds. The other 11 mechs also opened fire simultaneously. Lu Feng saw that about 200 meters to the left 2 mechs were flanking the second burrowing insect. That burrowing insect learned from its companion's lesson. It did not charge head-on, but instead chose to flank from the side. Its speed was faster than the first one, with its 6 legs alternating steps, its massive body nimbly navigating through the ruins, trying to use the collapsed debris as cover. But the mech's reaction was even faster. One mech used its rapid-fire cannon to seal off the burrowing insect's route of advance, 30mm shells exploding into a line of craters in its path, forcing it to slow down. Another mech flanked from the side, and as the burrowing insect turned to evade the gunfire, the energy blade stabbed into its abdomen from behind. The blade tip penetrated from the abdomen to the back, and the burrowing insect let out a sharp shriek, its body twisting violently as its massive jaws swung wildly behind. But that mech had already withdrawn the energy blade and took 2 steps back to create distance. The rapid-fire cannon fired again, this time targeting the wound on the burrowing insect's pierced abdomen. The shells drilled into the wound, exploding inside its body, causing the burrowing insect to suddenly swell before beginning to disintegrate from the abdomen. The third burrowing insect was simultaneously besieged by 4 mechs, and its fate was not much better than the first 2. The energy blade sliced into its body from 4 directions like 4 scalpels, dissecting a giant beast. It didn't even have time to make any effective counterattacks, turning into a pile of scattered limbs in less than 10 seconds. The bodies of the 3 burrowing insects lay across the breach in the defense line, the air thick with the stench of decay and burnt flesh. The mech squad did not stop. They stepped over the bodies of the burrowing insects, continuing to advance, meeting the swarm of insects surging from behind.
The swarm began to show signs of chaos under the firepower of the mechs.
The worker insects lacked the individual intelligence to comprehend what the mechs were, but they could sense that their companions were dying in large numbers. The worker insects in front were blasted into pieces by the rapid-fire cannon, while those behind began to hesitate, their advance noticeably slowing.
The pressure on the defense line suddenly decreased.
Lu Feng poked his head out from behind the broken wall. The mech squad had already spread out in a horizontal line about 200 meters in front of the defense line. The 12 mechs stood like 12 stakes driven into the plain, completely blocking the advance of the swarm. 200 meters ahead of the defensive line, 12 mechs were deployed in a horizontal row, forming an iron wall stretching across the plain. The black tide of the insect swarm crashed against this line like waves against a reef, shattering into countless tiny splashes. The roar of 30mm rapid-fire cannons echoed one after another, each shell bursting into a cloud of dark green blood mist within the insect swarm. The carapaces of worker bugs were like paper before the rapid-fire cannons. A single shot could tear a basin-sized hole through them. Zhao Taijin's voice came through the communication channel, steadier than before but still rapid.
The third wave of reinforcements will arrive in 5 minutes. 1st Regiment holds the current line, 2nd and 3rd Regiments spread to the flanks. Don't let the bugs outflank us.
The mech squad continues to push forward, compressing the insect's attack space. Lu Feng peeked out from behind a broken wall and looked up at the sky. In the clouds, more transport ships were descending, this time at least 500 of them. Their formation was denser than the first wave, emerging from the clouds like a school of silver flying fish leaping from the sea. 500 transport ships nearly covered the entire view from horizon to skyline, the roar of their engines rolling overhead shaking the ground with a faint tremor. Lu Lei leaned over from the other side of the broken wall, his visor's goggles coated in a layer of gray-white dust. He wiped them with his glove, glanced at the sky and cursed.
Damn 500. They've called in the 2nd Marine Brigade too. The 2nd Brigade? Lu Feng asked. The 3rd Marine Brigade was the first wave, the 2nd was the reserve. Damn 500. They've called in the 2nd Marine Brigade too. The 2nd Brigade? Lu Feng asked.
The 3rd Marine Brigade. On the open ground around the spaceport, the aircraft were so dense that the ground was no longer visible.
Deep gray transport ships sat side by side, the heat from their exhaust nozzles distorting the air into visible ripples.
Soldiers from the 2nd Marine Brigade poured out of the cabins like a grey tide flooding the plain. Their movements were swifter than the first wave, disembarking, assembling and deploying in a seamless flow.
Lu Feng noticed that the 2nd Brigade's equipment was markedly different from the 1st's.
Besides the standard pulse rifles, each squad was outfitted with 2 new model rocket launchers bearing the mark of the Imperial Military Research Institute. Some soldiers carried gear Lu Feng had never seen before, flat metal cases with heat-dissipating grills and indicator lights on their surfaces.
The defensive line underwent a large-scale reorganization after the 2nd Brigade's arrival.
The 1st Regiment had been locked in fierce combat on the front for nearly 2 hours with half their ammunition spent and significant casualties. Zhao Taijin's orders came through the communication channel, his voice still crisp and forceful. 1st Regiment falls back to the 2nd line for rest, replenish ammunition and tend to the wounded.
The 2nd Brigade takes over the front line. The mech squad remains on the front as a mobile strike force. Lu Feng's temporary unit was assigned to the 2nd line rest rotation.
Lu Lei stood up from behind the broken wall, stretching his knees that had been cramped for 2 hours.
Come on, let's pull back. Lu Feng followed him, crouching low as they ran, with Lin Ruoxue trailing behind Lu Feng.
The 2nd line position was set up in the wreckage of the spaceport terminal, where collapsed buildings piled together formed a natural defensive barrier.
Lu Feng found a spot behind a fallen load-bearing wall.
He set down his backpack, leaning it against the wall, and pulled out his last 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a canteen of water. Lu Lei crouched beside him, counting his ammunition. His belt pouches were mostly empty, with only 1 magazine left unused.
How much do you have left? Lu Lei asked.
Lu Feng glanced down at his own pouches.
1. Plus the one in my rifle, that's 2. Use them sparingly. Lu Lei stuffed the magazine back into its pouch, tore open a pack of biscuits and took a bite. There's more fighting ahead.
Lu Feng leaned against the wall, unscrewed his canteen and took a sip. The water was warm with a metallic taste, the distinct flavor of recycled water processed by a military purifier. In the sky above, more transport ships were still landing. The 2nd wave was descending.
Lu Feng roughly counted at least 300 still in line.
The Empire had committed over a full Marine division to RX-3.
Is Zhao Taijun trying to drive the bugs off RX-3? Lu Feng asked.
Lu Lei chewed on his biscuit and shook his head.
Drive them off. Holding the line would be a win.
Look north, the bugs' reinforcements keep coming.
We wipe out 1 batch and they replenish it like an endless tide. The 2nd line position took shape rapidly over the next half hour. Combat engineers laid minefields and barbed wire around the wreckage perimeter.
Once the swarm entered the designated area, mines would automatically spring up from the ground and detonate above the bugs, their directional fragments capable of piercing worker bug carapaces.
The barbed wire was no ordinary kind, it was an alloy mesh charged with high-voltage electricity.
The engineers drove the posts into the ground with portable drills, each topped with a small energy module.
Behind the 2nd line, medics were setting up a field hospital.
Dozens of inflatable medical tents rapidly deployed across the open ground, their white fabric standing out starkly against the gray-green plain.
The defensive fortifications were largely complete by dusk. RX-3's star was slowly sinking below the horizon, painting the entire plain in a dim orangered hue.
Under the sustained pressure from the mech squad, the insect swarm's advance finally slowed, the black tide's momentum coming to a halt. Then Zhao Taijin's voice came through the communication channel.
Attention 2nd line units. Command orders us to dispatch a small force to establish contact with the colony's survivors. The survivors are currently in underground shelters. We need to confirm their status and assess whether an immediate evacuation is necessary. The 1st Regiment will form a 200-person reconnaissance detachment. Departure in 40 minutes. Objective: the underground shelter at the colony's administrative center.
The list was read out in the communication channel in under 30 seconds. Lu Feng showed little reaction when he heard his designation, but Lu Lei cursed beside him and threw his half-eaten biscuit to the ground.
Damn it, we just pulled off the line and now we're pushing forward again. Zhao Taijun really doesn't treat us like people.
Lin Ruoxue was also on the list. Her magazine pouches had been refilled from the gear of fallen comrades.
Before departure, Lu Feng checked his equipment.
His pulse rifle's energy cell was at 72, enough for a small-scale skirmish.
The experimental kinetic weapon at his hip still had 3 high-explosive rounds, he'd have to use them sparingly. An hour later, approximately 200 people assembled on the northern side of the wreckage zone. The leader was a captain, short in stature, with hard lines etched into his face and an old shrapnel scar on his left cheekbone. The mission is simple yet extremely dangerous.
The shelter entrance lies beneath the colony's administrative center, about a kilometer from here.
The captain's voice echoed across the empty plaza. This area has been overrun by the insectoids. Though their offensive is temporarily suppressed, there may still be scattered remnants lurking in that zone. Stay alert, keep together, and do not act alone. If you encounter any insectoids, prioritize elimination, do not engage in prolonged combat.
The squad began moving north along the edge of the wreckage. As the sky darkened further, the star of RX-3 sank completely below the horizon, plunging the planes into an abyss of darkness.
But Lu Feng's helmet visor automatically switched to night vision mode, tinting his view a faint green. The outlines of ruins and debris became sharply visible in the green glow.
The administrative center of the colony had once been the tallest structure in this area. The group weaved through the ruins while the captain occasionally glanced at the navigation terminal on his arm. "We're here." He stopped before a tilted concrete wall, crouched down and wiped away the dust covering its surface with his glove.
Beneath the wall a metallic door was revealed, silver-gray, bearing the insignia of the Imperial Administration Department.
Its edges were lined with a rubber seal now aged and hardened.
An electronic lock sat on the handle, its indicator light dead. "No power," the captain said. "Manual override."
Two soldiers stepped forward, wedged crowbars into the gap and pushed together. The metal door screeched as it slid open slowly. Beyond it lay a descending corridor with wall lamps still glowing dimly, likely running on energy-saving mode. At the end of the corridor stood a larger airlock door, its indicator light green, a sign that the shelter's internal power system was still operational. The captain approached the airlock and pressed the communication button beside it.
No response. The shelter's communications might be down too.
He turned back, scanning the group.
"Engineer, come take a look at this door."
A soldier carrying a heavy toolbox squeezed to the front, crouched down and pulled out a portable scanner from his belt, pressing it against the door panel. The scanner's screen lit up, data streams scrolling rapidly. He stared for a few seconds, his brow furrowing.
"Sir, the electronic lock on the airlock still has power, but the control system is locked."
The engineer stood up and knocked on the side of the door. "Locked from the inside, can't open it from out here. Would need explosives, but this door has military-grade blast resistance."
A directed blast would collapse the entire corridor. The captain's brow tightened into a deep furrow. "Locked from inside."
"The shelter still exists, at least someone alive sealed it from within."
He turned and reopened his navigation terminal, pulling up the structural map of the administrative center.
A holographic image flickered in the dim corridor, casting a faint blue light across the old scar on his cheekbone. The shelter is 200 meters directly beneath the administrative center, with 6 floors each capable of housing 100,000 people.
Normal access is via elevators and fire stairs.
The captain's fingers swiped across the map.
But the ground-level entrance to the fire stairs in the main building has been destroyed by the insectoids. Going down through the stairs would mean crossing the ruins, too time-consuming and risky. "Then we take the elevator shaft," said Lu Lei, leaning against the corridor wall, his rifle cradled in his arms.
The captain glanced at him and nodded. "The elevator shaft is the fastest route, straight down 200 meters.
The elevator is out of service, so we'll use ropes."
The engineer retrieved 3 coils of rope, each 100 meters long and 12 millimeters in diameter. The ropes were wrapped in a layer of high-strength alloy fibers, reflecting a faint metallic sheen under the dim emergency lights. The ends of the ropes were already tied with safety knots, and the carabiners were quick-release operable with one hand under tension. 3 per group descend in batches. The engineer secured the rope to a load-bearing hook on the corridor floor, yanking it firmly to test its hold. The rope can handle the weight, each one can lift 2 tons.
Use the descender to control your speed. Don't rush, don't panic, and don't look down.
The captain walked to the elevator door and pressed the emergency release switch on its center panel. The elevator door emitted a dry scraping sound as it slid open slowly. A wave of damp, musty air surged out, mingled with an indescribable metallic scent and a deeper, rotting odor.
Once the door was fully open, the elevator shaft was exposed under the emergency lights.
It was a sheer vertical deep shaft about 3 meters in diameter, with neatly poured concrete walls. At intervals, metal guide rails and cable trays were visible. The beam of a flashlight shone downward but couldn't reach the bottom. The light was swallowed by darkness after just a few dozen meters. Nothing was visible at the bottom, only a pure dense blackness that felt almost tangible. When the light penetrated it, dust could be seen slowly swirling in the darkness.
The rope hung from the load-bearing hook, disappearing into the abyss.
"When I reach the bottom, I'll tap the rope 3 times. Then send the next group down." As he spoke, his body was already swallowed by the darkness. "When I reach the bottom, I'll tap the rope 3 times. Then send the next group down." As he spoke, his body was already swallowed by the darkness.
The end of the rope swayed at the edge of the emergency lights glow like a fine thread descending into an abyss. The corridor fell silent, broken only by the faint rustle of the sliding rope and the suppressed breaths of the soldiers. Lu Feng stood among the group watching the rope vanish into the darkness segment by segment. He silently counted the captain's descent speed in time. After about 50 seconds the rope stopped moving. Then the rope jerked sharply 3 times. "The captain has reached the bottom," the engineer said, standing by the shaft and signaling to the next group with hand gestures. "Second group, go." The next 2 soldiers clipped on their descenders and vanished into the darkness. Then the third and fourth groups followed. By the time it was Lu Feng's turn, he was in the 7th batch. He clipped his descender onto the rope and stepped to the edge of the shaft. Lin Ruoxue stood a step behind him. "Don't let go immediately when you get down. Turn on your light first and check the surroundings before moving." Lu Feng looked at Lin Ruoxue and cautioned, "There might be something in the shadows." Lin Ruoxue nodded, took a deep breath, leaned over the edge and gripped the rope with both hands. The descender's ratchet bit into the rope with a crisp click. Lu Feng felt his full weight transfer through the device onto the slender line. Now suspended above a 1,200-meter deep elevator shaft with nothing but that bottomless darkness beneath his feet, he loosened his grip slightly and began a slow descent. About 40 seconds into the descent, his flashlight swept across an object, a severed cable, its broken edge charred black by intense heat. The cable's end swayed outside the shaft wall, drifting slowly with the airflow from his descent. Lu Feng continued downward. After about 40 more seconds, light finally appeared below. The underground shelter had been sealed for 6 days. 6 days prior, the insectoid ground forces breached the colony's outer defenses. When the administrative center issued the emergency evacuation notice, most people were still at their workstations. Some had no time to return home, others were swept along by the surging crowd pouring into the building, barely managing to grab their coats before being squeezed into the elevators leading down to the shelter. 600,000, that was the maximum capacity the shelter was designed to hold. But the number of people who flooded in from the surface that day far exceeded that figure. Later statistics showed that at least 800,000 people had crammed into this subterranean space. The first 2 days were chaos, with people scrambling for space in panic. Those who arrived earliest seized the areas near the water sources. Then came the food reserves. The shelter's emergency rations were completely ransacked by the second day. The quickest had grabbed over a dozen boxes, while the slowest couldn't even snag a single packet of biscuits. By the third day, order began to rebuild itself in a twisted form. Those who had secured food banded together into small groups, using water and supplies as leverage to recruit followers and carve out territories. The deepest part of the shelter, right next to the backup generators, was taken over by a foreman named De Zhao. Under his command were over 100 sturdy miners armed with steel pipes, fire axes, and a few cutting torches scavenged from somewhere. De Zhao's territory occupied a relatively central position in the shelter. The electricity from the generators could sustain basic lighting and ventilation. Furthermore, next to the generator was an auxiliary water pipe that De Zhao's men had chiseled out from the wall. The flow was meager but sufficient for drinking and washing for those in his area. The area adjacent to De Zhao's was occupied by staff from the colony's administrative center led by a director named Zhou Ku. Their advantage lay in possessing the shelter's original blueprints. They knew which walls concealed pipes and which passages led to reserve supply depots. Leveraging this informational edge, Director Zhou's people broke through a sealed fire door on the 4th night, hauling out hundreds of boxes of emergency rations and over a dozen barrels of drinking water. Overnight they transformed from refugees shivering in a corner into one of the wealthiest factions within the shelter. The power to distribute food and water was the very source of authority. There were over 100 such groups, large and small, scattered throughout the shelter, but their rule was far from stable. On the fringes of the shelter in the shantytowns partitioned by bedsheets and plastic sheeting, discontent was festering and spreading like mold. Why do they get to eat hot meals while we can't even lick a crumb of biscuit? Those bastards control the water source. They demand a packet of biscuits just to fill a canteen. A whole packet for one lousy canteen. Keep your voice down. If the patrol hears you, you'll lose even that packet of biscuits. I've got nothing left to lose. What am I afraid of? Similar dialogues echoed repeatedly in every corner of the shelter. Amidst these cacophonous oppressive whispers, thick with resentment, in the most remote area of the shelter, pressed against the wall, a girl was curled up in a corner. Her back rested against the cold concrete wall, knees drawn up to her chest, arms wrapped around her shins. Her disheveled hair hung down the sides of her face, obscuring most of it. The light gray cashmere coat she wore was now filthy and grimy, with a tear on the hem likely snagged on something unknown. She had rushed down with the first wave of people 6 days ago.
That day she had been chatting with her friend Lin Xian in an office on the third floor of the administrative center. Lin Xian was a clerk there and had been her roommate at the Imperial Royal Women's Academy. During the break on a whim she had secretly traveled to this remote border colony to visit Lin Xian. Lin Xian had taken leave showing her around for 2 days. They sampled local delicacies and watched the stars over the outskirts. Then the insectoids came. When the alarm sounded, people in the corridor began to run. Lin Xian grabbed her hand and pulled her into the stairwell. It was packed solid with people. They were swept along by the human tide, stumbling and staggering all the way down to the first basement level. The shelter's metal doors were already open. The crowd surged in like a tidal wave. There were so many people that they were separated several times. In the final moments before the metal doors closed, they squeezed through and then the doors shut. There wasn't enough food, enough water, or enough space. Even breathing felt like there wasn't enough air. On the second day, Lin Xian said she saw Zhouke's people moving supply boxes from behind the fire door. She wanted to go over and try her luck, hoping to beg for something. Luo Changde waited an entire day. Lin Xian did not return. She comforted herself thinking Lin Xian must have found food and water somewhere and settled down temporarily. On the third day, hunger finally overcame fear. Luo Changde's stomach felt as if an invisible hand were clenching and churning it. Every time she passed an area she could feel gazes shooting at her from the darkness. Those looks came from refugees huddled in corners, some wary, some hostile, some coldly appraising, and some with emergency light tubes in the corridor were lit only every few meters, casting dim yellowish halos on the ground. Luo Changde slowly stood up, leaning against the wall. Her knees emitted faint creaks like rusty hinges turning. Every time she passed an area she could feel gazes shooting at her from the darkness. Those looks came from refugees huddled in corners, some wary, some hostile, some coldly appraising, and some with an indescribable greed. "Hey little lady, come sit with us," a hoarse voice came from the front left. Luo Changde didn't turn her head, she quickened her pace. She tightened her grip on the small folding knife she had found in a corner and stuffed into her pocket. The blade was less than 5 centimeters long and the edge was already rusted, but at least it was something solid to hold in her hand. A burst of raucous laughter erupted behind her. "She's too good for you. Yeah, your crappy spot can't even guarantee a sip of water. Who'd want to go there?" The laughter gradually faded into the distance. Luo Changde continued walking northward along the corridor. Lin Xian had mentioned that the fire door was on the north side of the shelter near Sector C. If Zhouke's people had moved the supply boxes from there, Lin Xian should still be somewhere in that vicinity. The corridor narrowed, the emergency lights growing sparser. Luo Changde's footsteps echoed hollowly against the metal floor. The air was thick with a pungent sour stench, a suffocating blend of sweat, urine, and decay. The entrance to Sector C was an arched metal doorframe. The door itself had long been removed, replaced by a deep blue plastic sheet that hung down from the top, obscuring the view inside. The edges of the plastic sheet were torn into strips, swaying gently in the breeze from the ventilation ducts. Luo Changde stood before it, taking a deep breath. Her stomach was empty, churning with nothing but acid. She lifted a corner of the plastic sheet and slipped inside. Sector C was much brighter than the outer corridor. Emergency lights were placed every 3 meters, casting a dim yellow glow, but it was enough to reveal the entire area. This was once a storage area for the shelter. The floor was covered with anti-slip metal grating, and overhead a maze of pipes and cable trays crisscrossed. Darkness loomed beneath the gaps in the grating, occasionally disturbed by the sound of dripping water. Zhouke's men occupied the deepest part of Sector C, near a massive fire door reinforced with several thumb-thick steel bars welded across it. In front of the fire door stood a few folding tables and chairs piled with supply boxes, water bottles, and wrappers from emergency rations. At least 20 to 30 people were scattered about, some leaning against walls asleep, others huddled in hushed conversation, and a few standing by the fire door with arms crossed, their gazes fixed on the entrance. The moment Luo Changde entered, those eyes fell upon her. She lowered her head, gripping the folding knife in her pocket, her fingers tracing the cold handle. "Who are you looking for?" a voice came from the side. Luo Changde turned to see a middle-aged man in a security guard uniform leaning against the wall. His jacket was unbuttoned, revealing a grimy white undershirt. He held a steel pipe, its end polished to a shine from wear. "Someone," Luo Changde replied, striving to keep her voice steady. "Early 20s, short hair wearing." "Never heard of them," the guard cut her off, waving his pipe. "This is Boss Joe's territory. Outsiders aren't allowed. Get out." Luo Changde bit her lip, her gaze drifting past the guard's shoulder into the depths of Sector C. Just then a man by the fire door turned around. He appeared to be in his 40s with neatly combed hair, wearing a dark gray jacket zipped all the way up. The jacket was a bit wrinkled, but in this place where everyone was disheveled its cleanliness stood out starkly. His eyes locked onto Luo Chang'e from dozens of meters away, scanning her from head to toe, then a smile crept across his face. The smile was eerie. Every hair on Luo Chang'e's back stood on end. It was the smile of a predator spotting its prey. "Let her come over," the man said, his voice not loud, but the entire Sector C fell silent. Luo Chang'e stood rooted to the spot, every cell in her body screaming for her to run, but her legs felt like lead. The guard shoved her from behind and Luo Chang'e stumbled forward, pushed deeper into Sector C. The people sitting or lying there all watched her, their gazes like flies landing on her skin. She stopped about 3 meters from the folding tables. The man before her was Zhou Ku. He sat on a folding chair, legs crossed, fingers tapping on the armrest. "Who are you looking for?" Zhou Ku asked. "Her name is Lin Xian. She's my friend. She came here 2 days ago asking for some food and water. She never came back." Zhou Ku raised an eyebrow and turned to a subordinate beside him. The man wore a black leather jacket, had a crew-cut high cheekbones and a completely expressionless face. "Lin Xian. Does that ring a bell?" Zhou Ku asked. "No," the crew-cut man shook his head. "Too many people came begging these past 2 days. Can't remember them all." Luo Chang'e stared into Zhou Ku's eyes, searching for any hint of a flaw. But all she saw was something that chilled her to the bone, a look that regarded her like a commodity on a shelf. "You'll have someone look into your friend's matter," Zhou Ku said, rising. He picked up a paper cup from the table, poured water from a canteen and handed it to Luo Chang'e. "Have some water first. Your lips are all cracked." The water in the cup shimmered under the emergency light. Luo Chang'e stared at it, a fierce thirst rising from deep in her throat like a fire burning up her esophagus. She swallowed hard, reached out and took the cup. As the water slid down her throat, she felt her stomach clench violently. She was so thirsty her body was starting to betray her. Zhou Ku leaned back in his chair, pressing his fingertips together before his chest. He tilted his head toward the crew-cut subordinate. "You take her to the back. Didn't we clear out some spots there? Maybe her friend is over there." The crew-cut man nodded and gestured to Luo Chang'e. "Follow me." Luo Chang'e glanced at Zhou Ku, hesitated for a moment, then turned and followed the crew-cut man. They walked down a long passage with no emergency lights, shrouded in complete darkness. The crew-cut man's footsteps led ahead with Luo Chang'e following. The beam of a flashlight swayed in the passage, illuminating mottled water stains on the concrete walls on either side. When the flashlight beam swept across a recessed niche, Luo Chang'e's steps abruptly halted. The niche was small, about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, originally meant for firefighting equipment. But now it served as a temporary storage space cluttered with debris. As the beam passed over it, something at the edge of the light reflected a faint white glint. Luo Chang'e aimed the flashlight directly at the spot. At the bottom of the niche lay the naked body of a woman. Her legs were bent outward at an angle, her left arm pinned beneath her right arm stretched out with fingers slightly curled. There were ligature marks on her ankles and wrists, the skin worn away in several places, revealing dark red muscle tissue beneath. Around her neck was a ring of purple-black bruises. From the width and shape, it was the mark of an adult man's hands. Luo Chang'e's flashlight beam fell on the bota's face. Short hair, delicate features, it was Lin Xian. The flashlight slipped from Luo Chang'e's hand, clattering to the ground, its beam tumbling through the darkness before finally coming to rest at the bottom of the niche. The light shone directly onto Lin Xian's face, revealing every detail of her cyan gray features. At that moment, footsteps and the sound of breathing emerged from the darkness. "You shouldn't have finished that cup of water." That Lin Xian, she looked familiar when she came to ask for things. Later I remembered at the year-end gala in the administrative center half a year ago, she stood on stage hosting the show wearing a red long dress, smiling beautifully. Footsteps slowly approached in the darkness, each step echoing with a dull resonance. She said she had a friend in the shelter and wanted to bring some water and food back. I had someone take her to the back, planning to give her something and let her go. The voice paused. But she didn't cooperate. I gave her a chance. I told her, here everything has a price. Water has a price, food has a price, safety has a price. The footsteps stopped about 5 meters away from her. She just refused to accept that price. Luo Chang'e's hand touched the folding knife in her pocket, her fingers gripping the handle tightly. The cold metal of the blade transmitted through the thin fabric of her pants to her skin. But suddenly she felt a strange sensation, her fingers went limp, lacking strength. It was a weakness seeping from the marrow of her bones, as if something was slowly draining the power from her body. It was that glass of water. Luo Change's pupils contracted slightly.
Feeling it. Footsteps stopped beside Luo Chang'e.
A hand reached out from the darkness, grabbing the back of her collar and yanking her up from the ground. That hand was strong fingers clamping onto the collar of her neck like iron pincers, lifting her entire body off the floor. Luo Change's boots dangled a few centimeters above the ground, swaying slightly, and a suppressed grunt escaped her throat.
The flashlight beam illuminated Joke's face.
He stood 3 steps away, hands in the pockets of his jacket, tilting his head to look at her, still wearing that smile. Under the flashlight's side light, half his face was lit, the other half in shadow.
Do you know what she said at the end?
Joke's voice came from the darkness.
She said my friend will come for me. I thought it was funny.
In this godforsaken place, who would come for whom?
Everyone fends for themselves, just trying to survive day by day. But you really came, Joke said.
I'm quite surprised. He stepped closer, his gaze sweeping from her face down her body, from the dirty light gray cashmere coat to the dusty short boots on her feet, then back to her face.
Imperial Royal Women's Academy, right?
He pulled one hand from his pocket, pointing a finger in the air as if confirming some detail.
Your surname is Luo.
Luo what?
Luo Chang'e, right? The little princess of the Imperial Luo family, isn't that so?
Luo Change's pupils contracted slightly. Seeing her reaction, Joke's smile finally gained a trace of genuine warmth, like a hunter who had spotted a flaw in his prey within a trap. A member of the Luo family, he repeated, a note of indescribable satisfaction in his tone. In this border colony outpost, in this broken shelter 200 meters underground, I actually run into the little princess of the Luo family.
Isn't that a coincidence?
He turned his head toward a certain direction in the darkness, as if sharing this amusing discovery with someone behind him. The Luo family, one of the Empire's top 10 noble houses with military background, a seat in the parliament and garrisons in several star systems under their command. A young lady of the Luo family now kneels before me, being lifted like a little chick. His gaze fell back on Luo Change's face. His smile faded slightly and his eyes narrowed, as if appraising the quality and value of a commodity.
Do you know what this means?
The hand holding Luo Change's collar suddenly released and she fell to the ground. It means you are the most valuable card in my hand.
Joko crouched down, his eyes level with hers.
With you in my hands, I want just call the shots in this broken shelter. When the troops from above come, I can use you to negotiate with the military.
The Luo family owes me a life.
What do you think that price is worth?
Luo Chang'e raised her head, staring into his eyes.
The dim yellow light from the emergency lamp seeped from the end of the passage, forming a faint halo at the edge of the flashlight beam. In that halo she saw greed, calculation, and a near-mad excitement in Joke's eyes, but no fear. This man was not afraid of the insectoids, the military, or the monsters outside. He was only afraid of losing control of this place.
Do you think the military will negotiate with you?
Luo Change's voice was hoarse, as if a wad of cotton was stuck in her throat, but every word was articulated clearly.
Joko raised an eyebrow. The Luo family, Luo Chang'e said, staring into his eyes.
The Luo family never negotiates with kidnappers. If you use me to threaten them, they will just blow up both you and this shelter.
The passage fell silent for 2 seconds.
Then Joko laughed, the sound reverberating in the narrow space, twisting into a distorted echo. He laughed hard, his shoulders shaking, but there was no amusement in his eyes, only a vexation that came from being hit where it hurt. Tough talk, he said, standing up and looking down at her. The young lady of the Luo family is different indeed, with a very hard mouth. He turned and waved a hand toward the darkness. Take her to Sector B and lock her up with the others. His voice came from ahead, carrying an unquestionable command. Don't kill her. Keep her useful. Someone grabbed Luo Change's arms from both sides and dragged her up from the ground. She did not struggle, nor did she offer any resistance. She only turned her head for one last look as she passed the niche. At that moment, on the periphery of the shelter, the reconnaissance squad had all descended via the elevator shaft to the lowest level. The captain opened the navigation terminal and called up the shelter's holographic structural map.
Blue-white light outlined the complete contours of 6 underground levels.
We are here at the bottom of the elevator shaft on level B. The captain's finger traced across the image, moving from their location toward the shelter's core area. Sectors C, D, and E are the main residential zones, each designed to hold 100,000 people. Sector B is in the northwest corner and Sector F is in the southeast. These 2 areas are equipment and material storage zones. He closed the holographic image, drew his pistol from behind his waist, checked the magazine, and then reholstered it. Everyone maintain combat formation and advance along the main corridor towards Sector B. Be advised, the internal environment of the shelter is complex.
There may be insectoid infiltration and also other threats.
The corridor stretched on endlessly with fire doors sealed shut at intervals of a dozen meters or so. A faint hum of electricity buzzed from the emergency lights overhead. The drone amplified in the empty hallway into an unsettling ambient noise. The air grew increasingly damp, and beyond the musty scent and the acrid smell of rust another odor began to emerge. Lu Feng halted before a half-open fire door, his nose wrinkling as he identified the scent. It wasn't fresh blood but rather the cloying metallic stench of blood that had been spilled for hours, perhaps even longer. He crouched down, the beam of his flashlight illuminating the floor just inside the door. On the ground within, a dark brown drag mark stretched from the depths of the room all the way to the entrance. The edges of the mark were already beginning to dry, appearing as a deep near black-brown under the emergency light. Lu Feng's expression remained unchanged. He reached into the side pocket of his tactical vest, pulled out a portable glow stick, snapped it to activate it, and tossed it through the half-open door. The cold light of the glow stick illuminated the room, revealing a space of about a dozen square meters. It was an equipment maintenance room in Sector B, its walls covered in a dense network of pipes and valves with tools and parts scattered across the floor. In the corner of the room, a man in a maintenance worker's uniform was slumped against the wall, a massive ragged tear across his chest extending from his collarbone down to his abdomen. The edges of the wound were jagged as if savagely torn by some serrated blade. The chest cavity was completely open, the ribs snapped in the middle, the white bone fragments reflecting a dull luster in the fluorescent light. The organs within were gone. Lu Feng did not linger in the room. He turned and continued down the corridor. The team advanced in silence for about 200 meters. The corridor forked here with 3 branches leading to sectors C, D, and E. The captain stopped at the main junction, about to speak, when suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed from the left passage. The footsteps were chaotic, a mix of running and stumbling. Someone was running, many people, and they were rapidly approaching this direction. Cover, the captain barked in a low voice, sidestepping to press himself against the corner of the passage, his rifle aimed toward the source of the footsteps. The entire team instantly snapped into combat readiness, dispersing to press against the walls and the recesses of the fire doors, all weapons trained on the same direction. The footsteps drew nearer, clearer. Lu Feng crouched behind 2 pieces of abandoned large machinery, his rifle stock pressed to his shoulder, the crosshairs of his scope fixed on the corridor's bend. Then he heard a voice. A human voice, not a Zerg. "Run! Run!" It was a woman's voice, hoarse-piercing, filled with terror, echoing endlessly in the narrow passage. The footsteps rounded the corner, and through his scope Lu Feng saw them. Leading the pack were a man and a woman. The man was in his early 30s, wearing a work jacket stained with grease, clutching a steel pipe in his hand. His face was covered in grimy gray-black smudges, with only the whites of his eyes and his teeth showing. The woman followed behind him, dressed in the deep blue uniform of the administrative department, her hair disheveled, her face deathly pale. As she ran, she dragged her left foot as if injured. Behind them were at least 20 or 30 more people, men and women, young and old. Some wore pajamas, others work clothes, and a few were wrapped in blankets scavenged from who knows where. Everyone was ashen-faced, everyone was running for their lives. The captain did not open fire. He moved his finger from the trigger, stepped out from the corner, raised his left arm with his palm open, making a stop gesture. "Halt! Imperial Army!" The man leading the pack saw him, faltered for a moment, and a look of ecstatic joy flashed across his face. "The military! It's the military!" he shouted, dropping his steel pipe and sprinting faster toward the captain. "The Zerg! The Zerg are in Sector B!" He reached the captain, bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. From the ground. Came down from the ground. A huge one. It dug through the shelter's top from above. His speech was broken and incoherent, but Lu Feng caught the most critical word. The Zerg had dug through the shelter's roof from the surface. This meant the shelter was no longer safe. The captain's face grew even more somber under the dim yellow light of the emergency lamps. He turned to the communications officer, speaking rapidly. "Contact command immediately. Report that the shelter has been breached by the Zerg. Request further instructions." The communications officer nodded, immediately crouched down, opened the communication equipment on his back, and began calling. The captain's gaze returned to the gasping man. "What's the situation in Sector B now?" The man hadn't caught his breath yet, but the woman behind him spoke first. "Dead. All dead." Her voice seemed squeezed from the depths of her throat. "Sector B is finished." That thing fell from the ceiling, landed right in the middle of the crowd. In an instant. In an instant. She couldn't continue, covering her face with both hands, her shoulders shaking violently. Lu Feng stood up from behind the abandoned equipment, rifle in hand, walked to the corner of the passage and glanced towards Sector B. The beam of his flashlight pierced the deep corridor, its end swallowed by a thick darkness revealing nothing. But an intense smell of blood drifted through the air, many times stronger than before, as if an entire bucket of blood had been splashed against the walls.
How many? The captain asked.
The man finally caught his breath, straightened up and wiped the spittle from the corner of his mouth.
Sector B had at least tens of thousands packed in there. After that thing got in, everyone rushed for the exits. More were trampled to death than killed by the Zerg. When we ran out, everything behind us was.
His voice caught in his throat and he didn't finish.
The captain asked no more.
He turned to look at the refugees who had fled from the ruins, his gaze sweeping over their panicked faces. He made a rough count, about 20 or 30 people, men and women, young and old, with the elderly women and children in the majority. As you ran from Sector B, did you encounter any other Zerg along the way? The captain asked.
The man shook his head. Just that one, but that one. It was too huge.
When it came down through the ceiling, the whole slab of floor collapsed. Lu Lei stood 2 paces behind the captain, rifle raised, his eyes fixed on the darkness of the corridor leading to Sector C. Hearing this, he turned his head slightly to glance at Lu Feng, his lips moving silently to form 3 words: burrow worm.
Lu Feng gave a slight nod, his grip on the rifle tightening.
The burrow worm had dug through the shelter's roof from the ground. This was no accident. Breaking through the top layer of the shelter from the ground meant that the insect tribe was aware of the shelter's location.
The captain clearly realized this too, his lips pressed into a thin line. Signal operator, has there been any response from the command center? Currently attempting to contact them.
The signal operator squatted at the corner of the passage, the yellow indicator light on his communication device glowing. His brow furrowed as his fingers turned the frequency knob back and forth.
Signal strength is weak. There has been no response from the command center. Continue calling. Understood.
The captain turned around, scanning the group of refugees before his gaze landed on the man wearing a work jacket. When you fled here, where was the burrowing worm?
Still in Area B.
The man said, but after we escaped it should still be in Area B.
When we ran, it was rampaging through the crowd and did not chase us.
The captain nodded, walked to the junction of the passage, opened the navigation terminal and pulled up the structural map of the shelter again. He circled the position of Area B with his finger.
The burrowing worm is in Area B. Based on its speed and destructive power, it won't stay in Area B for long.
It will continue moving to other areas, searching for more prey.
What we need to do is find it and eliminate it before it moves to another area.
No one in the team spoke. Dozens of refugees were huddled in the corner of the passage, too afraid to make a sound or move.
But we may not have enough ammunition. Lu Lei's voice came from the middle of the group.
The captain glanced at him but remained silent, knowing that Lu Lei was speaking the truth. Their mission was originally reconnaissance and communication, not direct confrontation with the insect tribe's ground forces.
Each person carried just enough ammunition for small-scale firefights. But the burrowing worm was not a target manageable with small-scale firefighting.
Its shell could withstand concentrated fire from pulse rifles at close range, and even a rocket hit to its head wouldn't kill it. To eliminate a burrowing worm in the narrow underground space of the shelter, more than just ammunition was needed. Heavy weaponry was required. They had no heavy weaponry. If we can't contact the command center, we'll have to figure it out ourselves. The captain turned off the holographic image and reattached the navigation terminal to his arm, his gaze resting on the man in the work jacket.
Are you familiar with the terrain in Area B?
The man paused for a moment, then nodded. I've done equipment maintenance in Area B for 3 years. I've walked through every passage and every room.
Then lead the way.
The captain pulled a glow stick from the side pocket of his tactical vest, activated it and handed it to the man. The man's hand trembled as he held the glow stick, its cold light reflecting on his face, which was stained and as pale as paper.
I don't. You don't need to fight, the captain interrupted. You just need to lead us to Area B and tell us where the burrowing worm last appeared. We'll handle the rest. The man took a deep breath, gripping the glow stick tightly, his knuckles turning white. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, then he nodded. Good. Everyone pay attention. Target Area B, maintain combat formation.
If you encounter the insect tribe, do not hesitate, fire immediately.
The team began moving towards Area B.
The man in the work jacket walked at the front holding the glow stick, the cool white light illuminating about 10 meters of the passage. The captain followed closely behind, gun pointed forward, his finger resting outside the trigger guard. Lu Feng was in the middle of the team, the butt of his gun pressed against his shoulder, the crosshair in his scope sweeping back and forth between the walls and ceiling of the passage.
Lin Ruoxue followed behind him.
No one spoke, only the sound of footsteps and suppressed breathing echoed through the passage. The corridor became narrower and the fire doors on both sides became denser. Some doors were closed, some were half open, and others had been slammed open from the inside, their panels hanging crookedly in the doorframes, revealing dark rooms behind. The smell of blood in the air grew stronger.
Ahead is the entrance to Area B. The guide's voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing something.
He raised the glow stick slightly higher, illuminating a massive metal door at the end of the passage. There was supposed to be a door panel, but it was now missing. The upper half of the doorframe was intact while the lower half had been smashed by something with metal fragments scattered on the ground. The space behind the doorframe was pitch black, nothing could be seen. But everyone heard a sound, a wet slurping noise. The captain raised his left arm, clenched his fist, and the team came to a halt. He listened intently for a few seconds, then turned to the man, silently mouthing two words: "Insect tribe." The man nodded, his face pale. The captain gestured for the man to move to the back of the team, then slowly approached the doorframe. The captain stopped about 2 meters from the doorframe, crouched down and retrieved a folding mirror from behind his waist, slowly extending it towards the doorframe. The mirror reflected the faint light of the emergency lights in the darkness, illuminating a corner of the space behind the doorframe. Lu Feng caught a glimpse of the scene in the mirror through the gaps in the team. Area B was a large space. At that moment there was a massive hole in the ceiling with chunks of concrete and rebar hanging down from the edge of the hole, resembling a gaping mouth. On the ground directly below the hole, a small mountain made of human remains and debris was piled up. It was at least as high as a person, covering an area of several square meters of the surrounding ground.
The remains were unrecognizable limbs and torsos, crushed and pressed together by some enormous force, forming a nauseating mass of flesh.
Hanging from the rebar descending from the ceiling were a few tattered pieces of cloth, gently swaying in the weak airflow of the ventilation system. Beside that small mountain, a gigantic burrowing worm lay on the ground. Its head was buried in the mass, its mandibles slowly chewing on something. With each bite the sound of cracking bones could be heard. Its body was even larger than the three seen on the surface, at least 8 meters long. The surface of its shell was covered in fine patterns resembling the bark of an old tree, with dark red flesh and bodily fluids embedded in the crevices of the patterns. Its 6 legs were folded against its sides and its massive mandibles opened and closed continuously while chewing, with jagged protrusions on the inner sides hanging with bits of flesh and broken bones. The captain retracted the folding mirror and slowly backed away. He crouched down in front of the team and whispered 4 words.
"It is feeding."
Lu Feng gazed into the darkness beyond the doorframe, his mind racing. The burrowing worm was feeding, which meant its attention was entirely fixed on the pile of debris, its awareness of the outside world reduced to a minimum.
The captain crouched beside the doorframe, reattaching the folding mirror to his belt.
His eyes swept across the faces of every team member.
"It's feeding. This is our only chance."
He spoke almost in a whisper. "Once it's full, or if it detects us, it won't just be this worm we have to worry about.
It could collapse the entire shelter's structure."
Lu Lei licked his cracked lips and tightened his grip on his rifle.
"How do we fight it?"
"Pulse rifles are like a tickle against its carapace.
We don't target the carapace."
The captain turned to the soldier beside him. "Those demolition charges in your pack, what's their maximum yield?" The soldier shrugged off his backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out 4 silver-white cylinders. Each was about the length of an adult's forearm, with a smooth surface and no superfluous parts. The soldier shrugged off his backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out 4 silver-white cylinders. Each was about the length of an adult's forearm, with a smooth surface and no superfluous parts. He placed the charges side by side on the ground. "But if they can't pierce its shell, we've wasted our one shot." "We don't need to pierce the shell." The captain sketched a simple diagram on the floor with his finger. "The burrowing worm's carapace is an exoskeleton covering its body, but the inside of its mouthparts and the tip of its abdomen are soft. We jam the explosives into its mouth and detonate from the inside." After the captain laid out the plan, the passage fell silent for a few seconds. Everyone knew what it meant to shove explosives into the worm's mouth. It meant walking right up to the feeding behemoth and forcing the 4 silver-white cylinders deep into the maw that was still chewing on the wreckage. Then, before the charges blew, they had to get out alive. The captain's gaze swept across everyone's faces.
He didn't order anyone.
Instead, he picked up a nearby packaging box and tore off a piece of cardboard. He counted those present, tore the cardboard into corresponding small pieces, and pulled a pen from his pocket to mark a few symbols on them. Finally, he folded the pieces, tossed them into an empty magazine pouch, and shook it. "Whoever draws the short one goes." The captain held the pouch out to the team.
"This is a suicide mission. I want order anyone." Draw lots. Lu Lei was the first to reach in and pull out a slip. He glanced at it then expressionlessly tucked it into his pocket. Lin Ruoxue was the fifth. Her hand paused at the opening of the pouch for a moment as if bracing herself mentally. When she unfolded the slip her face paled but she said nothing, merely clenching the paper in her fist. Lu Feng drew a long one. He opened his slip to see a circle, not a short dash. Did the leaders draw theirs? The captain asked. Lu Lei pulled out his slip and unfolded it, a short dash faced up. Lin Ruoxue also revealed hers, which bore the same short dash. The captain nodded, repacked the 4 silver-white demolition charges into the soldier's backpack and handed it to Lu Lei. 4 charges. Set the fuse delay to 15 seconds after insertion. Run as far as you can in 15 seconds. Don't look back. Lu Lei took the backpack, weighed it in his hands, unzipped it to glance at the 4 silver-white cylinders inside, then zipped it up and shouldered it. Lin Ruoxue stood beside him, her hand still trembling slightly. She clenched it into a fist, forcing her fingers to stop shaking. The captain glanced at them, then pulled 2 flashbangs from his belt and handed them over. Toss these first when you go in. The flash can temporarily blind the bug. Its eyes are on the sides of its head and are highly sensitive to bright light. The blindness lasts about 3 to 5 seconds. Use that time to rush to its front and shove the explosives in. He paused, then pulled 2 smoke grenades from the side pocket of his tactical vest and handed them over as well. If it isn't blinded or if the effect isn't ideal, use the smoke. It can disrupt its senses. It hunts mainly by sight and smell. Smoke affects both. But the smoke will also obscure your vision, so only use it if necessary. Lu Lei tucked the flashbangs and smoke grenades into different pockets of his tactical vest, ensuring they wouldn't fall out while running, then patted his chest. Got it. Lin Ruoxue stood half a step behind Lu Lei, adjusting her own gear. She took off her pulse rifle's sling from her neck and leaned the weapon against the passage wall. A pulse rifle was useless against a burrowing worm at close range, it would only add to the burden. She refastened the clips on her magazine pouches, then drew the standard-issue combat knife from her belt, pressing her thumb against the hilt's catch. The knife's useless too, Lu Lei said, glancing at her. That thing's hide is thicker than your life. I know. Lin Ruoxue sheathed the knife. But if the explosives don't go off, I don't plan on dying empty-handed. Lu Lei opened his mouth as if to say something, then closed it. The captain turned to the man in the work jacket who was leaning against the passage wall, the glow stick in his hand already fading. Are there any other exits in Sector B besides this main entrance? The captain asked. The man thought for a moment, then shook his head. Sector B is the equipment layer. It wasn't designed with many access points. The main entrance is the largest. There are 2 narrow maintenance passages on the sides, but they're so tight you'd have to squeeze through sideways. Can the burrowing worm fit through? No. The maintenance passages are less than a meter wide and it's at least 8 meters long. The captain nodded, his gaze falling back on Lu Lei and Lin Ruoxue. So once you're in, this doorframe is your only way back. After you jam the explosives in, you have 15 seconds to get out through this doorframe. If you don't make it, you'll be buried here with that worm. Lu Lei said nothing, just tightened the backpack straps to ensure it wouldn't bounce while he ran. Lin Ruoxue lowered her head, tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and took a deep breath. Ready? The captain asked. Lin Ruoxue nodded and was about to step forward when a hand reached out from the side and rested on her shoulder. Lin Ruoxue turned her head. Lu Feng stood beside her. The flashlight beam from the side cut a sharp line of light and shadow across his face. I'm going with you. The corridor fell silent for a moment. All eyes were fixed on Lu Feng. The captain's brow furrowed, but before he could speak, Lu Lei broke the silence. You drew the long straw. If it wasn't your lot, don't meddle. I have a way to deal with that burrowing worm. Lu Feng withdrew his hand from Lin Ruoxue's shoulder and turned toward the darkness beyond the doorframe. The captain's eyes narrowed. What way? Lu Feng didn't answer directly. He took the pulse rifle off his shoulder, leaned it against the corridor wall, then unstrapped his tactical backpack and set it beside the gun. Inside the pack were compressed biscuits and a canteen, things he wouldn't need in the coming minutes. The captain's gaze lingered on Lu Feng for a few seconds, but he didn't press further. In this place where death lurked a mere dozen meters away, questioning wasn't the most urgent priority. Then we go together, the captain finally said, then turned to Lu Lei. 3 people, plan unchanged. Whoever gets the chance shoves it in. Lu Lei shot Lu Feng a complex look. Lu Feng had shed most of his burden, leaving only the military knife at his waist and the navigation terminal strapped to his arm. He rolled his shoulders, feeling much lighter.
The three stood to the side of the doorframe. Beyond the doorframe in the darkness, the wet slobbering sounds of chewing continued, accompanied by the crunch of breaking bones every few seconds. Lu Feng took a deep breath, placed his hand on the metal wreckage at the edge of the doorframe, then turned and stepped into the darkness. The moment his foot landed, the ground beneath felt sticky and his soles made a grating, teeth-grinding squelch. It was blood not yet congealed being squeezed out between his boot and the floor. The beam of his flashlight cut a narrow path through the dark, revealing the full horror of Sector B. It was even more shocking than what had glimpsed through the folding mirror. The vast space looked as if an invisible giant hand had crushed it from within. The hole in the ceiling was larger than imagined, at least 4 meters square, with jagged concrete fragments around its edge like broken teeth. Rebar hung down from the hole, twisted into grotesque shapes, a few still swaying slightly as if something had just passed through. On the floor directly below, a mound of human remains emitted a thick, sweet metallic stench. The smell invaded his nostrils, coating his throat like something slowly solidifying in his windpipe. The burrowing worm was still feeding. It lay beside the mound, its head buried in the pile of remains, its massive mouthparts working in a slow mechanical rhythm. With each chew, the muscle groups on either side of its neck contracted in unison like countless snakes writhing beneath its skin. Its body presented an unreal silhouette in the gloom. The deep crimson carapace absorbed most of the flashlight's beam, only the patterns on its edges reflecting a faint dim light. Its 6 legs were folded against its body, the sharp claws at their tips embedded deep into the concrete floor. Lu Feng shifted the flashlight's beam away, avoiding direct illumination of the creature. Against such a beast, the flashlight was more of a liability. He pressed the light against his leg, allowing only its faint glow to illuminate the ground about a meter in front of his feet. The three of them advanced toward the burrowing worm in a single file. Lu Feng led, with Lu Lei 2 paces behind, one hand on the bomb in his pack, the other clutching a flash grenade with the pin already pulled. Lin Ruoxue brought up the rear, her right hand also holding a flash grenade, her gaze fixed over Lu Feng's shoulder on the sides of the giant beast's head. When the flashlight beam touched the burrowing worm's head, its chewing paused. The pause lasted less than half a second, but everyone felt it. Lu Feng's pace didn't falter, he even quickened his steps. The burrowing worm lifted its head from the remains, its mandibles opening and closing slowly, revealing the dark cavernous esophagus deep within its maw. Now! Lu Feng's voice rang out in the corridor. Lu Lei didn't hesitate. He pulled the pin on his flash grenade and hurled it with all his strength toward the creature's head. The silver-white cylinder traced a low flat arc through the air, landing precisely on the ground directly in front of the burrowing worm's head, bouncing once and rolling to a stop right beneath its pair of spherical organs. Even as Lu Feng closed his eyes, he could still see the white afterimage burned onto his retina. The flash grenade's blinding effect lasted 3 to 5 seconds. When Lu Feng opened his eyes, the burrowing worm's head was thrashing violently from side to side. A murky milky film had formed over the surface of its pitch-black spherical organs, likely a protective reaction to the intense light. Its 6 legs scrabbled wildly on the ground, its claws gouging 6 deep furrows into the concrete, sending debris and dust billowing into the air. But its mouth parts were still opening and closing. Shove it in. Lu Lei charged forward from behind, reaching into his pack and pulling out the first silver-white demolition bomb. The burrowing worm's head was still swaying, but the motion was slowing. The milky film was receding from its spherical organs, the dark mirrored surfaces re-emerging and beginning to focus. It was regaining its sight. Lu Lei rushed to within 2 meters of the creature's front, winding up his right arm to hurl the first bomb into its mouth. But just as he swung his arm, one of the burrowing worm's front legs suddenly lifted from the ground, sweeping toward him with a gust of force. The sharp claws at the end of that leg, like 5 curved daggers, carved 5 silver-white arcs through the air. Lu Lei instinctively twisted his body, the claws grazed his tactical vest, the sound of tearing fibers exploding in his ears. He lost his balance, tumbling to the right, and the first bomb flew from his hand, rolling into a crevice in the pile of remains. Damn it! Lu Lei cursed, bracing his hands on the ground to get up. But the burrowing worm's head had already turned toward him, his reflection mirrored in its pitch-black spherical organs. Its mouth opened, its 4 mandibles spreading outward in 4 directions, revealing the dark gaping esophagus within. Lin Ruoxue charged in from the side, her right hand raised high as she threw her flash grenade. The silver-white cylinder landed perfectly inside that dark yawning throat. The burrowing worm's mandibles snapped shut with a dull muffled crunch. The flash grenade detonated deep within its esophagus. This time the light came from within. The creature's body convulsed violently, all 6 legs scrabbling at the ground, its entire frame tilting to one side, nearly toppling over. Its head slammed into the ground, sending chunks of concrete flying in all directions. Lu Feng got up from the ground, reaching out to grab Lin Ruoxue's arm and pulling her back a step. Step back. Get to the doorframe. Lu Lei shouted, pulling out the second explosive bomb from his backpack, his thumb pressing on the touchscreen of the detonator.
Time was running out. The visual recovery speed of the burrowing worm was much faster than anticipated. The layer of milky film had completely peeled away and its pair of black spherical organs refocused, accurately locking onto the positions of the three people in front. Its front legs bent, muscles swelling beneath the carapace, the entire body assumed a posture poised for a charge. It's preparing to charge. Lu Lei's voice was filled with urgency. The burrowing worm's body suddenly moved, its 8-meter-long form springing forth like a compressed spring being released, 6 legs pushing off the ground simultaneously, concrete debris exploding outward like shrapnel.
Get down.
Lu Lei's voice was drowned out by the roar of the concrete breaking apart. The burrowing worm's head crashed against the doorframe the three had entered, but that narrow frame was too small for it. Cracks began to form on the concrete above the doorframe, spreading like a spider's web, small fragments falling down in a shower.
Its body was gradually squeezing out of Area B. The walls on both sides of the doorframe began to bulge outward, bricks and concrete debris bursting forth from the cracks. Spread out. Everyone spread out.
The captain's voice shouted from outside. The soldiers in the corridor began to move to the sides, but they didn't have enough space.
The corridor itself was less than 3 meters wide and the burrowing worm's body occupied almost the entire width, its legs flailing in the air like scythes.
As the second leg on the right of the burrowing worm stepped forward, it swept across the claw, striking a soldier's side. The curved claws struck his bulletproof plate like hammers, producing a dull thud. His body bounced off the ground, flying to the left and crashing into the wall of the corridor, hitting the ground heavily like a sack of cement. Another soldier attempted to run in the opposite direction, but his reaction was half a beat too slow. The burrowing worm's head had already squeezed out of the doorframe, its spherical organs rotating in the darkness, accurately locking onto his position. Its jaws opened, revealing a dark gaping esophagus, and then snapped shut with a crisp crack. The soldier was startled by the sound, his footsteps faltering. In that moment the burrowing worm's left front leg swept in from the side, its claw snagging the strap of his tactical vest. He was lifted up, swung in the air and then thrown out, crashing into the wall on the opposite side of the corridor, falling into darkness.
Turn off the flashlights.
Everyone turn off the flashlights.
The captain's command echoed in the corridor.
One flashlight after another was extinguished.
Darkness surged back like a tide.
The corridor was filled with footsteps as soldiers instinctively ran away from the burrowing worm. But once the burrowing worm squeezed out, its body blocked the middle of the corridor, splitting it in half. Some people ran past its left side while others ran past its right side, but no matter which side they chose, they had to pass within less than a meter of it.
At that moment Lu Feng finally found Lin Ruoxue in the darkness within Area B.
She was leaning against the left wall of the corridor, one hand braced against the wall, the other pressed against her earpiece, blood on her face, unsure if it was her own or someone else's. When the flashlight beam shone from a certain angle, a wound could be seen on her forehead, the flesh torn open, revealing the white bone beneath. Lu Feng grabbed her wrist, just pulling her up from the wall, when a loud crash sounded behind them.
The doorframe, already deformed by the burrowing worm, finally couldn't withstand the pressure.
Large chunks of concrete fell from above the doorframe, crashing down on the rear half of the burrowing worm's body. Its abdominal end was pinned down by a concrete block weighing at least 200 kilograms, striking right at the soft seam of its abdomen, one of the weakest spots on its body. The burrowing worm's body spasmed. 6 legs pushed outward simultaneously, its body arched violently, and the carapace segments at the end of its abdomen opened, revealing a layer of translucent film. The concrete block pressing down on it was bounced off, rolling to one side of the corridor and smashing a pipe on the ground, but the rear half of its body was stuck. The debris from the collapsed doorframe piled up behind it like a small mountain, firmly pinning its abdominal end underneath.
Its front 4 legs continued to step forward, but its body could no longer move forward, stuck in the middle of the corridor. This only made it angrier.
The burrowing worm's head suddenly turned to the left, its jaws opening to the maximum angle, the gaping esophagus inside spraying out a gust of airflow. The airflow carried a strong stench of decay, as if something had been fermenting in its stomach for a long time. A soldier passing from the left was hit directly by that gust of airflow. He instinctively raised his hand to cover his face, but the airflow was mixed with sticky droplets. The droplets landed on his exposed skin, immediately causing a burning sensation. That was the residue of the burrowing worm's gastric fluid, extremely acidic. He let out a scream, covering his face with both hands, retreating several steps until he collided with the wall on the opposite side of the corridor.
The burrowing worm seized this opportunity.
Its head lunged forward, jaws closing, biting down on the soldier's right arm. The arm was bitten clean off below the elbow, and the soldier didn't even have time to let out a second scream before fainting from the excruciating pain.
Fire! Everyone fire! The captain's voice suddenly rang out in the corridor.
He knew that the pulse rifles couldn't penetrate the burrowing worm's carapace, but he was more aware that if they didn't do something, this giant beast would shred the people in the corridor one by one. The first round of volley fire erupted the moment the command was given. Dozens of pulse beams struck the head and torso of the burrowing worm simultaneously, blue arcs scorching fist-sized burn marks on its deep red carapace. But that was all. The carapace wasn't breached, not even a crack appeared. The burrowing worm's head swung violently toward the direction of the most concentrated fire, its jaws opening to emit a low guttural roar carrying a noxious gust. Aim for the end of its abdomen. That's where the carapace is thin. The captain reminded everyone. Several soldiers adjusted their firing direction, concentrating the pulse beams on the end of the burrowing worm's abdomen pinned beneath the debris. The layer of translucent film began to change color under the scorching beams, shifting from milky white to charred yellow, finally emitting a wisp of blue smoke. The burrowing worm's body convulsed violently. Beneath the layer of film, dark red bodily fluid seeped out from the cracks at the burning point due to the pressure flowing down along the patterns of the carapace. It felt pain. The pain made the burrowing worm even more frenzied. Its head abruptly whipped to the right, jaws opening to the limit, the gaping esophagus spraying out a thick stream of gastric fluid. The concrete wall was corroded, creating numerous pits, and white smoke rose from the corrosion points, filling the air with a mix of acrid and burnt odors. A soldier couldn't completely evade the spray of gastric fluid. Several drops splashed onto his right arm, immediately dissolving the fabric of his uniform and exposing his burned skin beneath. He gritted his teeth and did not scream, clutching his injured right arm with his left hand, staggering backward. Retreat. Withdraw toward Area C. The captain's voice rang out amid the chaos. The soldiers in the passage began to retreat towards Zone C, the sound of their footsteps and heavy breathing merging into a chaotic din in the darkness. The burrowing worm did not pursue its front half, lay sprawled in the middle of the passage, its dark spherical organs slowly rotating as if assessing which direction to attack. However, it was pinned under debris at the end of its abdomen, unable to move. Each struggle only tore the translucent membrane lighter. Its instincts told it to choose survival over the hunt. Thus it began to retreat. The massive body slowly moved backward in the passage, 6 legs alternating to support its weight, the shell scraping against the walls, creating a series of piercing scraping sounds. Rubble and concrete fragments were squeezed out from both sides of its body, rolling a few times on the ground before disappearing into the darkness. It aimed to pull itself out of this section of the passage and retreat to Zone B. Debris continued to fall from both sides of the passage. The rear half of the burrowing worm's body was inching out from the collapsed doorframe, and the bodily fluid oozing from the membrane's cracks left a sticky trail on the ground. Lu lay. Lu Feng crouched against the left wall of the passage, pressing his hand on Lu Lei's shoulder and shaking him forcefully. Lu Lei had lost consciousness at some point, his head tilted to one side and the wound on his forehead continued to bleed with blood flowing into his temples. He was still breathing, his chest slowly rising and falling, but his consciousness had completely sunk into that bottomless darkness. Lin Ruoxue looked up at Lu Feng. The flashlights in the passage were nearly extinguished, with only one rolling from a distant corner, its beam casting a pale white spot on the ceiling, illuminating the concrete surface. At the edge of the light spot, the massive silhouette of the burrowing worm was slowly rotating. Its front half had adjusted from a horizontal position, with its head now facing Lu Feng and Lin Ruoxue. The burrowing worm's 6 legs readjusted their weight on the ground, the front legs bending, muscles beneath the shell bulging into fist-sized lumps. Lu Feng's right hand slowly reached behind his waist, fingertips brushing against the silver-gray body of the kinetic weapon. Even if all 3 high-explosive rounds hit, they would only create 3 dents in its shell. It couldn't be penetrated nor killed, and might not even be stopped. The burrowing worm's front legs suddenly pushed against the ground, its massive body charging towards Lu Feng and Lin Ruoxue with a gust of wind. Its 8-meter-long body in the narrow passage moved like an out-of-control train, 6 legs alternating their steps, claws plowing deep grooves into the ground. As the burrowing worm charged, the sound of its 6 legs alternating against the ground grew nearer, shaking the debris in the passage as it bounced on the floor. Lu Feng closed his eyes and opened the system panel in his mind. System deploy Star Trek Combat Mecha. Deployment confirmed. Star Trek Combat Mecha will be deployed in 3 seconds. Please ensure the deployment area is clear. Lu Feng opened his eyes, drawing the kinetic weapon from behind his waist, loading all 3 remaining high-explosive rounds. He didn't need to kill it, he just needed to make it stop in the next 3 seconds. Lin Ruoxue stepped back. Lin Ruoxue did not ask why she dragged Lu Lei's tactical vest strap, pulling him a few meters deeper into the passage. The burrowing worm was less than 10 meters away from Lu Feng. Its head hung slightly low, its mouthparts opened and 4 jaw flaps spread in all directions, revealing a gaping dark throat. Lu Feng raised the gun, the crosshair in the scope locking onto the burrowing worm's right spherical organ. The high explosive round erupted from the barrel, a dark golden flame exploding at the muzzle. The projectile accurately hit the center of the spherical organ. Dark green bodily fluid gushed from the shattered crystal, resembling a well that had been burst under pressure. The burrowing worm's head jerked violently to the left, letting out a sharp screech from its mouthparts. The debris in the passage shook with the sound waves, and cracks on the wall spread like spider webs. Its 6 legs continued to alternate steps, the immense inertia pushing its body forward. Lu Feng pulled the trigger for the second shot. This shot hit the joint of its left front leg, the shell shattering in the explosion, dark green bodily fluid pouring from the wound. That leg lost its support while running, causing the burrowing worm's body to tilt sharply to the left, its charge direction skewed. Its head collided with the right wall of the passage, concrete fragments flying out like shrapnel. However, its remaining legs continued to push against the ground, frantically propelling its body towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng's third high explosive round struck the gap where its head connected to its body. That was one of the few spots on its body not fully covered by shell, and the dark golden flame exploded in the confined space. The burrowing worm's charging speed finally began to slow. The pain caused a brief chaos in its nervous system, and the coordination of its 6 legs faltered. At that moment, the air in front of Lu Feng began to warp, as if something was squeezing into this narrow passage from another dimension. Lin Ruoxue, dragging Lu Lei, leaned against the corner of the passage, feeling that distortion. Her pupils dilated sharply as she gazed past Lu Feng's shoulder, looking at the warping air behind him. The burrowing worm seemed to sense it too. Its 6 legs pushed backwards simultaneously, its massive body retreating violently in the passage. The moment the Star Trek combat mecha unfolded from the void, all the light in the passage seemed to be drawn towards it. The mecha's feet firmly planted on the passage floor, grinding the concrete debris into powder beneath its non-slip patterns. The 2 light ion cannons on its shoulders flipped from storage mode, aiming at the direction of the burrowing worm, the spiral patterns inside the barrels beginning to charge with a faint humming sound. The rapid-fire pulse cannon on its right arm completed its self-check in 0.3 seconds, the heat dissipation fins beneath the barrel popping out from storage mode, the silver-white alloy blades reflecting a cold gleam in the emergency lights. The 6-barreled rotating machine gun on its left arm began to warm up, the 6 barrels rotating slowly under motor drive, making a series of fine mechanical friction sounds. Its head tilted slightly down, the red light of the optical sensor cutting through the darkness, sweeping from the burrowing worm's head to its abdomen and back again. From the moment Lu Feng called for the system to deploy until the mecha fully manifested, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. The remaining left spherical organ of the burrowing worm reflected the complete silhouette of the mecha. Its body instinctively took half a step back, marking its first retreat since breaking out from Zone B. The insectoid's recognition system had no concept of mecha. It retreated because the only remaining eye reflected a metallic giant that was taller, heavier, and appeared far more formidable than itself. Lu Feng stood 2 paces behind the mech, gazing up at the fiber turtle steel shell. He had seen the 3-dimensional structural diagrams of the Star Trek combat mech on the system panel, but blueprints and data were one thing, witnessing the physical entity standing before him was another. Especially in this corridor less than 3 meters wide, the mech's feet occupied nearly 2/3 of the entire passage, leaving only a gap of less than 30 centimeters between its armor plates and the walls. It stood like a silver-gray iron wall barring the way between Lu Feng and the burrowing worm. System connect to the mech's control system. Establishing neural link. Link established. Welcome, pilot. In that instant, Lu Feng's consciousness was pulled into a brand new interface. His vision split into 2 layers. One was his own perspective standing in the corridor, and the other was the image captured by the mech's head-mounted optical sensors. The 2 perspectives overlapped in his mind like a semi-transparent thermal imaging layer superimposed on a single frame. He raised his right arm. The mech raised its right arm. The movement was perfectly synchronized with 0 delay. Lu Feng flexed his fingers, and the mech's 5 digits simultaneously curled and extended under the drive of the hydraulic system, emitting a crisp metallic friction sound. The burrowing worm's remaining eye fixed on the mech's moving right arm as its body retreated half a step. Dark green bodily fluid still oozed from the gaps in its neck carapace, the wound torn open by Lu Feng's third high explosive round. Fluid also leaked from the joint of its left foreleg. That leg could no longer support its body weight, dragging and hovering just above the ground. The burrowing worm's remaining eye fixed on the mech's moving right arm as its body retreated half a step. Dark green bodily fluid still oozed from the gaps in its neck carapace, the wound torn open by Lu Feng's third high explosive round. The ground units of the insect race lacked higher intelligence, but their survival instincts had been honed to perfection over millions of years of evolution. Its sole eye was gathering data on the metallic behemoth before it height, width, weight, number of joints, weapon configuration. Lu Feng did not give it time to finish its assessment. He issued the first command in his mind: fire the 6-barreled rotary machine gun on the left arm. The 6 barrels accelerated from a standstill to full rotation under the motor's drive in just 0.3 seconds. A dark golden ammunition belt was drawn from the feed port into the chamber and a sustained tongue of flame erupted from the muzzle. 30mm high-explosive rounds poured out at a rate of 3,000 rounds per minute, the rain of bullets exploding into clusters of dark golden fire on the burrowing worm's head and torso. The carapace on the burrowing worm's head began to shatter under the hail of bullets. The first layer of chitin cracked under the impact, revealing the gray-white bone plate beneath. Cracks appeared on the second layer of bone plate under continuous hits spreading outward like a spiderweb. A sharp screech escaped the burrowing worm's mouthparts as its remaining foreleg thrust against the ground, its entire body crashing into the right wall. 3 of its 6 legs had lost normal function. The left foreleg joint was shattered, the right second leg was numb from being pinned under debris for too long, and fluid still gushed from the torn membrane at the abdomen's end. The burrowing worm's body slammed into the right wall of the corridor, sending chunks of concrete peeling off and revealing the gray brick structure behind. It drove its head toward the wall, attempting to use its cranial carapace to smash open a new passage. Lu Feng issued the second command in his mind: fire the continuous fire pulse cannon on the right arm. The pulse cannon's rate of fire was far slower than the rotary machine gun, but each shot packed at least 5 times the power of a machine gun round. A dark blue pulse beam shot from the cannon, precisely hitting the gap in the neck armor where the head met the torso. The hole torn open by the high explosive rounds rapidly expanded under the scorching pulse beam. The burrowing worm's body convulsed and the force of its head ramming the wall noticeably weakened. But it kept drilling into the wall, its head already breaching the concrete layer to expose the brick structure behind. The bricks crumbled like cookies under the tearing of its massive jaws, dust filling the corridor and making Lin Ruoxue cough a few times from the corner. System: how much longer for the ion cannon to charge? Ion cannon charge progress 67. Estimated completion time 4 seconds. Lu Feng raised his right arm, the pulse cannon's muzzle aimed at the burrowing worm's abdomen. That spot had been pinned under debris earlier and the membrane was already scorched into a blackened hole by the pulse beam. He pulled the trigger. Pulse beams fired in succession, striking the membrane at the abdomen's end one after another. The first shot expanded the hole to the size of a fist, the second pierced through the membrane, hitting the muscle tissue within, the third exploded directly inside the body. The burrowing worm's body arched violently, all 6 legs thrusting outward, its claws gouging deep grooves into the ground. It pulled its head out of the hole in the wall, tilting it toward the ceiling as it opened its massive jaws wide, emitting a screech. That screech was sharper than any before, the sound waves reverberating through the corridor, stinging Lu Feng's eardrums. Ion cannon fully charged. Fire. Both shoulder-mounted ion cannons fired simultaneously. Pale blue beams shot from the mech's shoulders, tracing 2 straight lines through the air to precisely strike the burrowing worm's head. Both beams hit the exact same spot at the center of its head. The carapace there had been weakened to its limit by previous attacks, the chitin had peeled away, the bone plate was shattered, leaving only a thin hard membrane. The intense heat of the ion beams burned a finger-sized hole through that membrane, then penetrated inside. The interior of the burrowing worm's head was instantly seared by the ion beam's high temperature. After its final opening, its mouthparts never closed again, the 4 jaw plates froze midair, the serrated protrusions on the inside still twitching slowly. All 6 legs lost their support simultaneously and the 8-meter-long body crashed to the ground, slamming onto the corridor floor. The ground trembled violently under the weight and debris showered down from the ceiling. Lu Feng stood behind the mech, watching the burrowing worm's body convulse on the ground. The joints of its 6 legs flexed unconsciously, its claws scratching shallow grooves into the floor, all residual activity of muscles and nerves after death. The burrowing worm's vital signs were rapidly fading. Combat concluded. Target destroyed. Burrowing worm. The carcass of the burrowing worm lay across the passageway, its 6 legs still twitching faintly. From head to the end of its abdomen, the 8-meter-long body bore scarcely an inch of intact carapace. The simultaneous discharge of 2 ion cannons had burned a fist-sized hole in the center of its head carapace. At the edges of the hole, the shell had melted under the extreme heat and then solidified again, forming a ring of dark brown glassy crystals. Inside the crystals, the remnants of incompletely incinerated neural tissue were still visible, grayish-white filamentous structures frozen within the crystalline encapsulation in the posture of their final convulsion. Lu Feng stood behind the mech, looking up at the over 5-meter silver-gray steel shell. The ion cannon muzzles were still smoking, wisps of pale white smoke rose gracefully in the beams of the emergency lights drifting toward the cracks in the ceiling. He issued the shutdown command in his mind. The red light of the optical sensor on the mech's head went out. The 2 shoulder-mounted ion cannons retracted from firing mode back to stowed position, the barrel slowly withdrawing into the weapon platforms on the shoulders. The heat sinks of the rapid-fire pulse cannon on the right arm closed under motor drive. The 6-barreled rotary machine gun on the left arm ceased spinning, its 6 barrels wobbling slowly a few times under inertia before coming to a halt. The over 5-meter steel giant stood in the middle of the corridor like a silent sculpture.
System maintain standby mode. Do not retract. Command confirmed. Star Trek combat mech is currently in standby mode, ready to resume combat configuration at any time. Lu Feng turned around. Lin Ruoxue leaned against the wall at the corner of the passageway.
One of her hands was still dragging the strap of Lu Lei's tactical vest while the other pressed against the wall, her fingers curled slightly on the rough concrete surface. Her eyes were wide open, her gaze fixed rigidly on the mech. From the moment she had turned the corner and seen the mech, her vision had not moved an inch from that silver-gray steel shell. Lu Feng walked over to her, crouched down and waved his hand in front of her eyes.
No reaction. He waved again.
Her eyes finally moved, but her gaze did not fall on his hand.
Lin Ruoxue.
Upon hearing her name called, her shoulders flinched violently. The hand on the wall slipped down and her whole body slid half a foot down the wall before she braced herself again.
Her gaze finally tore away from the mech and landed on Lu Feng's face.
This is. Her voice finally squeezed out. Yours. All her attention was fixed on the mech, or rather on the relationship between Lu Feng and that mech.
Her gaze finally tore away from the mech and landed on Lu Feng's face.
This is. Her voice finally squeezed out. Then the air began to warp, the mech materialized out of thin air, he stood behind it and the mech fired according to his commands.
Each step had a clear causal relationship.
But it was precisely this clarity that presented an insurmountable logical obstacle when her brain tried to process this information. The most advanced mech currently in service in the Empire was the Guardian Type 3 with a total length of 4.8 meters and a total weight of 16 tons, manufactured by the Military Mech Division of Imperial Heavy Industries. The Guardian Type 3 was transported by heavy-lift aircraft deployed via container airdrop and required at least 40 minutes of preparation time from startup to operational capability. But this mech, before her, visually estimated to be at least 5 meters tall and 20 tons heavy, had a weapons configuration an order of magnitude higher than the Guardian Type 3, and it went from appearance to combat engagement in less than 3 seconds. No transport aircraft, no container, no preparation time.
It appeared from nothing.
Her breathing became rapid. The knowledge she had accumulated over the past 12 years told her that such a thing could not exist.
Lin Ruoxue. Lu Feng called out again.
This time she finally reacted, reached up to wipe the blood on her face, her palms smearing messily across her forehead.
How? How do you have? The passageway was silent for a few seconds.
In the distance came the sound of rubble falling from the ceiling, small pieces bouncing on the ground a few times before rolling into the darkness. After one final twitch, the burrowing worm's body went completely still, its 6 legs frozen in midair, held in a twisted posture.
Lu Feng did not answer her question.
He pulled the last hemostatic bandage from the side pocket of his tactical vest, tore open the packaging and pressed the dressing against the wound on her forehead.
Lin Ruoxue went, sucking in a sharp breath of cold air, but did not pull away.
He held the ends of the bandage, wrapped it twice around the top of her head, the white bandage forming a ring against her dark hair.
This isn't the place to talk. Lu Feng tucked the excess bandage into the roll, stood up and turned to walk towards Lu Lei.
Lu Lei was still slumped against the base of the wall, his head tilted to one side. The wound on his forehead had stopped seeping blood. The blood had clotted on the surface of the wound, forming a dark red scab matted together with the hair scattered across his forehead.
Lu Feng crouched beside Lu Lei, his fingers still resting on the artery in his neck.
The pulse was stronger than before, indicating his body was recovering from the brief shock.
He's alive, Lu Feng said.
Lu Feng straightened up, walked over to the mech and issued a command in his mind.
System, retrieve the mech. Command confirmed. Star Trek combat mech is being retrieved.
The red light of the optical sensor on the mech's head was completely extinguished. The over 5-meter silver-gray steel shell began to blur like a painting soaked in water, its outline dissolving bit by bit from the edges. The air warped again, just as it had during deployment, without any sound, without any warning. 3 seconds later the mech vanished into the void as if it had never existed. All that remained in the passageway was the burrowing worm's corpse, scattered chunks of concrete, and the mingled smells of gunpowder smoke and rotting stench hanging in the air.
Lu Feng turned back to Lu Lei, bent down and grabbed the left shoulder strap of his tactical vest. Lift his feet,
he said to Lin Ruoxue, then grabbed hold of Lu Lei's arms and lifted his upper body off the ground. Lin Ruoxue crouched down, grabbed Lu Lei's ankles, and together they exerted force, dragging him from the base of the wall to the center of the passageway.
The burrowing worm's corpse lay across the path ahead, almost completely blocking the way. On either side of the corpse was a gap less than half a meter wide, just enough for one person to squeeze through sideways. Lu Feng had no choice. He dragged Lu Lei's upper body toward the gap on the right, turned sideways, sucked in his stomach and slowly squeezed past the worm's body between the passage walls. Lin Ruoxue followed behind him, likewise turning sideways to squeeze through the gap. The passage turned right about 50 meters behind the burrowing worm's corpse. As Lu Feng dragged Lu Lei past that corner, his pace finally slowed and Lin Ruoxue caught up from behind. Beyond the corner lay a narrower passage less than 2 meters wide with no emergency lights on either wall. Only a square maintenance hatch every 10 meters or so emitted a faint green indicator light. Those indicator lights were the status lamps of the backup power supply system, glowing in the darkness like tiny fireflies barely outlining the passage's rough contours. Lu Feng propped Lu Lei against the left wall of the passage, crouched down and shone his flashlight beam onto the man's face. The wound on his forehead had stopped bleeding, but its edges were darkened, forming a hard crust of coagulated blood and dust. Lu Feng stood up and swept the flashlight beam across the passage. Several tightly shut metal doors lined both sides, their nameplates faintly legible beneath layers of dust: B17, B18, B19. The lock cylinder emitted a dry creak before springing open. Behind the door was a rectangular room about 12 or 13 square meters. Lu Feng approached the door of B17 and tested the handle. It was locked. He drew his combat knife from behind his waist, inserted the tip into the lock's gap and pried hard. The lock cylinder emitted a dry creak before springing open. Behind the door was a rectangular room about 12 or 13 square meters. On the left side of the room stood a row of deactivated power control cabinets, their black surfaces coated in dust and cobwebs. Against the right wall were 2 iron workbenches cluttered with tools and blueprints. At the far end of the room, a vent with louvered blades still exhaled a weak but active current of air. Lu Feng placed the flashlight on the workbench beam, pointing upward so the light reflected off the ceiling to evenly illuminate the room. He then returned to the passage and with Lin Ruoxue's help carried Lu Lei inside. They positioned Lu Lei against the wall, removed his tactical vest, folded it and placed it under his head. Lu Feng walked to the door, closed it and slid the bolt from the inside. The bolt was a thumb-thick metal rod inserted into a hole in the doorframe, not very sturdy but enough to keep out anyone who wouldn't bother to knock. They positioned Lu Lei against the wall, removed his tactical vest, folded it and placed it under his head. Lu Feng walked to the door. In the passage just now from the mecha deployment to the burrowing worm's fall, the entire process might have lasted less than 40 seconds. But the energy and stamina consumed in those 40 seconds exceeded what had expended in over 2 hours on the defensive line. Piloting a mecha wasn't as simple as pressing buttons. It was a direct neural link, every movement, every shot transmitted through the connection into the pilot's sensory system. Lu Feng closed his eyes, leaned against the door panel and took a few deep breaths. A wave of nausea churned in his stomach, a side effect of the initial neural link overload. The system should have automatically performed neural synchronization calibration during the mecha's recovery, but calibration could only eliminate most of the side effects. The residual part had to be endured by the pilot's physical strength. "Are you all right?" Lin Ruoxue's voice came from the depths of the room. Lu Feng opened his eyes to see her crouching beside Lu Lei, holding a canteen, its spout against his cracked lips, dripping water into his mouth drop by drop. "I'm fine," Lu Feng said. Lin Ruoxue didn't ask further. She capped the canteen, returned it to her backpack, stood up and walked over to sit beside Lu Feng against the door. About half a meter of space separated them. The room fell silent for a moment, broken only by the vent's airflow and Lu Lei's heavy breathing. Lin Ruoxue fished a compressed biscuit from her backpack, broke it in half and handed one piece to Lu Feng. "Eat something. It'll help ease it." Lu Feng took the biscuit and bit into it. It was hard, the texture like chewing flour mixed with sand, but he forced himself to swallow. The nausea in his stomach intensified after the food entered. He paused, took 2 deep breaths and managed to suppress the urge to vomit. "You'd better finish the rest," Lin Ruoxue said. "Who knows how long it'll be before we can eat again." Lu Feng didn't argue. He stuffed the remaining half of the biscuit into his mouth and a few bites, chewed vigorously and swallowed. Lin Ruoxue handed him her canteen. He took a large gulp. The water was warm and metallic, but at that moment it felt incredibly refreshing. "When will Lu Lei wake up?" Lu Feng asked. "Hard to say. He might have been struck in the head by the creature's claw, a concussion, but no visible skull depression. The chance of intracranial bleeding is low. Best case 1 or 2 hours. Worst case 4 or 5. We can't wait here for 4 or 5 hours. "I know," Lin Ruoxue said, leaning back against the door and hugging her knees. "But we can't drag him around either. In his current state even a little jostling could worsen the concussion.
Lu Feng leaned against the door and closed his eyes.
A faint vibration came through the door panel from deeper in the corridor.
The tremors were rhythmic, occurring every few seconds like someone in the distance pounding a wall with a heavy object.
Lu Feng opened his eyes and shone the flashlight beam toward the door.
The metal surface reflected a dull silver gray under the light. The bolt was still in place, unloosened. The vibration lasted for over 10 seconds, then stopped. The corridor fell back into that unsettling silence.
It might be from Sector C, Lin Ruoshua said. There could be more than one Zerg.
Lu Feng said nothing. He moved his hand from the door panel to his waist, feeling the empty kinetic weapon holstered there. All 3 high-explosive rounds were spent. The pulse rifle was still leaning against the corridor wall, had forgotten to retrieve it while dragging Lu Lei inside. Not that it would have mattered much. The pulse rifle's energy cell was less than half full, barely enough to handle a common worker drone, let alone another burrowing worm. When the tremor came, Joko was counting supplies at a folding table deep in Area C. There wasn't much on the table: a few boxes of emergency food, 3 boxes of drinking water, 2 boxes of medical supplies, and several fire axes taken from the fire cabinet. In the shelter, these items were hard currency, 100 times more useful than Imperial star coins. When the tremor traveled up from his feet, he paused in his actions. A crewcut subordinate rushed in from the entrance of Area C, his expression changing. Logically, after working under Joko for 3 years and experiencing many storms, he shouldn't have such a look.
Boss, something happened in Area B.
Joko set down the box of emergency food in his hands, straightened up and looked over the crewcut subordinate's shoulder towards the entrance of Area C.
Speak. There were gunshots and other noises. The crewcut subordinate swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. I sent 2 brothers to take a look and only one came back.
He said the army has come in from Area B. Joke's pupils contracted slightly.
The army has come.
He knew they would eventually arrive after the insect race breached the ground defenses. The Empire could not possibly abandon a colony of tens of millions. But he hadn't expected it to be so soon, nor that the army would come in from Area B. Area B was the equipment level without a proper entrance. The army descending from there meant they hadn't entered through the normal channels. The cigarette in Joke's hand hung in midair.
How many people?
I don't know, it's too dark in the passage to see clearly, but at least dozens, the man panted, wiping the dust off his face with the back of his hand.
They have guns. Joko didn't ask further. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across everyone in Area C.
In the corner were a dozen refugees who had come to him over the past few days. They had no weapons but could serve as a human wall. A few core subordinates stood by the folding table, gripping steel pipes and fire axes with cutting guns strapped to their waists. These individuals had been with him the longest, were the most loyal, and were the most willing to act. Behind the fire door, welded shut with rebar, lay a backup supply warehouse with enough supplies to last them 3 months. But with the army coming, whether they could protect these supplies was no longer in his hands. Gather everyone here. Joke's voice was low, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth.
Move quickly.
The crewcut subordinate turned and ran deeper into Area C, the sound of his footsteps echoing rapidly against the metal floor.
In less than 3 minutes, 20 to 30 people had gathered at the folding table.
Some were still in security uniforms, others in work clothes, and some wore nothing but a dirty white tank top. Their weapons were varied: steel pipes, fire axes, cutting guns, modified nail guns, and even a few cleavers meant for the kitchen. Joka stood behind the folding table, his hands in his jacket pockets, scanning each person's face.
The army has come. They are coming from Area B. They are currently moving towards Area C. A stir arose among the crowd.
A few people whispered to each other, their voices tinged with palpable panic.
Boss, with the army coming, shouldn't we?
Shouldn't what?
Surrender.
Joko interrupted, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth, but it was not a smile.
That steel pipe in your hand, if you hand it over, then so be it.
But how do you think they will treat you? He paused, his gaze lingering on the face of the speaker for 2 seconds. You have blood on your hands. Do you think the army will treat you as a refugee? You have killed, you have robbed, and you have acted like a local emperor in this broken place for 6 days. How does the Empire's law state it?
Looting during wartime leads to execution.
The man's face was as pale as paper, his lips trembling twice, unable to utter a word. So stop dreaming. Joko withdrew his hand from his pocket, pressing down on the surface of the folding table, leaning slightly forward. The army has come. We have no option to surrender. We only have one path: to hold enough bargaining chips in our hands so that they dare not act against us.
What bargaining chips? The crewcut subordinate asked. Joko did not answer directly.
He turned around, his gaze falling on a curled figure in the corner. Luo Chang'e was leaning against the wall, her hands tied behind her back with rope, her knees drawn up to her chest. Her hair hung messily to the side of her face, obscuring much of it, but through the gaps her eyes could be seen wide open, staring at him. Joko nodded towards her direction. Horror. All eyes turned to that corner. A member of the Luo family from the capital. Joka said, with a military background and a seat in the council. With her in our hands, the army won't dare to act against us. The crewcut subordinate glanced at Luo Chang'e and then back at Joku. But what if? What if the army ignores her? Impossible. Joku took out a cigarette box from his pocket and pulled one out to put in his mouth. If the Luo family dares to ignore her, the news from the capital tomorrow will bring all their dark secrets to light. The military cannot afford to lose this person. He lit the cigarette, took a puff, the smoke escaping from the corner of his mouth. So her life is our protective charm. The atmosphere in Area C stabilized somewhat. The panic remained, but at least there was something to hold on to. Hostage negotiation, bargaining chip, these terms sounded much more comforting than surrender and execution. But we can't wait here, Joku continued. The army is coming from Area B and Area C is their necessary path. Waiting here is akin to sitting idle until death. He took the cigarette from his mouth and tapped the ash off on the edge of the folding table. Everyone listen. Move all the supplies from the warehouse to Area F. The passage in Area F is narrow with only one entrance, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. We will move both the supplies and the hostage over there, then send someone to negotiate with the army. The crewcut subordinate was the first to act. He waved his hand, leading 7 or 8 people towards the fire door. The lock clicked open and the rebar welded door was pushed aside, revealing the staircase leading up and the metal door to the supply warehouse. Boxes of emergency food came pouring out of the warehouse, piling up on the ground in Area C like a small mountain. Drinking water barrels were rolled out, the plastic bottoms thudding against the ground. Move quickly. Joka stood beside the folding table, watching his subordinates transport the supplies while occasionally glancing toward the entrance of Area C. The army could arrive at any moment. We have at most 1 hour left. His gaze shifted from the pile of supplies to the deep blue plastic sheet. The plastic sheet fluttered gently in the breeze from the ventilation duct behind which lay the passage leading to Area B. After watching for a while, Joka walked in front of Luo Chang'e and crouched down. Her face was hidden behind her scattered hair, but her eyes could be seen peering through the gaps. Did you hear? Joku asked. You are going to have to come with me. Luo Chang'e did not speak. Don't blame me. Joku reached out, brushing aside the hair that fell across her face. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck for ending up in this cursed place at such a critical moment. His fingers lingered on the side of her face for a moment before he withdrew them and stood up. Take her with us, he said to the subordinate beside him. Escort her to Area F. Bind her securely, don't let her escape. But don't hurt her, she's our most valuable asset right now. The subordinate nodded, bent over and hauled Luo Chang'e up from the ground. Her steps faltered. After days without a single proper meal, her body had grown weak to the point of utter exhaustion. The fuel in the braziers consisted of dismantled wooden door frames and table legs which crackled as they burned. Tiny sparks drifted from the edges of the braziers. The folding table had been cleared, leaving only a bare surface and a few scattered fire axes. The crewcut subordinate emerged from the fire door, sweat glistening on his forehead. He wiped it away with his sleeve and walked over to Joku. Boss, is there enough space in Sector F? There's too much stuff. There is. Sector F was originally the largest area, plenty of room. Joka pulled a cigarette pack from his pocket, flicked one out and clamped it between his lips. But Sector F only has one entrance. If the military decides to play rough and storm, and well, be trapped inside with no way out. The crewcut subordinate's face paled. Then what do we do? That's why the negotiation has to succeed. Joka lit the cigarette and took a drag. If the military agrees to talk, there's room to negotiate. If they refuse and want to force their way in. He paused, exhaling a plume of smoke. Then we'll go down fighting. Lu Feng had no idea how long he had been leaning against that iron door. A faint current of air circulated through the room from the vent, carrying a damp, musty smell mingled with rust. Lin Ruoshua sat against the door, hugging her knees, her chin resting on them, eyes closed as if she were resting. Lu Feng turned his head to look in Lu Lei's direction. At that very moment, Lu Lei's fingers curled slightly, then relaxed as if some unconscious neural reflex had triggered. Then his head began to sway gently from side to side, his brow furrowing. The wound on his forehead, crusted with dried blood, tightened and loosened with each frown. Lu Feng straightened up from the door and crouched beside Lu Lei. Lu Lei. No response. Lu Lei.
He raised his voice slightly and reached out to press Lu Lei's shoulder, preventing him from suddenly sitting up and hitting his head while still disoriented. Lu Lei's eyelids fluttered a few times then slowly opened. His gaze was initially unfocused, his pupils drifting slowly in their sockets as if struggling to adjust. He stared at the swaying circle of light on the ceiling for a few seconds, then closed his eyes and opened them again. Holy shit! His voice was as hoarse as if scraped from sandpaper. My head hurts. You got hit by a bug's attack, you have a concussion. Lu Feng released his shoulder and handed him the canteen. Drink some water first. Slowly, don't choke. Lu Lei took the canteen, tipped his head back and gulped down a large mouthful, then burst into violent coughing. Water spilled from the corners of his mouth, trickling down his chin and into his collar. Lu Feng didn't stop him. Sometimes coughing wasn't a bad thing, it was better to expel water that had gone down the wrong pipe than to let it stay lodged inside. Lu Lei coughed for a long while before finally stopping. He gasped for breath, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and his eyes finally focused. He glanced at Lu Feng, then at Lin Ruoxue, and then looked down at himself. The shoulder straps of his tactical vest had been undone and 2 magazine pouches were missing from his chest, likely torn off during the dragging. What about that bug? Dead. Lu Lei was silent for a moment, then slowly sat up from the ground. He looked down at the empty magazine pouches on his chest, then raised his head to scan the dusty power control cabinets in the room. You guys killed it. Sort of. Lu Feng didn't elaborate. Lu Lei stared at him for 2 seconds, then nodded without pressing further. He screwed the cap back on the canteen, clipped it onto his tactical belt and rolled his neck, producing a series of tiny cracks from his cervical vertebrae. Where are we now? Sector B equipment room. Lin Ruoxue opened her eyes, stood up from the door, walked to the workbench and shifted the flashlight beam from the ceiling to a floor plan on the wall. The floor plan posted on the wall beside the power control cabinet had faded somewhat. Lu Feng walked over to the workbench and studied it alongside Lin Ruoxue. The paper depicted the complete layout of the shelter's 6th floor. Sector B was in the northwest corner, Sector C was slightly north of center, and 2 main corridors connected sectors B and C. One was the path they had just taken, the other made a wide detour along the north side of Sector B. But on the map, that main corridor was covered by a red mark about 50 meters from the entrance to Sector C. This was drawn with a marker. Lin Ruoxue pressed her finger on the red mark. Looks like someone marked something. Lu Feng stared at the mark for a few seconds. The red marker strokes were hasty, resembling an X, but the pressure was heavy enough to leave indentations on the paper. The mark was probably recent, as the surrounding paper had started to yellow while the color beneath the red pigment remained vivid. Lu Lei got up from the floor, walked behind them, glanced down at the floor plan, then looked up at Lu Feng. What about the captain? Should we go find him? Well, look in Sector C. Lu Feng turned and pulled out the metal bolt securing the door. This main corridor might be problematic. Well, take the northern passage and go around. The 3 of them left room B17 and walked north along the corridor. Only Lu Feng's flashlight remained, its beam cutting a narrow path through the darkness, illuminating the ground about 15 meters ahead. The northern passage was much narrower than the main corridor. Pipes and cable trays jutted out from the walls, forming a dense metal jungle overhead. Some pipes were leaking. Water seeped from the joints, dripping into puddles below with a rhythmic pattern. Lin Ruoxue walked in the middle of the group, the stock of her pulse rifle pressed against her shoulder, the muzzle shifting slightly as her gaze moved. The corridor floor began to slope downward. The incline was slight, but after walking for a while the pressure in the knees became noticeable. The flashlight beam reached about 30 meters ahead, where the corridor forked into 2 paths leading to Sector C and Sector D. Lu Feng raised the light, shining it toward the entrance of Sector C on the left. There were marks on the ground at the entrance. The dust had been repeatedly trampled, forming a jumble of footprints. The prints were fresh, the edges hadn't been disturbed by the airflow from the vents, likely left recently. Lin Ruoxue lowered the muzzle of her pulse rifle, shifting her gaze from the entrance to Lu Feng. The captain and his team might have gone in already, but we don't know what's inside. Well, figure it out once we're in. The corridor floor stretched from Sector B toward Sector C, with Lu Feng leading the way, Lin Ruoxue in the middle and Lu Lei bringing up the rear. The air grew increasingly damp and the temperature climbed steadily. The cold, musty odor of Sector B gave way to a warm, cloying stench mingled with sweat and excrement. The smell was so thick it felt almost tangible, each breath like licking a grimy rag. Someone's up ahead, Lin Ruoxue whispered. Lu Feng spotted it too, a light at the corridor's end. It was a torch. In a shelter buried 200 meters underground, someone had lit a torch. Lu Feng raised his hand, signaling the team to halt. He switched off his flashlight, pulled a glow stick from a side pocket on his tactical vest, snapped it to life and tossed it toward the corridor's end. A cold white arc cut through the darkness, landing with a couple of bounces illuminating the scene at the corridor's end. It was a massive metal door, its panel long gone. In its place hung a deep blue plastic sheet draped from the doorframe, concealing the space beyond. Light flickered behind it, multiple sources casting shifting shadows across the plastic surface. Lu Feng picked up the glow stick from the ground and clipped it to his shoulder strap, letting the cold light illuminate the area ahead. He walked slowly toward the door. When he was about 5 meters away, a hand suddenly emerged from behind the plastic. The hand was dark-skinned and rough, with black grime wedged under the nails and a dirty cloth strip wrapped around one finger. It grabbed the edge of the plastic and yanked it aside. A face peered out from behind the plastic, a middle-aged man with sunken cheeks, prominent cheekbones and hollow eyes. His hair was a tangled mess, dusted with grime and a dried dark liquid. Then he saw Lu Feng. In that instant his pupils dilated, his face twitched and his mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping on the shore. Then he withdrew, the plastic falling shut behind him. People are out there. The voice came from behind the plastic, hoarse and shrill, brimming with barely contained excitement. The plastic was yanked open and more people surged out from behind the door. The first to burst out were a man and a woman. The man wore a grease-stained work jacket and gripped a steel pipe, its end polished to a shine. The woman wore a dark blue uniform, 2 buttons missing, revealing a grimy white underlayer beneath. Then came more old and young men and women, some in pajamas, some wrapped in blankets, others barefoot. The military. It's the military. The man in the work jacket dropped his steel pipe. It clattered on the ground with a series of sharp metallic rings. He rushed toward Lu Feng, flailing his arms in the air as if confirming the vision wasn't a hallucination. You're finally here. We've waited 6 days. 6 days. His voice echoed down the corridor. He stopped less than a meter from Lu Feng, bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Lu Feng neither stepped back nor reached out to steady him. His gaze shifted past the man's shoulder toward the space veiled by the plastic sheet. People kept pouring from behind the door, 20, 30, 40, 50 more. They stopped about 3 meters from Lu Feng, forming a semicircular encirclement. Are you an officer? The man in the work jacket straightened up, wiping saliva from the corner of his mouth. Are you here to take us out? Lu Feng looked at him, his gaze lingering on the man's face for a second, then sweeping over the crowd. How many people are here? The man blinked, then turned to look at the crowd behind him as if counting. Sector C. Sector C is packed with about 70 to 80,000. But a lot aren't in C anymore. Some went to D, some to E, and others were taken by Joke's people. Joku. The man's expression shifted, an instinctive reaction. His voice dropped. Joko runs Sector C now. He's got a few hundred men, guns and knives, and controls the supply depot. Anyone who wants food has to get his approval. Is he under anyone? No, he's the top dog in C. He was the foreman here, overseeing over 100 miners. When the bugs broke in, he led his men into the supply depot and cleared out everything movable. Then he started giving orders. Want water? Trade something. Want food? Work for him. Disobey. The man paused, swallowing hard. Lu Feng nodded, his face expressionless. How much longer can your supplies last? Not long. The man shook his head. Joko hoards most of it. We on the outskirts get 1 jug of water and 2 biscuits a day. Today the biscuits didn't come. Just water. How much water? Depends on Joke's mood. When he's generous we get a bit more. When he's not, 1 bottle for 3 people. Lu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't ask why no one resisted, because the answer was written on their faces. Hunger. In the throes of extreme starvation, people lack the strength to fight back. All they can do is curl up in corners, conserve every ounce of energy, and wait for rescue. And Joko had seized on that, using food and water as tools to forge a twisted yet functional regime of control in this dark space 200 meters underground. Where are Joke's people now? Lu Feng asked. Deep in Sector C. They've set up tents and tables. Joka sits there every day, flanked by his men, all armed. Lu Feng turned to look at Lin Ruoxue, and Lu lay behind him. Lin Ruoxue leaned against the corridor wall, her pulse rifle aimed downward, finger resting outside the trigger guard, her eyes fixed on the refugees. Lu Lei stood 2 steps behind her, left hand on the magazine pouch at his waist, right hand gripping the pistol grip. His gaze stayed locked on the darkness beyond the refugees, not engaging in anyone's conversation. The captain might have already gone, and Lin Ruoshua said, pushing off the wall. Sector C has more than one entrance. They could have come in from the other side. Lu Feng nodded, then turned to the man in the work jacket. Who here knows the layout inside Sector C? The man raised his hand. I do. I've worked here for 2 years, know every path. Lead the way. At the deepest part of Sector C, orange flames rose from several braziers made of repurposed iron barrels, casting flickering shadows on the low ceiling. The fuel in the braziers consisted of dismantled wooden door frames and table legs which crackled as they burned. Tiny sparks drifted from the edges of the braziers, flickering briefly in the air before dying out. Joka sat on a folding chair, legs crossed, holding an enamel cup in his hand. The cup contained tea leaves scavenged from the supply depot. Though expired in a place where even clean water was scarce, expired tea was a luxury. Standing beside the folding chair, a subordinate held a datapad displaying the inventory of Sector C. His brows were tightly furrowed as his eyes rapidly scanned the rows of numbers. How much is left to move? The crewcut subordinate walked over from the pile of supplies, wiping sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He had long shed his leather jacket, now wearing only a gray crewneck shirt soaked through with sweat, the dark ring of perspiration around the collar having expanded further. Boss, about a third. We're short-handed and the passage to Sector F is narrow, so we can't speed things up. Joke's frown deepened. Add more men. I've called everyone who can move. The rest can't lift a thing. The crewcut subordinate swallowed. Those weak and elderly, it's a miracle they're still on their feet. Asking them to haul supplies. They'd collapse after a few trips. Joka tossed the data pad onto the folding table, pulled a cigarette pack from his pocket and placed one between his lips. He clicked the lighter twice before it caught the flame, wavering in the ventilation draft before igniting the cigarette. Joka took a deep drag, smoke leaking from the corners of his mouth and rising in wisps within the orange glow of the brazier. 20 minutes and a third of the supplies still hadn't been moved. The hostage was still in the warehouse. Boss, maybe. The crewcut subordinate hesitated. Maybe we should pull out first. Take what we can bring the hostage and leave the rest. Leave it. Joka turned to look at him, that familiar half-smile curling at the corner of his mouth. If that stuff falls into the army's hands, how do you think they'll use it? Hand it out to refugees, give them the strength to turn against us. The crewcut subordinate's expression shifted. So we can't leave it. Joka took the cigarette from his mouth and tapped the ash against the edge of the folding table. What we can carry, we carry. What we can't, destroy. The crewcut subordinate nodded and turned back toward the supply pile, stopping after a few steps. Boss, what about that girl, the one named Luo? Should we take her to Sector F first? Joka glanced at him without answering immediately. He placed the cigarette back between his lips, his gaze fixed on the metal door reinforced with steel bars at the far end of Sector C. No. The crewcut subordinate opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just nodded and disappeared into the darkness deeper within Sector C. Joka sat back down on the folding chair, crossing his legs and holding the cigarette between his fingers. The tea in his enamel cup had long gone cold, but he didn't pour it out. He took a sip, letting the bitter coolness spread across his tongue. In the passage deep within Sector C, the brazier light cast wavering shadows on the walls. Lu Feng followed the man in work clothes as they advanced through the corridor into the depths. Lin Ruoshua was 2 steps behind him, the muzzle of her pulse rifle always aimed at the dark corners ahead. Lu Lei brought up the rear, his left hand pressing against the magazine pouch at his waist, his right hand gripping his gun, his gaze sweeping back and forth across the flanks of the team. The passage widened and braziers began to appear on the walls on both sides. These crude lamps made from repurposed iron barrels were spaced about every 10 meters. The barrels were blackened with soot and the orange flames swayed incessantly in the ventilation draft. Up ahead is the deepest part of Sector C. The work-clothed man's voice was very low. Joke's men usually guard the supply warehouse. The door to the warehouse is reinforced with steel bars. Lu Feng raised his hand and the team halted. The passage turned to the right about 50 meters ahead, and from around the corner a brighter light shone than in the corridor, along with the faint sound of voices. Fall back, Lu Feng said to the work-clothed man. Without hesitation the man turned and ran toward the rear of the team, quickly disappearing into the darkness of the passage. Lu Feng peered around the corner. Beyond it was a vast space at least half the size of a football field. In the center of the space was an open area with dozens of supply crates stacked on the ground. Some had already been opened, their emergency rations and drinking water scattered across the floor. Beside the supply pile stood 20 to 30 people armed with steel pipes, fire axes and cutting torches. Most of them were staring at the metal door reinforced with steel bars at the far end of the space. A few were bending over to move supply crates, carrying them into a deeper passage. On the other side of the supply pile, about 10 meters from the metal door, a folding chair was set up.
Someone was sitting in it. He wore a dark gray jacket, legs crossed, holding an enamel cup.
The light of the brazier fell on his face, outlining a sharp-featured countenance that now looked rather sinister.
It was Zhou.
Lu Feng's gaze passed over Zhou and landed on the metal door reinforced with steel bars behind him. Several thumb-thick steel bars were welded onto the door, the weld points dark brown, the workmanship crude as if done in a hurry.
Lu Feng pulled back behind the corner. Over 20 men, all armed.
But most have steel pipes and fire axes.
In a real fight they're no match for us.
He spoke in a low voice to Lin Ruoxue and Lu Lei.
I'll go in from the front. You two flank them. Lin Ruoxue, you're on the guns, shoot anyone who raises one.
Lu Lei, handle the ones with fire axes around Zhou. Lin Ruoxue and Lu Lei nodded simultaneously, and Lu Feng stepped out from behind the corner leading the way.
Zhou's men noticed him first.
A man in a security uniform who was bending over to move a supply crate straightened up at the sound of footsteps. His eyes fell on Lu Feng and the crate slipped from his hands, its contents spilling out.
Intruder! A cry of alarm went up and everyone turned toward Lu Feng at once.
Zhou set his enamel cup on the armrest of the folding chair, pulled a cigarette pack from his pocket, tapped one out and placed it between his lips. Then he slowly raised his head.
Alone. The firelight danced on Zhou's face. Did the army send just one man?
He didn't stand up, nor did he take the cigarette from his mouth.
Are you here to negotiate or to die?
Lu Feng did not reply to Zhou's words. His steps did not pause as he advanced toward the pile of supplies. The air was thick with the scent of rust and incompletely burned charcoal, mingled with the cheap greasy odor of torn emergency ration packages. The flames in the brazier flickered incessantly in the airflow from the ventilation ducts, casting the entire space in shifting light and shadow, and the expressions of those men wielding steel pipes and fire axes wavered with the unsteady glow.
Zhou's men did not move.
Over 20 of them stood around the supply pile, some facing Lu Feng, others still holding the postures they had assumed while moving goods. 2 men held modified nail guns, their muzzles aimed in Lu Feng's direction, but their fingers rested outside the trigger guards.
Their gazes darted between Lu Feng and Zhou as if awaiting a clear command.
Lu Feng halted about 10 meters from the supply pile.
Zhou finally rose to his feet.
He placed his enamel mug on the arm of his folding chair, held a cigarette in his right hand, and kept his left hand in his jacket pocket, tilting his head as he sized up Lu Feng.
Are you the one in charge of the military?
Zhou's voice carried clearly through the empty space.
What's your surname? None of your business. Lu Feng said.
Zhou laughed, put the cigarette between his lips and took 2 steps toward Lu Feng, with the 2 men carrying fire axes immediately following behind. They flanked him, maintaining a single step's distance.
You came alone, which means the military doesn't want anyone dying here.
Zhou flicked his ash, it fell to the ground and scattered in the draft from the ventilation shaft. You didn't bring a gun, which means you don't want to die either.
So we can talk.
Lu Feng looked at Zhou without speaking. Zhou took the cigarette from his mouth, twirled it between his fingers, then jerked his chin backward.
Bring her out. 2 subordinates turned and walked toward the metal door reinforced with steel bars.
One of them pulled a key from his belt, inserted it into the lock and turned it twice. Beyond the door was utter darkness.
A few seconds later a figure emerged from the blackness. Luo Chang'e was shoved out from behind the door, stumbling.
The emergency light fell upon her face, a face once fair now streaked with dust and dried sweat. A tear ran down the left shoulder of her light gray cashmere coat, revealing the grimy white lining beneath. Her gaze lingered on Lu Feng for a fleeting moment. Zhou walked over to Luo Chang'e, reached out and pinched her chin, turning her face toward Lu Feng.
Make an acquaintance.
Zhou's voice carried a boastful pride.
Luo Chang'e of the Luo family of the empire. Her father Luo Yuanshan holds a seat in the imperial parliament, has military connections and commands garrisons across several star sectors.
He released his grip, stepped back and shoved both hands into his jacket pockets. Tell me, you a soldier, would you dare let anything happen to the young lady of the Luo family right before your eyes?
Lu Feng looked at Luo Chang'e and she looked back at him.
A distance of over 10 meters separated them, with the leaping flames of the brazier and a small mountain of supply crates in between. In this shelter 200 meters underground, surrounded by insectoids and on the verge of collapse at any moment, their eyes met for less than 2 seconds.
Lu Feng averted his gaze, first turning to Zhou. What do you want? Zhou smiled.
It was the smile of a hunter when the prey finally speaks, smug, composed, with the relaxed air of one who holds all the cards. He pulled a cigarette pack from his pocket, flicked one out and placed it between his lips. The flame from his lighter wavered twice in the ventilation draft before catching.
That's more like it. You ask what I want and he'll tell you.
He took a deep drag, smoke leaking from the corner of his mouth. First, give me a transport ship, one that can hold all my people. Second, provide full identity cover for my people, new identities, new files with no connection to this colony whatsoever. Third. He paused, flicking his ash. Give me 100 million Imperial Star Crowns.
Cash, non-sequential old bills.
Lin Ruoshua overheard these words from a side corridor corner. Her fingers tightened slightly around the trigger guard of her pulse rifle. The Imperial military does not negotiate with kidnappers. This was a fundamental principle written in the first chapter of the operations manual. No commander could ever agree to such terms, and even if they did, they would not carry them out, and even if executed, they would not be honored. After Joka laid out his 3 demands, he held the cigarette between his lips, shoved both hands back into his jacket pockets, and tilted his head to look at Lu Feng.
Lu Feng smiled.
The smile came so abruptly that the 2 subordinates behind Joka instinctively tightened their grips on their fire axes. The smile on Joka's face froze for an instant. The cigarette slipped from the corner of his mouth. He reflexively reached up to steady it and clamped it back between his lips.
What are you laughing at? I'm laughing because you've picked the wrong person.
Joka's brow furrowed. He instinctively glanced back at the crew-cut subordinate behind him, then turned back to stare at Lu Feng.
What do you mean? I'm not here to negotiate.
Lu Feng withdrew his gaze from the metal door and fixed it back on Joka's face. And I don't have 100 million star crowns.
Even if I did, I wouldn't give them to you.
With each word Lu Feng spoke, he took a step forward.
Joka's men began to grow tense.
Those holding steel pipes instinctively retreated half a step, their grips tightening around the metal. You're just one man and you don't even have a gun, the crewcut man said, raising his nail gun and aiming it at Lu Feng. Lu Feng stopped looking at the man holding the nail gun, then at his modified weapon. The weld marks and tape wrappings on the gun were clearly visible. The trigger guard was made of bent wire, the stock tied on with a wooden stick. The whole thing looked like it had been cobbled together from a junkyard.
You can try, Lu Feng said.
Pull the trigger and we'll see whether your gun fires first or you die first. The man holding the nail gun swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, and the muzzle shifted an inch away from Lu Feng.
Joka finally sensed something amiss. His gaze left Lu Feng and swept across the dark corners on both sides of the corridor.
The firelight from the brazier could not reach those places, they were pitch black, revealing nothing. Yet an indescribable pressure was seeping out from those shadows as if something were lurking there. Lu Feng raised his right hand and made a slight cutting motion in the air. The moment the stellar track combat mech unfolded from the void, it seemed to drain all the light from Sector C. The 5-meter plus steel behemoth materialized in the center, its feet planted firmly on the concrete floor. The ground sank slightly under the weight of over 20 tons, with fine cracks spreading outward from its feet.
The 2 light ion cannons mounted on its shoulders flipped out from their stowed positions, their muzzles aimed at Joku and his men.
The 6-barreled rotary machine gun on its left arm began to warm up, the barrels slowly rotating under motor power.
Lu Feng stood behind the mech, watching the expression on Joka's face shift, from smugness to confusion and from confusion to fear. Joka's men did not run.
It was not that they did not want to, their legs simply would not obey. One man in a security guard uniform was the first to drop his steel pipe. It bounced twice on the floor with a sharp metallic clang. He turned and ran deeper into Sector C, stumbling. He made it less than 10 meters before tripping over his own feet and falling, his knee striking a concrete edge. The pain made him curl up entirely.
The other runner was a burly man in a work vest.
He discarded the fire axe and sprinted toward the passageway. After a few steps he halted, uncertain of which direction to take. The passage lay to the left and also to the right, but both routes required passing that 5-meter silver-gray steel behemoth. He stood in the center of Sector C, legs trembling, his crotch soaked and glistening under the firelight. The crewcut man was the only one who hadn't thrown away his weapon. He gripped the cutting torch, its nozzle aimed at the mech, his finger resting on the trigger, but his entire hand trembled violently. Joka stood beside the folding chair, still holding the cigarette between his fingers. A long ash had formed, precariously dangling. His gaze shifted from the mech to Lu Feng, then back again, his lips twitching several times. That once composed and self-satisfied face now seemed to have its foundation ripped away, muscles twitching uncontrollably. This. What is this? His voice seemed squeezed from the depths of his throat, carrying a fear he was unwilling to admit but could no longer conceal. Lu Feng did not answer. He issued a command in his mind.
The 6-barreled rotary cannon on the mech's left arm transitioned from warm-up to standby. The 6 barrels ceased rotating, yet the muzzle remained aimed at Joku.
"Have your men dropped their weapons?" Lu Feng said. Joku's fingers loosened and the cigarette slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground and scattering a small burst of sparks. He glanced down at the still smoldering cigarette, then raised his head, his gaze sweeping over his already shattered subordinates. Some had fled, some lay collapsed on the ground, and others stood frozen in place, legs trembling, their weapons having slipped from their hands at some unknown moment. The crewcut man still held the cutting torch, its nozzle aimed at the mech, his finger on the trigger, but his entire hand shook like a sieve. The torch's nozzle wobbled in the firelight, its aim wavering between the mech and Lu Feng. "Drop it," Joku said. The crewcut subordinate glanced at him, then released his finger from the trigger. The cutting torch slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground with a dull thud. Joku turned to face Lu Feng. He slowly withdrew his hands from his pockets, raising them to shoulder-height, palms facing outward.
"What do you want?"
He had asked Lu Feng this moments ago, and now Lu Feng returned the question in kind.
Lu Feng did not answer. He emerged from behind the mech and walked up to Luo Chang'e.
She stood beside the metal door, her hands bound behind her back with rope that had carved deep red marks into her wrists. Her hair hung disheveled beside her face, obscuring most of it, but through the strands her eyes were fixed on the mech. Lu Feng drew a military knife from his waist, inserted the tip into the gap between the rope and her wrist, and flicked upward. Luo Chang'e flexed her wrists, which had been bound for too long, brushed the scattered hair from her face, and stepped forward half a pace.
That half pace was so swift that Lu Feng couldn't react.
Her arms closed around his waist from both sides, her forehead pressed into the hollow of his shoulder. The entire motion was crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation, like someone who had rehearsed it countless times in their mind and finally seized the moment to act. Lu Feng's body stiffened. His left hand hovered in midair, uncertain where to place it.
Luo Chang'e remained silent.
Her shoulders trembled faintly, her breaths rapid and erratic, the rise and fall of her chest transmitted through their clothing to his waist. The air was thick with her scent, the inevitable odor after 6 days in an underground shelter. But in this subterranean fortress besieged by insectoids and on the verge of collapse, none of that mattered anymore.
Lu Feng's left hand finally descended, resting on her back.
Luo Chang'e's forehead pressed into his shoulder hollow, her trembling gradually subsiding. Her fingers clutched the webbing on the side of his tactical vest as if terrified he would vanish the next second.
Lu Feng's gaze traveled over her shoulder to Joku.
Joku still maintained his hands overhead posture, palms outward, fingers slightly spread. The firelight danced across his face. That faint smug curve of his lips had long vanished, replaced by a rigid expression struggling to preserve the last shred of dignity. Her hands withdrew from his waist, rising to her ears, palms pressing firmly against them. "System," he commanded in his mind.
"Target, eliminate all personnel currently holding weapons."
Her hands withdrew from his waist, rising to her ears, palms pressing firmly against them. "System," he commanded in his mind.
"Target, eliminate all personnel currently holding weapons in this area." Command confirmed. Targets locking.
The mech's head rotated slightly, its optical sensors emitting 2 thin red lines that swept from left to right across the darkness. Those dark red optical sensors lingered on each person's face for less than 1/10 of a second, enough time for identification and target classification. The 6-barreled rotary cannon on the left arm shifted from standby to firing readiness. The 6 barrels began to rotate slowly under motor drive, emitting a series of fine mechanical grinding sounds. Joku's face was illuminated brilliantly in that instant. His expression finally crumbled completely. His hands overhead posture changed, his right hand dropped, instinctively reaching toward his lower back.
"Wait," Joku's voice was hoarse and urgent. "You can't."
Lu Feng issued the firing command in his mind. The 6-barreled rotary cannon accelerated rapidly from low speed to full rotation. The muzzle unleashed a sustained tongue of flame. A dark golden belt of ammunition was fed from the supply port into the chamber, and 30mm high-explosive rounds poured out at a rate of 3,000 rounds per minute.
The man in the security uniform was still in the posture of turning to flee.
The bullet entered below his left shoulder blade, tumbled at least 3 times in his chest cavity, and exited beneath his right ribs. The force of the impact sent him pitching forward face first onto the ground, his limbs twitching involuntarily. The second and third rounds simultaneously struck 2 men holding fire axes. One man's head under the bullet's impact burst like a watermelon struck by a hammer, shattered tissue and blood spraying in all directions. The other's abdomen was pierced through the force, hurling him backward over 2 meters into a small mountain of supply crates, scattering emergency food packages from the openings. The crewcut man was the last to fall. His cutting torch was still clutched in his hand, but his fingers could no longer squeeze the trigger. The bullet's impact sent his body arching backward, the back of his head striking the concrete floor with a dull thud. From the moment Lu Feng issued the command to the fall of the last target, a mere 4 seconds had elapsed. The 6-barreled rotary cannon on the Met's left arm ceased rotating, its muzzle still smoking. Pale white smoke rose languidly in the glow of the fire pit, and the air grew thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Luo Chang's hands were still pressed over her ears. Through the gaps between her fingers her eyes were visible, fixed on the prone bodies on the ground. She lowered her hands to her sides. Her gaze shifted from the corpses to Lu Feng's face. Her lips trembled, but her voice was far calmer than he had anticipated. "You came to rescue us?" "Yes." Luo Chang'e looked at him, her eyes unnaturally bright in the firelight. At that moment Lu Lei emerged from the corner of a side passage. His pulse rifle was still in hand, muzzle pointed downward, finger resting outside the trigger guard, his gaze locked onto the 5-meter silver-gray steel behemoth. "You bastard," Lu Lei finally managed to say. "Just how much else are you hiding from me?" Lu Feng's gaze shifted away from the mech, settling on the metal door welded with steel bars deep within Sector C. "What lies beyond that door?" A supply warehouse. Zhouke's men have moved out everything they could carry. There should be some things left behind that they didn't have time to take. Further in is where they keep the prisoners. Prisoners? Those who disobeyed, try to escape, or cross Zhouke, they're all locked in there. Luo Chang'e seemed to recall something as she spoke in a hushed tone. Lu Feng approached the metal door, reached out, gripped a steel bar welded onto its surface, and gave it a hard tug. "System," he called out in his mind, "can the mech cut through this door?" The Stellar Orbit Combat Mech is equipped with a right-arm thermal cutting blade capable of cutting through alloy steel up to 5 centimeters thick. Current door thickness is approximately 2 centimeters, steel bar diameter about 1 centimeter. Cutting is feasible. Lu Feng issued the command in his mind. The mech took a step forward, its 5-meter steel frame carrying over 20 tons of weight made the ground tremble slightly with each stride. The right arm lifted and the armor plating on the inner side of the wrist slid apart, revealing a dark red thermal blade. The blade emitted a faint hum in the air, heat accumulating on its surface, heating the surrounding air until it visibly distorted. The mech walked up to the metal door. Its right arm rose, aligning the thermal blade's edge with the first steel bar between the door panel and the frame. The steel bar rapidly turned red under the blade's intense heat, from dark red to bright red, then to orange-yellow, and snapped on the 3rd second. The broken ends still glowed faintly, molten metal droplets dripping from the fractures, scattering tiny sparks on the ground. When the 7th steel bar snapped, the door panel finally loosened. The mech retracted its right arm, the thermal blade folded back into the wrist, and the armor plating closed again. Lu Feng stepped forward, grasped the edge of the door panel with both hands, and pulled outward with force. The door let out a dry creak from its hinges, then slowly swung open. Beyond the door was a sea of darkness. The stench that surged out from behind it was far more potent than anywhere else in Sector C. Lu Feng pulled a glow stick from the side pocket of his tactical vest, snapped it to activate it, and tossed it inside. A cold white light traced a parabolic arc through the darkness, bounced a few times on the floor, illuminating a corner of the space beyond. It was the inner part of the supply warehouse, roughly 200 square meters, divided into narrow aisles by shelves. Most of the supplies on the shelves had already been cleared out, leaving only scattered packaging bags and empty boxes strewn on the floor. But in the area untouched by the glow stick's light, within that deeper, thicker darkness, something was stirring. Lu Feng heard a sound. It was sobbing, and not just one person. He pulled a flashlight from his waistband and flicked the switch. The beam carved a path through the darkness, illuminating the deepest part of the supply warehouse. That was no warehouse, it was a makeshift prison cell enclosed by shelves and plastic sheeting. The plastic hung down from the tops of the shelves, forming a sealed space of about 20 square meters. The edges of the plastic were fastened to the shelf posts with wire, with some places torn open, revealing huddled human figures inside. When the flashlight beam fell upon them, the sobbing ceased. Lu Feng saw their faces. Men, women, the elderly, a middle-aged woman in pajamas, an old man wrapped in a blanket, and a girl in a school uniform emblazoned with the emblem of the colony's middle school. All their faces bore the same pallor and emptiness. They had been in the dark for so long that light was no longer a beacon of hope but a threat. As the flashlight beam swept across their faces, some instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, others shrank into the corners, clutching their heads, curling their bodies into tight balls. "We are the Imperial Army," Lu Feng's voice echoed in the empty warehouse. "You are safe now." No one spoke. After a few seconds, the girl in the school uniform was the first to stand up. Her legs trembled and her movements were slow, as if every joint had to relearn how to function. She looked at Lu Feng, her lips quivering several times, and then tears streamed down her face. Then a second person stood up, a third, a fourth. Someone began to cry out loud, the sobs transforming from suppressed weeping into wails that reverberated through the empty warehouse.
Lu Feng turned to look at Lin Ruoxue and Lu Lei.
Count the people.
Tally the casualties. As Lu Feng walked out of the warehouse, Sector CS passageway was already packed with people who had emerged from every corner. Everyone had heard the gunfire, 4 seconds of continuous shots amplified within the shelter's enclosed space.
The first to surge forward were the refugees from Sector CS periphery.
They had huddled in the farthest corner from the supply warehouse, surviving on barely half a bottle of water and 2 biscuits a day, the lowest rung of Zhouke's regime. They had no weapons, no supplies, and barely the strength to stand. When the first person reached Lu Feng, his legs gave way and he collapsed to his knees.
It wasn't intentional, he truly couldn't stand any longer.
Kneeling on the ground, he looked up with cracked, bleeding lips, emitting a gurgling sound from his throat.
Is there any food? That question was like a pebble thrown into a still lake.
Ripples spread outward and the crowd behind him began to stir. Everyone pressed forward, driven by primal instinct in a final struggle for survival.
Step back, Lu Lei's voice came from behind Lu Feng.
Everyone pressed forward, driven by primal instinct in a final struggle for survival.
Step back, Lu Lei's voice came from behind Lu Feng.
Back stunned the crowd. Those in front halted, but those behind continued to push, causing the front line to stumble forward a few steps, nearly falling.
Lu Feng raised his hand and issued a command in his mind.
The stellar orbit combat mech took a step forward.
Its 5-meter steel frame cast a massive shadow in the orange glow of the fire pits.
The mech's head optical sensors glowed with a dark red light, 2 beams cutting straight lines through the darkness, sweeping from left to right across the crowd. Everyone's footsteps halted simultaneously at that moment. The mech's presence was like a bucket of ice water dousing a pile of embers, ready to ignite, extinguishing even the last spark. Those still pushing forward froze as if struck by a paralysis spell. Some craned their necks to stare at the mech's massive torso, others simply sat down on the ground.
Everyone formed a single line. Yet under the mech's shadow, every word Lu Feng spoke seemed etched into the eardrums of everyone present.
The crowd began to move. In less than 3 minutes, a winding line stretched from the warehouse entrance deep into Sector CS passageway.
Someone in the line whispered to the person next to them, Is that a mech?
Is our Empire's mech supposed to look like this? The person beside them didn't answer because they too were gazing up at the silver-gray steel behemoth, mouth slightly agape, eyes unblinking. Lin Ruoxue emerged from the supply warehouse carrying a cardboard box filled with emergency food packets, each containing a single-serving compressed biscuit.
Lu Lei followed behind her, carrying 2 military green water containers bearing the insignia of the Imperial Emergency Management Agency.
Lu Feng turned to look at the pile of supplies. The boxes hauled out of the warehouse were stacked in the center of Sector C like a small mountain. He pulled one box from the pile, tore off the seal, and took out bags of compressed biscuits. 1 portion per person, he said to Lin Ruoxue. Distribute the biscuits and water first. The team in Area C had been queuing for several hours, and as soon as someone received their food, they tore open the packaging and stuffed the biscuits into their mouth, chewing a couple of times before beginning to gag. Having gone too long without food, they had forgotten how to handle solid sustenance. Lu Feng stood beside the pile of supplies, the beam of his flashlight sweeping across every corner of the area.
Lu Feng.
Lu Lei's voice came from the direction of the corridor, carrying an urgency Lu Feng had never heard before. Lu Feng turned around to see Lu Lei standing at the entrance of the warehouse, his left hand pressed against his earpiece, his face looking quite grim.
There's news from the lieutenant. Lu Feng quickly walked over.
Lu Lei switched the earpiece to speaker mode. The lieutenant's voice came through, intermittent and heavily distorted by static.
The insect race. Detected on the ground. Lieutenant, the signal is weak, repeat that.
Lu Lei shouted into the earpiece. The ground forces of the insect race are gathering above the shelter. Repeat, the ground forces of the insect race are gathering above the shelter. The number is unclear, but at least over.
Lu Feng's pupils constricted slightly.
The insect race knew the location of the shelter. They hadn't just fortuitously broken through the ceiling of Area B. The burrowing insect could accurately locate that spot in Area B, indicating that they had known about the underground shelter from the very beginning. Now they were gathering above the shelter, which meant that the burrowing insect was not the vanguard but a scout. The commotion it caused in Area B was a signal to the ground forces of the insect race.
Lieutenant, what is your location?
Lu Feng said into the earpiece.
Area D. The main passage is blocked.
Rubble.
Can't get through.
You all
figure it out.
The signal was completely lost.
Lu Feng took the earpiece from Lu Lei's hand and listened for a few more seconds, only hearing the static. They are gathering. Lu Lei's gaze swept over the refugees in Area C who were eating biscuits. If the burrowing insect can break through the ceiling of Area B, it can also break through the ceilings of Areas C, D, E and F. If they dig in from multiple points at the same time, we won't be able to stop them. Lu Feng finished the sentence for him. Lu Lei did not argue, for he knew this was the truth. A single mech could easily handle one burrowing insect, but if 5 or 10 came in from 3 directions at once, even the strongest firepower of the mech would be overwhelmed. Moreover, there were those refugees, hundreds of thousands, crammed into this underground space, unarmed, untrained and unable to run. Once the insect race breaches any point, these people would be like sheep awaiting slaughter. We must evacuate them to the surface. Lin Ruoxue walked over from behind, still holding half a piece of unfinished compressed biscuit. The shelter is no longer safe. The insect race knows we are below. They will keep digging until they collapse the entire underground structure. Lu Feng nodded. This thought had been circulating in his mind for a while. How do we evacuate? Lu Lei frowned. The elevator shaft we came down can only take 2 people at a time, and going up is the same. The insect race won't give us that much time. Are there other exits? Lu Feng turned and walked toward the wall in the depths of Area C where a floor plan was posted. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the faded paper, revealing the complete structure of the 6-story shelter in the glow of the light. Area C, D, E and F each had emergency evacuation passages marked on the design. But most of those passages led to exits of surface buildings which had long been destroyed in the first wave of the insect race's assault. None of these exits are usable. Lu Feng moved the flashlight away from the blueprint, the beam shaking in the dark warehouse. Even if the exits were still open, the insect race on the surface wouldn't let us leave. They are gathering above the shelter, indicating they know we would emerge from those locations. Going out would mean death. Lu Lei's brows knitted together. Then what do we do? We can't just wait here to die. Lu Feng did not answer immediately. His flashlight beam returned to the floor plan, starting from the center of Area C and moving outward along the main passage. The escape routes marked with green arrows under the threat of the ground forces of the insect race now seemed like one-way streets leading to death. The insect race on the surface was gathering. They knew the location of the shelter and the exits, and might even have predicted the directions from which the Imperial Army would organize the evacuation of the refugees. The shelter was built 200 meters underground with a 6-story structure, the bottom being the equipment level and pipeline level. What lay beneath the pipeline? Lu Feng's flashlight beam paused at the very bottom of the floor plan. There were no marked passages, no arrows, no labels, just a gray blank area. But the blank did not mean there was no way. The shelter was built 200 meters underground with a 6-story structure, the bottom being the equipment level and pipeline level. What lay beneath the pipeline level? It wasn't drawn on the blueprint, but when he had just passed through Area B, the direction of the ventilation ducts and drainage channels he had encountered had all been extending downward. Those ducts wouldn't just disappear into thin air, they must lead to some place. Either a deeper underground water layer or the drainage system around the colony point. Wherever they led, it was far better than staying in this concrete coffin that the insect race was drilling through layer by layer from above. Suddenly the ground beneath his feet trembled as if something massive was slowly moving deep within the crust. In the depths of Area C, the refugees who had been queuing for food stopped their movements. Another tremor. This time stronger than before. The originally hairline cracks in the ceiling began to expand at a visible rate, and gray-white dust fell from the cracks. The insect race. The insect race is coming down. Someone in the crowd shouted first. The shout was like a spark igniting a powder keg, causing the queue that had just been waiting for food to instantly turn chaotic. Don't run. Don't run around. Lu Lei's voice rang out amidst the chaos. He stood in the center of the corridor, his pulse rifle across his chest, blocking the way to Area D. Several people attempting to squeeze past him were pushed aside, stumbling a few steps before crashing against the corridor wall. But panic spread through Area C like a virus. There was pushing in the crowd like a row of dominoes collapsing all at once. Don't run. For fuck's sake, don't run. Lu Lei's voice exploded in the corridor. He tossed aside his pulse rifle, grabbing the collar of a man who rushed past him, yanking him back and slamming him against the wall. The man slid down to the floor after hitting the wall, his face showing an expression of sheer terror, his lips trembling, eyes locked on Lu Lei but his pupils devoid of focus. He had been scared senseless. Lin Ruoxue stood beside the pile of supplies, her gaze quickly scanning the crowd, trying to find a breakthrough point to control the situation. The ground trembled again, this time stronger than the previous two.
The cracks in the ceiling spread like a spider's web and a fist-sized chunk of concrete fell from the crack, crashing to the ground and shattering into several pieces.
System.
Lu Feng closed his eyes and called out in his mind.
Yes. How many Star Trek combat mechs are currently available? Star Trek combat mech inventory 4 units. Currently 1 is deployed and in standby mode while the remaining 3 are in storage and can be deployed at any time. Lu Feng opened his eyes. Lu Lei. Lin Ruoxue. Come here.
Lu Lei and Lin Ruoxue heard him simultaneously. Lu Lei released the man who had been scared silly, bent down to pick up the pulse rifle and rushed to Lu Feng.
Lin Ruoxue ran over from the pile of supplies. The wound on her forehead wrapped in a bandage was seeping blood again as she ran.
Clear the supply pile. Move to the sides, leaving at least 10 meters of open space in the middle.
Lu Lei didn't ask why, turned around, rushed towards the supply pile and threw a box aside. Lin Ruoxue followed behind him.
The two of them were like 2 human cranes transferring the mountain of supply boxes to either side of the passage.
Lu Feng opened the system panel in his mind. The icons of the 4 mechs lined up on the panel, with the first icon lit up indicating it was deployed.
The icons for the second, third and fourth mechs were gray, indicating they were in storage.
System prepared to deploy the remaining 3 mechs simultaneously.
Deploy coordinates centered around my current position, distributed in a triangular formation.
Deployment confirmed. The Star Trek combat mechs will deploy in 3 seconds. Please ensure the deployment area is cleared.
The air began to distort.
Just like the first deployment, there was no sound and no warning.
But this time the range of distortion was 3 times greater. In the central area of Zone C, 3 visible points of air fluctuation appeared simultaneously, like 3 stones thrown into a calm surface of water. Ripples spread out from each point, colliding and interfering with each other at the intersection of the 3 ripples, creating a complex optical distortion. At the moment the 3 mechs fully manifested, Lu Lei stood at the corner of the passage, his left hand still in the position of pushing aside the last supply box. His right hand hung at his side, the strap of the pulse rifle slipping halfway down his shoulder, the stock nearly dragging on the ground. At that moment his mouth was slightly agape, his gaze darting between the 4 mechs before finally landing on Lu Feng.
4 units. Lu Lei's voice sounded as if someone was choking him. You have 4 units.
The silence in Zone C lasted about 5 seconds before the first voice emerged.
The crack in the ceiling continued to widen, producing a series of tearing sounds like a massive piece of fabric being slowly ripped apart from the middle. Everyone looked up.
The crack in the ceiling extending from the direction of Zone B had widened to nearly a palm's width after the 4th tremor. At the edge of the crack, chunks of concrete were slowly peeling away, revealing the gray-black rock layers behind and the twisted rebar protruding from the rock. The crack penetrated through 2 layers of structure. This meant that if the insectoids dug down from the surface, they only needed to break through 1 more layer to fall directly into Zone C.
They have already dug to Zone B. Every word Lu Lei spoke seemed to be squeezed out between his teeth. The next layer is Zone C.
Lu Feng said nothing. He opened the system panel in his mind and called up the real-time status of the 4 mechs. The firepower configuration of the 4 mechs was sufficient to turn anything that fell from the ceiling into a sieve in the narrow underground space.
But firepower was not the issue, the problem was people. System, can the mechs be operated by others? Lu Feng asked this question in his mind. The Star Trek combat mechs support multi-driver mode. Each mech can establish a connection with one driver through the Neuralink interface inside the cockpit.
The remaining 3 mechs are all in standby mode and can be assigned to 3 drivers.
Internal cockpit. Lu Lei. Lin Ruoxue.
The 2 looked at him simultaneously.
1 mech for each of you. Get into the mechs with me. Lu Lei paused. Get into the mech. The cockpit is in the chest. Lu Feng was already walking toward his mech.
Once the mech deploys, the cockpit will activate automatically. No operation is needed and your body will be guided into it by the system.
Lu Lei and Lin Ruoxue exchanged glances.
Luo Chang'e stood nearby, her lips moving slightly. Lu Feng arrived in front of his mech, the first one to deploy, the one that had burst out from the passage in Zone B, armed with a pulse cannon and a 6-barrel rotary machine gun. At the center of the mech's chest armor, a slender blue light seam lit up. The seam extended from the upper edge of the chest armor down to the lower edge, glowing with a cold fluorescent light under the dim emergency lights. He stopped, turned around, and his gaze passed over Lu Lei and Lin Ruoxue, landing on Luo Chang'e.
You come too.
Luo Chang'e's pupils contracted slightly.
Me.
Her voice was very soft, as if confirming she had not misheard.
The 4th mech, Lu Feng said you will pilot it.
Luo Chang'e stood still, her fingers slowly tightening around the hem of her coat.
I.
I have never piloted in real combat.
Luo Chang's voice trembled slightly. I have piloted a Type 2 Guardian in the simulator, but that was just a simulator. Real combat and simulators are no different. Lu Feng interrupted her. The only difference is that in a simulator if you lose you can restart, in real combat if you lose you die.
So don't lose. Lu Feng took a step forward.
The light seam slid open to the sides and the chest armor opened like two doors. Behind the doors was a narrow space just large enough for one person to stand in, with no seats, no control sticks and no traditional control devices. Only silver-gray metal walls, densely packed optical fiber circuits on the inner walls and a circular interface emitting a faint blue light in the center. Lu Feng turned around, backed against the cockpit, positioning the back of his neck toward the circular interface. A gentle yet irresistible force field was released from the interface, pulling his body inward. The back of his neck precisely pressed against the interface, a microneedle array pierced his skin and the neural link was established in an instant.
The chest armor silently closed within 2 seconds. Mech 1 activate. Lu Lei looked up at the mech, his mouth slightly agape.
Is it really this simple? He asked.
No one answered him, for Lu Feng was already inside the mech.
Lu Lei took a deep breath, turned to the mech beside him and looked up at the 5-metal silver-gray steel body. At the center of the chest armor a blue light seam lit up as well.
All right then, he muttered, taking a step forward.
The light seam slid open, revealing the cockpit before him. Lu Lei turned around, backed against the cockpit, and the force field caught him. The neural link was established in an instant and the mech's optical sensors activated, presenting the scene in Zone C to his consciousness in a different way.
Damn it!
Lu Lei's voice came out of the mech's external speaker, echoing in Zone C.
Lin Ruoxue stood before the third mecha, taking a deep breath.
She stepped forward, her back pressing against the cockpit's inner wall. As the microneedle array pierced the skin of her nape, her body instinctively tensed for a moment before quickly relaxing.
Unit 3 activate. Luo Chang'e was the last.
She stood before the fourth mecha, tilting her head back to gaze at the steel shell that loomed 3 times her height. The blue light seam at the center of the chest plate was already glowing, as if waiting for her.
You have 3 seconds to decide. Lu Feng's voice came from the external speaker of Unit 1.
Luo Chang'e bit her lip and stepped forward. As she turned to lean against the cockpit, her center of gravity was slightly off. The force field caught her and her body tilted for an instant before being corrected into position. When the microneedle array pierced her nape, she gasped sharply. Then the cockpit closed and the world before her eyes transformed.
Unit 4 activate.
Four silver-gray steel behemoths stood in a triangular formation at the center of Sector C. The optical sensors on their heads lit up with 4 sets of dark red light gleaming in the darkness like 4 colossal compound eyes. The refugees in Sector C looked up at these 4 mechas, none daring to speak. System established squad communication channel, Lu Feng commanded in his mind.
Squad communication channel established. Currently online 4 personnel. Can you hear me? Lu Feng asked.
Yes, Lu Lei's voice crackled through the channel, barely containing his excitement. Damn, the control feel of this thing is 100 times stronger than I imagined.
It's like it's grown onto my own body. I can hear you. Lin Ruoxue's voice was steady. There's a problem with the vision. The optical sensor's feed is overlapping with my own sight. It's a bit dizzying. You'll get used to it.
Focus your consciousness on the mecha's sensor feed and ignore your own vision.
This is a normal neural link response. ITLL fade within 5 minutes.
Luo Chang's voice came through the channel, trembling noticeably.
I can hear you all. But I can't control the mecha's legs. Don't think about controlling. Think about moving. You want your leg to move and it will move.
Unit 4's right leg lifted slightly, then stomped heavily back onto the ground. The concrete floor shattered under the immense weight of over 20 tons, fragments spraying in all directions. A refugee standing too close was struck on the shin by a fragment, crying out in pain and staggering backward a few steps.
Sorry.
Luo Chang's voice blurred into a continuous stream in the channel.
Being able to move is enough. We don't need fine control right now.
Just being able to walk, run and fire is sufficient. The ceiling overhead trembled again.
This tremor was stronger than any before.
The crack in the ceiling, as if torn apart by a pair of invisible colossal hands, widened from the breadth of a palm to half a meter. Large chunks of concrete peeled from the crack's edges, crashing to the ground and raising clouds of gray-white dust. Amidst the dust, Lu Feng saw something moving in the depths of the fissure.
Everyone attention. Lu Feng's voice deepened in the channel. On the ceiling. It's coming. The optical sensors of all four mechas swiveled simultaneously toward the ceiling.
From the crack the first tentacle emerged. It was a dark red tubular organ, its surface covered in fine villi glistening wetly under the emergency lights. The tentacle writhed in the air a few times as if sensing something, then retracted. Lu Feng recognized this organ. It was the probing tentacle of a Zerg worker used to perceive air currents and temperature changes ahead during excavation. Its retraction meant it had completed its survey and was signaling the main force behind.
Lu Lei left flank. Lin Ruoxue right flank. Luo Chang'e rear. The three mechas moved simultaneously, deploying to the left, right and rear of Unit 1.
From the crack the head of the first worker emerged. It was a standard Zerg ground unit worker about 3 meters long with 6 legs, a triangular head and a maw composed of 2 pairs of sickle-shaped mandibles. Its carapace was a deep brown covered in scratches and pits from excavation. The spherical organ just emerging from the crack locked onto Unit 1's position.
Its maw opened, emitting a piercing shriek. Lu Feng pulled the trigger.
The dark blue beam from the rapid-fire pulse cannon struck the worker's head dead center. The thick brown carapace burned through like paper under the pulse's intense heat, and dark green bodily fluids gushed from the breach. The worker's body convulsed, its 6 legs scrabbling wildly at the crack's edge for a moment before it fell from the ceiling, crashing to the ground and sending up a plume of dust. More workers surged from the crack. Before the first body even hit the ground, a second had already poked its head out, followed by a third, fourth and fifth. They squeezed out from the ceiling fissure in an unending torrent like pus oozing from a wound.
Open fire. Lu Feng gave the order through the channel. The firepower of all four mechas erupted simultaneously. The rapid-fire pulse cannons unloaded ammunition at maximum rate, dark blue beams carving straight lines across the ceiling. Each hit sent a worker tumbling from the crack, but for every one that fell, 2 more pushed their way forward. Unit 4's movements were the most awkward. Luo Chang'e's control was far from proficient.
Her thermal blade would veer off its intended path during swings, sometimes striking the rock layer above the ceiling, sometimes skidding off a worker's carapace due to a poor angle.
Don't worry about the angle, Lu Feng told her through the channel. Just cut into them. Their carapaces can't withstand the thermal blade.
The crack continued to widen under the relentless tremors, expanding from 0.5 meter to 1 meter and from 1 meter to 2. The edges of the crack were no longer just shedding concrete fragments, entire concrete slabs were falling.
The ceiling support structure had been utterly destroyed by the Zerg's excavation. They're dismantling the ceiling.
They want to bury the entire Sector C. Lin Ruoxue's voice came through the channel, carrying a tension Lu Feng rarely heard from her. Lu Feng naturally knew he had fought against the burrowing worm in Corridor B and was well aware of the carapace thickness of this giant beast.
The worker insects excavated to clear a path for the burrowing worm.
They first used their smaller bodies to drill holes in the ceiling, and then the burrowing worm used its massive size and powerful mandibles to enlarge these holes until the entire floor slab collapsed. By now the crack had expanded to nearly 3 meters wide. The ceiling's support structure had completely lost its load-bearing capacity under the continuous digging and vibrations. Whole concrete slabs broke off from the edges, crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of grayish-white dust. Through the dust Lu Feng saw the head of the burrowing worm. The moment that pair of pitch-black spherical organs emerged from the crack, the optical sensors of 4 mechs simultaneously locked onto it. Unlike the one they encountered in Corridor B, this burrowing worm had a darker carapace, nearly pure black. The patterns on its carapace were also denser, as if it had undergone some form of evolution or modification. Its body length was estimated to be over 10 meters, at least 2 meters longer than the one in Area B. Its head was squeezing out of the crack, and with each exertion the muscle groups on either side of its neck bulged beneath the carapace into hard lumps the size of fists.
Everyone focus fire on the head.
Lu Feng issued the command. The ion cannons of the 4 mechs fired simultaneously, and 4 pale blue beams precisely hit the same spot on the burrowing worm's head. The ion cannons of the stellar orbit combat mechs were far more powerful than any current equivalent weapon in the Empire's arsenal. Back in Corridor B, Unit 01 had penetrated the head armor of that burrowing worm using only 2 ion cannons.
Now with 4 mechs firing at once, the energy of 8 ion cannons converged on a single point. The carapace on the burrowing worm's head began to melt the instant the beams made contact. Dark green bodily fluids gushed from the molten wound, evaporating into white steam under the intense heat of the ion beams. The burrowing worm's body convulsed violently, its 4 mandibles opened one last time, then froze midair. Its head had been pierced by the volley of ion fire, creating a cavity over 0.5 meter in diameter through which the dark space behind could be seen from the front. The neural tissue was carbonized by the high heat, and the muscle tissue was seared into charred hard lumps.
From the moment the burrowing worm's head emerged from the crack to its demise, less than 5 seconds had elapsed. But within the crack in the ceiling more insects were swarming out. The density of the worker insects was higher than before. They no longer crawled out one by one but cascaded down from the crack like a waterfall. Their 6 legs flailed wildly in the air before they crashed onto the ground. Some worker insects were killed midair by ion cannons, their corpses falling onto the living worker insects below, pinning them down as they struggled on the ground. The 4 mechs formed a fan-shaped formation in the center of Sector C, alternating fire between their ion cannons and rapid-fire pulse cannons. Each beam of light could precisely pierce the head of a worker insect. The struck worker insects fell from the crack like puppets whose strings had been cut. But the number of worker insects was overwhelming. The vibration of the ceiling not only did not stop but grew increasingly intense. The head of a second burrowing worm emerged from another part of the crack, followed by a third and a fourth. Lu Feng's gaze swept quickly over the heads of those burrowing worms. Their carapace thickness was comparable to the first one's, equally vulnerable before the ion cannons of the stellar orbit combat mechs. But dealing with 4 burrowing worms simultaneously along with the endless stream of worker insects was beginning to strain their firepower. System Lu Feng called out in his mind, "Scan beneath the shelter and look for an underground passage for escape."
Scanning.
A large underground structure detected 30 meters beneath the shelter. It runs southeast approximately 5 meters in diameter, over 2 kilometers in length, with its end leading to the surface.
Matches the characteristics of the colony's main drainage system. The main drainage system. Is there an exit?
The terminal exit is located about 2 kilometers southeast of the colony, with the surface structure being a sewage treatment plant. The insect force deployment density in that area is relatively low, making it a viable evacuation route. Lu Feng spoke on the channel. "Everyone listen up. 30 meters beneath the shelter is the main drainage channel leading to the sewage treatment plant southeast of the colony. Well, withdraw from there." The drainage channel. Lu Lei's voice carried a hint of uncertainty.
"Can people even walk in there?" "Not sure, but we have no other choice."
The crack overhead had widened to 5 meters under the simultaneous digging of the 4 burrowing worms. The ceiling of Sector C was collapsing entirely, with entire sections of support beams falling from above and crashing onto the ground. No time to hesitate.
"Everyone retreat. Go down through the pipeline access to the drainage channel."
Lu Lei's Unit 02 turned and walked towards the refugees, spreading its arms, using its massive frame to herd the crowd towards the accessway.
"Move. This way. Don't push." One after another.
The refugees finally snapped out of their panic. The crowd, like a slow-flowing river, began to move towards the passage under the guidance of the mechs. Lin Ruoxu's Unit 03 and Luo Chang's Unit 04 were responsible for the rearguard. The ion cannons of the 2 mechs fired in turns, killing every worker insect that tried to emerge from the crack before it could get through. Lu Feng's Unit 01 charged ahead, crossing the equipment layer of Sector C to reach the pipeline access entrance.
The metal door marked pipeline level was tightly locked.
He raised his right arm, aiming his rapid-fire pulse cannon at the lock.
A dark blue beam shot through the lock cylinder and droplets of molten metal dripped from the bullet hole.
He kicked the door, which swung open with a bang, revealing a passage extending downwards. The passage was narrow, with walls lined with various pipes and cable trays. Some pipes were leaking and the sound of dripping water echoed through the corridor. The air was humid and stuffy, mixed with an indescribable stench of decay. Lu Feng sidled into the passage, his silver-gray armor plates scraping against the walls. The passage descended for about 50 meters before opening up. The main drainage channel was larger than he had anticipated. A circular pipe at least 5 meters in diameter, its inner walls were made of poured concrete covered with a layer of dark green moss. There was shallow standing water at the bottom of the pipe, flowing slowly from the direction of the shelter towards the colony's periphery. The optical sensor display showed the pipe stretching southeast with no end in sight.
"Found it," Lu Feng said on the channel. "The main channel is 5 meters in diameter, enough for everyone to pass. The water flows southeast, ending at the sewage treatment plant on the colony's outskirts. You'll bring the people down right away." Lu Lei's voice sounded on the channel. "Lin Ruoxue and Luo Changge are covering the rear. The worker insects won't catch up for now. You need to confirm the exit is clear as soon as possible." Lu Feng walked some distance along the main channel, the pipe structure more intact than he had anticipated.
The concrete walls bore no obvious damage, and the thickness of the moss indicated that no one had been here for a long time. At regular intervals the pipe featured inspection shafts leading to the surface, but the manhole covers were locked from the outside, impossible to open from within. He continued forward for about 200 meters where the pipe forked. One branch extended southeast, the other turned southwest. The optical sensor display showed the southeast branch leading to a surface structure while the southwest one delved deeper underground.
System confirmed the exit direction. Southeast.
The pipe extends for approximately 1 kilometer before transitioning to a surface structure consistent with the architectural features of a wastewater treatment plant.
Lu Feng turned back.
By the time he reached Sector C, the refugees were already entering the pipeline passage.
The crowd formed a single file, each person squeezing sideways into the channel one after another.
Lin Ruoxu's Unit 03 and Luo Change's Unit 04 stood at the pipe entrance. Their ion cannons fired in turns, killing every worker insect that attempted to pursue them at the doorway. Piles of worker insect corpses lay at their feet, their dark green bodily fluids pooling on the ground.
How much ammunition do you have left? Lu Feng asked over the channel. Ion cannon energy is at 60%, Lin Ruoxu replied. Enough. I'm at 55%. Luo Change's voice was much steadier than before. Handling these worker insects is no problem. That's enough. Once the last group enters the passage, you withdraw. The last batch of refugees entered the pipeline passage 15 minutes later.
Many more were still trapped in sectors D and E, but Lu Feng had no time left to rescue them. The insect race had already breached the second cover layer and the ceiling of Sector C was collapsing entirely.
If they didn't leave now, everyone would be buried here. Lin Ruoxu Luo Changa retreat.
The ion cannons of Units 03 and 04 fired 2 final volleys, piercing the heads of 2 burrowing insects that charged from around the corner. Propelled by inertia, the massive corpses slid forward a few meters, crashed into the wall of Sector C and then thundered to the ground.
The 2 mechas turned and squeezed sideways into the passage.
Their maneuvering was far better than Lu Feng had expected, turning sideways, tucking in, the entire motion executed in one fluid sequence.
Lu Feng followed at the very back of the line.
Only after confirming that everyone had entered the main drainage channel did he turn and walk into the pipe leading southeast. The main channel was pitch dark, with only the optical sensors on the mechas' heads and the glow sticks held by refugees carving a path through the blackness. Tens of thousands of people were crammed into a pipe 5 meters in diameter, treading through ankle-deep water, supporting each other as they moved forward.
No one spoke.
Only the sounds of footsteps, gasps, and flowing water echoed through the pipe.
Lu Feng walked at the rear, his mecha's optical sensors set to maximum sensitivity, scanning every corner ahead.
The system updated radar data in real time. In his mind, the pipe structure ahead was intact with no signs of collapse.
No insect activity signals were detected around the treatment plant at the terminal exit. This route was clear.
The column walked through the pipe for about 40 minutes, stopping several times. The first stop was for an elderly man who had fainted. His daughter wept beside him as others helped lift him, 2 people supporting him as they continued. The second stop was for a pregnant woman moving too slowly, blocking those behind. Lu Lei had 2 young women assist her, urging her to keep pace. Lu Feng did not rush them. These people had starved in the shelter for 6 days. Reaching this point was already their limit. The moss on the pipe walls grew thicker and the water deepened from ankle to calf.
The current was accelerating, indicating they were nearing the drainage system's exit. System: how much further to the wastewater treatment plant? Approximately 200 meters.
Surface structure detected ahead. The exit is predicted to be the sedimentation tank of the treatment plant.
An upward slope appeared ahead.
The pipe's incline was about 30 degrees, transitioning from horizontal to an upward extension. At the end of the slope stood a massive metal gate, its surface rusted edges piled with sediment and debris. Lu Feng ascended the slope to the gate. Instead of pushing it open, he raised his right arm, aiming his pulse cannon at the hinges between the gate and its frame.
3 consecutive shots hit with precision. The hinges melted and deformed under the pulse's high heat.
He fired another shot, completely severing the hinges. Then he lifted his foot and kicked the center of the gate. Propelled by over 20 tons of force, the gate flew outward, tumbling twice through the air before crashing against the sedimentation tank's wall with a deafening roar. Beyond the gate lay the treatment plant's sedimentation tank. It was a vast open-air basin about 50 meters in diameter, its concrete walls coated with dark green algae.
The water in the tank was shallow, only reaching the mecha's ankles.
Lu Feng stepped through the gate, stood in the center of the tank and looked up at the sky. The star of RX-3 was slowly rising above the horizon, casting light across the gray-green plains. The air was cold and moisture from the pipe condensed into a thin layer of water vapor on the mecha's armor. Above the tank's walls was a ring of corroded metal railings. Beyond the railings lay the wilderness on the colony's periphery, where the silhouettes of destroyed buildings and billowing dust clouds on the horizon were visible.
"We've arrived," Lu Feng said over the channel. "Everyone come out."
The column began to pour through the gate. Tens of thousands of people squeezed out, spreading across the sedimentation tank. Some collapsed to the ground, others knelt and vomited, while still others stood in the center of the tank gazing at the sky as tears streamed silently down their faces. When Lu Lei squeezed through the gate, his mecha's exterior was covered in moss and sediment from the pipe. He steadied himself in the center of the tank, his optical sensors sweeping across the surrounding wilderness.
We're now on the colony's periphery, about 3 kilometers from the insect line. Can the insects see us?
Lin Ruoxu's voice came through the channel, tinged with tension.
No, Lu Feng said.
The concrete structure of the drainage channel shielded our signals.
The insects' thermal and olfactory detection can't track us here. Besides, the treatment plant is on the flank and rear of the main insect force. Their reconnaissance units won't deploy in this direction. System confirmed. No insect energy signals in the current area. The main insect force is concentrated about 6 kilometers north of the colony. The southeast direction is a vacuum zone of insect troop deployment. A vacuum zone.
It meant they had time to evacuate. Lu Feng stood in the center of the sedimentation tank, the optical sensors of his mecha scanning the surrounding terrain. The buildings of the wastewater treatment plant revealed their dilapidated silhouettes in the morning light. The exterior walls of all structures bore scratches from insectoid carapaces, some walls partially collapsed with debris scattered across the ground.
Yet the insectoids had not lingered here.
Their target was the densely populated heart of the colony. This peripheral wastewater plant held no strategic value for them. Lu Feng summoned the system map in his mind. They were currently about 2 kilometers southeast of the colony, while the main insectoid force was concentrated around the northern defense line approximately 6 kilometers away. The reconnaissance units of the insectoids typically operated within a 3-kilometer radius of their main force, meaning their current position lay just outside the range of insectoid detection. But this was not a long-term solution.
Dawn had broken and the insectoid's visual range in daylight was at least 3 times greater than at night.
Once the sun fully rose, this wastewater plant would be exposed to their reconnaissance. They had to evacuate within 3 hours.
As Lu Feng dismounted from his mecha, Lu Lei and Lin Ruoxue followed suit.
Lu Lei leaned against one of the mecha's legs, bending over with his hands on his knees, panting heavily. His face was deathly pale, his lips purple and his forehead drenched in cold sweat.
The side effects of the neural link manifested far more severely in him than in Lu Feng. 2 consecutive high-intensity battles had pushed his body to its limits.
Lin Ruoxue stood beside him, her face also pale, but she remained on her feet. She was in slightly better condition than Lu Lei, yet the hand gripping the edge of the cockpit door trembled faintly.
For mechas parked in the sedimentation tank are far too conspicuous.
Lin Ruoxue gazed at the 4 silver-gray steel behemoths.
The insectoids can't see us here for now, but if a winged insectoid flies overhead they'll spot us instantly.
I know, Lu Feng said. He turned, scanning the sedimentation tank until his eyes found Luo Chang. She sat on a collapsed concrete wall, her legs swinging, her toes dangling just above the ground. This posture was hardly befitting the eldest daughter of the Luo family. She looked more like a little girl waiting for a bus by the roadside. As Lu Feng approached, she was staring up at the star RX-3. The grayish-white star was slowly climbing above the horizon, its morning light falling on her face, illuminating the bleeding wound on her forehead with stark clarity. Her face was smeared with dust, sweat and dried blood, making her look utterly disheveled. Lu Feng walked up to her, pulled the last hemostatic bandage from a side pocket of his tactical vest and tore open the packaging. "Look up." Luo Chang'e tilted her face toward him, but her eyes remained fixed on the star, squinting. Lu Feng reached out and brushed aside the tangled strands of hair on her forehead. Her hair had not been washed in days, clumping together in locks. Hiss. As the dressing pressed against the wound, she inhaled sharply, her entire face scrunching up. Her brows knitted together, her nose wrinkled and her lips pressed into a thin line. Her whole face looked like a bun that had been pinched. All done. Lu Feng wrapped the bandage twice around her forehead and tied a knot at the side. His knotting technique was sloppy. The bandage sat askew on Luo Chang'e's forehead, resembling a crooked headband. Luo Chang'e reached up to touch the knot, then tilted her head to look at him. The tilt was about 15 degrees, carrying a scrutinizing air of, "Let me see what you've done to me." Then, seemingly satisfied, the corner of her mouth curved upward before quickly retreating as if afraid of being caught smiling. Lu Feng tucked the excess bandage into the roll. "I need to discuss something with you." "Go ahead." "It's about the mechas." Lu Feng sat down beside her, pulled out the last half-pack of compressed biscuits from his pocket, broke it in two and handed her one half. "Tens of thousands of people in Sector C saw them. When they return, word will spread. The military will also ask where a reserve captain got 4 mechas that aren't in the Empire's active inventory."
I need a plausible explanation for their origin. Luo Chang'e did not answer immediately.
Instead she tipped the remaining biscuit crumbs into her mouth one by one and licked her fingers.
You want me to help you cover this up? It's not a cover-up.
Lu Feng turned his head, his gaze falling on the four motionless steel behemoths in the center of the sedimentation tank.
They exist.
I just need a source story the military will accept. Luo Chang'e tilted her head to look at him, her eyes narrowing slightly, a faint smile curving her lips.
You certainly know how to pick a patron.
Among the Empire's great families only the Luo and Xiao families could produce four mechas of unknown models. Luo Chang'e chuckled, jumped down from the concrete wall and brushed the dust off her coat. A patch of moss had stained the hem. She patted it twice without success, then gave up. She turned to face Lu Feng, hands clasped behind her back. The crooked bandage on her forehead fluttered slightly in the morning breeze, making her look nothing like a heir of a great family.
Luo Family Mecha Research Institute 7th generation experimental model still in testing phase, all technical parameters classified.
This deployment is for the insectoid crisis, specially authorized by me, Luo Chang'e. As she spoke these words, her tone shifted entirely. The casualness of swinging her legs and eating biscuits by the sedimentation tank vanished, replaced by a certainty and composure Lu Feng rarely witnessed. Lu Feng had seen this demeanor before, in those born into prominence, raised from childhood as heirs to their families.
But Luo Chang'e's display lasted only about 3 seconds.
After delivering that speech, it was as if she had exhausted her formal occasion energy, and she softened again. She tilted her head, looking up at Lu Feng, blinking.
Is that enough?
Her voice dropped noticeably as she spoke, tinged with a hint of uncertain inquiry.
It was as if the performance of the Luo family heir had ended and she was now waiting for the audience's score. Enough.
Lu Feng stood up and glanced at the sky.
The star RX-3 had fully risen, its grayish-white light flooding the entire wilderness.
The terrain around the wastewater plant lay exposed in the morning light, the decrepit buildings, the rusted pipes, the dry sedimentation tanks, every detail illuminated with stark clarity.
Let's go, Lu Feng said. Time to arrange the evacuation.
Luo Chang'e took 2 steps behind him, then paused, reaching up to touch the crooked bandage knot on her forehead.
Lu Feng. This knot you tied is really ugly. Lu Feng did not turn around. If you think it's ugly, retie it yourself. Luo Chang'e stood there trying to undo the knot. After 2 failed attempts, she tried retying it, only to produce an even uglier knot. She wrinkled her nose at the air, gave up, and trotted to catch up with him. Lu Feng stood on a high ground at the edge of the sedimentation tank, pulling a communicator from the side pocket of his tactical vest. This device had been ceaselessly attempting to contact command since entering the shelter, but 200 meters of underground concrete and rock strata had completely blocked the signal. Now that he was finally back on the surface, the signal bars in the upper right corner of the communicator jumped from 0 to 1, then 2, then 3. He pressed the transmit button. Command, this is Recon Squad. We are at the wastewater treatment plant approximately 2 kilometers southeast of the colony point, requesting emergency evacuation. Repeat, we are at the wastewater treatment plant transporting a large number of civilians, requesting emergency evacuation. A burst of harsh static came through the communicator, followed by fragmented voices. Recon Squad. Signal is weak. Repeat your location. Wastewater treatment plant. 2 kilometers southeast. Civilian count exceeds 50,000. Repeat, exceeds 50,000. The communicator was silent for a few seconds. Then the voice spoke again, clearer this time. Say that again. How many civilians? Over 50,000. Refugees are converging on this location. The final number could exceed 100,000. Lu Feng could hear someone speaking on the other end, the voice low and rapid, as if confirming something with someone nearby. A few seconds later the voice returned. Recon Squad, are you sure it's 50,000? I am sure. Command received. Maintain communication. The transport formation will need at least 30 minutes to reach your area. Understood. Lu Feng released the transmit button, clipped the communicator back to his belt, and turned around. Lu Lei was leaning against a section of concrete wall at the edge of the sedimentation tank, arms crossed and eyes closed as if resting. When Lu Feng walked over, his eyes snapped open immediately. What's the word? 30 minutes. The transport formation is taking off from behind the defense line. It'll take 30 minutes to get here. Lu Lei nodded silently, his gaze sweeping over the refugees sitting or lying in the tank. Tens of thousands of people were crammed into the sedimentation tank without any shelter or defensive fortifications. Being exposed within the Zerg's reconnaissance range for 30 minutes was no different from sending them an open invitation. Get everyone up. Don't stay in the tank.
The treatment plant buildings are dilapidated, but at least they can block the Zerg's line of sight. Spread everyone into the buildings, block the doors and windows and stay quiet.
Lu Lei immediately sprang into action.
He jumped down from the edge of the tank and walked toward the crowd, clapping his hands as he went.
Up. Everyone up. Don't sit on the ground. Move into the buildings. Quick.
The crowd began to move slowly. Those who could still walk supported each other as they stood and headed for the dilapidated structures of the treatment plant. Lu Feng stood on the high ground, his gaze sweeping over the entire layout of the wastewater treatment plant. The plant area was not large. The main structures were 3 interconnected sedimentation tanks and a filtration workshop, along with a few scattered equipment rooms and guard shacks. The walls of these buildings were made of poured concrete. Although they lacked doors and windows, the main structure was still relatively intact. The Zerg's visual system was very weak at recognizing static objects. As long as no sound was made and no large movements occurred, they would find it difficult to detect people hiding in the buildings from 100 meters away.
Time ticked by minute by minute.
All the refugees had already withdrawn into the plant buildings. The concrete floor of the filtration workshop was packed with people sitting down. In the distance, the ruins of the colony stood like a cluster of giant tombstones in the morning light.
The once standing buildings were now just twisted steel frames and collapsed concrete.
Further away in the direction of the main Zerg force, a patch of ochre dust was moving slowly along the horizon, the dust kicked up by the Zerg ground forces as they advanced.
Just then Lu Feng's communicator beeped. Recon squad, this is command. The transport formation has taken off. Estimated arrival in your area is 10 minutes. You certainly know how to pick a patron.
Among the Empire's great families, only the Luo and Xiao families could produce 4 mechas of unknown models.
You need to complete ground guidance before the first wave lands. Received.
Lu Feng pressed the communicator.
Landing zone is the plant's sedimentation tank. Concrete surface load capacity sufficient.
The Zerg have not yet discovered our position.
Lu Lei Lin Ruoxue guide the first group of evacuees at the filtration workshop entrance.
Lu Feng paused, his gaze falling on the girl in the corner who was still clutching a biscuit wrapper.
Luo Changde, you're coming with me to the landing point.
Luo Changde looked up, stuffed the biscuit into her coat pocket, stood up and brushed the dust off her pants.
Okay.
10 minutes later, a few small black dots appeared on the distant horizon. The dots rapidly grew larger in the morning light, from points to lines, from lines to shapes, becoming clear silhouettes in less than 10 seconds. 60 heavy transports arranged in 3 formations flew toward the treatment plant from the north. The navigation lights under their wings flashed red and green against the gray-white sky. Lu Feng pressed the communicator.
Command, ground guidance is in place. Landing zone is flat and clear. Wind direction southeast, wind speed 3 meters per second. Conditions are suitable for landing. Received. First formation is descending.
The lead transport aircraft lowered its altitude, its landing gear slowly extending from beneath the fuselage. The downdraft from the transport lifted the hem of his tactical vest, swirling dust on the ground into small eddies. The aircraft arced over the sedimentation tank, aligned with the landing direction, and then touched down. A lieutenant in Imperial Army uniform poked his head out of the hatch, swept his gaze around the tank, spotted Lu Feng and ran over to him.
Lu Feng.
The lieutenant stopped in front of him and saluted.
That's me. First 107th Transport Unit here to execute the evacuation mission.
All 60 aircraft have arrived.
We're at your command. The lieutenant's voice was loud, cutting through the engine noise.
Lu Feng turned and made a gesture toward the filtration workshop.
Lu Lei saw the gesture.
The door to the filtration workshop was pushed open from the inside and the crowd began to surge out.
Quick! Quick! Quick!
The crew members stood by the hatches, slapping the aircraft's skin with their hands, creating a rapid, urgent rhythm.
Don't stop. Keep moving. Those still behind kept pushing forward, only to be stopped by the crew. Full. Next one. Go to the next one.
The second transport had.
Those still behind kept pushing forward, only to be stopped by the crew. Full. Next one. Go to the next one.
The second transport had already landed at the other end of the tank, and as the hatch opened, the crowd surged toward it.
The loading speed was faster than anticipated. The entire first wave was fully loaded in less than 7 minutes.
But a change had already appeared on the horizon. On the northern horizon, the ochre dust cloud was rapidly expanding. A swarm of winged Zerg was breaking away from the dust, flying toward the treatment plant at an astonishing speed.
Command.
Lu Feng pressed the communicator. Zerg air forces are approaching.
Estimated time to arrival in my area is 5 minutes. The transport formation needs to take off immediately. Received. The formation is departing.
The roar of transport aircraft engines thundered above the sedimentation pond as all 20 planes of the first echelon lifted off their landing gears, retracting beneath the fuselage. The silver-gray fuselages tilted as they climbed toward the northern defense line, gradually shrinking into blurry black specks against the pale morning light. But the Zerg would not let them leave easily. At least 100 winged insects emerged from the northern dust cloud, their membranous wings unfurling into patches of dark yellow in the dawn. Their flight speed far exceeded that of the transports, closing the distance from 6 kilometers to 2 in under a minute. Lu Feng stood in the center of the sedimentation pond, looking up at the rapidly approaching black cloud. He shouted into the communicator, "All transports emergency climb."
Repeat, emergency climb. The remaining echelons responded immediately.
40 transport aircraft simultaneously increased thrust, their noses pulling upward as the engine roar intensified, the fuselages climbing steeply toward the high sky at a visible angle.
But time was running out.
The winged swarm had already reached the wastewater treatment plant. As the first winged insect dove from the sky, Lu Feng saw its full form clearly. This was a Zerg aerial unit specialized for ground attacks, about 2 meters in body length with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters. Its head was streamlined with a pair of sickle-shaped forelimbs hanging beneath its mouthparts, targeting the crowd running toward the filtration workshop.
Lu Feng called over the channel. Got it.
Unit 2 had already started. Lu Lei piloting the mech charged from the edge of the sedimentation pond, the 6-barreled rotary machine gun on his left arm beginning to spin under motor drive. Dark golden ammunition belts were fed into the gun chamber as 30mm high explosive rounds poured into the sky at a rate of 3,000 rounds per minute. The diving winged insect was struck by bullets less than 30 meters from the ground. Its membranous wings were torn to shreds by the barrage, its body losing balance, tumbling twice in the air before crashing heavily to the ground.
But more winged insects were diving.
Hundreds of them descended on the wastewater treatment plant from different angles, some charging at the transport, some at the crowd, and some at the 4 silver-gray mechs.
Lu Feng ran toward Unit 1, leaning into the cockpit as the neural link was established in an instant.
The moment the mech's sensors activated, the entire battlefield flooded into his consciousness in a panoramic view.
All 4 mechs were now active. Lin Ruoxue Luo Changda cover the crowd. Lu lay with me on the sky. The firepower of all 4 mechs erupted simultaneously.
Dark blue beams from the pulse cannons and the barrage from the rotary machine guns wove a dense net of fire above the wastewater treatment plant. Any winged insect entering this net was torn apart. But the Zerg ground forces had also arrived. On the northern horizon of the treatment plant, the dark yellow dust cloud had spread across the entire field of view. The massive bodies of burrowing worms loomed in the dust, with worker insects surging out from behind them like a tide, their 6 legs gouging deep furrows into the earth. System, Lu Feng called in his mind. Zerg ground forces count.
Scanning.
Detected ahead 12 burrowing worms, worker insect count exceeding 3,000, advancing at 40 km per hour toward current position. Estimated time to engagement 3 minutes.
Lu Feng's pupils contracted slightly. 12 burrowing worms, 3,000 worker insects. No matter how powerful the 4 mechs, they could not hold off so many enemies simultaneously. And there were still the refugees who had not yet been evacuated, now crowded in the open space between the sedimentation pond and the filtration workshop, pinned down by the winged insects above. Command.
Lu Feng pressed the communicator. Zerg ground forces are advancing on us.
Numbers are massive. Requesting emergency reinforcements. Repeat, requesting emergency reinforcements.
A burst of harsh static came from the communicator, followed by fragmented voices.
Recon squad. Command, signal interference severe. Command. Can you hear me? Requesting reinforcements.
This time the voice was clearer, but it did not bring good news. Recon squad, the rock is under Zerg attack. Main Zerg forces bypass the defense line, they are besieging the rock.
We have no troops to spare, you, find your own way. The signal cut off. Lu Feng's fingers pressed on the communicator for 2 seconds before letting go. The rock was under attack.
The main Zerg forces had bypassed the defense line. They were not pursuing the refugees, their true target was the rock. That battleship was the Empire's only orbital platform on this colony, the lifeline connecting the ground to space. If the rock was destroyed, everyone on the ground, including the tens of thousands of defenders on the line and the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the colony, would lose all hope of evacuation. Command had not lied, they truly had no troops to spare.
Lu Feng.
Lin Rawaksh's voice came over the channel. What did command say? No reinforcements. The rock is also under siege. The channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Then we have to hold on our own.
Lu Lei's voice sounded lighter than before, as if a burden had been lifted.
It's not the first time anyway. Lu Feng's gaze swept across the battlefield.
To the north, the Zerg ground forces were closing in fast, a dark yellow tide surging on the horizon. Above, the winged insects were still diving, but their density was much lower than before. The Formet's anti-air fire had scattered most of them. The survivors dared not dive low, only circling at high altitude. In the open space between the sedimentation pond and the filtration workshop, the remaining refugees were evacuating into the building.
The last group was almost at the filtration workshop's entrance. Everyone tightened the defense line. Lu Feng issued the order over the channel.
Center on the filtration workshop.
Each mech guards one side. Lin Ruoshua north, Lu Lei east, Luochanga west, Il hold the south.
The 4 mechs moved simultaneously, forming a square around the filtration workshop. Lu Feng stood on the south side, directly facing the advancing Zerg ground forces. The earth trembled. The simultaneous advance of 12 burrow worms created a momentum far beyond Lu Feng's expectations, their silhouettes fully revealed in the morning light.
Worker insects swarmed between them like a surging tide.
Prioritize the burrow worms. Leave the workers to the rotary cannons and rapid-fire pulse artillery. Once the ion cannons are charged, fire them at the burrow worms.
Don't waste them on the workers. Understood.
The first burrow worm entered effective range.
At a distance of about 800 meters, Lu Feng pulled the trigger.
Both ion cannons fired simultaneously, 2 pale blue beams cutting straight lines through the morning light, striking the burrow worm's head with precision. Its carapace melted under the high temperature of the ion beams, and dark green bodily fluids gushed from the wound. The burrow worm's body convulsed, its 6 legs driven forward a few more steps by inertia before it crashed to the ground. But the remaining 11 burrow worms had already closed to within 600 meters.
Open fire.
Lu Feng issued the command through the channel.
The ion cannons of all 4 mechs fired simultaneously, 8 pale blue beams crisscrossing the battlefield into a net of death.
The second burrow worm was struck in the head by Lin Rawakshu's Unit 3 at 500 meters, its carapace shattered and fluids spewed forth.
The third burrow worm circled from the flank, attempting to bypass Lu Lei's defense line. Where do you think you're going?
Lu Lei's voice rang out in the channel. The rotary cannon on Unit 2's left arm spat out a tongue of dark gold flame. 30mm high explosive rounds blossomed into fireballs on the burrow worm's head and torso. The creature was battered by the hail of bullets. Unable to lift its head, it suddenly veered and charged in another direction. But Luo Change's Unit 4 was already waiting there. Her ion cannons finished charging, and 2 beams precisely struck the gap in the burrow worm's neck armor. That spot was the weakest point on the entire beast's body, where the carapace was less than 2 centimeters thick. The high temperature of the ion beams pierced the thin shell, searing through the nerve center within. The burrow worm's body arched violently, its 6 legs kicking outward before it collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud.
Nice shot! Lu Lei yelled. Luo Changa didn't respond. Her entire focus was on the 4th burrow worm.
The beast was charging from about 400 meters to her left, faster than the previous 3.
Its carapace was a deeper shade, almost pure black. Luo Change's ion cannons were still charging, the progress bar just reaching 60%.
There was no time. She gritted her teeth but didn't retreat. Unit 4's right arm raised the armor plates on the inner wrist, sliding aside to reveal a crimson thermal blade. The blade emitted a faint hum in the air, heat accumulating on its edge, heating the surrounding air until it was visibly distorted.
The burrow worm was less than 200 meters away.
Its 6 legs alternated strides across the ground, its head slightly lowered, mouthparts agape, 4 mandibles spread in 4 directions, revealing the dark hollow esophagus within. Luo Change's breath caught in that instant. Unit 4 stepped forward, its silver-gray steel chassis charging straight at the burrow worm, its 20-plus tons of weight leaving deep imprints in the earth. The burrow worm's charge didn't slow, its mandibles snapped shut, its mouthparts aiming at Unit 4's cockpit.
20 meters. 10 meters.
At less than 5 meters, Luo Changa thrust her right arm forward. The thermal blade's edge swept upward from below, precisely slicing into the gap in the burrow worm's neck carapace.
Entering from the left side of the neck armor and exiting from the right, the entire cut took less than a second.
The burrow worm's head slid from its neck, thudding to the ground, its 4 mandibles still feebly opening and closing. The headless torso, driven by inertia, stumbled forward a few more steps before its 6 legs buckled simultaneously. The nearly 10-ton body crashed down, kicking up a cloud of gray-white dust. Unit 4 stood still, its right arm still in the posture after the strike. On the thermal blade's edge, dark green bodily fluids evaporated into white steam curling upward in the high heat. In the cockpit, Luo Chang'e panted heavily. Luo Chang'e. Lu Feng's voice came through the channel. Are you all right? Luo Chang'e took a deep breath, clenching her trembling fingers into a fist before slowly releasing them. I'm fine. Fall back. Reform the defense line. The four mechs lined up in front of the filtration workshop facing north. The tide of battle had temporarily turned. Within less than 3 minutes, 4 of the 12 burrow worms had been killed and the remaining 8 were dragging their battered bodies in retreat toward the north. The worker insect tide had also been repelled, the ground littered with insectoid corpses. System remaining ammunition. Lu Feng called out in his mind. Unit 1 ion cannon energy remaining 23, rotary cannon ammunition remaining 18, rapid-fire pulse cannon energy remaining 31. Unit 2 ion cannon energy remaining 19, rotary cannon ammunition remaining 12, rapid-fire pulse cannon energy remaining 25. Unit 3 ion cannon energy remaining 21, rotary cannon ammunition remaining 15, rapid-fire pulse cannon energy remaining 28. Unit 4 ion cannon energy remaining 16, rotary cannon ammunition remaining 8, rapid-fire pulse cannon energy remaining 22. Lu Feng looked at those numbers, calculating quickly in his mind. At the current rate of consumption, the ammunition for all 4 mechs could support at most one more assault like the one just now. After that they would become 4 immobile piles of scrap metal. But he didn't order a retreat because behind them was the filtration workshop, still crammed with nearly 10,000 civilians who couldn't run or fight. To the north, the pile of insectoid corpses formed a low wall and the 3 surviving burrow worms had already retreated to the edge of the field of vision. The insectoid lines regrouped 800 meters away, black individuals swarming densely like ants. They won't just let this go. Lu Lei's voice came through the channel, carrying a brief relaxation after the wave of battle. The insectoids never give up an attack just because they lost a batch. They're waiting for reinforcements. Lu Feng looked up. The mech's optical sensors automatically adjusted focus, pulling the image of the insectoid positions 800 meters away into view. Worker insects moved quickly around the burrow worm corpses. Several larger workers were crawling on their fallen comrades, their mouthparts piercing the gaps in the carapace, sucking the still-flowing fluids. The insectoids never wasted any biomass, not even the corpses of their own kind. Lu Feng's gaze shifted from those workers, scanning the more distant horizon. On the northern horizon, that cloud of yellowish dust hadn't yet dissipated, but new shapes had appeared within it. Not burrow worms, those though large moved close to the ground. But these things in the dust were at least 10 meters tall, like slender pillars stabbing from the earth straight into the sky. What are those? Luo Chang'e's voice carried a note of uncertainty. Lu Feng didn't answer immediately. He pushed the optical sensor's focus to the maximum, the image shaking violently before stabilizing. 6 pillar-like forms moved slowly through the dust, their bases connected to some kind of biomass structure, their tops swelling into spheres. The surfaces of these spherical structures were covered in strange patterns like countless mouths breathing. They're spitter worms. Lu Feng's voice turned instantly grim. 6 pillar-like forms rose slowly through the dust and smoke like 6 fingers reaching up from the depths of hell. Lu Feng had witnessed the power of the spitter bugs during the landing. Those brilliant green energy projectiles that streaked from the ground to the sky could corrode the armor of a transport plane within seconds. This time, however, their target was not an aircraft but 4 mechs on the ground. Spread out. Lu Feng's voice was low and firm over the channel. Don't bunch up. The 4 mechs scattered simultaneously in 4 directions, regrouping on either side of the filtration plant. To the north, within the haze of dust, the tip of the first pillar began to glow. A brilliant green energy mass erupted from its summit, arcing in a nearly vertical parabola through the air, then plummeting toward Lu Feng's Unit 01. Damn! Lu Feng shoved the controls, forcing his mech into a hard left strafe. The 20-ton steel behemoth carved a deep trench across the ground, pulverizing chunks of concrete beneath its feet into dust. The energy mass grazed the right side armor of Unit 01 and struck the earth about 10 meters behind him. There was no explosion, no shockwave. Upon contact, the blob of brilliant green splattered like a splash of spilled mercury, blanketing an area roughly 5 meters in diameter. Within seconds, the concrete beneath it turned from gray-white to black, began to smoke, and a honeycomb of corrosive pits appeared on its surface. Lu Feng glanced back at the still smoking crater, a chill running down his spine. If not for that last-second dodge, that thing would have hit the cockpit. Everyone listen up. The Spitter's projectiles have a parabolic trajectory with about 5 seconds of flight time. The moment you see their tips glow, move immediately. Don't stay in one spot for more than 2 seconds.
The second volley was already incoming.
This time 3 spitters fired simultaneously, 3 brilliant green masses arcing from different angles toward the filtration plant.
Lu Lei's Unit 02 dodged to the right. The first mass landed to his left, corroding the ground. The second flew over his head and struck the outer wall of the filtration plant. Within seconds the concrete wall was eaten away, leaving a hole over a meter in diameter. Steel rebar dangled from the edges of the breach, blackened and corroded. The third mass was heading straight for Lin Ruoxu's Unit 03. Her reaction was a fraction slower than Lu Lei's. The energy mass landed less than 2 meters to her right. Splash droplets flew onto the right leg armor of Unit 03. The silver-gray paint blistered and peeled within seconds, revealing the dark gray alloy beneath.
Lin Ruoxu. Move. Don't stop. I am moving.
Unit 03 began an erratic, unpredictable dance across the battlefield, making it difficult for the spitters to aim.
For the next 10+ seconds not a single energy mass scored a direct hit on any mech.
But Lu Feng knew this was only temporary. The spitters were calibrating their movement patterns. The next salvo wouldn't be so easy to evade.
We can't just dodge, Lu Feng said over the channel. The ion cannons have the range.
Lin Ruoxu, lock onto the leftmost spitter and take it out.
Understood.
Lin Ruoxu's Unit 03 screeched to a halt mid-maneuver, its shoulder-mounted ion cannons swiveling their muzzles aimed at the tallest pillar in the northern dust cloud. 2 pale blue beams cut straight lines through the morning light, racing toward the base of the spitter. Just as they were about to strike, a burrower bug charged in from the side.
Its body intercepted the ion beams, its carapace melting a large hole under the intense heat, spraying dark green bodily fluids. But it did not fall. Its 6 legs dug into the ground, using its entire body to absorb the 2 ion cannon blasts meant for the spitter. It blocked them. Lin Ruoxu's voice was thick with disbelief.
The struck burrower swayed and then crashed heavily to the ground. Yet the moment it fell, another burrower had already taken its place, standing like a living shield in front of the spitter. Lu Feng's pupils contracted slightly as he swept his optical sensors across the bug positions. The remaining burrowers had ceased their aggressive charges. They stood dispersed before the 5 spitters, mandibles slightly agape, bodies low to the ground, adopting a purely defensive posture. Unit 02 and Unit 04 fire on the same target simultaneously. I don't believe they can block them all. The ion cannons of Unit 02 and Unit 04 fired together, 4 pale blue beams converging from left and right angles onto a single spitter. 2 burrowers charged from either side, intercepting the 4 beams with their bodies. Carapace shattered, fluids gushed, and both burrowers fell simultaneously, their massive forms raising twin clouds of gray-white dust upon impact. But the spitter remained unscathed. The ion cannon's energy reading dropped another notch. To the north, within the dust haze, the tips of the 6 pillars began to glow with a dark green light once more. The light was dazzlingly harsh in the morning glow, like 6 eyes blinking open. The next volley was imminent. Scatter. 6 brilliant green masses rose again, carving 6 blinding arcs across the gray-white sky. This time Unit 04 failed to evade completely. 1 energy mass landed less than a meter behind it, and the splash droplets coated its entire back. Unit 04's sensor feed jolted violently before stabilizing, but Luo Chang's breathing was noticeably more ragged. Luo Changda. Report damage. Back armor is corroded about 2 centimeters deep. No penetration. Still combat capable. Lu Feng's fists were clenched tight. No reinforcements were coming from command. The bug assault continued unabated. The mech's firepower was waning. And the filtration plant was packed with tens of thousands of civilians who couldn't run. There was no time left. He took a deep breath and slowly let it out. System deploy the Hurricane-class cruiser. Deployment confirmed. Assessing current area clearance conditions. Aerial bug units detected in the upper airspace. It is recommended that the host eliminates the immediate threat first. Can't eliminate it. Deploy. Command confirmed. Starship will deploy in 5 seconds. Lu Feng switched back to the squad channel. Everyone fall back to the filtration plant. Lu Lei was stunned. What? Don't ask. Fall back. The 4 mechs turned simultaneously and charged toward the filtration plant. The 5-second countdown pulsed in Lu Feng's mind. The bug seemed to sense something. The spitters in the northern dust cloud ceased fire, and the tips of the 6 pillars simultaneously dimmed their dark green light. The worker bugs surging across the battlefield all stopped, their heads turning toward the sewage treatment plant. The burrowers also lifted their heads from the ground, their pitch-black spherical eyes fixed on the empty gray-white sky above the filtration plant. In that instant the entire battlefield was plunged into an eerie, unnatural silence.
Moments later the air distorted.
The hurricane appeared in the void exactly 500 meters in front of the filtration workshop. Two silver-gray ships descended from the sky, their 320-meter length casting a shadow over the entire wastewater treatment plant. The moment they appeared, the speed at which the air was displaced exceeded the speed of sound. A visible white shock wave expanded outward from the hull, and as it swept over the sedimentation tank, the wastewater accumulated at the bottom was lifted into the air, forming a gray-white mist. The mist refracted a brief rainbow in the morning light before being torn to shreds by the subsequent shock wave. As the shock wave passed over the insectoid army, the worker insects at the front were swept off their feet as if by an invisible giant hand, all 6 legs leaving the ground simultaneously. Their bodies rolled in the air countless times before crashing down hundreds of meters away. The jet insect's cylindrical body shook violently under the impact of the shock wave, the spherical structure at the top resembling fruit pinched by a giant hand. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its surface, dark green bodily fluid seeping through. From the moment the hurricane began to unfold until it fully revealed itself, exactly 5 seconds passed. Its shadow covered the entire wastewater treatment plant and the surrounding area for hundreds of meters, completely blocking the morning light. System switched to hurricane control. Lu Feng issued the command in his mind.
Control authority has been switched. Welcome aboard, Captain. In an instant his consciousness was drawn into the hurricane's onboard AI. That sensation was completely different from the neural link in the mech.
The mech projected his consciousness into a 5-meter-high steel shell, while the hurricane expanded his consciousness to encompass the entire starship. He could feel the outlines of the concrete buildings below and the thousands of agitated energy responses on the northern insectoid front. At the bottom of the hull, 8 medium-ion cannon barrels flipped out from their stowed position, aiming towards the northern insectoid front. The spiral patterns inside the cannon barrels began to charge, emitting a low rumble.
Fire! 8 pale blue beams poured down from the bottom of the hull. The diameter of those beams was at least 3 times thicker than that of the mech's ion cannon, and their brightness was at least an order of magnitude greater. The ground touched by the beams was instantly glassified. Sand and soil melted and solidified under the high temperature, turning into a layer of dark brown smooth surface. The jet insect's cylindrical body melted in the beams like a candle, and the spherical structure at the top burst under the high temperature. The shells of the burrowing insects crumbled before the ion beams as if made of paper, the beams penetrating their heads and emerging from the other side of their bodies, creating molten craters on the ground several meters behind them. The worker insects didn't even make a sound.
They vaporized the moment they were swept by the beams without even having time to spurt bodily fluids. The first round of salvo lasted less than 3 seconds, and the scene on the northern insectoid front had completely changed. All 6 jet insects had vanished, leaving only 6 severed cylindrical bases on the ground, their cut surfaces still emitting white steam. The heads of the remaining burrowing insects were all penetrated, their bodies lying haphazardly on the ground. Over 1,000 worker insects evaporated under the high temperatures of the ion beams, while the remaining ones scattered in panic across the front, frantically digging with their 6 legs as they ran away from the hurricane.
The battlefield fell silent once more. This time the insectoid forces did not organize another attack. The dark yellow dust on the horizon was rapidly dissipating, and the main insectoid force was retreating. Inside the filtration workshop, over 10,000 people simultaneously raised their heads. Through the window that Lu Lei had crashed through, they saw the 2 silver-gray giant ships hovering 50 meters above the workshop. Some were slumped on the ground gasping for breath, while others knelt with their hands clasped together. Lu Feng emerged from the cockpit of the first mech, standing amidst the ruins of the filtration workshop, looking up at the underside of the hurricane. The cannon barrels of the ion cannons were transitioning from firing mode back to stowed mode, the silver-gray armor plates slowly closing. System maintain hover.
Lu Lei stumbled out of the cockpit of the second mech, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground. He supported himself on the ground to stand up, his hands still trembling, looking up at the hurricane, then turning to Lu Feng and back to the hurricane, repeating this 3 times. Lin Ruoxue stood beside the third mech, one hand resting on the mech's leg while the other pressed against her forehead. Her eyes were fixed on the hurricane, the silver-gray outline reflecting in her pupils, before slowly turning to Lu Feng.
Is this also yours?
Luo Chang'e stumbled as she stepped out of the cockpit of the fourth mech, her foot landing on a loose concrete fragment. After steadying herself, the first thing she did was not to look at the hurricane but to look at Lu Feng. "You should have told me you had a starship earlier."
Lu Feng didn't respond, he was checking the system interface. Luo Chang'e waited for 2 seconds without receiving a response, then lifted her eyelids to sneak a glance at him.
That glance happened to collide with Lu Feng's gaze and her eyes seemed to have been scalded, quickly dropping down, focusing on a fragment of concrete in front of her toes.
What I mean is...
She cleared her throat, her voice a half-notch louder than before, as if trying to regain the calm tone expected of the eldest miss of the Luo family.
If you had told me you had this thing earlier, I wouldn't have been scared just now.
Were you scared just now?
Lu Feng asked.
No, Luo Chang'e replied. After a pause, as if realizing her answer was too blunt, she added, not too scared. Lu Feng retrieved the communicator from the side pocket of his tactical vest and pressed the call button.
Command HQ, this is the reconnaissance team.
Requesting the second batch of transport aircraft to continue the evacuation mission. A crackling noise came from the communicator, followed by the familiar voice from the Command HQ.
Reconnaissance team. You're still alive. That's wonderful. Currently we can deploy 30 heavy transport aircraft taking off in 5 minutes, expected to arrive in your area in 25 minutes.
Received. Lu Feng released the call button and clipped the communicator back to his waist. He turned to look at the filtration workshop where the refugees were still pouring out, gazing up at the hurricane, and no one spoke.
Everyone pay attention. Lu Feng's voice echoed above the empty sedimentation tank. The next batch of transport planes will arrive in 25 minutes.
Everyone board in batches, no pushing, no rushing. Anyone who rushes goes to the back of the line.
No one objected.
It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was that they dared not. Lu Lei leaned against the leg of the second mech, looking up at the hurricane, then down at his own mech, and turned to Lu Feng. You kid, his voice was a bit hoarse, how many more things do you have that you haven't brought out?
Lu Feng shook his head without answering. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, there was simply nothing to say.
The matter of the hurricane was too complex to explain, and now was not the time for it.
He walked to a concrete fragment at the edge of the sedimentation tank and sat down.
From his pocket he pulled out the last half-pack of compressed biscuits, broke off a small piece and put it into his mouth. The biscuits had absorbed moisture, turning soft and limp with a texture like chewing on soaked cardboard. He chewed a couple of times, swallowed, then broke off another small piece. Lu Lei approached and sat down beside him, extending his hand. Lu Feng glanced at him and handed over the remaining biscuits. Lu Lei took them, but instead of breaking them piece by piece like Lu Feng, he shoved the entire compressed biscuit into his mouth. Then his brows furrowed and his whole face scrunched up. They're damp, he mumbled, biscuit crumbs spraying as he spoke.
Be grateful you've got anything to eat at all. Just as Lu Lei was about to reply, Lin Ruoxue walked over from the side.
She held a compressed biscuit, its packaging still intact, and offered it to Lu Feng. Have this one, she said softly with a hint of forced casualness.
I have more. Lu Feng took the biscuit and nodded.
Lin Ruoxue turned and walked to a nearby chunk of debris, sat down, tore open another packet and began to eat.
Lu Lei watched the scene, muttering under his breath, playing favorites, huh?
After saying that, he struggled to swallow the mouthful of damp biscuit, then tilted his head back to gaze at the hurricane. The two massive silver-gray warships still hovered 50 meters overhead. The ion cannons on their undersides had fully retracted into the armored plating, leaving only a smooth metallic surface visible from below. Morning light seeped through the gaps along the edges of the ships, casting several slender beams of light onto the ground. Moments later, the roar of engines echoed from the distant horizon as the silhouette of a second transport formation appeared. 30 black dots lined up across the northern horizon, drawing nearer and growing larger. Lu Feng swallowed the last piece of biscuit, stood up and brushed the dust off his pants.
Time to get to work. He walked to the center of the sedimentation tank, tilted his head back to look at the underside of the Hurricane's hull, and issued a command in his mind. System recall Hurricane 2 and 3. Command confirmed.
Hurricane-class vessels are being recalled. The two massive silver-gray warships began to turn transparent from their edges, the 320-meter-long hulls dissolving bit by bit from the bottom up.
Then came the mechs. System recall 4 stellar track combat mechs. Command confirmed.
Stellar track combat mechs are being recalled. The 4 silver-gray steel behemoths simultaneously began to blur. Lu Lei stood beside Unit 2, tilting his head back to watch his own mech disappear.
His mouth hung slightly open, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the 5-meter steel shell as it faded from existence. Holy shit. It's just gone. Within 3 seconds, all 4 mechs vanished into the void as if they had never existed. All that remained in the sedimentation tank were the refugees, the roar of transport engines, and the mournful wail of the morning wind through the ruins. The lead transport had already begun its descent, its fuselage wobbling slightly in the low altitude. The airflow churned up by the propellers created ripples of dust on the ground. The pilot was clearly searching for a suitable landing spot.
The ground of the sedimentation tank was pockmarked and uneven, covered with pits corroded by insectoid fluids and the molten scars left by ion cannon fire. Flat ground was scarce.
Lu Feng raised his arm and signaled to the transport.
The pilot spotted him and the aircraft's nose tilted slightly as it descended toward the relatively flat area in the center of the tank.
Everyone listen up, Lu Feng's voice echoed across the sedimentation tank. The transports are here. First batch board in an orderly line. No pushing, no fighting.
The refugees began to move. An old man with graying hair paused as he walked past Lu Feng. His face was covered in dust and dried sweat, his lips cracked and bleeding, his eyes cloudy yet bright. He reached out a hand covered in calluses and grasped Lu Feng's hand.
Thank you, the old man's voice was hoarse, almost inaudible. Thank you. Lu Feng looked into those cloudy yet bright eyes and nodded.
The old man released his grip, turned and walked toward the transport. One by one the transports landed and one by one they took off again. The number of people in the sedimentation tank dwindled. When the last group of refugees emerged from the workshop, there were about 200 of them, mostly the elderly, weak and sick, moving very slowly.
Lu Feng stood at the edge of the tank watching as the last person entered the transport's hatch.
Just before the hatch closed, a young mother carrying a child turned around and bowed to Lu Feng.
After all 20 transports had taken off, the sedimentation tank finally fell silent.
Lu Lei walked over from the other end of the tank holding a half-full bottle of water he had found somewhere. The plastic bottle was covered in dust, its label worn beyond recognition. He tilted his head back for a gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing, then frowned and handed the bottle to Lu Feng.
This water tastes funny. Lu Feng took it and had a sip.
The water was warm with a hint of plastic flavor, but at that moment it felt incredibly refreshing.
What's the next move?
Lu Lei asked, taking the bottle back, screwing on the cap and wiping his mouth with his sleeve.
Back to the defense line.
First report back. As Lu Feng finished speaking, he heard footsteps behind him.
He turned around and saw Luo Chang'e walking out of the filtration workshop.
Her vest was unzipped, revealing a black undershirt stained with dust and several dark green smudges.
Why didn't you get on the transport? Lu Feng asked. Luo Chang'e walked up to him and looked up. I'm staying to help you.
Lu Feng looked at her, waiting for her to continue.
Luo Chang'e tilted her head, her dark eyes darting as if she were organizing her thoughts. After a moment's consideration, she said something that left Lu Feng without a retort.
To help you coordinate with my mother.
The Luo family.
If the military department starts asking questions about the Mechs and the starships, the Luo family will shield you. After saying this, her face flushed slightly. She turned and walked toward the exit of the sedimentation tank, took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back over her shoulder.
Besides, that mech of yours is pretty fun to pilot. I want another go. Lu Lei watched Luo Chang'e's retreating figure, then turned his gaze back to Lu Feng.
His expression was priceless, eyebrows raised, eyes narrowed, his whole face screaming the words, "You lucky dog." Whose young lady is this? He asked in a low voice.
From the Luo family. The Luo family. Which Luo family? How many Luo families are there in the Empire? Don't tell me it's that Luo family.
Lu Lei's mouth opened and closed. He looked in the direction Luo Chang'e had gone, then swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue.
All right, he said. Forget I asked.
Several people stood at the exit of the sedimentation tank where the morning wind rushed in from the north, carrying the scent of gunpowder and scorched earth.
Any news from the captain? Lu Feng asked.
Lu Lei shook his head and put on his earpiece. He pressed the call button several times, his finger lingering on the key for longer each time, but only the hiss of static came through the earpiece.
Nothing. Lu Lei took off the earpiece, staring at the small device.
The signal's been dead for a while. It must be the collapse of the underground pipes cutting off the communication lines.
Lin Ruoxue said with a frown.
Lu Lei turned to her.
How do you know?
Ever since we came out of the main drainage channel, the pipes have been shaking.
Lin Ruoxue pointed behind them.
When we were fighting the bugs just now, I heard a loud thud from behind. If I'm not mistaken, the section of pipe we just passed through has already collapsed. The group walked up to a sluice gate and peered into the pitch-black tunnel, from which came a series of dull rumbles. New cracks had appeared on the concrete at the tunnel's edge, with fragments falling one by one. It really collapsed.
Lu Lei crouched down and shone a flashlight inside.
The beam was blocked by dust and smoke less than 20 meters in. Well, there goes that, he said, standing up and dusting off his knees.
No going back now. Lu Feng turned and looked in the general direction of the defensive line. It's about 3 kilometers on foot to the line.
The main bug force has retreated, but there won't be a shortage of stragglers.
Stay alert on the way.
The four of them walked north along the road outside the sewage treatment plant. The road surface had been torn to shreds by the bugs' claws, covered in deep gouges and collapsed pits. In some places entire sections of the road had been flipped up, revealing the gray-black roadbed beneath. Luo Chang'e walked to Lu Feng's right, her steps lighter than they had been in the shelter, occasionally leaning unconsciously toward him. Whenever she realized she was too close, she would deliberately shift half a step away, only to drift back again before long. After walking about a kilometer, traces of bug stragglers appeared ahead. Two worker bugs were rummaging through the rubble of a collapsed building by the roadside, their mandibles digging into broken bricks and debris with a crunching sound. Lu Lei raised his pulse rifle, but Lu Feng pressed down on the barrel and shook his head. The four of them hugged the drainage ditch on the other side of the road, bending low and holding their breath as they circled around the blind spot of the two worker bugs. The worker bugs didn't notice them, continuing to search through the debris.
The defensive line was getting closer.
On the northern horizon, the outline of the Imperial Army's defensive positions appeared. Trenches and rows of barbed wire traced sharp lines in the morning light. A few wisps of black smoke drifted above the positions, indicating a recent battle.
Figures could already be seen at the checkpoint on the perimeter.
Several soldiers in Imperial Army uniforms stood behind sandbag fortifications, their tactical helmets glinting in the morning light.
Lu Feng quickened his pace toward the checkpoint.
A soldier raised a hand, signaling them to stop.
Halt! Identification.
Lu Feng pulled his ID card from a side pocket of his tactical vest and handed it over. The soldier took the card and swiped it on a handheld terminal.
The screen flickered, displaying Lu Feng's information. Reserve Captain Lu Feng. That's me. The commander wants to see you.
The soldier handed back the ID card and stepped aside. The group followed the soldier through layers of checkpoints and fortifications, entering a trench passage that led deep underground. Every few meters along the passage there was a dugout where resting soldiers sat, all wearing expressions of exhaustion. At the end of the passage was a half-open metal door, behind which lay an underground space of about 20 square meters. In the center of the room was a long table piled with maps and communication equipment, with 3 display screens on the wall. A gray-haired army colonel stood at the long table, his back to the door, speaking with a communication soldier.
Has the damage report for the Pancher come out yet? Lu Feng. Yes. Come in. Lu Feng entered the room and stood before the long table.
Lu Lei, Lin Ruoxue and Luo Chang'e followed, taking their position. Yes, sir. The army colonel turned around and saw Lu Feng at the door. His gaze lingered on Lu Feng for a moment before sweeping over Lu Lei, Lin Ruoxue and Luo Chang'e.
Lu Feng. Yes. Come in. Lu Feng entered the room and stood before the long table.
Lu Lei, Lin Ruoxue and Luo Chang'e followed, taking their positions on either side of him. The colonel walked around the table, stopped in front of Lu Feng and looked him over from head to toe. Han Weidong, Imperial Army Colonel, currently acting as Defense Line Commander. I hear you brought quite a few people out of the shelter. About 50,000, Lu Feng said.
Han Weidong nodded.
The transport pilots reported seeing 4 unidentified mechs over the sewage treatment plant.
Those things.
What's the story?
Lu Feng didn't answer immediately. Colonel, about this. Lu Lei began, his voice tight. Permit me to. I wasn't asking you. Han Weidong didn't even look at Lu Lei, his eyes fixed on Lu Feng. Lu Lei's mouth snapped shut. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, then he obediently returned to his spot. At that moment Luo Chang'e stepped out from behind Lu Feng. Han Weidong's gaze fell on Luo Chang'e.
The girl who emerged from behind Lu Feng wore a crumpled coat, a crooked hemostatic bandage wrapped around her forehead, her face a mixture of dust and sweat stains. From any angle she looked like an ordinary refugee who had just crawled out of a shelter. But Han Weidong had served in the Imperial Army for 23 years and had seen too many people of power and influence. No matter how ragged or disheveled those young people of distinguished birth were, the aura in their bones was impossible to hide. This girl had that quality.
And who are you?
Han Weidong narrowed his eyes, his tone slightly more polite than before. Luo Chang'e reached into the inner pocket of her coat, pulled out a palm-sized black card and placed it on the long table, pushing it toward Han Weidong with 2 fingers. The card was pure black, devoid of any patterns or text, featuring only a silver family crest in the center, an eagle in flight clutching a long sword in its claws. It was indeed the crest of the Luo family.
Han Weidong's pupils constricted slightly.
He picked up the card, flipped it over to glance at the back where the holographic anti-counterfeit mark projected the family motto of the Luo family under the emergency light.
Han Weidong turned the card back to its front, gently stroking the eagle crest with his thumb.
The texture of this card was quite special, not made of ordinary plastic or metal but of an alloy known as obsidian steel. The production process of this material was strictly confidential to the Luo family, manufactured only in the family's internal foundries and could not be found on the market.
Luo Changge. I am the third generation of the Luo family and Luo Yuanshan is my father.
Han Weidong returned the card to her and stood straight.
Miss Luo.
Han Weidong's voice lowered slightly compared to before. I was unaware that members of the Luo family were at the colony point. This was the truth. The intelligence received by the command center of the colony point indicated that within 72 hours before the insectoid attack, the movements of all key figures in the Empire had been reported and evacuation plans arranged.
However, Luo Changge's name had never appeared on any of the lists.
Either the Luo family deliberately concealed her whereabouts or her arrival had been so sudden that even the intelligence system of the colony point hadn't had time to react. Luo Changge slowly put the card back into her coats in her pocket, her movements deliberate, as if intentionally allowing Han Weidong time to think. She adjusted the collar of her coat, tidied up the crumpled bandage, then lifted her head, looking calmly at Han Weidong.
Colonel. Those 4 mechs are the 7th generation experimental models from the Luo family's Mech Research Institute.
Just before the outbreak of this insectoid crisis, the Institute happened to be conducting field tests at the RX-3 colony point.
Han Weidong's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds.
7th generation experimental models, he repeated the phrase, his tone non-committal. He turned around, walked to the long table and picked up a recently delivered damage report to skim through. Then he leaned slightly on the table's edge as if pondering something. Miss Luo, I have served in the army for 23 years and I have some understanding of the current and in-development mech models of the Empire. The 7th generation mech development plan was only approved by the military's Equipment Bureau last year and should still be in the drafting phase. The Colonel is referring to the Defender series approved by the military. Luo Changge placed her hands behind her back.
The 7th generation from the Luo family's Research Institute and the 7th generation from the military are not the same project.
The Luo family's development system is independent of the military's Equipment Bureau approval process. The Colonel should be well aware of this.
Han Weidong's brows furrowed slightly. He certainly understood.
In the 231st year of the Empire, the military enacted the Empire Military Technology Multidimensional Development Promotion Act to encourage private capital investment in military technology research. The core provision of the act is quite simple. The research institutes of the major families in the Empire have independent research and development rights.
Before research results are officially equipped by the military, there is no need to report technical details to the Equipment Bureau. They only need to complete registration within 72 hours after being put into use.
The original intention of this act was good, allowing both the military and private sectors to advance side by side, adopting whoever could run faster. However, in practice, this act became a privilege pass for the major families. They could rightfully hide the most advanced technologies in their family laboratories. When the military came seeking assistance, they could then present the technology as a cooperative development, gaining political leverage and benefits. This explanation had no apparent logical flaws, but Han Weidong felt something was off. If the Luo family had indeed deployed 4 7th-generation experimental mechs at RX-3, why was the command center at the colony point completely unaware before the insectoid attack? According to the colony point security regulations, any military equipment entering the colony point must be reported in advance to the Defense Command Center, including military assets belonging to the major families. Yet throughout the entire week leading up to the insectoid attack, the Airspace Management Office of the colony point had not received a single report from the Luo family. Why hadn't the Luo family called upon these mechs to participate in the defense of the line at the first opportunity? These questions spun in his mind, yet he refrained from voicing them. Because he knew very well that some answers were not meant for a mere army colonel to know. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. More than 20 hours had passed since the insectoid attack. During this time, the reinforcements from the Empire should have been on their way. If all goes well, within 6 more hours the first batch of reinforcement fleets would arrive in the airspace above RX-3. By then this mess would be taken over by higher-ranking commanders. If Miss Luo was willing to share some basic combat data, it would greatly assist in subsequent defense deployments. The mechs themselves sustained no structural damage, but their ammunition...
What is the current status of those 4 mechs?
I heard from the transport pilot's report that they played a crucial role in the battle at the wastewater treatment plant.
If Miss Luo was willing to share some basic combat data, it would greatly assist in subsequent defense deployments.
The mechs themselves sustained no structural damage, but their ammunition reserves are nearly depleted.
Luo Changge's response was fluid, as if she had been prepared for it. Currently the mechs have been withdrawn to the Luo family's maintenance point for emergency resupply and repairs. As for the combat data,
She paused briefly before continuing, if the Colonel has a need he can connect with the Luo family's armament liaison.
I am not a technician and the data I can provide is limited. Han Weidong nodded and then turned to Lu Feng. What about you, Cadet Captain? Do you have anything to add?
Lu Feng had maintained a standard standing posture since entering.
Report, Colonel. Miss Luo authorized me to temporarily pilot one of the mechs during our time in the shelter to break through the insectoid blockade. After the mission was completed, the mech was returned to Miss Luo. Han Weidong looked at Lu Feng.
The young face showed no extraneous expressions. But he was not a fool. A cadet captain escorting the young lady of the Luo family breaking through the blockade with 4 unidentified mech models and tens of thousands of refugees. The story behind this was certainly not so simple.
Yet Luo Chang'e had taken all the responsibility onto the Luo family.
She claimed that those 4 mechs belonged to the Luo family. If Han Weidong wanted to investigate this matter, he would have to confront the Luo family directly. Yet as an army colonel he did not have the qualifications or the courage to do so.
The position of the Luo family in the empire was not something he could shake.
Let alone being a colonel, even an empire marshal would have to show respect to the head of the Luo family.
Understood.
Han Weidong picked up a blank action report form from the long table and pushed it in front of Lu Feng. Write a report on your actions focusing on the deployment of insectoid forces within the shelter and the types of insectoid units you encountered at the wastewater treatment plant. He paused before adding, no need to write about the technical details of the mechs, that is within the scope of the Luo family's confidentiality. Lu Feng took the form and Han Weidong turned to walk a few steps toward the door before stopping. Without turning around he tilted his head slightly, lowering his voice, Miss Luo, please send my regards to Old Master Luo.
Luo Chang'e nodded slightly. I will certainly convey that.
After Han Weidong exited the room, the door was not fully closed and the sounds of soldiers' footsteps and the crackling of communication devices filtered in through the gap.
Lu Lei leaned against the wall, exhaling deeply. My God.
His voice seemed to have been pressed down for half a minute before finally being released.
I almost thought we were done for just now.
Lin Ruoxue leaned against the opposite wall, her head bowed, hair falling over her forehead obscuring her expression, but her shoulders had clearly relaxed.
Let's go.
Luo Chang'e turned around to face Lu Feng, her slightly lifted tone betraying her emotions.
After the report is finished we still have to return to report in.
The expression of the heir of the Luo family had completely vanished from her face, replaced by an uncontainable smile at the corners of her mouth.
How was it?
The 3 words carried a bright sense of pride, like a child waiting for applause after finishing a performance on stage.
Impressive, Lu Feng replied. Luo Chang'e was very satisfied with this response, her lips curling up as she turned to walk outside.
The rest area in the rear of the battlefield was situated within a subterranean bunker at the midpoint of the defense line, with hundreds of rest chambers of varying sizes scattered along both sides of the main corridor. These chambers were originally barracks for the reserve forces, but after the Zerg assault most units were thrust into the front lines, leaving the vacant rooms for rotating soldiers. The room assigned to Lu Feng and his team was at the deepest end of the corridor, bearing the number 117 on its doorplate. The chamber was far more spacious than he had anticipated, spanning at least 50 square meters. Along both walls stood orderly rows of double-decker iron bunk beds, each layer adorned with military green mattresses and neatly folded blankets. Yet every bunk lay vacant at that moment. In the center of the room were several long tables and benches, the tabletops crafted from metal bore a worn and mottled paint finish, revealing the grayish-white primer beneath.
On the tables sat several hot water kettles emblazoned with the Imperial Army insignia.
Beside them were stacks of enamel mugs and a tin tea canister, its lid slightly ajar, exposing dark brown tea stems within. In the corner stood an old-fashioned military communication terminal, its black casing adorned with knobs and a speaker.
It was currently receiving information from the frontline channel, the speaker emitting faint static and intermittent transmissions.
Upon entering, Lu Lei leaned his rifle against the first long table, then settled onto a bench.
He propped his hands on his knees and exhaled a long, weary breath.
Finally a place to sit, he rasped. I've been standing in that mech for who knows how many hours.
My legs don't even feel like my own.
Lin Ruoxue sat across from him, setting her backpack at her feet.
She pulled out a canteen, unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Luo Chang'e took a seat beside Lu Feng, drawing her coat collar closer.
She rested her elbows on the table and propped her chin in her hands.
The voice from the speaker continued, now clearer than before, likely due to diminishing interference in the communication line. Now broadcasting orbital battle updates.
During this orbital engagement, the Imperial Third Fleet's flagship Puncher came under siege by the main Zerg fleet. After 3 hours of intense combat, the Zerg fleet has been repelled. The Pancher has sustained multiple damages and is currently undergoing emergency repairs. A rustling sound of paper being turned came through the speaker.
Captain Feng Ching was wounded in the battle and has been transferred to the medical bay. Her condition is currently stable. 12 bridge personnel are casualties with 3 confirmed dead. The list of the fallen is being verified. Notifications will follow once confirmed. A moment of silence fell over the rest chamber. Lu Lei's hand holding the enamel mug froze midair.
He rubbed his face vigorously with his palm.
3 dead and 12 wounded on the bridge. This battle was brutal.
The Pancher is a battleship, Lin Ruoxu's voice cut in. It has a complete escort fleet, cruisers, destroyers, frigates, numbering at least several dozen ships in total. For the Zerg to have battered its bridge like that suggests they committed far more forces than we anticipated. She paused, frowning slightly as if calculating something. If the Zerg main force has truly been diverted here, their target isn't just a single colony.
It's the Empire's entire defense system in the 7th sector.
This assessment was not without merit. The Zerg had deployed an abnormally large force on the main battlefield, even going so far as to split their forces to besiege the Pancher. If the orbital fleet were to be routed, all ground forces would lose their reinforcements and evacuation routes. The entire defense chain of the 7th sector would begin to fracture at the RX-3 node, then collapse in a domino effect. But this was not a problem Lu Feng could solve. What he needed to do now was finish writing his report. Lu Feng picked up a pen and began writing on the action report form. Lu Lei leaned over to glance at what he had written, his brow furrowing.
Your handwriting looks like chicken scratch.
As long as it's legible.
I can't read it. That's your problem. Lu Lei rolled his eyes, choosing not to dwell on the trivial topic.
He stood up, fetched himself a mug of hot water and pinched a few tea stems from the canister to drop in.
The tea stems unfurled in the hot water, releasing a coarse earthy aroma.
It wasn't fine tea, but in this place a mouthful of hot tea was already a luxury. He brought the mug back, sat across from Lu Feng, blew on the floating tea stems, took a sip and let out a satisfied sigh. You know, Lu Lei said, setting the mug on the table, I've fought the Zerg 6 times. This one was the closest to death and the most thrilling.
He took another sip, cradling the mug in his hands, staring down at the murky tea.
When that burrower's claw swept past my face in Sector BS corridor, only one thought crossed my mind.
I'm not married yet.
Lin Ruoxu let out a soft cough beside him. Lu Lei turned to look at her.
What are you coughing for? I'm telling the truth.
I'm not saying you're lying, Lin Ruoxu replied flatly.
I just think your phrasing was a bit off. How is it off? You said you're not married yet.
But you mentioned earlier on the transport that your family back in the 3rd sector had introduced you to several prospects and you turned them all down.
Lu Lei's mouth opened and closed. He took a deep breath. I was bragging.
Luo Chang'e rested her elbows on the table, her chin in her palms, tilting her head as she listened to their exchange, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of her lips.
The rest chamber fell silent for about 20 minutes.
Lu Feng finished writing his action report, scanned it from beginning to end to ensure nothing sensitive was included, then folded the form twice and tucked it into his pocket. Lu Lei had already finished his mug of tea and went to refill it halfway. On his way back he grabbed several packs of military rations from a supply point in the corridor. He tore open the rations and laid out the compressed biscuits, energy bars and instant drink powder one by one on the table as if setting up a street stall.
Anyone wants some? He waved an energy bar at Lin Ruoxu.
Lin Ruoxu shook her head, pulled a compressed biscuit from her own pack, broke it in half and handed a piece to Luo Chang'e.
Luo Chang'e took it, tore open the wrapper and took a bite.
She chewed a couple of times, her brow furrowing slightly, but she swallowed it anyway.
Not good, she murmured.
That's how military rations are, Lin Ruoxu said matter-of-factly. As long as it fills your stomach.
Luo Chang'e took another bite.
This time she didn't frown, as if she was determined to finish the biscuit. Lu Feng leaned back on the bench and closed his eyes for a while. He didn't fall asleep, only letting his mind slowly unwind from the intense alertness that had persisted for over 20 hours.
Footsteps in the corridor never ceased.
Soldiers rotating off the front line trudged by with weary gaits, their combat boots thudding dully against the concrete floor. Voices murmured low but still audible through the walls, carrying fragmented phrases.
Sector BS defense line repelled 6 waves. 3rd Company's losses are over half. I hear reinforcements are coming soon. Lu Feng opened his eyes and glanced at the clock on the wall.
Nearly half of the 6 hours Han Weidong had mentioned had already passed.
Barring any surprises, the Homeland's reinforcement fleet should already be accelerating along the warp route.
Just then a piercing screech of static erupted from the speaker of the old military communication terminal in the corner, followed by a clear female voice.
Attention all units. Attention all units. The holographic channel will soon connect for an emergency notice from command. Repeat, the holographic channel will soon connect for an emergency notice from command.
After greeting Lin Ruoxue and the others, Lu Feng and his Lu Lei put down the enamel mug and exchanged a glance with the others.
A fist-sized holographic projector in the center of the lounge table automatically activated.
A faint blue light shot out from the lens at the top of the projector, weaving into a clear three-dimensional image half a meter above the table. Colonel Han Weidong's face appeared on the screen as he stood before the command table with 3 display screens and busy communication soldiers behind him. His expression was somewhat more relaxed than when Lu Feng had seen him earlier, but fatigue still lingered between his brows. Gentleman Han Weidong's voice was slightly distorted in the holographic image, yet it was clear. I have an important announcement. The Imperial reinforcements will arrive in 2 hours above the RX-3 orbit. The reinforcements consist of the main force of the 5th Fleet, including 2 battleships, 12 cruisers and over 300 escort vessels with a total troop strength exceeding 150,000.
Lu Lei whistled.
The 5th Fleet, Lin Ruoxue said with a hint of surprise.
The Empire has dispatched the 5th Fleet. Han Weidong continued. The reinforcements will complete their orbital deployment within the next 5 hours and will commence operations to eradicate the remnants of the Zerg fleet. The ground defense tasks will be taken over by the 5th Fleet's Marine Corps.
He paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on the camera of the holographic image. According to the orders from the Imperial Army headquarters, the original RX-3 colony defense forces will withdraw in batches to Arcadia Prime for rest and reorganization. The first batch of evacuees has already been determined, including reconnaissance troops, special operations personnel and severely wounded who have fought continuously for over 24 hours during the Zerg assault. The list will be distributed via the communication terminals of each unit. Those on the list, please assemble at Transfer Point 3 in the middle of the defense line within 2 hours of receiving the notification. Transport vehicles will take you to the transport ships in orbit and then return to Arcadia Prime together. The holographic image flickered for a moment before disappearing.
The lens at the top of the projector gradually dimmed and the faint blue light retracted back into the fist-sized device. The lounge fell silent for a moment.
Lu Lei was the first to break the silence. He stood up from the bench, placed his hands on the table and lowered his head to look at the holographic projector, as if confirming that the content he had just heard was not an illusion.
Back to Arcadia.
His voice carried an incredulity born from surviving a catastrophe.
Back to the home planet.
You heard correctly. Lin Ruoxue also stood up, zipping up her backpack and slinging the strap over her shoulder. The first batch of evacuees.
My God.
Lu Lei took a few steps in the lounge before stopping.
Arcadia Prime. The last time I went to the home planet was 3 years ago for the award ceremony. That place even had fragrant air.
Have you smelled it?
Lin Ruoxue asked.
I have, Lu Lei replied firmly. The home planet's air filtration system is the most advanced in the Empire, keeping the PM2.5 concentration in single digits year-round.
It smells fragrant.
Lin Ruoxue did not refute him, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth.
News of the first batch of evacuees had clearly spread as soldiers with their belongings and weapons were everywhere in the corridor. Everyone was moving in the same direction towards Transfer Point 3. The 4 of them walked east along the main corridor for about 10 minutes, passing through 2 checkpoints and 3 temporary medical points. On the stretchers at the entrance of the medical points lay injured soldiers while medics busily attended to their wounds, and the air was filled with a mixture of disinfectant and the smell of blood. Transfer Point 3 was set up in an open square in the middle of the defense line, originally a material distribution center for the colony, now temporarily requisitioned as a gathering point for evacuees. The square was about the size of several football fields, with the ground covered in gray concrete slabs. Sandbags and air defense bunkers were piled around, and several anti-aircraft gun barrels pointed towards the gray-white sky.
On the north side, dozens of heavy transport aircraft were parked, engines already running with the airflow from the propellers stirring up clouds of dust on the ground.
Crew members stood at the doors of the aircraft holding tablet terminals verifying the boarding list.
The number of evacuees in the first batch was more than Lu Feng had anticipated, with at least 1,000 people standing in the square divided into several long lines. Each line was moving slowly towards the transport aircraft. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Lu Feng arrived at the boarding gate. The crew member glanced at the identification card Lu Feng handed over, swiped it on the screen, then nodded.
You can board, there are seats available in the last row.
Lu Feng stepped into the cabin where the seats were arranged along both walls, leaving a narrow aisle in the middle. Most of the seats were already occupied, but he found 4 connected empty seats in the last row. Stuffed his backpack under the seat, sat down and fastened his seatbelt. Luo Chang'e followed him up, sat down next to him, folded her coat neatly on her lap, revealing a black bodysuit underneath. Her movements were noticeably more agile than before, no longer wobbling like when she had just come out of the shelter. Lu Lei and Lin Ruoxue also boarded one after another, taking seats next to Lu Feng. As the cabin door closed, a rush of air blew in from the ventilation, carrying a mixture of aviation fuel and metal smell. The roar of the engines came from beneath the fuselage, rising from a low rumble to a high pitch, and the entire cabin began to tremble slightly. The transport aircraft slowly ascended from the ground, and the scenery outside the window shifted from the gray-white concrete square to gray-green plains, then to gray-white clouds. Lu Feng leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. After a while, a slight jolt was felt. The transport aircraft was decelerating, and outside the window was no longer the deep black of space but the interior of a massive starship's hangar. "We've arrived," a crew member's voice came through the cabin's intercom. "All personnel, please take your personal belongings and disembark in an orderly manner." Lu Feng unfastened his seatbelt, stood up, pulled his backpack out from under the seat, put it on his back, and then walked down the stairs. Although he had managed to sleep a little on the transport aircraft, that little sleep was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the exhaustion of the past 24 hours. He lifted his head and glanced at the internal structure of the starship. This was an Imperial transport vessel, and judging by the number of transport aircraft parked in the hangar and the soldiers disembarking, it could carry at least 1,000 people. When Lu Lei disembarked, his legs felt a bit weak and he had to hold onto the handrail of the stairway to steady himself. "I'm dead tired." Lu Lei yawned, tears welling up. "If you give me a bed now, I could lie on it for 3 days. There are dormitories on the ship." A middle-aged man in a military officer's uniform walked over, holding a datapad filled with lists. "Male soldiers, follow me." After greeting Lin Ruoxue and the others, Lu Feng and his companion followed the non-commissioned officer through the hangar and into a corridor. The officer stopped before a door marked M17 and swiped a datapad over the reader beside it. The door slid open silently, revealing a room of about 30 square meters. Inside were 2 simple beds arranged against the wall, with a small locker at the head of each, its door embedded with an electronic lock. "Officers' quarters, 2 per room. It's quiet now, so you'll stay here for the time being." The officer gestured toward the end of the corridor. "The latrine is that way, communal." With that, he departed, his military boots clacking crisply against the metal floor. Lu Lei was the first to rush in, claiming the left bed, tossing his backpack to the ground and collapsing onto the mattress. "This bed is so hard," he muttered, his voice already growing drowsy and indistinct. Lu Feng leaned back against the right bed, pulled a blanket over himself and closed his eyes. He did not know how long he slept. His dreams were filled with Zerg, their images replaying relentlessly in his mind. It was only when the transport ship stabilized in orbit around the Arcadia Prime that Lu Feng awoke. The view outside the porthole made him narrow his eyes slightly. The fleet in orbit had grown considerably since his last sighting. A dense array of vessels stretched from low Earth orbit to the very edge of his vision. "Arcadia Prime has been reached," the ship's intercom announced. "All personnel, gather your personal effects and disembark in order." Lu Lei sat up on the bed, rubbing his eyes, his hair a wild mess. He had slept for who knows how many hours, with dark circles clearly visible under his eyes and a dry trail of drool at the corner of his mouth. "We're here. We're here." Lu Feng stood at the porthole, his back to the others, his gaze fixed on the starships in orbit. Lu Lei got off the bed, walked to the window and let out a whistle at the dense cluster of vessels. Did they mobilize half the Empire's fleet? The two left the room and walked along the corridor toward the hangar. When they reached the hangar, Lu Feng saw Lin Ruoxue and Luo Chang'e already standing by the gangway. Their backpacks were slung over their shoulders, their pulse rifles had been returned to the equipment depot, and their tactical belts were undone. "How was your rest?" Lu Feng asked as he approached. "Not bad," Lin Ruoxue replied, her voice sounding lighter than before. Lu Lei caught up from behind, stopping beside Lu Feng. He tilted his head back, squinting at the bright row of lights on the hangar ceiling. "Right now I just want to find a place to have a proper meal. Not military rations, not compressed biscuits, I mean hot food with meat, something I can actually taste." He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. "What about you guys?" As Lu Feng was about to speak, his communicator buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket and saw a group notification from headquarters. "Attention all RX-3 evacuees. By order of the Imperial 3rd Fleet Command, all personnel involved in the RX-3 combat operation are granted 72 hours of leave. Upon the conclusion of leave, please report to your respective units. Specific reporting times and locations will be notified separately." 3 days. Lu Lei leaned in to glance at the screen, his eyes lighting up. 3 days of leave. The fatigue on his face was momentarily washed away by excitement as if he had been injected with a stimulant.
What can you do in 3 days?
He counted on his fingers.
First day sleep. Second day eat. Third day sleep some more. Perfect.
But then as if a thought struck him his entire face fell. Ground forces have a rule: soldiers pulled from the battlefield have to report to their brigade headquarters first.
Lu Lei shrugged. So I have to go to the brigade to check in.
I'll take off first.
Lu Feng watched Lu Lei's retreating figure and put the communicator back into his pocket.
Luo Chang'e pulled her coat collar together and tilted her head to glance at Lu Feng.
Do you have a place to stay? No, Lu Feng answered honestly.
A slight curve touched the corner of Luo Chang'e's mouth.
Come on, let's go to my place. You have property on Arcadia.
Lin Ruoxu's gaze held a hint of surprise.
Luo Chang'e nodded.
My father bought a courtyard here a long time ago originally so the family would have a place to stay when operating in the 7th sector. Although it's empty most of the time, it's always been maintained. They took the orbital elevator down, passed through the spaceport security checkpoint and hailed a car.
Luo Chang'e gave the driver a location.
The vehicle drove through the central district of Arcadia City, traversed a long highway and eventually turned into a tree-lined avenue flanked by tall stately trees. At the end of the road stood a black wrought iron gate flanked by high stone walls covered in climbing vines.
Luo Chang'e pulled a remote from her pocket and pressed a button. The iron gate slid open silently. Once the car drove inside, Lu Feng finally took in the full scope of the estate. It was even larger than he had imagined. The main building was a 2-story structure with gray-white stone walls and a dark gray roof, its front facade lined with floor-to-ceiling windows. The architectural style was simple and restrained, devoid of superfluous ornamentation, yet every detail exuded an understated elegance. In front of the building was a neatly trimmed lawn, at the center of which lay a circular pool with crystal-clear water. Behind the main building the crowns of taller trees were visible, likely from a garden in the backyard. The entire estate covered at least 1,000 square meters. In a place as valuable as Arcadia Prime, a private residence of this scale was not something one could acquire with mere wealth. The car stopped at the main entrance and the three got out.
A middle-aged woman in a dark uniform had already emerged from the door to greet them.
She stopped before Luo Chang'e and gave a slight bow. Miss. The butler informed us you were coming, so we prepared the rooms ahead of time.
But it was short notice, so some places may not be perfectly tidy.
Please forgive us. It's fine, Luo Chang'e said, handing her backpack to the woman and striding through the door. Lu Feng followed her into the foyer, the floor beneath him made of dark gray stone polished to a mirror-like shine.
She walked a few steps before suddenly stopping, turning to look at Lu Feng and Lin Ruoxue.
Feel free to choose any room. Lu Feng nodded, choosing a room on the left side of the second floor.
The room was much larger than he had expected, featuring a design that separated wet and dry areas, with the shower enclosed by a single piece of transparent glass. The floor and walls were covered with deep gray slate, mirroring the texture of the main building's exterior. He turned on the faucet and hot water poured down from the overhead shower, splashing onto the floor and rising in a veil of white mist. Steam rapidly accumulated in the enclosed space, and soon a layer of hazy droplets formed on the inner side of the glass partition. Lu Feng stood beneath the hot water, tilting his head back to let the water flow directly onto his face. The remnants of over 20 hours of dust, sweat, and the dry traces of insectoid bodily fluids were gradually washed away by the stream of water flowing down the drain. He turned off the water and dried himself with a towel, only to realize an awkward problem: he had no change of clothes. He put on the tattered combat uniform again and walked out of the bathroom. In the room's wardrobe hung a row of clean clothes, dark-colored loungewear, and a few casual outfits neatly folded with their tags still attached. They must have been prepared by the housekeeper in advance. Lu Feng casually took a pair of dark gray lounge pants and a black short-sleeved shirt which fit him perfectly. The fabric of the clothes was soft, providing an indescribable comfort against his skin, far more so than the military standard combat uniform. He walked out of the room, heading towards the stairs along the corridor. The corridor of the main building was quite quiet, with the wooden floor creaking softly underfoot. On both sides of the corridor several oil paintings hung on the walls, framed in dark solid wood. Most depicted landscapes, while others featured portraits. As Lu Feng passed by one of the portraits, he paused for a moment. The painting portrayed a middle-aged man in imperial military uniform with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his stern features bearing a slight resemblance to Luo Chang'e.
Luo Yuanshan.
He had never seen this person in person, but he was known by everyone in the empire.
The current head of the Luo family and one of the behind-the-scenes power players in the imperial military.
Lu Feng withdrew his gaze and continued down the stairs. At the bottom of the staircase was the hall on the first floor of the main building where light streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows illuminating the entire space. Just as Lu Feng was about to head towards the sofa, he heard footsteps coming from above the stairs. He turned his head and saw Lin Ruoxue descending from the other side. She wore a light gray loungewear dress, the hem reaching mid-thigh, exposing her two long fair legs. Her hair was still wet, cascading over her shoulders with droplets of water trickling down from the tips and creating a small dark patch on the collar of her dark loungewear. The fabric of the dress was thin and clung to her body, outlining Lin Ruoxue's slender waist and the curves of her hips. Upon seeing Lu Feng standing at the staircase, her footsteps hesitated for a moment.
"Did you finish your shower?" "Does the clothing fit?"
"It fits."
Lin Ruoxue nodded and walked past Lu Feng down the stairs, sitting down on the sofa. As she sat down, the hem of her dress slid up slightly, revealing more of her thighs seemingly without her notice. She reached for the teapot on the coffee table, poured 2 cups of tea and pushed 1 cup towards Lu Feng's position.
Lu Feng walked over and sat down, picking up the teacup to take a sip.
The tea was black tea, rich and smooth with a hint of fruity fragrance, unlike the coarse tea leaves found in military rations. The two sat on the sofa separated by the coffee table and neither spoke a word. The atmosphere was not exactly awkward but also not quite natural. They had experienced too much together, from the shelter to the sewage treatment plant, fighting their way out of the encirclement of the insectoids.
Those experiences had forged an unspoken understanding between them.
But now, sitting in this quiet sunlit living room, the camaraderie built on the battlefield felt somewhat out of place. Just as Lu Feng was about to say something, footsteps echoed from above the stairs once more. This time the footsteps were lighter than when Lin Ruoxue had come down carrying a bouncy rhythm.
Lu Feng looked up and his gaze froze. Luo Chang'e was walking down the stairs. She wore a light apricot-colored spaghetti strap dress.
The fabric was a stretchy cotton blend that clung softly to her body, outlining her curves without reservation. Her chest pushed the fabric at the front of the dress into 2 rounded arcs, trembling slightly with her movements as she descended the stairs.
Luo Chang'e's figure was completely different from Lin Ruoxue's.
If Lin Ruoxue was slender, then Luo Chang'e was voluptuous.
Lu Feng's gaze involuntarily slid down, landing on her thighs.
Those thighs were round and full, the hem of the spaghetti strap dress barely covering the tops of her thighs. The inner lines of her thighs pressed closely together when standing, leaving only a narrow gap in the middle. Her skin was the kind that could only be cultivated through long-term pampering, delicate and fair without a trace of tan or scars.
"What are you looking at?"
Luo Chang'e noticed Lu Feng's gaze, tilting her head with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. She was aware of his gaze but did not make any effort to cover up, instead walking leisurely down the stairs, each step causing the dress to sway gently, revealing glimpses of her skin at the edges of the fabric. Lu Feng averted his gaze, lifting the teacup for another sip. However, he could no longer discern the flavor of the tea. His mind was filled with the images he had just seen. Luo Chang'e reached the sofa area and sat down beside Lin Ruoxue. As she settled in, her body leaned forward, her arms resting on her knees, accentuating her chest even more. From above the neckline, 2 soft curves could be seen pressing together, rising and falling gently with her breath.
"That dress of yours." Lin Ruoxue glanced at her tone somewhat subtle. "It's fine for wearing at home."
"Of course I need to be comfortable at home," Luo Chang'e replied matter-of-factly, reaching for a grape from the fruit plate on the coffee table and popping it into her mouth.
"I don't plan on going out."
"Are you too hungry?"
Luo Chang'e reached for another grape. "There should be food in the kitchen. I asked the maid to prepare some before we came."
"It's fine," Lu Feng replied, trying to keep his voice sounding casual.
Luo Chang'e glanced at him, her gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds before shifting down to the loungewear he was wearing.
"Does the clothing fit?"
"It fits."
"What about the waist?"
She tilted her head, her gaze circling around Lu Feng's waist and abdomen. "I had the maid prepare it according to standard measurements, but your build is a bit broader than average. The waist should be fine, but the shoulders might be a bit tight." As she spoke, she stood up and walked in front of Lu Feng.
The distance between them shrank to less than half a meter.
The faint scent of her perfume wafted into Lu Feng's nostrils, a creamy aroma mixed with a hint of moisture.
"Let me check your shoulders," Luo Chang'e said, bending down.
Her upper body leaned toward him, one hand reaching for his shoulder to feel the seam at the back.
This bending posture caused the loose neckline of the spaghetti strap dress to fall completely. Lu Feng's gaze fell right in that direction. Inside the neckline, everything was clearly visible.
2 soft full curves hung there, the skin so white it was almost translucent, with faint blue veins barely visible at the edges. Without the restraint of a bra, those soft lines swayed slightly with her bending motion.
Lu Feng's mind went blank for a whole second.
He abruptly averted his gaze, only to find he had nowhere to hide. Luo Chang's face was right above his shoulder. A simple lift of his head would meet her gaze. It is a bit tight around the shoulders, Luo Chang'e noted, oblivious, pressing her fingers at the spot of his shoulder blade, her voice right by his ear.
Lu Feng's eyes were glued to the teacup on the coffee table, his ears burning with heat. Next time have the maid buy a size up. Luo Chang'e straightened up the neckline of her dress, closing again, concealing the dazzling view.
She seemed completely unaware of what had just happened, clapping her hands and turning to walk toward the kitchen. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back, glancing over her shoulder at Lu Feng. By the way, there's a hot spring pool in my backyard.
Would you like to soak in it after dinner? It's particularly effective for relieving muscle fatigue.
The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Luo Chang'e claimed she had asked the housekeeper to prepare everything in advance, but when Lu Feng stepped into the kitchen, he saw 2 pots on the stove, both blazing with fire. One simmered a soup bubbling with steam while the other sizzled with oil as something was being stir-fried.
Lu Feng leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching Luo Chang'e skillfully lift the lid of the soup pot, stir it with a long-handled spoon, and then cover it again.
She turned around to flip the contents of the wok, her movements fluid and effortless, nothing like someone who had just endured 6 days of hunger in a shelter.
You can cook? Lu Feng asked. Luo Chang'e didn't turn around.
A little.
I learned from the housekeeper back home.
She picked up a plate of pre-cut ingredients from the counter and tipped them into the wok, the sound of spattering oil growing louder. Lin Ruoxue stood on the other side of the kitchen, helping Luo Chang'e set out the bowls and chopsticks. She had somehow found an apron and tied it on, a dark blue apron worn over her light gray house dress, making her look like an intern trying to imitate a housewife. By the time they finished dinner, the sky outside had turned completely dark. Luo Chang'e leaned back in her chair, her hand resting on her stomach, her expression both satisfied and drowsy. I want to sleep, she murmured, her voice thick as if she were already half asleep. Don't sleep right after eating, Lin Ruoxue said, standing up to clear the dishes.
It's bad for your digestion.
Rest a bit first.
Then I'll just lie down in the room for a while.
Luo Chang'e rose from her chair, yawned and shuffled in her slippers toward the living room. Lin Ruoxue placed the dishes in the sink and turned on the faucet to rinse them.
Aren't you going to rest? Lu Feng asked.
Soon, Lin Ruoxue replied without turning around. You go first.
I'll finish washing these. Lu Feng left the dining room and went upstairs.
The lights in the hallway had already switched to night mode, casting a soft dim glow. He entered his room and closed the door. Leaning his back against the door panel, he let out a long breath. The tension that had gripped his mind all day finally released completely. He stood there for a moment, then walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, pulling his communicator from his pocket. As the screen lit up, a red notification number for unread messages popped up. He unlocked the communicator and opened the message list. Su Xiarong's profile picture was at the top, an orange cat with perked ears bearing a striking resemblance to her.
The latest message was sent 4 hours ago. Lu Feng, Aliyah and the others got their monthly exam results. They all passed. Not a single one failed. How's it going on your end? Message me back soon.
Lu Feng stared at the message, then tapped the input box and typed a line.
Still alive. Good results. I'll treat them to a meal when I get back.
Within 10 seconds of sending the message, Su Xiarong's reply came through.
You finally replied. I thought the bugs had eaten you. Another string of exclamation marks. Before Lu Feng could respond, a second message followed.
Aliyah said she'll stew some ribs for you when you get back.
When are you coming home? Lu Feng thought for a moment and typed, not sure. Might be a while.
After that message was sent, Su Xiarong's reply came more slowly.
About 10 seconds later she responded. Fine. Stay safe. Don't die. If you die, no one's paying us.
Oof. Lu Feng stared at the line, imagining Su Xiarong saying it as her tail flicked back and forth behind her. He smiled faintly, not calling her out on it, and replied with a single word.
Okay. Su Xiarong didn't write back. Lu Feng exited her chat and scrolled down the message list. Wang Wonking's name appeared on the list with a message from yesterday. A missed video call and a line of text. Lu Feng, give me a call when you have a moment.
Lu Feng looked at the line, his finger pausing at the edge of the screen. If Wang Wanqing was looking for him, it was probably about company matters.
The phone rang twice before it was answered. You finally called back.
Wang Wonking's voice came through the communicator, carrying a note of relief. I've been training these past 2 days, Lu Feng said, leaning against the window frame.
What's up?
Something important.
Good news. Wang Wanqing paused.
We built that Swift-class frigate design you gave us last time.
That fast? It's not fast.
It's been nearly a month since you gave us the design.
The entire tech team worked overtime going through every step, blueprints, materials, testing.
The first prototype came off the line last week and we completed all sea trials yesterday.
Lu Feng waited for her to continue. The performance is even better than what you wrote in the preview.
Wang Wanqing's voice carried an excitement Lu Feng rarely heard one she tried to suppress, but that still leaked through.
We took the prototype's data to the Imperial Shipping Safety Expo. Guess what happened? We secured 87 letters of intent on the spot. And that's just the first day. More are coming in. Lu Feng's pupils contracted slightly. 87 T2 class frigates and letters of intent was no small number.
Who are the clients? He asked. The Imperial Farsi Transport Group signed for 30, the Shallow Bay Sector Shipping Federation signed for 20, several major mining companies in the Lyra sector combined for 15, and the rest are smaller transport firms and a few traders.
Wang Wanqing listed them one by one, each name a heavyweight in the 8th sector shipping industry. Lu Feng.
Her voice suddenly dropped as if she were about to share a secret.
If we deliver all these orders, do you know how much we'll make?
There was a brief silence on the other end. Then Wang Wanqing uttered a number that made Lu Feng catch his breath.
50 billion star coins. How much? Lu Feng's voice involuntarily rose half a tone. 50 billion star coins, Wang Wanqing repeated.
That's just the profit from this batch of orders.
There will be more follow-up orders.
Lu Feng leaned against the window frame, tilting his head back to look at the ceiling.
50 billion star coins.
He had nearly killed himself emptying an entire cargo hold in the pirate lair only to get resources worth just over 70 million. Selling the transport ship's technical design had netted him 10 million. And now, before the Swift class had even officially entered production, the profit from letters of intent alone had reached 50 billion. The number was so large his brain needed a few seconds to process it. His mind raced. If he just let that money sit in the account earning interest doing nothing, it would generate millions in interest per day.
But he wasn't going to let that money lie idle.
Can the production capacity for the Swift class keep up?
That's our biggest bottleneck right now.
Wang Wanqing's tone turned pragmatic again. Our shipyard can only produce 40 ships a year.
With the current order volume, it'll take 2 years to deliver this batch.
The clients want us to speed up, but expanding capacity takes time and capital.
Then expand. Expanding requires investment. Wang Wanqing said. At least 10 billion in upfront capital for new docks equipment and worker training.
She paused, a hint of probing in her voice.
We have the money, but I want to hear your opinion.
Lu Feng tapped his fingers lightly on the windowsill. He didn't answer, immediately running the whole picture through his mind. The Swift-class technological edge would last at least 3 more years, with no competitors at the same level entering the market during that time. These 3 years were their best window, they couldn't afford to miss it.
Expand, Lu Feng said. Use the advance payments to roll into the expansion.
Once capacity is up, we can drastically shorten subsequent delivery cycles.
The clients will be satisfied and will get the final payments faster. There was a brief silence on the line.
Good, Wang Wanqing said, a hint of a smile in her voice.
He'll proceed in that direction.
The call ended. Lu Feng lowered the communicator from his ear, the screen still showing the call ended notification. He leaned against the window frame, tilting his head back to look at the ceiling, taking several seconds to come back to himself.
50 billion.
Just days ago he had been fretting over being short more than 20,000 energy crystals to build the aircraft carrier. Now he could use this money to fill the gap. And the leftover change after filling it would be many times more than everything he had scrounged from the pirate lair combined. Lu Feng lay supine on the bed, limbs spread out, staring blankly at the ceiling. His thoughts began to drift uncontrollably. From one carrier starship to 22 to 44 to an entire fleet. By then, seated on the flightship's bridge, he would command the Grand Fleet as it passed through the Stargate, the entire starfield bowing before him. A knock sounded at the door.
Lu Feng's eyes snapped open.
The dim halo of light on the ceiling remained. He had no idea when he had fallen asleep.
Another 3 knocks came, slightly heavier than before. Who is it? It's me. Luo Change's voice drifted in from outside the door.
Lu Feng sat up on the bed and rubbed his eyes.
Fragments of the dream about the fleet still lingered in his mind.
The Grand Fleet of carrier starships had now been shattered by those 3 knocks. He shuffled to the door in his slippers, pressed his hand on the handle and pushed it down. The door opened. Light from the corridor spilled in through the crack only to be mostly blocked by a figure.
Luo Chang'e stood at the entrance. She wore a deep blue swimsuit.
The top was a halter-neck bikini with two thin straps crossing behind her neck and tied into a small bow. Two triangular pieces of fabric barely contained the full curves of her chest. The deep blue material stretched taut, leaving a faint indentation at the edges. The plump softness spilled slightly over the fabric's edges, quivering subtly with each breath. The bottom was a low-waisted triangle style, matching the top with side ties loosely resting on her hip bones. Her thighs were dazzlingly white, the inner skin pressed tightly together as she stood, leaving only an almost invisible slit between them. Those legs were thus fully exposed before him, glowing almost white in the dim corridor light. Luo Chang'e's hair was loose, the ends slightly curled, falling onto her bare shoulders. One hand hung by her side while the other rested on the doorframe, a light blue towel hanging from her wrist.
"Were you asleep?"
Luo Chang'e tilted her head, her black eyes glistening in the dim corridor light, her gaze sweeping across Lu Feng's face.
"I just woke up."
Lu Feng tried to make his voice sound natural.
"We agreed to go soak in the hot spring, but you went ahead and fell asleep first."
Luo Chang'e stepped back, withdrew her hand from the doorframe, took the towel from her wrist and slung it over her shoulder.
"The hot spring. Now. What else? Daytime soaking isn't fun, nighttime has the right atmosphere.
The lights in the backyard are already on and the pool is filled with water just waiting for you all." As she spoke, her gaze slid down from Lu Feng's face, landing on his dark gray loungewear. Luo Chang'e was about to speak when the sound of a door opening came from the other end of the corridor.
Lin Ruoxue walked out of her room.
She wore a black one-piece swimsuit, much more conservative in style than Luo Chang'e's, round-necked with a moderately high cut, the fabric wrapping her body snugly. Yet that wrapping only accentuated the lines of her figure.
All dressed.
Luo Chang'e looked at Lin Ruoxue, then at Lu Feng, her gaze pausing on his loungewear.
"You're wearing that." "I don't have swim trunks." "Wait here."
Luo Chang'e turned and walked away, the sound of her slippers fading down the corridor. In less than 2 minutes she returned holding a neatly folded pair of dark shorts. Lu Feng took the shorts, closed the door and changed into them. The fabric was soft and form-fitting and the size was surprisingly perfect. He tugged at the waistband and pushed the door open.
Luo Chang'e gave him an up-and-down glance, the corner of her mouth curling. "Not bad, I got it right."
The three of them passed through the back door of the main building and entered the backyard. The hot spring pool sat in the center of the yard, a circular basin built from dark gray stone about 4 or 5 meters in diameter. The pool water shimmered with a faint milky white luster under the lights. The pool was surrounded by a ring of anti-slip stone slabs beneath which warm yellow ground lights were embedded.
Light radiated from underfoot, enveloping the entire backyard in a warm hazy glow.
In the flower beds by the pool grew a few low shrubs and unknown plants, and a faint herbal fragrance drifted through the air.
Luo Chang'e was the first to approach.
She bent down by the pool, reached out a hand to test the water temperature. Satisfied, she straightened up, spread her towel on the stone slab by the pool, placed her hands on the edge and slowly sat down. The water rose past her waist, the deep blue fabric flickering in and out of sight in the milky hot spring water. She sank completely into the pool, revealing only her shoulders and above, letting out a long breath, her expression like a cat that had been petted into contentment.
"What are you two standing there for? Get in." Luo Chang'e looked at the two still standing by the pool.
Lin Ruoxue walked to the other side of the pool, grasped the handrail and slowly descended the steps into the water. The black one-piece swimsuit clung to her skin the moment she entered the water, outlining the smooth curve from her waist to her hips.
Lu Feng went in last, choosing the corner farthest from the two women, and sank his body into the water.
The temperature of the hot spring was just right, a little over 40 degrees, neither too hot nor too cold, seeping from the skin's surface deep into the muscles. The aches and stiffness accumulated on the battlefield slowly dissolved and dissipated under the warmth of the water. Lu Feng leaned against the pool wall, resting the back of his head on the stone edge, looking up at the sky over the backyard. The night sky over Arcadia Prime showed few stars. The fleet in orbit blocked most of the starlight, leaving only a few of the brightest planets barely visible. None of the three spoke. The pool was very still, with only the occasional faint sound of water when someone moved.
Lu Feng felt that if he didn't break the silence it would last until dawn.
He opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Luo Chang'e. The question had been circling in his mind since the first moment he saw her in the shelter.
What was a young lady from the Luo family doing on a godforsaken border colony like RX-3?
"I have a question for you."
Hearing Lu Feng's voice, Luo Chang'e opened her eyes.
"What question?" "You, a young lady of the Luo family, what were you doing on the border colony of RX-3?"
Luo Chang's eyelashes trembled. She did not answer immediately but instead sank a little deeper into the water. The surface rose past her shoulders, leaving only her neck and head exposed. On the other side of the pool, Lin Ruoxue turned her head, her gaze landing on Luo Chang's face. After a few seconds, Luo Chang'e opened her eyes and looked up at the night sky obscured by the fleet above.
Back home, a family wants to arrange a marriage alliance with mine.
The other party is from an old aristocratic lineage with 2 marshals among their ancestors and deeply entrenched connections within the empire's military.
The man's name is Yin Zimo, the legitimate eldest grandson of the Yin family, 2 years older than me.
All his brains went into his face.
Lu Feng almost couldn't suppress a laugh at this remark.
The description was so precise it carried a sharp sardonic humor.
A playboy? Lin Ruoxue asked. The quintessential playboy.
Luo Chang's voice drifted through the steaming mist of the hot spring. He spends money like water and changes women like clothes.
His reputation in the empire couldn't be worse.
But he's a master at pretending. In front of elders he acts impeccably obedient, polite and refined. The Yin family is pressing hard and my grandfather is inclined to push this marriage forward.
What I think, on the other hand, doesn't matter.
Luo Chang'e turned her head, resting her chin on the pool's edge, her black hair spreading across the water's surface. I refused at first, very politely, saying I didn't think it was a good fit. Yin Zimo said nothing on the spot, but his expression turned extremely sour. She paused, pulling a strained smile tinged with an emotion somewhere between anger and helplessness.
And then guess what happened?
The next day 21,000 red roses were delivered to my doorstep.
The entire corridor was filled with flowers. When the elevator doors opened, I thought I'd gotten off on the wrong floor. Lu Feng leaned against the pool wall, an image forming in his mind, Luo Chang'e standing in a sea of roses, her face utterly defeated.
And then he asked.
And then he began. Luo Chang's voice carried a lingering weariness.
Every morning at 8, he'd show up downstairs under my building, impeccably dressed in a suit, holding flowers, rain or shine. I have no idea how he got my schedule. Wherever I was, he was there like a shadow. She lifted a hand from the water and began counting on her fingers.
Flowers, bags, jewelry, limited edition watches, out of print handbags.
I received 7 bags in 1 week.
I returned everything and had just sent a new batch.
Lin Ruoxue's brow furrowed deeper. Didn't you call the police?
The police?
Luo Chang'e let out a laugh tinged with an indescribable bitterness.
He's the legitimate eldest grandson of the Yin family with deep roots in the empire's military.
She shook her head.
It's useless.
Lin Ruoxue frowned.
So you fled to RX-3. It wasn't running away.
As she spoke, her fingers unconsciously traced patterns on the water's surface, stirring tiny ripples. I told my family I wanted to visit the 7th star sector to see the Empire's frontier industries and clear my mind.
My father didn't think much of it and agreed. He thought I was just going for a short trip and would come back.
I originally planned to go to the main planet of the 7th star sector, but during a layover I heard RX-3 was newly developed with a pristine beauty, so I decided to take a detour and see it. At this point she chuckled to herself. But on the 2nd day after I arrived, the Zerg came.
Luo Chang'e floated up slightly, revealing her chin.
When I heard the air raid siren in my hotel room, I thought it was a drill.
I even pressed my face against the window to watch for a while.
Lu Feng leaned against the pool wall, piecing together the information Luo Chang'e had shared. A young lady unwilling to enter a marriage alliance had come to a colonial planet on the Empire's frontier to clear her mind. Then she got caught in a Zerg invasion, starved for 6 days in a shelter, and was finally pulled out of a ventilation duct by a reserve captain. If this script were sold to a film studio, it might fetch a pretty penny. As his thoughts drifted, a soft sensation touched the top of his right foot.
For a split second Lu Feng's mind went blank.
The shape, temperature and softness of that sensation were repeatedly analyzed and confirmed in some region of his brain.
The conclusion: it was a woman's foot. Lu Feng opened his eyes.
He first glanced at the spot opposite him. Lin Ruoxue still had her eyes closed, her black hair spreading across the water, her expression serene and calm, her breathing rhythm unchanged. For her foot to reach him from that position, it would have to cross most of the pool. And given Lin Ruoxue's personality, she wouldn't do such a thing.
Impossible. That left only one possibility.
He turned his head. Luo Chang'e was leaning against the pool wall, her face turned the other way, the lines of her profile soft and hazy in the warm yellow light. But Lu Feng noticed the tips of her ears were red. The redness spread from the tips to the outer edges, then down along her earlobes, extending to the side of her neck. She didn't pull her foot back.
It just rested quietly against the top of his foot as if rooted to the bottom of the pool, perfectly still. He could even feel her toes curl slightly as if it were an unconscious reaction born purely of nervousness.
Lu Feng didn't move either. He couldn't explain why he didn't pull his foot away.
Perhaps it was because the sensation felt too good. The surface of the hot spring pool returned to stillness. The steam rose slowly under the warm yellow light like a thin veil draping over the water.
After a while Lin Ruoxue was the first to rise.
As she stood up from the water, a splash echoed her black one-piece swimsuit clinging to her body, tracing the curve from her waist to her hips with exquisite clarity. She stepped up the stone stairs to the poolside, her toes curling slightly against the slick stone. Bending down, she picked up the towel draped over the railing, wrapped it over her shoulders, and turned around to say she was heading back first. She disappeared into the shadow of the main building's back door through the garden path. The sound of her footsteps gradually faded and the backyard fell silent once more. The water in the hot spring still trembled faintly, leftover ripples spreading outward, hitting the pool's edge and rebounding. Luo Chang'e remained soaking in the pool, the warm steam rising around her, condensing into fine droplets on her wet hair. Her head rested on the stone edge of the pool, eyes closed, lashes trembling slightly as if she might fall asleep at any moment.
After about 5 or 6 minutes, Luo Chang'e surfaced a little from the water.
She pushed herself up from the pool's edge with both hands, her movements much slower than usual. She seemed like someone just pulled from deep water, carrying a heavy, languid exhaustion. Her dark blue swimsuit clung tightly to her body, water trickling down her inner thighs. She bent to pick up the towel by the pool, but the motion was a bit too deep and her body swayed. She quickly reached out to steady herself against the edge.
"Sleepy?" Lu Feng asked. "Mm."
Luo Chang'e murmured in reply, her voice thick and indistinct as if she were already half asleep. She wrapped the towel around herself, tucking the edges haphazardly, leaving it loose and likely to come undone. Turning to glance at Lu Feng, her eyelids were clearly drooping.
"I'm going up first, I'm too tired to stay."
Her voice was much softer than usual, carrying a childlike pleading slur.
"Don't soak too long either, you'll get dizzy."
With that, she wrapped the towel around herself and started back along the path lit by ground lights. At the back door of the main building, she stopped holding the doorframe and looked back at him. She yawned, then vanished into the shadow behind the door. Lu Feng soaked in the pool for a few more minutes, waiting until his body was thoroughly warm before getting up. He dried himself with another clean towel by the pool, changed into the casual clothes he had worn in, and followed the path back to the main building. The corridor lights had been dimmed to their lowest night mode. As he passed by Luo Chang'e's room, a sliver of warm yellow light seeped from under the door. Lu Feng stood at the door for a second, then stepped forward and pushed open his own room's door. Luo Chang'e sat at the vanity in her room, her wet hair cascading over her shoulders. Water droplets dripped from the ends of her hair, soaking a small dark patch on the collar of her light apricot silk robe. Her face was reflected in the vanity mirror, a face that had thinned after days of hunger in the shelter. The dark circles under her eyes had not fully faded, and there was an unnatural flush on her cheeks. She sat before the mirror for a long while before reaching for the communicator on the vanity and swiping the screen open. Next to the name pinned at the top of her contact list, a green indicator light showed online status. Her finger hovered over the screen for about 3 seconds, then pressed down. It was answered after 2 rings. The connection was swift, as if the other party had been waiting for this call.
"Chang'e."
Luo Yuanshan's voice came through the communicator. Low, steady, carrying a composure honed from decades navigating the Empire's high echelons.
Luo Chang'e took a deep breath. "Dad. Are you in Arcadia?" Luo Yuanshan asked, his tone certain, not a question but a confirmation.
He clearly already knew her general whereabouts, perhaps even when she arrived, and who she was with. Luo Chang'e hummed in affirmation, then after a moment added, "At Chui Ting Yuan." The rustling of paper came through the communicator. Luo Yuanshan was likely reviewing some documents or reports. He tapped his fingers lightly on the desk twice, producing a dull sound. "I've read Colonel Han Weidong's report. You took responsibility for those unidentified mechas on behalf of the Luo family." Luo Chang'e's fingers unconsciously traced circles on the vanity surface. She didn't ask how he knew. What Luo Yuanshan wanted to know, he didn't need to wait for others to report. "The military department came asking this afternoon, but I turned them away. I said they were the Luo Family Mecha Research Institute's 7th generation experimental models, still in testing with all technical parameters classified. They were sensible enough not to press further." But Luo Chang'e caught the underlying meaning in Luo Yuanshan's words. "Dad, those mechas actually aren't." Luo Chang'e was cut off mid-sentence. "I know." Luo Yuanshan's voice carried a hint of almost imperceptible amusement, as if he found his daughter's reaction intriguing.
Does the Luo family's Mecha Research Institute have a 7th-generation experimental model? Do you think I wouldn't know? Luo Chang'e fell silent.
She leaned back in the chair, its curve just supporting her lower back, and stared at her own slightly bewildered expression in the mirror. Whether from the hot spring or from Luo Yuanshan's words, her head felt a little dizzy.
Aren't you going to ask me why?
She found her voice after several seconds, asking with a hint of hesitation.
No need. Luo Yuanshan's voice remained steady. You've never asked anything of the family since you were little. This is the first time, even if you didn't say it directly. Luo Chang'e said nothing. Besides, the military side just needed someone to take the heat. With the Luo family stepping in, all doubts will be silenced. But Chang'e. Luo Yuanshan's voice suddenly dropped, shifting tone from businesslike to a father speaking to his daughter. How did you end up in a place like RX-3?
You told the family you were going to the 7th sector to inspect assets, but the Luo family has no projects in RX-3.
You have no assets there to inspect. Luo Chang'e's fingers stopped on the vanity.
She hesitated whether to tell the truth. Knowing Luo Yuanshan's nature, if she fabricated a lie now, he would surely see through it. Then it wouldn't just be about explaining why she went to RX-3, but also why she lied to him.
It was Yen Zimo.
She took a deep breath, and as she uttered those 3 words, her voice carried an indescribable weariness.
Luo Yuanshan did not interrupt her. He follows me wherever I go. When I go to the company, he waits in the lobby. When I go to the mall, he trails behind. When I visit a friend, he shows up at their gathering the next day. I made it very clear to him.
I said we weren't compatible. I said there would be no relationship. I said it wouldn't matter how many times he tried. Luo Chang'e's voice gradually calmed, like a river finally finding an outlet.
He appears beneath my apartment every day, following me wherever I go.
I told him plainly, but he wouldn't listen. He believes that as long as he persists, I will be moved one day.
Why didn't you tell me sooner? What good would telling you do?
Luo Chang'e's voice suddenly rose a notch, then dropped again. Would you go to war with the Yin family?
For you. Isn't it worth it for you? Luo Chang'e opened her mouth, but no words came out. Chang'e, you are my daughter.
Luo Yuanshan's voice was not loud, but each word seemed carefully weighed before spoken. I will handle the Yin family matter.
Don't worry.
They fell silent for a moment. The military won't pursue this further, will they?
Luo Chang'e's fingers began tracing circles on the table again.
Since you said those mechs belong to the Luo family, they should stop causing trouble. There was a brief silence on the other end of the communication.
Chang'e.
Luo Yuanshan's voice carried a subtle, uncertain tone. You've only known him for such a short time.
Don't be deceived. I am a Luo. Luo Chang'e's voice held an unshakable conviction. Who could possibly deceive me? The communication fell silent for 2 seconds. Chang'e.
Luo Yuanshan's voice was slower than before, as if carefully choosing his words. Whether you think his intentions are goodwill or ulterior motives, the technological level of those mechs, if they truly don't exist in the Empire's active service roster, then it's no longer just a question of whether the Luo family can withstand the pressure.
Think about it.
Someone who can produce such technology, what lies behind him?
Is it a lone individual operating, or is it some power's machination? Is it a force within the Empire or something from beyond? He should just be one person.
Her voice carried a hint of hesitation she didn't notice herself. He saved tens of thousands in the shelter. He's not a bad person. I didn't say he was a bad person, Luo Yuanshan said. Chang'e, whether a person is good or bad and whether there's a power behind him, these two things aren't contradictory.
Luo Yuanshan didn't continue, leaving room for his daughter to think. I've suppressed this for you this time.
His voice grew heavy.
But this isn't a long-term solution, Chang'e.
Your identity can shield him once, twice, but not 3 or 4 times. If he produces something beyond reason again, the military will start digging deeper.
Then the Luo family will be dragged down too. Chang'e, I'm not asking you to cut ties with him. Luo Yuanshan's voice softened again, as if sensing his daughter's emotional shift. I'm asking you to stay vigilant.
By using the Luo family's name to back him now in the eyes of those in the military command, it's equivalent to the Luo family taking a stand.
If something goes wrong on his end, the Luo family's reputation will also suffer. He won't. Luo Chang'e's voice faded so soft it seemed meant only for herself.
Her gaze fell on her own eyes in the dressing table mirror, where a thin layer of moisture glistened. She took a deep breath, her shoulders lifting slightly, then dropping as if she had made a decision. Lu Feng lay on the soft bed staring at the ceiling. The sliver of light from the crack in Luo Chang's door had gone out, plunging the entire second floor into utter stillness. He turned over, pulled the blanket up to his chin and closed his eyes. His mind was filled with numbers.
2.5 billion star coins.
If he spent all that money on resources from the Imperial Commerce Network, metal energy crystals, rare alloys, he could buy as much as he wanted. The material cost for one carrier starship was 250,000 units of metal, 50,000 units of energy crystals and 250,000 units of rare alloys. Based on the latest market prices on the Imperial Commerce Network, metal cost 50 star coins per unit, 250,000 units would be 12.5 million. Energy crystals cost 2,000 star coins per unit, 50,000 units would be 10 billion. Rare alloys cost 5,000 star coins per unit, 250,000 units would be 12.5 billion. The total for the three was less than 24 billion.
That meant with the
2.5 billion profit he received after buying materials for one carrier, he would still have over 100 million left.
Lu Feng opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling, tapping his fingers lightly on the blanket. But the problem was he couldn't buy directly on the Imperial Commerce Network. A procurement order for 2.5 billion star coins for metal energy crystals and rare alloys.
All three were strategically controlled materials of the Empire.
Any single transaction exceeding 100 million would trigger an automatic review by the Imperial Ministry of Commerce.
Lu Feng turned over, facing the window. The curtains weren't drawn tight, a sliver of moonlight seeped through the gap, drawing a thin white line on the floor. He stared at that white line for a few seconds, then suddenly sat up.
He couldn't buy directly, so he would have someone else buy for him. Wang Wangqing's Haoyu interstellar trade was a long-established enterprise in the Empire's shipping industry.
Their annual procurement of metal energy crystals and rare alloys was at least several billion.
An order of 2.5 billion placed within Haoyu's purchasing list wouldn't stand out too much.
When the Ministry of Commerce saw Haoyu's procurement data, they would just think the company had expanded its business this year, not that something was wrong.
Moreover, Wang Wangqing was using his technology and making money from him.
Asking her to help purchase some resources wasn't an unreasonable request.
Lu Feng reached for his communicator on the nightstand and checked the time. It was 1:23 a.m.
Calling at this hour wasn't ideal, but he couldn't wait until tomorrow.
He dialed Wang Wangqing's number.
It rang 3 times before she answered.
"You're still awake?"
Wang Wangqing's voice came through the communicator, tinged with surprise.
"You're not asleep either."
"I'm looking over reports," Wang Wangqing said. "The cost accounting for the Swift Swallow, the more I calculate the more I feel we underpriced it."
Lu Feng leaned back against the headboard, propping a pillow behind his lower back.
"There's something I'd like to ask for your help with." There was a second of silence on the other end.
"Go ahead." "I don't want my dividend in cash."
"Not in cash." Wang Wangqing's voice grew puzzled.
"Then what do you want?"
"Resources.
Metal energy crystals, rare alloys. Convert my entire 2.5 billion into these 3 types of resources based on the real-time market prices on the Imperial Commerce Network."
The line went silent. Lu Feng could hear Wang Wangqing's breathing heavier than before, as if she were digesting the implication of his words.
All 2.5 billion converted entirely into resources. Wang Wangqing repeated, as if confirming she hadn't misheard. "All of it." "Do you know how many resources 2.5 billion can buy?"
"At that scale it's enough to start a mid-sized mining company."
"I know." Wang Wangqing didn't press further.
After dealing with Lu Feng a few times, she had already figured out this young man's style. He never made decisions without reason, and if he didn't want to share those reasons, asking was futile.
"All right," Wang Wangqing said. "Resource procurement is already part of our company's daily operations, just one more order to add."
"But with 2.5 billion we can't buy it all at once, it would impact market prices."
"You decide," Lu Feng said. "Let me know when it's purchased. I'll send you the logistics address later." After hanging up, Lu Feng placed the communicator on the nightstand and lay back on the bed.
Lu Feng couldn't recall when he had drifted off to sleep. The curtains were not fully drawn, allowing a sliver of pale morning light to seep through the gap. In a hazy state between slumber and wakefulness, he turned over. As his arm stretched out, his fingertips brushed against a patch of warm skin as smooth as silk.
Lu Feng's fingers lingered on that sensation for less than half a second before he snapped awake as if struck by lightning.
His eyes flew open. The first thing that met his gaze was a face he knew all too well. Luo Chang'e lay beside him, curled on her side, her face turned toward his, her breathing soft and even deeply asleep. The fabric of her robe was crumpled around her, covering what it should but revealing everything nonetheless. The two full soft mounds were half hidden in the robe's opening, rising and falling gently with her breath. If her upper body only made his breath catch, her lower half left him utterly frozen. The hem of her robe had somehow ridden up to her waist, exposing two round fair thighs crossed over each other, one slightly bent, the other stretched out. Lu Feng remained rigid, his hand still outstretched, his fingers less than 2 centimeters from her waist. At that moment Luo Chang'e's eyelashes fluttered. She stirred her brow, furrowing slightly at first, then slowly like a languid cat she opened her eyes.
Those dark eyes gleamed exceptionally bright in the morning light, their pupils reflecting Lu Feng's stiff face.
They stared at each other for about 2 seconds.
Luo Chang'e blinked, then blinked again. "Why are you in my bed?" She didn't answer immediately, instead she pressed herself closer against him. "I had a nightmare in the middle of the night."
Her voice was muffled, carrying a petulant nasal tone. "I dreamed of the Zerg, so many of them chasing me." Luo Chang'e propped herself up, the collar of her robe falling completely open. The two soft mounds broke free from the fabric's edge, plump round. As she spoke, her lips pouted slightly. Lu Feng's breathing grew noticeably heavier.
He felt as if he might combust.
Luo Chang'e propped herself up, the collar of her robe falling completely open. The two soft mounds broke free from the fabric's edge, plump, round and fair. Like two ripe peaches, they hung heavily less than 20 centimeters from Lu Feng's eyes. "You." He barely uttered a word before his mouth was sealed. Luo Chang'e kissed him with a desperate abandon, as if she had fought 100 battles in her mind before this kiss, and finally the words "to hell with it" had won.
At that moment Lu Feng's mind went completely blank.
His body reacted before his reason. His arm rose as if with a will of its own, his palm covering that softness. The moment his palm sank in, the sensation of fullness, of being almost unable to contain it, surged through his entire being. Softness overflowed through the gaps between his fingers. A muffled moan escaped from deep in Luo Chang'e's throat.
She went limp, pressing her chest another inch into his palm.
After a moment Luo Chang'e's body suddenly stiffened, as if she had realized something. Her hands pressed against Lu Feng's chest, pushing a little distance between them. Her breathing remained erratic, the rise and fall of her chest wildly pronounced. "Wait. Wait." She rolled off him, moving as swiftly as if she had been caught red-handed in a guilty act. The sash of her robe had come completely undone, and the entire garment slipped from one shoulder, dangling precariously on her arm. She paid no attention to the robe about to fall, dashing barefoot across the carpet, rushing to the window in 3 quick strides.
Luo Chang'e fumbled to pull the curtains closed.
But she was clearly unfamiliar with the room's curtain mechanism. She tugged twice without success, the tips of her ears burning red with frustration.
"What a stupid curtain,"
she muttered under her breath, her voice both urgent and soft. Finally she found the right direction, grabbed the edge of the curtain with both hands and yanked hard. The heavy blackout curtain shut with a whoosh. That sliver of pale morning light was completely blocked out, plunging the entire room into a thick darkness.
Lu Feng heard Luo Chang'e's rapid breathing in the dark.
Then he felt the mattress dip.
Luo Chang'e climbed onto the bed.
Lu Feng felt the covers lifted at one corner and a warm body slipped in from the foot of the bed. Luo Chang'e's voice came from the darkness less than 5 centimeters above his lips. Her voice was so soft barely a breath squeezed from her throat, carrying the guilt of someone who had done something wrong and didn't want to admit it.
"Don't turn on the light."
After saying those 3 words it seemed she had used up all her courage. Then she lowered her head, finding his lips with precision in the dark.
The darkness swallowed everything and liberated everything. Lin Ruoxue lay on her bed in her own room, staring at the ceiling.
She didn't know when she had woken up, but now her eyes widened in disbelief. Because she heard Luo Chang'e's restrained moans. The sound came intermittently from the other side of the wall.
Lin Ruoxue's face began to burn from the roots of her ears.
The heat spread down her neck, flushing her entire face red. She even felt her heart race, as if she were the one caught in a guilty act. But she had done nothing. She was just lying there. In her own room. She sat up abruptly, grabbed her pillow and pressed it firmly against her ears, burying her entire head in it. The pillow's filling flattened the texture of cotton and batting, pressing against her ear curves, shutting out the outside world. After an unknown stretch of time Lu Feng lay on his back, his arms still wrapped around Luo Chang'e's waist.
Luo Chang'e sprawled across his chest like a languid cat.
Their breathing gradually steadied.
Luo Chang'e's fingers traced idle circles on his chest.
"Your heart is beating so fast." "Having just finished strenuous exercise, it's only natural my heart races."
Luo Chang'e gave his chest a light slap, neither too hard nor too soft. Can't you be serious for once?
Lu Feng looked down at her, nestled against him. Her hair spilled across his shoulder and her silk robe was in disarray, the apricot-colored fabric crumpled beneath her. Lu Feng rolled over, carrying her with him until she lay on the mattress, her back sinking into the soft bedding. She turned her head, exposing the side of her neck, and her breath quickened.
Want to go again?
Her voice was husky, the final syllable rising slightly as if seeking confirmation.
Lu Feng didn't answer, he responded with action.
Luo Chang'e's body softened, her fingers loosening from his hair and falling limply onto his shoulders.
But just as Lu Feng reached down, she suddenly frowned. Wait.
She pushed him back slightly with a bit of force. Lu Feng stopped and looked at her.
Her expression was ambiguous.
Her brows knitted together, her lips pursed and then parted as if she were enduring something.
No, she said, her voice much lower than before. It hurts.
The tips of her ears reddened again, but this time it was for a different reason.
Lu Feng hovered above her, his breathing still uneven, his bodous reaction unmistakable.
Feeling embarrassed under his gaze, Luo Chang'e buried her face in the pillow, her voice muffled.
Don't look at me. Lu Feng rolled back to lie beside her, draping his arm over his forehead and staring at the ceiling.
Luo Chang'e turned her head slightly from the pillow, casting a sidelong glance at him.
Silence reigned for a few seconds.
In the darkness her eyes sparkled with an indescribable expression, as if she had made a momentous decision.
Then. Don't move.
Her voice was barely audible, a trembling whisper squeezed from her throat.
Before Lu Feng could react, he saw Luo Chang'e take a deep breath and then slide entirely under the covers.
The blanket bulged slowly, moving from the center of the bed downward.
Lu Feng's mind went blank in that instant.
He felt a warm breath on his skin, followed by something soft. His fingers clenched the bedsheet beneath him. Under the blanket, Luo Chang'e's hair spilled across his waist, the strands brushing his skin with a fine tickling sensation. Her movements were raw and clumsy, clearly inexperienced. Several times her teeth grazed the edge and she would pause, mumbling indistinctly as if annoyed with herself. Lu Feng's other hand found her hair, his fingers threading through it to gently cup the back of her head.
After an unknown time, Luo Chang'e emerged from the covers.
Her hair was tousled, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural redness, and her lips were glistening. She wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, then curled up like a boiled shrimp, burying her face in the pillow, her ears crimson as if about to bleed.
Don't say a word.
Her voice came through the pillow, muffled, carrying the guilt of someone who had done something wrong and didn't want to admit it.
Don't look at me. Don't mention this. Go to sleep now.
Lu Feng's hand rested on her waist, feeling her body still trembling slightly. Whether from cold or something else, the room fell silent. Luo Chang'e's breathing gradually became even and long, her eyelashes casting a small fan-shaped shadow beneath her eyes. She had fallen asleep. Lu Feng turned his head to watch her sleeping face, recalling the raw, clumsy sensation from under the blanket, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily curved up. Then he closed his eyes, tightened his arm slightly, and drew her closer. Breakfast was arranged by the butler of Cui Ting Yuan. The long table was covered with an off-white tablecloth, 3 sets of cutlery neatly placed on the surface. The meal was fully laid out: hot congee, fried eggs, toast, several small dishes, and a freshly brewed pot of coffee, its aroma filling the dining room. When Lu Feng arrived, Lin Ruoxue was already seated at the table. She wore a light gray high-neck thin sweater, her hair casually tied back, revealing the sharp lines of her profile. She had only taken 2 sips of the congee, the fried egg lay untouched on the plate. In front of her was a cup of black coffee, half finished. Hearing footsteps, Lin Ruoxue looked up and saw Lu Feng. Then she let out a soft snort from her nose and rolled an exaggerated, emphatic eye. That eye roll lasted about a second before she averted her gaze, focusing back on the black coffee, as if looking at Lu Feng a second longer would shorten her life. Lu Feng stood still, his steps faltering. He hadn't even fully entered the dining room, his left foot had just crossed the threshold when that eye roll pinned him in place. He braced himself and walked to the other side of the long table, sitting down 2 seats away from her. The distance was just enough for him to make out the faint dark circles under Lin Ruoxue's eyes. Lu Feng opened his mouth to speak, but the words died in his throat. When Luo Chang'e appeared at the dining room entrance, Lu Feng was spreading butter on a slice of bread. She wore a black high-neck long-sleeved shirt, the collar tightly covering her neck up to her chin. The sleeves extended past her wrists, revealing only a few fingers, making her look as if she were heading to the Arctic. She wore a black high-neck long-sleeved shirt, the collar tightly covering her neck up to her chin. The sleeves extended past her wrists, revealing only a few fingers, making her look as if she were. The tips of her ears were as red as if burned, the redness spreading halfway around the rim, strikingly conspicuous against her black hair. She walked straight to the table without looking sideways and pulled out the chair opposite Lin Ruoxue to sit.
Morning.
She nodded at Lin Ruoxue. Lu Feng kept his head down, spreading butter on the bread for the third time without getting it even. The butter was applied thick in some spots and thin in others. The bread slice crumpled like his current state of life.
Chang'e, is your neck uncomfortable? Luo Chang's movement froze for a moment. No. I think I caught a chill.
Oh. Lin Ruoxue responded, her tone unreadable. She took a sip of black coffee, and as she set the cup down, her gaze inadvertently swept over Lu Feng.
Lu Feng was shoving the disastrously buttered bread into his mouth, and that look nearly made him choke.
Breadcrumbs went down the wrong pipe. He coughed twice, covering his mouth, his face turning bright red.
Did you sleep well last night? Luo Chang'e suddenly asked. Not really.
Lin Ruoxue's fingers paused. The room next door was a bit noisy. The temperature in the dining room seemed to drop a couple of degrees. The spoon in Luo Chang's hand clinked against the rim of the bowl, producing a crisp porcelain sound.
Noisy.
Her voice rose half a tone, then quickly suppressed itself.
What? What noise? That kind.
Lin Ruoxue said, those strange moaning sounds. The dining room fell silent. At the head of the long table, the butler holding a coffee pot froze midair, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Having worked in this mansion for 30 years, she had seen it all, but at this moment she felt as though she shouldn't be there. Luo Chang's face reddened from the roots of her ears. The flush spread from her earlobes to her ear tips, then along her jawline to her neck. Her lips parted and closed like a fish thrown ashore, searching for words but finding none.
You misheard, Luo Chang'e finally squeezed out. That was construction from the neighboring yard.
Lin Ruoxue picked up her coffee cup, the rim pressed against her lower lip, her eyes clearly saying, keep making up stories.
Luo Chang'e took a deep breath, as if summoning all her social skills to handle this conversation, but those skills had completely failed her.
Her gaze shifted away from Lin Ruoxue, no longer daring to meet her eyes.
Ruoxue.
Her voice carried a subtle pleading tone.
Eat your breakfast.
Lin Ruoxue set down her coffee cup with a soft clink. All right, she said, the corner of her mouth curving into an ambiguous smile.
Let's eat breakfast. Breakfast ended in a tense atmosphere.
Luo Chang'e said she needed to go to the study in Shui Tingyuan to handle some family affairs, while Lin Ruoxue mentioned she wanted to take a walk in the courtyard for some fresh air. They all went their separate ways. Lu Feng returned to his room alone, closed the door, and sat down on the edge of the bed. The room still carried a faint, indescribable scent. The sheets had been changed, the butler had tidied up while he was downstairs having breakfast. The quilt was neatly folded, the pillows placed at the head of the bed, everything had been restored to its original state. But the moment Lu Feng sat down, images from the previous night uncontrollably flooded his mind. He took a deep breath, forcing those scenes out of his thoughts. Then he opened the system panel in his mind. The inventory column for the Star Trek combat mechas showed 4 units, all in storage mode, with energy and ammunition automatically resupplied within the system space.
Lu Feng swiped his finger across the panel, pulling up the construction queue.
4 mechas had consumed a significant amount of resources, but the numbers in the resource reserve column remained substantial. He still had over 100,000 units of metal, and the stock of energy crystals and rare alloys was sufficient to support another batch of mechas. After a moment's thought, he added 2 more to the construction queue. Lu Feng closed the mecha blueprint, his gaze falling on the icon for the carrier starship.
Wang Wangqing's procurement would take time, and resource acquisition on this scale couldn't be accomplished overnight.
There was no rush. Lu Feng dismissed the system panel, leaned back against the headboard, and closed his eyes. The taut string in his mind, which had been stretched since RX-3, finally began to loosen. Just then the communicator on his bedside table vibrated. Lu Feng reached over and picked it up. The screen displayed an official notice from the Imperial Third Fleet headquarters. He opened the notice, scanned it from top to bottom, and then paused at a certain point. After review by the Imperial Third Fleet headquarters and approval by the Imperial Military Department in recognition of the outstanding performance of Reserve Captain Lu Feng during the RX-3 colony operation, it has been decided to grant him the rank of lieutenant by special promotion and appoint him as vice captain of the cruiser Frost Moon. Please report to the Third Fleet Personnel Department within 3 days to complete the relevant procedures and receive the appointment documents and rank insignia. Lu Feng stared at those lines for several seconds. He had been promoted directly from a reserve captain without rank to lieutenant,
skipping 2 ranks, ensign and lieutenant junior grade.
A special promotion, not just a verbal commendation but a tangible advancement in rank. What surprised him even more was the last sentence. Vice Captain of the Frost Moon. Lu Feng read the notice from beginning to end, once more confirming he hadn't misread a single word. Then he left the room, went downstairs and met the butler while changing shoes in the foyer.
Mr. Lu going out.
To the Third Fleet Command. The butler nodded without further questions and turned to arrange a vehicle. The drive from Shui Ting Yuan to the Third Fleet Command took about 40 minutes. Lu Feng sat in the back seat watching the scenery outside the window shift from tree-lined avenues to urban areas and then from the city to a military-controlled zone. There were more barricades at the entrance of the command than during his last visit. Soldiers in uniform stood behind sandbag fortifications, their rifles at the ready, their eyes warily scanning every vehicle coming and going. The driver parked in the visitor lot outside the gate. Lu Feng pushed the door open and walked towards the guard booth.
Identification.
A non-commissioned officer leaned out of the booth looking at him expressionlessly. Lu Feng pulled his identification card from his pocket and handed it over. The NCO took it, swiped it through a terminal, and the information popped up on the screen.
After a quick check confirming it was correct, he returned the card. Lu Feng took the card and entered the building.
The elevator stopped on the 7th floor, and as the doors opened, the light in the corridor was noticeably brighter than on the lower floors. On both walls hung portraits of the Third Fleet's successive commanders, each with a nameplate beneath it engraved with the name and years of service. At the end of the corridor was a metal door marked Personnel Department, slightly ajar.
Lu Feng knocked and pushed it open.
The room was much smaller than it appeared from the outside. A desk was placed by the window, piled high with documents and data pads. A middle-aged woman in a lieutenant colonel's uniform sat behind the desk, a pen in hand, signing a document. Her gray hair was combed immaculately and the lines on her face seemed particularly pronounced under the lamplight.
Lu Feng.
She looked up, her gaze peering over the top of her glasses.
Yes. Sit. The lieutenant colonel put down her pen, pushed the signed document aside, pulled a blue-covered folder from the pile and opened it. I've seen your transfer order. A special promotion to lieutenant isn't common in the Third Fleet. Thank you. Don't thank me, I wasn't the one who signed it. The lieutenant colonel extracted a few sheets from the folder and slid them across the desk to Lu Feng. These are your appointment documents. Look them over, and if everything's fine, sign here.
Lu Feng glanced down and scanned them. The content was essentially the same as the notice. He had received the rank of lieutenant and the appointment as vice captain of the Frost Moon.
Lu Feng picked up the pen and wrote his name on the signature line.
The lieutenant colonel retrieved the documents, stamped them with the personnel department seal, then pulled a small box from a drawer and pushed it towards Lu Feng.
Your new rank insignia.
Lu Feng opened the box. Inside were a pair of lieutenant's shoulder boards, the silver bars gleaming with a soft luster under the light.
And this. The lieutenant colonel took out another file from the drawer.
These are the job responsibilities and related regulations for the vice captain of the Frost Moon.
Take a look first. If you have any questions, you can directly ask Major Qin.
Lu Feng took the file and flipped through it. It was considerably thicker than the appointment documents. By the time he returned to Green Court, the sky had already darkened. Lu Feng stepped into the foyer, changed his shoes and walked along the corridor toward the dining area.
Luo Changde and Lin Ruoxue were already seated at the dining table.
Luo Changde had changed into a light-colored loungewear, set the collar not as high as during the day, though it remained long-sleeved. Lin Ruoxue still wore that pale gray turtleneck sweater, a glass of water before her gaze fixed on her phone.
Back. Luo Changde looked up.
Where did you go? Third Fleet Command. Lu Feng sat down at the table, pulled a small box from his pocket and placed it on the surface.
The lieutenant's shoulder insignia gleamed with a silver luster under the dining room lights. Luo Changde raised an eyebrow, reached for the insignia, turned it over and glanced at the back. Lieutenant.
An exceptional promotion, Lu Feng said.
For my performance on RX-3. Luo Changde returned the insignia to the box, a faint curve touching her lips. Then you'll have to treat us.
Lin Ruoxue cast a glance at Lu Feng, her gaze lingering briefly on the insignia. She pulled out her communicator and opened a message.
It was also an appointment notice. The format was nearly identical to Lu Feng's, the golden eagle emblem of the Imperial Third Fleet headquarters emblazoned at the top.
Having been reviewed by the Imperial Third Fleet headquarters and approved by the Imperial Military Command in recognition of the outstanding performance of Acting Captain Lin Ruoxue during the RX-3 colony combat operation, it is hereby decided to confer upon her the rank of lieutenant and appoint her as vice captain of the Longsword-class cruiser.
Lu Feng looked at the notice, then at Lin Ruoxue.
He was about to speak when his communicator buzzed with a message from Lu Lei.
Lu Feng, where are you guys?
I just finished reporting at the brigade HQ. How about we get together? Lu Feng looked at the message on his communicator and replied, sure, send me the address.
Within 5 seconds of sending his message, Lu Lei's reply came through. That street by the north gate of the spaceport, the Old Spot Barbecue.
Do you know it? Lu Feng did not. He had only spent a few days on the Arcadia Prime planet and couldn't even tell north from south at the spaceport. He turned his communicator toward Luo Chang'e.
The Old Spot Barbecue on that street by the north gate of the spaceport.
Do you know where it is? Luo Chang'e thought for a moment, then nodded. I know it.
That place has been open for years. I went there a few times with my dad before. She stood up from her chair, pocketed her phone and said, let's go. I'll drive.
Lu Feng followed her toward the door.
Lin Ruoxue hesitated for a moment before also rising and following. Several cars were parked in the garage at Green Court.
Luo Chang'e chose a dark gray off-road vehicle with a rugged angular body and a high chassis.
She opened the driver's door, slid in and started the engine. A low deep rumble emanated from under the hood.
Lu Feng took the passenger seat while Lin Ruoxue sat in the back.
The scenery outside the window shifted from tree-lined avenues to urban areas and then to the brightly lit commercial street at the periphery of the spaceport.
The sign for Old Spot Barbecue was located mid-block, a faded red light box with letters that had become somewhat blurry.
Several cars were parked out front. Through the glass window one could see about 7 or 8 tables of customers, inside the air hazy with smoke and alive with the buzz of conversation. Lu Lei was already waiting at the entrance. He had changed into clean casual clothes, a dark jacket and black trousers, and his hair was freshly washed. But the wound on his forehead, still not fully healed, was covered by a band-aid which glistened with a faint sheen under the street lamp's glow.
Over here. Lu Lei waved to them and pushed the door open, heading inside.
The shop owner, a plump middle-aged man in a white apron stained with grease, was standing by the grill flipping skewers of meat. Seeing Lu Lei enter, he smiled and greeted him. Hey, you're back.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Just made a trip to the front lines, Lu Lei replied.
Lu Lei sat down by the window and pushed the menu toward Lu Feng. Order whatever you like, it's on me.
Lu Feng took the menu and scanned it: grilled meat, grilled vegetables, grilled seafood, and several types of local beer. Having survived on military rations and compressed biscuits for so many days on RX-3, the sight of those glistening meat skewers in the pictures stirred a powerful hunger in his stomach. But he didn't rush to order. Instead, he passed the menu to Lin Ruoxue beside him. She took it, flipped through a couple of pages, ordered a few vegetable dishes and a grilled fish, then handed the menu to Luo Chang'e. Luo Chang'e ordered far more than Lin Ruoxue had: beef and lamb skewers, chicken wings, squid, grilled eggplant. She had practically ordered every type of meat on the menu.
Can you finish all that?
Lu Feng asked, looking at what she had ordered.
If I can't, you can help me, Luo Chang'e replied matter-of-factly as she handed the menu back to the owner. The owner took the menu, smiled and headed to the back kitchen.
Lu Lei leaned back in his chair, clasped his hands behind his head and let out a long deep sigh.
I'm exhausted.
From the moment I left the brigade HQ, my legs have felt like jelly.
Do you have any plans for tomorrow? Lu Feng asked.
Lu Lei's smile faltered for a moment. He lowered his hands, placed them on the table and stared down at the thin layer of grease on its surface.
Tomorrow. I have to leave tomorrow.
Lu Feng's brow furrowed slightly.
Where to? The Northern Front.
The Zerg have opened another battle line north of the 7th sector.
Our brigade has been redeployed there.
He reached for the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip.
But before I go, I've got some good news.
He pulled a folded document from his pocket, unfolded it and slapped it on the table.
Lu Feng looked down. It was an appointment notice from the Imperial Army.
Having been reviewed by the Imperial Army Command in recognition of the outstanding performance of Sergeant Lu Lei during the RX-3 colony combat operation, it is hereby decided to exceptionally promote him to the rank of lieutenant and appoint him as the commanding officer of the 7th Assault Battalion, 3rd Brigade.
Lieutenant. Battalion Commander. That's right.
A grin spread across Lu Lei's face, a smile that couldn't hide a hint of pride.
I'm in charge of over 500 men now.
Over 500, can you imagine? He set down the teacup, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out and placed it between his lips. It took 2 clicks of the lighter before it caught. Smoke seeped from the corner of his mouth, curling upward in the dim yellow light of the barbecue joint.
What about you two? Any good news? Lu Feng pulled out his communicator, brought up the transfer order and placed it on the table.
Lu Lei picked up the communicator and leaned in to read it. Having been reviewed by the Imperial 3rd Fleet Headquarters.
Exceptionally promoted to the rank of lieutenant. Appointed as vice captain of the Frost Moon-class cruiser. His voice grew softer as he read, and after finishing he placed the communicator back on the table, leaned back in his chair and stared up at the ceiling.
Vice captain, he murmured, repeating the word.
I'm in charge of over 500 men. I thought I'd gotten a fast promotion. But you straight to vice captain.
Lu Feng was about to say something when Lin Ruoxue also pulled out her communicator and silently placed it on the table.
Lu Lei glanced at it, then picked it up. Lin Ruoxue. Lieutenant.
Vice captain of the Long Sword. He set the communicator down, picked up his own cup of tea, now completely cold, and took a big gulp. All right. You're both vice captains. Standing here as a battalion commander, I feel like I'm just a platoon leader next to you two. The owner approached with a tray, placing grilled skewers of meat and vegetables one by one on the table. The sizzling sound of oil crackled in the air, and the aroma of cumin and chili powder wafted through the surroundings. Lu Lei picked up a skewer of lamb, took a bite, chewed a couple of times, and let out a satisfied sigh. This is the taste. On the battlefield, eating military rations every day, my mouth felt so bland it was driving me crazy. He took another big bite, tearing the meat off the skewer, and continued, speaking indistinctly, "You guys try it, this place has the best skewers in Arcadia." Curious from his enthusiastic praise, Lu Feng reached out and picked up a skewer of beef. The meat was indeed tender, grilled to perfection. Luo Chang'e sat beside him, holding a skewer of chicken wings in both hands, taking a cautious bite and gasping from the heat. Lin Ruoxue ate slowly, taking several minutes to finish a skewer of grilled vegetables like a small animal nibbling away. "Let me tell you," Lu Lei said, stripping the last piece of lamb off the skewer with a swipe, a glint of grease at the corner of his mouth. He wiped it with a broad hand and grabbed another skewer. In the brief pause of conversation, his beer glass was already half empty. "Our trip to the Northern Line this time is said to be in coordination with the 5th Fleet for a major operation. The brigade commander didn't specify what, but from his tone it's not going to be a small skirmish."
"Could it be a counterattack?" Lu Feng asked, placing his skewer on the edge of the plate.
Lu Lei shook his head.
"I don't know.
But the Zerg's troop deployment in the 7th star sector is getting denser. If the Empire doesn't strike first, once they fully fortify their defenses, it'll be much harder to fight back." He paused, picked up his beer glass and took a big gulp as if drinking water. "So I reckon this time they're going to get serious." No one spoke, with only the sizzling of skewers on the grill and the clinking of glasses from the next table echoing in the air. Lu laid down another glass of beer, slamming the cup heavily on the table with a dull thud. Honestly, his voice dropped a bit, carrying a horse-drunken sincerity. "This time going to the Northern Line, I don't know if we'll make it back alive." "I always feel this way before heading to the front lines," Lu Lei said, staring at the leftover foam in his glass. "But this time is different. This time I truly feel like I might die." "Don't say that," Luo Chang'e interrupted, putting down her chicken wing and frowning at him. Lu Lei waved his hand down the rest of his beer in one gulp and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "It's not pessimism, it's the truth. We fought our way out of the shelter together. I don't want to hide anything from you. The Northern Line is a cursed place. I know exactly how many go and how many come back." Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, looking at Lu Lei's face flushed from the smoke of the barbecue joint. "If you run into any trouble you can't handle on the Northern Line." Lu Feng paused, placing his beer glass on the table with a soft clink. "Send me a message." Lu Lei was taken aback. He stared at Lu Feng for 2 seconds, then a grin slowly spread across his face. It wasn't the drunken smile from before, but a smile tinged with something between emotion and something else. "All right," he said. "If there's trouble, I'll message you. Just don't get annoyed." The barbecue owner brought over another plate of grilled skewers, set it on the table, and patted Lu Lei on the shoulder with a smile. "Eat more, you look too thin." Lu Lei smiled, picked up a skewer, took a bite, chewed a couple of times, and mumbled something indistinct. The barbecue lasted until midnight. The customers gradually dispersed and the owner began tidying up the tables, flipping chairs upside down one by one onto the tabletops. Lu Lei paid the bill, smoked a cigarette at the door, then stubbed it out and tossed it into the trash can. "I'm off." He waved at Lu Feng, turned and walked south along the street by the northern gate of the spaceport. His silhouette stretched long under the streetlights, eventually vanishing around the corner at the end of the road. Lu Feng stood at the barbecue shop entrance, staring in the direction Lu Lei had disappeared, lingering for a while. Until Luo Chang'e came up from behind, quietly tugging at his sleeve. "Let's go. Time to head back." The next morning Lu Feng was woken by sunlight streaming through the gap in the curtains. He turned over and reached out to feel the spot beside him. The sheets were cool. Luo Chang'e had already gotten up. Lu Feng sat up, rubbed his eyes and picked up the communicator from the nightstand to check the time.
9 in the morning.
He had slept nearly 10 hours and the bone-deep fatigue that had seeped through him had finally mostly faded. He took a shower and changed into clean clothes.
The casual outfits hanging in the wardrobe had all been prepared by the butler in advance.
He grabbed a dark gray lightweight jacket and put it on. The fit was perfect. When he stepped out of the room, the hallway was quiet. Passing by Lin Ruochu's door, it was open with the quilt folded neatly and no sign of her inside. From downstairs came the soft clatter of utensils and faint voices. Lu Feng descended the stairs, and as he turned the corner he saw the scene in the dining room. Luo Changde and Lin Ruoxue were already seated at the table. Luo Changde was wearing a cream-colored knit cardigan today over a pale pink camisole. She was holding a glass of warm milk, sipping it slowly, her eyelashes lowered, looking languid and relaxed. Lin Ruoxue sat across from her, dressed in a light blue blouse with the hem tucked into high-waisted dark trousers accentuating her slender waist and long legs. In front of her was a bowl of fruit salad, and she was using a fork to pick up a piece of dragon fruit and bring it to her mouth. "Morning," Lu Feng said, sitting down at the table. "Morning," Lin Ruoxue replied, glancing at him with a flat tone. Luo Changde set down her milk glass, a slight curve at the corner of her mouth, her gaze lingering on the dark gray jacket he wore.
"Does the outfit fit?"
"It fits.
Come shopping with us after breakfast."
Luo Changde popped a grape from the fruit plate into her mouth, speaking indistinctly.
"I've been in Arcadia this long and haven't really explored it. I checked online yesterday, there's a nice spot in the city center."
Lu Feng nodded. "Sure.
Then it's settled."
Luo Changde clapped her hands, stood up from her chair and said, "I'll go change."
"Wait for me."
She trotted upstairs, her footsteps light and lively like a chirping bird.
About 10 minutes later Luo Changde came back down.
She had changed into a different outfit, the cream cardigan swapped for a khaki trench coat with the belt loosely tied into a bow at her waist.
"Let's go." She picked up a small clutch from the entryway and beckoned to the two of them with a wave.
In the garage of Emerald Garden, aside from the dark gray off-road vehicle that had been silently parked in the corner since last night, a silver-white coupe rested quietly on the other side. Today Luo Changde chose the coupe. Its body was low and sleek, and when she started the engine it emitted a deep resonant roar. The city center of Arcadia Prime was southwest of the spaceport, about a half-hour drive from Emerald Garden. Luo Changde parked the car in the underground lot of a high-rise building, and the three of them took the elevator up to ground level. When the elevator doors slid open, a flood of bright sunlight poured in. The commercial district of Arcadia Prime was far more bustling than Lu Feng had imagined. It was the military center of the Empire's 7th sector and the largest trade hub in this star region. Tall buildings stood in rows, their glass facades reflecting dazzling light under the sun. The streets were crowded with people, a mosaic of faces from various races. There were interstellar merchants with tiny chips embedded in their foreheads and itinerant traders wrapped in exotic long robes. There were even a few alien tourists with pointed ears and light blue skin pointing at a holographic map on a street corner. Luo Changde walked at the front, her steps light, the hem of her trench coat fluttering softly behind her. She stopped occasionally to look at the merchandise in the windows, sometimes a clothing store, sometimes a jewelry shop, sometimes a general store selling various trinkets. Lin Ruoxue followed behind her, her pace unhurried, her gaze occasionally falling on the windows, occasionally on passers-by. She seemed to have no enthusiasm for shopping, but she also showed no sign of impatience. Lu Feng brought up the rear hands in his coat pockets, watching the two figures ahead. Luo Changde stopped in front of a women's boutique window, tilted her head for a few seconds, then pushed open the door and walked in. There were few people inside the store. A couple of fashionably dressed young women were queuing at the fitting room entrance. A salesgirl approached, her gaze quickly scanning Luo Changde, and her smile instantly shifted from professional to genuine.
"Miss, you have excellent taste."
The salesgirl guided Luo Changde inside.
"These are our latest arrivals, just sent from headquarters yesterday afternoon.
We haven't even finished tagging them all yet." Luo Changde followed the salesgirl to a row of racks, reached out and flipped through a few items, pulling out a pale yellow dress and holding it up against herself.
"Lu Feng, what do you think of this color?"
She tilted her head, her eyes glancing toward him from the edge of the mirror.
Lu Feng walked over and looked.
"Too youthful."
"So what? I'm young."
Luo Changde retorted matter-of-factly, stuffing the dress back onto the rack and pulling out a hazy blue one instead.
"What about this one?"
She held it up again, turning slightly so the mirror could catch the hem.
"Not bad."
"What does not bad mean?"
"Good or not?"
"Good."
Luo Changde nodded with satisfaction and took the dress into the fitting room.
Lu Feng leaned against a pillar near the store entrance, idly watching the pedestrians across the street.
After a while the fitting room door opened. Luo Chang'e stepped out. The hazy blue dress fit her as if it had been custom-made. The fabric clung softly to her body from shoulders to waist to hips, every curve perfectly accentuated. She turned around and saw Lu Feng leaning against the pillar watching her. His gaze traveled once between her waistline and the hem of her skirt. The corner of Luo Chang'e's mouth curved slightly. She went back into the fitting room to change into her own clothes, then came out with the dress and handed it to the salesgirl. "Wrap it up." Then she picked out 2 tops, a pair of pants and a light jacket. The salesgirl's hands trembled slightly as she took them. "Anything else?" Luo Chang'e asked. "That's enough," Lin Ruoxue said from the side. "Then that's it for now." Luo Chang'e handed her card to the salesgirl without even blinking. After swiping the card, she handed the shopping bags to Lu Feng. "Hold these for me." Lu Feng took the bags and weighed them in his hand. They were quite heavy. They shopped until noon and found a restaurant on the top floor of a mall to eat. The restaurant's floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the central plaza of Arcadia City. From above, the people in the square moved like ants in a dense swarm. Luo Chang'e ordered a table full of dishes, even more than what they had at the barbecue place last night. "Well, pack the leftovers," she said, picking up her chopsticks to grab a piece of sweet and sour ribs. "We can heat it up for dinner." Lu Feng watched her gnaw on the ribs, completely unlike a young lady from an imperial noble family. Rib sauce smeared on the corner of her mouth. She wiped it with a napkin and reached for another piece. Halfway through the meal, Lin Ruoxue's communicator buzzed. She pulled it out of her pocket and glanced at the screen. It showed a number she hadn't saved, but she recognized the prefix. It was a dedicated encrypted military communication prefix of the Empire. She pressed the answer button in front of Lu Feng and Luo Chang'e. "Ruoxue. Major Wen." On the other end of the line, Wen Yue's voice came through the earpiece. The restaurant wasn't quiet. There was the chatter of nearby tables and the clatter of utensils, but Lu Feng still caught a few words. "Long Sky. Mission. Immediately." Lin Ruoxue listened without interrupting, her expression almost unchanged. "Yes," she said. "Understood." Then she hung up and put the communicator back in her pocket. Luo Chang'e put down her chopsticks. "What's wrong?" Lin Ruoxue took a sip of water. "The Long Sky is being deployed. Major Wen ordered me to report back immediately." Luo Chang'e frowned. "Now." Lin Ruoxue set down the glass, picked up a napkin to wipe the corner of her mouth, then took the light blue shirt jacket from the back of her chair, put it on and fastened the buttons. She stood up and slung her shoulder bag over her arm. "Your things are still at Emerald Garden," Lu Feng said. "I'll come pick them up later." Lin Ruoxue glanced at him, then at Luo Chang'e. "I'm off." "I'll see you out," Luo Chang'e said, standing up. "No need." Lin Ruoxue waved her hand. "I called a car, it's waiting downstairs." She turned and walked toward the restaurant entrance, the glass door sliding shut behind her. "Will she be in danger going alone?" "She's the vice captain," Lu Feng said. "Don't worry." Luo Chang'e was silent for a moment, then picked up the remaining piece of cake, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed twice, her cheeks bulging. "Come on, let's head back," she said. The vehicle entered the gates of Green Court and stopped before the main building. Luo Chang'e killed the engine and the two of them stepped out. The butler emerged from the doorway to greet them, taking the shopping bags from Luo Chang'e's hands and those from Lu Feng. Just as they stepped into the foyer, the communicator in Luo Chang'e's pocket rang. She pulled it out and glanced at the screen. The name displayed made her pause mid-step. "My father." She signaled Lu Feng to stay quiet, then pressed the answer button and held the communicator to her ear. Luo Yuanshan's voice came through the communicator, carrying the terse and forceful tone of a man who had spent decades in the military. "A Luo family shuttle will arrive in Arcadia tomorrow. Take that one back." Luo Chang'e frowned. "Tomorrow? So soon?" "Not soon enough." Luo Yuanshan's voice brooked no argument. "I've already suppressed things with the Yin family, but staying in Arcadia isn't safe for you. The Zerg offensive is still expanding and the situation in the 7th sector could deteriorate at any moment. If something happens while you're there, what then?" "I'm not alone." Luo Chang'e glanced at Lu Feng, lowering her voice half a notch. "I have friends here." The communicator was silent for a second. "That friend you mentioned. Is it Lu Feng?" Luo Chang'e pressed her lips together and said nothing. "Chang'e, I'm not saying you can't make friends. But you're in Arcadia now, on the front lines of the Empire's war with the Zerg. That's no place for making friends." I'll be careful. Careful. Luo Yuanshan's voice carried a hint of helplessness. If someone hadn't pulled you out of RX-3 you'd be Zerg food by now. Luo Change's breathing grew heavier. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. the Luo family shuttle will arrive at Arcadia Spaceport. Pack your things and board then. Come back. Your mother misses you. Luo Change's fingers tightened slightly around the communicator. She was silent for a few seconds then took a deep breath. Okay. Call me when you arrive. The call ended. Luo Chang'e lowered the communicator from her ear, held it in her hand for 2 seconds then turned around. Her eyes were rimmed with red, the corners tinged a faint pink as if singed by something. She bit her lower lip, pressing down hard before releasing it, leaving a faint mark. Leaving tomorrow? Lu Feng asked. Luo Chang'e walked over to the sofa and sat down, drawing her legs up and resting her chin on her knees. The shuttle arrives at 3 p.m. She paused then added, that's my father. Once he decides something no one can change it. Lu Feng sat down beside her. The living room was very quiet. The butler had already gone upstairs with the shopping bags, leaving only the ticking of an old pendulum clock in the corner. How long will you be gone? I don't know. Luo Chang'e buried her face in her knees, her voice muffled. Maybe a week, maybe a month, maybe longer. Depends. She lifted her head, turning to look at Lu Feng. The redness in her eyes hadn't fully faded, but a smile was already curving her lips. But I promise you will go back and deal with it. At most 2 months and I'll sneak out to find you. Sneak out? Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. Will your father let you go? He can't lock me in the house. Luo Chang'e said with righteous indignation. I'm an adult. Besides, he's busy with official duties and often doesn't come home for days. My mother can't control me. She started laughing as she spoke. You'll just say I'm going to a friend's house for a few days, then buy a ticket and fly right back. Lu Feng looked at her at the expression of someone already plotting how to fool her family and said nothing. You don't believe me? Luo Chang'e put her legs down from the sofa and turned to face him. Let me tell you, I've never failed at anything I've set my mind to since I was a child. I believe you, Lu Feng said. Luo Chang'e stared into his eyes for 2 seconds as if checking if he was humoring her. Then she nodded in satisfaction, drew her legs back up and leaned against the sofa arm. Then it's settled. 2 months. 2 months at most. The afternoon light slanted in through the window, painting the wooden floor of the bedroom in a warm golden hue. Luo Chang'e sat cross-legged on the bed, an open suitcase beside her. It held only a few pieces of clothing, with most of the space still empty. She held a folded knit sweater in her hand, hesitated in midair for a long while, then tossed it back onto the bed. Should I bring this or not? She muttered to herself. The weather in the imperial capital is different from Arcadia. This thickness might be too warm to wear there. Lu Feng leaned against the window frame, arms crossed, watching her like a small animal rummaging through its nest, picking up the sweater, putting it down, then picking it up again. Didn't you buy several new ones this afternoon? New is new. Luo Chang'e finally shoved the sweater into the suitcase, then turned back to rummage in the wardrobe. But I'm used to wearing the old ones. Luo Chang'e zipped up the suitcase, pressing down hard a few times to flatten the bulging bag. Stray strands of hair clung messily to her forehead. She glanced at Lu Feng and suddenly curved her lips. What, never seen someone pack before? Lu Feng straightened up from the windowsill, walked over to her and crouched down in front of her. He set the suitcase aside and reached out to brush the stray lock of hair from her forehead. Luo Change's lashes fluttered, but she didn't pull away. Message me when you get there. I know. If anything happens, I'll call you. Luo Chang'e finished his sentence. And you don't hide anything from me. As she said this, she suddenly leaned in and kissed the corner of his mouth. Her lips lingered on his skin for less than 2 seconds before she pulled back, then she looked down, pretending to fiddle with the zipper pull of the suitcase, the tips of her ears turning red again. The rest of the afternoon passed quickly. Luo Chang'e carried her suitcase to the foyer, then returned to the living room to squeeze onto the sofa with Lu Feng and watch the news. The screen was broadcasting a briefing from the Imperial military on the battle situation in the northern sector of the 7th sector. Images flashed of warships exchanging fire in the starry void. The room fell silent, with only the television screen still glowing. Luo Chang'e put the remote on the coffee table, stood up from the sofa and stretched. I'm going to take a shower first. She took 2 steps toward the stairs in her slippers, then looked back at Lu Feng. You should get some sleep too. You have to take me to the spaceport tomorrow. Lu Feng nodded. He went upstairs to his room, showered and changed into a set of dark gray cotton pajamas. He had just lain down for a while when the door opened. A figure stood in the doorway. It was Luo Chang'e. She had changed into a white silk robe, its satin fabric shimmering softly under the light. The robe's sash was tied loosely at her waist, one end hanging down, swaying gently with her movements. The sash wound around her finger once, then she pulled it slowly, deliberately. The front of the robe parted at the center, slipping down over her shoulders and arms. "I'm leaving tomorrow. This time I'm not turning off the light." Standing at the observation deck of the orbital docking zone, Lu Feng gazed through the thick alloy glass window as a silver-white shuttle disengaged from its berth. The shuttle's attitude thrusters emitted a few pale blue flames as it steadily reversed the connecting bridge, retracting slowly. It arced through space, the main engine nozzle blazing with incandescent white light as it accelerated toward the jump lane. Within seconds it shrank into a dwindling point of light, merging into the star-studded black canvas until it was indistinguishable. Lu Feng averted his gaze, glancing down at the car keys still clutched in his hand. A 40-minute drive back to Chui Ting Yuan. He drove unhurriedly, the window cracked open to let the wind rush in, carrying the distinctive dryness and coolness of Arcadia Prime. The streetscape transitioned from the industrial zone near the spaceport to suburban neighborhoods, then to the familiar tree-lined avenue. He parked in the garage of Chui Ting Yuan. Luo Chang'e and Lin Ruoxue had both left. The living room felt hollow. Qin Yuyu had taken the Frost Moon on a mission. When she would return, no one knew. He pulled out his communicator and checked it, confirming there were no messages or commands from Qin Yuyu. That meant until her return his role as vice captain was essentially on hold. What use was a vice captain without a ship to command when he had 2 cruisers and 4 orbital combat mechs at his disposal, and with the resources in his system panel waiting to be nurtured? Rather than waste time here, it was better to take the initiative and do something. What he needed most now were resources. The carrier Starship blueprint in his system panel had been sitting there. Building a carrier required materials he was still sorely lacking. The deficit in energy crystals was particularly severe, and rare alloys were far from sufficient. Wang Wonking's resource procurement would take time to arrive, and such a large-scale purchase couldn't be rushed. He needed a faster channel. The 7th sector was vast, ostensibly the front line of the Empire's war against the Zerg, but in reality it was riddled with power vacuums born of conflict. The pirate smugglers and armed bands of deserters thriving in the cracks hoarded vast quantities of supplies scavenged from every conceivable source. They raided merchant ships, hijacked convoys and pillaged border outposts, their loot piling up in layers faster than they could offload it. Better to let him take it off their hands than let it rot in pirate warehouses. Lu Feng sat up straight on the sofa and began plotting a route. The outer reaches of the 7th sector were where pirate activity was most rampant. Those areas lay outside the patrol range of the Empire's main fleet, yet bordered several crucial merchant shipping lanes, making them ideal hunting grounds for pirates. Moreover, the Zerg threat had forced the Empire to pull most of its forces back to core defensive lines, leaving the outer regions virtually undefended. In short, it was a lawless land. Lu Feng tapped his fingers lightly on his knee. What he lacked most now was information. Where were the pirate dens scattered across the 7th sector's periphery? Which group had the largest stockpile of goods? Which ones were already on the Empire's radar and best left untouched? He knew none of this. Such intelligence couldn't be obtained through conventional channels. Military star charts only marked Zerg activity zones and Imperial defensive lines. Pirate strongholds were never mentioned in official documents. He stood up and followed the corridor to find the housekeeper. She was in the small storage room next to the laundry, organizing spare bedding. She was in her early 50s, her hair pulled back into a neat bun, dressed in a dark gray uniform skirt. Her sleeves were rolled up to mid-forearm, revealing sturdy, well-proportioned wrists. Hearing his footsteps, she looked up from the half-folded bedsheet, her calm gaze settling on Lu Feng. "Mr. Lu, what do you need? I'd like your advice on something." The housekeeper placed the folded sheet on a shelf, brushed off non-existent dust from her hands and turned around. "Go ahead." Lu Feng leaned against the doorframe, hands in his jacket pockets. "I'm looking for information that's not easy to come by outside. Is there a place on Arcadia Prime where I can get that kind of intel?" Hearing this, the housekeeper's gaze lingered on Lu Feng's face for 2 seconds. She didn't answer immediately, but instead reached for the folded sheet on the shelf. Deliberately she shook it out, folded it in half, smoothed the creases and folded it again. Her movements were unhurried, carrying the composed steadiness of someone who had worked for a great family for decades. "Mr. Lu," she said, placing the folded sheet on the top shelf and closing the cabinet door with a pat of her hands. "The kind of information you're after, there's a place on Arcadia Prime where you can buy it." "Where?"
The housekeeper walked to the storage room doorway, glanced down the corridor to ensure no one else was nearby. Her voice dropped. The black market. There's a black market on Arcadia Prime.
Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. Right under the nose of the Empire's 7th Sector Military Command.
The stricter the control, the more lively the underground scene, the housekeeper said matter-of-factly. The authorities know it exists, but as long as it doesn't touch the military's core interests, they turn a blind eye.
Where is it?
The housekeeper walked back to the desk in the corner of the storage room, pulled open the bottom drawer and fished out a crumpled piece of paper from under a stack of old ledgers. The paper was yellowed, its edges curled, looking quite old. A crude map was drawn on it in ballpoint pen, rough scrawled lines with arrows and notes crowded together crookedly.
The West City Industrial Zone.
After he had finished looking, the housekeeper tucked the paper back into the drawer, closed it and pushed it into place. That place used to be a backup military supply depot for the Empire. When the war zone shifted westward, this area was abandoned. Some people made use of the underground spaces and gradually it grew into something sizable. She straightened up and added, "If you go, I have 2 suggestions.
First, don't dress too neatly. Second, don't carry anything that could identify you."
Understood.
Lu Feng returned to his room and changed clothes.
A dark gray work jacket, black trousers and a pair of old boots with a few scuff marks on the toes. He left his communicator on the nightstand, stripped off all his electronic devices and took only a blank backup terminal and a small stack of cash. The cash was Imperial credits, standard on Arcadia Prime, prepared by the housekeeper.
He checked himself in the mirror. The work jacket was rough and faded, its collar worn and frayed.
The trousers were nothing special in cut. He looked like a manual laborer working in the spaceport's cargo zone. Before leaving, he hesitated for a second, then grabbed a folding short knife.
The blade was only as long as a palm folded. It was an unremarkable piece of metal easily tucked into his boot.
By the time he drove out of Shui Ting Yuan, the sky had darkened. Instead of taking Luo Change's flashy coupe, he picked the oldest gray panel van from the garage. The van had a few inconspicuous scratches, blending into the traffic of the West City Industrial Zone without drawing a second glance. The industrial park in the west of the city was more dilapidated than he had imagined. The navigation system completely malfunctioned 2 streets away from the destination, leaving only a gray screen. Lu Feng parked the car in front of an abandoned old warehouse, got out and walked inside, following the simple map drawn by the butler. The streets were lined with idle factories, their roll-up doors rusted, some half open, revealing nothing but darkness inside. He turned into a narrow alley where at the end stood an unremarkable concrete wall. The wall was covered in chaotic graffiti layered over decades of paint, making it impossible to discern what lay. There was an indescribable odor in the air, a mix of diesel and rust tinged with the distinct smell of some decaying organic matter. He turned into a narrow alley where at the end stood an unremarkable concrete wall. The wall was covered in chaotic graffiti layered over decades of paint, making it impossible to discern what lay beneath. At the base of the wall leaned a homeless man wrapped in a blanket so dirty its color was unrecognizable. As Lu Feng approached, the man lifted his head. He wore a pair of old goggles with dark lenses obscuring his eyes. However, judging from the angle of his face, he was sizing up Lu Feng. Lu Feng remained silent, pulling a stack of star coins from his pocket and handing them over. The homeless man took a glance at the paper before looking back up at Lu Feng. He extended a hand from beneath the blanket, pointing towards the concrete wall. His finger was clad in half a glove with black dirt packed under the exposed nails. Lu Feng followed his finger but saw nothing unusual about the wall. The homeless man pointed again. This time Lu Feng noticed a section of graffiti at the corner that was slightly different in color from the surrounding area, slightly lighter, as if it had been added later. He walked over and pressed his hand against the section of graffiti. The wall vibrated slightly before silently sliding inward, revealing a staircase that descended. The staircase was narrow, barely wide enough for one person, with bare alloy panels for walls and an emergency light hanging every few meters. The door closed silently behind him. He descended approximately 2 floors, the air gradually becoming dry and cold. The light from the emergency lamps cast sharp shadows on the steps, and as he went further down, faint sounds of clamor began to reach his ears. It was the sound of many people speaking at once, mixed with footsteps and the clatter of metal surging up from the base of the staircase. Lu Feng reached the bottom of the staircase and turned a corner. Then he stopped. The scene before him was a completely different concept from the black market he had envisioned. It was a vast underground space measuring at least 2,000 square meters with a height exceeding 3 stories. The lighting fixtures on the ceiling were varied. Some were industrial high-pressure sodium lamps, while others were bridge panel lights salvaged from unknown decommissioned spaceships. Several strings of ordinary civilian light bulbs were carelessly hung between the steel frames. The mixed color temperatures illuminated the entire space in a dim yellow hue. There were many people, far more than Lu Feng had anticipated. They navigated between makeshift stalls, some consisting of folding tables while others were simply waterproof tarps laid on the ground. The items for sale were diverse, including bundles of military cables, energy battery modules of uncertain usability, and heaps of metal parts. There were even a few stalls selling live extraterrestrial creatures locked in cages and emitting sharp, shrill cries. Lu Feng pulled out a deep gray dust mask prepared by the butler. He wrapped the mask around his face twice, covering the lower half, leaving only his eyes and forehead exposed. Then he stepped into this underground world. He walked down the widest central passage, his gaze sweeping across the stalls on either side. What he was searching for was not these visible items. Metal parts and expired ammunition held no significance for him. He was looking for someone who could provide information. The layout of the black market was more organized than he had imagined, and after about 10 minutes he gradually grasped the zoning here. The area near the entrance sold miscellaneous supplies, while deeper inside was the zone for weapons and ammunition, and further in was the trading area for electronic devices and data chips. At the deepest part was a section separated by several pieces of canvas hanging from the ceiling, obscuring what lay within. The stall owners in the weapons area appeared much more formidable than those outside. Behind several stalls, armed hovering motorcycles with the safety locks removed were parked with heavy energy guns mounted on them. Although the gun barrels pointed to the ground, the posture suggested they could fire at any moment. Lu Feng stopped in front of a stall selling energy magazines, pretending to browse while actually using his peripheral vision to observe the stalls deep in the weapons area. One stall displayed no goods at all, only a tall, thin man sitting in a folding chair with his feet propped up on an empty table. He wore a dark long coat, the hood pulled low, and a holographic mask projected a featureless silver face. Behind his stall hung one of the canvas sheets. A stall with no goods could mean only two things in the black market: either it sold information or it was a middleman for business. Just as Lu Feng was about to approach, a hand suddenly reached out from the side, blocking his path. The one stopping him was a woman. She wore a sharply tailored black jacket with tight cuffs that revealed her slender but well-defined forearms. Her very dark brown hair was tied back into a low ponytail with a silver hairpin. A black scarf covered her face, thin enough to faintly reveal the contours of her lower face. Her eyes were deep-set with slightly upturned outer corners and rare gray-green pupils. She withdrew her hand, her gaze sweeping across Lu Feng's face, her exposed eyes showing no excess emotion, as if assessing an item for valuation. "You're new here." Lu Feng turned to face her without responding. "I can tell you're a newcomer, and I don't want to see you make a fool of yourself." She tucked her hands back into the pockets of her jacket and tilted her head toward the faceless stall owner. "I advise you not to get too close to that one. He deals in human trafficking, and someone like you, a newcomer, is likely to attract his attention." Lu Feng turned his head to reassess the faceless stall owner. He still sat in his folding chair with his feet propped up on the table, appearing to do nothing. But upon closer inspection, a small chain of alloy handcuffs was peeking out from beneath the empty table. "How do you know I'm not here to buy heads?" he asked. The woman let out a faint, contemptuous chuckle. Someone buying heads wouldn't spend 10 minutes wandering the miscellaneous supplies section first. Looking for people, goods, or information? What's the difference? If it's people, I can connect you with a few reliable middlemen. If it's goods, this area outside is enough for you to browse." She paused, then continued, "But you've been wandering around outside for a while without touching anything. I'm guessing you're after information." Lu Feng neither denied nor confirmed it. She finished speaking and turned away. Her black jacket swayed twice in the crowd, and she was about to melt into the stream of people. Lu Feng quickened his pace and followed her. Her steps were neither fast nor slow, moving through the crowd as if she were walking down the corridor of her own home. Lu Feng followed her for about 2 minutes. She turned into a narrow side passage where there were far fewer stalls than on the main path, and the crowd was sparse. Above their heads a single sodium lamp, half broken, hummed. She stopped in front of a metal roll-up door, turned around, leaned against the wall, and crossed her arms over her chest. "I know a place where you can get what you want. But I have to warn you, it's not cheap. If you can handle that, it'll take you there. If you can't, go back outside and keep browsing." Lu Feng looked into her eyes. "How much is the fee?" The woman tilted her head and her visible eyes narrowed slightly. "We'll discuss that when we get there." She pulled the switch beside the roll-up door. The door rose slowly, revealing a narrower, darker passage. At the end of the passage was a heavy-looking metal door with no markings, only a scanning aperture the size of a fingernail. She lowered her head and pressed her right eye to the scanning aperture. A faint red light swept across her iris. The door lock clicked open with a dull metallic thud. She lowered her head and pressed her right eye to the scanning aperture. A faint red light swept across her iris. The door lock clicked open with a dull metallic. The room was not large, estimated at less than 200 square meters, but it was tastefully decorated. The floor was covered in dark gray soundproof carpet, the walls were paneled with acoustic boards, and the ceiling lights emitted a uniform warm white glow. The air lacked the suffocating odor of the outside, carrying instead a faint cool fragrance. A dozen or so people were scattered around the room, all wearing some form of concealment on their faces, some masks, some holographic projections, and some like Lu Feng dustproof scarves. No one paid any attention to his arrival, not a single head was raised. The woman led him to the innermost part of the room, where a row of small booths separated by translucent glass stood. She pulled open the glass door of one booth and gestured for him to enter. The booth was tiny, containing only a table, 2 chairs, and a holographic terminal mounted on the wall. The terminal screen was dark, with only a power indicator light blinking on and off. The woman sat down opposite him and removed her face scarf. Her lips were thin, her jawline sharp and clean, and on her right cheekbone was a very faint old scar, almost imperceptible unless you looked closely.
Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qin Lan.
I'm a broker in this underground market, connecting people, sourcing goods, gathering information. I do a bit of everything, but I don't deal in human trafficking or military-grade weapons agreements. She paused, picked up the remote, and activated the holographic terminal. The screen lit up, displaying an encrypted communication interface. The signal had passed through several relays, its address having hopped across 3 star sectors, making it untraceable.
What do you want? She asked.
Lu Feng sat down in the chair, interlacing his fingers and resting them on the table.
Information.
Qin Lan's eyes remained unchanged as she waited for him to continue. A distribution map of the pirate layers in the outer reaches of the 7th star sector, the armed forces of each layer, leader information, and the types and approximate quantities of supplies they've hoarded. I need the latest version within this year. Qin Lan was silent for 2 seconds, then leaned forward slightly, tapping her fingers lightly on the table twice. Do you know how scarce this kind of thing is on the black market? Even the Imperial Military's Intelligence Division couldn't gather complete information in half a year, and you want the latest version.
Can you get it? Qin Lan didn't answer immediately.
She leaned back in her chair, picked up the terminal, and quickly called up a few encrypted files, scanning them. Her fingers slid across the screen at lightning speed, as if searching through some kind of index. After about 2 minutes, she placed the terminal back on the table. I have a set of pirate distribution maps updated in the latter half of last year, but the coverage covers at most 2/3 of the outer area. The price is 1,500,000 star coins. She raised a hand to stop Lu Feng before he could speak.
This price isn't set by me. The risks taken by the people who can gather this kind of information are beyond your imagination. Intelligence on pirate layers is one of the military's highest secrets. Holding this map is like holding all of the Empire's strategic blind spots in the outer reaches of the 7th star sector.
Lu Feng didn't hesitate. Deal.
Qin Lan's eyebrows moved slightly. She clearly hadn't expected him to agree so readily. A crack appeared in the lazy facade of her gaze, revealing the true scrutiny beneath. 1,500,000 star coins payment up front.
She said, you know the rules. No credit for this kind of goods, no third-party escrow account.
Qin Lan swiped on the terminal and a payment QR code materialized on the desktop hologram. Lu Feng took a chip card as thin as a cicada's wing from his inner pocket and pressed it against the side of the terminal. The terminal emitted a faint beep, numbers danced on the screen, and 1,500,000 was deducted. A payment confirmation notification popped up almost simultaneously.
Qin Lan glanced at the number, gave a slight nod after confirming it was correct. She showed no excess emotion and called up the encrypted file interface again. The data packet encryption is military-grade with a 3-layer dynamic key. It'll grant you temporary access valid for 72 hours. It will self-destruct upon expiration. You can't copy it, screenshot it, or forward it.
As she spoke, her fingertips flew across the screen with several verification windows popping up and disappearing in rapid succession.
A file will be transmitted to your terminal shortly.
It contains the positioning coordinates of 26 pirate layers, their approximate armed force compositions, and the codenames of their leaders.
They were silent for about 40 seconds. The progress bar reached 100% and data decompression began.
Dense streams of data scrolled across the holographic screen, coordinate maps, armament lists, leader portraits flashing by one.
Lu Feng quickly scanned the first few entries, his gaze steady, revealing neither satisfaction nor dissatisfaction. The goods are fine.
Your information channels are very reliable.
Qin Lan leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms over her chest again. My business lives on reputation.
Selling you fakes would be like smashing my own rice bowl.
When Lu Feng emerged from the underground trading market, the night had fully enveloped the Arcadia main star. The streetlights in the industrial area west of the city lit up intermittently, and he navigated through the dim yellow light, turning down several narrow alleys until he found the gray van. The engine started with a low rumble, its noise minimal, hardly distinguishable from the old transport vehicles that occasionally traversed this abandoned industrial zone. He did not hurry back to the Chui Garden, but instead stopped next to an abandoned gas station on the edge of the industrial area, turned off the engine and took out the spare terminal from his pocket. The data package sent by Qin Lan had already been uncompressed, showing an encrypted file labeled Pirate Force Distribution Map of the 7th Sector Periphery. He clicked to open it and the map unfolded on the screen. Unlike the neat grid of the Imperial military star chart, this map was annotated in a rough and direct manner. Red skull markers indicated the known lair locations, with hasty handwriting nearby stating the codename of the leader and a rough estimate of troop strength.
The green lines represented the actual shipping routes, far more complex than the official ones.
Many of the shipping routes bypassed the Imperial fortresses and patrol zones, resembling a pathway exclusively for smugglers. Lu Feng zoomed out to the global view, revealing 26 red markers scattered around the periphery of the 7th sector. His finger paused over one of the markers.
Iron Anvil Port.
The annotation read medium stronghold, primarily metal ores and rare alloys, with a troop strength of about 800 to 1,000 liter one-eyed. Compared to the other 25 strongholds, the information on Iron Anvil Port was the most detailed. This at least indicated that Qin Lan's channel had a deep infiltration into this stronghold, and the intelligence was reliable. He zoomed in on the map, locking the coordinates of Iron Anvil Port to an abandoned mining asteroid designated SC-47. The asteroid was located inside a meteor belt that deviated from the main shipping lane, its position concealed and its orbit unstable, making it difficult for large starships to approach. The Imperial military patrol fleet would never venture into such places. It was precisely suitable for a pirate's lair.
Lu Feng leaned back in the driver's seat, lightly tapping the steering wheel with his fingers.
The pirate leader, known as One-Eyed, had an unknown real name and was said to be a deserter from the Imperial Army. 6 years ago he was sentenced to life imprisonment by a military court for smuggling military supplies, but escaped during transport. Since then he had wandered to the periphery of the 7th sector, gathering a group of similarly desperate deserters and bankrupt miners. This group occupied the abandoned mine on asteroid SC-47, transforming it into a pirate stronghold, surviving by robbing passing merchant vessels. The armed forces of Iron Anvil Port were estimated to be between 800 and 1,000. They possessed a modified armed transport ship, several light assault boats, and ground defenses mainly consisting of light artillery and mobile infantry. The main structure of the mine was fortified into a defensive installation, easy to defend yet hard to attack. Lu Feng turned off the map, shoved the spare terminal back into his pocket, and mentally sketched out a complete plan. Upon returning to the Chui Garden, Lu Feng parked the gray van in the garage and sat in the driver's seat for a moment. The car's sound system automatically switched to the news channel of Arcadia, where the announcer was reporting the latest developments on the northern front. The Imperial Fifth Fleet had engaged the main fleet of the insectoid race to the north of the 7th sector, with the situation being tense. He turned off the sound system and took out the spare terminal from his pocket. The pirate lair distribution map sent by Qin Lan was still lit up. Although the Hurricane could deploy at any time in the system space, he certainly couldn't just extract a 320-meter-long cruiser directly in the orbit of Arcadia. The eyes of the Air Traffic Control Center personnel were not blind, and the patrol fleet of the Imperial Third Fleet was not just a decoration. He needed a civilian ship. It didn't need to be large, just enough to take him from Arcadia to the periphery of the 7th sector. Once in that lawless area without patrol fleets or control centers, he could unfold whatever he liked. Lu Feng put the spare terminal into his pocket and pushed the door to get out. The housekeeper was still organizing items in the storage room. Hearing the footsteps, she placed what she was holding into a cabinet and turned around.
Mr. Lu, do you need anything else?
Is there a place to rent a ship at the airport? In the east zone of the airport there are civilian berths. There are a few rental companies over there with small shuttles to medium cargo ships available, charged by the day with separate deposits. The next morning Lu Feng followed the navigation route through the urban area and turned into the east gate of the airport. Unlike the glamorous passenger area of the main terminal, the civilian berth area resembled an enlarged version of the industrial park in the west of the city. Hangars were arranged in several rows, the outer walls made of faded alloy panels, and half the words on the billboards had fallen off. Most of the ships parked on the tarmac were older models, with a few having their engine hatches half open while mechanics squatted on the wings replacing parts. Lu Feng stopped in front of a shop called Far Voyager Rentals. The storefront was small, with various rental ads for ships plastered on the glass door, the cheapest daily rental price marked at 1,200 star coins.
He pushed the door open and a bald middle-aged man was sitting behind the counter eating breakfast, a steaming bowl of noodles and half a bottle of beer in front of him. Rent a ship. Lu Feng placed his Imperial military ship pilot license on the counter. The bald man glanced at him, then at the license with the noodles held in the air by his chopsticks. Military license, are you a veteran? Active duty. On leave. The bald man slurped the noodles into his mouth, chewed a few times and picked up the license to flip through it. All right. What type of ship do you want? A small one, a shuttle will do. We have a few shuttles here. The latest one is the Silver Shuttle, standard crew capacity of 6, sublight cruising speed, equipped with basic shields, daily rental of 2,000. The deposit is 50,000, refundable upon return. The bald man set his chopsticks down and pulled out a datapad from beneath the counter, swiping his finger across the screen. No need to fill out a flight log, but don't take it into a war zone. The insurance company won't cover war losses. Lu Feng placed the chip card against the payment area on the side of the datapad. 50,000 deposit plus 10 days rent, totaling 70,000 star coins. The number blinked and the deduction was successful. The bald man took the datapad back, rummaged through a drawer and tossed a keycard to Lu Feng. Docking Bay 17, the silver gray one. The fuel is full enough for a round trip. If you have any problems, call the shop's phone, but there will be no signal outside the star sector, so you'll have to figure it out yourself. Lu Feng took the keycard and walked out the door. Berth 17 was at the outermost edge of the tarmac, right next to the spaceport's security fence. The silver shuttle was parked on a dusty launch pad, its shape as sleek as its name suggested. The hull was a streamlined silver gray, about 30 meters in length, with its wings folded and tucked in on both sides while in docked mode. Several ships of similar models were parked nearby. Some were loading and unloading cargo, with workers pushing anti-gravity pallets across the tarmac. Lu Feng circled the silver shuttle, once inspecting the hull and the engine bay doors. The exterior was reasonably well maintained. The seals on the engine bay doors were newly replaced and the thruster nozzles showed no significant signs of erosion. He swiped the keycard to open the hatch and climbed into the cockpit. The interior was more cramped than he had anticipated, with 6 seats arranged in 2 rows. In front of the pilot's seat was a semi-arc holographic control panel. The system interface displayed the engine status, fuel reserve, shield capacity, and the initial screen of the navigation system. The ship had no weapon systems, standard for a civilian shuttle, but the engine thrust was significantly higher than civilian norms. Baldy must have had it modified. He input the destination coordinates into the navigation system, SC-47 asteroid on the periphery of the 7th sector. The calculated route avoided Imperial patrol zones and known Zerg activity areas, with a voyage duration of approximately 2 days. He settled into the pilot's seat, pressed the engine start button, and the launchpad's docking clamps automatically released. The silver shuttle's engine let out a low roar, the fuselage trembled slightly, and then it shot toward the outer sector like an arrow from a bow. 2 days later, the silver shuttle's navigation system emitted an alert indicating they were nearing the destination. Lu Feng roused from a half-sleep, and through the panoramic window the grayish-brown outline of asteroid SC-47 came into view. The potato-shaped asteroid, looking as if it had been squeezed, hung on the inner edge of a meteorite belt, its surface riddled with ancient impact craters. In the distance lay the edge of the meteorite belt, where ice chunks and rock fragments reflected a cold white light under the distant star. He parked the silver shuttle behind a large meteorite, shutting down all active signal transmitters and keeping only passive sensors operational. From this position he could see the mining entrance on the northern hemisphere of Anvil Port. A massive alloy gate was embedded deep within a canyon, flanked by the bases of 4 gun turrets. Another 8 turrets were positioned on the surrounding high ground, their fields of fire covering nearly all approach routes to the northern hemisphere. From the cockpit he could see several modified armed boats parked on a temporary landing pad near the mining entrance, their paintwork mottled and faded. The engine bays of some were open, with pirates performing routine maintenance. About a dozen figures moved about the mining entrance, their movements relaxed, more like loitering than standing guard. They clearly hadn't spotted the silver shuttle. A passive civilian shuttle parked behind a meteorite and emitting no signals was simply undetectable by Anvil Port's sensor capabilities. They clearly hadn't spotted the silver shuttle. A passive civilian shuttle parked behind a meteorite and emitting no signals was simply undetectable by Anvil Port's sensor capabilities. System deploy the Hurricane-class cruiser. Command confirmed. The Hurricane will deploy in 5 seconds. Outside the cramped cockpit of the silver shuttle, a massive 320-meter-long silver-gray warship materialized from the void. The 2 ships sat side by side behind the meteorite, one colossal, one small, like a whale next to a seagull. Lu Feng pocketed the pirate distribution map from the silver shuttle's console and tucked the keycard away. This rented shuttle would remain here waiting for his return. Lu Feng made his way to the command seat on the Hurricane's bridge. Through the massive panoramic display screen at the front of the bridge he watched the asteroid slowly grow larger in his field of view. Its shape was irregular, its surface pockmarked with craters from meteorite impacts. The mining company had abandoned it for a reason. The ore grade in this godforsaken place was too low, with extraction costs far exceeding any profit. That mining company had barely lasted 3 years before going bankrupt. But for pirates, a worthless unwanted asteroid was the perfect hideout. System scan the target area. Scanning in progress. Detecting artificially modified structures on the asteroid's surface. 1 main mining entrance detected. 3 secondary ventilation shafts identified. 12 light turrets deployed on the surface, firing arcs calculated. Internal energy readings estimated between 800 and 1000 units. The scan results were largely consistent with the intelligence data. Lu Feng rose from the command seat and walked to the tactical console at the front of the bridge. A holographic projection spread a 3-dimensional structural map of Anvil Port across the console's surface, with every detail of the mine clearly annotated by the system. The pirates of Anvil Port had probably never imagined that cruiser-grade firepower would come knocking on their door. "Open a communication broadcast, all frequencies," Lu Feng said. Communication broadcast opened. He stepped up to the comm station and pressed the transmit button. His voice, amplified by the Hurricane's communication array, was transmitted at maximum power toward Anvil Port. "You have 3 minutes to surrender all weapons and illegally hoarded supplies. All personnel are to assemble on the surface and lay down your arms. Failure to comply will result in a precision fire strike on Anvil Port. You have 3 minutes to surrender all weapons and illegally hoarded supplies. All personnel are to assemble on the surface and lay down your arms. Failure to comply will result in a precision fire strike on Anvil Port." He released the transmit button. A burst of harsh static came through the comm channel, followed by a few fragmented curses. "The Empire. The Empire abandoned this sector long ago. Where the hell did you crawl out from? A cruiser. Who are you trying to fool? The Imperial fleet is all huddled behind the defensive lines. They don't have time for a dump like this. Boss 1 says sink any ship that comes. Boys, man the turrets." Lu Feng listened to the curses and mockery on the channel, his expression unchanged. He switched off the communication broadcast and pulled up the coordinates of all 12 turrets on the tactical console, locking onto each one. "System, all turrets full firepower. 3 volleys. Command confirmed. 8 medium ion cannons charging. Charge complete. Open fire." The Hurricane's hull trembled slightly. 8 pale blue beams lanced out from the cannons on the ship's underside, tracing 8 perfectly straight lines through space to precisely strike the 12 light turrets on Anvil Port's surface. The moment the ion beams hit the turret, armor metal melted and gun barrels warped under the extreme heat. Ammunition bays detonated from the high temperatures, and the resulting explosions bloomed into 12 brilliant sparks across SC-47's dim gray surface. The 3 volleys ended. All 12 turrets were silenced. Several had their very bases melted through, collapsing into craters that billowed with white smoke. The jeering voices on the communication channel vanished, replaced by a cacophony of panicked shouts. "Damn! It's truly a cruiser. All the turrets are gone. Not a single one left. Ion cannon. At least cruiser-level firepower." Lu Feng reactivated the communication broadcast. 3 minutes are up. What's your answer?" There was silence on the other end of the communication channel for about 10 seconds. A hoarse voice sounded unlike the previous panicked shouts. "Little pup of the Empire. Do you think that by destroying a few turrets Iron Anvil Port will kneel to you? When I served in the Imperial Army you didn't even know which training camp you were being beaten by the instructor." The one-eyed hoarse voice came from the communication channel. "Is the ion cannon impressive? If you have the ability, blow up the entire asteroid. My mine is 200 meters underground. Can the ion cannon penetrate 200 meters of rock and alloy armor?" Lu Feng leaned against the tactical table, lightly tapping the surface twice with his fingers. He was speaking the truth. The ion cannon is an energy weapon. Although powerful, its penetrating power against thick rock layers and alloy armor is limited. The main mining area of Iron Anvil Port is deep underground. The ion cannon of the Hurricane cannot penetrate 200 meters of rock and reinforced armor. But Lu Feng never intended to use the ion cannon to break through the rock layers. System Hurricane maintain current orbit firepower on standby. Seal all ventilation shafts. If anyone escapes through the ventilation shafts, take them out directly.
Command confirmed. Hurricane entering firepower lockdown mode. Lu Feng turned and walked towards the mecha maintenance bay at the back of the bridge, pulling up the mecha deployment command from the system panel as he walked. System deploy Star Trek Combat Mecha 1 unit. Deploying Star Trek Combat Mecha Unit 1. Deployment complete. Current energy reserves 100 ammunition fully loaded. The lights in the maintenance bay lit up in sequence. The 5-meter-tall silver-gray steel giant stood silently in the center of the bay on a fixed stand. The surface of the armor still bore faint polishing marks left by the system's automatic maintenance after the previous battle at the sewage treatment plant. The barrels of the 2 ion cannons on the shoulders were folded and stored inside the armor plating, while the rapid-fire pulse cannon on the right arm and the 6-barrel rotating machine gun on the left arm had completed ammunition loading. Lu Feng climbed into the cockpit, and as the hatch closed behind him, a neural link was established. That familiar sensation as if his entire body was enveloped in a steel shell surged back. The 5-meter-tall mecha felt like a new layer of skin, each piece of armor and every weapon became an extension of his body. Hurricane descend to low orbit, open the bottom ejection bay doors. Command confirmed. Hurricane is descending, ejection bay doors open. The heavy alloy doors beneath the starship slowly slid open to the sides. The gray-brown surface of asteroid SC-47 emerged beneath the bay doors. The steep rock walls on either side of the canyon cast sharp shadows under the slanted light of the star. The huge alloy gate at the entrance of the mine is embedded deep within the canyon, and the ruins of turrets around the gate are still smoking. Lu Feng took a deep breath and Unit 1 leaped out from the ejection bay. In the low-gravity environment, the 5-meter-tall mecha fell slightly slower than normal, like a massive stone being slowly dropped into water. The thrusters on its feet ignited automatically during the descent, and a pale blue flame cushioned the impact of the landing. The mecha landed steadily at the bottom of the canyon, its feet crushing several loose rocks on the ground, stirring up a cloud of gray-white dust. The hatch above slowly closed and the massive body of the Hurricane rose back up. Lu Feng looked up for a moment. The 320-meter-long silver-gray giant ship hovered several kilometers above him. The 8-ion cannon muzzles at the bottom of the ship glimmered slightly like 8 half-opened eyes. Quite intimidating. He muttered to himself, then turned around to face the alloy gate. The gate was heavier than he had anticipated. Over 10 meters high and about 8 meters wide, the door was riveted with layer upon layer of reinforced armor plates with rough but sturdy welds. Several rows of fixed bolts were embedded in the doorframe on both sides, each as thick as a forearm. Lu Feng didn't waste time looking for a switch. He raised his right arm, aimed the rapid-fire pulse cannon at the hinge position above the gate, and fired 3 precise shots in succession. The dark blue beams struck the half-meter-thick alloy hinge, causing the metal to transition from solid to liquid under the pulse's high temperature, dripping like lava from the doorframe. 3 fist-sized holes were melted into the hinge connection, with the edges of the metal glowing with dark red residual heat. Then he lifted his foot and kicked the center of the gate. With a weight of over 20 tons plus the thrust assistance from the thrusters, the entire gate let out a sound of metal distortion under the unbearable load, and a large section caved inwards from the doorframe. Several fixed bolts snapped, but the gate had not yet completely fallen. Lu Feng took 2 steps back, and the 2 ion cannons on his shoulders deployed simultaneously, aiming at the weakened center of the gate. 2 pale blue beams struck the same spot. The alloy plate in the center of the gate cracked under high temperature, and the reinforcement plates peeled off, causing the whole door to bend inwards at an exaggerated angle. Lu Feng retracted the cannons, accelerated and sidestepped, slamming his shoulder against the bent section of the gate. With a thunderous sound, the gate was forcefully knocked off its frame, crashing onto the passage floor inside the mine. The dust that was stirred up surged through the passage, and the red light of the emergency lamps turned into hazy red halos in the dust. The alarm blared inside the mine, and dozens of pirates surged out from deeper in the passage. The dust that was stirred up surged through the passage, and the red light of the emergency lamps turned into hazy red halos in the dust. The alarm blared inside. Dozens of weapons fired simultaneously towards the entrance, with explosive beams and pulse rounds striking the mecha's armor, sparking a flurry of small sparks. The sparks were dense and the sounds were loud, but not even the paint on the mecha was scratched. Lu Feng pulled the trigger. The 6-barrel rotating machine gun began to spin under the motor's drive, and the dark golden ammo belt coiled into the chamber like an angry viper. The 30mm high explosive rounds poured into the depths of the passage at a rate of 3,000 rounds per minute, with shells cascading from the side of the gun like a waterfall, clanging as they hit the rocky floor and bouncing away in the low gravity. The pirates in the passage were instantly engulfed by the rain of bullets. The pirate carrying the rocket launcher hadn't had time to pull the trigger when a high explosive round directly struck the warhead on his shoulder, the explosion engulfing several pirates around him. The shockwave was amplified several times within the narrow passage, shaking the emergency lights on the walls for a few flashes. 30 seconds later, the entrance passage was silent.
The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and heated metal. Lu Feng did not stop. He advanced deeper into the mine along the main passage, the optical sensors of the mecha projecting the images of the passage ahead into his consciousness. The passage ahead split into 3 forks. The left side led to the living area, the middle to the main mining area, and the right to the warehouse. The system's holographic map showed that the right fork led deep underground where the space was the largest and the energy response was the most concentrated. First to the warehouse. Lu Feng made a decision. The one-eyed could lay down more defenses in the living area and main mining area, but the supplies in the warehouse could not be moved. If he secured the supplies first, this purge would already be a profit. He piloted the No.1 machine down the right fork where the passage widened further in. The emergency lights on the walls transformed into brighter industrial lights, illuminating the gray rock walls and the traces of mineral textures upon them. Abandoned freight tracks appeared on both sides of the passage, with minecarts toppled outside the tracks still containing remnants of low-grade ore extracted years ago. The warehouse area was just ahead. At the end of the passage stood a slightly smaller alloy door compared to the entrance gate. The door was not fully closed ajar enough for bright lights from within the warehouse to seep through the gap. Lu Feng squeezed through the gap in the door, surprised to find the warehouse larger than he had anticipated. It was at least 5,000 square meters of open space with a ceiling height exceeding 30 meters and several rows of industrial lights hanging from above, illuminating the entire warehouse as if it were daytime. Rows of shelves were lined up filled with various specifications of alloy ingots and mineral raw materials. Deeper inside were sealed containers, several of which had their doors open, revealing rare alloy ingots gleaming with a metallic luster under the lights. In the corner, dozens of rows of energy battery modules were neatly stacked along with several locked weapon cases. Lu Feng's gaze swept over the goods as his mind calculated the total value automatically. The visible items in this warehouse alone were worth no less than what he had scavenged previously. He activated the traction beam and began transporting them into the system space. The alloy ingots were the first to be taken. Several tons of metal blocks floated toward the storage hatch under the faint blue glow of the traction beam, as if they weighed no more than foam being swallowed by the system space upon contact. The resource numbers on the system panel began to flicker rapidly. At that moment, a heavy mechanical startup sound echoed from deep within the warehouse. A modified heavy handling mech stood up from behind the innermost row of shelves. Its body was welded with armor plates stripped from derelict ships, and the weld seams were rough, resembling scars. Its right arm had been entirely replaced with an energy cannon taken from a frigate, the barrel disproportionately thick. The left arm remained the original hydraulic claw stained with dried dark green oil. In the cockpit sat a hulking man built like a bear. He wore a crude mechanical eye over his left eye with a dark red dot flickering at the pupil. His right eye was intact, fixated on Lu Feng's No.1 machine. "Do you think you can steal my stuff?" The one-eyed man's voice came through the mech's loudspeaker, each word forced out like it was squeezed through his teeth. He maneuvered the handling mech fully out from behind the shelves, its massive mechanical feet thudding against the warehouse floor, causing scattered parts on the nearby shelves to rattle with each step. "I was fighting in the Imperial Army when..." He raised his right arm. The energy cannon's barrel began to charge dark orange energy, accumulating at its tip. "You brat, still." He couldn't finish his sentence. Lu Feng did not give him the chance. The left arm of the No.1 machine lifted and the pulse cannon fired directly at a distance of less than 50 meters. The dark blue beam accurately struck the center of the handling mech's cockpit. Those welded armor plates melted away like cardboard in the face of the pulse's high temperature, and the cockpit's front window transformed from transparent to blinding white in mere moments. The one-eyed voice abruptly ceased. The heavy handling mech swayed a couple of times and the energy cannon of the right arm drooped, crashing down onto the ground. Then the entire mech toppled forward, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of grayish-white dust. Lu Feng retracted his left arm, the pulse cannon's muzzle still slightly warm. "Sorry, I don't have time to waste with you." The warehouse fell silent. From the cockpit of the No.1 machine, Lu Feng scanned the remaining supplies on the warehouse shelves through the panoramic view, confirming that no unexpected modified mechs emerged. He began to continue transporting. In the deepest part of the warehouse, those sealed containers contained rare alloys of a superior quality compared to those outside, and the numbers on the system panel surged upward with each sweep of the traction beam. It took him about 20 minutes to empty the entire warehouse, and when the flickering numbers in the resource storage section stopped, they settled at a position that made him raise an eyebrow slightly. The metal increased by nearly 50,000 units, energy crystals by over 6,000 units, and rare alloys by nearly 4,000 units. With the remaining stock from before, the total amount of resources he now held was enough to gather another batch of items, but he was still short of a capital ship. He turned and walked toward the warehouse exit as the wind from the canyon rushed in, dispersing some of the gunpowder smell in the passage. The sky above was still that gray-brown dome. The SC-47 asteroid lacked an atmosphere, and a distant star hung like a point of light against the black sky.
System retract. The mech returned to the Hurricane. Command confirmed. Initiating return procedure.
The thrusters on the feet of the No. 1 machine reignited and the body floated gracefully in low gravity. The mech's automated navigation system locked onto the open launch bay doors at the bottom of the Hurricane, and the blue flames from the thrusters traced a stable trajectory. As the Hurricane left the gravitational pull of SC-47, Lu Feng sat in the command seat reloading the pirate distribution map sent by Qin Lun. 26 red markers were scattered in various corners of the outer perimeter of Sector 7, and Iron Anvil Port had been marked with a gray cross by Lu Feng. The system automatically calculated how long it would take for the nearby 3 minor outposts to receive news after Iron Anvil Port was taken down. The communication delay from the nearest asteroid was less than 3 hours. Lu Feng's finger tapped on the nearest marker. The ripples of the message spread outward from Iron Anvil Port in concentric circles. The closer the distance, the quicker the news would travel, leaving him with a narrower time window to exploit. By taking down the nearest one first and pushing outward, he could secure all those outposts before they had the chance to share intelligence. He selected the first target. The asteroid labeled PT-19 on the outer edge of the belt, a stronghold called Blackfin Nest. The marked information indicated a force of about 400 men, one lightly armed craft, and supplies primarily consisting of fuel and energy batteries. The leader was codenamed Blackfin, said to have once been a guardian of a transport fleet, later dragging the entire escort crew into the waters of piracy. The journey would take approximately 2 hours. Lu Feng handed the navigation over to the system, stood up from the pilot's seat to stretch his neck, and lay down for a while in the rest area at the back of the bridge. When he awoke, the Hurricane had already entered the periphery of the star system where PT-19 was located. The main star of that asteroid belt was a gas giant, its surface veiled in dark crimson storm clouds.
PT-19 was the largest moon within its outer ring. The defenses of Blackfin's Nest were far inferior to those of Iron Anvil Harbor. There were no surface turrets, no reinforced alloy gates, only a rudimentary hangar hidden at the bottom of a crater and an armed shuttle parked outside. Lu Feng didn't even bother using the Hurricane's main cannon. He deployed a stellar track mech, leaped from the ejection bay, and under low gravity landed precisely on the roof of Blackfin's Nest hangar. When the mech's foot crushed through the thin alloy ceiling, the pirates inside were still playing cards. 3 minutes later, all resistance within the nest had been neutralized. Blackfin himself had managed to scramble into an armed shuttle before Lu Feng stormed the living quarters, but before its engines could even warm up to takeoff temperature, Lu Feng blasted through its cockpit with a single shot. The remaining pirates dropped their weapons, squatting along the corridor with their hands on their heads. As Lu Feng collected the supplies, he found that Blackfin's Nest had fewer resources than he had anticipated. It wasn't much, but it was still a gain. As he left PT-19, a faint signal drifted through the communication channel, a warning broadcast from some distant outpost with its sentries exchanging confirmations. The content was mostly shredded by heavy interference, only a few fragmented words were audible. Iron Anvil Harbor. Attacked. Don't know who. Lu Feng didn't wait for them to piece together the full message. He locked onto the third target. An asteroid called Grey Rock, roughly half a day's voyage from PT-19. On the intelligence map, Grey Rock's position was slightly farther out than Blackfin's Nest. When they arrived at Grey Rock, the asteroid's surface was covered in layered folds with deep natural canyons crisscrossing it. The pirates had scattered their hangars and warehouses across 3 different ravines connected by underground tunnels. Lu Feng spent nearly 4 hours completing the sweep, 2/3 of that time wasted on finding the warehouse entrances. But Grey Rock's cargo hold brought another breakthrough in his total resources. The stockpile of rare alloys exceeded 20,000 units and energy crystals climbed to over 30,000 units. On the system panel, the blueprint icon for the carrier-class Starship flickered, indicating that some previously grayed-out requirements had turned a faint green. Over the next 3 days, Lu Feng's pace of advance outpaced even his own expectations. Like a player connecting pieces on a chessboard, he moved along the edge of the outer region on the intelligence map, eliminating pirate hideouts one after another. The distance between each outpost wasn't too great. The Hurricane's engines allowed him to complete the transfer within half a day. The firepower of the stellar track mech was a complete overmatch for these small to medium-sized bases. Iron Anvil Harbor, Blackfin's Nest, Grey Rock, Rustbone Bay, Black Sandwell. The news that 7 consecutive nests had been wiped out in less than 48 hours spread like a stone thrown into still water, rippling rapidly through the pirate circles in the outer 7th sector. The first to receive the full intelligence report was the Red Sandbase, a day's voyage from Black Sandwell.
Its leader was Kalen, a notorious wanted felon who had spent 12 years in an Imperial maximum security prison. He commanded nearly 3,500 men, 3 decommissioned frigates salvaged from the black market, and 36 modified attack shuttles. Among the pirate factions in the outer 7th sector, Kalen ranked at least in the top 5.
He received the news in his office.
It was a command room converted from an abandoned ship bridge, its alloy walls covered with star map screens stripped from plundered merchant vessels. 3 of the largest screens displayed real-time traffic in the 3 sectors surrounding Red Sand Base. Kalen sat in a welded metal chair, his feet propped on the edge of the console, a glass of deep amber whiskey in his hand. He was 47, his head shaved to a stubble with an old scar running from his cheekbone to his jaw on the left side of his face. That scar was carved 12 years ago in the Imperial prison cafeteria with a sharpened toothbrush handle. Later he threw that man from the 3rd floor. His second-in-command pushed open the door just as he was raising the whiskey to his lips.
Boss, Ironlouse Harbor is gone too.
Kalen's hand froze midair, the glass a mere 2 centimeters from his mouth.
When? 4 hours ago. Due to communication lag, we only just received confirmation.
The second-in-command walked to the console and pulled up an intercepted communication fragment. Before Ironlouse Harbor fell, they sent out a distress signal, but its power was too low.
Most of it was swallowed by interference from the asteroid belt. This is all we got. He tapped on the console.
A garbled voice came through the communicator, torn to shreds by interference, but the tremor in the speaker's voice was unmistakable.
A cruiser. No Imperial fleet markings. 1 man. He came in alone with a mech. The warehouse is cleaned out. 1 man.
Kalen set the glass down on the console. The base clinked sharply against the metal surface.
It's not just Grey Rock's people saying that. Blackfin's Nest sent out a signal before with a similar story.
A cruiser of unknown origin, silver gray paint, no fleet number, no affiliation markings. Only 1 mech deployed from the ship, and 1 man took down the entire nest. The second-in-command brought up another set of data on the screen showing the positions of Iron Anvil Harbor, Blackfin's Nest, and Grey Rock on the star map. 3 red crosses formed a crooked line. His advance route started from Iron Anvil Harbor, then to Blackfin's Nest, then to Grey Rock.
Following this direction, his next target should be in our area. Kalen didn't speak immediately.
He stood up from the metal chair, walked to the 3 star map screens, and clasped his hands behind his back as he studied the red crosses and route markers.
The room was silent for about half a minute.
One eye at Iron Anvil Harbor. Do you know how many men he had?
Just over 900. And Blackfin's Nest? A little over 400. Grey Rock? Also around 400.
But Grey Rock's terrain is complex, with 3 ravines connected by underground tunnels, easy to defend, hard to attack.
So that cruiser pilot took out thousands of armed men in 48 hours. Kalen turned around, the scar on his face catching the light with a faint pink sheen. And he only had 1 ship and 1 mech.
The second-in-command swallowed hard, saying nothing.
Kalen walked back to the metal chair, sat down, and downed the whiskey in 1 gulp. The ice cubes clinked crisply against the empty glass. He's not Imperial fleet.
The Empire doesn't operate single ships, and they sure as hell don't send 1 man with a mech into a pirate nest. Those regulars fight with formations and firepower nets, not like this.
Then who is he? I don't know. Kalen placed the empty cup on the counter, his finger tracing the rim. But he has already taken down 7 nests. If he continues like this, he will eliminate all the outposts in the periphery of the 7th Star District one by one.
The deputy hesitated for a moment. Boss, should we
retreat first? Kalen glanced at him.
That look made the deputy swallow his words.
Retreat? I've been in the 7th Star District for over a decade, and I've never been chased like this.
Kalen stood up from his chair, lowering his voice a few notches.
He won't stop.
A person who dares to act like this alone is either a madman or well prepared.
Either way, his next target must be our outposts.
He walked to the control panel and quickly tapped a few times. Get me Lopez from Ashen Cliff and Fat Leon from Deep Space Station.
Encrypt the channel to the highest level. I want to initiate a 3-way call. The deputy was taken aback. 3-way call? Boss, are you trying to? I want to gather all our remaining outposts. Kalen's voice was devoid of any hesitation. He can easily handle one of our outposts alone, but if all the outposts unite, I don't believe he can withstand it. The encryption protocol took nearly 20 minutes to establish completely.
Although there was occasional communication between the pirate outposts and the periphery of the 7th Star District, no leader had ever attempted to pull multiple people into the same channel. Kalen used his most powerful relay communication array, and after 3 signal hops and 2 layers of encryption, he finally connected both Ashencliff and Deep Space Station.
Lopez, the leader of Ashencliff, was a woman 35 years old and had been an intelligence analyst for the Empire's 7th Fleet.
She was sentenced to death by a military court for selling military intelligence without authorization, and during her transport turned the 3 MPs escorting her escaping with them to the periphery of the 7th Star District. Her outpost Ashencliff was built on the cliff face of a shattered planet so steep that even light attack vessels found it difficult to find a safe landing angle. She had 3,800 followers, all of whom were fugitives hand-picked by her. Fat Liang from Deep Space Station, whose real name was Liang Xiaotian, weighed over 180 kilograms and was the least pirate-like among all the pirate leaders in the periphery of the 7th Star District. He was formerly the cargo scheduling director for the Empire's largest civilian shipping company, Distant Starship. He falsely reported cargo losses for 7 consecutive years, embezzling nearly 20 million star coins worth of goods, and fled with an entire cargo fleet during an internal investigation. Later he occupied the only abandoned civilian deep space supply station in the periphery of the 7th Star District, transforming it into a trading hub floating at the intersection of pirate shipping lanes. His number of followers was small, just over 2,000, but he controlled nearly all the black market trading channels in the periphery of the 7th Star District. These 2 individuals shared a common point with Kalen: their outposts were all located along the shipping lanes extending from the limestone. If that silver gray cruiser continues along its designated course, their 3 outposts will be the first targets to be hit. Once the 3-way call was connected, Kalen wasted no time. Anvil, Port Blackfin, Nest, Limestone and several others have all been taken down. The attacker is the same person as silver gray cruiser without a serial number or markings. There is only one 5-meter class mech on board, but its firepower is at least military grade. All the taken down outposts have been cleared of their warehouses. There was silence in the communication channel for about 5 seconds. Lopez's voice was the first to break the silence, calm and measured, characteristic of someone who had been in the intelligence department. I have already received a distress signal from Limestone. The signal is heavily interfered with, but I filtered out the key information. That cruiser is at least of medium size, and the mech's firepower configuration does not seem like a civilian modification. Liang Xiaoshan's voice followed, heavy with breaths, each sentence punctuated by slight gasps. What does he want? To rob resources? Or is the Empire sending someone to hunt us down? Not the Empire. Lopez answered that question for Kalen. I have checked the patrol records of the Empire's 7th Fleet in the periphery of the 7th Star District. There has not been a single cruiser that has detached from the main formation in the past 3 months. Moreover, the Empire's cleanup operations are never executed by a single ship. They have standard operational procedures, and at least a 3-ship formation is required. Then who is this person? Liang Xiaoshan's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Whoever he is. Kalen interjected, his voice like a tightly clenched alloy. He has already taken down 3 outposts, and if he continues like this, in no more than 2 weeks the entire periphery of the 7th Star District will be cleaned out. Your outposts are all in his advance route, and at his current speed of advance he could reach Ashencliff in no more than 4 days. Another silence fell, longer than the previous one. Lopez spoke first, his tone no longer as calm as before, but tinged with thinly veiled anger. What do you want to do? Let's unite the 3 of us first. Kalen paused and continued. Joint Operations Unified Command. We will set up an ambush at the intersection of the shipping lanes around Ashencliff and wait for him to crash in. A rustling sound came from Liang Xiaoshan's side, as if he was shifting his massive body. Union is fine, but I'm not good at fighting, and my people aren't skilled in direct combat. Let me handle logistics and intelligence. I can monitor all movements on the civilian shipping lanes in the periphery of the 7th Star District from now on. As long as that cruiser is still in this star area, I can locate its approximate position. Deal, Kalen said. Lopez's fingers tapped lightly on the control panel, producing a crisp sound. What about tactics? Can the firepower from your 3 retired frigates withstand a cruiser in a direct confrontation? We can't win in a direct fight. Kalen's frankness was unexpectedly refreshing. But if the 3 of us attack simultaneously from 3 directions, combined with your heavy anti-ship missiles from Ashencliff, we can at least force him into a defensive posture. Once his shields are spread thin, the attack vessels can strike from the flanks. If he doesn't deploy the mech, we will exhaust him with ship cannons and missiles. If he does deploy the mech, our ground forces combined are nearly 8,000. I don't believe 8,000 people can't take down one mech. Lopez fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. The feasibility of this plan is higher than I imagined. But I have one addition: we need to bring in the other outposts as well. Kalen raised his eyebrows slightly. What you want is joint operations, not 3 families piecing together a temporary fleet.
If it's just the three of us, even if we win, the losses will be heavy. But if we gather the forces of the other outposts, that would mean at least 6 armed vessels at the frigate level, over 100 attack vessels, along with countless ground firepower. Lopez's voice was steady and cold. Isn't he alone? Then let's show him what it feels like to have thousands of people standing before him. Liang Xiaoshen's breathing grew noticeably heavier. How long do you think it will take to coordinate all these people from the other outposts? Just convincing them to join forces. No need to persuade them one by one. Kalen cut him off, precisely severing the latter half of Liang Xiaoshen's words. He leaned forward, elbows resting on the edge of the communication console, his gaze fixed on the slightly distorted face of Liang Xiaotian on the screen captured by the close-range camera. Give him an offer. Whoever participates in this joint operation splits all the spoils equally afterward. How much can that cruiser carry? How much is a military-grade mech worth? I refuse to believe this price won't tempt those starving vultures. The communication channel fell silent for 2 seconds, and Liang Xiaoshen's lips moved slightly as if silently calculating those figures. The three-way call lasted nearly 2 hours. Kalen Lopez and Liang Xiaotian hammered out the entire framework of the joint operation. From the ambush location troop allocations for each outpost and unified communication encryption protocols to the post-battle resource distribution ratio, every detail was subjected to repeated bargaining and revision. When the call ended, Liang Xiaotian promised to notify all reachable pirate outposts on the periphery of the 7th star sector within 24 hours. His voice sounded drained of strength, carrying a hollow fatigue after exhaustion, yet still tinged with a hint of tense excitement. After all, once this joint plan materialized, it would be the largest armed collaboration in the outer zone in decades. Lopez began mobilizing Ashcliffe's engineering teams to deploy gravity traps and minefields around the predetermined ambush point. Kalen turned off the communication panel, rose from the metal chair, and walked to the massive viewport in the command room. The starry sky outside was as tranquil as a painting. The asteroid surface where the red sand base was located was covered in a reddish iron oxide layer glowing with a dull bloody hue under the distant star's illumination. His deputy stood at the door, hesitating before speaking. That young man named Damien had followed Kalen for 5 years, rising from an ordinary crewman to his current position. Boss, do you think we can really take down that cruiser by joining forces? Kalen did not turn around. He gazed at the tranquil starry sky through the viewport, tapping his fingers lightly twice on the window frame. I'm not worried about whether we can take it, he said. I'm worried about how many more outposts he'll wipe out before he falls into the ambush. The deputy froze, about to ask what he meant, but Kalen had already turned and walked toward the console. Speed up the communication. Notify all outposts before we complete our assembly. No matter what happens, do not engage alone. If you see that silver gray cruiser, retreat immediately. No firing, no provoking, no foolish thoughts of a solo fight. He sat down again, pulled up the communication panel, and began drafting encrypted messages to the various outposts. Meanwhile, in deep space, nearly a day's voyage from the red sand base, a silver gray cruiser maintained sublight cruising speed, moving along the edge of an asteroid belt toward its next target. On the bridge, Lu Feng leaned back in the command seat, the holographic screen before him displaying the pirate distribution map transmitted by Qinlan. Anvil, Port Blackfin, Nest, and Greyrock were already marked with gray crosses, while the remaining dozen red markers were scattered across different corners of the star chart. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the command seat, his gaze drifting among the red markers on the star chart. The remaining red markers were scattered across different corners of the outer zone. He needed to find a suitable next target. It couldn't be too close or too far. Detours would waste time and disrupt the pace of the advance. His gaze finally settled on a marker labeled Deep Blue Dock. This outpost was at the edge of the star chart, isolated at the end of an abandoned mineral vein belt. The annotation was simple: about 600 men, a small dry dock mainly stocked with ship repair components and propellant fuel. The leader's code name was Stingray. A 600-man outpost wasn't large, but the dry dock meant there might be several patrol boats that could launch quickly. System set course for Deep Blue Dock. Cruising speed. The Hurricane's engines readjusted their thrust angle and the hull turned slightly, heading toward the emptier starfield at the edge of the chart. Lu Feng leaned back in the command seat, the holographic screen before him displaying the coordinates for Deep Blue Dock and the estimated transit time. He was about to close his eyes and rest for a while when the backup terminal beside the command seat armrest suddenly vibrated. The vibration was short, 2 pulses, then it stopped. Lu Feng picked up the terminal and the screen showed an encrypted communication request. The source code was familiar. It was the temporary communication code Qinlan had given him. For her to contact him proactively at this time, it was unlikely to be just for pleasantries. He pressed the answer key.
Xinlan's voice came through the terminal, the background quiet without the faint voices and electrical noise from the underground exchange last time. She was probably not at the black market but somewhere more private. Little brother. Her tone carried a hint of undisguised excitement. Truly shocking. In just a few days you've done such big things. Lu Feng didn't answer immediately. His gaze paused on the star chart for a second, then he leaned back, replying in a flat tone. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't understand. Xinlan let out a laugh, the sound coming through the terminal with a slight electrical distortion. Within 48 hours 7 pirate dens were wiped out. Anvil Port, Blackfin Nest, Greyrock, Rustbone Cove, Blacksandwell. Shall I continue? Lu Feng's fingers stopped on the armrest. He knew the news would spread, but he hadn't expected it to spread so quickly. After Greyrock he had taken out Rustbone Cove and Blacksandwell. Both outposts were more remote with poorer communication conditions. Logically it would take at least 2 or 3 relays for the news to reach the black market's public intelligence network. But Xinlan not only knew these outposts had been wiped out but also knew exactly which ones. This meant she had independent intelligence sources within the pirate circles, and those sources were far more timely than the distribution map he had bought on the black market. You're very well informed, Lu Feng said. It's my livelihood, Xinlan replied lightly, as if stating something obvious. The entire outer zone is in an uproar now. Those pirate leaders are scrambling to find out who's hunting them. Some say the Imperial military has finally freed up to sweep the outer zone. Some say it's a private army hired by a big conglomerate. Others say it's a new breed of insectoid that specifically targets pirate nests. She paused, the amusement in her voice deepening. But I know who it is. Lu Feng remained silent. 1.5 million for a pirate distribution map, and the next day you're out in a cruiser taking out nests one by one. Little brother, your efficiency is higher than the Imperial military's cleansing fleet. Did you contact me just to praise me? Lu Feng asked. Of course not. Xinlan's voice grew serious, the lazy tone fading into a more professional I have an important piece of news. About what you're doing, or rather about what you're about to face. Interested? Name your price. 500,000. Lu Feng fell silent for 2 seconds. 500,000 star coins is no small amount. This sum could buy a high-rise apartment on the Arcadia Prime Star. Xinlan's willingness to quote this price indicates that the information she holds is at least of this level's significance. What kind of information is worth 500,000? Information that can keep you alive. Xinlan's voice was devoid of any embellishment. What you are doing now has already triggered a chain reaction that you cannot afford to provoke. If you are unaware of what will happen next, I can assure you that your beautiful cruiser won't last long. Lu Feng stood up from the command seat and walked to the tactical platform at the bow of the ship. On the holographic screen, the three-dimensional structure of Deep Blue Dot continued to rotate slowly. He was weighing his options. He had only met Xinlan once. She was an information broker making a living in the underground black market of Arcadia, profiting from buying and selling information. The principle of such people is simple: information is a commodity and the highest bidder wins. She would not be loyal to anyone, nor would she harbor hostility towards anyone, only loyalty to star coins. Conversely, the pirate distribution map she sold him last time was indeed genuine. Iron Anvil Port, Blackfin Nest, Greystone. The intelligence on each stronghold was accurate. The level of accuracy indicated that her information channels were indeed deep. Outline of the content, Lu Feng said. I need to know what direction this 500,000 is buying information about. Xinlan seemed to have anticipated his question and responded without any hesitation. The remaining pirates are uniting. It is a full-scale joint operation of all medium to large strongholds in the outer 7th Star District. At least 3 stronghold leaders have already reached an agreement, and they are spreading the call to smaller strongholds. What you will face next is not just a few hundred people in a single nest, but a pirate fleet assembled from multiple strongholds. After she finished the sentence, she deliberately paused, as if giving Lu Feng time to digest the information. Do you think 500,000 is worth it? Lu Feng lightly tapped his fingers on the edge of the tactical platform twice. Alliance. This word was more serious than he had anticipated. He had previously speculated that after the information leak, neighboring strongholds might heighten their vigilance, reinforce their defenses, or even attempt an offensive. But he did not expect the pirate leaders to quickly reach an agreement for a joint operation. The pirate forces in the outer 7th Star District have never been completely united. They often opened fire on each other during piracy due to uneven distribution of loot, and some strongholds even harbored deadly grudges against each other. To unite this group of people, the initiator must have sufficient prestige and means and must offer a sufficiently large incentive. A joint operation of this level requires at least a unified command system, an encrypted communication protocol, and a predetermined ambush battlefield.
Continue, he said.
Sure. Xinlan's voice returned to its lazy tone, but her speech was slightly quicker than before.
The initiator of the joint operation is Karen from the Red Sand Base. He, along with Lopez from Ashen Cliff and Lian Xiaotian from Deep Space Station, has already finalized the framework for the alliance.
She paused.
Lian Xiaotian controls nearly all the monitoring networks of civilian shipping lanes in the outer 7th Star District.
He is currently tracking a silver gray cruiser with no identification across the entire star region. So far he has not locked onto your exact position, but within 48 hours at the latest he will calculate your location.
Lu Feng's brows slightly furrowed.
The civilian shipping lane monitoring network. He was aware of this. Between deep space supply stations and cargo transit hubs there are usually arrays of shipping lane sensors to monitor the flow status of cargo ships and settle fees.
The accuracy of these sensors is far inferior to military grade, but they cover a wide area, almost permeating every commonly used sublight-speed route in the outer 7th Star District. If Lian Xiaotian can indeed mobilize these sensors, then his maneuvering space would be significantly compressed.
What about the ambush location?
Lu Feng asked.
At the shipping lane junction outside Ashen Cliff. All the strongholds you took down are on the same propulsion axis, and the necessary path outward is the junction of SJ7 shipping lanes near Ashen Cliff.
Lopez has already dispatched engineering teams to set up gravity traps and explosive zones around the junction.
Karen's 3 retired frigates will lie in ambush on both flanks of the junction, waiting for your cruiser to enter the trap zone to besiege it.
She paused again as if reviewing some data.
This is just the strength from their 3 factions. If they pull in all the remaining pirates from the periphery, you would be facing a force scale equivalent to 6 to 8 frigate-class armed ships, over 100 attack boats plus countless ground firepower. Even if your cruiser is incredibly powerful against such a scale of siege, the shields won't hold for long.
Lu Feng did not speak.
Xinlan's description was very detailed. Such a level of intelligence precision could not be pieced together from second-hand accounts or intercepted sporadic communications. Xinlan's description was very detailed. Such a level of intelligence precision could not be pieced together from second-hand accounts or intercepted sporadic communications. No matter which, the value of this information far exceeded 500,000. Lu Feng stood before the tactical platform, the coordinates of Deep Blue Dock still flickering on the holographic screen. According to his original plan, the Hurricane would arrive at the outskirts of Deep Blue Dock in 3 hours, after which he would clear this stronghold in the same manner.
But if Xinlan's information is accurate, then Deep Blue Dock is very likely a forward outpost preset by the Joint Fleet. Lianzai Ocean's shipping lane monitoring network may not have locked onto him yet, but once he appears at Deep Blue Dock, his location will be completely exposed. And exposing his location would equate to providing a target for the Joint Fleet's ambush.
Is the information true? He asked.
My business thrives on credibility.
Xinlan repeated the phrase she had said during their last meeting with a hint of undisguised pride in her tone.
Moreover, the risk of this information is far greater than that of the distribution map.
I am taking the risk of being hunted by all the pirates of the outer district to sell this information to you. If they find out that someone has leaked the complete plan for a joint operation, I won't be able to survive in the underground market of Arcadia.
Lu Feng called up the transfer interface on the tactical platform and entered the figure of 500,000 star coins.
The chip tapped against the terminal side and a payment notification popped up on Xinlan's end. Received it. She paused. Little brother, since you are one of my few customers who pay so promptly, I'll give you a piece of advice for free.
What advice? Lu Feng asked.
Change your approach. Their ambush is laid out along your advance line with all their forces concentrated on the premise of you continuing toward Ashen Cliff. If you circumvent from the side or jump out of the outer area to find another target, their entire plan will collapse. You've been pushing forward hidden and they've already figured out your pattern.
Change your tactics, keep them guessing your next move.
Lu Feng's fingers paused at the edge of the tactical platform, then he said, "Thank you for your suggestion."
Xinlan chuckled softly.
You're welcome. But seriously, don't die on me. I can't afford to lose a client who pays in full every time without haggling and does so quickly.
But I have a question, why don't you sell my information to the pirates?
Lu Feng asked curiously. The line on the other end fell silent. After a long pause, Xinlan spoke. The lazy tone in her voice had completely vanished. Because I also want to see them die.
Lu Feng did not respond, leaning against the edge of the tactical platform with his hands crossed in front of him, waiting for her to continue.
5.5 years ago there was a place called Buyout Port on the outskirts of the 7th Star Zone.
It was a civilian deep space supply station not aligned with any faction, only providing fuel and transfer services for passing merchant ships and mining teams. About 200 people lived there, half of whom were staff of the supply station and half were family members. Buyout Port is not located on any official shipping route, it holds no military value and has no strategic resource reserves. Logically speaking, such places should never appear on any target list for military conflict. Qianlan spoke slowly as if she had rehearsed this segment countless times in her mind, yet each time she truly spoke it she still stumbled on some difficult syllables.
But pirates don't need a reason.
Karen from Red Sand Base had just acquired the first batch of heavy raiding equipment and needed a target to test it out. He chose Buyout Port simply because there were too few merchant ships on that route and he needed a sufficiently conspicuous target to declare his rise to the entire outer region.
Over 200 people.
He left 3 survivors not out of mercy but so those 3 could spread the word, letting the entire 7th Star Zone know what kind of person Karen was. Lu Feng stood in front of the tactical platform, the coordinates of Deep Blue Dock still flashing on the holographic screen, but his attention had already shifted away from that marker.
"Were you one of the survivors?" he asked. "No. By the time I arrived there were no living people left at the station."
Qianlan's voice showed no hint of tears, no stammering, not even any noticeable emotional fluctuation.
Yet every word felt as if it were pressed against a wall. "I grew up in Buyout Port.
That day I was running a cargo in Arcadia, and when I returned all I saw was a wreckage turned into a honeycomb by explosive shells."
Lu Feng closed his eyes, not asking for more details.
"I've been in Arcadia for so many years, working as an information broker, helping people connect, taking on all sorts of jobs. But I'm just an information broker with no fleet, no mechs, not even a small assault ship that can fire.
So I could only wait.
Wait for the Empire to remember this lawless area, wait for some major conglomerate to get robbed and hire mercenaries for revenge, or wait for these pirates to kill each other over their spoils."
She let out a very faint, almost inaudible cold laugh.
"I waited for 5.5 years and not a single person came. Then one day in the black market a stranger walked in displaying the habits of a starship pilot.
I guessed you were here for information.
But what I didn't expect was that after you got the information you didn't sell it, nor did you avoid the shipping routes. You directly flew your starship and took out those nests one by one." At this point Qianlan's voice finally held a hint of wavering, as if something suppressed for too long finally found a crack.
"In just a few days you eliminated 7 nests.
Those nests that made me grit my teeth in frustration for years vanished under your hands like falling blocks.
So little brother, you ask me why I didn't sell your information to the pirates."
She paused, and when she spoke again her voice had returned to calmness. "Because for the first time in my life I saw someone achieve what I had only dreamed of doing. Joint operational intelligence. Even if you can't pay for it now, I will eventually find a way to get the information into your hands." Her voice trembled slightly on the last few words, but she quickly steadied herself. Lu Feng remained silent for a long time, the holographic screen on the tactical platform still slowly rotating, the marker for Deep Blue Dock flashing red. He deleted the navigation route originally heading for Deep Blue Dock from the system.
"Where is Karen?" he asked.
"Red Sand Base."
Qianlan's voice became crisp again. "I will send you the coordinates along with the detailed deployment for the joint operation.
But you need to understand that charging straight into the ambush zone is suicidal. Once their forces are fully gathered, just the number of ships alone can trap your cruiser in a web of fire."
"I don't plan to charge into the ambush zone."
Lu Feng's fingers swiftly glided over the tactical platform, pulling up the pirate distribution map sent by Qianlan, moving aside the points already marked with gray crosses and re-examining the remaining red markers.
"You said they set up an ambush along my advance axis."
"All their force concentration assumes I will continue pushing forward along this line."
"Exactly. Then I won't take this line anymore."
His fingertip tapped heavily on a red marker.
"Notify everyone. Move everything to the transport ships. Grab as many supplies as you can. What you can't take, vent it through the emergency valves. Don't leave that bastard a single usable thing."
Qianlan was silent for 2 seconds, then let out a faint sigh. "I've already packed the coordinates of the Red Sand Base in the attachment."
"But you need to think clearly. Kalen isn't a fool like One Eye.
If he dares to pull his main force out for an ambush, he'll leave enough defensive troops at his lair.
No matter how strong the defense is, it's better than charging Hedon into the pirates' combined fleet," said Lu Feng.
"All right. Since you've decided, I won't stop you. But the structure of the Red Sand Base is different from those mining outposts. It was originally an administrative center of the Imperial Mining Company, later converted into a fortress by Kalen.
The main building has 3 underground floors and 6 above ground. The exterior walls are prefabricated alloy armor plates at least half a meter thick. Xinlan's voice returned to its professional clarity. Lu Feng's fingers slid across the tactical table, calling up a 3-dimensional structural diagram of the red sand base. As Xinlan had said, this stronghold was far from the crudeness of a mining nest. From the diagram, its main structure was a 6-story trapezoidal building. The alloy armor plates hung on the exterior walls were neatly arranged with tidy wells retaining the engineering standards of the mining company era. The main gate featured a double-layer defense design, an outer hydraulic-driven alloy gate and an inner blast-resistant airtight door. The buffer zone between the 2 doors was less than 2 meters. Any attempt to forcibly breach the gate would have most of its power consumed within this 2-meter gap. What about the escape exit? An abandoned airlock. That was an interface for docking small cargo ships during the mining company era. Kalen sealed it, but not completely. If you apply a strong external impact, the seal should be blown open. Xinlan paused. But that airlock passage is very narrow, and at the end is a blast door. Even if you get in, you'll be trapped in the passage, a sitting duck. Got it. Xinlan didn't argue further. After the communication ended, Lu Feng stood before the tactical table for nearly half a minute. On the holographic screen, the 3-dimensional structural diagram of the red sand base rotated slowly. The functional zones and structural weak points of each floor were automatically marked by the system. The main gate was marked in red, high defense level, high cost for a forced breakthrough. The escape route was marked in yellow, feasible but risky, narrow passage prone to ambush. His gaze moved across the structural diagram, finally settling on the top of the main building. The 6th floor, the platform. The label read former helipad, now an open-air cargo yard, no roof covering. System, the armor thickness of the red sand base's top platform. Calculating. The top platform is a converted helipad structure, prefabricated alloy plate, thickness approximately 15 centimeters with a lightweight support framework underneath and no additional reinforcement. 15 centimeters. The Hurricane's ion cannons within standard range could melt through 40 centimeters of homogeneous alloy armor after 2 volleys. The thickness of the 6th floor platform was less than half of that. Lu Feng leaned back in the command seat, the holographic screen in front of him switching to a top-down view of the red sand base. He quickly ran through the plan in his mind. First, blast through the platform from the top, pour directly into the 6th floor, then clear from top to bottom. Kalen's defensive layout must be oriented towards the ground entrance. He had probably never imagined someone would smash through his roof from the sky. System, correct course. Target, red sand base. Maximum cruising speed. As the Hurricane approached the outskirts of the red sand base, all active sensors were shut down, leaving only passive optical and infrared receiving arrays. From this distance, the small asteroid covered in a reddish-brown iron oxide layer hung silently in the center of the field of view. The main building of the red sand base sat on a relatively flat highland. The outline of the 6-story trapezoidal structure was strikingly clear against the reddish-brown terrain. The alloy gate at the front of the building was tightly shut. Before it lay an open area with no obstacles. On either side of the gate were rows of low concrete bunkers with faint outlines of gun emplacements inside. Unlike the exposed gun turrets of Iron Anvil Harbor, the defensive firepower of the red sand base was entirely hidden within bunkers. If someone attempted a ground assault, the firepower from those bunkers alone could pin the attackers down in the open, rendering them immobile. Kalen was indeed a man who had fought in wars. But Lu Feng had no intention of going by ground. The Hurricane adjusted its attitude in low orbit, its belly facing downward, and slowly descended to a hover altitude of 50 kilometers above the base. From this height, the outline of the 6th floor platform was clearly visible. Several small transport shuttles and neatly stacked cargo containers were parked on the platform with no signs of personnel activity. System, aim all 8 ion cannons at the central area of the platform. Single volley minimum power output. Command confirmed. 8 ion cannons charging. Charge complete. Fire. 8 pale blue beams poured down from the belly of the Hurricane, drawing 8 straight lines through the air, converging precisely on the same point at the center of the platform. The moment the ion beams struck the prefabricated alloy plates of the platform, the metal burst under the intense heat, welding points flying apart. The 15-centimeter thick alloy plates melted through like paper. The support framework below twisted and deformed under the thermal shock. The entire central area of the platform collapsed inward, forming a circular breach over 10 meters in diameter. Shattered metal plates fell from the 6th floor, crashing through the 5th floor deck all the way down to the 4th floor, producing a series of deafening impacts. The red sand base's alarm system activated within a fraction of a second.
Red emergency lights flashed from the windows on every floor and a piercing siren blared from within the building. Inside the cockpit of Unit 01, Lu Feng leaped from the ejection bay. The 5-meter silver-gray steel giant plummeted from an altitude of nearly 2 kilometers. Its foot thrusters ignited near the platform breach to slow its descent, landing precisely on the edge of the collapsed area on the 6th floor. The mech's feet crushed several warped alloy plates at the edge, producing a dull metallic grinding sound. The 6th floor was a warehouse area with high ceilings and shelves occupying most of the space. Directly below the breach was an aisle between shelves. The shattered alloy plates and steel frames crashed onto the aisle floor, knocking several rows of shelves askew. Various supplies were scattered on the shelves. A few crates of energy cells had fallen from higher up, splitting open and spilling blue electrolyte across the floor. The alarm continued to wail within the building. Through the mech's optical sensors, Lu Feng scanned the layout of the 6th floor. The warehouse area occupied nearly 2/3 of the 6th floor. The remaining third consisted of the stairwell leading to the lower floors and a cargo elevator. At the entrance to the stairwell, a dozen or so figures were already gathering. They held blaster rifles, one carried a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, and someone else was frantically slapping the elevator call button. But they evidently hadn't anticipated an attack from above. The moment those dozen figures saw the 5-meter steel giant standing in the center of the collapsed area on the 6th floor, their movements were delayed by half a second. For Lu Feng, that half second was more than enough. The right arm of Unit 1 lifted as the 6-barrel rotary machine gun began to spin under the drive of the motor. The dark golden belt of ammunition was fed into the chamber in less than 1/10 of a second, unleashing 30mm high-explosive shells at a rate of 3,000 rounds per minute towards the stairwell. The group of pirates had no time to react. The moment the hail of bullets covered the entrance of the stairwell, human flesh and metallic skeletons were shattered into a dark red mist by the impact of the projectiles. The pirate carrying the rocket launcher was hit by the first wave of bullets. The projectile on his shoulder detonated upon impact with the high-explosive shell, sending shockwaves that cracked the surrounding walls. The entire 6th floor fell silent in an instant. Lu Feng did not stop. He maneuvered Unit 1 through the aisles between the shelves, heading towards the stairwell. There were 5 more floors below the 6th, each needing to be cleared. At least a few hundred people were distributed across different floors in the base, the alarm still blaring, and their reaction time was dwindling by the second. He chose not to take the elevator. It was too slow and the elevator shaft was a dead end. Instead, he opted for the stairwell. Unit 1 squeezed sideways through the stairwell door, the shoulder armor scraping against the doorframe, creating a shower of sparks. The width of the stairwell was a bit tight for the 5-meter-tall mecha, but precise control aided by the thrusters allowed him to maintain a stable posture. There were only 2 turns from the 6th to the 5th floor. Lu Feng paused at the corner, extending the optical sensor to scan the corridor of the 5th floor. The 5th floor was the living area with densely packed crew quarters lining both sides of the corridor. The corridor was empty, but at the end around a corner a faint infrared signal was moving. Someone was lying in ambush over there. System thermal imaging analysis. How many infrared targets are behind the corner at the end of the corridor? Analyzing. 7 infrared targets detected. The targets were armed with explosive energy rifles and 2 of them carried individual rocket launchers. They were waiting for an ambush. Lu Feng remained silent. He did not step out from the corner. Instead, he raised his right arm, aiming the pulse cannon at the corner wall at the end of the corridor. The dark blue beams fired 5 shots in less than half a second, each precisely hitting the same spot on the corner wall. That wall was just a standard prefabricated partition, not a load-bearing wall. Under the continuous strikes of the pulse cannon, the energy melted through the wall, creating a hole nearly a meter in diameter. Behind the hole, 7 ambushers were exposed in a completely unprotected state. They clearly did not anticipate that their target would shoot straight through the wall. The expression on the face of the pirate at the front, who was about to pull the trigger, was frozen between surprise and fear. Lu Feng raised his left arm, firing the pulse cannon in a second round, hitting all 7 targets with precision. The corridor fell quiet again. Lu Feng continued to press forward. The 4th floor housed the command center, where defenses were evidently strengthened. Temporary fortifications were set up at the entrance of the stairwell, with 2 groups of sandbag barricades supporting a light rapid-fire cannon dismantled from a warship. However, the firing range of the rapid-fire cannon only covered the area directly in front of the stairwell. He maneuvered Unit 1 to crash through a non-load-bearing wall next to the stairwell, cutting directly into the side flank of the command center on the 4th floor. When he appeared behind a row of holographic displays on the side of the command center, the pirates who were intently watching the entrance of the stairwell through the surveillance feeds were still waiting for him to come out through the front door.
Lu Feng raised his left arm and swept the pulse cannon horizontally. The command center was cleared in less time than it took on the 5th floor. Then came the 3rd floor, 2nd floor and 1st floor. Lu Feng advanced through every floor of the red sand base in the same manner, breaking through walls flanking from the sides and clearing targets before they could adjust their defenses. When he walked out through the main entrance of the 1st floor hall and looked back at the 6-story trapezoidal building, all emergency lights on the ceiling had gone out, leaving only the occasional flicker of the intermittent alarm lights. There were still people left in the base, but no one was raising their guns anymore. Lu Feng stood in the open space outside the main entrance of the red sand base. Unit 1's armor was covered in dust and metal fragments, and the muzzle of the shoulder-mounted ion cannon still retained a faint warmth. He looked up at the sky above where the Hurricane was hovering in low orbit, its silver-gray hull reflecting a cold white light under the brilliance of the stars. Kalen. Base. Under attack. The message had already been sent out. The ambush circle of the Joint Fleet had not yet managed to net their own base before it was taken down. Kalen. Base. Under attack. The message had already been sent out. The ambush circle of the Joint Fleet had not yet managed to net their own base before it was taken down. When the news reached Ashen Cliff, Kalen was in Lopez's command room reviewing the deployment progress of the minefield. Lopez's command room was built deep within the main rock mass of Ashen Cliff, completely undetectable from the outside sheer cliffs. The walls were made of gray native rock, and only the lighting fixtures on the ceiling and the precision equipment in the corners indicated that this was a space excavated by humans from the rock layers. Kalen sat in a metal chair moved from his base, facing a massive holographic star map projected onto the wall. The three-dimensional structure diagram of the SJ7 channel junction covered the entire wall, with red marks indicating the trap areas completed by Lopez's engineering team and blue dashed lines marking the planned locations for the mine array. Lopez stood beside the star map holding a data pad. She was nearly a head shorter than Kalen, but her posture conveyed no sense of one party being dominated by the other. Her voice was steady, carrying the refinement of a military intelligence officer. The coverage of the minefield has reached 70% completion. If the current pace is maintained, it will be completed in another 12 hours. What about Liang Xiaotian? He said he captured a suspected signal from the sensor array in the southern channel. A silver-gray hull with no number. Based on signal comparison and speed characteristic analysis, the confidence level is above 70%. Lopez drew an arc on the star map. If this trajectory continues, he will arrive at our preset ambush circle in about 30 hours. Kalen leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. 30 hours. Is that enough time to gather all the forces from the sub-branches to the designated position? The fleet from the Deep Space Station is already on the way, and the main fleet of Ashencliff can mobilize at any time. Can your Red Sand fleet reach the engagement area ahead of time? Yes, Kalen replied. My flagship is already on standby at the perimeter of Ashencliff, and the remaining 2 warships are rushing here at full speed. The room fell silent for a few seconds before footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the command room. The door was pushed open slightly, revealing a communications officer brought by Kalen, his face a ghostly pale. Boss. Something's gone wrong. Kalen rose from the metal chair, fixing his gaze on the man. What? The communicator's lips quivered, his voice squeezed out from the depths of his throat. The Red Sands base. It's been taken. They broke in from the rooftop, cleared it floor by floor, and pushed from the 6th to the 1st in under 5 minutes. The few hundred men left at the base were scattered. Red Sands is no longer in our hands. Kalen stood still, silent. His expression betrayed no violent shift, but the hand gripping the metal armrest had clenched tight. Nearly 10 seconds passed before he spoke. When did this happen? Just received the news. Communication delay. It actually occurred about 2 hours ago. How many were left on guard? 430. 430. Kalen repeated the number. I left 430 at the base, 2 bunker emplacements, 2 lines of defense. He broke in from the rooftop. He trailed off. Lopez set down his data pad, frowning at Kalen. Kalen was silent for a long while. Then he released the back of the chair, straightened up, and turned to face the massive star chart on the wall. My base is gone. My stockpiles have been looted, my supply lines severed. Even if my remaining fleet wins this battle, we'll have nowhere to return. He turned to look at Lopez. So I have to win this fight. If I lose, I'll have nothing left in the outer rim. If I win, the supplies on that cruiser will be enough to rebuild a base. Lopez held his gaze for 2 seconds, then gave a slight nod. Your fleet remains.
Ashencliff can provide temporary supplies.
Thanks. But I don't want charity.
Kalen's voice steadied like a steel bar, bent but not broken.
I want to fight. Now. Now.
Lopez's brow furrowed. The minefield is only 70% laid. He won't give us time to finish. He just hit my base knowing his style hell set out for the next target within hours.
Kalen walked to the star chart, his fingers circling the SJ7 junction heavily. The 30-hour estimate is worthless now. His current position is at least a day's voyage closer to Ashencliff than we estimated.
If we continue the original defensive plan, he'll crash into us before we're ready. He turned to face Lopez. We need to strike before he reaches the junction.
The fleet departs now, intercepting him in the open star zone between SJ7 and Red Sands. Lopez's fingers paused on the edge of the datapad. An intercept is entirely different from an ambush.
Without minefields to restrict his maneuverability or gravity traps to slow his turning.
His cruiser can dance around your fleet in open space.
Then we crush him with numbers.
There was no hesitation in Kalen's tone. He may be formidable, but he has only one cruiser.
Our combined fleet has 6 frigate-class warships and over 100 attack craft. The tactics he used to breach my base from the rooftop won't work in space.
He paused, lowering his voice. As long as we force him into engagement, he won't have time to hit a third outpost. Within 15 minutes, Ashencliff's shipboard communication array transmitted unified dispatch orders to all participating vessels of the joint fleet. An hour later, Kalen's and Lopez's flagships broke away from Ashencliff's concealed anchorage, heading toward the Red Sands base. 6 frigate-class warships formed a loose battle formation.
Numerous attack craft fanned out on the formation's periphery, maintaining reconnaissance and early warning intervals. In the deep space roughly 10 hours ahead of this joint fleet, a silver-gray cruiser held its cruising speed, sailing toward the outer reaches of the Red Sands base.
Feng stood at the center of the Hurricane's bridge, a holographic screen on the tactical table slowly rotating the inventory list of the Red Sands base. The system completed its tally, numbers flickered across the panel and finally settled.
Metal 460000.
Energy crystals 78000.
Rare alloys 46000.
He stared at those 3 lines for a few seconds, then cross-referenced them with the construction requirements for the carrier Starship.
All sufficient. With even some to spare. He had thought he'd need to dismantle at least 2 or 3 more outposts to gather the necessary resources, but Kalen's stronghold stockpile was far richer than anticipated. Kalen was likely the wealthiest pirate chieftain in the entire 7th Sector's outer rim, and the quality of the materials hoarded in his base was a tier above those mining outposts.
Feng's fingers paused on the edge of the tactical table.
Then he turned and walked back to the command seat. System initiate carrier Starship construction.
Command confirmed.
Carrier Starship construction initiated. Estimated completion time 14 days.
Current construction Q1 project running.
Materials deducted: metal 250000, energy crystals 50000, rare alloys 25000. Remaining resources: metal 210000, energy crystals 28000, rare alloys 21000. On the system panel, the colossal annular structure materialized from the void, its construction progress bar slowly beginning to advance beneath the icon. He still had to wait 14 days.
Feng leaned back in the command seat, watching the progress bar creep forward bit by bit on the panel. The Hurricane's 2nd and 3rd vessels had followed him across the entire 7th Sector's outer rim from Anvil Harbor to Red Sands. He knew full well that even destroying Red Sands and scattering Kalen's joint fleet wouldn't improve the situation in the 7th Sector. The Zerg were the true threat. He needed more starships. Facing the Zerg swarming charges of dozens of vessels, his current forces were only good for fighting pirates and couldn't withstand a direct Zerg assault.
Feng's fingers paused on the armrest, then he called up the system panel again.
The Hurricane's blueprint unfurled before him.
His current resource reserves, after deducting the carrier's cost, were more than enough to build several more Hurricanes. If he could use all remaining resources to construct additional Hurricanes by the time the carrier came online, he could assemble at least a small fleet. For cruisers plus a carrier Starship, this configuration placed at any node in the Imperial 7th Sector would be enough to alter the course of battle. System: construct 1 Hurricane-class cruiser.
Feng issued the command in his mind.
Command confirmed. Hurricane-class cruiser construction initiated. Estimated completion time 7 days. Current construction Q2 projects running.
Materials deducted: metal 15000, energy crystals 4500, rare alloys 1500. Remaining resources: metal 195000, energy crystals 23500, rare alloys 19500. On the system panel, a second progress bar appeared beside the carriers, advancing in parallel. The two bars lined up, creeping forward slowly across the panel. Lu Feng stared at the two progress bars for a few seconds, then dismissed the panel. In 14 days he would possess 4 Hurricane-class cruisers and 1 carrier starship. As soon as Lu Feng dismissed the system interface, his backup terminal buzzed.
It was Qin Lan. Kalen's combined fleet has set off early. Lu Feng's fingers paused on the armrest of the command seat. Early. After you wiped out the red sand base, Kalen couldn't sit still at Ashen Cliff. He issued the order for a full-scale deployment 3 hours ago.
Now at least 6 frigate-class armed vessels and several attack boat squadrons are advancing at full speed toward your location. They are expected to encounter you hidden in a few hours. Qin Lan's words came rapidly, as if she were trying to cram as much information as possible into the shortest time.
Lopez's minefield is only 70% laid.
They can't spring the ambush at the rendezvous point as planned. Kalen wants to fight an intercept battle now, using numerical superiority to pin you down in open space, leaving you unable to maneuver. Lu Feng remained silent. His gaze fell upon the star chart on the tactical table, which was still devoid of any threat markers. What's their formation like? The 6 armed vessels are advancing in a loose formation. Attack boats are deployed around the perimeter, maintaining reconnaissance intervals. Kalen's flagship is slightly left of the formation's core, with Lopez's on the other side, leaving a 2-ship gap in between.
Lu Feng tapped the edge of the tactical table twice. Send it over. Already packaged. Check your inbox.
Within seconds of the call ending, a new encrypted data packet appeared on the backup terminal.
After decompression, it revealed a detailed deployment chart marked with multiple coordinates and velocities. The positions, headings and spacing of the 6 frigates were all clearly annotated. Lu Feng magnified the star chart and spotted a clear window of attack within this deployment diagram. The combined fleet's formation was too loose. The gap between the 2 ships on the flank was significantly larger than the spacing between the others. If he could exploit this gap and sink those 2 flanking ships before the combined fleet could complete its encirclement, the remaining 4 ships would lose their cover, forced into an unknown exchange in open space with the Hurricane. The Hurricane's firepower and armor thickness far surpassed those refitted decommissioned frigates. He quickly reviewed the formation diagram Qin Lan had provided in his mind, then spoke. System, adjust course.
Shift 15 degrees toward the flank of Kalen's fleet, centered on our current coordinates. The Hurricane's engines emitted a low hum from deep within the hull, and the entire vessel pivoted by a minuscule angle. Lu Feng leaned back in the command seat, cross-referencing the combined fleet's deployment diagram from Qin Lan with the Hurricane's sensor data, confirming there were no significant deviations. Over the next few hours he periodically glanced at the trajectory of the fleet rapidly approaching on the star chart. The combined fleet continued its advance at a roughly constant speed, its formation perfectly matching Qin Lan's description. Lu Feng leaned back in the command seat, tapping his fingers slowly on the armrest.
System, activate passive detection. Full power. Passive detection array activated.
Capturing target vessel radiation signatures.
Complete. 6 targets confirmed. The gap on the left flank of Kalen's formation was even larger than he had estimated, like a fishing net stretched too taut and not yet drawn tight.
He didn't need to tear through the entire net, he only needed to cut one of its strands.
System, calculate an intercept course. Use maximum thrust to penetrate the left flank gap of the combined fleet, ensuring we are not detected before entering effective range. Calculating. Target fleet's current velocity is constant.
There is an approximately 120,000 kilometer gap between the flanking vessels.
Using this gap as the insertion point, the Hurricane can penetrate the enemy's flank in 1 hour.
Following the command, the Hurricane's engines emitted a low-frequency hum distinctly different from its cruising state. The hull carved an almost imperceptible arc through space, slicing toward that gap. The lighting in the bridge dimmed from a soft warm white to a somber blue-gray, and all non-essential systems were shut down. Active detection signals were reduced to a minimum, and energy output was concentrated on the engines and weapon systems. The Hurricane glided like a silver fish holding its breath in the deep sea, silently sliding toward its prey's flank.
Kalen's formation maintained its preset advance speed, with attack boats patrolling the perimeter. An hour later, Lu Feng stood before the observation window at the front of the bridge.
From here the outline of the combined fleet was already visible through optical sensors, 6 frigates arranged in a loose line against the starry backdrop. The one on the left had a distinct dark mark on its hull, like a large weld scar left from a refit. System, lock onto the left flanking vessel. 8 ion cannons, salvo fire.
Charging. Charging complete. Open fire. 8 pale blue beams carved straight lines of death across space, striking the port side of the left flanking vessel with precision.
That ship didn't even have time to raise its shields. Its armor plates melted like paper under the intense heat of the ion beams, leaving a breach over 3 meters in diameter on its side. Internal atmosphere gushed out from the breach, carrying ignited fragments into the void. The vessel lurched violently from the impact force. Its attitude thrusters sputtered uselessly a few times in a futile attempt to stabilize before the entire ship began a slow tumble. The combined fleet finally reacted. The remaining 5 ships turned simultaneously, their blue-white engine exhausts tracing 5 bright trails across space. Attack boats withdrew from the perimeter at high speed, swarming toward the hurricane's location. But Kalen's formation was originally designed for a frontal interception with ample spacing between the 6 ships to create a crossfire network. And that spacing was now his biggest problem.
Feng gave the combined fleet no chance to reform its formation.
At the same moment, the left flanking vessel was still tumbling. The hurricane surged toward the right flanking ship.
The same 8 ion cannons, the same salvo.
The right flanking ship reacted half a beat faster than the left one. The moment the hurricane turned, it ignited its engines, trying to create distance. But half a beat was not enough to change the outcome. The ion beams caught up with it from the rear, piercing the casing of its aft engine. The engine compartment melted down from the intense heat and the ship lost all power.
2 frigates had been reduced to scrap in under 40 seconds. The remaining 4 ships finally completed their turn, all gunports simultaneously aimed at the hurricane. Kalen's flagship fired first its 2 medium ion cannons, sending beams of dark red light across space, streaking precisely toward the hurricane.
The hurricane's shields flared with a layer of pale blue ripples the instant the beams struck, the numbers on the panel flickering and dropping by less than 8%. Then the other 3 ships opened fire as well.
8 dark red beams converged from different angles, slamming into the hurricane's shields and stirring up patches of blue-white ripples.
Shield strength dropped by a third. Feng's fingers tapped twice rapidly on the armrest of the command seat, his gaze sweeping over the positions of the 4 light points on the tactical table. They were very close now. In their haste to evade the attack, the 4 ships had involuntarily clustered together during their acceleration and turn. The distance between them was now nearly double its original density. Divert all shield energy to the bow.
Maximum engine thrust.
Full speed toward Kalen's flagship. The hurricane abruptly accelerated, charging toward the frigate position slightly to the left of the formation center. At that moment, the opposing pilot clearly misjudged Feng's intention. He assumed the hurricane was attempting a suicidal collision, so he sharply veered his ship to the right. This maneuver pulled his vessel out of formation, creating a gap just wide enough for the hurricane to slip through between his ship and another.
Karen's flagship was left behind as the hurricane turned and unleashed another volley.
The beam struck the flagship's stern and a dark red fireball erupted from its engine bay. Karen's vessel lost all power, spinning slowly through the void of space.
The remaining 3 ships, witnessing the flagship's destruction, hesitated noticeably in their movements.
The Allied fleet, having lost 3 frigates, was utterly stunned. Without the frigates cover, the attack boats were like moths drawn to a flame, shattered one after another by the hurricane's closing defense cannons. When the last frigate's engine bay was melted through by ion cannons and its hull began a slow rotation, the battlefield finally fell silent.
Feng leaned back into his command chair.
On the tactical display, all the light points representing the Allied fleet had either extinguished or faded to a dull gray. Yet he did not stand down from combat status. The hurricane's shields remained at alert power. Seated in his command chair, Feng watched the debris fragments slowly drifting across the tactical display. His fingers paused on the armrest, but he did not issue an order to pursue. It wasn't that he didn't want to pursue, it was simply unnecessary. Those modified frigates had been completely crippled by the ion cannon volley. Even if there were survivors aboard, they couldn't possibly reorganize any threatening counterattack in a short time. After the Allied flagship's engine bay was melted, its power system went entirely offline and its shield system failed along with it. However, the ship's main structure remained largely intact. Its attitude thrusters had activated emergency protocols at the last moment, stabilizing the vessel from its tumbling state. Though it was now a wreck still held people.
Karen was dragged from the bridge by his second-in-command.
A deep gash so severe the bone was visible had been cut into his left arm by a piece of flying debris. Blood gushed from the wound, dripping down his forearm onto the deck. But he did not cry out in pain. He stared fixedly at the silver-gray cruiser circling in the distance, the fury and hatred in his gaze almost spilling from his eyes.
"Let's go."
His second-in-command Damien tugged at his right arm, dragging him toward the escape pods at the ship's stern. The ship is doomed. The life support won't hold much longer.
If we don't leave now we never will. Karen did not resist.
He let Damien pull him through the corridor choked with smoke and blaring alarms, push open the scorched and warped escape pod hatch and collapse into the cramped lifeboat.
Lopez was already inside.
She had boarded 2 minutes earlier than Karen, with a large burn on her right arm where the military uniform fabric had melted and fused to her skin.
The lifeboat's hatch sealed shut.
As the thrusters ignited, the small craft shuddered, violently detached from the flagship's wreckage and sped toward the deep space away from the battlefield. The interior of the lifeboat was extremely cramped, with seats for 6 people and bulkheads made of thin alloy plating. Apart from the most basic life support systems, there was no superfluous equipment. Karen slumped into his seat, blood still seeping from the wound on his left arm.
Damien pulled a roll of bandages from the emergency kit under the seat and crouched before him to dress the injury. Karen did not look at him.
His gaze was fixed on the palm-sized circular porthole on the bulkhead where the starlight outside blurred into thin streaking lines due to the high-speed travel.
My fleet.
Karen's voice was hoarse and low, as if dredged from the depths of his being.
All gone.
Lopez opened her eyes, glanced at him, then closed them again.
She said nothing.
She knew in her heart that words were useless now. Karen's voice grew louder, carrying a hysterical fury.
My engine bay was melted right through. I stood on the bridge for less than 20 minutes and the entire frigate was scrap.
Damien finished bandaging his wounds, stood up and sat down in the opposite seat. He opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. Karen leaned back in his chair, his bloodshot eyes wild with rage and blood loss, fixed on the starlight outside the porthole.
His teeth ground audibly. He knew in advance. If he hadn't known our deployment beforehand, he couldn't have possibly entered the battle at that exact moment.
After he spoke, silence filled the lifeboat for a few seconds.
Lopez opened her eyes, her gaze settling on Karen's face.
You suspect there's an informant in our fleet?
What other explanation is there? Karen abruptly sat up straight, pointing at the faint glow of battle still flickering on the horizon outside the porthole.
Our fleet's plan was finalized only right before departure.
Fewer than 10 people knew all the details. If he deduced it through tactical analysis, he couldn't have been that precise. Lopez did not respond immediately.
Her gaze shifted to Damien. Feeling her eyes on him, Damien froze for an instant. He looked up at Karen, his lips trembling slightly.
Boss, it wasn't me. Karen said nothing, staring at Damien for a long time.
A suffocating silence hung in the air, like the brief breathless calm before a storm.
I know it wasn't.
He looked up at Karen, his lips trembling slightly.
Boss, it wasn't me. Karen said nothing, staring at Damien.
You've been with me for 5 years. You saved my life. You didn't make it out in time because you were shielding me, and the scar on your face is because of me.
I don't suspect you. Damien's Adam's apple bobbed as he lowered his head.
Lopez leaned against the bulkhead, her gaze sweeping between Karen and Damien before she closed her eyes again. Now is not the time to figure out who leaked the intel. The 3 of us surviving this battle is already better than those who went down with their ships.
Karen leaned back in his seat, staring up at the low ceiling of the lifeboat.
His breathing gradually steadied, his fingers white from clenching too hard.
The question is, where can we even go?
My red sand base has been wiped out and your ashen cliff is exposed on the trajectory.
That fat bastard Liang Xiaotian, once he hears we've been completely annihilated, he'll definitely hole up in his deep space station and swallow all the remaining assets of the Allied fleet.
The lifeboat was quiet for a long moment. Then Lopez suddenly opened her eyes and tapped a few times on the communication panel beside her seat. Her movements carried a resolute decisiveness rekindled after exhaustion, her fingertip tracing a short arc across the touchscreen.
There's still a transport ship at Ashencliff. My second-in-command is on board. Its power systems are fully charged. Once it picks us up, we can leave the 7th sector within 48 hours.
She sent the final command. The indicator light on the communication panel flashed once, then went dark.
The signal has been sent. They should already be on their way.
They'll likely rendezvous with us within a few hours.
Karen's breathing was heavy and slow in the cramped space of the lifeboat.
His gaze shifted from Lopez's face back to the shrinking starlight outside the porthole.
How many people are still at Ashencliff? Less than 200 remain stationed there, but the base's main structure is still intact.
Even if he takes out Ashencliff next, we'll at least have 1 transport ship. An hour later, the communication array of the deep space station intercepted the signal indicating the complete annihilation of the joint fleet. Liang Xiaotian sat in the core compartment of the supply station, which he had converted into a command center. 3 holographic screens before him simultaneously displayed the fading points of light on the star chart. Karen's flagship icon turned from green to gray, followed immediately by Lopez's.
Then one by one the remaining escort frigates flickered out.
His deputy stood behind him clutching a datapad so tightly his fingers had turned white.
Boss Karen and his crew are finished.
All 6 frigates destroyed, attack craft losses over 70%.
Lian Xiaotian remains silent, his mountainous frame sunk into a custom-made reinforced seat. It had taken engineers 3 weeks to weld and reinforce that seat. Standard ship chairs couldn't support his nearly 400 gen of weight. His paunch pressed tightly against the edge of the console, slightly deforming the alloy panel.
His eyes, squeezed into mere slits by the fat of his face, were fixed on the battle reports scrolling across the screen. His lips moved, emitting a vague mumble.
I knew it. I knew it.
He swung a thick hand, knocking an empty energy drink can off the edge of the console.
The metal can clattered twice on the floor.
That idiot insisted on fighting an intercept battle using my channel surveillance net to chase that cruiser.
Now look, it's all screwed.
He abruptly sat up straight, his obese body causing the seat to groan.
Don't just stand there, waiting to die.
He yelled at his deputy, his jowls trembling with tension, a fine sheen of sweat on his forehead glistening under the cabin lights.
Notify everyone. Move everything to the transport ships. Grab as many supplies as you can. What you can't take, vent it through the emergency valves. Don't leave that bastard a single usable thing.
The deputy froze, nearly dropping his datapad.
Boss, abandon the station. This is your life's work, almost a decade.
Just the repair platform cost over 6 million.
Forget it. Life comes first. Can't you understand plain language? Liang Xiaoshan's voice suddenly rose, almost tearing his vocal cords.
His eyes were rimmed with red as if veiled by a thin film of blood.
That fool Karen has exposed us completely.
Tell me if that bastard's next target is an Ashen Cliff ITLL, be my deep space station. If I'm still sitting in this chair when he comes for me, he'll be the next one taken out. He panted heavily, his fingers sliding rapidly across the console, leaving greasy sweat stains on the touch panel. He systematically cut off core system permissions, shutting down the oxygen pipeline valves, powering down the communication relay array, and deactivating all energy cores for the weapon platforms. One by one the internal lights of the entire deep space station went out, while emergency red lights flickered on along the tops of the corridors.
Well, retreat to Sector 6 first, lie low until this blows over.
One man can't possibly search the entire outer rim, can he?
The secret airlock at the rear of the station slowly opened and Liang Xiaoshan's private transport ship glided silently from its berth.
About 4 astronomical units away, Karen sat in the cramped seat of an escape pod, staring out at the unchanging sea of stars through a palm-sized observation window. A thin layer of frost had formed on the window. He wiped it roughly with his sleeve, but the view remained blurry. Outside was nothing but scattered starlight and the vague shadow of the Ashen Cliff asteroid belt in the distance. The pod's life support system hummed in low-power mode like a mosquito buzzing around his ear.
He glanced at the countdown on the dashboard. The transport ship was nearly half an hour late compared to its initial estimated arrival time. Late.
Lopez sat on a folding chair opposite him. Blood continued to seep from the wound on her back, creating a large dark brown stain on the fabric.
Ship's here. Damian suddenly spoke, his face pressed against another observation window, his nose almost touching the cold glass. A medium-gray transport ship gradually emerged from the deep space shadows. Its mottled paint reflected a pale gray light under the faint starlight. Its silhouette was as clumsy as a beached whale. On its side the faded serial numbers from its mining company days were still faintly visible. Although the paint had been roughly scraped off in some areas, the outlines of the embossed letters were still clearly discernible. It slowly came to a halt about 200 meters from the escape pod. Its attitude control thrusters fired a few short pulses, precisely aligning the ship with the pod. The circular docking hatch on its underside swung outward, driven by hydraulic arms, revealing the entrance to a passage dimly lit by emergency lights. A retractable docking tunnel extended from the hatch like a gray tongue reaching for its prey. The airlock ring at its tip clicked sharply as it connected with the pod's docking port. The pod's automatic docking system locked onto the transport ship within seconds. A dull metallic thud traveled through the hull, making the floor vibrate slightly. Let's go.
Lopez stood up, involuntarily wincing as the pain from her wound made her face grow even paler.
Without waiting for Karen's reply, she turned sideways and ducked into the narrow docking tunnel. The tunnel's interior was bare gray alloy panels with an emergency light embedded every few meters. The tunnel was short, less than 10 meters, ending at an already open airtight door. Lopez was the first to step into the transport ship's cabin.
The cabin was small, with fixed metal benches on either side and a ceiling light casting a harsh cold glare. She took one step and stopped.
There were 12 people in the cabin.
They stood on both sides of the cabin, their blaster rifles all charged.
The muzzles were aimed uniformly at the three figures just emerging from the docking tunnel. Lopez's pupils contracted sharply.
She instinctively reached for the sidearm at her waist. But before her fingers even touched the holsters, snapped the cold barrel of a gun pressed against the back of her head.
"Don't move."
A low calm male voice came from behind her, devoid of any emotion.
The cabin fell silent for 3 seconds. Lopez's fingers hovered over the holster, trembling slightly, but she made no further move.
Her gaze swept across the gun muzzles, fixing on each gunman's face before finally settling on the last person to emerge from the tunnel. That person unhurriedly stepped out from the shadows behind the armed pirates. The boots made a crisp rhythmic sound on the metal floor. It was a woman looking about 30. She wore a slightly tight black uniform with short ear-length hair and a round face. She bore a strong resemblance to the information broker Chinlan. The same jawline, the same bridge of the nose, but her features and figure were a bit fuller. The moment the woman stepped out of the shadows, Lopez froze.
"Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang."
Lopez's voice echoed through the cramped cabin, laced with shock and disbelief. She stared at that face for several seconds, her pupils contracting and dilating violently as if confirming she wasn't hallucinating after a severe injury.
"You?" "Yes, it's me."
Qin Shuang raised her right hand, tucking a stray strand of short hair behind her ear. Her left hand never left the grip of the pulse pistol at her waist. Karen squeezed through the narrow entrance of the docking tunnel from behind Lopez. The moment he stepped into the cabin, a dozen gun barrels swiveled toward him in unison. He halted in his tracks. The bandage wrapped around his left arm was already seeping dark red blood, staining the white fabric with a gradient of deep color.
"Lopez. What's the meaning of this?"
Lopez ignored him, her hand still raised slightly, the gun barrel at the back of her head pressed firmly against her occipital bone. She spoke slowly, her voice calmer than before.
"Qin Shuang, you were my second in command.
These past 2 years at Ashencliff I treated you well."
"Yes," Qin Shuang nodded. "You did treat me well."
"Do you remember why you promoted me in the first place?"
Lopez didn't answer.
Her gaze rested on Qin Shuang, her lips pressed together tightly. "You promoted me because during an intelligence analysis I discovered the rotation pattern of the Imperial 7th Fleet's outer patrol formation. You said I had a sharp mind suited for intelligence work. And you did put me in charge of intelligence later. All the communication intercepts, intelligence analysis and risk assessments at Ashencliff were my doing."
"You did well," Lopez said. "Yes, I did. So well that while intercepting an encrypted communication I found something interesting." Qin Shuang pulled a palm-sized data slate from the inner pocket of her uniform.
The screen was lit, displaying a fragment of a decrypted communication record. She flipped the data slate, facing it toward Karen and Lopez. 3 days before White Gull Station was taken, an encrypted message was sent from Ashencliff to Red Sandbase, addressed to Karen. The content was just one line: White Gull Station's flight path confirmed, clear of garrison, target is actionable.
The air in the cabin froze instantly. Karen's face turned ashen.
His lips parted as if he wanted to say something.
But Lopez reacted faster.
Her shoulders tensed for a brief moment, then she seemed to sag as if a supporting bone had been pulled out from within her.
"You went through my old communication logs." "I went through every log I could access."
Qin Shuang slipped the data slate back into her pocket. The data backups at Ashencliff had been stored on the base's main server for years.
"You probably thought no one would bother digging through those old archives.
But why did you dig?"
Lopez asked.
Qin Shuang looked at her. There was no anger in that gaze, only a cold that had sunk to the very bottom.
"Because I grew up at White Gull Station."
As she spoke, her right hand held the gun steady, the muzzle never deviating a single millimeter from Lopez's brow. White Gull Station, a civilian deep space resupply depot that flew no faction's flag.
Both my parents worked there.
My father was a mechanic and my mother handled logistics in the living quarters and taught me to read. The year it happened, my sister and I were on Arcadia Prime taking the certification exam for intelligence analysts at the Imperial Mining Company. When the notification of our passing results arrived on my terminal, we were at the Arcadia port waiting for the shuttle back to White Gull Station. Qin Shuang paused, then continued. Then the second message came. White Gull Station was attacked by pirates.
Over 200 people on the station, only 3 survivors.
As she spoke, though her tone remained steady, the hand holding the gun trembled slightly.
White Gull Station's location wasn't on any official flight path.
Karen could pinpoint its route windows so precisely because someone provided him with intelligence. Her gaze fell on Lopez. Lopez closed her eyes. She didn't defend herself, didn't deny it. It took me 5 years to get close to you. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor finally crept into Qin Shuang's voice like something long suppressed beneath the ice trying to break through. I started as a low-level thug on the periphery, climbing up layer by layer. I forged my resume, fabricated a criminal record, and disguised myself as a disgraced officer hunted by a military tribunal for selling intelligence. I knew you'd be interested in someone like that because you came up the same way. You spent a year vetting my background, but in the end you still promoted me to second-in-command. You probably don't know how long I waited for this day when you brought me into the Ashen Cliff Command Center and handed me the encryption communication clearance. Lopez opened her eyes. Her voice was so soft it was nearly drowned out by the cabin's ventilation system. So you were the one who leaked the joint operation intelligence? It was me. Qin Shuang admitted without hesitation. My sister helped me with this. Your communications, your deployments, I passed every single one to her. A low, almost growling sound escaped Karen's throat. He lunged forward abruptly, but a dozen blaster rifle muzzles rose 2 centimeters in unison. His chest heaved violently. The wound on his left arm reopened from the muscle contraction, blood dripping from his fingertips onto the metal floor. You're insane. Karen's voice turned hoarse. All for a White Gull station from 5 years ago. You spent 5 years undercover to avenge 200 people. Among those 200 people were my father and my mother. Karen said nothing more. His lips trembled, whether from rage or blood loss it was impossible to tell. Lopez, you asked me just now why I went through your old communication logs. Qin Shuang moved the gun away from Lopez's brow and met her gaze. Because I scoured every data backup I could access at Ashencliff. I knew you were a cautious person, you wouldn't leave any leverage in your recent important communications. But people make mistakes, especially before you had Ashencliff locked down tight as iron. When you sent that message you probably thought no one would dig up old accounts. But you were wrong. Lopez looked into Qin Shuang's eyes and suddenly smiled. There was no mockery in that smile, only a strange sense of relief. You stayed in my base for so long and I never once suspected you. Because you never believed anyone would go this far for a dead supply depot. Qin Shuang took a step back, her gun still aimed at Lopez. What do you plan to do with us? Karen's voice squeezed through clenched teeth. Blood from his left arm had already soaked through the entire bandage, trickling down his fingers to form a pool of dark red liquid on the floor. His gaze locked onto Qin Shuang. The fury and hatred in his eyes were fading, replaced by a numbness born of being backed into a corner. Qin Shuang did not answer immediately. She lowered her head, her fingers gently brushing the gun's grip as if weighing a decision that had been stored away for far too long. Then she raised her head, her gaze passing over Karen's shoulder to land on the palm-sized observation window on the cabin wall. I'll take you to White Gull Harbor. Karen's eyelid twitched. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, reddened by blood loss and rage. What do you mean? Lopez asked. It means I'll let you see with your own eyes what you've done. Qin Shuang holstered her gun. She turned and walked toward the cockpit, at the end of the compartment, her boots clicking a crisp rhythm on the metal floor. Lock them in cargo hold too. Tie their hands and feet. Don't let them touch any communication equipment. 2 of the 12 armed individuals stepped forward, roughly pressing Karen and Damien onto the bench. When Karen's left arm was twisted behind his back, he let out a stifled grunt. The bloodied bandage dragged a winding wet trail across the floor. Lopez did not resist. She stood still, allowing the cold metal restraints to click around her wrists. Qin Shuang entered the cockpit and sat down at the main console. Her fingers hovered over the navigation panel for a moment before she entered a set of coordinates on the virtual keyboard. She had silently recited those coordinates countless times, chewing over them during sleepless nights on the narrow bed in her dorm at Ashcliff. She could type them out perfectly with her eyes closed. The low-frequency hum of the engines vibrated through the floor as the transport ship slowly changed course. The bow aimed toward a stretch of deep space on the edge of the 7th sector, long marked as abandoned. In that area drifted the wreckage of a space station riddled with holes like a honeycomb. The journey was not long. The transport ship glided silently on low power for about 3 hours, avoiding all routes that might have traffic. From the cockpit window she saw the wreckage in the distance. White Gull Harbor. That name no longer existed in the map system. The coordinates that once marked its location were now automatically labeled as Space Structure Wreckage Certification Invalid. Qin Shuang stopped the transport ship about 500 meters from the wreckage. Close enough to see every scorched breach on the ruins through the window. She stood up and walked into cargo hold 2. Karen and Lopez were tied to metal pillars on opposite sides of the hold while Damien was bound alone in a corner. None of them spoke, but Karen's bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Qin Shuang as she entered.
Now it's your turn to experience what despair feels like.
Qin Shuang stood up and tilted her chin toward the 2 crew members waiting in the corner of the hold. They stepped forward, one on each side, and unfastened Karen, along with the restraints on the pillar, from the locking slot.
The metal pillar was pulled entirely from the floor.
Karen was bound to a tumber-high metal pole like a broken body nailed to a cross. Then Lopez, then Damien.
3 people, 3 metal pillars were pushed by the crew into the airlock at the end of the hold. The airlock was small to begin with. With 3 pillars crammed inside, there was barely room to move. Karen's shoulder hit the wall and his injured left arm was squeezed, eliciting a stifled groan.
Lopez stood beside him, her hands tied behind her back to the pillar, her lips pressed into a pale line. Damien stumbled as he was pushed in. The wheels at the base of his pillar caught on the threshold and a crew member kicked it straight. Qin Shuang stood outside the airlock door and pressed a few buttons on the wall's touch panel. She set the air exchange system to one-way mode, out only, no intake. The oxygen level in the life support system displayed in the corner of the panel: 60 minutes.
I've already removed the lifeboat's thrusters. It can't even make the smallest attitude adjustment, it'll just drift. I also physically disconnected the communication system. You can't call anyone or send any signals.
As she said this, the airlock door was slowly closing.
Through the narrowing gap she saw Karen's face. It can't even make the smallest attitude adjustment, it'll just drift. I also physically disconnected the communication system.
As if all emotions had been drained from his body, leaving only an empty shell standing under the dim red emergency light. When the gap narrowed to just a line, Qin Shuang suddenly stopped. She looked at Karen's face through that thin slit, paused for 2 seconds, and then spoke softly. The airlock's audio system carried her words clearly into the chamber. This lifeboat can only maintain oxygen for 1 hour. From the start of the attack on White Gull Harbor to the moment the last person lost their vital signs, that was also 1 hour. The airlock door sealed completely. Qin Shuang stood outside the door, watching the sealing strip around the edge press tightly together with a soft click. A moment later, the small lifeboat detached from the transport ship's docking port below like a seed expelled from a blood vessel, drifting slowly toward the twisted wreckage. Qin Shuang pressed her forehead against the cold glass of the cockpit window, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath of the recycled air from the ship's circulation system. Then she opened an encrypted communication channel and entered an address in the recipient field, one she knew all too well.
"Sis, it's done."
The moment the message was sent, the lifeboat carrying the 3 people had rotated to a certain angle.
Through the scratched observation window, faint shifting figures could be seen inside.
The 3 figures collided under the dim red emergency light like trapped beasts confined in a glass jar. The wreckage of White Gull Harbor drifted just a few hundred meters outside their window. The shell that once held over 200 people was now nothing but twisted frames and scorched metal plates. Qin Shuang leaned back in her seat, watching the wreckage and the lifeboat slowly rotate in the starlight outside the window. She closed the communication channel interface. Her eyes were dry without tears, probably all cried out in the first year. The hurricane hovered for half a day in the deep space region outside the Red Sands base. Lu Feng used this time to complete the routine inspection of the ship's external armor plates. On the system panel, 2 construction progress bars were slowly advancing.
The ring-shaped framework of the carrier starship had begun to take shape.
The keel structure of another hurricane was also steadily forming. In the bridge, he reorganized the remaining red markers in the 7th star sector. News of Kalen and his crew's annihilation had already spread throughout the outer regions. The remaining scattered pirates either began migrating to more remote star systems or sent word through intermediaries that they were willing to negotiate terms.
Lu Feng had no intention of negotiating, but he was in no hurry to act.
He filed the location information of these residual forces one by one, planning to sweep them all clean once the new fleet arrived.
At that moment, his backup terminal vibrated.
Lu Feng picked it up and saw a message from Qinlan.
"Something up."
There was a 2-second silence on Qinlan's end, with only the faint sound of her breathing coming through the communicator. Then she spoke, her pace slightly slower than usual.
"There's something I want to tell you in person. It's not intel, not a deal, it's something personal.
If you're free, I'll send you coordinates. It's not far, just off the route from Red Sands base toward Ashencliff at an abandoned mining transfer station.
My sister and I are waiting for you there."
Lu Feng's fingers paused on the armrest. Your sister?
Yes. My sister. This matter involves her too.
Qianlan hesitated, a faint, almost imperceptible tension creeping into her voice.
I know you're busy. I won't take up much of your time. Lu Feng was silent for a few seconds, then rose from the command seat. Send me the coordinates. The abandoned mining transfer station floated at the edge of a gray asteroid belt.
Its main structure was a spherical body less than 200 meters in diameter, its outer coating long since worn patchy by micrometeorites.
The station's docking ports were dilapidated, only the outermost small berth still barely functioned, its indicator light blinking a dim yellow at the edge of the airlock. The Hurricane hovered 3 kilometers away as Lu Feng piloted Unit 1 away from the ship. The thrusters emitted 2 brief bursts of pale blue exhaust as the 5-meter silver-gray mecha landed precisely on the platform before the transfer station's berth.
He jumped down from the cockpit, his boot soles landing on the alloy floor covered in a thin layer of stardust, producing a dull echo. The airlock door slid open automatically as he approached the hinges, screeching with a harsh metallic sound. Beyond the door was a short corridor at the end of which a cabin glowed with warm yellow emergency lights. Qianlan stood in the center of the cabin. Today she wasn't wearing her usual dark gray hooded jacket, instead she had on a clean sharp black short coat. Her hair was cut a bit shorter than when they last met, revealing a pair of small silver earrings on her earlobes. Beside her stood a woman of similar height. She had short ear-length hair around face and features that bore a 70 to 80% resemblance to Qianlan, though her lines were softer. She wore a slightly tight black uniform. The woman's eyes were faintly red, as if she had been crying or as if she had held back tears for a long time without letting them fall. Lu Feng walked into the cabin and stopped a meter away. His gaze swept between Qianlan and the other woman, but he said nothing, waiting for them to speak first. Qianlan glanced at him, her lips moving as if she were organizing her words. Then she turned and nudged her sister's shoulder, whispering something. Lu Feng didn't catch it, but he saw Qin Shuang tilt her head slightly and reply in an equally low voice. Are you sure? I'm sure, Qianlan said. Then they both turned to face Lu Feng. Qianlan knelt first. Her movement was without hesitation, her knees hit the floor with a dull sharp thud. Qin Shuang knelt beside her, a beat slower but with equal decisiveness. The cabin fell into an instant silence. Lu Feng stood still, looking down at the 2 women kneeling on the floor. His expression under the emergency lights showed little change, though his brow furrowed slightly. What are you doing? Qianlan looked up. In those eyes, always so calm through countless deals and negotiations, a thin layer of liquid now gathered. I told you before, this is the first time in my life I've seen someone accomplish what I've only dreamed of doing. She paused, her throat bobbing. All these years I've been an information broker, networking, selling intel, taking jobs. Qin Shuang infiltrated Ashen Cliff, climbing from the bottom to become Lopez's second-in-command. We were waiting for a chance to uproot them entirely. Qin Shuang finally lifted her head. Her eyes were redder than Qianlan's, but she too held back her tears. The joint operation intel was transmitted from inside Ashen Cliff. We planned to wait another 6 months until Lopez and Kalen showed a weakness in some operation, but then we met you. She looked at Lu Feng, her eyes churning with too many emotions. The night you took down One Eye, my sister sent me a message with just 4 words: the chance is here. Qin Shuang's lips trembled and her voice shook along with them. Then we watched you dismantle those lairs one by one, those pirate strongholds that made us gnash our teeth in helplessness. In your hands they fell like building blocks, one after another disappearing. Qianlan picked up the thread, continuing. Yesterday Qin Shuang intercepted Kalen and Lopez's escape pod at the edge of Ashen Cliff. She put those 3 into a lifeboat stripped of its thrusters and communication system and dumped it beside the wreckage of White Harbor Station. They had only an hour's worth of oxygen. Qin Shuang lowered her head, her shoulders shaking violently, but she quickly bit her lip, swallowing the sob that threatened to break. From the start of the attack on White Harbor Station to the moment the last person lost their vital signs, it was also an hour. Qianlan looked up at Lu Feng. The liquid that had gathered in her eyes finally spilled over, silently tracing down her cheeks. So we came to see you. Thank you. Thank you for helping us accomplish what we dreamed of doing our entire lives. Qin Shuang lay beside her, her face buried in her arms, her shoulders heaving as she let out suppressed, almost inaudible sobs. Lu Feng stood still, looking down at the 2 women kneeling before him. He was silent for a long time. After a moment he stepped forward, crouched down and placed a hand on each of their shoulders. Get up. Qin Shuang's shoulder trembled violently under his palm, then slowly stopped. She lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, the tip of her nose red strands of hair plastered messily to her damp forehead. She had never shown such an expression to anyone before. Lu Feng looked at her, his gaze steady. You did everything you could. You gave me the most crucial intel.
Without your information I couldn't have broken through Kalen's defenses so smoothly. He paused. I helped you complete the final step.
We did it together. Qin Shuang raised the back of her hand to haphazardly wipe the tears from her cheeks, her fingers brushing against her face with a lingering coolness. Though the tip of her nose was still red, her gaze had already refocused. My sister and I have gathered some people over the years.
Not many, but they're all trustworthy.
Lu Feng did not interrupt her, simply waiting for her to finish. During those years at Ashen Cliff, on the surface I was doing intelligence analysis, but in reality I was slowly recruiting people who had been exploited by Lopez, those with family in White Gull Harbor, and others who simply didn't want to work for pirates anymore. I managed to win over 35 people in total, scattered across various positions at Ashen Cliff, from maintenance workers to communication officers. Qin Shuang paused there, turning her head to glance at Qin Lan as if seeking her approval with her eyes.
Qin Lan gave a slight nod. Qin Shuang continued, We want to follow you.
After she uttered those words, she herself let out a sigh of relief, as if she had finally spat out something that had been lodged in her throat. Lu Feng stood up, looking down at the two who were still kneeling on the ground.
Stand up and speak. Qin Shuang did not move immediately.
Her knees ached from the hard floor, but that pain was nothing compared to the turmoil that had just churned within her heart. Qin Lan stood up first and reached out a hand to pull her up. Only then did she follow a layer of dust clinging to her knees, which she didn't bother to brush off.
Lu Feng turned and walked over to the row of old worn-out control consoles on one side of the cabin.
He drew a line through the thick dust on the panel with his finger, revealing the dark gray alloy surface beneath. He was silent for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts.
Can your 35 people take control of Ashen Cliff?
Qin Shuang's eyes, still slightly swollen from crying, answered quickly.
Ashen Cliff has no leader, no command structure right now. Those 35 are enough to control all the remaining personnel. Lopez's main fleet that he took out has been completely wiped out. There aren't many left. What about Liang Xiaotian? He ran.
Qin Lan took over the conversation. After you destroyed the Karen fleet, his transport ship took off loaded with a lot of stuff heading in an unknown direction, but he won't be back anytime soon.
Lu Feng nodded, tapping his fingers lightly on the edge of the console twice.
There was no holographic screen in front of him, but his mind held a complete map of the power distribution in the outer sector.
The deep space station is empty now. Empty, Qin Lan said.
He took most of the things, but the main structure of the supply depot is still there. That floating berth and the repair platform are intact. He couldn't take those fixed facilities with him. Lu Feng's gaze lingered in the void for a moment, as if calculating something. With these two places, Ashen Cliff and the deep space station, plus your 35 people, is that enough to gather up the remaining scattered remnants?
Qin Lan's brow twitched slightly.
She glanced at Qin Shuang, who was looking back at her. Almost simultaneously, the two sisters turned their gazes back to Lu Feng.
What do you mean? Lu Feng turned to face them. I mean, I have my own things to do.
I can't stay in the outer sector guarding this starfield forever.
The outer sector needs someone to manage it. Qin Shuang's expression changed.
She opened her mouth as if to say something, but was stopped by Qin Lan reaching out her hand.
You want us to manage the outer sector for you?
Qin Lan's voice carried a note of doubt.
Are you sure?
We're good at intelligence, but as managers, and I'm not belittling myself, we really don't have the experience. With 35 people as a foundation in Ashen Cliff and the deep space station as strongholds, the remaining pirates in the outer sector have no organizational strength left. Whether it's absorbing them or wiping them out, you're more suited to do it than I am.
The cabin fell silent for a moment. Qin Lan's lips pressed into a thin line.
Her fingers curled slightly at her side, as if digesting what she had just heard.
Qin Shuang reacted faster than her.
She stepped forward, standing before Lu Feng, her voice still hoarse from crying, but her tone had steadied.
What do you want us to achieve? For now I've only cleared out a portion of the forces in the outer sector.
But as long as there are shipping lanes and merchant vessels in this starfield, there will be another batch. Your experience makes you understand this starfield better than anyone. Start from Ashen Cliff and the deep space station, take down the remaining big fish, and the outer sector will be yours to command. As he spoke, Lu Feng pulled a backup terminal from his pocket, called up the pirate distribution map Qin Lan had sent him, and zoomed in on the area with the densest remaining red markers.
Here, here, and here.
There are 3 more strongholds, each with over 1,000 people.
They're the last tough nuts to crack in the outer sector.
He handed the terminal to Qin Lan. She took it, her eyes quickly scanning the red markers on the star map, and her brow lifted slightly. Lu Feng turned and took a step toward the cabin exit, tilting his head to signal them to follow.
Come on, come out with me and take a look.
Xinlan and Qin Shuang exchanged a glance, then almost simultaneously stepped forward to follow. The three of them passed through the short corridor and returned to the platform through the airlock. The lighting outside the transfer station was very dim, with only a few old indicator lights on the edge of the berth flickering feebly. In the open area in front of the platform, a 5-meter silver-gray steel giant stood silently on the stardust-covered ground. The ion cannon barrels on its shoulders were folded and stored inside the armor plating, while the 6-barreled rotary gun on its right arm gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the dim light. Xinlan and Qin Shuang stood beneath the mech, craning their necks, frozen in place as if nailed to the spot. This is... Qin Shuang's voice was tinged with excitement. A soft hiss of hydraulic pressure release came from the cockpit hatch on the side of the mech.
The hatch swung outward, revealing the control seat and the neural link interface inside. Get in and try it. It has a neural link system.
Once you sit inside, you'll learn how to control it. Qin Shuang looked up at the open cockpit hatch, took a deep breath and climbed onto the leg armor of the silver-gray steel giant. Her movements were a bit clumsy at first, her hands searching for handholds on the smooth alloy panels several times before she stabilized herself. But by the time she reached the cockpit opening, she had already steadied herself. Qin Shuang sat down in the cockpit, the hatch closing slowly behind her.
The moment the neural link was established, her body trembled slightly.
In an instant, her vision switched from the cramped space inside the cockpit to a 360-degree panoramic view. The platform underfoot, the transfer station beside it, the starry sky above, and even the texture of a few small pebbles at the mech's feet were all perfectly clear.
It feels like my own body.
Qin Shuang's voice came through the mech's external speakers, carrying a tone of undisguised wonder. She cautiously raised her right arm, her movements somewhat clumsy, like a child learning to walk, testing their balance.
The mecha's fingers opened and closed in the air joints, emitting a steady mechanical hum. Slow down. First, get used to synchronizing your limbs. Lu Feng called out from below.
Your thoughts will be directly translated into the mecha's joint movements, so you need to slow down your thoughts to keep the action steady. Qin Shuang followed Lu Feng's instructions, first slowly moving her arms and shoulders. The 5-meter steel giant performed a chest expansion on the platform, then bent its knees, lifted its legs and took a step.
Each movement went from clumsy to fluid in less than 5 minutes.
Thrusters.
The ones on your feet and back. Try tapping them.
Qin Shuang paused for a moment, then gently activated the foot thrusters as instructed.
2 short bursts of pale blue flame shot from the sides of the mecha's feet.
The machine lifted slightly off the ground, then fell back with a dull metallic thud.
I can fly.
Qin Shuang's voice carried an incredulous excitement.
That's for short-range jumps, not long-distance flight.
But it's enough for rapid maneuvers in low-gravity space.
Come down. Let your sister try.
Qin Shuang jumped out of the cockpit, her cheeks slightly flushed, a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. Xinlan took her sister's place, her movements steadier than Qin Shuang's. She maintained a calm breath and rhythm while climbing the mecha, and her posture as she settled into the cockpit was much more decisive. After the neural link was established, the first thing she did was manipulate the mecha into a complete deep squat and stand. The bending and extending of the knees were smooth and continuous, the entire motion fluid, as if she had worn this steel body for a long time.
Not bad.
Lu Feng said, your adaptation speed is faster than I expected. Xinlan's voice came through the mecha's speakers.
I've done many simulation training sessions.
They're nothing like the real thing, but at least the muscle memory is there. Xinlan jumped down from the cockpit as if savoring the tactile sensations that had flooded through the neural link moments before.
What about the remaining pirate strongholds?
What's your plan? Lu Feng turned and walked a few steps toward the edge of the berth, his gaze fixed on the silver-gray cruiser hovering 2 kilometers away. The hull of the Hurricane gleamed with a cold white luster under the starlight.
Follow me. He turned and walked deeper into the transfer station's berth.
This abandoned mining transfer station, though dilapidated, still retained a sealed docking passage connecting to external ships deep within the berth. Years ago, the mining company used this passage to transport supplies to the station, and its airtight structure remained intact.
Lu Feng pressed a couple of buttons on the control panel at the end of the corridor.
The docking port at the passage's end emitted a low mechanical whir. The outer seal gate slid open slowly, revealing the already docked hatch entrance on the Hurricane side. Xinlan and Qin Shuang followed Lu Feng into the docking passage. The inner walls of the passage were made of gray alloy plates, and the anti-slip grating underfoot produced a faint metallic echo with each step. Xinlan's fingers traced along the wall, leaving a trail through the thin layer of dust. The docking system of this transfer station still works. Lu Feng walked ahead, passed through the hatch at the end of the passage, and stepped onto the deck of the Hurricane.
The hangar's airtight doors closed behind them and the pressure equalization system emitted a faint hum. The interior lights of the hangar flickered on one by one, illuminating the entire space brightly and clearly. Qin Shuang stood in the center of the hangar, turning in a circle, her eyes scanning every corner. Her gaze paused on a row of spare energy battery packs, then shifted to the maintenance terminal screen in the corner. She took a slight breath. You maintain a ship this big all by yourself? The system handles automatic maintenance. Lu Feng walked toward the hatch at the end of the hangar. Follow me. Passing through two airtight doors and walking down a corridor with a dark gray anti-slip floor, Qinlan and Qin Shuang followed Lu Feng into the bridge. The bridge was more spacious than they had imagined. The forward observation window was a single curved piece of high-strength transparent alloy, offering a field of view spanning nearly 180 degrees. The tactical console sat in the center of the bridge, a holographic screen slowly rotating a star map of the outer 7th sector. Qin Shuang stopped at the entrance, her eyes fixed on the massive tactical table. Dozens of coordinate points were marked on the star map, 10 of which were covered by gray crosses, strongholds that had already been eliminated. On the northern side of the map, several bright red markers still glowed. Lu Feng walked to the console and tapped 3 red markers in sequence. Deepstone Fort, Ironfang Harbor and Reef City. None of these strongholds are smaller than the Red Sand Base, and they are more remote, farther from the main shipping lanes. Qinlan walked to the other side of the console, her eyes darting rapidly among the 3 red markers, her brow slightly furrowed. Deepstone Fort is deep within the debris belt at the edge of the 7th sector. The terrain is complex, ships can't get close directly. You'll need to use small boats or mechas for an assault. Ironfang Harbor is built inside an asteroid. The entrance is just a narrow passage guarded by at least 4 heavy turrets outside. Reef City. She paused, tapping the marker for Reef City. Reef City is a floating platform. Its position isn't fixed, it changes coordinates every few days. With Liangzai Ocean's shipping surveillance network down, finding its exact location will require manual reconnaissance. Lu Feng leaned against the edge of the command chair, his hands crossed in front of him. Qin Shuang, when you intercepted Karen's escape pod earlier, did you find Reef City's communication frequency in Lopez's logs? Qin Shuang was taken aback, then suddenly looked up. Yes. I made a complete copy of Lopez's terminal. Reef City had regular contact with her using military-grade frequency-hopping encryption. But the encryption key is stored in Lopez's terminal. Can you use that key to track Reef City's communication signals? Yes. Qin Shuang's voice carried a hint of excitement. If their communication terminal is still using the same key, I can triangulate their approximate coordinates. Lu Feng nodded. Then let's do it. First take care of Deepstone Fort and Ironfang Harbor. Then use your tracking to find Reef City. The Deepstone Fortress is located deep within the fractured star belt, surrounded by floating rock fragments and ice crystals torn apart by gravity. Further in, the passage is too narrow and the hull of the cruiser could be scratched by the slowly rolling debris. In the hangar, Lu Feng stands before 3 Star Trek mechas. 3 5-meter-tall silver-gray steel giants stand side by side. The neural link requires some time to adapt, Lu Feng said as he walked between Mecha No. 2 and Mecha No. 3, bringing up the initial setup interface for both mechas on the system panel. You experienced it during the test drive at the last transfer station. Remember that feeling, the mecha is not just a tool, it is your skin. Whatever you think in your mind, it will do it. Qinlan nodded and climbed into the cockpit of Mecha No. 2, moving with more agility than during her first test drive. Qin Shuang followed closely, sitting in Mecha No. 3. As Lu Feng entered Mecha No. 1, the hatch closed behind him, establishing the neural link, and the familiar sensation of being enveloped in steel surged through his limbs. The launch bay doors at the bottom of the hangar slowly slid open. The grayish-white light of the fractured star belt poured in from beneath the hatch, mixed with the faint glow reflected from ice crystals illuminated by distant stars. The outline of the Deepstone Fortress can be vaguely seen deep within the fractured star belt, built on a fragment of a shattered star approximately 3 kilometers in diameter. Its main structure is a bastion made from welded scraps of decommissioned ship armor plates, with walls sloping outward and 4 heavy energy cannons mounted on top. No. 2 no. 3 communication check. Lu Feng's voice transmitted through the encrypted channel of the mecha. No. 2 is normal. Qinlan's voice was tauter than usual. No. 3 is normal. The top of the Deepstone Fortress has 4 gun turrets, and there are firing ports in the bastion's outer walls. We will circumvent the fortress from the flank of the fractured star belt, advancing close to the rock fragments to use them as cover from the turret's fire.
After breaking through we will clear the area layer by layer.
Call out in the channel if there are any problems. Understood.
The sisters answered almost simultaneously. The three mechas leaped out in sequence from the launch bay doors, gracefully dispersing in the low-gravity environment of the fractured star belt, heading towards a floating rock fragment approximately 500 meters in diameter. The density of debris in the fractured star belt was greater than Lu Feng had anticipated. Large and small rock fragments rolled slowly in the starlight, their surfaces covered with ancient impact craters.
The mechas weaved through the gaps between the rock fragments, the pale blue flames from their thrusters casting flickering shadows on the grayish-white rock surface. Lu Feng led the way, gliding past the edge of a flat rock fragment, the distance between the mecha and the rock surface less than 10 meters.
The airflow within the debris belt created a subtle hissing sound against the mecha's armor plates. The outer wall of the deep stone fortress drew closer. From this angle, the welded scraps of ship armor plates layered on the outer wall appeared stacked with rough but thick seams, their colors ranging from dark gray to rust red. The barrels of the four turrets on top were slowly rotating, scanning the open area in front of the bastion. The turret operators were evidently still focused on the front, completely oblivious to the three metallic shadows approaching from the flank of the debris belt.
Stop! Lu Feng ordered in the channel.
The three mechas simultaneously hovered behind the last large rock fragment, their bodies pressing against the recesses of the rock surface. The main entrance of the deep stone fortress is less than 300 meters ahead, a set of 8-meter-tall double doors made of alloy with 2 firing ports on each side.
No. 2. Do you see the 2 firing ports on the left side of the main entrance? Lu Feng asked.
I see them.
No.
3. Take care of the 2 on the right.
I will handle the main entrance.
Charge the ion cannons and wait for my command.
The shoulder-mounted ion cannons of the 3 mechas unfolded simultaneously.
The barrels flipped out from the inner side of the armor plates, aiming at their respective targets, pale blue energy gathering at the muzzle.
Fire!
6 beams of ion energy shot out simultaneously.
The 2 shots from Mecha No.
2 accurately hit the left side's 2 firing ports, while the 2 shots from Mecha No.
3 struck the right side and Mecha No. 1's 2 shots hit the center of the main entrance.
The alloy doors melted through 2 large holes nearly a meter in diameter under the high temperature of the ion beams. Several of the bolts behind the door snapped and the entire door caved in significantly.
Breach!
Lu Feng charged out first from behind the rock fragment, igniting the foot thrusters at full power, covering the 300 meters in under 3 seconds.
Mecha No.
1 side slammed into the deformed alloy door with over 20 tons of weight. Combined with the momentum, the entire door was knocked off its frame.
Dozens of pirates poured out from the bullet-dodging holes on either side of the corridor, and the energy blast struck the mecha's armor, sending up tiny sparks. Lu Feng pulled the trigger, unleashing a hail of bullets deep into the corridor. Mecha No. 2 and Mecha No. 3 followed through the main entrance, each locking onto the remaining firing points on the left and right sides of the corridor. Xinlan's marksmanship was far better than Lu Feng had anticipated. She maneuvered Mecha No.
2 to raise its right arm, firing 3 rounds of pulse cannon shots in quick succession, accurately taking down a rocket launcher hiding behind a cargo box on the left side of the corridor.
Mecha No.
3 piloted by Qin Shuang suppressed an entire row of firing ports on the right side with a 6-barrel rotary machine gun casings bouncing on the corridor floor.
The firefight in the corridor lasted less than 40 seconds.
The bodies of pirates lay sprawled in disarray on the ground, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and heated metal.
No. 2 No. 3 check ammo and continue advancing. The 3 mechas continued deeper into the bastion along the main corridor.
The passage ahead branched into 2 paths, with the left side leading to the control room and the right side leading to the upper gun turrets.
Xinlan, take Mecha No. 2 to the control room.
Qin Shuang, follow me to the upper gun turrets, Lu Feng said.
Xinlan acknowledged and Mecha No.
2 turned left towards the branching path. Her footsteps gradually faded in the corridor, but every few seconds a pulse cannon firing sound echoed in the channel, followed by silence, then a few more shots. Xinlan encountered 6 guards hiding behind a shelf in the control room. She leaped onto the top of the shelf using her thrusters and swept down from above, taking down all 6 in under 10 seconds. Lu Feng and Qin Shuang advanced up the right corridor.
The stairwell leading to the top floor was very narrow and the mechas could only squeeze through sideways.
Qin Shuang followed closely behind her, breathing clearly audible in the channel. The door to the control room on the top floor was locked.
Lu Feng raised his right arm and 2 pulse cannon shots accurately hit the door hinges before he kicked it open.
Behind the door, 3 operators were frantically trying to manually rotate the turrets. Before they could turn the barrels around, Lu Feng and Qin Shuang's pulse cannons fired simultaneously. The control room was cleared. Through the observation window, all 4 heavy energy cannon barrels could be seen hanging down. In less than 30 minutes, the firepower of the deep stone fortress was completely crippled. The last pirate squad still resisting in the deep stone fortress hid in the repair room on the second underground level, where Qinlan flanked them through the ventilation duct and a pulse cannon shot melted through their cover. Lu Feng activated the tractor beam and began transporting supplies from the warehouse of the deep stone fortress. Alloy ingots and rare ores were collected one by one into the system space. After clearing the deep stone fortress, the Hurricane hovered at the periphery of the fractured star belt to retrieve the 3 mech. Iron Tooth Harbor was half a day's voyage away. From the outside, the hollowed-out asteroid was nothing more than an inconspicuous gray-black rock mass, its surface marked only by a ring of crater ridges and a few abandoned slag heaps. But the intelligence Qin Lan had intercepted revealed that the entrance to Iron Tooth Harbor was hidden at the bottom of a natural fissure. A frontal assault would have us shredded by the gun batteries. Qin Lan frowned, analyzing the situation before the tactical console on the bridge. Then we won't go through the front. Lu Feng enlarged the geological scan of Iron Tooth Harbor on the holographic screen. The main structure of Iron Tooth Harbor is a hollowed-out asteroid. The rock layer on its top is less than 20 meters thick. The ion cannons of the Hurricane can punch through that thickness from low orbit. And after we punch through. Qin Shuang stood beside Qin Lan, tilting her head to look at the screen. After we punch through, 3 mechs will drop directly through the breach at the top. Clear them from top to bottom, just like the Red Sands base. Qin Lan glanced at him, the corner of her mouth twitching as if she wanted to laugh but held it back. You really like crashing through people's roofs from the sky. It works, Lu Feng said. The Hurricane adjusted its attitude in the asteroid's low orbit. 8 ion cannons simultaneously targeted a depression within a crater on the asteroid's top where the rock layer was thinnest. A single volley melted a 12-meter-wide breach through the rock layer. Fragmented rocks peeled away from the breach's edge, drifting outward in slow motion under the low gravity. A second volley exposed the alloy dome beneath the breach. A third volley melted through the dome. 3 mechs leaped from the ejection bay doors, landing one by one on the asteroid's surface. The rocks at the breach's edge were still faintly glowing red, the high temperature creating a hazy heat shimmer in the surrounding air. Lu Feng stood at the edge of the breach and looked down. The space inside Iron Tooth Harbor was larger than he had anticipated. Beneath the dome was a spherical cavity over 2 kilometers in diameter. Layer upon layer of metal platforms and passageways lined the inner walls like the core of a planet that had been gutted and then renovated. Jump! As Lu Feng spoke, Unit 01 was the first to leap from the breach. Foot thrusters ignited to decelerate before landing, and the mech touched down steadily on the topmost metal platform. Unit 02 and Unit 03 followed closely, their landing rhythms almost synchronized. The alarms of Iron Tooth Harbor howled madly within the cavity. Countless pirates surged from the passageways at the platform's edge. Blaster rifles, pulse pistols, shoulder-mounted rocket launchers, all their firepower poured onto the 3 mechs simultaneously. The sparks from the hail of bullets striking the armor were as dense as a torrential downpour. The shield strength indicator flickered on the panel, dropping by less than 5%. The resistance at Iron Tooth Harbor was fiercer than at Deep Stone Fortress. The pirates here had clearly received word of the outposts being wiped out and had made defensive preparations in advance. On the mid-level platform they had even mounted a medium-sized blaster cannon stripped from a frigate. The dark red beam it fired punched a 12% gap in Lu Feng's shield. But Lu Feng didn't give it a second chance to fire. 2 simultaneous shots from the shoulder-mounted ion cannons melted the cannon along with the console behind it into a smoking lump of iron. The battle lasted nearly an hour and a half. The vertical structure of the space inside Iron Tooth Harbor made the clearing process exceptionally time-consuming. Every layer of platforms and passageways had to be emptied one by one. The 3 mechs shuttled up and down the cavity like 3 silver falcons hunting in a vertical mine shaft. The warehouse area at the very bottom was the last to be cleared. Their shelves were stacked with energy cells and propellant fuel. A few pirates tried to detonate them for a suicide strike, but Qin Shuang precisely shot through the detonators in their hands with a pulse cannon. When the last alarm on the bottom platform ceased to echo, the entire Iron Tooth Harbor fell into an almost eerie silence. Only the circulating fans continued to operate, emitting a low hum. Lu Feng stood on the bottom platform looking up at the breach in the dome that the ion cannons had torn open. The rocks at the breach's edge had already cooled, turning a dark gray. From below it looked like nothing more than a patch of sky the size of a fist. System begin transport. Command confirmed. Tractor beam activated. Scanning for recoverable materials.
The warehouses of Iron Tooth Harbor were far more bountiful than those of Deepstone Fortress. The interior of this hollowed-out asteroid had been transformed into a massive storage complex. Ingots of metal were piled up like small hills. Energy cells were neatly stacked on climate-controlled shelves. Rare alloy ingots were stored separately in radiation-proof compartments. In a corner 3 small assault boats were even parked. Though their models were old, their engine systems seemed well maintained. Lu Feng stood in the warehouse, his gaze sweeping over the mountains of supplies. The numbers on the system panel were racing, the reserve of remaining resources climbing at a visible rate. After the 3 mates returned to the ship, the hurricane broke free of Iron Tooth Harbor's gravitational pull. In the bridge, Lu Feng called up the star map and crossed off the coordinates for both Iron Tooth Harbor and Deepstone Fortress. Among the major pirate strongholds in the outer 7th sector, only Dark Reef City remained. His fingers paused at the edge of the tactical console just as he was about to access the encryption key set Qin Shuang had copied from Lopez's terminal. But his backup terminal vibrated first. It was Qin Lan's emergency channel. Lu Feng, there's movement from Dark Reef City. A hint of surprise colored her voice. They just broadcast a clear code message over the public channels. It's addressed to you. Play it. Qin Lan patched the audio through. A burst of static came from the communicator first, followed by a hoarse, urgent, middle-aged male voice. Respected Cruiser Commander, I am He Jin, the head of Dark Reef City. On behalf of all 3,300 permanent residents of Dark Reef City, I am sending you a formal communication request. We have no hostile intent. We wish to negotiate a peace. If you are willing to accept, I can shut down all defensive systems of Dark Reef City within 30 minutes for your remote monitoring as proof of our sincerity. Lu Feng was silent, his fingers stopping on the armrest. Qin Lan's voice came through again. This broadcast has been repeated 4 times in the last 15 minutes, covering all known frequency bands in the outer 7th sector. This isn't a probe. He's letting everyone know Dark Reef City wants to surrender. He's clever, Lu Feng said. Better to open the door himself than have me blast my way in from the outside. Are you going to take the call? Qin Lan asked. Lu Feng leaned back in the command chair, his gaze sweeping over the marker of the still-moving floating platform on the star map. Patch him through. Once the communication was established, the head of Dark Reef City, He Jin, appeared on the bridge's main screen. Lu Feng saw a face unlike any pirate leader he had encountered in the outer regions. He Jin looked to be in his early 40s, his hair neatly combed. He wore a dark gray uniform buttoned all the way to the top. His entire demeanor was clean and sharp, like a retired fleet officer. There was no fear or fawning on his face. His gaze was calm and steady. Commander, hello. He Jin spoke first. To make a long story short, Anjiao City is currently the last large stronghold on the outskirts of the 7 star zone. There is no one left outside who can confront you, Hedon. He paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on Lu Feng across the screen. I do not intend to let Anjiao City become the next target. Lu Feng observed He Jin's expression. This man before him was indeed different from the previous pirate leaders. What do you want? I want Anjiao City to remain operational. It is not a military fortress but a trading platform. My people are not pirates but middlemen. We charge tolls, facilitate the transfer of goods, and provide supplies and ship repair services to various factions. The strongholds you have eliminated had different levels of business dealings with Anjiao City, yet we have never attacked merchant ships. We earn toll fees not through robbery. Lu Feng did not respond immediately. He glanced at Qin Lan, who was standing beside the tactical platform, and she slightly nodded at him. She had indeed confirmed from the intelligence that Anjiao City had no records of direct involvement in armed plundering. He Jin paused again and continued to speak. Anjiao City can be completely open to you. All control permissions for defense systems, inventory lists, and all personnel files will be handed over to you. We will not resist, we will not relocate, and we will not engage in any underhanded actions. In exchange, I hope you can allow Anjiao City to continue operating. Not as a pirate stronghold but as a legitimate transit station on the outskirts of the 7th star zone. Are the terms finished? Lu Feng asked. There is one more thing. He Jin's voice lowered slightly. Anjiao City is willing to acknowledge you as its master. From now on, all profits and decisions of Anjiao City will be made under your command. You can assign personnel to take over financial and military authority, and you can call upon all our resources at any time. We are only seeking a way to survive. Lu Feng fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting from He Jin's face to the holographic screen on the tactical platform. Why should I trust you? He Jin showed no change in expression upon hearing this question.
I can send you the coordinates of Anjiao City's current location right now. You can lock the ship's fire control system onto us and fire at any moment. If you are willing to meet in person, I can take a single-person lifeboat to your ship unaccompanied and unarmed. He paused, raising both hands and slowly spreading them in front of the camera. If you are still uneasy, I can allow your system to remotely take control of Anjiao City's life support system. If I do anything you are not satisfied with, you only need to cut off the oxygen supply. Qin Shuang poked Lu Feng beside her. Lu Feng turned to look at her and Qin Shuang met his gaze and spoke. Cutting off life support means putting the lives of over 3,000 people in the city directly in your hands. Only someone who truly wants to submit to you or has prepared a greater trap would do that. Lu Feng nodded and turned back to the screen. How long will your lifeboat take to arrive? 2 hours. I will wait for you. He Jin's lifeboat arrived at the docking port of the Hurricane 1 hour and 50 minutes later. He came alone as promised, wearing a deep gray uniform identical to the one on the screen. During the security check, he voluntarily unfastened his outer coat, revealing the empty holster on his side. Qin Lan waited for him at the end of the corridor and led him into the bridge. As Jin entered, his gaze quickly swept across the layout of the bridge, resting for a moment on the star map on the tactical platform before turning to Lu Feng. For our first meeting, it is customary to bring a gift. Jin took out a data pad from his pocket. This contains all the revenue accounts and resource flow records of Anjiao City for the past 5 years. You can have any accounting system verify it. If the numbers do not match, you can deal with me as you see fit. Lu Feng took the datapad and set it aside. How much armed force does Anjiao City have? There are 230 permanent combat personnel, mainly equipped with light weapons without ship-level heavy firepower. The 4 cannons of the escort ship are merely for show, with ammunition insufficient for 3 full salvos. Jin answered truthfully. Does Anjiao City still have its navigation monitoring system? Yes. After Liang Xiaotian escaped, the core nodes of his monitoring network were severed, but Anjiao City has its own independent short-range monitoring array covering an area of about 30 million kilometers, capable of monitoring all ships passing through the outskirts. After Liang Xiaotian escaped, the core nodes of his monitoring network were severed, but Anjiao City has its own independent short-range monitoring array covering. Anjiao City will continue to operate, but from today on, all merchant ships and vessels entering and leaving Anjiao City must be reported and registered. Qin Lan will regularly check your accounts and personnel files. Jin listened quietly and nodded. No problem. Lu Feng changed the marking of Anjiao City on the tactical platform from red to green, then annotated a line of small text next to the marking. Anjiao City will continue to operate, but from today on, all merchant ships and vessels entering and leaving Anjiao City must be reported and registered. Qin Lan will regularly check your accounts and personnel files. Is that all right? Qin Lan was taken aback for a moment. She stood in the shadows beside the tactical platform, having been observing Jin's expression and subtle movements, still calculating how credible his words were. Suddenly called out, her fingers curled slightly at her side. All right. Jin slightly bowed to Qin Lan. The defense system of Anjiao City will switch to monitoring mode within an hour. The cannons will be powered down and the ammunition depot will be sealed. Miss Qin Lan can send someone to check at any time. Then you can go back. Lu Feng said, as for matters regarding Anjiao City, we will discuss them once Qin Lan sends someone over. Jin nodded, exited the bridge, and after the airlock closed, the lifeboat at the end of the docking passage slowly departed the Hurricane, heading towards Anjiao City. After the bridge quieted down, Qin Lan took out the datapad left by Jin and leaned against the edge of the tactical platform, flipping through it page by page. The toll fees he mentioned are all within reasonable ranges. Do you think he has any issues? Lu Feng asked. The toll fees he mentioned are all within reasonable ranges. Do you think he has any issues? Lu Feng asked. There are issues, but not of the bad kind. Qin Lan set down the data slate and lifted her head to glance at Lu Feng. I've spent years in the outer zone and seen plenty of clever people. A man like Jin either becomes your most capable subordinate or your most troublesome adversary. I'll keep an eye on him for you. Lu Feng turned and walked back to the command seat, settling into it. He leaned back, his gaze sweeping from Anvil Port to the Red Sands base and finally to the recently subjugated Dark Reef City. The entire outer perimeter of Sector 7 had been redrawn. Threats along the shipping lanes were essentially eliminated, and the remaining scattered pirate gangs could no longer stir up any significant trouble. The outer zone is yours and Qin Shuang's to handle, Lu Feng said to Qin Lan. If 35 people aren't enough, pick reliable ones from the personnel stationed at Ashcliff. You set the rules. Qin Lan rolled her eyes at his words. So you're just washing your hands of it now? Not washing my hands.
Lu Feng rose from the command seat and walked to the massive curved observation window.
Beyond the pane stretched the typical deep space vista of Sector 7's outer zone, with distant stars casting a dark blue luminescence through scattered dust. The Hurricane was cruising at a leisurely pace through the void. Occasionally small rock fragments less than a meter in diameter drifted past the hull, gently deflected by the ship's gravitational field. The battles in the outer zone are over.
What remains isn't something cannons can solve, it requires people and time. Neither of those is my forte.
Qin Lan didn't reply. She tucked the data slate under her arm, her gaze lingering on Lu Feng's back for a moment before she spoke.
Easy for you to say.
She stepped forward a couple of paces to stand shoulder to shoulder with him at the observation window, raising a finger to point at the grayish-white expanse visible beyond the viewport. We can keep the few stragglers in the outer zone in check, but Dark Reef City has over 3,000 people. They'll have to watch Eugene himself just to be sure whether his submission is genuine or an act. She paused to trace a barely perceptible resignation creeping into her tone. And you're putting me in charge.
I've never managed a stronghold of 3,000 people before. Aren't you afraid it'll mess things up?
Yes, Lu Feng replied, turning to look at her.
That's why I'm leaving the Hurricane with you.
Qin Lan froze, wondering if she had misheard. The Hurricane was a true cruiser, its main cannon array, ion artillery system, shield generator and jump drive all functioning at full capacity. A vessel of this class in the hands of any faction in Sector 7 could tip the local balance of power.
This cruiser, along with Unit 2 and Unit 3, stays in the outer zone. It'll set the system permissions.
Only you and Qin Xuan can unlock them.
Have you lost your mind?
Qin Lan's voice rose half a pitch. She spun around to face him, her brow furrowed. Do you know how much a cruiser sells for on the black market?
Do you understand what those two mechs represent?
And you're just leaving them with us like this. How long have we even known each other?
You haven't even fully figured out my background.
So do you have a hidden background?
Lu Feng asked.
Qin Lan was momentarily speechless, her lips parting and closing without a word. Lu Feng walked over to the tactical console and tapped the holographic screen a couple of times, pulling up the faction distribution map of the outer zone. Most of the red markers on the map had been cleared away, leaving only a few sporadic points blinking along the fringes, remnants of forces yet to be fully swept aside.
But even combined, those scattered remnants couldn't muster the combat power of a single corvette.
The outer zone looks clean now, but the vacuum will attract new players. If you're sitting there with only 35 people and a few guns, how will you make them listen to reason?
Qin Lan opened her mouth, then closed it again.
The cruiser and mechs aren't just weapons, they're deterrents, Lu Feng said. One patrol in that ship will do more than 100 arguments. A cruiser parked there makes anyone think twice before they dare to challenge a full broadside from its main guns. Qin Lan lowered her head, staring at her fingers. The subtle memory of the neural link from her last mech operation still lingered on her fingertips. That sensation of the steel body becoming her own limbs was etched into her skin like a brand.
And you? She asked, looking up at him. You're leaving the cruiser and mechs behind. What about yourself? I have other things. Lu Feng didn't elaborate because in a few days his carrier-class starship would be ready.
Qin Lan stared at him for several seconds, then took a deep breath and spoke softly.
Then he'll really keep them. Lu Feng nodded. What's your next move?
First he'll go through Dark Reef City's accounts thoroughly.
If Eugene is truly clean, he'll give him a way out, but the rules will be mine.
If he's not, he knows the consequences. Qin Lan reopened her data slate, swiping her finger across the screen to pull up several files. Among the personnel stationed at Ashcliff, many were miners and merchant crew members forcibly conscripted by Lopez. These people never wanted to be pirates, they just had nowhere else to go.
Pick them out.
With those two mechs as a show of force, I can build a decent team in 2 months. She paused, lifting her head to look at Lu Feng with a gaze far more serious than before. In 3 months, every merchant ship passing through the outer zone will follow fixed routes. If anyone dares to rob a vessel in this sector again, he'll teach them what order means.
Lu Feng listened and nodded without adding much. All right. I trust you.
Qin Lan closed the data slate and tucked it into the inner pocket of her jacket. She took 2 steps toward him, stopped right in front of him and looked up.
When are you leaving? As soon as I finish tying up loose ends here.
Qin Lan gazed at him for a few seconds, then suddenly stepped forward. She wrapped her arms around Lu Feng. The motion was not particularly practiced, even a little stiff, as if someone unaccustomed to such gestures had forced herself to cross a certain threshold. Her arms circled his back, her fingers gripping the fabric of his coat tightly.
Sis.
Xin Shuang started from behind, but Qin Lan had already let go and stepped back half a pace. She blinked rapidly twice, and when she raised her head again her expression had already returned to its usual calm and composed demeanor. "Don't get the wrong idea," Qin Lan said, her voice slightly strained. "It's just... thank you." Before Lu Feng could respond, Xin Shuang had already rushed over from the side. Half a head shorter than her sister, she practically threw herself onto Lu Feng. Her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, her face buried against his chest, tears soaking into his clothes. Her voice was still hoarse from crying. "Can we come find you later?" Lu Feng lowered his head to look at her, buried in his chest, feeling her trembling fingers gripping his clothing. Qin Lan stood beside, turning her head to look at the rotating star map on the tactical platform, pretending to have developed new interest in the image she had seen countless times before. "Sure." Lu Feng placed his hand on Qin Shuang's shoulder, gently pulling her a little away from him. "Once the outer zone stabilizes, you can come anytime you wish." Qin Shuang released her grip, taking a step back while lowering her head to quickly wipe her eyes with her sleeve. When she lifted her head again, a slightly forced but well-intentioned smile appeared on her face. "Then it's settled." "It's settled." Only then did Qin Lan shift her gaze from the star map, glancing at her sister and then at Lu Feng. "All right, no more lingering. We have important matters to attend to." As she spoke, she turned around and walked towards the tactical platform, her steps lighter than before. In the following days, Lu Feng did not rush to leave. The Hurricane was docked at the outer perimeter of Dark Reef City, while Qin Lan and Qin Shuang traveled daily between Ashen Cliff and Dark Reef City. The sisters thoroughly examined all the files handed over by He Jin. Qin Lan took a few reliable personnel selected from Ashen Cliff and methodically checked the records of material flow and personnel rosters in Dark Reef City. Each transaction was marked only when it matched perfectly on the electronic list. Qin Shuang focused her attention on the miners and crew members forcefully conscripted by Lopez. She talked to each person, selecting over 100 willing individuals from the survivors of Ashen Cliff to follow her, organizing them into teams and assigning roles. The defense system of Dark Reef City was fully handed over with the cooperation of He Jin. The munitions storage of the 4 turrets was resealed and the keys were kept secure by Qin Lan. The control permissions of the navigation monitoring array were transferred to the new system terminal, with only the fingerprints of Qin Lan and Qin Shuang able to unlock it. Lu Feng also kept himself busy during these days. He reset the system permissions of the Hurricane, elevating Qin Lan and Qin Shuang's access levels to the highest. He then spent half a day teaching them how to operate the ship's AI and handle some emergency situations. On the evening of the 3rd day, when Qin Lan returned from Dark Reef City with a box of data boards, she sat down beside the tactical platform on the bridge and began to lay out the data boards one by one. "There are 43 personnel willing to stay from the Ashen Cliff, and with our original 35 we have exactly 178 people. On the side of Dark Reef City, not all of He Jin's 3,000 plus personnel can be trusted, but I have listed his core management team, which consists of 17 individuals. Among them 3 came with him from the Imperial Mining Company with the strongest connections, while the rest have been working in Dark Reef City for over 3 years. Lu Feng stood by the observation window listening to her speak, nodding. "Is there enough manpower?" "Not enough," Qin Lan answered candidly. "But it's sufficient to secure the 2 key points of Ashen Cliff and Dark Reef City. The remaining pirates dare not approach these 2 locations. When I was piloting the Hurricane, they didn't even dare to show their faces." She paused and pushed a data board towards him. "I have redefined the shipping routes of the outer zone. All merchant ships will register and follow fixed routes. Vessels exceeding regulations will receive a warning first, and if they do not comply, I will send the Hurricane to greet them." "All right." Lu Feng picked up the data board, glanced at it, and then placed it back on the table. Early on the 5th day, Lu Feng stood at the entrance of the Hurricane's hangar. Qin Lan and Qin Shuang stood side by side opposite him, and the atmosphere among the 3 had completely changed from when they first met several days ago. Qin Lan wore a dark gray jacket with the collar turned up, shielding her from the cool morning starshine. Her hair was cut slightly shorter than a few days ago, revealing a pair of silver earrings dangling from her earlobes. "The cleanup of the outer zone will take about another half-month to complete. Don't worry, I can keep an eye on things here. If anything happens, just send a communication." "Understood." Qin Shuang stood beside Qin Lan, clutching a crumpled piece of star map paper. She handed it to Lu Feng. "This is a summary of all the safe route coordinates in the outer zone that I organized. If you come back in the future, these routes will save you the most time." Lu Feng took it and put it in his pocket. "Good." He took one last look at the 2 sisters before turning and walking towards the edge of an empty dock. Qin Shuang's gaze followed him for a moment, as if she recalled something. "Hey." She jogged a couple of steps to catch up.
You left the hurricane with us, how are you going back? You two step back a bit.
Qin Xuan paused for a moment but instinctively pulled Qin Lan's arm to retreat. The sisters stepped back behind the protective railing at the edge of the dock, distancing themselves over 20 meters from Lu Feng.
The dock was large, specifically reserved for medium-sized vessels in Dark Reef City.
Lu Feng stood on the open space at the edge of the dock, his left hand tucked in his jacket pocket while his right hand casually snapped his fingers. The crisp sound reverberated in the air like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Then the air in front of him began to distort. A brand new silver-gray cruiser silently unfolded from the void.
The ship's hull solidified from hazy to tangible in less than 3 seconds. Its streamlined silhouette reflected a fierce silver light under the cold white glow outside Dark Reef City.
The armor plates of the hull were as smooth as a mirror and the engine exhausts were dark and deep, resembling a furnace that had just cooled down. The length was identical to that of the Hurricane, with a brand new spinning silver storm vortex painted on its side.
This is...
Qin Lan stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with astonishment. Qin Xuan was a beat slower, her mouth slowly opening, then she raised her hand to point at the starship.
This.
Lu Feng turned around in the center of the dock, glancing at the new starship and then turning his head to look at the two sisters, who were completely petrified.
That hurricane is for you to use. I will be taking this new starship.
Lu Feng stepped towards the bottom hatch of the brand new starship.
The hatch slid open automatically as he approached a light and agile gangway extending silently to his feet.
He paused at the entrance, turned his head and cast a gaze over his shoulder at the two sisters.
Thank you for your hard work in the outer zone. Once you finish up, you are always welcome to find me.
After saying that, he stepped on board and the hatch closed behind him. The new cruiser's maneuvering thrusters emitted a brilliant blue flame and the ship silently ascended, tracing a smooth arc towards the exit of the navigation route. The tail flame left a slender light trail against the backdrop of deep space, eventually disappearing into the depths of the starry curtain. The dock fell silent again, with only the metallic grating vibrating softly in the residual warmth.
Qin Xuan maintained her position with her hand raised, lowering it only after her arm grew tired. She glanced at Qin Lan, swallowing hard.
Sister.
Whom? He just...
Qin Xuan's voice caught in her throat as if she were trying to digest everything she had just seen.
He snapped his fingers and then a cruiser appeared out of thin air.
Qin Lan did not respond. She slowly pulled her gaze away from the starry sky, looking down at her boots dusted with stardust, and after a long while she gently inhaled.
Let's go, time to work.
During the return journey from the outskirts of Dark Reef City, he traversed half the peripheral space of the 7th sector in less than 2 days. Along the way he circumvented the perilous routes marked by Qin Lan and avoided several routine patrol zones of the Imperial fleet. Just before entering the regulated boundary of the Arcadia Star sector, he parked the cruiser in a deep space region devoid of any navigational markers, surrounded only by sparse starlight. Then he issued a command on the system panel. The silver-gray hull, over 300 meters long, began to turn transparent from the edges, dissipating bit by bit into the void like ink stains soaked by water. In its place materialized the silver shuttle he had rented from the Bald Boss. The cockpit of the silver shuttle was exactly as he had left it. Lu Feng settled into the pilot's seat, ignited the engines, and the navigation system indicated his current position was approximately 12 hours away from the Arcadia Prime Star. 12 hours later the silver shuttle landed at a berth in the eastern zone of the Arcadia civilian spaceport. The tarmac was dotted with civilian vessels of all sizes, and no one cast a second glance at his dusty shuttle. When he returned the key card to the Bald Boss at the rental shop, the man merely looked up and glanced at him. After confirming there were no new scratches or bullet holes on the hull, he marked the return on his datapad and instantly refunded the deposit.
Come again next time.
The Bald Boss pushed the datapad aside and lowered his head to continue eating his bowl of noodles. Lu Feng placed the keycard on the counter, turned and left the shop.
At the spaceport terminal entrance he hailed a taxi.
He did not give the address of Green Garden Court but instead asked the driver to take him to a hotel near the spaceport. The hotel was not luxurious, but it was clean and quiet, conveniently close to the spaceport, and saw a large flow of people. He checked in, took the elevator to the 8th floor, swiped his card and entered the room. It was not large, but the window offered a view of the spaceport runway outlines and the distant trails of shuttles taking off and landing, their exhaust flames streaking across the sky. The curtains were not fully drawn, a sliver of grayish-white daylight leaked through the gap, drawing a slender line of light on the floor. Lu Feng sat down on the edge of the bed and pulled out his communicator from his pocket.
He opened the message list.
Suzairon's avatar was ranked near the top. The latest few messages were all from her, sent at irregular intervals, sometimes several in a row, sometimes nothing for an entire day. The most recent one was from last night, containing only a single sentence: "Are you dead or not? If not, squeak once." Lu Feng stared at the line, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He pressed the voice key and said 2 words: "not dead." Less than 10 seconds after the message was sent, the communicator screen lit up. Su Xiaorong's name flashed in the center of the screen and a video call request popped up beside it. He pressed answer. The moment the screen brightened, a puffed-up face filled most of the frame. Su Xiaorong's ears stood straight up and her tail flicked back and forth at the edge of the picture, its frequency like a runaway metronome. She was wearing a dark blue dress, its collar neatly fastened. "You finally replied." Her voice came through the communicator, carrying an excitement she tried but failed to suppress. "I thought you'd been dragged into a Zerg nest as emergency rations." Before Lu Feng could respond, several faces suddenly squeezed into the edge of the screen. First came Aaliyah, wearing a light gray shirt, her apron not yet fully untied. It was still dusted with flour. She had probably been cooking when Su Xiaorong pulled her over. Her ears twitched slightly, her gaze falling on the screen as she curved into a gentle smile. "Mr. Lu, you look thinner." Then came Loli, poking half her body out from behind Aaliyah, her hair a mess, still chewing something. She called out indistinctly, "Mr. Lu." Then someone pulled her back and she squeezed in again. Then more cat-eared girls appeared, face after face, emerging from the edges of the screen. Su Xiaorong's ear was pushed askew. She turned her head and shouted behind her, "Don't push. Everyone stop pushing. Let me say what I need to say first." The screen quieted for a moment. The cat-eared girls retreated like a startled group of kittens. Su Xiaorong turned back to face the screen, smoothed the wrinkles on her collar and cleared her throat. "While you were away, they all passed the assessments at the vocational training center." Lu Feng leaned against the headboard, watching Su Xiaorong on the screen, trying hard to sit up straight, though the tips of her ears couldn't help but perk up slightly. "Really? All of them? All of them? Not a single one failed?" Su Xiaorong's tail abruptly lifted at the edge of the frame like a triumphant little flag. Suddenly a small short hand reached into the edge of the screen, holding up a colorful picture drawn crookedly. Milla squeezed out from under Su Xiaorong's arm, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the screen, raising the drawing a little higher. The drawing featured a large silver-gray circle next to which stood several small figures with ears and a very abstractly drawn star. "This is a ship." Mila's voice was small, carrying a serious effort to explain. "This is everyone. This is Uncle Lu." Lu Feng stared at the paper densely filled with colorful crayon marks on the screen for several seconds. "Very well drawn." Mila's ears twitched and she retreated again. Su Xiaorong readjusted the frame, her tail swaying slowly behind her like some unconscious gesture of relaxation. "We've already received the completion certificates from the training center. I took them all aboard the Gale, assigned their positions and arranged the duty roster." She spoke with a hint of pride in her tone, as if she had accomplished something remarkable and wanted it to be noticed. "I've sent you the position assignment table and the duty roster. Take a look and see if there are any issues. If there are, we can adjust." Lu Feng watched Su Xiaorong on the screen, unconsciously wrapping her tail around the hair tie on her wrist and then releasing it as she spoke. The curve at the corner of his mouth refused to subside. "No need to look. You handle the arrangements." Lu Feng's gaze swept over Su Xiaorong's shoulder, glancing at the cat-eared girls crowded at the edges of the frame. "I'll come back once I'm done here." Su Xiaorong's ears swiveled. "When will that be?" "Soon." Su Xiaorong stared at him for 2 seconds, as if judging exactly how soon was. "Fine. The starship isn't going anywhere and neither are the people. Come back whenever you want. Just let me know when you're back." "I'm hanging up now, I still have things to finish." She raised her hand to press the end button, her finger hovering over the screen for a moment. "Stay safe." "Got it." The screen flickered and went dark. Lu Feng placed the communicator on the nightstand and lay back flat. The hotel ceiling was an off-white color with a ceiling lamp in the center, its rim coated in a thin layer of dust. He stared at the lamp for a long time, but the images flashing through his mind were all of those bobbing cat ears and the swaying tail on the screen. A few minutes later he sat up, picked up the communicator again and opened the transfer interface. He input 5 million star coins with Su Xiaorong as the recipient and pressed his finger down on the confirm button. Less than 10 seconds after the successful transfer notification popped up, the communicator vibrated. Su Xiaorong's avatar flashed on the screen. This time it was a text message, every punctuation mark seeming to exert effort. "Boss, did you strike it rich?" Lu Feng replied, "Made a bit." "A bit? 5 million is a bit. Allowance." Su Xiaorong sent a long string of ellipses, followed immediately by another message, "Come clean, did you go do something shady like robbery?"
Lu Feng, it pays better than robbery. Su Xiaorong. Fine, I want ask.
It's your money you transferred, I'll just take it. To pay their salaries.
This was followed by a cat face emoji sticking out its tongue.
Lu Feng smiled at the emoji, placed the communicator on the nightstand, leaned against the pillow and closed his eyes. In the system panel, the construction progress for the carrier Starship had reached 80% and the progress bar for the second Gale-class ship was already past halfway. In the following days, Lu Feng scarcely left his hotel room. Every day, aside from going downstairs for a simple meal, he spent the rest of his time holed up in his room. He either perused the two slowly advancing progress bars on the system panel or browsed the battle report for the 7th star zone pushed by the Imperial News Channel using a spare terminal. The Imperial military had not assigned him any new tasks. Shin Yu was still out on a mission with the Frost Moon, and there was no news from Wen Yue of the Long Sky. As a nominal vice captain, he found himself in a subtle standby state with no ship to command and no orders from superiors. He was quite content with the leisure. On the evening of the third day, as he leaned against the headboard and was about to turn off the light and sleep, a familiar mechanical notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The construction of the aircraft carrier Starship has been completed. Congratulations to the host for successfully constructing the Eye of the Storm aircraft carrier Starship. The vessel is a T-3 class aircraft carrier Starship equipped with 500 heavy interstellar fighters and 200 interstellar bombers possessing independent long-range operational capabilities. Would you like to retrieve the Starship? Lu Feng sat up straight. He had waited 14 days for this moment, and now that the notification had sounded, he felt a sense of unreality. He took a deep breath and did not rush to summon it. The size of the aircraft carrier Starship was completely different from that of a cruiser with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters and a mass of 95,000 tons. Such a massive vessel could not be deployed near the Acadia main star. He needed to go to a sufficiently spacious and remote location. Lu Feng got out of bed, put on his coat and left the hotel. The bald owner of the rental shop was closing up. Upon seeing him again, there was a subtle expression on his face and he raised his eyebrows. Renting again? Yes. Still the silver shuttle. Still the silver shuttle. The bald owner glanced at him, did not ask further, and turned to pull out the key card from beneath the counter, placing it on the table. As usual, a deposit of 50,000. How many days will you use it this time? 2 days. The bald owner swiped a couple of times on the data panel, collected the deposit and pushed the key card over. All right. Be safe. The ship's berth is reserved for you as last time. Lu Feng took the keycard, thanked him and turned to leave the shop. 15 minutes later, the silver shuttle left the berth, the engine output stable, heading towards a deep space area marked by no navigation lines on the star map. The area on the navigation system had no star systems, no stargates and no known transit stations, representing a standard unmarked void on the Imperial star map. He stopped deep in that void, turned off the engine and sat in the cockpit looking out through the porthole at the purest darkness he had ever seen. The light of the stars here had become so faint it was nearly imperceptible, with only a few distant dim points flickering in the starry curtain. Vast and quiet. No one would pass through here. System deploy the aircraft carrier Starship. Deployment confirmed, please retreat to a safe distance. Lu Feng stood from the cockpit, walked to the cargo door at the back of the silver shuttle and opened the hatch. The rear cargo space of the silver shuttle was not large, but there was a small observation window facing the deep space outside. A 30-second countdown pulsed in his consciousness. The darkness outside the porthole began to change. First came the outline. An extraordinarily massive silhouette was emerging from the void, so large it exceeded the field of vision of the silver shuttle's observation window. It resembled an ancient behemoth surfacing from the deep sea, its edges gradually revealing a curved metallic sheen under the starlight. Then the outline became clearer with more details. The silver-gray ring-shaped hull fully materialized from the void, its outer side covered with heavy armor plates, while the inner side featured a dense array of hangar exits and weapon arrays. In the hollow area at the center of the ring, a hemispherical core structure floated, connected to the ring by several sturdy arms. The entire starship hovered silently in the void like a miniature artificial celestial body floating in deep space. Deployment complete. The Eye of the Storm is ready. Welcome aboard, Captain. Lu Feng stood in front of the observation window of the silver shuttle, looking at the massive ring-shaped ship spanning across deep space. He had not felt this way in a long time. When he first deployed the Morning Star, he had been so shocked he was left speechless. The 40-meter-long exploration ship descended from the sky on that fateful night, making him feel as if the entire world had been overturned. Later, when the hurricane unfolded, the 320-meter cruiser once again left him in awe. But none of those moments compared to the scene before him. The nearly 1,000-meter ring structure slowly rotated in the starry sky, with each circle's hangar doors sequentially passing across the edge of his vision. The hull of the Eye of the Storm shimmered with a restrained silver-gray glow in the darkness, less dazzling than the Hurricane, yet its steadiness and weightiness provided a deeper sense of security. Lu Feng stood for an unknown amount of time before slowly exhaling a breath he had been holding. He returned to the cockpit and maneuvered the silver shuttle towards the hangar entrance of the Eye of the Storm. The circular hangar entrance was much larger than he had imagined. As the 30-meter-long silver shuttle flew in, it resembled a moth fluttering into the dome of a stadium. The interior space of the hangar could almost be described as vast, with the dome at least 100 meters above the ground. Rows of berths extended out on both sides, stretching as far as the eye could see. Lu Feng parked the silver shuttle and jumped down from the cockpit. He looked around, and directly ahead was a metal door marked Bridge Passage. Passing through that door, Lu Feng walked straight down a corridor. The corridor was nearly twice as wide as that on the Hurricane, with a holographic touchscreen every few meters on the walls displaying the real-time status of various systems of the aircraft carrier. At the end of the corridor was another door labeled with the two large characters Bridge. The scanner beside the door automatically swept a blue light over him as he approached, then the door silently slid open to both sides. The bridge was significantly wider than that of the Hurricane. He roughly estimated its area to be about 3 times that of the Hurricane's bridge, with 4 times the number of holographic control stations. In the center of the bridge was a command platform half a meter above the ground, with a wide captain's chair in the middle, its backrest standing tall, and several control modules embedded in the armrests. The tactical table in front of the chair was more than twice the size of that on the Hurricane, with holographic projections capable of spreading across the entire tactical table, presenting a complete battlefield situation map. Lu Feng sat down in the captain's chair, placing his palm on the recognition area of the armrest. A gentle light swept over his hand and the holographic interface unfolded before him. "Welcome aboard, Captain. Report the status of the entire ship. All systems of the Eye of the Storm are online. All subsystems are operating normally. 500 heavy interstellar fighters and 200 interstellar bombers in the hangar are all on standby. The energy core output is stable and the shield system has been pre-warmed." Lu Feng sat in the captain's chair, looking at the massive tactical table in front of him, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. This was a true aircraft carrier starship. The image of 700 fighters simultaneously emerging from the hangar was enough to ignite anyone's passion just by imagining it. But he did not rush to do anything. He simply sat in the wide captain's chair, quietly feeling the presence of this new starship. The Eye of the Storm slowly adjusted its posture beneath him, the rotational frequency of the ring-shaped hull perfectly synchronized with the stability system inside the bridge. The person sitting in the captain's chair could hardly feel any motion. Lu Feng leaned back against the chair, fully aware that this aircraft carrier was not meant to deal with pirates. The pirates in the outer zone had already been mostly cleared out by him, and the remaining remnants posed little threat. The real trouble in the 7th star zone was the Zerg. They were still expanding, still advancing. Although the defenses of the Imperial 7th Fleet were continuously reinforced, the numerical advantage of the Zerg had yet to be truly contained. He needed more time to build a fleet capable of truly contending with the Zerg on the front lines. Lu Feng sat in the captain's chair of the aircraft carrier for about half an hour, thoroughly flipping through the system interface of the Storm's Eye from beginning to end. There was nothing wrong. Everything the system constructed was perpetually in optimal condition, with all parameters glowing a reassuring green. He let out a soft breath and leaned back into the chair. At that moment, a prompt tone he knew all too well echoed in the depths of his consciousness. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully constructed a T3 class carrier starship. System function unlocked. Batch construction mode. Batch construction mode description: the host can simultaneously construct multiple units of the same model of starship or mecha with a single batch limit of 5 units. Construction consumption is calculated proportionally to the quantity, while construction duration remains unchanged. Please check the construction interface. Lu Feng's fingers paused on the armrest as his consciousness sank into the system panel. He could navigate the panel's layout with his eyes closed, but this time a tab he had never seen before appeared at the bottom. The icon was a set of parallel squares resembling an assembly line. He tapped it and the entire interface refreshed. Above the familiar list of starships, a prominent label appeared. Currently available for batch construction: Star Trek Mech Exploration Ship, Hurricane-class cruiser, Storm's I-class carrier starship. Below it was an independent construction queue window. At the center of the window was a simple numerical input box with a maximum limit of 5 marked on the right. Lu Feng extended his finger and virtually tapped the input box. A numeric keypad popped up from the bottom of the interface.
He tested it with the exploration ship first, pressing down on the number 5 and confirming. A system prompt emerged. He then changed the number to 6, trying to test the system's limits. The system prompted: the single batch limit is 5 ships. Please re-enter. 5 ships was the hard cap with no room for negotiation. Lu Feng's gaze shifted to the construction queue for the Hurricane-class cruiser. After clearing all pirate strongholds in the outer zone and looting their entire stockpiles, the resources in his account had swelled to a considerable amount. He entered the number 5 and the system displayed a confirmation interface. He tapped confirm. On the system panel, 5 progress bars for the Hurricane-class cruisers appeared side by side, advancing in sync. In 7 days 5 brand new cruisers would be completed simultaneously. Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest twice. Batch construction had been unlocked, but with a maximum of 5 at a time and no discounts. Building more meant multiplying the consumption, but 5 cruisers starting construction at once would be ready in 7 days. He calculated his current overall assets. He had the existing Storm's Eye and the Hurricane-class cruiser already in the construction queue. Once everything was deployed, he would have a total of 8 cruisers plus a T3 class carrier starship ready for action at any time. This was already a force capable of achieving overwhelming superiority in any airspace within the 7th sector. He couldn't help but imagine the scene: 8 Hurricane-class cruisers deployed in standard battle formation, arranged in 2 columns flanking the Storm's Eye. The hangar bay doors on the carrier's underside opened and swarms of carrier-based aircraft streamed out. With that density and firepower, he could not only crush pirate gangs in the outer zone but also stand a chance against the Empire's 7th Fleet in a direct confrontation. But he didn't get excited prematurely. The batch construction function opened new possibilities but also brought new problems. The consumption for 5 cruisers starting simultaneously was 5 times that of a single one, and the resource consumption rate would multiply. Relying solely on raiding pirates and looting outpost warehouses to accumulate resources could no longer keep up with the consumption rate of batch construction. He needed a more stable source of income. Lu Feng stood up from the captain's chair, walked over to the tactical console and pressed his palm against the sensing area on the edge of the tabletop. The projection device at the center of the tactical console hummed to life, emitting a pale blue beam of light that spread out above the tabletop, unfolding a full-scale star map of the Empire's 7th sector in midair. The star map was vast, its edges extending to unmarked areas near the periphery of the shattered star belt. It was densely annotated with all known routes, stargates, mining colonies, trade hubs, and military control zones. Almost all named locations had already been carved up by the Empire's major factions, with the flags of different families hanging over every profitable route. His gaze paused on several markers labeled Imperial Mining Company Licensed Exploitation Zone. Those areas contained vast deposits of rare minerals densely marked with vein symbols on the star map. From the most common iron-nickel alloys to valuable energy crystal ore layers, everything was there. But the mining rights were firmly held by the Empire's major families, whose armed escort ships patrolled that airspace year-round, not even allowing ordinary people to approach. Trespassers were either expelled or were shot down as pirates without any chance to appeal. But the outer zone was different. Lu Feng swiped his finger across the star map, dragging the view to the gray areas on the edges that bore no names. The outer zone contained vast unmarked shattered star belts and asteroid clusters, areas that the Empire's official archives didn't even bother to number. They held unexplored mineral deposits, and some shattered star belts, due to years without human activity, had veins exposed on the surface, making extraction extremely easy. Those places belonged to no one; whoever claimed them owned them. As long as you had the means to extract ore from the shattered stars and safely transport the cargo out, the entire supply chain was yours alone. He withdrew his gaze from the star map and calculated the time in his mind. The 5 Hurricane-class ships would still need 7 days to complete. Before that, he needed to secure a stable resource collection point. He closed the panel and was about to get up and return to the silver arrow when the communicator on the command chair's armrest vibrated. The screen lit up, displaying a name. Lu Feng's fingers paused. Wang Wanqing. There was no text message left in the communicator, only a direct voice call request. He answered, and Wang Wanqing's voice emerged from the device, carrying a unique huskiness that came from having just landed after a long journey. Lu Feng, where are you? Arcadia Prime. Then give me your address, Wang Wanqing said. I've already arrived at Arcadia. You're at Arcadia? I asked Wang how where you were. The batch of resources you asked me to procure earlier has all arrived. But the quantity is too large and too sensitive. I didn't trust logistics, so I brought it myself. Her tone was still that crisp, decisive manner, but in the background the faint sounds of spaceport announcements and the distant roar of shuttle engines could be heard. Where are you? Arcadia Prime Spaceport, private berth area.
I rented a cargo ship. The hold is full of your resource crystals.
When can you get here?
Lu Feng glanced at the vast expanse of empty space outside the porthole.
1 hour.
All right.
I'll wait.
After the call ended, Lu Feng rose from the captain's chair and walked back to the hangar along the corridor. The Silver Dart was still parked in that absurdly spacious berth, its 30-meter length appearing exceptionally petite against the backdrop of rows of fighter craft berths. He climbed into the cockpit, started the engine and issued the retrieval command in his mind. The ring-shaped colossal vessel, nearly a kilometer in diameter, began to turn transparent from its edges, slowly dissolving into the void like a moon devoured by the night. Only after the storm eye had completely vanished did the Silver Dart follow its inbound course heading towards Arcadia Prime. The private berth area of the central spaceport was far quieter than the civilian section. Guided by the tower, the Silver Dart descended slowly onto its berth.
As Lu Feng jumped down the gangway, he saw a medium-sized grayish-white cargo ship parked opposite the berth from afar.
Its hull was several times larger than the Silver Dart's, with the side cargo hatch wide open, revealing rows of standardized temperature-controlled transport containers neatly stacked inside.
The labels on the containers glowed with a bluish-white light under the lamps. Wang Wanqing stood at the foot of the cargo ship's gangway.
She wore a set of dark gray casual clothes today, without the formal uniforms, and high heels. Trousers paired with low-heeled short boots and a sharply tailored dark jacket on top zipped up to her chest, revealing the white collar of her inner layer. Her hair was loose, the ends slightly curled, resting on her shoulders. She wore no makeup and traces of fatigue from the long flight were visible at the corners of her eyes.
Lu Feng.
She raised a hand towards him.
Lu Feng walked over and stood before her.
How long did it take you to get here? From Shallow Bay Star Sector to Arcadia, taking the express route in 2-star gate jumps, just a little over a day. Wang Wanqing said as she turned sideways, tilting her chin slightly towards the cargo hatch.
Want to inspect the goods first?
Lu Feng followed her up the cargo ship's gangway, through an airlock door and into the hold. The temperature-controlled transport containers were arranged neatly, 30 rows in total, 10 containers per row.
Wang Wanqing walked to the nearest row, bent down, unlatched a container and lifted its lid. The interior was lined with dark gray shock-absorbing padding with a standardized energy crystal embedded in the center. The crystal had a regular hexagonal prism shape, glowing faintly with a blue fluorescence. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, flawless.
When the light struck the crystal's surface, the rays were refracted by the internal lattice structure into a fine blue-white halo. All are highest purity standard unit energy crystals, procured according to your specifications.
Wang Wanqing closed the lid and refastened the latches.
50,000 units total, packed in 1,000 of these temperature-controlled boxes.
I inspected them myself, checked every single one.
Lu Feng looked at the neatly stacked containers, silently calculating the value of this shipment. According to the latest quotes from the Empire's commercial network, 50,000 units of energy crystals had a market price of just over 10 billion star credits. Not only had Wang Wanqing helped him buy them, but she had also personally escorted them to Arcadia.
Thank you for your hard work, Lu Feng said.
Wang Wanqing waved her hand, pulled a data pad from her pocket, swiped her finger across it a few times to pull up an electronic manifest, and handed it to Lu Feng.
Here are the purchase vouchers and logistics records for this shipment. All documents are complete, from procurement to transshipment to cross-border declaration.
Every step is traceable. With this you have legal provenance for these goods in any Imperial star sector.
Lu Feng took the datapad and scanned the information.
The purchaser was How Do You Interstellar Trade, the item listed as industrial-grade standard energy crystals, and the purpose field filled in as Starship Power System Maintenance. All procedures were in order, completely legal. He put the datapad into his pocket.
What about the rest? The logistics channels for metals and rare alloys are different from those for energy crystals.
Crystals are high-value, low-volume goods that can use express lines. But transporting metals and rare alloys requires specialized cargo ships and storage conditions.
I've already arranged it.
This batch of energy crystals will be sent to your designated location first. The rest will be shipped in batches.
The latest they'll all arrive is in half a month.
Lu Feng nodded. He trusted Wang Wanqing's work. Her execution was far superior to his own.
So how do you plan to handle these crystals? Move them directly or wait for me to arrange transshipment?
Lu Feng glanced at the rows of temperature-controlled containers.
No need for transshipment. I can take them away right now.
Wang Wanqing was taken aback, her gaze sweeping over him, then to the empty cargo hatch behind him.
You came empty-handed. How are you going to take away so many units of crystals? Lu Feng didn't answer.
He walked up to the nearest row of containers, reached out and placed his hand on the outer wall of the topmost box. He called upon the system in his mind. System, retrieve this batch of energy crystals. Detectable recyclable items, high purity energy crystals, 50,000 standard units. Recycle all. Recycle all. A barely visible glimmer spread from his palm like an invisible net, instantly covering every temperature-controlled container in the entire cargo hold. The moment the glimmer touched them, the crystal container's shells began to turn transparent, then dissolved into countless tiny specks of light, finally coalescing into a stream of radiance that vanished into his palm. Wang Wangqing's eyelid twitched. She stood still, her gaze shifting from the disappearing containers to Lu Feng's hand, then from his hand back to the now empty cargo hold floor. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. The hold now contained only a few rows of empty metal racks and packaging materials from the shock-absorbing liners. All the crystals had vanished, not even a single grain of dust remained. Goods received. Lu Feng withdrew his hand and turned to face Wang Wanqing. Wang Wanqing stared at the empty cargo bay floor, then lifted her gaze to Lu Feng's impassive face. Her mouth opened and closed, words failing her.
Don't tell me that's some kind of magic.
I've been in interstellar trade for a decade, thought I'd seen every odd logistics trick, but making 50,000 units of energy crystals vanish with empty hands, that's a first. It's new technology, Lu Feng said without flinching. A spatial folding storage system still in testing.
Wang Wanqing studied his nearly expressionless face for several seconds, then drew a deep breath. Fine. I won't ask.
She locked the cargo bay door, descended the ramp and stood before Lu Feng, a thin layer of amusement glinting in her eyes. I traveled all this way to deliver your goods, and now you won't even offer me a cup of water. Lu Feng glanced at her, his gaze pausing briefly on the faint weariness at the corners of her eyes.
Come on. I know a place nearby.
He turned and walked toward the berth exit, Wang Wanqing falling into step beside him. The tea shop Lu Feng chose was tucked at the end of a curved corridor on the second floor of the spaceport terminal. Its storefront was modest, with a few small round tables and wicker chairs placed by the window. Wang Wanqing picked a table by the window, draped her jacket over the back of the chair, and the white inner layer softened her entire demeanor under the warm light. She lifted the steaming cup of floral fruit tea, brought it to her nose for a sniff, then took a small sip. The corners of her brows relaxed slightly. The air in Arcadia is indeed drier than in the shallow star sector. She set the cup down, tilting her head to look out the window. But the view is nice. Back in Shallows, the spaceport was surrounded by sea, all misty and foggy, never such an open sky. Is this your first time in Arcadia?
Second.
Last time was for a cross-sector contract negotiation.
I stayed less than 24 hours and didn't even leave the spaceport.
Wang Wanqing drew her gaze back from the window, settling it on Lu Feng's face. She turned her fingers gently against the warm cup.
This time at least I get to sit down.
She paused as if weighing her words.
You've been here for a while. How's the war between the Empire and the Zerg going?
Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, his gaze shifting from her face to the sky outside, dyed a dark orange by the dusk.
The front isn't good.
The Empire's 7th Fleet's main force is still intact, but the Zerg have opened another front north of Sector 7.
Wang Wanqing's brows knitted slightly. Is the Empire responding?
Yes.
The frontline fleets are adjusting their tactics.
Lu Feng paused, set down his cup and continued. But the Zerg's numerical advantage remains. The Empire's warship replacement rate can't keep up with the losses. The front appears to be advancing, but in reality we're stretching limited forces across an ever-widening line. Wang Wanqing listened quietly, her fingers tracing a slow circle on the cup's rim. So you're saying the front is pushing forward, but it's really just filling a widening gap with manpower?
Exactly. Lu Feng nodded.
The Zerg don't need supply lines, no rest. Every day their hive survives, it spawns a new batch of combat units. The Empire kills 1,000, they hatch another 1,000. But when the Empire loses a destroyer, it takes at least 2 months to replace. Wang Wanqing listened in silence for a moment, her gaze drifting from Lu Feng's face to the deepening twilight outside.
From what you're saying, the Empire's situation is indeed grim.
She set her cup down, folded her hands on the table.
So what do you plan to do? Lu Feng didn't answer immediately.
He picked up his glass of water and took a sip. The coolness of the glass against his fingertips sharpened his thoughts.
During my time in Sector 7, I took the liberty of clearing out a few pirate strongholds on the periphery.
Wang Wanqing's eyebrow arched slightly.
Cleared them out. The established pirate groups in the periphery must number tens of thousands. You did it alone.
Not entirely alone, Lu Feng said.
The situation in the periphery was more complex than expected. But after the fighting I discovered something. He set down his glass, leaned forward slightly and tapped a finger on the table. The territories those pirates occupied contain many abandoned mining bases complete with extraction and refining equipment. The mineral veins are substantial but the pirates lack the know-how to exploit them, leaving everything dormant.
Wang Wanqing listened with growing focus, her back straightening unconsciously. You mean?
Those mines are unclaimed.
Unclaimed. The periphery has always been a lawless zone. The Empire couldn't be bothered, pirates couldn't mine. Those resources have just been sitting there. Now that I've cleared the armed factions, those territories are technically under my control. He paused, his gaze settling on Wang Wanqing's face. But I can't manage the details.
I need someone to operate these resources, mining, refining, storage, transport. The entire chain requires professionals. Wang Wanqing was silent for a few seconds, then let out a soft breath, a slow curve forming at the corners of her lips.
Are you offering me a partnership?
Yes.
Lu Feng didn't beat around the bush.
He met her eyes directly. You have interstellar trade channels, a mature logistics network, and upstream and downstream resources. I have mines, territory, and enough firepower to ensure no one covets those lands. You handle extraction, transport, and sales.
I handle defense.
You set the profit split.
As long as it's reasonable, I'll accept. Wang Wanqing didn't answer immediately. She looked down at the half-cooled floral tea as if calculating something. Do you ever do things by halves? Our second collaboration and you just tossed the mining rights to an entire star sector into my lap. I trust you.
Lu Feng set his cup back on the table, his gaze fixed on her.
For this I can't think of anyone else.
Wang Wanqing was momentarily stunned by his words, then turned her head away, a faint, barely perceptible blush creeping up to her ears.
Your way of complimenting is rather direct.
Just the truth. Wang Wanqing steadied her cup, her gaze returning to Lu Feng's face, the weariness in her eyes replaced by a serious resolve.
You said I set the profit split.
Yes.
Then I need to see the mining data first. Reserves, grade, extraction, difficulty, surrounding environment. I need a full assessment report before deciding on the split. Done. I can send it to you now if you want.
Wang Wanqing nodded, pulled a spare data pad from her pocket, opened a blank receiving interface and slid it toward him.
All right. Send it over. I'll take a look and give you my answer.
Lu Feng took the datapad and transmitted the geological scans and reserve estimates stored in his system via close-range transfer. The data transfer indicator blinked a few times, then a green completion light lit up. Wang Wanqing retrieved the datapad without inspecting it, immediately slipped it into the inner pocket of her jacket and patted the outer layer.
I'll go over it tonight at the hotel and give you my answer tomorrow. No rush. You've traveled a long way.
Rest first.
Wang Wanqing smiled. You do know how to care for people.
Wang Wanqing set down her cup, tilting her head to glance at him, that faint trace of a smile still lingering in her eyes. She drew a soft breath as if suppressing an untimely thought, then spoke with a carefully recomposed tone.
But you're right, I really should rest.
I've been hopping across 3 star systems lately with less than 20 hours of sleep total. If I don't slow down I feel like I'll fall apart.
But...
She paused, picked up her coat from the chair back, draped it over her arm and cast him a sidelong glance as she rose.
Are you free today? No. Then come shopping with me.
Wang Wanqing shook out her coat, slipped it on briskly and zipped it from hem to chest. I've been to Arcadia twice, but both times I headed straight for the spaceport.
I've never really explored this city.
Since we're here we ought to see what this planet looks like. Her tone was casual but her eyes held a glimmer of anticipation.
Lu Feng glanced at her and nodded. All right.
The two of them exited the tea shop, not heading toward the spaceport. At the terminal exit, a sign in 3 languages indicated directions: left for boarding gates and transit corridors, right for ground transportation and commercial connections.
Wang Wanqing turned right without hesitation, hailed a ground transport vehicle, slid into the back seat and gave an address.
The driver tapped the navigation panel and the vehicle glided smoothly away from the terminal through the airport's outer expressway and along a broad avenue lined with towering trees into Arcadia's central commercial district. The commercial district of Arcadia Prime was unlike most core administrative planets of the Empire. It lacked the fragmented urban layout of the shallow bay star sector carved apart by oceans and harbors, nor did it have the oppressive feel of the central star sector where every inch of land seemed crammed with skyscrapers. The entire commercial area was built on a gentle plateau slightly elevated above the surrounding residential zones.
From the main boulevard one could see the rolling hills on the city's outskirts fading into the distance.
The streets were straight and wide, paved with light gray stone slabs, their gaps filled with a dark locally sourced clay that kept the surface firm underfoot. Most buildings were low, 3 to 5 stories, with occasional 7 or 8-story structures set back from the street, never blocking the sky. The walls were made of warm gray volcanic stone, cut and laid directly, retaining a natural texture that appeared steady and gentle in the twilight.
Shop fronts were already glowing with warm yellow light, revealing displayed goods and a few strolling customers through the windows.
There was a shop selling handmade leather goods at its window, featuring a few backpacks made from local vegetable tan leather embossed with Arcadia's specialty starflower patterns. Another store sold scented candles with rows of glass jars on a wooden rack outside, filled with wax blocks in various colors, labels hand-lettered with fragrance names.
Wang Wanqing walked ahead, her steps much lighter than at the spaceport.
Her gaze swept over the shop windows, pausing occasionally to examine an item, but mostly she just kept moving. She stopped abruptly in front of a men's clothing store. The window display was modest but tastefully arranged. In the window hung a dark gray short jacket, sharply cut with a subtle dark trim at the collar that caught a faint sheen under the warm light. She looked at it for 2 seconds, then turned and pushed the door open.
Lu Feng followed.
The shop was small, filled with a faint scent of leather and fabric. Racks held neat rows of coats and shirts, mostly in dark tones, simple in design without flashy embellishments. Wang Wanqing walked over to the jacket, touched the fabric of the sleeve, then glanced back at Lu Feng, her eyes quickly scanning him as if gauging his size.
"Come try it on."
Lu Feng stepped over, but before he could speak, Wang Wanqing had already taken the jacket from the hanger and handed it to him.
"Try it on."
Her tone left no room for refusal, the jacket already pressed against his chest.
Lu Feng took the jacket, removed his old worn coat, draped it over his arm, and slipped into the new dark gray one.
The fabric was softer than he expected, the shoulders and sleeves fitting perfectly. The subtle trim at the collar gleamed faintly under the light, understated yet refined. Wang Wanqing stood before him, stepped back half a pace, studied him from head to toe, then reached out to adjust the collar. Her fingers paused at the edge of the collar, the gesture not intimate but naturally meticulous.
"Fits."
She withdrew her hand, glanced at their reflection in the mirror, and curved her lips.
"This one."
Without waiting for him to respond, she turned, walked to the counter, and swiped her payment code over the sensor in one fluid motion.
Lu Feng walked over. "Let me pay."
Wang Wanqing folded the receipt, tucked it into her pocket, and looked at him.
"You bought me tea, I bought you a jacket. We're even." She didn't give him a chance to interject. "Come on, let's not stand here. Wear this one. I'll bag the old one." Wang Wanqing took the paper bag from the clerk, folded Lu Feng's old coat twice, placed it inside, and tied the drawstring. The two continued along the commercial street.
After leaving the men's store, Wang Wanqing's pace slowed further, as if buying the jacket had already fulfilled tonight's most important task, leaving the rest of the time free for indulgence. The night breeze swept in from the end of the street, carrying the dry scent of vegetation and the sweet aroma of pastries baking at a distant stall.
Wang Wanqing paused in front of a handmade candy shop. A copper pot sat at the shop entrance, syrup bubbling lazily over a low flame, forming amber bubbles.
The shopkeeper was adding crushed mint leaves, stirring with a long wooden spoon after each handful, filling the air with a cool, sweet fragrance. She watched for a while, then bought a small bag of mint candies, a transparent pouch holding a dozen or so pale green hard candies. She peeled one open, popped it into her mouth, and bit down with a crisp crack. Then she handed the remaining bag to Lu Feng, palm opened, the transparent pouch glowing under the streetlight.
"Try one. Handmade." Lu Feng took the bag, peeled one open, and put it in his mouth. The cool mint burst on his tongue, not overwhelming but refreshing.
At the end of the commercial street lay a wide observation deck, its railing overlooking Arcadia's city lights stretching to the horizon.
Wang Wanqing stood at the railing, hands resting on the cool metal beam, gazing silently for a long while. "The night view here is better than Shallow Bay.
Over there it's all sea, pitch black, with only the harbor lights floating on the water.
It always feels cold."
Lu Feng stood beside her, following her gaze to the night sky dyed a warm orange by the city lights. Wang Wanqing crushed the last mint between her teeth and swallowed, turning her head to look at him.
"Where are you staying?" "I'll take you back." "A hotel. Near the airport." "What a coincidence."
Wang Wanqing straightened up from the railing, tucking a strand of wind-tousled hair behind her ear. The lights of the commercial street stretched over from afar, tracing a warm yellow outline on her profile. She blinked, a hint of sly amusement surfacing in her eyes, an expression that made her look several years younger than she did at the conference table.
"I'm heading the same way. I'm staying over there too." Without waiting for Lu Feng's reaction, she turned and walked back.
After 2 steps she stopped and glanced back, as if to confirm he would follow. The two of them walked back along the path they had come. The shops on the commercial street were closing one by one, the warm yellow lights extinguishing in succession, leaving only a few still illuminated. When they reached the hotel entrance, the automatic doors slid open and warm air mixed with a faint fragrance rushed out. Wang Wanqing stopped at the hotel entrance and turned to look at him, her exhaled breath dispersing gently in the light of the portico. "Which room are you in?" Lu Feng gave a room number. Wang Wanqing nodded, turned and walked to the front desk, placing her ID card on the counter and saying something to the attendant on duty. The attendant tapped on the terminal a few times, handed her a new room card and swiped across the screen a couple more times, likely completing the check-in registration. She took the card, glanced at the number, turned and walked back to Lu Feng, holding the card between her fingers and waving it before his eyes. The card flipped in her fingers, revealing the side with the room number printed on it. "I'm staying next door. Easy to find you if anything comes up." She pocketed the card, took 2 steps toward the elevator, then looked back at him. "I'll give you my answer after reviewing the data tomorrow. I'll try not to keep you waiting too long." The next morning Lu Feng woke earlier than usual. The light filtering through the curtain gap was the cold grayish-white unique to early morning. The hotel room was very quiet, broken only by the low hum of the air conditioning. After washing up and changing, he sat on the edge of the bed for a while until the communicator on the nightstand lit up with a message from Wang Wanqing. "Awake. I've finished reviewing the data. Come over to discuss the collaboration details." He replied, 10 minutes. After sending the message, he sat on the bed for another moment, then opened the door, walked to the next room and knocked twice. The door opened quickly. Wang Wanqing's hair was still dripping, wet strands scattered over her shoulders. She had clearly just taken a shower, wearing only a loose white short-sleeved shirt. A small patch near the collar was dampened by steam clinging to the edge of her collarbone. Below, she wore white athletic shorts that ended mid-thigh, the hem slightly curled from moisture, revealing long straight legs. The drawstring at her waist was loosely tied in a crooked bow, the ends hanging at her side, swaying gently with her movements. The heat from her recent bath still radiated from her skin, a faint pink sheen spreading from her knees to her ankles. She stood barefoot on the hallway tiles, her toes curling slightly. Her toes the same pale pink as her knees, pressed against the dark gray tiles, looking almost dazzlingly white. "Come in." She stepped aside to make room and turned to walk inside. Lu Feng's gaze lingered on her for a moment, then shifted away naturally as he followed her into the room. The door closed behind him, the lock clicking into place, and the room fell silent. On the hotel room's coffee table lay a data slate with a bright screen densely covered with the geological survey data and reserve estimation tables Lu Feng had sent her the night before. Beside the data slate sat a cup of tea, still steaming, a folded star chart with worn edges pinned under it. A dark blue bath towel was draped over the sofa, likely used before her shower. Wang Wanqing walked to the coffee table and sat cross-legged on the sofa, the shorts riding up slightly, the skin of her outer thigh contrasting sharply against the dark gray fabric. She picked up the data slate, swiped her finger across the screen a few times, and without lifting her head motioned with her chin toward the opposite sofa. "Sit." Lu Feng sat down on the single sofa opposite her. As soon as he was settled, Wang Wanqing looked up at him. Her gaze was much more serious than the night before, the lazy moisture in her eyes having faded, replaced by the focused intensity of business discussions. She pursed her lips slightly as if organizing her thoughts, then spoke. "I did a rough calculation last night. In the data you gave me there are 7 mineral veins with clear reserve figures. 3 of them are open-pit mines with metal grades above 10%. That's already considered high quality or in the Empire's mining system." She pulled the data slate back, glanced down and traced a few curves on the screen with her finger, her brow furrowing briefly before relaxing. "If we extract everything based on the current average price of bulk minerals in the Empire, the total value would be approximately..." She paused, doing a quick mental calculation. "Between 80 and 100 billion star coins." Lu Feng leaned back in the sofa, his brow twitching slightly at the number. He had a rough estimate of the reserves in the outer zone mines, but Wang Wanqing's figure was significantly higher than he had anticipated. His original estimate was around 40 billion, while her number nearly doubled that. He quickly reviewed the original data in his mind, confirming he hadn't missed any veins, but Wang Wanqing had clearly used a more refined algorithm. 100 billion, he repeated the figure. "That's just a rough estimate based on market prices. Actual profit would be reduced by mining costs, refining losses, transportation fees, imperial tariffs, and transit tolls along the way. What ends up in our pockets would be around 60 billion. She spoke these numbers seriously, clearly after detailed calculation. "But your mines aren't on the Empire's official shipping routes. Using the standard logistics channel means passing through 3 imperial customs checkpoints along the way, each charging a transit tax which would drive up costs considerably. She scrolled down the charts on the data slate, bringing up a shipping route map with 3 red dashed lines marking the checkpoint locations on the official Imperial route. The transit taxes at the 3 checkpoints would eat about 12 to 15% of the gross profit.
What about using civilian routes in the outer zone? Civilian routes in the outer zone would avoid Imperial tariffs, but the risks are higher. There's no Imperial patrol fleet coverage there. If a convoy gets intercepted, you lose the cargo, and whether the crew survives is another question. Wang Wanqing set down the data slate, her gaze fixed on Lu Feng's face with a hint of keen observation.
But since you said the pirates in the outer zone have been mostly cleared out, the cost advantage of that route is significant.
Lu Feng nodded. I've arranged people in the outer zone. Someone's managing it now.
Wang Wanqing raised an eyebrow, placed the data slate on the coffee table and folded her hands on her knees.
You have people in the outer zone. Who? You have people in the outer zone. Who? She used to be an intelligence dealer.
Now she and her sister handle the day-to-day management of the outer district.
She's trustworthy. Wang Wanqing did not respond immediately.
Instead, she picked up her teacup and took a sip, her eyes fixed on him through the rising steam.
Are you sure?
She set the cup down the base, producing a crisp sound against the glass coffee table.
In a place like the outer district, someone you trust today might be bought off tomorrow. They're different.
Their family was brutally murdered by pirates. They spent 6 years undercover and avenged them with their own hands. Wang Wanqing listened quietly, her fingers tapping twice on her knee before she nodded.
All right, well, do it your way. I'll handle the mining equipment and the refining production line.
You're responsible for territorial security and passage rights.
We split the profits. 50-50.
Depreciation, labor and transportation costs will be deducted from my share.
You won't have to bear any initial investment.
Lu Feng's brow twitched slightly.
This profit-sharing ratio was far higher than he had anticipated.
He had originally expected Wang Wanqing to propose a 70-30 or even 80-20 split. After all, she was providing all the equipment, personnel, technology and logistics, while he only offered a security endorsement.
Are you sure?
50-50 is hardly a good deal for you. Whether it's a good deal or not is my calculation.
Wang Wanqing shifted her legs, crossing them the other way.
The hem of her shorts rode up a little higher, revealing a small edge of white lace at the top of her thigh, starkly vivid against the dark sofa. She seemed unaware of it herself, her fingers still swiping quickly across the data pad as she continued, speaking in a natural tone.
What you're providing is the security endorsement for the entire outer district.
Without this prerequisite of yours, those mineral veins would stay buried for 1,000 years.
50-50. It's fair. Lu Feng's gaze lingered on that sliver of white lace for less than half a second before he looked away.
He picked up his water glass and took a drink, the coolness of the rim refocusing his attention on the agreement terms on the screen. At that moment, Wang Wanqing lifted her head, noticing his averted gaze. She looked down at her own leg, then the corner of her mouth curved up. She reached down, tugged the hem of her shorts lower and covered the lace again.
Isn't it a little late to look away now?
Her tone carried a hint of teasing, but the action of smoothing her shorts was natural without any deliberate evasion. Lu Feng set down his glass, his expression unchanged.
You were just talking about equipment allocation. What's the specific timeline?
Wang Wanqing glanced at him, the playful glint still in her eyes, but she smoothly picked up the thread without dwelling on the topic. As for the equipment, I have 2 sets of small to medium-sized mining platforms in my warehouse. I took them as payment for debts while handling logistics for a small mining company.
They've been sitting and used.
After a quick inspection, they can be shipped directly to the outer district.
No need to wait for new equipment production cycles.
Her tone became sharper when discussing business. Her fingertips called up an equipment list on the datapad, which she flipped around for Lu Feng to see. These 2 platforms aren't high capacity, but their advantage is being lightweight and flexible, perfect for deployment in complex terrain like the Shattered Star Belt.
They'll be more than enough for the initial operations.
Lu Feng scanned the technical parameters on the list and nodded.
What about the refining facilities? The refining facilities are a bit more troublesome than the mining equipment.
Wang Wanqing said, pulling the data pad back and interlacing her fingers on her knees.
There are no existing refineries in the outer district.
Building a medium-sized refining station would take at least a month.
But we can start with coarse processing, do a preliminary enrichment on site, then ship the concentrate back to Qianbei for final refining. That saves us the construction time for the refinery, though transportation costs will be a bit higher. Transportation costs aren't an issue. Lu Feng said the shipping lanes in the outer district are much safer now.
We can keep the transport loss rate very low. How long will it take for your equipment to be ready? Inspection plus loading. The earliest we can depart is in 5 days. Wang Wanqing refolded the star chart and put it away in the coffee table drawer. But I need to figure out the logistics route first before I can finalize the plan. What's the name of your contact in the outer district? How do I get in touch when I arrive? Her name is Qin Lan. I'll inform her in advance. Just go straight to her when you reach the outer district. Wang Wanqing nodded, made a note on her datapad, then looked up at him. I have one more question. Go ahead. How long do you plan to mine these? Is it a quick grab and run or a long-term operation? Lu Feng leaned back into the sofa, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. Long-term. The outer district holds a critical strategic position. Those mines aren't something to plunder and abandon, they're the foundation for a long-term strategy. Alright, then I'll have the equipment pulled out for inspection and set off in 5 days. After the equipment arrives, I'll go with you to the outer district. Wang Wanqing's hand paused on the rim of her cup. She turned her head to look at him, one eyebrow raised. Don't trust me? Or is it your mineral deposits you don't trust? Lu Feng remained leaning back on the sofa, his gaze steady on her face without flinching. Once the equipment is delivered, although the situation in the outer district is stable, I haven't been overseeing it personally. If anything changes, you might not be able to handle it alone. He paused for a moment as if choosing his words carefully, then continued. You've gone to the trouble of personally escorting the shipment here. I already owe you a favor. If anything were to happen to you in the outer district, it's a debt I wouldn't be able to settle. Wang Wanqing listened quietly, slowly turning her finger around the rim of her cup. Then she lowered her head and finished her tea. All right, well, go together. She stood up after speaking and stretched. The hem of her white short-sleeved shirt rode up with the movement, revealing a sliver of her flat midriff.